You were a senior professor at the Magic City Conservatory of Music, but due to a sudden death, you crossed over to a parallel world with scarce entertainment resources. With your top understanding of the piano and guitar, you played a song East Wind Breaks in the dormitory. Unexpectedly, this scene was broadcast live, causing a dramatic change in the entertainment industry and leading to a fight between the two top school beauties for you. At this time, in the male dormitory of the Magic City Art Academy, you sit in front of the desk, facing the phone, and say, "Friends in the live broadcast room, today's live broadcast ends here." After speaking, you take off your headphones, take a long breath, rub your tired eyes, and let your mind wander. During your university days, you earned extra money by singing on live broadcasts, but now, you are not from this world. You have crossed over from the Blue Star. In your past life, you were a university music professor, knowledgeable in musical instrument playing and vocal teaching. Your specialties were guitar and piano, both of which you had reached a professional level in your past life. As you gaze at the guitar leaning against the desk, memories flood your mind. This guitar is similar to the one you bought during your university days. Not expensive but damaged by the time you graduated. As you pick up the guitar, familiar melodies start to linger in your mind. You stroke your chin in contemplation, wondering if singing the songs in your mind could make you soar to new heights. Lost in thought, you shake your head, pluck the strings, and a classical-sounding prelude slowly fills the air. Little did I know, the live stream room was not completely closed. A lamp of sorrow stands alone at the window. I pretend you haven't left behind the door. Returning to the old place feels like revisiting. The full moon is even lonelier. The candle of midnight sobriety, unwilling to blame me. A pot of wandering wine is hard to swallow. Memories of warmth and longing after you left. The water flows eastward. How time steals away. Flowers bloom only once, but I missed it. Who is playing the pipa to perform the song The East Wind Breaks? Seeing the childhood memories peeling off the wall as time goes by. I still remember that year when we were both very young, and now the sound of the piano is faint. My waiting you never heard. Who is playing the pipa to perform the song The East Wind Breaks? The maple leaves color the story. I see through the ending. I led you through the ancient path outside the fence. Even the years of desolate smoke and overgrown grass were silent. Even the parting was very quiet. At this moment, in the female dormitory of the Magic City Art Academy, Su Qingqing and her best friend Qin Lily are inside the dormitory. Qin Lily was boredly scrolling through Douyin, when suddenly, a melodious song entered her ears. Qin Lily was instantly attracted, stopped sliding her fingers on the screen, and listened quietly. Soon she realized that this melody was one she had never heard before, and then quickly looked at the phone screen, discovering that it was a live broadcast room only 500 meters away from her. Excitedly, Qin Lily nudged Su Qingqing next to her and said, "Qingqing, listen to this. This song is amazing." Su Qingqing, who was watching a drama, raised her head somewhat displeasedly. "What's up?" I'm at a crucial plot point. But halfway through Su Qingqing's sentence, her thoughts were drawn to the melodious song, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. How come I've never heard this kind of music before? Qin Lily saw her appearance and guessed that her best friend was deeply attracted by the melody. Su Qingqing turned her head and asked softly, "Lily, what song is this? Who is the singer?" Qin Lily shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I just came across it on Douyin by chance. But this anchor is only 500 meters away from us." At this time, Su Qingqing widened her eyes and asked, "What? Only 500 meters away?" Meanwhile, Lin Che didn't realize that the live broadcast wasn't closed. Still immersed in his own musical world, he performed to his heart's content. "Who's playing a song on a lute about the east wind? The maple leaves color the story ending, I see it through. I'll lead you along the old road outside the fence, the year of the smoke and grass." Even the breakup was silent. The first half of the song ended, and Lin Che put down his guitar, stopped singing, and slowly opened his eyes. This song, East Wind Break, was a song that Lin Che liked very much in his previous life. Now that it was being reenacted in this world, it made Lin Che feel a different kind of sentiment. And in the cafeteria, Su Qingqing and Qin Lily were still immersed in that wonderful song. Suddenly, the song is interrupted. It caught the two who were previously immersed off guard. Qin Lily couldn't wait to leave a message in the live broadcast. Anchor continued to sing I'll give you a gift. But by this time the live stream had long been flooded with pop-ups. Countless netizens left messages on the air, saying they were impressed by the song. "This song is so good. It's like a God song. Is the singer the anchor himself?" Concerned. "This is definitely an anchor original. It sounds exactly the same. One more song from the anchor. Good. Love it." Qin Lily watched her comment get swallowed up in the sea of people and couldn't help but puff out her mouth. "What's wrong?" Noticing that Qin Lily was somewhat abnormal, Su Qingqing asked. "No, nothing, let's eat," Qin Lily replied. Su Qingqing's lips quirked, but she didn't ask much, and the two of them buried their heads in dry rice. Only Su Qingqing, while drying her rice, turned Douyin on and gave this Achel anchor her attention, and by now this anchor was sweating a bit. After terminating the singing, Lin Che just wanted to pick up his cell phone to ask his righteous son Li Hua to bring a meal, only to realize that he hadn't actually turned off the live feed. Chapter 2, So Many People. In the dormitory, Lin Che held his cell phone and looked at the live broadcast that was filled with pop-ups. On this cool fall day, a fine layer of sweat inexplicably appeared on Lin Che's forehead. Didn't I hit the off button? It should have gone off the air, right? Lin Che was puzzled. Normally Lin Che doesn't like to click to confirm the next broadcast, like to slide a little and hit the off button. This way the system will determine the automatic downcast, which is fast and easy. Maybe the buttons don't fit when you change your phone case? Lin Che scratched his head and made an excuse for it. After adjusting his mindset, really last song, guys, this time it's really bye-bye. But at this point, the live audience wasn't buying it. Anchor, please finish singing. The atmosphere is here. Yes, 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 as the saying goes, singing half the song. Anchor, if you finish singing I'll give you a wazoo. Anchor, my roommate is dying. He wanted to hear this song before he left. The corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly. Was he? Dude, you want to play like this? Shall we? Finish? No, no, no. Lin Che hastily shook his head, quickly dismissing this thought. The song East Windbreak is a rare masterpiece. Lin Che also sang only on a whim. It's not even copyrighted yet. Lin Che kept psyching himself up. Can't sing, can't sing. If you want to sing it, you have to register the copyright first. As a music major, Lin Che understands the importance of copyright. Clearing his throat, Lin Che explained, brothers, I haven't thought about the back. Wait a few days, it will be released as a single. So stay tuned. After saying that, Lin Che put his finger on the confirm downcast button, but as his eyes unconsciously flicked upwards, Lin Che's pupils narrowed slightly. The live stream reached 3,000 people. Lin Che exclaimed, holy, so many people. Lin Che couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Usually the live streams are around 100 people. The whole live earnings, on average, would not be more than $50, unless a big brother ordered a song. But Lin Che had only encountered big brothers a few times in the more than 2 months he had been in this world. No longer hesitating, Lin Che closed the live broadcast, then found the official copyright registration website, uploaded the sheet music for the song Eastbound and Down and registered it in one go. Phew, Lin Che exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It's better to be careful in the future. Only after doing this did Lin Che withdraw the live streaming proceeds. Seeing the $500 gain, Lin Che was once again shocked. This is tops my income for many days, Lin Che secretly said. Flipping through his cell phone, Lin Che decided to be extravagant tonight. Found my roommate's contact info and typed, chicken fillet rice with an egg. The other party quickly replied, got it. Lin Che then leaned back in his chair and thought about the need to record a single. The studio, the arrangements, the mastering, the harmonies, muttered Lin Che in a small voice. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Lin Che was already somewhat regretting agreeing to release a single. As it stands, there is insufficient funding. Stretching his back, Lin Che got up and went to the balcony. Looking at the evening sunset, rubbed his stomach, and quietly waited for his roommate Li Hua's return. Half an hour later, chicken fillet rice. Li Hua's indebted voice came through the door. He said and put the rice on Lin Che's table. Lin Che's heart fluttered. That line? Why does it feel weird? Lin Che's eyes burned as he stared at the chicken fillet rice. I don't know why, but I'm afraid to take a bite. The food is all ready. Why don't you eat? Li Hua was puzzled. Eat? Why don't you eat? It won't taste good if it gets cold later. Ha, ha. Lin Che let out a bitter laugh. It's nothing. Not dwelling on it much, Lin Che tore open the package and enjoyed it, eating in the heat of the moment. Li Hua pulled his chair over to Lin Che. Old Lin, have you heard? Our school is on fire. What do you mean? There's another senior signing up for a big company? Lin Che replied as he ate. No, 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 because of a song. No, half a song to be exact. Li Hua sounded slightly agitated. Oops, the video was forwarded to you, so watch it first. Lin Che opened the video which made it clear. Which song is that if not Eastbound and Down? Although Lin Che had a premonition in his heart that this song would be a fire. I just didn't think it would be that fast. How are you sure the person is from our school? Lin Che inquired. Really don't know? Li Hua looked at Lin Che's mute expression and narrated. That live broadcast room. The difference between us is no more than 1 kilometer. The bag is from our school. What if it's a nearby residential building? Lin Che asked rhetorically. Hearing Lin Che's reply, Li Hua directly stood up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm telling you. Lily told me she swiped the live feed in the cafeteria just 500 meters away. And I'm sure, as well as certain, that the Great Spirit is in our dormitory building. Li Hua patted his confident chest and analyzed. You two together? Called so closely? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Oops. Old Lin, what are you doing? Li Hua scratched his head. We're talking business. Your life's work isn't even a serious matter? Lin Che turned on his melon eating mode. Soon. Li Hua stumbled over his answer. How long do you plan to talk this time? Lin Che punctuated. What? I'm serious this time. Li Hua hurriedly explained. You said the same thing last time. Lin Che shrugged. For Li Hua as a person, all Lin Che knew was that ever since he went to college, falling in love hadn't stopped. The average length of each relationship is no more than 2.5 months. In these fast food times, relationship views like Li Hua's are not a minority. There's even a weekly change of subjects. Moreover, Li Hua's face is quite superior, and there are many girls who like him. However, to compare with Lin Che, Li Hua is still slightly inferior. She's not like the girls before her, Li Hua said. Lin Che put away his lunchbox and threw Li Hua a blank stare. It means something like, make it up. Keep making it up. Old Lin. It's really different this time. Li Hua stomped his foot. Okay, I get it. Lin Che threw the finished lunchbox into the trash. Li Hua was anxious. She didn't add me because of you. What does this have to do with me? Lin Che frowned and looked at Li Hua. Li Hua's eyes dodged. Before, those girls all added me because they wanted to get to know you, and were touched by my flowery words later. Good lord, you kid broke my peach blossom? Many black lines sprouted from Lin Che's brain. Who made you so handsome? Li Hua said helplessly. It doesn't matter. I'll wish you guys happiness first. Lin Che said sincerely. However, Lin Che still scoffed a bit at Li Hua's behavior of breaking peach blossoms. And no, old Lin, the topic has gone too far. Li Hua realized afterward. Old Lin, you seem to be running away. Lin Che frowned slightly. I'm running away from what? Li Hua rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Chul. Lin Chul? Li Hua even thought of something and gazed at Lin Che. Chapter 3, I'm done pretending. I'm showing my cards. In the dormitory, the two men looked at each other, feeling Li Hua's strange gaze. Lin Che muttered inwardly, this guy? What the hell? Only the corners of Li Hua's mouth rose and his tone was slightly teasing. Old Lin, you're not right. Lin Che just wanted to ask what the situation was. Only Li Hua directly clicked on the video and listened carefully to the intro of East Windbreak. Familiar guitar tone. Familiar voice. Li Hua's gaze became stern as he stared straight at Lin Che. That Chul wouldn't be you, old Lin, would it? Only then did Li Hua reveal a smug smile, as if he had discovered some secret. Lin Che was a bit speechless. Just this? Lightly returned. It's me. With 3 words, Li Hua was directly confused. No, dude, I'm kidding. It's really you? Li Hua said in a surprised tone. Lin Che didn't say anything, picked up the guitar and handed it to Li Hua. You'll know if you pick the score and play it once. Taking the guitar, Li Hua slid his fingertips. Eventually, the fingertips kept rattling the MI. The guitar tone is slightly off. Just now Lin Che noticed it when he was playing. Only he was too hungry and didn't want to move, wanting to calibrate it after he had a full meal. For Li Hua, who possessed the same absolute sense of sound as himself, this slight deviation was quickly captured. Lin Che slightly held his forehead, sighed, and said with slight disappointment, originally I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, and in return I was questioned. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. It's me. After all, it was something that didn't exist in this world, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to theorize that it was your own when you moved your brain out of it, would it? Li Hua looked at Lin Che with an excited expression. Old Lin. Wow. It's really you. Lin Che nodded. Yeah, it's me. Good eye you kid. No wonder these 2 months after school called you to go play ball you do not go. Originally in the sneaky inner volume Li Hua gabbled a whole lot. Shouldn't I? You're faking the pain in your hand too, right? Li Hua's words changed. Hearing this, Lin Che's pupils contracted. Thinking back to when he first came to Blue Star, Lin Che was called by 3 other housemates to sing in the playground that night. But at the time, Lin Che didn't know a single song. So he lied that his hand hurt and he couldn't play the guitar and had to rest for a while. Then that break was over 2 months. The guitar hasn't been touched in 2.5 months either. Lin Che replied sheepishly. As in pain? Humph. I don't care. You have to go tonight, Li Hua said gamely. Lin Che didn't immediately nod his head in agreement, but instead looked blankly at Li Hua. Old Lin, please, just come with us. We're missing so many viewers without you. Li Hua's voice was slightly weepy. It's a lot less schoolmates, isn't it? Lin Che rolled his eyes. Hey, don't say it. I don't want to lose face, Li Hua explained in a panic. Alright, I'll go. Lin Che made a double entendre. However, try not to tell anyone about my identity right now. Lin Che spoke in a serious tone before explaining. I plan to make it public after I finish arranging the song. Lin Che wasn't trying to deliberately hide it. Mainly because the equipment isn't available right now. And there's not enough money. The single will definitely be on hold for a while. Unless looking for the family to receive a little help. But Lin Che does not want to do so. Our adults rely on their own hands to fight will be a little more fulfillment. Li Hua understood and nodded. Understood. Not just afraid of identity exposure netizen rush. I understand. The two made small talk for a while afterward. A message popped up in the dormitory group. Zhao Xinping, the playground equipment arrangement can't be worse. Li Hua, don't write letters to foreign friends. Come down. Li Hua, you're the one who wrote the letter. I'll bring you a surprise later. Chen Quanxi, what surprise? It can't be your viz list, can it? Li Hua, get lost. My Jiuli 3000 was deleted long ago. Ending the group chat. Li Hua threw a wink at Lin Che. Lin Che smiled bitterly and propped up his forehead, turned around and carried his guitar, accompanying Li Hua as he went forward to the playground. All the way. Li Hua inquired tentatively. Old Lin, do you want to try it tonight? It'll definitely blow up the whole place. Lin Che raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. What if my identity is exposed? You say you now learn it in the afternoon chant. I have the ability to listen to a few times to pick up the score. You can not Li Hua said in a good-natured manner. As the 10,000-year-old second in the composition department, Li Hua would be crushed by Lin Che in every aspect, and with Lin Che's ability, familiarizing himself with half a song in half an hour wasn't a problem. Only half a song, huh? Lin Che laughed. Nice. I can already imagine the screams at the venue. Li Hua exclaimed longingly. Didn't you only have Qin Lily in your heart? Lin Che added. Li Hua was momentarily speechless. Old Lin Yu. Hey me. In a trance. Li Hua thought. That's right. Lao Zhao and Lao Chen and you are still single, right? Have to think about you guys. Adhering to the principle of seeing through and not saying anything, Lin Che just smiled and didn't say anything. The center of the playground. Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanxi, a fat man and a thin man, debugged the equipment. 5 minutes later, the device was commissioned. The two sat on the grass and looked out over the track at the couples walking hand in hand and the students brushing the campus run. Marvel at the harmony of the campus atmosphere at night. Chen Xuanxi scrolled through the group chat and asked, Lao Zhao, what do you think little Li's surprise is? Zhao Xinpeng wiped the drops of sweat from his face. Who knows? Maybe Su and Qin, the two major school girls, have been invited again? Chen Xuanxi's eyes flashed as she said excitedly, then we have to perform well and leave a good impression on others. Come on you, skinny and dry. Fatten up first you. Zhao Xinping disliked back. Che, what do you know? My weak and vulnerable appearance like this is most likely to stir up her people's protective desires. Chen Xuanxi explained. Drink a little less of Li Hua's chicken soup you. Being poisoned like this, Zhao Xinping said with disgust. During casual conversation, Zhao Xinpeng's afterglow saw Lin Che, who was carrying a guitar. Picking at Chen Xuanxi, Zhao Xinpeng said. Here comes the surprise. Chen Xuanxi looked up and saw Li Hua and Lin Che striding towards the center of the playground. Holy, it's actually old Lin. Chen Xuanxi screamed. It's been a long time? Lin Che said jokingly. Good old Lin. Pigeonholing us for 2.5 months. Tonight we 303F4 are going to gallop across the playground. Chen Xuanxi spoke in a high-pitched tone. Whole lot then. Li Hua concurred. Lin Che took out his guitar and hung it in front of him, giving an okay sign to the three. The four started off by singing a rockin' track from Blue Star in unison to warm up the crowd. After the atmosphere had been enlivened, a group of spectators gathered one after another in the playground. Holy, the playground F4 is back. Li Hua and Lin Che are so handsome. It feels like they both exude charm everywhere. Ooh, cool night. Master Ching back. End of song. Li Hua took out his cell phone and switched the song accompaniment. The trio stepped back slightly, handing over the CC to Chen Xuanxi. Li Hua also looked at the chat box with Qin Lily in passing, and his mood couldn't help but be a little lost. Women's dormitory building, room 301. Qin Lily looked out the window, a little torn inside. Eyes back to the chat box with Li Hua. Li Hua, Lily, see you at the playground tonight? Qin Lily's fingertips slid across the keyboard, then censored the typed words. Go, Su Qingqing said at the sight. Go what? Qin Lily responded with averted eyes. A walk in the playground. Su Qingqing said. What else do you think it is? Su Qingqing gave him an intriguing expression. Qin Lily reddened her ears. Oh, Okay. The two of them packed up, pulled on their coats, and headed for the playground on light feet. Proximity to the playground. Qin Lily then heard Li Hua's slightly sad solo. Chapter 4 is absolutely impossible. Li Hua stood in the center of the playground enchanted. The song was sung with a slight sadness by Li Hua that infected the crowd in the room. Chen Xuanqi, who was standing at the back, disliked Lin Che's shoulder and inquired, "Old Lin, what's wrong with little Li Zi? Isn't this song a cheerful tone? Why did little Li Zi change it?" Love injury. Lin Che's words were concise. Little Li Zi's emotional intelligence is quite high. Chen Xuanqi rubbed his head in disbelief. Lin Che raised his eyes and looked away. What kind of comprehension are you? And just then, Li Hua sang a turn. The tune has become tender from its original sadness. Lin Che raised his eyes and saw two beautiful silhouettes at the entrance of the playground. One of them had slightly hurried steps. Lin Che raised his hand and pointed at Chen Xuanqi. It's that kind of love injury. Which one? Ah, schoolmarm Chin Chin Chin, Chen Xuanqi exclaimed. The audience in attendance was also drawn to the howl. The crowd looked over in the direction of Lin Che's finger. Holy, tonight Lin Che returns, and the two school beauties come to stroll around the playground again. Feast your eyes. Yes, fast, fast. You guys, is there a possibility? Schoolmarm Chin is here because of Li Hua? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Look at the corners of Li Hua's mouth. They're all turned up in the air. It's still impossible. Eyes on the two slowly approaching. Still singing, Li Hua struck a handsome pose. The audience was a bit speechless, but they had to hold their disbelief. Let's not talk about whether or not there's a Li Hua face. Even if it did, it wouldn't compare to the man who was on fire right now. Even Lin Che, who was standing on the side, had his sharpness weakened a bit. Sing to the climax. Qin Lily pulled Su Qingqing to the center of the playground. At this moment, Li Hua and Qin Lily were looking at each other. Only Qin Lily's lips quirked and her hands fiddled nervously with the corners of her coat. These two, there's definitely something going on. Everything is traceable. In the past 2 months, haven't you guys noticed that Li Hua sings in the playground more often? Not only that, but schoolgirl Qin's visits to the playground have become more frequent. And. Sometimes I even see Li Hua delivering letters to schoolmarm Qin. The song was gradually sung, and the murmurs of the people around them grew louder and louder. Qin Lily's small face was red at this time. Li Hua was no exception, and stood in place a bit at a loss for words. At the critical moment, Zhao Xinpeng pushed Li Hua and pushed him to Qin Lily. Immediately after that, he turned his head to look at Lin Che, intending to play along with him. It only suffered Su Qingqing, who became a light bulb all of a sudden. Lin Che would agree and started with an impromptu guitar solo. The audience's gazes were also placed from the Qin Li duo back to the center of the playground. It's still Lin Che who looks good. At least he won't trick us in Sha. Yeah. Unlike a certain classmate who loves to write letters and show me up. Li Hua goes to schoolgirl Qin, then Lin Che goes to me. Don't be a nymphomaniac. You can dream of anything. Talking and laughing. Zhao Xinping started the solo of the day. The song is taken from a ballad on the blue planet. Zhao Xinping's voice is accompanied by a light warmth, so that the students who are tired of the day, the soul has been greatly soothed. Even the students who were running in the schoolyard were a few steps lighter in their heavy pace. End of song. It's Lin Che's turn to sing solo. The crowd in the room let out a guttural scream. Lin Che, who had disappeared for 2.5 months, suddenly returned, resulting in a larger than usual crowd this evening. Li Hua leaned close to Qin Lily's ear and whispered, "This is the main event of the night." Feel the warmth coming from his ear. A slight blush inexplicably rose in Qin Lily's cheeks. Seeing this, Su Qingqing, who was on the side, shook her head and sighed lightly, silently moving to the left. Lin Che hugged his guitar and adjusted the height of the microphone. "I just learned this song, so I hope you'll forgive me if I don't sing it well," Lin Che said with a smile. After speaking, Lin Che plucked the strings of the zither. A classically rich intro plays. The intro is slightly melancholic and the tune instantly blends into the slightly chilly fall day. The crowd. Su Qingqing was stagnant. This melody. Su Qingqing's eyes flashed. His eyes were slightly excited as he looked towards Lin Che in the center of the playground. A lonely lamp stands at the window. I'll be behind the door pretending you're still here. It's lonely to revisit old haunts when the moon is full. The candlelight of midnight wakefulness can't bear to be harsh on me. Lin Che's voice echoed in the playground. The audience present, with the exception of Li Hua, without exception, had shock on their faces. Isn't this the clip that burst into flames this afternoon? Lin Che learned so fast, learning both tone and bite so fast, worthy of being recognized as a genius in the school. This learning progress is too fast, isn't it? Will there be a copyright dispute? Come on, this isn't a commercial. Have some common sense, okay? Lin Che closed his eyes and played carefully. This time the guitar is in tune. It makes for a more subtle listening experience. At this point, Su Qingqing moved her body, wanting to be as close to Lin Che as possible so that she could hear him more clearly. It's hard to get a pot of wanderlust down your throat. After you leave, the wine warms the memories and the thoughts are sad. How to steal time when water flows eastward. The blossoms ripened just once and I missed it. Hearing this, Su Qingqing could no longer hold back. Subconsciously, he raised his cell phone to record Lin Che singing. Unbeknownst to him, this action caused another hot debate among the people present. Holy? There's another situation. You can't. Can you? 2 dog treats in one night? It's not right, is it? It's logical that the two don't cross paths, right? It's over. The way you guys are looking at schoolgirl Su, my Dao heart is broken. Sensing some noise around them, Lin Che slowly opened his eyes. Eyes intertwined with Su Qingqing. Although Lin Che had doubts, they passed in an instant. Stopping his guitar playing, Lin Che opened his hands and drove the crowd to beat. The crowd, meaning two, applauded silently with outstretched hands. Lin Che smiled faintly at him, picked up his guitar once again, and played a solo. The tone of the voice is also slightly elevated. Who's playing a song on a lute about the east wind? The years are peeling off the walls and I see my childhood. I remember when we were both very young, and now the sound of the piano. You haven't heard of my waiting. Familiar melody, familiar vocals. The crowd's murmurings diminished a bit. The scene echoed with Lin Che's vocals, guitars, and the crowd's beats. Who's playing a song on a lute about the east wind? The maple leaves color the story ending I see it through. I'll lead you along the old road outside the fence. The year of the smoke and weeds. Even the breakup was silent. The first half of the song ends. Lin Che performs a guitar solo to close the show, heralding the end of a successful night of singing. Snap! There were loud cheers and applause. Thank you all for tuning in. This is kind of a perfect replica for me. Lin Che bowed slightly and thanked him. The time also came to 10:30. The crowd on the playground left the field in an orderly fashion. Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanqi both carried the sound back to the gym. Lin Che also gently put his guitar back into his backpack. After doing so, Lin Che raised his eyes, noticing that only himself and Su Qingqing were left in the center of the playground. The two men's eyes intertwined again. Chapter 5, You play the guitar well. Lin Che looked around, intending to look for Li Hua. This kid? Where did he run off to? Lin Che muttered in a low voice, carrying his guitar on his back. Lin Che stepped forward in disbelief. I didn't take 2 steps before I saw a pair of little white shoes on my heels. Lin Che looked up and saw Su Qingqing. Lin Che frowned slightly, sizing up the girl in front of him. Isn't this Qin Lily's best friend? Why don't we ask Li Hua where she went? But how to ask? So embarrassing, Lin Che said inwardly. The atmosphere was a little dull. Eventually, this classmate. Both sides spoke at the same time. Seeing this, Lin Che hastily extended his right hand, signaling that you go first. Su Qingqing understood. Classmate, you play the guitar well. Oh. Lin Che smiled sarcastically. Thank you. Lin Che also took this opportunity to inquire. Classmate, do you know that brother of mine? Where did he run off to? It's the one standing beside your bestie. Hearing this, Su Qingqing's expression was slightly helpless. He abducted my best friend. Ha, okay. Seeing the situation, Lin Che did not intend to stay too long. After nodding to Su Qingqing, Lin Che stepped away. Only one section of the co-ed dormitory building is down the road, so the two walked side by side. The stars twinkle in the night sky. The cold playground made the atmosphere too gradually become subtle. You're not coming to sing these 2 months? Su Qingqing once again broke the dull atmosphere. My hands hurt. I can't play the guitar. Lin Che replied mechanically. Oh, it couldn't be faking it, right? Su Qingqing muttered involuntarily. The corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly, pretending not to hear, only to quicken his pace, intending to make an early exit. Noticing that Lin Che wanted to escape, Su Qingqing pulled off another topic. You're so fast. Lin Che's footsteps lurched and he frowned slightly. What? Su Qingqing slightly organized her words. You learn songs so fast. Lin Che smiled and replied. Half a song? Just hum it. Ha ha, this proficiency, I thought it was original. This time, Su Qingqing half-joked. Lin Che smiled sarcastically. If I were original, I could wake up in the middle of the night laughing. Oh, this way the tone of Su Qingqing's voice became strange. Lin Che shook his body, feeling that there was something in this S-words, and slightly accelerated his pace. But somehow, Su Qingqing was just able to keep up. The two stayed eerily a body length apart. This caused Lin Che to say in his heart, this woman has turned on the anger buff? Seeing the fork in the road is just around the corner, Lin Che turned around and politely said bye-bye, then jogged up and sidestepped into the boys' dormitory. Su Qingqing stopped at the fork in the road and smacked her lips as she looked at Lin Che's distant back. Green? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind Su Qingqing. Turning around, he saw Li Hua holding Qin Lily's hand. The two men walked slowly towards themselves. Qin Lily lightly punched Li Hua's shoulder and hummed. Running to Su Qingqing with small broken steps, she skillfully took Su Qingqing's arm. Su Qingqing nodded Qin Lily's forehead and said, seeing color and forgetting friends. Li Hua walked up to the duo and coyly said to Qin Lily, well, I'll go back first. Cell phone chat tonight? Qin Lily squirmed for a moment, and softly answered good. Inside the dormitory, Lin Che rubbed his eyes. Having just talked to Su Qingqing, it felt like one more word would reveal the truth. This is not to be messed with. Lin Che muttered secretly. I blame Li Hua. How can you still leave someone in the clearing? Playground singing, with a clear division of labor among the four. Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanqi are in charge of sound. Li Hua is in charge of evacuating the crowd. Lin Che, on the other hand, was in charge of cleaning up the trash left at the scene. So every time, Lin Che and Li Hua were the last to leave. Only today, Li Hua went sweet with Qin Lily. Lin Che shook his head and didn't continue to think about it. Drip. The cell phone had an abrupt vixen ring at that moment. Flipping through his cell phone, Lin Che frowned slightly as he looked at the message sent by his guide. Instructor Zhang, Xiao Lin will come to the principal's office tomorrow. Lin Che was just about to reply when he heard the dormitory door squeak. Li Hua walked in with a smile on his face. Seeing Li Hua glowing, Lin Che beckoned to him, signaling to come over. Without much thought, Li Hua ruffled his hair, pulled out a chair, and sat down next to Lin Che. Quite happy, old man? Lin Che raised an eyebrow at it. I've made it, old Lin. I've made it, Li Hua said excitedly. As soon as they talked about this, Lin Che's face immediately darkened. It's good that you became one. It makes sense that you'd leave your brother out to dry. But you left behind a Su Qingqing. What's this about? Thinking of Su Qingqing's tentative question, Lin Che gritted his teeth and said, I know, old Lin. What's wrong with you? Although I'm a bit inhumane, I did clear the scene for you, and left you a schoolgirl. Li Hua explained proudly, as if he had been a qualified moonlight master. Hearing this, Lin Che breathed a little sharply. You didn't tell anyone else, did you? Lin Che's tone was serious. Hearing this, Li Hua put away his smile. No, guarantee? Absolutely not. That's strange. Lin Che rubbed his chin and thought, old Lin, what's wrong with you? Li Hua realized that something was wrong. Su Qingqing seems to know that I'm original. Lin Che said helplessly. Holy, she's a good judge of character then. Li Hua was a bit surprised. No, dude, is that the point? What? Doesn't count? Li Hua's tone became resigned. Have you ever said anything about me to Qin Lily? Lin Che inquired again. This time Li Hua did not answer immediately. Instead, give it some serious thought. Li Hua reviewed what had happened today. Hardly. Really, Li Hua said. Lin Che raised his hand to signal to continue. Li Hua scratched his head and said, just when you were about to sing at the end of the night, does it count if I leaned in close to Lily's ear and said, this is the main event of the night? Through. Lin Che exclaimed. No wonder she's so strange. Li Hua was still puzzled. Old Lin, you're too suspicious, aren't you? Lin Che explained. It's indeed because of this statement of yours. Li Hua's mouth twitched in disbelief. Lin Che looked at Li Hua and sighed. First of all, there is no rehearsal for nighttime singing. And then, at the time, you were the only one who knew I was original. Then, when I played it, you should have been the only one in the room who didn't look surprised. Finally, you stand by Qin Lily. Holy, old Lin, you can't blame me for this. Li Hua realized afterward. Is this person's mouth strict? Lin Che asked. I just got on. I didn't have time to ask, said Li Hua, scratching his head in embarrassment. Lin Che rolled his eyes at Li Hua and gave a middle finger. When it came down to it, Lin Che had no choice but to speed up the progress of recording the single. Lin Che didn't want to hide it. He only felt that there were countless pairs of eyes watching him. Chapter 6, I Still Like You When You're Untamed. The night was uneventful, and the next morning dawned. Lin Che came to the principal's office in a puzzled manner. Lin Che only replied okay to last night's message from his guide. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. Come in. Pushed the door open. Only the principal, the guidance counselor, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man sat in the office. The middle-aged man was wearing a straight suit. His hair was combed back and he looked so stylish. Seeing Lin Che enter, the middle-aged man got up and introduced himself. Hello, classmate. I'm the director of China's Best Song, Chen Tingjun. Lin Che's eyes lit up when he heard this. China's Best Songs is the hottest original music program of the moment. The recording equipment inside can be quite complete. If they participate, The song Eastbound and Down will be available as a single. Lin Che instantly straightened his back and adjusted his confused mental state. Chen Tingjun explains the rules of the program. This program, the main thing is to dig out talented vegetarians. The auditions are passed before the contestants are allowed to participate in the taping of the program. The top 5 art colleges in the country will have an audition-free spot. So, Chen Tingjun said this and turned his head to look at the principal on the side. Pang Jiayue nodded his head and looked at Lin Che and said, "Little Lin, you're the #1 professional, so I called you here to see if you're interested in participating?" Lin Che was delighted in his heart after hearing this. "I'm willing. Was thinking about funding the night before. Now you can say that it's really trying to doze off and deliver a pillow." Lin Che asked knowingly. "So, does the program have a recording studio?" When Chen Tingjun heard this, a trace of displeasure flashed through his heart. Wouldn't it be logical to indicate an intention to participate? How do you boys ask about the recording studio? But Chen Tingjun still patiently replied, "The C election through all will be there." When Lin Che heard this, he straightened up and said, "So, sign the contract now, or?" Chen Tingjun's face instantly darkened. "I thought, where is this brat from? So high and mighty? Signing without asking anything?" Chen Tingjun just forgot to mention one point. It's the exempt audition contestants who have to send song samples to the program for review within 3 days. If you don't pass the audit, you can't participate as usual. But this Lin Che kid doesn't follow the rules. Asked directly if there was a recording studio, followed by wanting to sign a contract. But before Chen Tingjun could seize, Lin Che pulled out his cell phone. Seeing this, Pang Jiayue just wanted to speak out to stop it, only to see Lin Che holding his cell phone. He came up to the director and said, "Director, take a look at this. Classmate, please look squarely at this talk." Chen Tingjun emphasized. Lin Che still held his cell phone. His tone sincere, "Director, I understand. Seeing this, Pang Jiayue rounded off. "Oh, Director Chen, just see what this kid is up to." Only then did Chen Tingjun stop and took the cell phone in a good-natured manner. What came into his eyes was Lin Che's live recording from yesterday. "What is it?" Chen Tingjun asked. "Director, you click." Lin Che replied. "This is a very serious conversation. Don't be playful." Chen Tingjun's eyes flashed with a hint of huff. "Director Chen, having received the phone, there's no harm in clicking it. I'm curious as to what's in this kid's phone." Pang Jiayue still eased the atmosphere. Seeing this, Chen Tingjun could not afford to have another attack, hesitated and clicked on the live recording screen. The song East Wind Break slowly surfaced. The people present revealed shocked expressions. This was written by you?" Chen Tingjun asked with wide eyes. Lin Che nodded and replied with a calm face. "Right." Chen Tingjun wiped the droplets of sweat that had broken out on his forehead, trying to calm himself. Chen Tingjun knew in his heart that this song was definitely golden. Whether it's a word or a song, if you add the arrangement, the song will become even more impeccable. The principal and the guide looked at each other, as if to say, "Sure enough, this brat wrote it." 2 minutes later, Chen Tingjun's mood gradually calmed down. "Student Lin, this song is very good, but it already has a certain amount of heat, and there will definitely be a lot of criticism after the show airs." Chen Tingjun couldn't pull a face and tried to pick at the thorns. After hearing this, Lin Che just smiled slightly. This situation was certainly something Lin Che had already thought of. This song East Wind Break, Lin Che only intended to release it as a single and didn't even want to use it for the competition. From the beginning to the end, Lin Che also only wanted to whore out the recording studio. Entering an original contest with Eastbound and Down? What's the difference between that and a descending blow? You might even be called shady by others. Lin Che gazed around the circle. Eyes fell on one of the pianos in the office. "Director, I have more than just this one song." Lin Che's tone was bland. "You have other songs?" Chen Tingjun was a bit surprised. Lin Che pointed at the piano and tentatively inquired. "Principal." Pang Yuejia nodded. "Be careful." Lin Che walked over to the piano and adjusted his stance. "Take a deep breath and sit down. Hands rest gently on the keys." Moment. A beautiful melody flows from smooth fingertips. The end of the sky is the sands of the wind. The story of the red dust is called attachment. Sealed knives are hidden in ordinary homes. The ancient temples of the idol clouds under the torii. Hearing the beautiful melody, the corners of Chen Tingjun's mouth twitched slightly. Thinking that he had kicked the iron plate, Lin Che only played the beginning of a section before stopping, because the copyright hasn't been registered yet. With Lin Che's 2 eye-popping maneuvers, Chen Tingjun no longer had any reason to refuse. "Classmate, this spot is yours." Lin Che smiled slightly and asked, "So, signing the contract now? Or, sign it, sign right away?" Chen Tingjun replied crisply, "As a director, you can't cut off a huge wave of traffic because of a brain fart, even if you lose face. The so-called contract is just a simple sign-up sheet. It's only labeled that contestants can't drop out without authorization or face high liquidated damages. After getting the contract, Lin Che tentatively inquired, "Director, can you show me the recording studio?" Chen Tingjun naturally knew that Lin Che desperately wanted to use the recording studio. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to get away from the recording studio 3 times. Nodding in agreement without saying a word. Along the way, Lin Che's heart was filled with anticipation. The first single to come to Blue Star is finally coming out. Arrive at the recording studio. Lin Che looked at the professional equipment and felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Chen Tingjun patted Lin Che's shoulder and said, "Shaolin, use it boldly. Do not understand the place to call and ask me? Music platform editor contact information Vixen sent you. When the time to report my name directly, go through internal channels." This 360-degree shift in the director's attitude made Lin Che a bit uncomfortable. "Director, I still like your untamed look," Lin Che said with a smile. "Oh, well, I'll leave you alone." After saying that, Chen Tingjun left the recording room with a bitter smile. Lin Che turned the computer on for future convenience. Register the rights to a few more songs. After getting this done, Lin Che recorded the dry sound first. It took over 2 hours immediately afterward to get the arrangements for the 2 songs right. After articulating each part of the track, the songs Eastbound and Down and Red Dust In are what complete it. Send Eastbound and Down to the music platform email address. The music platform was then dialed. Signing of e-share contracts. The song goes live on all platforms tonight at 0 p.m. Lin Che opened his cell phone and logged into Douyin. Recorded a preview video that puts a clip of last night's playground sing-along on the back end. After all this, it was after 6 p.m. The stomach had begun to rumble. Lin Che stretched and walked out of the recording studio. Took a cab and went back to the school to fix dinner. It was after 7 o'clock when we got back to school. Campus cafeteria personnel have also become sporadic. Lin Che ordered a chicken fillet rice as usual. Feel free to find a seat and then feast on the food. Big liar. Lin Che heard a familiar voice. When he looked up, he met Su Qingqing's odd eyes. Chapter 7, You're really fast. Lin Che was eating it. When he looked up, he saw Su Qingqing with a small mouth. Lin Che sized up the girl in front of him. Thin where it should be thin and fat where it should be fat is the ideal type for many guys. Only Lin Che's mouth was stuffed with rice. He just let out an anthracite and continued to look down at his food. Just one breakfast today, followed by intense work. Right now, Lin Che only felt like there was not a single drop of his energy left. See this? Su Qingqing pointed to the empty seat opposite Lin Che's table and carefully asked, "Me, can I sit here?" Hearing the voice, Lin Che raised his head once again. Lin Che nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, as his mouth was stuffed with rice. Just as Su Qingqing sat down, Lin Che also swallowed his last mouthful of rice. The two sat opposite each other, wide-eyed. Lin Che was a little embarrassed. One night you say it's not you. The next day you're recording songs. You are really fast. Su Qingqing said softly. What do you mean? Lin Che's head was filled with black lines. Su Qingqing thought for a long time and said, the pie was just drawn last night, and it's coming full circle today. It's not because I'm afraid of failing the netizens' expectations. Lin Che scratched his head in response. Eat and drink enough and stroll around together? Su Qingqing took the initiative to invite. That's not good, is it? Lin Che refused with his mouth, but his body was still honest and accompanied Su Qingqing as she strolled around the playground. There is no need to be a Sigma man when you have a beautiful person with you. On the playground, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Su Qingqing hummed the song East Wind Break. Looking at Lin Che to the side, he opened his mouth and praised. This song, it's strong. Thanks. 3 ancient and 3 new. Resembling ancient style but not ancient style. Su Qingqing muttered in a small voice. Lin Che was like a log, unable to interject. You're so powerful. Su Qingqing looked like she had an epiphany. This is a brand new song style. You're really good. Lin Che was somewhat at a loss for words as he was complimented. It's okay, stammered, stifling 4 words. It would be nice if it wasn't a lie. Su Qingqing's tone was slightly regretful. Lin Che had no choice but to speak out the considerations in his mind. Su Qingqing only nodded slightly after hearing this, only feeling that Lin Che was overthinking things. After a few words of conversation, the two of them added each other's weishin, and then they left on their own. Back to the dorms. Lin Che was then surrounded by Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanqi on the left and right. What are you two doing? Lin Che said as he swallowed his saliva. Good old Lin, disappearing from the nightclub for 2.5 months. So you were secretly writing songs in the dormitory. Old Lin, you're too curly. Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanqi whined. The fighting sound that Lin Che had posted in the afternoon was naturally swiped by the duo. Lin Che had to move to a well-intentioned lie. Hands hurt. Hands hurt. The hand pain is just a lie you've been rolling inward. the two replied in unison. Li Hua on the side couldn't hold it in any longer, and let out a giggle. Howling whistling horse? The two men once again spoke in unison and turned their heads to yell at Li Hua. For this talk about a schoolgirl, Li Hua, Zhao and Chen had a bit more jealousy in their hearts. Both of you don't take us to play. Your feelings have faded. Chen Xuanqi pretended to wipe her tears and said in a slightly sobbing voice, after all, we're the losers who majored in vocal music, and they're the dads who majored in composition. Zhao Xinping also added fuel to the fire. It's good to know. Cry quickly you too. I want to laugh when you cry. Li Hua's voice rang out. Li Hua was then greeted with the wrath of the two men. Don't come over here, you guys. Li Hua yelled as he looked at the two men walking head-on. I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong. Not there. Hiss ah. So itchy. Li Hua is being pressed against the ground by Zhao Xinping using the gravity advantage. Chen Quanxi then grabbed Li Hua's ankle and tickled his foot. Lin Che picked up his cell phone on the side and silently videoed. Drip. Lin Che's cell phone was recording a video when Vixen received a message from director Chen Tingjun. Chen Tingjun, Shaolin Ah. The audit of the small sample you sent in the afternoon has been passed. 3 days later the program will be officially recorded. The location will be in the Magic City television station. In 2 days I will send the contestant cards to you personally. Lin Che typed a reply. Thanks, Director Chen. Chen Tingjun, shall Lin do well and try to win a championship? I'm very optimistic about you. Lin Che smiled sarcastically. This old guy's attitude towards himself has undergone a 360-degree transformation since he heard East Wind break. Lin Che replied. I'll try my best, Director Chen. Ending the chat, Lin Che proceeded to record the jostling trio. 10 minutes later, Lin Che pulled a chair and sat down, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Zhao Xinping was also tired of playing and patted Li Hua's arse. Alright, that's it for today. Little Li Zi, go take a bath. It's our turn to exchange words with old Lin. Chen Xuanqi also patted Li Hua's arse and said in a light tone. Li Hua brushes himself off and rushes into the bathroom. Lin Che opened his eyes, felt bad, and hurriedly folded an armor for himself. Don't play. His hands are just right. He still has to go to the competition in the next 2 days. Race? The two seemed to possess a tacit understanding as they once again answered in unison. Lin Che told everything that happened today. Holy, old Lin, you're going to be a big star. Ha? Chen Xuanqi said excitedly. Future. Lin Che waved his hand in response. Don't forget the brothers when you're rich. The two men clasped their fists and spoke in unison once again. Then you guys still have to beat up Li Hua before you can do that. Lin Che said indifferently. The three of them had a conversation. Before long it was lights out time. Lin Che went to sleep full of expectations. And this side of the girls' dormitory. Su Qingqing looked at the Weixin chat box, typed and deleted and typed again. Very tangled. Chapter 8 Piano Music of the Night 5. Su Qingqing was half lying on the bed, looking at the screen of her cell phone, wondering if she should tell Lin Che. Switching the software, he opened Douyin and watched the video that Lin Che had posted in the afternoon. Most netizens are not interested in the Lin Che single. Instead, he was interested in Lin Che's face. So, underneath the preview video, there was almost all appreciation for Lin Che's face value. Little brother is so handsome. He sure sings well. Magic City Art Academy? Me too. Ah no, you're Lin Che? I can't catch the point of such a high-quality video so far. So I watched it over and over again and now my head is filled with Achel's face. Su Qingqing scrolled through the comments section, and the song East Wind Break played in her headphones once again. Never mind. He'll know tomorrow. When the song ended, Su Qingqing didn't think much about it and settled down to sleep. The next day, Lin Che got up early. Today Lin Che has an interview. Early on, when he didn't have enough money to record the songs, Lin Che established a goal to make money. Only thing I didn't expect was to be seen by the show first. This is different from the previous timeline. However, Lin Che didn't care too much. He had traveled through the world, so he could just look at it as a new world. Lin Che flipped open his cell phone. Look at the job app. The offer from the boss. Urgently need a piano instructor. Level professional grade or above. Any age. Location Magic City Tangcheng Ipin. This job posting was rushed. Still, Lin Che captured a familiar spot. Only the standard was lowered from recital grade to professional grade. I guess this kid is still a piano nerd. It was only after Lin Che became a university teacher in his previous life that he developed a part-time job. Back then, a plain level certificate in hand was still a hot commodity in recruiting software. Only now, having come to Blue Star, Lin Che also only had 2 professional level certificates, which he had still taken last semester, but it also meets the release criteria. So Lin Che took a chance and communicated with HR. After all, it was the old boss in his previous life. Lin Che still chatted a lot, and the time was quickly set at noon today. It's the weekend. The other 3 righteous sons were still huffing and puffing. Lin Che carefully got out of bed and washed up, afraid of disturbing the 3 good daughters. It takes at least 2.5 hours to make the 3 transfers from the school. After breakfast, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin Che first took the subway, secondly transferred to public transportation, and finally the cab went straight there. Look at the familiar villa mounted across. Lin Che still couldn't help but marvel at the life of the rich in his heart. Approaching the door, the security guard stopped him with one hand. Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you do? The familiar trifecta of questions. Lin Che skillfully pulled out his cell phone and let it view the invitation. Good luck with your job search. The security guard saluted him and watched Lin Che enter. Come to the center single-family home area. After the butler verified his identity, Lin Che smoothly entered the waiting area. Unlike the previous life, in addition to Lin Che, there were 7 other job seekers. Bro, you here for the interview too? Lin Che had wanted to be a salted fish, but he didn't expect anyone to come and climb up. Right, Lin Che replied without any good humor. It's the same as master? What do you do for a living? Brother, my name is Xiao Ming. I just stepped into the professional level. Xiao Ming was somewhat self-conscious as he climbed into conversation with Lin Che. Almost. Lin Che responded modestly. Dude, passing through the lobby you should have seen the piano in the showroom? That piano is worth $3 million. Xiao Ming began to show his insight. Oh, so expensive? Lin Che wanted to answer calmly, but could not resist Xiao Ming's enthusiasm. For this piano, Lin Che had hands on it no less than 100 times in the previous world, and although it was not his own in the end, he had once played it himself, and of course his heart was like water inside. And the real place of instruction is on the 3rd floor. The 1st floor of this table is also just used to test the level. That's right, I feel like my hands don't deserve to play such an expensive zither. Xiao Ming had a lost face. Brother Xiao, don't think like that. There's nothing to lose by trying. What if? Lin Che encouraged. I see my grandfather's shadow from your tone. Xiao Ming was astonished. Ha? Lin Che was confused. Why are you adding to your seniority? My grandfather also told me to come out for a trial, but I know that my strength is still a bit lacking right now. Xiao Ming lowered his stance. Lin Che always felt that this guy was too humble. There's definitely a bomb in there. Then after Xiao Ming saw that Lin Che didn't say much back, he said to another interviewer, Brother, are you here for the interview as well? Without waiting for a reply, the 8 were invited to the showroom to take turns playing. The 6 players play one by one. All are first-time professional level thresholds. Xiao Ming's demeanor at this time also changed from confused to confident. Walking to the piano with his head held high, his hands moved slightly, and a melodious melody came out. A beautiful melody came from the piano. The butler and the hostess looked at each other and nodded frequently. Lin Che sighed in his heart. What about you pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Xiao Ming's level has already touched the general playing level. It can be a downward spiral for other players. The song ended and the hostess applauded. The other 6 job seekers got up with their heads hanging down, intending to leave. Some of them were cursing under their breath. This one can really act. It's all professional grade. Why the hell is that? I thought he was pro level like us. Wrong payment. Lin Che looked at Xiao Ming who was walking head on and spoke. Brother, you're pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Ha? My grandpa said that if I put this level outside, it's garbage. Xiao Ming said in an aggrieved manner. Lin Che was instantly somewhat speechless. Your grandpa's a master? What's with the pretense? But looking at Xiao Ming's demeanor, it didn't seem like a lie? For a while Lin Che couldn't guess. After a little preparation, Lin Che pushed his chest up and also walked to the piano with a confident-like stance. Sit down gracefully, eyes slightly closed, hands on the keys. A sad and soothing melody flowed out from Lin Che's fingertips. Lin Che chose piano music of the Night 5 from his previous life. This is a piano piece that was on fire for a while in a previous life. A lot of people recognize this tune because of the line, every year when the peach blossoms bloom, I think of someone. A sad melody haunts the villa hall. Lin Che puts emotion into the keys. The melodious and slightly sad melody sounded softly in the ears of the crowd. It touched the soft hearts of those present. In the waiting area, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed at this moment, inwardly extremely shocked. Holy, good bull. Looks like grandpa was right. I am indeed a loser. Xiao Ming inwardly remembered his grandfather's lesson once again. Mistress's eyes were glistening with the slightest of tears at this point, as if recalling memories of the past. End of song. The entire showroom was eerily quiet. Lin Che rose and bowed slightly, signaling the successful completion of the flick. Returning to the waiting area, he only saw the smile on Xiao Ming's face disappear. Chapter 9, You play the piano well. Xiao Ming had a despondent look on his face, and it was as if his appearance was shrouded in gloom. 80% of the little minds are traumatized. Lin Che quietly looked at him and did not say much. After all, in his previous life, Lin Che had been a recital grade great achievement, an existence that had almost touched the level of a grandmaster. However, Lin Che's true power did not lie solely in the high level. Rather, it's about being a professor who can teach to the right audience. This is far better than those who just show off but don't know how to teach. Brother, can you add a Weibo? Xiaoming gently wiped the corners of his eyes, sniffled, and said softly. Lin Che was slightly stunned, then responded, May. Looking at Xiaoming, Lin Che muttered in his heart, did I make you cry? Shouldn't I? Is his grandfather really that strong? After the two of them exchanged contact information, Xiaoming left with the other 6 job seekers with extreme good sense. The hostess stood aside, tears in the corners of her eyes, her gaze falling firmly on Lin Che in the waiting room. The housekeeper instantly understood and stepped forward to ask for instructions. Mr. Lin, congratulations on your success in applying for the job. The work arrangement will be once a week for 3 hours at a time, with a daily wage of $1,000 each time. Afterwards, the butler took out the contract that had been prepared beforehand and placed it in front of Lin Che. Lin Che carefully reviewed the contract and confirmed that there were no problems, and then decisively put down his pen to sign. Making $1,000 in 3 hours may be slightly less than in previous lives, but for a college student, it's a lot of money. The butler brought the contract to his mistress and said something beside her ear. The hostess then took out her cell phone and called her own daughter down. Mr. Shaolin, my daughter has been clamoring for piano lessons for the past 2 days for some reason, so I'm counting on you for the next one. Shen Manfang pushed her own daughter's shoulder and said to Lin Che. Okay. Lin Che sounded a little surprised. Looking at Su Qingqing in front of him, Lin Che was a little surprised. How is she? How can it be her? Is the world that small? The butler and the hostess leave the showroom. Only Su Qingqing and Lin Che were left behind, looking at each other. Hi, what a coincidence. Lin Che was the first to break the silence. Su Qingqing seemed to have known. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but it's okay. I'm making money. I'm not shabby. What do you want to study? Classical or? Lin Che scratched his head and asked. Classical it is. Su Qingqing responded. Okay. Lin Che didn't say much, found the classical music scores on the Blue Star that were suitable for novice white people, and began to teach. 2.5 hours later, Su Qingqing looked at Lin Che, her eyes full of appreciation, and said with a smile, Classmate, you play the piano well. Su Qingqing could feel that Lin Che was very full, both in terms of his skillful fingering and his grasp of the music's emotions. Don't boast. You'll be proud. After 2 days of getting along, Lin Che was no longer stumbling over his tone like earlier, not to mention that he was still the other party's teacher. End of lectures. The moment he walked out from the villa, Lin Che took a deep breath, only to feel incomparably relaxed. This $1,000 was really comfortable to earn, but Su Qingqing's bragging stance was really a bit too much. Even if Lin Che played a wrong note, Su Qingqing would immediately deliver a sentence. Classmate, you play the piano well. This made Lin Che really helpless. In his mind, he muttered, am I supposed to be happy about this? Or am I supposed to be happy about this? Lin Che thought as he opened the taxi software and carefully picked the right price. However, when he saw those prices, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. So expensive. It actually costs $50 to get to the bus stop from this side, which is more than double what it was on the way in. The evening peak is really like this. Lin Che shook his head helplessly, hesitating in his heart. Gritting my teeth, I finally clicked to place my order. In between waiting for the bus, Lin Che took out his cell phone to check up on the song data. Song name, East Windbreak. Download, 100,000. Collection, 80,000. Ranking, 90th on the soaring list. This data isn't too good. Lin Che frowned, analyzing it in his heart. Low, very low, very low. Maybe it's because I'm a newcomer? Lin Che secretly pondered. It should get better when the competition heats up. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Brother Lin. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted Lin Che's thoughts. Lin Che looked back, only to see Xiaoming get off a Maibach crane and trot over in Lin Che's direction. Brother Xiao? Lin Che was a bit surprised. You haven't left yet? Me? I live in this neighborhood and just wanted to go to my grandfather's place to practice the piano. Xiaoming answered truthfully. Good guy. Lin Che said in his heart. This kid who looks a bit stupid is quite powerful. Brother Lin, how does it feel? Xiaoming scratched his head and seemed to be at a loss as to how best to inquire. Me? It feels okay. Lin Che responded with a smile. That's good. Xiaoming nodded his head, then said with some embarrassment. I won't hide it from you. Brother, you're really my idol now. In the hall, the song that Lin Che played, Xiaoming went home with curiosity and looked it up. Found out the song library wasn't there at all. At that time, Xiaoming thought, This dude. Nyo Boi. Lin Che's level Xiaoming was obvious to all. It's not that bad, is it? Lin Che was a bit surprised. As for that, I even want you to teach me. Xiaoming blinked and said briskly, teach you? Lin Che's tone was filled with surprise before he shook his head and replied, your level is already very high in fact. Just incorporate more emotions. Ringo, you're saying exactly the same thing as my grandfather. Xiaoming's tone was very excited. Lin Che thought in his heart, no way? Dude, giving me super plus generation again? Ahem. That's an understatement. No, please do teach me, please. Xiaoming bowed slightly and said in a sincere tone, Lin Che was momentarily speechless. This was so sudden that Lin Che didn't know how to answer. Seeing Lin Che's delayed reply, Xiaoming directly opened the price. 3,000 at a time. 3,000? Lin Che's eyes widened incredulously. Hearing Lin Che's tone, Xiaoming thought that Lin Che did not agree and proceeded to raise the price. 5,000. For a moment, Lin Che was in a trance. Okay, right. Ding. Brother, the money was sent. For 6 months. Once a week. Starting today? Xiaoming said as he pulled Lin Che into the Maybach. Inside the car, Lin Che stared at the amount of $240,000 in WeChat, and in his heart, he called out good guy. This guy can't count? Or is it a deliberate overpayment? Chapter 10, Stand Back. I'm going to start playing hard to get. Lin Che got into a Maybach in a daze. Inside the car, after Lin Che cancelled the reservation of the vehicle, he looked at the transfer record of $240,000, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Brother Xiao, isn't it giving too much? Lin Che kindly reminded. $240,000. This was simply a huge amount of money for Lin Che. By definition, one is not worth the price. Xiaoming, however, waved his hand uncaringly and said, not much, it's less than a third of my monthly pocket money. Lin Che was instantly speechless. Brother Lin, just keep it, Xiaoming said as he waved his hand again. Seeing this, Lin Che also stopped saying anything. Gaze out the window. In the evening, the surrounding streetscape recedes one by one. Soon the car arrived at the so-called Jin Hall. Lin Che got down from the car, looked at the remote alley in front of him, and inwardly said, not good. It's not possible that we've gotten on a pirate ship, right? However, after settling his mind and thinking about Xiaoming sending out 240,000 in one breath, he didn't look like a master who lacked money. Lin Che followed Xiaoming and stepped into the small courtyard. Stepping into the small courtyard, Lin Che realized that the interior was something else. From the outside, this Jin Hall is very simple. Dilapidated walls, old windows and doors, unimpressive signage. However, when stepping into it, it was like entering a whole new world. The interior showroom is elegantly and exquisitely decorated, with soft lighting sprinkled on an elegant piano like a bright starlight. The floor is covered with a soft carpet that is silent when stepped on, giving a peaceful and cozy feeling. The humble exterior contrasts sharply with the elegant interior. Brother Xiao is here. A girl of about 17 years old inside the house trotted over. I'll come and practice the piano, Xiaoming said with a slight nod. Grandpa's on the second floor. The girl reminded. I know. Get busy. After Xiaoming finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Lin Che. Brother Lin, wait for a while, I'll go and report to Grandpa. Lin Che nodded slightly, and under Xiaoming's guidance, sat down in an empty seat. Lin Che quietly observed his surroundings and secretly marveled in his heart. Every piano here is like a work of art, exuding nobility. Lin Che couldn't help but imagine himself playing the piano in such an environment. It must be a very wonderful experience. 5 minutes later, Xiaoming walked down with a heavy face, followed by 2 middle-aged men and women. The middle-aged woman's face was filled with worry, and her eyes showed her concern for Xiaoming. She spoke softly. Ming, will you listen to Grandpa one more time? Mom, I've grown up and have my own ideas. Xiaoming's tone was unpleasant. Xiaoming's brows furrowed slightly as his eyes revealed stubbornness. Lin Che, who was sitting on the side, also sensed the tension in the atmosphere. Xiaoming took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. Turning his head towards Lin Che, he took a deep breath and said, Brother Lin, let's start practicing the piano. Lin Che was just about to nod his head when he heard an angry shout from upstairs. Xiaoming, you come up here. Xiaoming's face changed and he helplessly glanced at Lin Che before turning around and walking towards the second floor. A trace of uneasiness surged in Lin Che's heart. Second floor. Old man Xiao sat in the main seat with a face full of anger. Around them stood many of his favorite students. Old man Xiao frowned as if he was thinking about something. His white hair shimmered silver in the light, and the years had left deep marks on his face, but his eyes were still sharp. Xiaoming walked over stiffly. The footsteps were a little heavy. and each step felt like it was under tremendous pressure. Xiao Ming knew his grandfather's temper, and once he started his fire, it was hard to quell it. "You've got hardened wings, haven't you?" Old man Xiao snapped. "Grandpa, I just want to improve myself," Xiao Ming responded. "It's good that you have this idea, but why are you looking for a teacher?" Old man Xiao's tone was unpleasant. He believes that Xiao Ming should learn the piano under his own tutelage instead of getting an outsider to be his teacher. "Grandpa, he's different." He didn't wait for Xiao Ming to finish his words. "Young people below, come up together," Old man Xiao interjected. Unlike the reprimand to Xiao Ming, Old man Xiao's tone was much softer. Lin Che, who was downstairs, had a footstep. Just now Lin Che felt that he shouldn't pry too much into other people's family affairs and got up with the intention of leaving. "I didn't expect it to be noticed by Old man Xiao on the second floor." Come to the second floor. Lin Che realized that the pianos here were even more top-notch than the ones downstairs, and each one was worth a lot of money. Lin Che couldn't help but sigh. This old man Xiao has strength. Old man Xiao looked at Lin Che's appearance in his early 20s and didn't believe for a second that this was a teacher, but instead looked like a model. "Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but you're just too young. It's hard for me to believe that you're a teacher." Old man Xiao spoke the bitterness in his heart. "Understood." Lin Che nodded his head. Lin Che knew that his age did tend to make people suspicious, but Lin Che also had his own strength and confidence. Having relived 2 lives, his own age wasn't much younger than Elder Zhao's. The general situation. Lin Che also figured out that it wasn't just that he didn't believe he had the ability to teach. "It's good that you understand." Only then did Old man Xiao calm down. Then, without waiting for the words to finish, Lin Che spoke. "Then how do I prove that I'm qualified?" This $240,000. Lin Che did want to take it because what was given was just too much. Without waiting for Old man Xiao to speak, one of the students said unhappily, "You don't have to prove it." "You can't." Lin Che was unsure. Not even giving a chance to prove it? However, Lin Che still tried his best to remain calm. "I don't know why you said that, but I know that you shouldn't have any strength because those who have strength will think about proving themselves, and those who don't have strength will just belittle others and elevate themselves." That student's face turned blue. Being right by Lin Che, he was indeed the weakest in the entire Zither Pavilion. What Lin Che said caused the people present to laugh. Seeing that he couldn't keep his face up, that student cursed. "You just aren't qualified. If you don't believe me, meet the battle." Chen Xian can't stand this anger. He can't compare with others in the Qin Museum, but still can't compare with you, a nameless person? Only Chen Xian walked to a piano, took a deep breath, and slowly sat down. A wave of anger and determination was revealed in his eyes. He wanted to use his strength to prove Lin Che wrong. Chen Xian's fingertips flew, playing a difficult song with a grudge. The notes jumped through the air as if to voice his displeasure. Xiao Ming, who was on the side, bristled and muttered in a low voice. "That's it? A Lin like you can fight 10. Old man Xiao also heard Xiao Ming's muttering and raised his eyes to look at Lin Che, only to see a faint dislike in his eyes. End of song. Chen Xian got up, wiped the drops of sweat from his face, and said disdainfully, "Know the difference? I'm still considered the worst level here." Poor indeed. Lin Che's tone was flat, as if he was evaluating an insignificant matter. "You," Chen Xian wanted to retort, but had no way to do so. "Make way and step back. I'm going to start pretending," Lin Che said indifferently. Chapter 11, The Flight of the Wild Bees. The second floor of the piano hall. The tension was like a thick layer of gloom. Somberly loomed over every one of them. Lin Che stood quietly in front of a piano. The eyes revealed an elusive confidence and calmness. It's as if everything is under control. Lin Che's stance was upright and he exuded a unique aura that was impossible to ignore. The gazes of the crowd fell on Lin Che. However, the crowd did not hold much hope for this young man in their hearts. In their opinion, although Chen Xian's level in the Zither Pavilion was not considered outstanding, outside that was also a professional level. And this young man in front of him, so young and tender, it was really hard to believe that he could possess the strength to surpass Chen Xian. They all held a joke-watching mentality in their hearts, quietly waiting for Lin Che to make a fool of himself, as if expecting a farce. However, Lin Che did not care about the gazes of the crowd. Lin Che slowly took a deep breath, his movements calm and dignified. Then, Lin Che gently sat down in front of the piano, his fingers slowly falling on the keys. Instantly, a rush of storm-like notes leapt out like lightning. The strong rhythm makes the heart beat involuntarily and rapidly. Lin Che chose the song Wild Bee Dance, which is full of passion and vigor. That flying speed was as if countless wild bees were madly flying and buzzing. The whole space was occupied by this intense rhythm. At first, the crowd remained unimpressed. They muttered in their minds that this was nothing more than an opening buzz, and that they might reveal themselves later. Chen Xian, in particular, still said the word general. But, as the music soars, the expressions on the faces of the crowd began to change radically. The sound of the piano is like an arrow, swift and powerful. Each note was like a discharged bullet, traveling through the air with a powerful impact. Lin Che's hands danced on the keys like phantoms, so fast that one could barely see them. The speed, as if it were a fierce battle, was a sight to behold. The music grew more and more intense, like a raging storm sweeping in. The strong rhythms make it seem like you are in the world of wild bees. The sound of that zither seemed to have substance, as if countless wild bees were surrounding the crowd. The buzzing sound seemed to echo continuously in his ears. The faces of the crowd gradually became grave. Surprise and disbelief began to show in their eyes. Old man Zhao's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly, his face full of shock. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him could play the zither so wonderfully. He had always thought that the teacher Xiao Ming had found was just a vain person. I didn't realize it was a true master musician. His eyes were filled with astonishment and admiration. What had been a tightly knit brow was now raised high, as if cheering the stunning music. He felt as if he had been transported to a whole new world of music. In a world where music is so powerful, it's overwhelming. He secretly sighed in his heart. This young man's strength was already far from being limited to the playing level. This clearly had the mind and realm of a master. Those favored disciples were even more dumbfounded. They looked at each other with shame. Chen Xin, in particular, was inwardly shocked. 1. General Balls, my Toms, kicked the bucket. Mud really loaded him up. Chen Xin's previous taunt was like a boomerang at the moment, smashing hard against his own brow. Chen Xin lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Che. At this moment, Chen Xin realized his arrogance and ignorance. One is so small and insignificant in the face of true musical talent. It was as if he saw that huge gap between himself and Lin Che. It's like a chasm that can't be crossed. Xiao Ming's face revealed a look of smugness to the extreme. He had long known how powerful Lin Che was. Xiao Ming could feel it during the interview alone. Seeing the expressions on the faces of his grandfather and those students, Xiao Ming tried his best to control his facial expression to prevent himself from laughing. The music fades out. The entire second floor fell into a dead silence. The shocking sound of the zither seemed to be still echoing in the air, making it unforgettable for a long time. Lin Che slowly stood up, his expression still bland. It was as if the wonderful playing he had just done was a trivial matter to him. Still, Lin Che's customary slight bow signaled the end of the flick. Old man Xiao was the first to break the silence and said with a face full of shame, "Young man, I was the one who had eyes to see before. I apologize to you for my behavior." Chen Xin also turned red and said in a low voice, "I apologize to you as well. I admit that I spoke loudly just now. It's fine. I just made a slight move to prove it," Lin Che said indifferently, without a trace of pride or complacency in his tone, as if it was all taken for granted. "You questioned it. I proved it. That's normal logic." Old man Xiao then asked, "Young man, I wonder who your master is." The crowd had their ears perked up at the moment, anticipating Lin Che's reply. The hearts of the crowd were filled with curiosity. Just which master was able to cultivate such an outstanding young man? Lin Che shook his head slightly and said indifferently, "I don't have a specific teacher. If I had to say, it would be my mother." Hearing this answer, the crowd was shocked. I didn't realize that Lin Che's teacher was his mother. The crowd was filled with doubt. How could an ordinary person produce such a great musical talent? Old man Xiao asked again, "So, your mother wrote this song?" Lin Che shook his head and said cheekily, "I wrote this myself." It's okay to say that something that doesn't exist in this world is your own when you move it from something in your head, right? This time, the crowd was completely shocked. It was as if I had heard an incredible myth. The crowd was expecting Lin Che to name a famous musician as his mentor, but they didn't expect Lin Che's answer to be so unexpected. This strong sense of contrast was too much for them to accept for a moment. In this silent second floor, the hearts of the crowd were filled with shock and admiration. The crowd began to re-examine this young man, their hearts filled with curiosity and anticipation. Now I'm qualified to be a teacher, right? Lin Che was still more concerned about this. Lin Che didn't have too many waves in his heart, only a desire for this $240,000. After all, Xiao Ming this person can deal with. Rich he is really turn ah. There is. That's too much. Old man Zhao's tone was filled with affirmation and appreciation. He knew that the young man in front of him had extraordinary talent and potential, and he could definitely become Xiao Ming's mentor and friend. Woohoo! Ringo! Start practicing! Xiao Ming was all excited. Chapter 12, A walk apart is like a mountain apart. Time passes quietly. 3 days pass like a white horse. During the 3 short days, Lin Che gave his best to develop a practice plan for Xiao Ming. Lin Che knew that Xiao Ming had to find his own unique style if he wanted to move up to the next level. Lin Che carefully observed every detail of Xiao Ming. from the use of Xu Ming's fingerings to the understanding of different repertoire, and then the level of mastery of music theory. Not a single factor that could affect Xiao's development was spared. After much deliberation, Lin Che made a detailed plan for Xiao Ming to practice the piano. This program covers a wide range of fingering exercises, repertoire performance, and music theory studies. After all, the remuneration given by the other Xiao Ming was very generous. Lin Che also intended to teach more. Today, the competition of the Good Song of China is about to kick off. Lin Che packed up early and prepared to head to the TV station. On the way to the TV station, he met Su Qingqing again. Cheer up. Su Qingqing's words were concise. Lin Che also only lightly nodded his head, and the two of them left separately. Lin Che boarded the show's bus. Go to the competition site of the Good Song of China. By this time, a large number of players had already gathered at the back of the stage. These players come from all over the country. The crowds are the best of the best who have come out of a fierce audition. A total of 32 contestants passed the audition. Each will sing in turn on this stage. Backstage, the contestants were nervously preparing. Some of the contestants were practicing their singing repertoire over and over again, trying to get every note perfect. Some players are trying to adjust their mindset, trying to keep myself calm and confident in the game. Others were talking to each other, sharing their experiences and tips. I heard that the contestants in this competition are all original. A fresh-faced player said softly. Yeah, it's all original. I wonder who will end up winning. Another taller player responded. Just then, a female player suddenly let out a gasp. Look guys, that player is so handsome. The gazes of the crowd were directed towards Lin Che. Lin Che arrived late, but with his outstanding appearance, he immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Feeling everyone's stares, Paul frowned slightly. This isn't an original contest? What's the point of focusing on my face value? Lin Che said inwardly. Lin Che had never liked being given this kind of attention. However, it was too handsome for Lin Che to do anything about it. What's the use of being handsome? Maybe it's hard to sing? A male contestant with an arrogant face said disdainfully. That's just it. Maybe it's a vase. Come to the wrong track, right? Idol practitioner next door suits you. Lin Che heard their arguments and didn't pay any attention to them. Verbal arguments are pointless. However, Lin Che still memorized the faces of the three players. He wanted to see what strength these people had to clamor for. At this point, the atmosphere at the game was getting more and more heated. The live feed opens with it. Because it was the first original program in China, the pre-publicity was very good. Netizens flocked to the live stream. Can't wait to watch this wonderful musical feast. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were talking. Original program? It seems like China has never had one. Come and watch. Don't fail. I hope it's not a capital cupping. Lin Che didn't realize that this was a live broadcast and was still looking at the shouting trio with contemptuous eyes. The camera goes to Lin Che. Upon seeing Lin Che's heaven-defying face value, a gasp of surprise instantly resounded through the broadcast room. Wow, this player is so handsome. I wonder how he sings. Good-looking people usually don't have much strength. Spaced out. I'll wish him success. Just as the crowd was talking, host Lu Ling walked onto the stage with elegant steps. She was elegantly dressed in a gorgeous gown. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the competition of China's best song. Today, we are here to witness a musical feast, a clash of talents. Lu Ling skillfully read out the opening lines. The mentors were then introduced. Here, there are 4 heavyweight mentors who will use their professional eyes to select the most promising new music stars for us. Lu Ling's voice is passionate and infectious. With Lu Ling's introduction, the 4 mentors took their seats in turn. First is Yu Jianzhou, a famous pianist in China. Yu Jianzhou's appearance immediately drew a round of applause from the audience. Yu Jianzhou was dressed in a black suit and had a calm demeanor. He nodded slightly to the audience. Then came Qin Wei, China's top diva. When she appeared, the atmosphere of the scene instantly reached a climax. Qin Wei was beautifully dressed in a long white dress. She waved to the audience and showed her accessibility. Lu Huan, the singing demon. His arrival made the contestants in the scene feel great pressure. Lu Huan was wearing casual clothes, with sharp eyes and a powerful aura, which made people dare not underestimate. Last but not least is Zhou Huajun, one of the first Chinese singer-songwriters. His presence excited the music lovers at the venue. Dressed in denim, Zhou Huajun looked casual and his face was full of passion for music. Once the 4 mentors were seated, the atmosphere became more tense. Everyone was looking forward to the start of the game, looking forward to a great performance from the players. Lu Ling continued. In the next competition, 32 contestants will go on stage to sing in turn. They will conquer the mentors and the audience with their songs and choose the relative mentor battle team. Let's all look forward to their great performance. After the introduction of the rules of the program, the contestants took the stage in an orderly manner. Players sing one by one. Some of the songs are mellifluous, like a breeze that gently brushes people's hearts. Some of the songs are rousing, like raging waves that hit the eardrums. It was the turn of the man who had just called out. Lin Che watched him introduce himself in the background. Hello everyone, my name is Li Rincho, and the original track I'm bringing is Beauty Wound. When he finished, he picked up his guitar and started playing 4-5-3-6-2-5-1 chords. I'm winning in the jungle. Drink a jug of cloudy wine. End of song. Tasteless. This is a national style song that appeared some time ago after Lin Che's East Windbreak caught fire and then followed the trend. Still, it was welcomed with appreciation by the followers. Quickly, ancient songs are just great. Dashing. There's nothing like life in the jungle, is there? Only to see Li Rincho bow slightly and return backstage. Looking at Lin Che with a scornful look, Lin Che was left a little speechless by the whole thing and was ready backstage. Take a deep breath and calm your mood down. Slowly walk up to the stage. The light shone on Lin Che, making him look even more handsome. Lin Che picked up the microphone and said softly, "Hello everyone. The song I'm going to sing today is Red Dust Inn." Chapter 13, The Red Dust Inn. On the stage of The Greatest Hits of China, Lin Che picked up the microphone. "Hello everyone. This is Lin Che. The song I'm going to sing today is Red Dust Inn." The Red Dust Inn. A carefully prepared work by Lin Che. The song is a fusion of ancient style and pop, with a beautiful melody and poetic lyrics. With this song, Lin Che hopes to start his own rise to the top. On the stage, the lights dimmed, the lilting music played. Lin Che stood at the center of the stage, holding a microphone. The prelude sounded, and the beautiful melody was like a gurgling water, slowly flowing into the hearts of the audience. However, at the back of the stage, Li Rincho revealed a look of disdain. I thought to myself, it's another ancient style song. 80% want to rub it in the same way as me. Spliced, what can be new? The intro plays and the crisp piano haunts the scene. Immediately afterward, the song blends into a silky koto, adds a touch of melancholy to the whole melody. Lin Che closed his eyes slightly, as if immersing himself in that poetic red dust in. The end of the sky is the sands of the wind. The story of the red dust is called attachment. Sealed knives are hidden in ordinary homes. The ancient temples of the idol clouds under the torii. Lin Che's singing voice was like a breeze that gently brushed the audience's ears. There was a faint sadness in the voice that made it hard not to be moved. The fast horses are fighting in the jungle. It's just that I can't let go of fame and fortune. A man with a mountain in his heart can't be happy. All I ask is that I share your gorgeous hair. The somewhat sad tune gradually quieted the crowd's restless hearts. Lin Che opened his eyes at this moment, and a deep sadness flowed from his eyes. The sad chanting made the crowd feel as if they were seeing a woman in tears alone in the red dust. Who laughs when the sword is sheathed? All I want is to hold you in my arms today. The wind is like a sword at the red dust inn. Suddenly the rain falls on the fatal knock. The chorus came to mind, directly leading to a tidal wave of pop-ups on the webcast platform. Wow, go this song. Lin Che is bunker. Ancient style songs will always be God. The melody and lyrics of this song are fantastic. It's as if I were that chivalrous man with the sword, hidden in the red inn. This melody reminds me of the Fast and Furious in the jungle. Love it, love it. As the climax of the song arrived, Lin Che's vocals became even more impassioned. Slightly raising his head, Lin Che's eyes revealed a touch of spontaneity. Let the martial arts world be led by anyone, and I'm only bowing down for you. Crossing a wild bridge over a deserted village to find an ancient way out of this world, away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Willow fluttering to hold his hand at large. Lin Che's voice was sprightly with a touch of Jianghu arrogance. Wave after wave hits the audience. Each note seems to be a sharp sword that pierces the heart. During the climax, Lin Che also cleverly uses some singing techniques. The transition between true and false tones is natural and smooth, making it almost imperceptible. At the same time, Lin Che also added slight vibrato on some keynotes to make the whole singing more infectious. The audience was also infected by his singing and waved their glow sticks as the atmosphere reached its peak. The first half of the song ends with a lilting flute in the interlude, which sets off the panache perfectly. The drums and the piano make it and add a few more moments of moody beauty. The window lattice under the eaves slants against the branches. Drinking tea with you on the floor. I've memorized you in my brushstrokes. It is not for the sake of elegance to put pen to paper. Sighing under the lamp at the end of a red face. I said that fate is like a cicada that doesn't speak. Your tears are like pear blossoms on paper. Love and hate are like writing landscape paintings. Lin Che's sprightly voice sounded once again, and the pop-ups on the webcast platform became even more frantic. Lin Che is simply a treasure singer. This song is so good. The mood, the expression, it's brilliant. I'm going to be fanized by Lin Che. I'll be his loyal fan from now on. The crazy pop-ups couldn't affect Lin Che on the stage. Only Lin Che slightly closed his eyes, and that dashing voice appeared with him. Who laughs when the sword is sheathed? All I want is to hold you in my arms today. The wind is like a sword at the red dust inn. Suddenly the rain falls on the fatal knock. Backstage, Lee Rincho's face darkened as his gaze was fixed dead center on Lin Che on the stage. The song comes to its final verse with strings playing to match Lin Che's voice. Whoever is the leader of the martial arts world, and I'm only bowing down for you. You look back and I smile through my tears. Wine beckons the flag in the wind. Sheathe your sword. The sound of the era solo at the end instantly pulled the crowd into a poignant love story. As the last note of the song fell, the lights on the stage came back on. Lin Che bowed slightly and thanked the audience. The scene erupted into applause and cheers. And at that moment, the four mentors were in deep thought. It was a style of song they had never heard before, and it seemed ancient. The first to speak was the vocally gifted demon Ryu Huan. Lu Huan nodded slightly and said, Lin Che, this song of yours has a beautiful melody and an infectious voice though. But, what I'm not happy about is that there are no high notes in this song. The highest pitch is A4? For a strong singer, I hope you'll challenge higher registers and show stronger vocals in subsequent performances. Diva Chinwei then commented, I have pretty much the same opinion as Lu Huan. It's a really good song, but it really lacks in the high notes. I believe you have more potential and I hope you can surprise us more in the coming games. Piano master Eugene Zhou, on the other hand, said, Lin Che, the integration of the piano in your song is very good. You have a high level of musicianship and are able to combine piano and song very well, but I want you to challenge yourself and try singing while you play. This will better showcase your musical talent and overall strengths. Finally, the king of songwriting, John Chow, unlike the first three mentors, speaking directly, he praised, Lin Che, I appreciate your music very much. I know how hard it is to create a song, and you've done a great job with this one, both with the melody and the lyrics. Also, this song is different from the traditional ancient style songs. You seem to have started a new genre? Lin Che stood on the stage, listening attentively to the four mentors' comments. The soprano linchpin is not false. It's just that the song is primarily about mood. Playing and singing Lin Che is fine, but not for this song. Rather, it was Zhou Huajun's comment that was somewhat unexpected by Lin Che. At this time, however, the mind of Lee Rincho in the back of the stage collapsed. He had expected Lin Che's performance to be bland. I didn't expect to get a big round of applause from the audience. No, what right does he have? It's worse than Shaw's got me. Li and Cho looked at Lim Cheol on the stage. Only after some pondering, Lin Che opened his mouth and said, this song is different from the traditional ancient style. Lin Che's words were no less than a thunderbolt. Chapter 14, Starting a Sect. Lin Che's words instantly spread throughout the scene and the live broadcast platform. What? This song isn't old-fashioned. I don't think it's like the old style either, but it's like the old style. It's so weird. What does Tutor Wajun mean when he says this is a new song style? I don't know. We don't dare to say or ask. The crowd's gazes once again focused on the stage, anticipating Lin Che's further explanation, only to see Lin Che say nonchalantly, compared to ancient style songs, this song uses modern pop music as its root, fusing traditional elements. Instrumentation is utilized with traditional instruments but not dominant. The lyrics are storytelling and relatively straightforward, and the singing incorporates a pop style. It's just as instructor Wajun said, it's a new style of song. That's why I want to name it Chinese Wind. The statement brought an outcry from the audience. In the mentor's seat, Zhou Huajun nodded his head and added, I think everyone has heard my ancient style songs, almost all of which utilize Chinese instruments. But this song is different. Melodically, the traditional pentatonic scale of China is used to create a unique oriental flavor. The lyrics, which incorporate classical poems, allusions, and imagery, are rich in cultural connotation and poetry. For the use of musical instruments, include traditional Chinese instruments such as guzheng, arrow and flute. In short, equalizing the ration of Chinese and Western instruments is no less than starting a school in ancient times. After listening to Zhou Huajun's speech, the crowd came to a realization. Amazing! This was actually created by a newcomer. Without further ado, I'm a fan of this guy. Who just said this was a vase? Come out and get beaten. None of the comments will be there. It's a long way between, so I wish him success. The admiration of the netizens and the audience was like a sharp blade that deeply pierced the heart of Li Rincho at the back of the stage. No! What gives him the right? Li Rincho inwardly cursed, looking at Lin Che, who was in a great state of splendor on the stage. For a moment, Li Rincho felt that his spliced beauty injury was simply worthless. On stage, Lin Che was surprised by Zhou Huajun's critique. To be able to explain it in such a short period of time is worthy of a creative genius. Lin Che nodded in agreement, then spoke. It is indeed similar to what Mr. Huajun said. Lu Ling also picked up the microphone at this time. Then, please ask Lin Che to choose the mentor battle team he will join. I choose Mr. Zhou Huajun. Lin Che said firmly. Lin Che thought it would be a little easier to discuss music with original musicians. When Lin Che made his choice, Zhou Huajun excitedly stood up and opened his arms to Lin Che. Lin Che quickly walked off the stage and embraced Zhou Huajun tightly. Lin Che returns to the back of the stage. Seeing the jealous Li Yin show with a jealous face, Lin Che gave it a blank stare, as if to say, that's what makes it original. Understand? Li Rincho's face became even more ugly. His heart filled with anger and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do about it. The program continues. One by one, contestants took to the stage to showcase their music. The 4 mentors also listened carefully to each contestant singing and gave pertinent comments and suggestions. The time passed and the 32 contestants sang in turn. In the end, each of the 4 mentors gained a total of 8 contestants. Host Lu Ling walked onto the stage and announced the rules of the subsequent competition. Next, the mentor PK battle will begin. The 8 contestants of each mentor will be randomly picked to stay in the final 4. The top 4 contestants will continue to compete even more fiercely for the final title. The program ended in the evening. Lin Che returned to school from the stage of China's Best Song. Walking down the campus boulevard, Lin Che felt the passing students casting strange gazes. Those gazes were filled with surprise, envy and admiration. Lin Che also heard some of his classmates whispering, "That's Lin Che, right? It's so awesome that he's participating in the Good Song of China. I heard he created a new song style called Huagua Fong. It's simply awesome. He will definitely become a big star in the future. So envious. I'm so tempted to add his Wi-Fi." The envious sounds of discussion continued to reach Lin Che's ears. The corners of Lin Che's mouth involuntarily rose. Lin Che didn't care about the remarks of the people around him and walked towards the dormitory on his own. As the crowd looked at Lin Che's figure, they couldn't help but feel a ripple in their hearts. Only, as more and more people gathered around, Lin Che had no choice but to speed up his pace and rush to the dormitory. Push opened the dormitory door. He only saw Li Hua, Zhao Xinpeng, and Chen Xuanqi looking at him with burning eyes. The 3 had excitement in their eyes. Li Hua was the first to speak. "Old Lin, you're a big celebrity now. We all watched your performance. It was so shocking." Zhao Xinpeng and Chen Xuanqi also nodded in agreement. "Old Lin, you're really hot. Look at the hot search," Li Hua shouted as he held his cell phone. The hot searches about Lin Che on Vibe and Douyin were constant. Hashtag Lin Shul Hua Hua Hashtag Explosive. Hashtag Lin Shul started a sect Hashtag Explosion. Hashtag The Red Dust in Hashtag Explosion. Hashtag Lincher joins King of the Week battle team Hashtag Hot. Hashtag Difference between Ancient Style and Chinese Style Hashtag Hot. Hashtag Wang Feng kicks off the tour Hashtag. At the end of the hot search, Wang Feng has managed to take his place again. Comments from netizens came in like a tidal wave. "Ha ha 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 ha, Wang Halfwall is on the hot search again. I told you that something big would happen to Mr. Wang today when he sent out the Weibo. I listened to Lin Che's new song. It's really awesome. Starting a clan. It's hard to believe it was created by a newcomer." Lin Che looked at these netizens' comments and scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Li Hua hurriedly said, "Old Lin, what are you waiting for? Open a Weibo. This is a good opportunity to accumulate fans." Lin Che hesitated for a while, but finally shook his head and slowly said, forget it, don't open it." Lin Che understood the rules of how this world worked. It's a time when traffic is king. In this day and age, countless people will do anything to get traffic and heat. All kinds of hype, gossip, and persona building abound. Think of all the celebrities who are overly hounded by the rice culture. Their every move is magnified, and the slightest mishap can trigger a storm of public opinion. And some stars have had to abandon their artistic pursuits and become more and more commercialized in order to cater to the demands of the dining public. Lin Che doesn't want to be complicit, doesn't want his music to be swayed by traffic, and doesn't want to let down his fans and friends. "Old Lin, ugh, let's not talk about it. You won't be happy if I say too much," Li Hua said with a sigh. Lin Che looked at Li Hua and spoke. "Alright, I'll accompany you guys to the playground tonight to get high. That's what you said. No backing out." Li Hua, with a strange look in his eyes, balked, then took out his cell phone and sent out an OK message. When Lin Che saw Li Hua's sneaky look, his body couldn't help but come a little closer. Chapter 15. Inside the dormitory, Lin Che stepped to Li Hua's side, put his arm around his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Letter writer, you can't be bad. Old Lin, what are you doing? I told my baby to come see me sing tonight." Li Hua shook his shoulders up and down and pushed Lin Che's hand away. You better be." Lin Che's tone was light. Go. I really am." Li Hua didn't have the heart to say. Lin Che stopped asking more questions and returned to the bed to rest his eyes. Li Hua glanced upwards, and after realizing that Lin Che's attention wasn't on him, he quietly cupped his phone and typed, "Li Hua, Lily, Are you sure about this? Qin Lily, try it. Li Hua, no, that's my brother. Lily Qin, please. Li Hua, then you'll have a snack with me tonight? Qin Lily, then you're not allowed to move your hands. Li Hua, a gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands. Qin Lily. Ending the chat, Li Hua glanced towards Lin Che's bed. Inwardly, he carried some guilt. Old Lin. I'm sorry, I forgot my friends when I saw the color. On the bed, Lin Che just wanted to take a small nap. The cell phone rang suddenly. Picked up the phone, it was the guide Zhang Min called forward to go to the principal's office. Lin Che was a bit puzzled, but he still put on his jacket and left the dormitory. At the office door, Lin Che was about to knock when the door opened of its own accord. 5 students who were delivering information came out of the office. When the few people saw Lin Che, they were first surprised, and then they left in 3 steps, with their mouths still chattering. So handsome. This face can only be described as perfect. So handsome, I'm a guy with low self-esteem. Not only is he handsome, he writes songs and has a great voice. I'm so jealous. I'd wake up laughing in my dreams if I could have him by letter. Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to the gossip. You want to add Vicky's letter to ask directly? It's not like I'm not going to give it. Lin Che shook his head and entered the office. The 3 of them were seen sitting together on the couch. The principal, the guidance counselor, and a woman of great charm. Lin Che was a bit surprised and inwardly said, here to find me on the program again? It shouldn't be. However, as the woman introduced herself, Lin Che quickly understood the cause of the matter. The woman's name is Rui Zhao, a gold agent. On the sofa, a flash of excitement flashed in Zhao Rui's eyes after she saw Lin Che. That song, Red Dust In, doomed Lin Che to be madly snatched up by major companies. Not to mention that Lin Che also possessed a heavenly face value. Even with that face, you can make it in the entertainment industry. Zhao Rui snatched a step ahead of her and spoke. Student Lin, we at Star Ocean Entertainment appreciate your talent very much. And this time we've come here with sincerity. Lin Che's eyes flashed with a color of surprise. Star Ocean Entertainment? This is the leader of the 3 major entertainment in China. There are even fewer divas in it. The producer lineup is also unmatched by the other 2. Noticing Lin Che's difference, Zhao Rui thought that her chances of taking Lin Che were a little higher. This is a C-level contract, which is already very generous for a newcomer. Zhao Rui struck while the iron was hot and handed out the contract. After hearing this, Lin Che frowned slightly. Offering a C-level contract is truly irresistible to newcomers. Blue Star contracts are categorized as S, A, B, C, or D. They correspond to Ace, Gold, Senior, Intermediate, and Junior producers. For an undeclared rookies to get a C-level contract is enough to show Star Ocean's sincerity. Lin Che flipped through the contract, smiled slightly, and calmly responded, Ms. Zhao, thank you very much for your appreciation. But, I don't think I'm going to stop there. That's why I'm rejecting the C-level contract. Lin Che added. This statement was made. The 3 people on the scene fell silent one after the other. Even Pang Jiayue felt that Lin Che had faked it big time with this wave. Lin boy, a C-rank contract is not bad. You, said Pang Jiayue as he tried to persuade Lin Che. But on second thought, wasn't Lin Che just this inexplicable last time? What if there's another surprise this time? Hearing Lin Che reject the C-rank contract, Zhao Rui had an incredulous look on her face. In his heart, he said, this kid is too arrogant. Zhao Rui really didn't understand why Lin Che was inexplicably confident. In her opinion, a C-level contract was already Star Ocean Entertainment's greatest sincerity to the newcomer. Thinking of this, a touch of sulkiness rose in Zhao Rui's heart. But still, he was patient and persuaded Lin Che. Student Lin, you have to know that in the entertainment industry, how many people are eager to get a contract from Star Ocean? If you refuse like this, you might miss out on a very good opportunity. Lin Che just smiled and didn't say anything. Locking eyes with the principal, he pointed to the piano off to the side. Pang Jiayue would understand and nodded, his mind calculating, is it finally coming? Familiar piano. Familiar you. Familiar Lin Che. Familiar song? Lin, let me show this old man again. What surprise have you brought me? Last time it was EastEnders and Red Dust In. What's this one? Lin Che turned around and walked over to the piano and sat down when he was instructed. Lin Che didn't want to bother with more words. Strength was the hard truth. You don't think I can? So I'll show you my potential. Lin Che gracefully took his seat, then turned his head to Zhao Rui and said, Ms. Zhao, come up with a question. Zhao Rui was slightly stunned, not knowing what kind of drug Lin Che was selling, and asked, Student Lin? You? What do you mean? This is a very serious scene. Don't be cheeky, right? Lin Che said before him. Immediately after, Lin Che added, Ms. Zhao, remember what I said earlier? I said that I won't stop here. You're only responsible for coming up with the question, and I'll compose it to show you my potential. Zhao Rui looked surprised. Lin Che's words were even more arrogant. You want to improvise? Rui Zhao asked. You can understand it that way. Lin Che nodded in response. Zhao Rui felt that the person in front of her was undoubtedly not wasting her time. Geniuses could have arrogance, but this was simply a load of nonsense from Lin Che. Improvisation? On Blue Star, even the gold producers are afraid to challenge it. Lin Che, a newcomer, had indeed corrupted Zhao Rui's many good feelings with this approach. Zhao Rui picked up her bag without any good humor, intending to get up and leave. Seeing this, Pang Jiayue pulled him back and whispered, "Try it? Come all the way. Humph, can't let you get away." My old man still has a vivid memory of Director Chen's 360-degree attitude change last time. Zhao Rui was pulled by Pang Jiayue, and when she saw this, she could only sit down. After sinking her heart and thinking for 2 minutes, Zhao Rui said in a light tone, "It's just the beginning of winter today, so let's use winter as the theme." After saying that, Zhao Rui gazed straight at Lin Che. If Lin Che hadn't held a note after 5 minutes, Zhao Rui would simply get up and leave. Lin Che thought for a moment and slowly placed his hands on the keys. Chapter 16. After hearing Zhao Rui's winter theme, Lin Che's eyes lit up slightly as he quickly pondered in his mind. Winter? That's too many. Lin Che's mind instantly flashed through countless songs about winter. Those poignant, serene melodies surfaced one by one in Lin Che's mind like a movie. Not a moment later, Lin Che gently placed his hands on the keys. In a flash, the fingers bounced lightly on the piano, emitting a sad tune. The notes fall like snowflakes, filling the air with a faint sadness. Lin Che tilted his head at a 45-degree angle and sang like the original singer. Snowflakes drifting in the north wind. The sky and the earth are a vast expanse. A clip of cold plum stands proudly in the snow. Only for the fragrance of Izzy. The mellifluous song plays. It was as if the crowd present had been transported to a snowy winter. In the middle of this winter, the crowd saw a man standing alone by a phone booth. The phone was gripped tightly in his hand, and his face was filled with despair. The man whose confession has been rejected, in the midst of a blizzard, cries out in desperation, "No!" The image appeared so vividly in the minds of all present. It was as if the three had witnessed it. Zhao Rui felt this scene and opened her mouth wide in surprise. She hadn't expected at all that Lin Che would be able to make a winter-themed song so quickly. A little piece of a cut of plum brings out the winter vibe. Snowflakes fell in droves, covering the earth and turning the world silver. The man standing proudly in the snow, as if a symbol of the resilience of the cold plum, blossomed beautifully alone in the cold winter. Lin Che stopped playing and looked at Zhao Rui with a calm expression. Again, Lin Che said softly. Zhao Rui was still immersed in the music just now, and her mood could not be calmed for a long time. But as a woman who has been in the entertainment industry for many years, Rui Zhao ruled it directly as pre-written. Since it's just the beginning of winter, it's not hard to write songs about it out of the blue. Trying to calm her mood a bit, Zhao Rui continued. It was still drizzling this morning, with rain as the theme. This time, Lin Che barely thought about it, and his fingertips flew straight up. The notes fell like raindrops with a crisp sound. It's still raining and I want to talk. It knocked on my window and tinkled. Season of love. It's better to force it than to let it go. This segment seemed to transport the crowd to a world of drizzle. In a world where people are as wet as rain and filled with a light sadness. The season of love, but with a hopelessness to let go. This contradictory emotion becomes more and more profound in the rain. Lin Che still only sings a few lines because the copyrights for these songs are still pending. After stopping playing, Lin Che looked at Zhao Rui and still faintly said the word again. At this point, Zhao Rui was too shocked to speak. But, Zhao Rui just didn't believe it. It's impossible for a newcomer to improvise so silky smooth. There must be something fishy. Zhao Rui forced herself to be calm and said, Mr. Li was just getting married last month. With a wedding theme. Chinese wedding or Western wedding? Lin Che asked. Western. After receiving the answer, Lin Che didn't do much thinking as a cheerful piano intro appeared. The people present heard the cheerful melody and their bodies unconsciously shook with it. White wedding dresses with flowers in their hands. Beautiful like a fairy tale. I think of that early summer when I was worried about you. Being together is silly. This segment is full of happiness and sweetness, bringing people into a beautiful fairy tale world. In this world, the newlyweds walk happily towards each other with flowers in their hands and white wedding dresses. 3 times the question was asked, and Lin Che gave wonderful responses in a flash. This time Zhao Rui was so surprised that she couldn't keep her mouth shut. The theme just now was completely made up by Rui Zhao. I hadn't expected Lin Che to write it in less than a second. Lin Che is too fast. Without giving Zhao Rui time to react, Lin Che's faint voice surfaced. Again, Zhao Rui Gan was immersed in the upbeat rhythm. The sudden interruption of the song made it unusually difficult for her. "Can't you just finish singing?" Zhao Rui said in her heart. But at this moment, although Zhao Rui believed that Lin Che was a veritable genius, however, there was still a trace of doubt in her heart, and Zhao Rui decided to try once more. If Lin Che can once again create a song inspired by the new theme, then she would do her best to give feedback to the company on any request Lin Che made. "Student Lin?" Zhao Rui's tone gentled down. "Our company is called Star Ocean, which means we want to journey the stars and the sea, with the theme of the stars and the sea." This theme, Zhao Rui made a heart attack. She knew deep down that if Lin Che could create a song with this grandiose theme, it would definitely attract the attention of the company's top management. If Lin Che could create it, then Zhao Rui would take the video back to react with the higher-ups. Lin Che just gave a slight smile as his fingertips traveled back and forth on the keys. Instantly, grandeur followed. Crossing the sea of people never slacks. Always look forward to it. All the ups and downs, and the wind blows the dust away. Never return. I'm coming to you with my youth. Across the stars and oceans woo. Lin Che chose this version as a rewritten version of Starry Night. Its symbolism is more profound and its grandeur is more magnificent. In this stirring melody, Zhao Rui seemed to see the vastness of the universe, the stars twinkling and the sea infinite. The endless starry sky symbolizes dreams and hopes, while the vast ocean represents courage and exploration. This song is more than a musical expression. It is a vision and pursuit of the future. Every note seems to speak of people's aspirations for a better life and their relentless struggle for a great cause. Zhao Rui was deeply shaken inside. She realized that the man did have the capital of madness. Seeing Lin Che composing a song is like not thinking about it. It becomes a song in a second. Zhao Rui was ready for a tongue-lashing with the company executives. "This newcomer, I'll settle for it," Zhao Rui secretly swore. On the side, although Pang Jiayue was calm on the surface, he was unusually excited on the inside. "Lin kid, you still have this left," Pang Jiayue inwardly shouted. "Lin kid, a few more songs, so that this old bone of mine can go and play wave one with the other school principals." Looking towards Lin Che, Pang Jiayue's eyes were filled with appreciation. This brat, musical talent far exceeded his imagination. Each song seems to be a vivid story that you can't help but get lost in. Pang Jiayu seems to see the school's future glory in the field of music. With students like Lin Che, the school's reputation will definitely be taken to the next level. Zhang Min was also shocked by Lin Che's performance at this time. Although she knew that Lin Che was talented in music, she didn't expect him to be so outstanding. Zhang Min secretly sighed in his heart. This student's future development was unlimited. The crowd was still in reverie when the piano sound gradually stopped. Still only singing a short section, Lin Che stopped singing. Lin Che turned his head to look at Zhao Rui, his lips slightly parted. Chapter 17, Lin Che is too cool. Lin Che just wanted to say the word again, but was directly interrupted by Zhao Rui. "Lin, classmate Lin, state your conditions." Zhao Rui's tone was sincere. For improvisations are enough to show Lin Che's great potential. "Me? I don't have any conditions. I just want the company to give me a high degree of freedom and not meddle in my private life. I will sign a split contract with the company. Of course, after all, I'm a newcomer. The company 9me1. Lin Che spat out the demands in his heart in one breath. After hearing Lin Che's request, Zhao Rui sucked in a breath of cool air. On the Blue Star, all of Lin Che's demands, except for the share, met the contract standard. Because it was a cooperative contract, Lin Che could slap his ass whenever he wanted to leave. So the company can only retain producers by constantly raising their cut. This is a treatment that only ace and top gold medals enjoy. Zhao Rui couldn't decide for a while. This matter needed to be reported to the upper echelon. Zhao Rui said with some embarrassment. "Student Lin, I can't make up my mind for now, but I will report to the higher-ups as soon as possible." Lin Che just nodded slightly and was just about to open his mouth when Pang Jiayue grabbed the answer first. "Rui, you have to be as quick as possible. Oh, Tian Guang made an appointment for tomorrow. Hua Sodium made an appointment for the day after tomorrow. Just watch it," Pang Jiayu said in a light tone. After hearing this, Zhao Rui's expression flashed with a hint of panic, picked up her bag, said hello, and left straight away. When he was almost at the door, Pang Jiayu said, "Take the elevator assigned to my office. It's more convenient." Zhao Rui stopped and sidled into the indoor elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, Zhao Rui shouted towards Lin Che. "Lin Che, you must wait for me to come back." Ding. The elevator doors closed with it. Lin Che was confused by Pang Jiayue's words. "Anyone else want me? So I have to do it twice? Looks like I'll be registering a few more songs for copyright tonight, for future convenience." Only after Zhao Rui left did Pang Jiayue turn his head to look at Lin Che, who had a surprised face. "Tomorrow you sleep well. I'll approve the vacation slip." Pang Jiayue spoke in a domineering manner, his eyes still looking at Zhang Min, the guide at the side. Zhang Min naturally did not hear anything, just smiled and did not say anything. What about the day after tomorrow? Lin Che asked cheekily. He heard it just now. People are bothering themselves tomorrow and the day after. That must have taken a lot of energy. That's definitely going to affect the breaks. So there's still a need to take time off to recuperate. Day after tomorrow? You have something to do? Pang Jiayu asked. Didn't you say someone was looking for me? This time it was Lin Che who was confused. I was scaring her. The other two haven't heard anything yet. You don't think that Star Ocean only knows that you sang Red Dust In, do you? Pang Jiayue said in a serious tone. Could it be? Lin Che was a bit shocked. Come with me, we'll go down together. You kid. A deep-seated piano master. Pang Jiayue said as he stretched and yawned. As Lin Che listened to the ambiguous words, he always felt that Star Ocean's power was greater than he had imagined. Lin Che followed the principal, as well as the guide, down the stairs in the elevator built in the office. Snap! Shortly after the three left, the door to the principal's office was pushed open again. 5 students quietly poked their heads in, with a bit of confusion on their faces. Didn't the principal ask us to deliver the materials? Why is there no one at the door after knocking for half a day? One of the students said softly. The office is empty. Where's the information? Another student followed up the conversation, his eyes scanning around the office. Shouldn't it be? The principal was happy and busy and forgot because of Lin Che, right? The third student offered his guess, a hint of surprise showing in his eyes. Talking about Lin Che, the 5 people's expressions instantly changed. The 5 just now didn't go far at all. The 5 people who came out of the office wanted to eat melons after learning that Zhao Rui was a Star Ocean entertainment agent. This eavesdropping doesn't matter. It starts directly from Lin Che's refusal of a C-level contract to the offer of a split contract. At that time, several people had shock in their eyes. At this point, the elevator. Pang Jiayue said in his heart. They should be here, right? Looking towards Lin Che, this operation today really impressed him. When Pang Jiayue heard that Lin Che had rejected Star Ocean Entertainment's C-level contract, he was both surprised and impressed. Surprised that a student would have the guts to turn down a contract from a well-known entertainment company. Admiringly, Lin Che actually managed to pull back a level by improvising. And when Lin Che proposed the split contract, Pang Jiayu was even more shocked by Lin Che's business acumen and bold determination. He knew that Lin Che's move was undoubtedly striving for greater benefits and room for development for himself. Meanwhile, the 3 students outside the office were chatting animatedly. Lin Che is really brave. Rejecting a C-level contract, or a C-level contract from Star Ocean. Yes, Star Ocean Entertainment is a big company in the industry, and a C-level contract is an opportunity that many people are begging for. But Lin Che turned it down without hesitation. However, Lin Che does have the capital to refuse. Just improvising those 4 songs is bullish enough. I think Lin Che is still too intentional. He can enter the company first and take his time. You're going to have a talent for improvisation, and you're going to limit yourself to C-level contracts? The 5 argued furiously in between waiting for the principal. Unbeknownst to him, when Pang Jiayu left just now, he intentionally turned on the radio in the office. The conversation the 5 were having in their office at this time spread directly to all corners of the campus. Lin Che, who had just exited the elevator, heard this scene and turned his head to look at the smiling principal, only to see Pang Jiayue cough twice. Ahem. Delivering a message counts as delivering something. Lin Che was a bit speechless, but it wasn't a loss for him. Alright, the day after tomorrow you also have a good rest. Pang Jiayue saw Lin Che's speechless eyes and spoke. The elbow also disliked Zhang Min, who was on the side. Seeing this, Zhang Min could only open his mouth and concur. Student Lin Che, take a good rest in the next 2 days. I'll make it clear to the substitute teacher. Thank you, principal. And thank you, guide. The corner of Lin Che's mouth inexplicably raised in an arc after he said goodbye to the principal and guide. 2 more days off. Lin Che hummed a little song and walked in the direction of the dormitory building. After some maneuvering by Principal Old 6, Lin Che's rejection of the C-level contract sort of spread around campus. Along the way, Lin Che received another envious gaze from the students. Wow, is that Lin Che? Isn't that too handsome? I heard that he turned down a C-level contract from Star Ocean Entertainment, rejecting the contract? I think Lin Che is crazy. It's a bit irrational, but Lin Che is so cool. Lin Che didn't care about the murmurs around him, but inside, it did seem a little dark. Hey, Lin Che exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Why does it feel like I have to do a lot of things today? Lin Che almost forgot that he had to sing with his 3 sons tonight. But, pondered Lin Che as he walked, that Li Hua kid, he always feels weird today? Chapter 18. You'll see. With a heart full of doubts and entanglements, Lin Che slowly returned to his dormitory. just pushed the door open. As expected, the three good oldest children instantly gathered around. "Ah, old Lin, you're so confused," Li Hua said painfully, his face filled with regret. While saying so, he also made an exaggerated bow. Lin Che frowned as he looked at the inexplicable Li Hua and said without any good humor, "What are you doing? What are you smoking? C-Class or Star Ocean C-Class?" Li Hua emphasized again. Lin Che was speechless for a while and said indifferently, "When you reach my strength, you'll understand." The words came out. The faces of the three instantly darkened. Zhao Xinping's eyes widened as he stomped his foot and yelled, "Hey! It's too crazy! Hey, this violent temper of mine! Old Chen, don't stop me! I'll go up and bang too full to him." After saying that, Zhao Xinping wanted to rush forward. But, sensing that Chen Xuanxi really didn't stop anyone, he turned his head and asked, "No? You really don't stop?" Chen Xuanxi shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "I can't stop you with this physique?" Zhao Xinping silently retreated to his original position and said with a stiff upper lip, "Humph! I'll give you face today and fight next time." Chen Xuanxi, on the other hand, looked at Lin Che and asked after a long time, "Old Lin, did you really improvise? I went back to the dormitory just for this." Lin Che opened his mouth and said indifferently. Then, Lin Che walked unsteadily to his desk and opened his computer. Under the blazing gaze of the three, Lin Che's fingers danced quickly on the keyboard. In no time at all, the sheet music for 4 songs was written and then uploaded to the registration website without hesitation. This operation directly dazzled the three people, completely dumbfounded. Old Lin, you should not." Li Hua's tone trembled. "How is Lin Che improvising? This is clearly a song in a second." It was only at this moment that the three of them truly understood what Lin Che had just said. "When you reach my level of strength," actually meant. Lin Che was stared at so directly by the three of them, and some embarrassment rose in his heart. Although the songs have been haunting his mind, they really aren't strictly original. But in this world, who knows? Lin Che awkwardly coughed twice in an attempt to break the awkward atmosphere. It's almost time. Are we still going to the playground tonight? Go! 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 The three men spoke in unison. Then, Li Hua hurriedly interjected. "Old Lin, let's pick one of these 4 songs tonight? I thought you wanted me to sing it all." Lin Che responded, a flirtatious smile on his face. No. One song will do. If you sing all of them, how can we pretend to be a wave? Li Hua quickly waved his hand. 9 o'clock in the evening. Magic City Art Academy. Center of the playground. Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanxi were busy placing the sound equipment that had been moved from the gymnasium. "Hey, old Chen, we'll have to turn up the volume on this stereo today and shake those guys up on the playground later." Zhao Xinping took it in his stride while rubbing his fists. Chen Xuanxi grinned and responded, "Must drop." The two men skillfully set up the stereo and tweaked the various parameters. After setting up the stereo, they sent a message to the dormitory group to gather. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Lin Che unhurriedly carried his guitar on his back. Li Hua excitedly urged from the sidelines, "Old Lin, hurry up, you're the main character today." Lin Che nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a touch of calmness. The two left the dormitory, attracting the attention of many students along the way. Come to the center of the playground. The night scene unfolds like a colorful painting. The playground was lit up. Students gathered in groups, some running, some chatting. A gentle breeze brings a touch of coolness and comfort. Already some of the students were sitting around in anticipation of the upcoming singing tonight. The 4 assembled, looked at each other and nodded in silent agreement. No words needed. Still rocking tracks to open the show. The music started, and the strong rhythm instantly broke the quiet of the night. The performance immediately attracted the attention of many students on the playground. Familiar playground F4. Familiar rock. Cool. I just didn't come to listen to the song. I came to see Lin Che. Indeed, Lin Che is too handsome and single. Fantasizing again? Let me think first. As the music progressed, the atmosphere in the playground grew more and more enthusiastic. The students joined in the musical frenzy as they clapped, stomped and cheered to the beat. The song ended with thunderous applause and cheers from the playground. Next, it was each person's turn to sing a solo. Zhao Xinping was up first, and he still chose a ballad as his repertoire. His singing voice is light and melodious, like a ray of warm sunshine, sprinkled in everyone's heart. He stood in front of the microphone and closed his eyes slightly, as if immersed in his own musical world. This little fat boy sings so well, soothing my early 8 grievances. This dorm is amazing. Everyone has a distinctive voice. I didn't even realize it until you told me. Really? The song ends and Chen Quanxi is up next. His voice was husky and magnetic, as if he were telling a moving story. This skinny guy, who didn't run 8 daughters-in-law, can't sing like that. It's not on point. Why am I crying? Miss her. No, come on, someone scold me and wake me up. The music gradually subsided and the audience focused their attention on Lin Che and Li Hua. Because the two not only sang well, but also looked good, they naturally attracted the attention of many people. The playground erupted in cheers as Li Hua took the field. Li Hua has deliberately dressed up today and looks extraordinarily handsome. Standing in front of the microphone, Li Hua smiled and waved to the audience. He sang a classic love song, and his vocals were so deep and moving that they seemed to melt hearts. In a corner of the playground, the two big school girls, Su Qingqing and Qin Lily, were leisurely strolling around the playground. Their appearance immediately caused a commotion, and many of the boys secretly looked at them with envy in their hearts. Li Hua's song echoed around the playground as the students were immersed in his singing. They were impressed by Li Hua's singing voice, as if they were in a world of romantic love. At the end of the song, Li Hua smiled and bowed to the audience to thank them, then consciously stood next to Qin Lily and held the little hand. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, consciously took 2 steps back, not wanting to be a light bulb. After Li Hua left the stage, Lin Che held his guitar and smiled as he opened his mouth to ask, the guys should have heard that I improvised 4 songs, right? When these words came out, the people present looked at each other in disbelief. Chapter 19, It's Raining. Lin Che gently strummed the guitar strings. Long, slender fingers danced nimbly on the strings. A guitar solo played slowly in the playground, causing a lot of cheers instantly. At this time, the night sky was dotted with stars. The breeze gently brushed across the playground, bringing a slight coolness. The leaves of the surrounding trees made a rustling sound, as if they were softly accompanying Lin Che's playing. Which song does everyone want to hear? For choices O. Lin Che's voice echoed in every corner of the playground. The people present looked at each other with some puzzlement. There was curiosity in the eyes of the crowd, and they were all talking to each other. Lin Che just wrote the melodies for 4 songs. It's not possible that the songs are already finished, right? It shouldn't be possible, right? A song takes at least a couple days to create, right? Although I recognize Lin Che as a genius, I don't think it's at all possible to write 4 songs at once. Impossible. For choices isn't too hard for us, is it? It's not hard, but what if I want to hear all 4 songs? So torn. How does Lin Che give us the choice? Lin Che looked at the crowd's reaction and smiled. There's only one song O. Because of the limited duration, there's no need to dwell on it. These songs will be uploaded to music platforms later. Lin Che's words calmed the crowd a little. The crowd also stopped obsessing about whether Lin Che was okay or not. Start thinking hard about which song to actually choose. At that moment, the moonlight sprinkled the wet grass with a silvery glow. The light was like a dreamy veil that gently covered the earth. It adds a mysterious and beautiful atmosphere to the whole playground. Because of the drizzle in the morning, it was a sight that made the crowd touchingly choose a song called It's Raining. Lin Che contemplated for a moment and secretly sighed in his heart. This song? It's a bit sad. In Lin Che's impression, the song It's Raining has a beautiful melody and heartfelt lyrics, but there is an unspeakable sadness. Without further thought, Lin Che gently strummed the guitar strings. The gentle sound of the zither instantly caused everything around them to gradually quiet down. Lin Che closed his eyes and immersed himself in the world of the song as he began to play deeply. Sneaking rain when the moon sneaks. Slowly the crowds on the streets quieted down. I was thinking you could stop hiding it. Then the rain will stop, just go with you. Open and crispy. Lin Che's singing voice was low and magnetic. Delicate vocals that convey the emotions of the song without reservation. The breeze blew gently, carrying the faint fragrance of the flower and rainy season, lingering around people. The light from the playground poured over Lin Che's body, coating it with a soft halo. This moment's Lin Che was full of charm. It's still raining and I want to talk. He knocked on my window and tinkled. It's the season of love. It's better to let it go. It's still raining. Can you hear it? It's my thoughts ticking away. Drop into your heart and tell you I'm thinking of you. Lin Che's magnetic singing voice echoed in the night sky. During the singing, Lin Che's skillful use of real and falsetto transitions makes the song more layered. At the same time, a sad but warm atmosphere is created by controlling the breathing and volume level. The crowd at the scene listened quietly, completely immersed in Lin Che's song. Some had tears in their eyes, deeply moved by the melody of the song, recalling the stories they had been told. This song is so infectious and reminds me of someone I once missed. Yeah, the lyrics are so well written. It's like telling my story. It's over. I'm thinking about my ex-girlfriend. Someone scold me and wake me up. Some were in deep contemplation. This song is like a key that opens the door to the heart of the people. Far from irrelevant people unthinkingly fleeing from the softly, as if the subject had been brought up by someone. How come no one remembers? Am I crazy? Can that rain don't stop count as love? The surrounding trees swayed gently in the breeze. The leaves of the trees rustled as if they were accompanying Lin Che's song. Lin Che's low, sad song floated in the playground, combined with the slightest hint of coolness. The corners of the eyes of the people in the room flooded with faint tears. It's still raining like it's talking. He knocked on my window and tinkled. It's the season of love. It's better to let it go. It's still raining. Can you hear it? It's my thoughts ticking away. Drop it into your heart and think of me. Lin Che skillfully swept the guitar strings. The song also builds to the climax of the final verse. Lin Che opened the chamber fully, releasing the emotions. The songs were like raging rain that washed over everyone. In this moment, the crowd's mood peaked with the climax of the song. People were infected by Lin Che's vocals and moved by the emotions in the songs. It's as if they see their own struggles in love and their own helplessness in life. It's still raining like it's looking for you. He knocked on my window and said he couldn't find you. It's seasons like this that make me miss you. It's still raining. Can you hear it? It's my thoughts ticking away. And go wait for you under the roof? Lin Che's song faded, falling with the last note of the guitar. At the end of the song, the aftermath echoed over the playground for a long time. The song It's Raining, with its beautiful melody and heartfelt lyrics, touched the softest places in the hearts of those present. At this moment, the playground was silent, as if time stood still at this moment. A loud round of applause and cheers ensued. Ooh-hoo, emo now. Should have known to pick a wedding theme. I can't sleep at night. I blame Lin Che. Thinking about my ex-girlfriend. Lin Che didn't run 8 wives. He can't sing like this. Did anyone record the video? I want to hear it again tonight at 12. I've recorded it. Beautiful girl at Weishin. I'll send it to you all. Lin Che wasn't affected by the gossip and bowed slightly with a faint smile on his face. At this time the sky was also inexplicably drizzling. That silky drizzle sprinkled down. It was as if a light veil had been cast over the world. The rain shimmered and crystallized in the light. It made everything around it more hazy. Seeing this, Li Hua hurriedly arranged for the crowd to leave the venue in an orderly manner. Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanxi then moved the sound back to the gym. Lin Che also quickly stuffed his guitar into his bag while also cleaning up the trash left behind by the audience. When he finished everything and got up, Lin Che really realized that only himself and Su Qingqing were left in the playground. Lin Che sighed. Li Hua sneaking around just to create a coincidence for us? Only Su Qingqing, holding a small umbrella, looked at Lin Che, her lips moving slightly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Che stepped forward even though he was somewhat speechless. When Su Qingqing saw Lin Che step forward, she looked slightly flustered and blurted out, "You, what do you want?" Chapter 20 Don't make a moment permanent. The playground was drizzling like a light rain. Lin Che slowly packed up his guitar. Then, raising his head, he walked towards Su Qingqing who was holding a small umbrella. Su Qingqing stood still, a hint of vigilance showing in her eyes. Watching Lin Che approach step by step, an inexplicable tension surged in Su Qingqing's heart. When Lin Che stop was about to approach, Su Qingqing's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Su Qingqing's voice was a little shaky as she blurted out, "You, what do you want?" Lin Che's face didn't have much of an expression as he stopped and slightly lowered his eyes. Raising his head, Lin Che muttered in a breathless whisper, "Pretend, keep pretending." Lin Che's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Su Qingqing's ears. Su Qingqing's face changed, not knowing what to say. "Alright, I don't have an umbrella. Give me a ride?" Lin Che took the initiative to issue an invitation. Okay. The two walked side by side, silence filling the rain. "Next time, just send me a wee letter. There's no need to look for this Li Hua person," Lin Che said somewhat breathlessly. "Oh," agreed Su Qingqing with her mouth. "How's practicing the piano program you were given?" Lin Che asked after thinking about it. "I don't know how," shrugged Su Qingqing. When Lin Che heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he still quickly adjusted. "Let me change the plan later. I'll send you the vixen then," Lin Che said. "Okay, bye. With a familiar fork in the road, Lin Che sidled into the boys' dormitory. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, looked at Lin Che's disappearing back, her heart secretly surging within her. Lin Che returned to the dormitory, pushing the door open. "I saw only that the house was empty. Where did that brat Li Hua run off to again?" Lin Che sighed helplessly. This day of running around made Lin Che feel incredibly tired at the moment. Slowly walking into the washroom, after simply washing up, Lin Che fell headfirst onto the bed, as if his body had been drained. His heavy eyelids gradually closed and he soon fell into sleep. This day was just too long for Lin Che. The tension and concentration during the recording of the program, the kinks and thoughts brought about by the company's digs, the dedication and passion during the nightly sing-alongs, each of these takes a lot of energy. At this moment, Lin Che had long been exhausted and only wanted to have a good sleep and forget about all the exhaustion. However, Lin Che didn't know that, just as he was asleep, his own popularity was soaring at an alarming rate. Late night, on the Vibe and Doobie, it's a different story. On the two major platforms, hot searches about Lin Che kept popping up. First, He performed his original track Red Dust In on the show. Then, netizens dug deeper into the East Windbreak written by Ache, the anchor who had previously exploded in popularity. Netizens were surprised to find out that the two songs came from the same person. Lin Che became an overnight sensation just like that. Netizens have taken to the internet to comment, "Holy, that tune from the Red Dust In. This lyrics. This melody. One word absolute. I was thinking before that Kung Fu East Windbreak was the first Chinese style. I didn't realize it was written by the same person. Good thing I checked. Who is Lin Che? Why is he suddenly on fire? Dude, go listen to Eastbound and Down and Red Dust In and you'll see." In time, the number of listeners to both songs skyrocketed. Downloads and favorites topped 1 million overnight. Lin Che's name quickly spread across the internet and became the center of attention for countless people. And at this moment, Lin Che was blissfully unaware that he had become the object of attention. Wake up the next day. Since Lin Che was approved by the principal not to be allowed to attend classes, it was only at noon the next day that Lin Che woke up in a daze. Looking at the empty dormitory, Lin Che also just took out his cell phone and told Li Hua to invite a meal. After all, without Li Hua's involvement in last night's incident, Lin Che didn't believe it. Moreover, Li Hua's betting was the same as before, so he must have not returned last night. The other party was still in class, and Lin Che didn't ask for a second reply. Boredom swipes up the fight sound. Several videos in a row are clips from programs about Lin Che. Lin Che was a bit puzzled. As expected, there shouldn't be this kind of heat until the final four, right? Lin Che rubbed his chin and muttered in a small voice. Ding, 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 ding. The urgent ringing of the incoming call broke Lin Che's reverie. The phone was connected, and I only heard Xiao Ming say excitedly on the other end of the line, "Brother Lin, you're on fire." No. One on the new song charts. Lin Che was unsure because the data for East Windbreak wasn't very good a few days ago. Lin Che asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Why is it suddenly on fire?" Xiao Ming explained, "Brother Lin, don't you know? Your Red Dust In has caused a great deal of repercussions, and Mr. Wajan Vibe is still raving about your tunes." Then netizens started digging deeper into your other works and found the song East Windbreak, so it rightfully caught fire. Lin Che then understood. "Oh, that's so." Xiao Ming hurriedly responded. "Yeah, Brother Lin. I even watched the first installment of the program. That you Jinzhou thought you didn't know how to play the piano. It really made me laugh." Lin Che coughed twice. "Don't you guys exchange news in the piano world?" Xiao Ming, on the other hand, had a playful look on his face. "My grandfather was shocked by you that day, and he said whatever he could to block the news, so that other people would be shocked by a wave as well. Oh, you guys are so good at this." The two made some small talk and ended the call. Lin Che clicked on the backstage of the songs and found that the number of downloads and favorites for the two songs was already close to 3 million. This is still an effect of the platform not being promoted. Because Lin Che didn't join the company, the music platform wouldn't give traffic at all. Next, click on Vibe. Lin Che realized that the top 10 hot searches were all occupied by himself. The netizens' comments have been varied. "Lin Che is so handsome and his songs are so good. I hope he will continue to create more excellent works. Lin Che is bunker. It's not for nothing that you become an overnight sensation. Looking forward to your future. Don't blow a newcomer too early. Is he really that good? What if it's hype? That's just it. And is that song really his original? It feels kind of unbelievable. Humph. It's just luck. Top moments come to anyone. Don't that moment is permanent." In the face of these comments, Lin Che only shook his head slightly. The same is true of the entertainment industry. Success is bound to cause jealousy and skepticism in some people. But Lin Che didn't care. You have 1 million golden songs in your own head, so if you keep creating, your work will gag the jet-setters. Just as Lin Che was thinking about the future direction, the cell phone rang abruptly again. "How do you do? Is this Mr. Lin Che? I'm the general manager of Hua Sodium Entertainment. Could you please give me a chance for an interview?" "Sodium Hua?" Lin Che responded softly. "Right. Our company can give a C-rated contract after a comprehensive evaluation." On the other end of the line, the manager's tone was flat, as if he was winning. Class C? Chapter 21, Punching the East Wind and Kicking the Red Dust In. Sodium China Entertainment in the luxury office. Sun Jiaohao pressed his ear against the earpiece. He was confident that Lin Che would be shocked by the C-level contract offered by Hua Sodium Entertainment. However, when Lin Che's calm reply came, a stunned expression appeared on Sun Jiaohao's face. "No, C grade is still too low." Lin Che's tone was flat. "What did you say?" Sun Jiahao roared, his face full of incredulity. In the office, Sun Jiahao stood up violently. Breathing gradually became rapid, as if he had heard a great joke. "A C-level contract. it's already not low. Sun Jiahao's tone was serious. Sideways, he stared at the computer screen on his desk. On the screen, the details of the original innovator, Lin Che, were clearly displayed. Name, Lin Che. Sex, male. Age, 22 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Representative works, East Windbreak. Red Dust In. Introduction, with the webcast, playing and singing East Windbreak unintentionally became popular. Afterwards, for singing a song on the program Red Dust In amazed the four seats. Song style, ancient style, Huaguo style, new. Sun Jiahao originally thought that getting a contract from Hua Sodium Entertainment would be an extremely rare thing for a newcomer, but never expected that Lin Che would refuse without hesitation. Sun Jiahao tried to calm himself, clearing his throat again. He tried to convince Lin Che, our company has shown full sincerity, and we hope that we can meet face to face when we have the chance. On the other end of the phone, Lin Che said helplessly, but, the C grade is really too low. Lin Che's heart was calculating, secretly saying, a face-to-face meeting? Then I'm asked to facebomb again, and then I have to ask for instructions from the higher-ups. It's too troublesome. And with the three major entertainments, for Lin Che, Star Ocean was the first choice. If Zhao Rui, this woman, had some brains, then Lin Che's contract could only be said to be a sure thing. Lin Che knows his value. After all, he had a million melodies in his head waiting to be played. After being rejected by Lin Che, Sun Jiahao fell into deep thought. He paced back and forth in his office, muttering, this Lin Che, something's not right. Sun Jiahao understood that Lin Che was indeed a rare talent. It would be a big loss for Hua Sodium Entertainment if they couldn't take him under their wing, but it was also clear to Sun that Lin Che was clearly not interested in a C-level contract. Thinking of this, the corners of Sun Jiahao's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Lin Che's profile and thought in his heart, having a large company's shelter is something that many newcomers dream of. Lin Che, you're still too young. In Sun Jiahao's mind, Hua Sodium Entertainment was one of the three giants in the music industry, has unparalleled resources and influence. As long as Hua Sodium Entertainment is willing, any newcomer can quickly become popular under Hua Sodium's creation. And Lin Che's refusal made Sun Jiahao feel a sense of frustration. Sun Jiahao decided to show Lin Che the star-making ability of Hua Sung Na. Lin Che, I'm going to show you what heights a newcomer can reach with the subtle resources of a large company. Sun Jiahao said to Lin Che, who had hung up on the phone. Sun Jiahao quickly dialed another number. Contact Li Renqiu, an original musician of ancient style who performed more amazingly in the first installment of the program. The moment the phone was picked up, Sun Jiahao opened the door and said, Contestant Li Renqiu, we at Hua Sodium Entertainment have seen your talent and would like to sign with you. Li Renqiu's heart was filled with surprise when he received a call from Hua Sodium Entertainment. Really? Manager's son. I'm so honored. Naturally it's true. Sign today and promote your song tonight. Both parties quickly faced the base and signed the contract. At this moment, an imperceptible smile appeared on Li Renqiu's face. In his heart, he was secretly pleased. Humph. Lin Che, what's the use of your strong singing? Have you received the D-level contract from Hua Sodium? Sodium China Entertainment decided that night to go all out to create the ancient-style talent Li Renqiu. They provided the best resources for Li Renqiu, from the professional music production team to the large-scale publicity and promotion. All of them are top-notch configurations, crafted with care by Sodium China Entertainment. The full version of Li Renqiu's Beauty Wand came out of nowhere. Next day, Beauty Wand has spread to all corners of the Douyin. After Hua Sodium's publicity, Beauty Injury instantly attracted the attention of countless netizens. Sodium China Entertainment also took the opportunity to bring the first wave of rhythm. Vibe on. A hot search appeared out of nowhere. Hashtag the old-fashioned talent Li Renqiu hashtag hot. New songs on the charts. Beauty Wounded comes in at number 7. Stomping the east wind and the red dust in underfoot. This kind of behavior has caused netizens to comment. Holy, Beauty Injury punches east wind break and kicks red dust in. The melody of Beauty Wound is also good. I think it's totally comparable to Lin Che's work. Lin Che's East Wind Break and Red Dust, and that's a true classic. Beauty Injury is still ancient style by definition. Indeed, Lin Che's music has a unique flavor and depth that can't be surpassed by just any song. The heat on both sides intensified. Lin Che wasn't affected by the sounds of the outside world. In the dormitory, Lin Che swiped the doujinshi as usual to pass the time. In his previous life, as a music professor for more than 20 years, listening to lectures was generically uninteresting for Lin Che. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The sudden ringing of the cell phone rang, and when he answered the call, he could only hear Xiao Ming saying in a worried tone, Brother Lin, that Beauty Wound is the work of stitches. Brother Lin, don't be influenced. Lin Che smiled bashfully and shook his head. It's fine. The advantage is on me. I was hoping for a little more heat. Xiaoming froze for a moment when he heard Lin Che's tone. Ha, alright, worry about yourself first. I'm going to test your learning results on the weekend. Lin Che's tone was serious. Okay, brother Lin. Xiaoming's tone trembled, as if he had thought of something terrible, and he directly hung up the phone. Lin Che returned to his senses and flipped through the hot search. Just see how quickly duty won't exploded overnight. It's the same as the two Lin Che songs before. Lin Che just smiled faintly. This vapid heat. Is Hua Sodium crazy? However, Lin Che wanted the crowd to focus their attention on this song, Beauty Injury, followed by another old-fashioned song of my own. The two are contrasted with each other. The crowd will then notice the melodic problem with the piece Beauty Wounded. Sodium China Entertainment. Sun Jiahao closely followed the developments on the internet. Upon seeing that Beauty Injury beat Lin Che's work, Sun Jiahao dialed Lin Che's phone number again. Lin Che, this is just the tip of the iceberg for Hua Sodium. Look at the newcomer who was just signed yesterday, and today he's on the top 10 of the new song charts, and he even accidentally stepped off your song. I'm really sorry. Sun Jiahao's indebted voice came out. Chapter 22 Then, didn't you guys blow up when I sang Ancient Style in this installment? I thought I was given a contract upgrade, so it's just showing off with me. Are you alright? Lin Che's tone was slightly helpless. You don't envy? Sun Jiahao's tone was filled with doubt. Sun Jiahao couldn't believe it. How could a newcomer not be jealous of his competitor's overnight success? Lin Che must be playing it cool. Definitely as well as definitely. Oh, you mean overnight popularity? Lin Che's tone remained bland, and there weren't really many waves in his heart. It's your opponent who became popular overnight. Sun Jiahao emphasized again. Sun Jiahao hoped that Lin Che would be clear about the speed of star-making in Hua Sodium. Sun Jiahao sat up straight at this point, his ear pressed tightly against the earpiece. Halftime. Lin Che didn't reply. Sun Jiahao helplessly raised his volume by a few points. Lin Che, do you know that this time, your opponent has become the center of attention overnight, with all kinds of resources pouring in? Think about if it were you instead? Tell a joke. I don't need a company. I'd become popular overnight. Lin Che said somewhat breathlessly. In the dormitory, a helpless smile appeared on Lin Che's face. Inside the office, Sun Jiahao's eyes were as wide as brass bells. It was surprisingly hard to know what to say for a moment. Sun Jiahao never expected that Lin Che would respond to him so calmly. Yeah, what an overnight sensation this guy is without relying on resources. A complex emotion welled up in Sun Jiahao's heart, and his face became a bit ugly. He gripped the phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging slightly, and for a moment he was speechless, not knowing how to reply. Hey, can you still hear me? Can't you hear me? Lin Che heard the other party half silent and hung up the phone smoothly. Sun Jiahao listened to the busy tone coming from his cell phone, and his heart could not be calmed for a long time. He began to scrutinize whether the company's C-level contract for Lin Che was reasonable. He was clear that Lin Che was an artist with potential. If the company is not able to give him enough attention and support, it is likely to lose this talent. After a long time, Sun Jiahao came back to his senses and inwardly shouted angrily. Impossible. Lin Che, you're just pretending to be calm. Sun Jiahao didn't believe that Lin Che was really so calm. He felt that Lin Che must be covering himself up. Hide your inner turmoil and anxiety. Sun Jiahao then waved his hand and instructed the publicity department to increase publicity. He's determined to get more heat on Liren Saro. Let Lin Che feel the pressure. Let Lin Che know the horror of Hua Sodium's resources. At this time, the Magic City Art Institute. Inside the 303 dormitory, Lin Che sat on the chair, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop as he fell into deep thought. There were still 3 days until the program aired, so Lin Che was hoping that the heat would double again. This way, maybe East Windbreak can take the #1 spot on the new song chart. Lin Che stroked his chin and secretly said. Lin Che shook his head and took a cab forward to the studio to get the arrangement. 3 days passed in a flash. The second installment of The Voice of China has arrived as expected. Early morning sunlight poured into the dormitory through the windows. Lin Che slowly stretched his back and carefully saved the songs that had been carefully compiled over the past 3 days to a USB flash drive. It's an old-fashioned song in here. It was carefully selected by Lin Che by observing the internet heat in the past 3 days. After a simple breakfast, Lin Che took the program's special car to the competition venue. Along the way, Lin Che's thoughts drifted. In his heart, he only hoped that Sodium Hua would continue to protect Li Rincho for the duration of the program. After all, Li Rincho is a hot blood bag. Although, Warner didn't deliberately steer in the direction of public opinion, but it doesn't stop netizens from saying what they want. Inside the car, Lin Che was bored and flipping through his cell phone. Just a hot tip. # who is more prevalent, the ancient style talent or the Chinese style teenager? Hashtag explode. The bottom netizens have long been chatting away. I think it's 50-50 between the two. The two have different fields, but I like Lin Che a little bit more because he's handsome. On the contrary, I think the ancient style has more flavor. I'll support Brother Sorrow in this wave. In truth, the song East Windbreak is groundbreaking if you stretch the music industry timeline. What's the point of being groundbreaking? It's only good to be famous. You've got that wrong. Originality is an unparalleled treasure for the music that follows. Lin Che looked at the heated arguments on the hotspot and gently shook his head, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then didn't you guys blow up when I sang Ancient Style in this installment? Lin Che muttered in a small voice. Half an hour later, the vehicle slowed to a stop. Lin Che stepped out of the car and skillfully arrived at the back of the stage with an air of composure. The place was dimly lit and suffused with an air of tension. The 32 players were divided into 4 parties. A few players have already arrived in each square. Lin Che found the Zhou Huojun mentor camp. Taking his seat quietly, his eyes revealed a touch of calmness. Lin Che's appearance instantly caused the surrounding players to whisper and discuss. Who do you guys think is stronger between Lin Che and Li Renqiu? Lin Che, right? Pioneering a new song style, yeah? How many people have dreamed of this? I think Li Renqiu. He's on fire all over the internet right now before he even debuted. You're thinking what I'm thinking. It seems like Li Renqiu is signed with Wasodium, which is a big company that many people dream of. In between the crowd's discussions, Li Renqiu finally made a late entrance. It was as if he was a superstar with his own light, and every step he took was extremely ostentatious. Only the corner of Li Renqiu's mouth curved up and pulled a smile. There was an unmistakable pride in that smile. Li Renqiu seemed to be enjoying soaking up the attention. He held his head high, his eyes scanning everything around him as if everyone here was just his sidekick. Li Renqiu swaggered into Qin Wei's camp and did not hesitate to take a seat in the C position. In these 3 days, with the strong push from Wasodium Entertainment, Li Renqiu's popularity climbed rapidly. Li Renqiu began to frequently participate in various variety shows and interviews. Every appearance caused a sensation. Wasodium is also constantly promoting Beauty Wand and building momentum for Li Renqiu. After 3 short days, it was as if Li Renqiu had forgotten that he was still a contestant. Like Lin Che, Li Renqiu's appearance enlivened the conversation that had just finished. I just hope I don't draw either of them in this installment. I can't beat either one. God forbid we let them both PK this issue. Don't even think about it. The director will control the flow of the game. These two pack into the final 4. Hey, there's no way to compare, so we can only be cannon fodder. Hear the wailing of those around you. Li Renqiu leisurely stretched his legs, his body slightly leaning back and leaning on the chair. The corner of his mouth curved up again. His eyes stared straight at Lin Che with a hint of provocative rhyme. Chapter 23, Songs in Ancient Style. Live streaming opens. The gorgeous stage instantly became the center of attention for the crowd. Host Lu Ling stood at the center of the stage in an elegant dress. Lu Ling wore a smile on her face. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the scene of China's Best Song. 32 talented music contestants will be competing here today. Let's all look forward to their great performance. At the end of the introductory speech, there were waves of applause and cheers. Netizens who watched the live stream of the presents spoke freely. For Li Renqiu, the talented man of ancient style, the eternal god, punching east wind break and kicking red dust in. The ancient wind talent Li Renqiu is the best. The strongest newcomer. Li Renqiu. Go ancient wind talent. Take the title. With Li Renqiu's 3-day burst of fire, many netizens were also enamored by his song Beauty Wand. The netizens' remarks were taken in by the director's room. Chen Tingjun. Alas, another one who doesn't understand Lin Che. Chen Tingjun said darkly, looking at the furious Li Renqiu. Chen Tingjun let out a gust of cold laughter in his heart. You don't know what you're talking about. Lin Che is a talent I handpicked, and you dare to come and pick a fight? I wish you luck. Chen Tingjun's eyes went to the back of the stage. Only Li Renqiu's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. And Lin Che, who he regarded as his greatest rival, remained calm and collected. At this time, the atmosphere on the stage of China's Best Song was tense and heated. The system has given a list of matchups. As expected, Li Renqiu and Lin Che were not assigned together as expected. 32 contestants stood backstage, each with their fists pumping, ready to show off their skills. Backfield, Li Renqiu scanned the opponents around him. When he saw the contestants who had not even joined the company, he could not help but grimace. In his eyes, these players were not to be feared without the support of a strong background. Li Renqiu clutched the microphone in his hand with confidence in his heart. Finally, it was Li Renqiu's turn to make an appearance. Li Renqiu walks onto the stage with a confident stride. A haughty look was revealed in his eyes. Li Renqiu stood in the center of the stage, raised his head slightly, and said into the microphone, "This time, I'm still singing the ancient style Zhenghu Enmity." Saying that, Lee In-sho also turned to look at the back of the stage, with a look as if he was challenging someone. He knew that Lin Che was watching him from the backfield. He wanted to use the song to prove to Lin Che that he was the true musical genius. Lin Che seemed to feel something in his heart and raised his eyes. With this move, the netizens in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over in amazement at the sight. Is this a letter of war? Lee In-sho is too imposing. It's so cool. I like such a personalized Lee In-sho. I prefer the ancient style to the Chinese style. Not bad for being chosen by a big company. So handsome. On stage, the music plays. The melodious melody is like a fresh spring that flows throughout the studio. However, from the first note of the main song, Lin Che in the backstage realized that something was wrong. The tunes are still kind of stitched together, taking different musical elements and splicing them together abruptly. Oh, so it's still a tailor. Lin Che sneered inwardly. Lin Che felt disdain for this approach of Lee In-sho. On the stage, Lee In-sho sang to his heart's content. However, Zhou Huajun and Yu Jinzhou off stage also realized that something was wrong with Chu. The two of them frowned slightly, secretly wondering in their hearts. However, the two didn't say anything on the set, instead planning to confirm after they finished recording. After all, on this stage, mentors need to remain professional and impartial, and not make judgments based on mere momentary feelings. After the performance, Lee In-sho raised his chin slightly, sweeping the room with a haughty gaze. Laughing softly, he walked off the stage. For this performance, Lee In-sho earned a lot of applause and applauses. This filled Lee In-sho's heart with a sense of fulfillment. Only, deep down, Lee In-sho had a trace of uneasiness again, like he was afraid of being detected by others in his style of song. Backstage, Lin Che is still waiting for the entrance call. Lin Che stroked his chin, his expression focused as he contemplated the song that Lee In-sho had just composed. Only, when Lee In-sho, who had returned to the backcourt, saw Lin Che in this state, he couldn't help but feel a surge of smugness in his heart. In his opinion, Lin Che's pensive look was clearly a sign that he was frightened by his own performance. Lee In-sho swaggered into the C-seat, crossed his legs and put a winning smile on his face, as if he had already won the match. Lin Che looked up and saw Lee In-sho's unbeatable performance and just lightly shook his shoulders. This guy, with a company, he really thinks he's ascended to heaven? Lin Che once again sneered in his heart. Lin Che was not affected by Lee In-sho's provocation and remained calm. However, the netizens on the air had a different view of the two's performance. Lee In-sho shouldn't think Lin Che is a rookie, right? It should be. I think that Lin Che was just subdued by Lee In-sho's song. Lin Che must be pretending to be calm, but in fact, he has been panicking in his heart for a long time, right? That's right. Lee In-sho has the support of a large company. His strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Lin Che is probably racking his brain right now to think of a way to deal with it. Maybe he's all anxious. I think Lin Che is hanging by a thread this time. Lee In-sho's ancient style is so strong, or the mainstream Chinese music style. Lin Che has no chance of winning. Maybe Lin Che is regretting participating in this tournament right now. Running into an opponent as powerful as Lee In-sho, he has no power to fight back. Lin Che is still too tender. How can he compare to Lee In-sho? Lee In-sho has a big company backing him up and has many resources and strength. Netizens seem to have decided that Lin Cheol was scared by Lee In-sho, and are racking their brains for a solution. However, Lin Che was just pondering whether it would be too early for him to choose this song. The theme that Lee In-sho just sang was the grudges and feuds in the Jianghu. Unfortunately, so is this Lin Che song. Whatever, it's not like I'm embarrassed. Lin Che shook his head and secretly sighed. Soon, it was Lin Che's turn to take the stage. The crowd's eyes were firmly focused on the stage entrance. Only Lin Che walked slowly onto the stage with a calm and steady pace. There was a faint smile on his face that made him feel incredibly warm and cozy. The light sprinkled over Lin Che's body at the right time, adding a touch of mysterious and charming charm. Lin Che stood in the center of the stage and slightly closed his eyes. Take a deep breath, as if feeling the stage. A moment later, Lin Che opened his eyes and nodded at instructor Zhou Huajun. Then holding the microphone, he said, "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Che. The song I'm bringing today is Frenemy in the ancient style. The style of the song is old-fashioned." These words pass clear into the scene and the live room. Chapter 24. The tune is in the old style. The crowd was shocked at these words. The audience at the scene was originally full of anticipation for Lin Che, but after hearing his repertoire and songwriting, his mouth dropped open in surprise. The audience couldn't help but mutter. Some people began to wonder if Lin Che's choice was wise. Is there a sense of entitlement, trying too hard to prove yourself? And on the internet, netizens said Lin Che was out of his depth. Lin Che is out of his mind, isn't he? Ancient style music? Who does Lin Che think he is? Daring to challenge Gu Feng, he really doesn't know the heights of heaven. It must have been an attempt at eye candy that only ended up being botched. Lin Che is trying too hard to prove himself. I'll just listen to Li Renqiu for the ancient wind newcomer. At the back of the stage, Li Renqiu's original smug expression instantly froze. Li Renqiu was so shocked by Lin Che's style that he couldn't speak, and his mind kept going back to, how is it possible? How dare he write an ancient style? Then, Li Renqiu's expression shifted to a touch of teasing. Gufeng, are you very talented? It's not enough to have talent. You have to be skillful, Li Renqiu said inwardly, as if he was proud of his tailor's tune. Off stage, after the four tutors heard Lin Che's words, they looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Lin Che ignored the noise around him. Close your eyes slightly. The music plays. The soft piano sound with the guzheng instantly catches everyone's ears. In an instant, the crowd is pulled into a feuding jungle. Where will I see you? Is it possible that the past is predestined? Flying through time and space, but caught in the light of swords and shadows, Lin Che's song rang out, full of emotion. The flute sounded, a lilting tune with ethereal harmonies that silenced the skepticism. March spring flowers are waking up. Who has aged from a long way? It's fate or destiny. It's my heart. Except that you are invulnerable to all enemies. For the main song, Lin Che's voice is low and magnetic. The song's jungle grudge, love and hate are interpreted to the fullest. It makes the audience feel as if they are in a jianghu full of swords and daggers. How do I circle the wagons when the grudge is half and half? It's too late to seek revenge. Under the moon, the porter sighs at last night's peace and quiet. When the stars turn in the sky, my destiny is set. 1,000 enemies have come to attack. I'm afraid the loneliness I borrowed from you will be hard to return in this life. The chorus comes on, and Lin Che's vocals seem to be chanting, but they are spilling out. Lin Che's voice sings of the fateful entanglement between arch-enemies. It makes people feel a sense of inescapable destiny. The song interludes played and brought the atmosphere up. As the song progresses, the attitudes of the netizens begin to shift. Wow! The lyrics of this song are so deep. Lin Che's voice is so good, completely transported into that jianghu world by him. I didn't realize Lin Che's ancient style songs could be so infectious. The four tutors were also shocked by Lin Che's performance. The original worries of the four disappeared without a trace, and were replaced by appreciation and admiration for Lin Che. Twice the snow that winds around the lonely island. Who's gonna stop the fluttering? Picking a star from the sea. To keep me company all night long. A coffin buried in a deep valley. No secrets last forever. Dyed in the wool. A sad situation arises. No one escapes predestination. Rich drums sound exceptionally catchy on the second verse of the title track. In the middle, there is also a blend of eru, pipa and flute sounds. There are also occasional harmonies that make the whole song filled with sadness. The poignant and gorgeous lyrics and style of the song made the audience unconsciously raise the glow sticks in their hands and wave them. At the back of the stage, Li Renqiu looked at Lin Che's bright stage performance and his face gradually became gloomy. Mud. What gives you the right? This is even worse than Sa having me. Li Renqiu's inner incompetence raged. You obviously already have the Huagua style. Why are you touching the ancient style? Li Renqiu's heart was filled with disbelief. His eyes were dead set on Lin Che on the stage. Only Lin Che slightly closed his eyes, raised the microphone, and sang with a light voice. How do I circle the wagons when the grudge is half and half? It's too late to seek revenge. Under the moon, the porter sighs at last night's peace and quiet. When the stars turn in the sky, my destiny is set. When the pen and ink are gone, 1,000 enemies have come to attack. I'm afraid the loneliness I borrowed from you will be hard to return in this life. The strings play, reinforcing the sense of fatalism once again. Lin Che changes the key on the last chorus, raising the mood a bit again. In the final chorus, the song's harmonic arrangement becomes more complex. Multi-part harmonies intertwine to create a grand and stirring atmosphere. It makes the song more emotionally fulfilling. This kind of spatial fragmentation makes the live streamer frequently asterisk. Lin Che is so awesome. This ancient style song is simply a masterpiece. I take back what I said before. Lin Che is a true talent of ancient style. Is Lin Che still human? Bunker. I look forward to Lin Che's continued surprises in the upcoming matches. The song ended with thunderous applause and cheers. Lin Che bowed slightly. The four mentors smiled with relief and commented. As Lin Che's guiding mentor, Zhou Huijun was the first to comment. This song, in terms of rhythmic grasp, can fit the rhythm of the arrangement, but also free processing, so that the song is full of changes and infectious. Also, some Western instruments are incorporated, making the whole song less cliché. I'm looking forward to your next work. After listening, Lu Huan also nodded his head, but still let out a flash of doubt. In the singing of this song, you displayed certain superior singing skills. First of all, the breath control was exceptionally good. with long phrases sung with a steady breath and appropriate use of variations in strength and weakness. But, I still haven't heard the high notes. Some pity, build on it. Diva Chin Wei also nodded her head and agreed. Your true and false voice transitions are natural and smooth. The falsetto on the main part of the song creates an ethereal atmosphere. The true voice of the chorus enhances the expression and aids the emotion well. But as a contestant, you can't do it without a soprano voice. Oh, Yu Jianzhou, on the other hand, shook his head slightly disappointed that he hadn't heard Lin Che play and sing. Lin Che, there's no doubt about your songwriting ability. The piano still blends well, but I'd still like you to play and sing on your own to improve your overall performance. Lin Che, on the other hand, accepted his mentor's suggestions article by article, promising, next time for sure. Host Lu Ling spoke. Then, first, please ask contestant Lin Che to return backstage to rest for a moment. Lin Che nodded slightly and left the stage. Because the voting is after the show is over and the entire audience votes to ensure fairness, the results of the promotion are not certain at this time. Backstage, Lin Che instantly became the object of admiration. Finding his seat, Lin Che waited for the program to end. Only, in the center of a certain C seat, Li Rincho's gaze became lax, as if he was still immersed in Lin Che's song. Chapter 25, I Don't Even Want It. Lin Che gave a wonderful performance that brought back memories for the crowd in attendance. On the internet, Sun Jiahao looked at the dashing Lin Che with a glint in his eyes. Good. What an archenemy. Sun Jiahao exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Through Lin Che's two performances, Sun Jiahao was also scrutinizing whether the C-level contract is reasonable. But, a C-rank contract is a contract signed by a mid-level producer. Sun Jiahao inwardly said. It's usually hard for newcomers to turn it down, right? As a senior executive of Hua Sodium, Sun Jiahao naturally would not pressure a talented newcomer. Now in China, the three major entertainment tripartite oppositions, a newcomer like Lin Che, as long as he was oppressed by one party, he would definitely attract other families to coax him. After all, the face value is there. The strength of the school cannot be, then go idle. These are two paths that the big three entertainment have seen through for a long time. No way. Such a talent can't be handed over to someone else. Sun Jiahao's heart fluttered as he dialed a high-level phone number. The program, The Greatest Hits of China, is drawing to a close. Internet voting is open. The list of the 8 matchups surfaced live and on air one by one. Crowds have been participating in the voting, due to the fact that Lin Che's renditions in these two installments were so good. First, he used the Chinese-style Red Dust Inn as his entrance ticket, and then he used the ancient-style frenemy to hit Li Rinxiao in the face. So much so, that Huagua style and ancient style, in recent times, have surpassed other genres in terms of heat. This led to the internet not being a fan of the other contestants. At this point, the big screen scrolls. The system is automatically matching opponents. As expected, the two didn't meet again. The second installment of the show ended with that. The contestants in turn get into a special car and leave the program. Back at school, Lin Che had just stepped out of the car door. In an instant, Lin Che saw a rather striking scene. Principal Pang Jiayue and Guide Zhang Min were standing at the door with smiling faces. The two men's gazes were locked straight onto Lin Che. There were a number of onlookers behind them. Lin Che couldn't help but stare, secretly wondering in his heart. Lin Che subconsciously looked around, and didn't find any special signs like a high-ranking person coming to inspect or something like that. This battle caused Lin Che to be a bit puzzled. With a heart full of doubts, Lin Che still politely greeted the principal and the guide. Then he intended to lift his feet and leave, but without waiting for Lin Che to take 2 steps, Headmaster Pang Jiayue took an arrow step forward and reached out to pull Lin Che's arm with one hand. Lin Che turned his head in surprise, and heard Pang Jiayue lower his voice and say, "There's someone from my office." Seeing the principal look like this, Lin Che could only nod his head and silently follow behind the principal and the guide as he walked in the direction of the principal's office. Not 2 minutes into the walk, the trio entered on a special elevator. Ding. As soon as the elevator door opened, Lin Che's gaze saw the office. On the sofa, sitting a man and a woman. Lin Che couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The female was recognized as Agent Zhao Rue. The male Lin Che was not familiar with. Standing in place, Lin Che was somewhat at a loss for words. At this moment, Principal Pang Jiayue smiled and walked forward, introducing Lin Che. This is Hua Sodium's manager, Sun Jiahao, and this, Zhao Rue, the gold medal agent. Sun Jiahao was the first to stand up and extended his hand towards Lin Che, saying, "Student Lin Che, I've heard a lot about you. Your performance in the match was truly amazing." Lin Che stretched out his hand and shook Sun Jiahao's hand, humbly saying, "Manager's son overpraised me. I'm just casually participating in the competition. There are still a lot of inadequacies." Lin Che was not clear about this person's intentions. A while ago, he was trying to pressure himself, but today he was smiling and catering, which made Lin Che a little confused. Sun Jiahao laughed and waved his hand. Don't say that. Your potential is there for all to see. I'm not going to lie. After some in-depth discussions between me and our upper echelons of Chinese sodium, we have agreed that you're an incomparable talent, so we've decided that we can offer you up to a B-level contract. Speaking here, Sun Jiahao deliberately paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Che, as if he wanted to see a hint of a surprise reaction from Lin Che's face. Only, Lin Che's expression was bland and he couldn't see anything. Then Sun Jiahao said unhurriedly, don't underestimate this B-level contract, which in our Chinese sodium, that is only senior producers are qualified to enjoy the treatment. And in terms of sharing, we give you a 30/70th split. This condition, but it is quite generous. Hearing this, Lin Che only nodded slightly. A 30/70th split is arguably a deal a newcomer can't refuse, let alone a B grade. But Lin Che doesn't think he's limited to that. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, he was interrupted by a cold snort from Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui slowly stood up. First, he seemingly glanced at Sun Jiahao. Then Zhao Rui spoke. Grade B? Manager Sun's handwriting seems to be a bit too stingy, doesn't it? What we, Star Ocean Entertainment, are giving, is grade A. When these words came out, not only Sun Jiahao, but even the principal and the guide couldn't help but slightly widen their eyes. An A-level contract, that's definitely top-tier treatment in the entertainment industry. How many artists dream of it may not get it? Sun Jiahao's face suddenly changed slightly, frowning as he looked at Zhao Rui and said, Agent Zhao, that's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Class A contract? When did you Star Ocean Entertainment become so generous? Zhao Rui, however, just smiled faintly, turned her head to Lin Che, and said, believe it or not, I've brought the contract anyway. After saying that, Zhao Rui snapped, put the contract on the table. Lin Che's gaze went to the desktop, and the Class A contract came into view. A wave surged through his heart, but it quickly subsided. Seeing this, Sun Jiahao hurriedly said, Lin Che, don't just listen to Agent Zhao's good words. Although the A-level contract is tempting, the requirements inside are not something you can afford as a newcomer. Our Hua Sodium's B-level contract is a real, steady one, and with a 30/70th split, the earnings you get your hands on will definitely not be less. Zhao Rui, however, was not willing to show weakness and took a step forward, her gaze tightly fixed on Lin Che as she said in a sincere tone, Lin Che, I believe in your strength. Besides, you're richly inspired. When Zhao Rui thought about Lin Che's theme writing songs last time, her heart still couldn't stop admiring him. An A-list contract requires the producer to be in the top 10 of the new song charts every month. This is extremely difficult for newcomers. But, Rui Zhao is just gambling. Bet Lin Che can do it. Because after the program aired, Lin Che's 2 songs had come to the 3rd and 4th position. The principal and guide stood and watched this in silence. The two just looked at each other and said nothing. A silence fell over the scene. Several people's gazes looked towards Lin Che. Only Lin Che took a deep breath and spoke. I don't even really want it. Chapter 26, do you come one by one, or all together? When Lin Che slowly opened his mouth to say that he didn't really want either of the contracts, the atmosphere of the entire office instantly froze. The faces of the crowd changed in this instant. I can't believe that Lin Che is, in fact, so disdainful of these 2 contracts that are practically begging for it in the eyes of onlookers. Pang Jiayue and Zhang Min looked at each other in dismay. However, after a brief moment of shock, it quickly got over the initial shock. The two of them looked at each other, their gazes briefly meeting, and instantly recalled Lin Che's response in similar situations on the previous 2 occasions. The two couldn't help but show a hint of hidden anticipation in their eyes. It was as if they were waiting for a big, exciting show to start. Sun Jiahao, who was on the side, was inwardly reeling at the moment. Sun Jiahao originally thought with confidence. The B-level contract of Hua Sodium Corporation that he himself had thrown out as well as the extremely generous 37% split terms were definitely enough to make Lin Che's heart flutter. After all, it's under the umbrella of a showbiz powerhouse like Hua Sodium. A B contract is a top-tier deal given to a senior producer. How many people try to squeeze in without that chance? But now, Lin Che had so easily stated that he didn't want it? This was certainly like a pot of cold water, which mercilessly doused the heart-filled expectations. Sun Jiahao thought that Lin Che was really too high-minded and uneducated. Sun Jiahao frowned, his tone unconsciously carrying a trace of obvious displeasure as he opened his mouth to persuade. Student Lin Che, you have to think it over. You know, in show business, how many people dream of the opportunity when a big company like our Hua Sodium can offer you a B contract? Sun Jiahao said while secretly slandering in his heart. This kid, does he know what he's rejecting or not? What a rampage! Lin Che was actually clear in his heart. In the entertainment industry, a B-level contract offered by a big company like Wasodium is indeed an excellent opportunity that countless are trying to get, and that 30/70th split deal does mean it can be quite lucrative. But Lin Che's mind echoed with countless melodies. Lin Che didn't want to be limited to this. Lin Che didn't directly respond to Sun Jiahao's words, but instead raised his head slightly and looked straight at Zhao Rui with a puzzled gaze. Just offered an A contract by Rui Zhao. To be honest, Lin Che did move for a moment. After all, that's the more top-tier contractual deal. But Rui Zhao did not say anything about giving artists a high degree of freedom. For Lin Che, inwardly, he hoped that he would have a high degree of freedom in his future acting career. This allows you to create and develop according to your inner thoughts, instead of being tied down by the company's various rules and regulations. Zhao Rui felt her heart clench violently when she was gazed at by this sudden gaze from Lin Che. Zhao Rui's heart suddenly thumped, seemingly sensing that Lin Che was dissatisfied with the contract he had proposed. Seeing Lin Che's eyes burning into his own, Zhao Rui awkwardly coughed lightly in an attempt to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere. Explaining, "Student Lin, I didn't have time to say a bit just now. The issue of your freedom is something we at Star Ocean have no reason to agree to for the time being. But, an A contract, it's been pretty." Zhao Rui's voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end, she didn't know what to say at all. Zhao Rui was helpless in her heart. For newcomers, wanting to be highly free, she had to rise to an S-level contract to be able to do so. And the company, how can they easily set this precedent for a newcomer? After all, the company needs to invest a lot of resources in each artist, and there has to be a corresponding control to do so. Sun Jiahao couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he listened to Zhao Rui's explanation from the side. Mentally, he thought disdainfully, when is it A's turn to explain things to be? Isn't this upside down and messed up? When Sun Jiahao heard that Lin Che actually wanted to be highly free, his face darkened. Sun Jiahao's tone raised. Highly liberal? Lin Che, you're just a newcomer who hasn't really established himself in the entertainment industry yet. Delusions of entitlement to an S-class contract? What is this if not insouciance? Sun Jiahao's tone was a bit over the top. Lin Che just nodded after hearing this. Sun Jiahao's reaction was reasonable. Lin Che was also clear that he was just a fledgling newcomer. He had yet to see Lin Che's true potential. In the entertainment industry, which newcomer didn't work his way up from the bottom step by step? How can you get everything right from the start? Just as Sun Jiahao's words had fallen, Lin Che just quietly scanned the piano in the office. Just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, Zhao Rui hurriedly took over and said, "Manager's son, words can't be said like that. Lin Che is still very talented." Zhao Rui had just noticed Lin Che's gaze looking towards the piano, and she felt bad in her heart. Zhao Rui, however, remembered that the last time Lin Che had used the piano to render himself speechless, even to get that A-list contract, Rui Zhao also begged the top brass for a week. Sun Jiahao naturally didn't know Zhao Rui's intentions and snorted disdainfully. "Talent? It's just 3 songs. Agent Zhao, you're really kind." Sun Jiahao scoffed at Zhao Rui's explanation. In his opinion, a gold medal agent, actually explaining for a newcomer, isn't this the Tao against the Big Dipper? When is it A's turn to protect B? Lin Che quietly listened to the conversation between the two, without many waves in his heart. Sighing, Lin Che pointed to the piano on the side, and his gaze went to the principal, Pang Jiaoyue. Pang Jiaoyue received Lin Che's hint and instantly understood. Nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice, Pang Jiaoyue said in his heart, "Lin boy, you're starting again?" His elbow disliked Zhang Min, who was on the side, and then winked frequently, signaling to take a step to speak. The two pulled back some distance and muttered in whispers. Pang Jiaoyu lowered his voice and said, "This kid again?" Zhang Min shrugged helplessly and responded, "Who knows? Just take a look." Pang Jiaoyu's eyes lit up and added, "Should I turn on the radio?" Zhang Min gave him a blank look. "Headmaster, are you trying to play wave with another school's old-timer again?" Pang Jiaoyu quickly waved his hand and explained, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm proclaiming Lin Che's talent." After saying that, Pang Jiaoyu reached out and turned on the radio. When Zhang Min saw the principal act this way, she silently sighed and thought to herself, "This principal, he really loves to toss and turn." Only to see, Lin Che slowly walked to the piano and gently sat down. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the office were focused on Lin Che in unison. Lin Che sat in front of the piano, his slender fingers gently resting on the keys, slightly raising his head, his gaze calmly scanning the crowd. Slowly, he spoke, "You come one by one, or all together?" Chapter 27. I'm convinced. Stop it. After Pang Jiaoyue's manipulation, Lin Che's words resounded throughout the entire campus. In the evening, the setting sun shines in all corners of the campus. Just after school students heard the announcement, Each footsteps are slightly a beat, and with the side of the peer companion whispering up, Lin Che is improvising again? I don't know if the last one was real or not. I feel like it's just blind bragging. That's right. I don't believe it either. What kind of person can be that good? Create when they say they will. Think they are a gold medal producer? Hey, maybe he's really good at it. His 3 songs were pretty amazing. That was also written by Lin Che after preparing for a long time. It's not the same as improvising. If Lin Che can improvise, I'll eat it upside down. Anyway, let's hear it first. And if it's really good, I'll be at the playground concert tonight. Meanwhile, in the office, Sun Jiahao first froze. Then he snorted. What? You still want to? Struggle a bit? Humph. Then I'd like to see what you can play. Zhao Rui, who was on the side, didn't say anything, but only stared at Lin Che with a tight gaze. Lin Che smiled faintly. Don't be so abrasive. Come up with a question, manager Sun. Sun Jiahao had a teasing face. Fine. I'm in an unusually angry mood right now. So, without waiting for Sun Jiahao to finish, Lin Che's fingertips flew directly on the keys, singing in a gruff voice. I want to live in anger. It's like flying through the sky. It's like walking through a wild, boundless place. The power to break free. I want to be alive. It's like standing on top of a rainbow. It's like walking through a river of stars, possessing powers beyond the ordinary. The angry, wild, and confident voice made the corners of Sun Jiahao's mouth twitch slightly. Did you prepare this beforehand? Sun Jiahao asked in surprise as he felt the quality of the song. Again, Lin Che didn't say anything nonsense. He just said lightly, impossible, absolutely impossible. You're lying. Said Sun Jiahao, his speech disordered. Lin Che didn't even want to say again. He didn't give Sun Jiahao a chance to finish and just played and sang. I'm not lying, why should I lie? Love someone. What happens if you're not in love? Don't say I'm lying. Life has been so hard. There are some things you just don't want to expose. Stop. Sun Jiahao gasped. How did you do that? How did you do it? Gave her the love she needed. How did you imagine it? About your future. If I doubt happiness, it won't always be there. Please tell me how to get love. One thought. Lin Che finished playing under Sun Jiahao's astonished gaze and said softly, followed by, again. Don't play. Sun Jiahao was so shaken inside that he couldn't speak clearly. Don't hesitate. Don't meet. Don't remember. Don't go to the comedy alone. Don't go on. Don't make metaphors. Don't heal. Don't let anyone see how aggrieved you are. Don't rain. Don't go down. Don't be redundant. Without waiting for Lin Che to finish the first half of the song, Sun Jiahao shouted, I'm convinced. Stop it. Lin Che stopped helplessly, and inwardly said, I haven't gotten a kick out of singing yet. During those 3 days when these songs were being arranged in the recording studio, Lin Che registered a bunch of copyrights in his head for future convenience. So Lin Che wanted to finish the song climax. You, stammered Sun Jiahao. Manager Sun? Are you alright? Lin Che asked kindly. Zhao Rui's lips quirked at the side, clearly on the verge of stifling her laughter. Lin Che's improvisation just now could be more spontaneous than the last time. The difficulty level is also much higher than last time. Zhao Rui had already secretly recorded these 4 songs and decided to go back tonight to deliver with the higher-ups. As a gold agent, she knew the quality of these 4 songs very well. They were all gold level. As long as the company promotes it properly, it's not very difficult for even newcomers to be in the top 10 of the charts every month. No, it's fine. It's just that, said Sun Jiahao as he adjusted his shocked look. Hey, well, you won. B rank really doesn't deserve you. Sun Jiahao was naturally aware that he had just said only 4 sentences, or a very casual 3 or 4 sentences. Lin Che just popped out of the water. And the songs are high quality. That's the hard part. To be able to have this strength, it was no wonder Lin Che would look down on B-class contracts. Inwardly, Sun Jiahao even thought that an S-class contract wouldn't even make it into Lin Che's eyes. Because, even Top Trump's Sheikh can't make a song in a second. Lin Che is not limited to the S-class. Meanwhile, Lin Che's 4 improvisations spread throughout the campus. People have gone from initial disdain to, holy, Lin Che is awesome. B rank doesn't even deserve him. 4 songs, can't get enough of each one. Whatever. We must go to the playground tonight and make Lin Che sing 2 more songs. Bro, what did you say to eat just now? Eat? Put away your disgusting old ape behavior. Oh, let's go. Go to the cafeteria and watch you eat upside down. 4 impromptu songs to get the whole campus riled up. The noise intensified, and I don't know who shouted from the crowd. Lin Che Nyo Boi, driving the entire campus to chant in unison. The voice carries into the office. Even though it was an office with added soundproofing material, Lin Che could hear these words from the students. Lin Che unconsciously turned his gaze toward Pang Jiayue. I saw Pang Jiayu use his finger to draw a 5-day vacation. Zhang Min, who was disliked by his elbow, nodded helplessly without any complaints. Only then did Lin Che put away that scrutinizing gaze and looked at Sun Jiahao. Manager's son. Then you think what level is suitable right now? Lin Che asked rhetorically. At least A grade. Sun Jiahao pondered for a moment and spoke in a serious tone. Grade A? But, said Lin Che, stroking his chin and pondering. But, you said, in case, or, is there a possibility of an S? Lin Che didn't have a bottom in his heart even after he said it. Although Lin Che was confident, he was still a newcomer at the end of the day. And the highest contract did float a bit. It's possible, but it's not enough, Sun Jiahao said as he pushed up his glasses. Oh, how? Lin Che raised his eyebrows, a hint of interest rising. You're still a newcomer in the end, but your strength is already at the top level. So, intoned Sun Jiahao, meeting Lin Che's gaze. Not enough reputation value? Lin Che suddenly realized. Sun Jiahao nodded slightly. In the early days of newcomers, that's the hard part. The company won't gamble, and they don't dare to gamble. Lin Che's eyes also dimmed after hearing this. The two main factors, reputation and popularity, were still in the accumulation stage for Lin Che. While the three songs started a national fever for a while, it wasn't nearly enough. Looking at Lin Che's silent appearance in the office, several people didn't open their mouths to interrupt. At this time, Lin Che also pondered on how to accumulate prestige. The fastest way to do this is naturally to hype up the heat. Then there's the one that's desperately trying to get into a race and win the title to prove it. Chapter 28, Two Roads. Lin Che slowly raised his head and revealed a wisp of a smile. Both options were acceptable, but Lin Che favored the second one. Heat is something like that. Lin Che won't actively touch it, but Lin Che wanted others to touch himself. I think highly of you, Lin Che. Sun Jiaohao's tone softened. Me too. Zhao Rui nodded and spoke up as well. You guys? Isn't it a competitive relationship? Lin Che was a bit puzzled. The two are supposedly rivals. They shouldn't be so amicable. You don't need to worry about that. Zhao Rui spoke. Yes, on the surface, our three giants compete with each other. But in reality, the areas of specialization are different. And we also help each other out. As long as the price is right. Sun Jiahao opened his mouth to explain. Oh, like this? Lin Che was somewhat shocked in his heart. But on second thought, as long as all three parties profit together, it's an iron triangle combination. Then, if I join Star Ocean, will I usher in a joint retaliation from the two major entertainment? Lin Che directly opened his mouth and asked. Zhao Rui and Sun Jiahao exchanged glances, only to see Sun Jiahao arch his hand, signaling Zhao Rui to speak. Student Lin, in a situation like this, no company will want you, Zhao Rui said with a sigh. Ha? Lin Che's face changed drastically. Overdoing it? No, dude, that's not a lot of grace, is it? However, you don't have to worry. Zhao Rui's words changed. The three major entertainment will jointly organize a studio for you, and you will have the three major ones on your back. Lin Che inwardly called out to the good guys. You can still play like this? Wouldn't that make you walk all over the showbiz world? Obviously. Fantasy is wonderful and reality is cruel. Zhao Rui sighed. This is something that only top aces get. But you are not qualified right now. Top naturally writes 3 songs a year, and they all have to make the top 10 on the annual Hot 100 chart. Top producers normal companies can't keep them, but our interests are mutual, and instead of hooking up and poaching people, we should be mutually beneficial. But you're just a newbie. So, Sun Jiahao nodded and added, Lin Che, there is still a distance between you and a top ace. And let's not even talk about strength. You can't even reach the most basic level of prestige, let alone durability. Even though you are inspired to be rich, one of these two main conditions is missing. After listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Che also fell into deep thought. What are the conditions for becoming a top ace? Lin Che asked. From the conversation between the two, Lin Che was naturally clear. Top trumps. This is a top caliber that is not limited to the company's stripes. Freedom, not to mention the fact that it took the big three teaming up to keep it in. When the two heard Lin Che's question, they glanced at each other and kept their mouths shut. What's wrong? Can't you say it? Lin Che asked when he saw this. It's not that it can't be said. It's a task that's simply impossible to accomplish. Zhao Rui looked regretful. Yeah, if you were an experienced gold medal producer, you might have a slight chance, but you're just a newcomer. Sun Jiahao also had a helpless look on his face. What do you mean? Then why don't you guys say it? Lin Che laughed bitterly inwardly. How do you know if it works if you don't try it? You questioned it. I proved it. It's logical. Go ahead, Zhao Rui said to Sun Jiahao. Sun Jiahao adjusted his breathing and spoke faintly. 2 paths. Number 1. Hold up a diva and a diva. Number 2. New song chart, 12 in a row. When Sun Jiahao finished, he actually shook his head. Lin Che, on the other hand, was secretly thinking, the heavenly kings and queens, they definitely can't hold them up themselves, because no company was added. So, while there seemed to be 2 paths, there was only one left for Lin Che, an extremely difficult path to godhood. Has anyone walked the second path? Lin Che asked tentatively. There was, but that was already 50 years ago. Sun Jiahao's tone was bland. At that time, the Chinese music scene was just emerging. So, Sun Jiahao didn't say any more. Lin Che nodded and seemed to understand. These words, alluding to this path, even the ancestors were sealed by luck. That's why the two said it was an impossible task. Restrictions are meant to be broken. Lin Che's tone was impassioned. Student Lin Che, you're still just a newcomer. You can't do it. Sun Jiahao kindly reminded. You don't have resources or a company, so it's easy for you to fall flat on your face. Zhao Rui also persuaded. The two had seen too many geniuses like Lin Che fall. The best of them only lasted 7 straight wins, because October, January, and February are the 3 toughest months. Top producers release songs during these 3 special months, so the most talented of men will stop after 7 straight wins. It ended up being an honest signing for an A contract, but all of the challengers' follow-up compositions are more or less affected by the mindset, with new songs hovering in the mid-20s of the new songs chart. Try it. Lin Che's tone remained indifferent. The 2 men just bowed their heads and sighed, no longer trying to persuade them. So, good luck? The 2 replied in unison. Us? Meet at the top? Lin Che revealed a smile. AI. Young people are just arrogant. Sun Jiahao laughed. However, let's say this ugly thing up front. Since you have accepted the challenge, you are an enemy of our 3 greats. Sun Jiahao gave Lin Che a precautionary shot. You'll be challenging the big 3 on your own, but as a big company, we naturally won't slander, rumor, or question you, but we'll keep putting pressure on you. Zhao Rui added from the side. Doesn't matter. Lin Che replied. Sun Jiahao and Zhao Rui looked at each other and said in unison to Lin Che. Mr. Lin Che, this is a challenge letter, and we congratulate you on your successful challenge. Okay. Lin Che stood in place and watched the 2 leave. Taking deep breaths, Lin Che tried to calm down, becoming the top 3 challengers in an instant. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. However, Lin Che was most definitely looking forward to it. As the saying goes, the more pressure there is, the easier it is to push the limits. Lin Che could make good use of the pressure given by the Big 3 entertainment. That's a big blood bag. Lin Che? Pang Jiayue patted Lin Che's shoulder and said softly. Child, be bold. Principal? Lin Che raised his eyes and looked, only to see Pang Jiayue's eyes were deep, as if he was memorializing something. Alright, come to my office more often when you're free in the future. This piano was very suitable for you. Pang Jiayue gently stroked the keys and said to Lin Che. Lin Che always felt that the principal was strange, so after nodding and replying with a yes, he bid farewell to the principal and left the office. The sunset in the evening was beautiful, and Lin Che walked on the campus pathway, directly becoming a bright landscape. Lin Che sighed, cricketing a certain old 6 in his mind. All this hilarity was caused by a certain old 6 who inadvertently turned on the radio. Chapter 29. 10 out of 10 is 12 out of 10. On the school road, Lin Che moved slowly. Along the way, Lin Che only felt that there were tens of thousands of pairs of eyes staring at him. After 4 times of playing, the improvisation had already given Lin Che the high label of demon. Lin Che put on his headphones and tried to escape the murmurs of the people around him as much as possible. Only, the headphones' noise-canceling function was so poor that Lin Che still heard everything. Lin Che is 2D, isn't he? That improvisation is simply genius. I was mesmerized and now all I can think about is I want to rage for my life. Who is Raging Blossom? Why do you want him dead? Do you guys think there's a possibility that this is also chance? It's possible. And who knows if some setup was prepared in advance. As Lin Che listened to these murmurs, he only slightly hooked the corners of his mouth, his expression remaining indifferent. Lin Che knew in his heart that as a half-public figure, he would have been under the center of attention. There are those who appreciate it, and naturally there are those who question it and even denigrate it. As a public figure, it is important to stay true to oneself in the midst of all the voices. As long as the facts are not maliciously adapted, these ramblings need not concern us. Only, while walking, Lin Che always felt that he was being followed. Is it an illusion? Lin Che muttered in his heart. In a trance, Lin Che was vaguely aware that there seemed to be someone behind him who was following him unhurriedly. This feeling of being followed caused Lin Che's heart to inexplicably tighten. This feels Kinda familiar? Lin Che unconsciously accelerated his pace, wanting to get rid of this somewhat strange atmosphere. But to Lin Che's surprise, the footsteps of the man behind him quickened, always maintaining a distance not too far from Lin Che. As Lin Che walked, he quickly searched for memories in his mind. Suddenly, Lin Che's footsteps lurched, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc, and he violently turned around, looking at Su Qingqing behind him, only to see that Su Qingqing was looking at Lin Che somewhat innocently with a pair of big eyes. Lin Che purposely slammed his face up and stepped towards Su Qingqing. This sudden scene caused the surrounding students to gasp. Lin Che and Su Qingqing are together? The two of them are having an affair? Ha ha, don't you say it. They stand together so well. It feels like a plot in an idol drama. I'm going to get high on this CP. Humph. What's so good about Lin Che? He just plays a few tunes. How is he worthy of our white moonlight? Su Qingqing? That's right. People in the entertainment industry are unreliable. Don't touch our white moonlight. Okay. Su Qingqing listened to the surrounding murmurs, her willow brows slightly furrowed. Seeing Lin Che walking in front of him, he whispered, "What are you doing?" Lin Che still had a stern face. "I was going to ask you, why are you following me?" "Scared me." Su Qingqing pouted and said, "I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. By the way." Lin Che was speechless for a moment. A hint of embarrassment flooded his taut expression. "Yeah, people just go to the cafeteria to eat." Lin Che lightly coughed twice with some embarrassment, and inexplicably uttered, what a coincidence. I'm also going to the cafeteria. Do you want to join me?" Lin Che originally wanted to go back to the dormitory, but the words had already been spoken and could not be reversed. "Yes." Su Qingqing gently nodded, and the two of them walked side by side, shoulder to shoulder. "Where's your little girlfriend?" Lin Che pulled a topic of small talk. "What? You like her? Brother's wife can't be deceived." "Oh." Su Qingqing's tone was light and slight. "No? You chat like this?" Lin Che touched his nose and was surprised. He, your brother abducted my bestie. What do you think?" Su Qingqing said helplessly. "Ha." Lin Che let out a bitter laugh. Not knowing what to say, the two walked into the cafeteria side by side. The two men hit their respective meals and then sat down together again. In the campus cafeteria, it's peak mealtime. People come and go. Lin Che and Su Qingqing sat opposite each other, with their respective chosen meals on the plates in front of them. As Su Qingqing ate her meal, she raised her eyes to look at Lin Che, with a few moments of admiration in her eyes, and said softly, "Your piano is really amazing." At the mention of the piano, Lin Che, who was usually a bit mute, seemed as if he had changed into a different person, and instantly came to life. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly with a hint of confidence. "Then surely you must have some real skills. Otherwise how can you be qualified to be your teacher?" After saying that, as if he remembered something, Lin Che immediately asked, "Right, the sheet music I sent you last time. How's the practicing going?" After the last time Su Qingqing said she wasn't very good at playing that song, Lin Che has written a specially crafted and detailed explanation of Bach's Prelude in C major. Not only that, but an instructional video was recorded. From the playing techniques of each note to how to read the sheet music accurately, they were all sent to Su Qingqing in detail. Su Qingqing slightly pouted. "It's not bad. I'm just playing by feel. I don't even know if I've played it wrong." Lin Che nodded. "It's fine. Take your time. The piano piece itself is actually okay in terms of difficulty. The hardest part is getting the feelings embedded in that kind of tune exactly right. But for a piano novice, at this stage it's good enough to just make sure that you get the fingering right and play the notes correctly." Su Qingqing softly answered him, then lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. The originally fair cheeks looked like they were currently tinted with a faint reddish color. After 2 minutes, Su Qingqing seems to be drumming up courage. The tone of voice with a little nervous, said, You tonight, can you sing 2 more songs?" "Ah, ha." Lin Che was a bit surprised. Su Qingqing stammered a little. Never mind." After saying that, Su Qingqing even sniffled. Lin Che then noticed that the other party's state was not right. Not only was his face slightly flushed, but his eyes seemed to be a little red, and his nose was slightly sniffling. Lin Che thought in his heart that this wasn't right. 10 out of 10 is 12 out of 10. The symptoms, at first glance, are clearly choking. Lin Che just wanted to stand up to help her pat her back. However, the phrase men and women are not related to each other suddenly flashed in his mind, and he had to sit down awkwardly. After a long period of silence, Lin Che stifled a sentence. Are you alright?" Su Qingqing quickly adjusted and raised her head to look straight at Lin Che. Only in his eyes, he did not have the same ease and calmness that he had just recognized. Lin Che touched his chin and muttered with a bit of difficulty, 2 more songs. I'm afraid I can't. After 10 o'clock the school made it a rule not to make a fuss and it was break time for the students. Definitely can't hold a big stereo and play and sing. Su Qingqing sighed secretly in her heart and just wanted to open her mouth to say something. However, he heard Lin Che's words change. But, Su Qingqing slowly raised her head with a hint of anticipation as she looked at Lin Che, who had a thoughtful face. Chapter 30, My Point. After a moment, Lin Che raised his head, looked at Su Qingqing, and slowly spoke. I'll be the last to go. If you can wait, you can sing 2 more songs to send you off, but you can only sing in a small clear voice. When Su Qingqing heard this, her heart, which had been slightly dimmed by the wait, instantly regained its luster. Su Qingqing gently nodded and said, I'll wait for you. At this point, the two sat opposite each other at the dining room table. Lin Che's body leaned forward slightly, his elbows propped up on the tabletop. His hands were interlocked and his gaze looked straight at Su Qingqing. On the other hand, Su Qingqing was holding her chin with both hands, her eyes imploring as she stared at Lin Che. The two were in a slightly ambiguous position. In the cafeteria, many students noticed this. Hey, isn't that Lin Che? Who is that girl? These two of them in this position. This is too ambiguous, isn't it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Che is really in love? I'd rather believe Lin Che is in an idol drama. Lin Che, how can you fall in love? Isn't this self-destructive? Really? Having said that, there were still a number of girls who raised their cell phones to take pictures. Inside the cafeteria, instant flashbulbs went white. This action, naturally, attracted the attention of others. The crowd had gathered to see how it was going to happen. Ah, no! In the middle of the crowd, a boy, legs bent, tilted his head back and shouted toward the ceiling. Qingqing, how can you be with him? The boy wailed with a pained face. My heart is broken. Ah, Qingqing, how can you look at him? Lin Che and Su Qingqing realized the difference in their surroundings as an afterthought. The two looked at each other, both seeing a hint of helplessness and embarrassment in the other's eyes. Lin Che shrugged slightly, and Su Qingqing sighed. The two then left the cafeteria shoulder to shoulder under the envious, uproarious, and sorrowful gazes of the crowd. I really don't know what there is to get up in arms about, Lin Che said helplessly. Li Hua and Qin Lily were never this sensational together. Not to mention being a single dog yourself. Lin Che even wanted to scold back. What are you barking at? Still, as a half-public figure, it's important to standardize your speech. At the fork in the road, the two said their goodbyes and went back to their dormitories. In the dormitory, the three of them had their eyes fixed dead on the doorway. Lin Che, who had just pushed open the door, hadn't even had time to catch his breath before he was surrounded by three housemates. With a pained look on his face, Li Hua pointed at Lin Che and said, Old Lin, you're so confused. Hey, when I reach your strength, I might get it. Li Hua snatched an answer. Lin Che just gave Li Hua a faint look. You Tom say my lines? I don't want face. Ha! Lin Che cursed with a laugh. I really don't get it. Even if you rejected the B grade, you also rejected the A grade? You've drifted. Old Lin. Li Hua gripped his hair, very confused. Lin Che turned his head to Li Hua. You guys didn't hear it? Hear what? Improvisation? Li Hua felt that Lin Che's words were clouded. And then what? Nothing? Lin Che asked with a frown. After the creation of the back 12 and the challenge of the big 3 is missing? It's gone. Li Hua tilted his head and looked at Lin Che. The broadcast stopped after we shouted Lin Che Nyo Boi. Lin Che nodded slightly, holding the stool and walking towards the balcony. Brothers, I'm going to the balcony to think about some things. I'll see you at the playground later, Lin Che said as he waved his hand to the three. On the balcony, Lin Che looked at the sunset afterglow and fell into deep thought. Now one faces a great challenge. That's challenging the Big 3 Entertainment to win 12 straight titles. It is now November and just beginning of winter. The weather is also getting colder. For Lin Che, this point in time actually had a special significance. Lin Che was glad that he had escaped the most dangerous October. However, Lin Che was clear that the following months of January and February were equally difficult. The end of December is the eve of the year-end reckoning for the major music platforms. All three major entertainment will be launching various heavy events, and top producers will be powering through this time of year, making it extremely difficult to stand out. And February is also a popular time for the tops to release songs because of special holidays like Chinese New Year. It doesn't matter. In November, I'm going to fire the first shot of arrogance. Lin Che secretly cheered himself up in his heart, flipping through the music platform and looking at the 5th on the new songs chart. East Wind Break. Lin Che revealed a smile. According to the predetermined plan that Lin Che had made earlier, only 2 more fires need to be added. Lin Che stroked his chin in thought. As long as he squeezes into the top 4 of China's best songs, he will have no problem taking the number 1 spot on the new songs chart this month. Lin Che sat in his chair, his mind constantly planning his next publicity strategy. I don't know how long it's been. Lin Che snapped back from his fantasy. It was then that I was shocked to realize that the dormitory was empty. Not a soul in sight. Lin Che couldn't help but look around suspiciously, and then hurriedly picked up his cell phone, and at a glance, he realized that the time was already approaching 9 o'clock, and secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. Then, Lin Che quickly glanced at the dormitory group again, only to see that all 3 housemates had already arrived at the playground, and there were 2 missed calls from Li Hua. At this moment, Lin Che couldn't care less and hurriedly picked up the guitar that was placed in the corner and ran towards the playground with his legs pulled out. 5 minutes later, arrived at the playground. As soon as he arrived at the playground, Lin Che was shocked by the sight in front of him. I saw that the center of the playground had already been filled with spectators. It was packed with people inside and outside. Everyone seems to be crossing their fingers for something. The atmosphere was so warm that it seemed to set the cold winter night on fire. Seeing Lin Che arrive at the venue, the crowd erupted in cheers. The sound was as deafening as a raging wave, wave after wave. Seeing this, Lin Che scratched his head in some embarrassment. The guitar on his back was then taken off and cradled in front of him. Lin Che cleared his throat and spoke. "I'm late. I'll punish myself with a song." When these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene instantly livened up to a point all of a sudden. "I want to hear the song, I'm not lying. I need to hear that. Don't. I'll take that. How did you do that?" The crowd imitated Sun Jiahao's tone in the office. Holding his guitar, Lin Che nodded slightly as he listened to the shouts of the crowd. His eyes scanned around and found Su Qingqing among the crowd. Lin Che smiled faintly and did not take on board the opinions of the crowd. Because, just moments ago, while contemplating follow-up planning in the dorm, a song had been rolling around in my head. Out of selfishness, the corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly, and with a confident smile, he opened his mouth and said, "Okay, since everyone has ordered, it's my turn to order, and I want to listen to Raging Life." After saying that, without giving the crowd a chance to retort, Lin Che skillfully plucked the strings of the zither. Chapter 31, A Blossoming Life. Night playground. Moonlight. The streetlights around them gave off a dim glow. The center of the playground was crowded. Lin Che hugged his guitar as I finished, without giving the crowd a chance to retort. Strum the strings. Lin Che's actions caused the crowd's jaws to drop. As the crowd looked at the slender Lin Che, each of their eyes widened like copper bells. As Lin Che's fingers plucked, the melodious sound of the zither instantly drifted out over the playground. Asterisk. What kind of operation is this Lin Che? How come he even ordered his own song? That's right, he didn't sing any of the songs that everyone ordered. Why did he choose this one? I'm really convinced of this old six. Lin Che. Hey, Lin Che doesn't talk about martial virtues. He doesn't even follow the rules to cheat to sneak in. Isn't it nice to listen to some emo on a big night? This song is so lit. The playground at night. The moon is like water. The cool moonlight spilled over every corner. The streetlights around them gave off a dim glow. A lot of people had already gathered on the playground, and everyone was either standing or sitting. Spitting out Lin Che's lack of martial virtues, Lin Che seemed to notice everyone's dissatisfaction and raised his head slightly. Fingertips fly over the guitar as the rhythmic intro slowly plays. How many times have I fallen on the road? How many times have I broken my wings? Now I don't feel lost anymore. I want to go beyond this mundane extravagance. Lin Che utilized his raspy singing voice to cover up the noisy murmurs. On the title track, Lin Che carries a slightly depressing vocal style. It's like slowly telling the story of the past through all the setbacks. Every word was sung calmly and solidly, the deliberately lowered voice carrying a deep texture. When the crowd heard Lin Che's voice like this, the murmurs gradually subsided. Only a small number of listeners were still complaining about Lin Che's lack of martial virtues. Lin Che clutched his guitar, swept it sharply twice, took a deep breath, and cried out and sang, "I want to live in anger. It's like flying through the sky. It's like traveling through an endless wilderness, having the power to break free from everything." Singing the climax, Lin Che tilted his head slightly. The vocals also switched to a very explosive style of singing, letting their voices completely loose. The hoarse voice was even more rough at this time, and that very penetrating voice echoed in the night sky, stirring melody, igniting the flame in everyone's heart that longs to blossom. Lin Che held the guitar and swept the strings, fingering skillfully. The left hand switches chords freely on the neck. The right hand, on the other hand, plucked the strings rhythmically, playing every note just right, blending perfectly with the song. How many times have I lost my way? How many times have dreams been dashed? Now I don't feel lost anymore. I want my life to be liberated. Some of the audience members who were still complaining gradually became infected, began to sway gently to the rhythm, his mouth unconsciously humming along. I want to live in anger. It's like flying through the sky. It's like traveling through an endless wilderness. The power to break free. I want to be alive. It's like standing on top of a rainbow. It's like walking through a river of stars. possessing powers beyond the ordinary. After the second climactic verse, Lin Che raises his guitar high for a finger-picked solo. Although not as exciting as the electric guitar of the original, the flying fingertips left the crowd in awe. Wow! Look at that! Finger-picking! Lin Che is playing the guitar too well. It's simply divine. Oh my god! Lin Che isn't an all-around player, is he? This guitar skill. It feels like he can handle any style. It's awesome. Hey! Seriously, the more I listen to this song, the stronger it gets. It's so inspirational. I feel energized. Ha ha. So Lin Che also knows rock music. But just now I was wondering, who is Raging Blossom? Why did Lin Che want it dead? Ha ha. Just kidding. Ouch. What are you doing? That's so funny at night. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I'm telling you, if Lin Che uses this song to compete, he'll definitely be the winner. He's got the power. He's got the power. The song subsided as the crowd murmured, "The song is over." There was a brief silence on the playground at first. Only the subtle rustling of leaves drifted through the night sky. Halftime. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Lin Che, Cow Pie. Lin Che, Cow Pie. Lin Che, Cow Pie. A cold wind whistled across the playground at night. In the center of the playground, a group of enthusiastic spectators gathered, adding a little warmth to this cold winter night. Having just finished singing Angry Life, Lin Che wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. The song is really consuming on these slightly chilly winter days, but at this moment, Lin Che felt as if a fire was burning in his body, dispelling the coldness around him. Taking 2 sips of water to moisten his voice, he then smiled and said to the group, "I hope everyone has a life of fury like the song says." The words were as much for the guys as they were a pep talk. After all, it was New Year's Eve in 2 months, and as a fledgling newcomer, it would be a lie to say that Lin Che wasn't nervous when he was faced with the various pressures that were coming his way. I also wonder how the big 3 will pressure me? Lin Che thought secretly. With suspicion, Lin Che's body stepped back slightly and give up the C-seat for the other 3 housemates to sing one by one. Li Hua was the first to take the stage, ripping into a popular love song. The song drifted through the night air, though there were a few rhymes. But perhaps Lin Che's performance just now was too shocking. The cheers from the audience were only sparse at this point. Compared to the deafening shouts when Lin Che sang earlier, it was indeed slightly reduced. Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanxi, who came on later, both sang as best they could, but the crowd remained unenthusiastic, and the cheers were only occasional. After Li Hua finished singing, he disliked Lin Che's backside and said with some resentment, "Old Lin, you don't talk about martial virtues." Zhao Xinping also clenched his fists on the sidelines, expressing his dissatisfaction. Lin Che scratched his head with a helpless expression. Mentally, I was glad that I knew these brothers well. Otherwise, based on this cold situation, this is smashed, or perhaps even a little life is in danger. Time fades away from one song to the next. Before I knew it, it was 10:30. The crowd began to leave the venue one by one as Li Hua greeted and evacuated them. The crowd was still whispering about tonight's show as they walked. Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanxi carried the stereo as usual. Lin Che, on the other hand, silently put away his guitar and carefully cleaned up the trash left at the scene. As the cold wind blew by, Lin Che's figure looked a little lonely in the moonlight. When he lowered his head to clean up the gap, he only saw a jade hand reach down and help Lin Che along. Lin Che turned his head to look at Su Qingqing beside him. Only Su Qingqing's lips moved slightly and whispered, "Is your voice still okay?" Chapter 32 Loneliness of the Heart and Sighs. The playground at 10:30. The hustle and bustle had long since faded, leaving only a silence. There was still some lively afterglow from the just concluded concert. There were some plastic bags, small colored flags and other miscellaneous items scattered on the ground, which seemed a bit jarring in the serene atmosphere. Lin Che stayed behind as usual, silently cleaning up the mess. Bending over, Lin Che carefully cleaned up the trash on the ground, his thoughts still immersed in the singing that had just ended. While he was concentrating, he suddenly saw a jade hand reaching down. Immediately afterward, a clear, sweet voice came, "Is your voice still okay?" "It's still okay." Lin Che raised his head and saw Su Qingqing's slightly questioning face. There was a hint of concern in Su Qingqing's eyes. "Let me help you." Su Qingqing nodded and continued. In no time, with the collaboration of the 2 men, the scene was cleaned up. The 2 sat side by side in the center of the playground, staring up at the star-filled sky together. The stars twinkled like countless pairs of eyes looking down on the earth. Lin Che naturally knew that Su Qingqing stayed because of a promise he made in the afternoon in the cafeteria. Lin Che couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the sky and said, "Ha ha, you really waited. I thought you were talking about playing around. I'm very trustworthy, and you can't go back on your word." Su Qingqing looked at Lin Che and winked. "That's definitely not going to happen. What do you want to hear?" Lin Che asked. "Anything. These two simple words from Su Qingqing caused the corners of Lin Che's mouth to twitch slightly. That's the puzzle of the century. Lin Che helplessly picked up the guitar and gently strummed the strings a few times. Crisp string sounds rang out in the silent night sky, as if relieving the slightly awkward atmosphere. Then I'll sing you a new song I just wrote recently. I haven't sung in public yet. You're kind of the first audience. Lin Che had to light up the almighty killer. New song. Upon hearing that it was a new song, Su Qingqing's eyes instantly lit up as she looked at Lin Che with a burning gaze. Only to see, Lin Che slightly closed his eyes and his fingers gently rested on the strings of the zither. After a brief pause, the strings began to be plucked slightly. The guitar instantly emits a subtle yet moving melody. Like the first shimmering light shed by the twinkling stars in the night sky, it gently rippled through the air. Will the brightest star in the night sky be able to hear? The one who looks up. Heartfelt loneliness and sighs. Lin Che's magnetic voice rang out. There was a faint sadness in his voice, as if he was pouring out to the starry sky those unknown emotions in his heart in this silent night. The voice was low and mellow, slowly reaching Su Qingqing's ears. Su Qingqing quietly sat beside Lin Che, her legs bent at the knees, her hands resting on her chin, and her gaze remained firmly fixed on Lin Che. The body swayed slightly to that melody. Can the brightest star in the night sky remember? Was with me, a figure lost in the wind. Lin Che continued to sing, his voice gradually raising. I pray to have a transparent heart, and eyes that weep. Give me the courage to believe again. Oh, crosses the lies to embrace you. As the song moves into the chorus, the stirring melody and heartfelt lyrics made Su Qingqing couldn't help but pick up her cell phone and start recording. She didn't want to miss this wonderful moment. Lin Che's voice gets higher and higher on the chorus without losing that depth of feeling. Lin Che's voice became firmer and stronger as he sang. Lin Che's voice grew stronger as he remembered the image of himself challenging the three major entertainments. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I get lost in the night, oh, the brightest star in the night sky, please guide me closer to you. As Su Qingqing listened to Lin Che's voice, an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. She couldn't help but think of those moments in her life when she was lost. Those days when I used to doubt myself and couldn't find my way. And at this moment, Lin Che's singing voice was like a bright light that illuminated a certain corner of her heart. This song could be said to have come to Lin Che's mind when he was looking up at the stars at night. It can also be said that it popped out the moment you took the challenge. Half the song is over. Su Qingqing was still immersed in that wonderful song, and it took a while before she came back to her senses. Su Qingqing looked at Lin Che, her lips trembling slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't find the right words for a moment. The two tacitly refrained from speaking. Silence looked up at the night sky. Halftime. Su Qingqing applauded. Good to hear. Lin Che, you are very good at writing songs. Lin Che scratched his head. Ha ha, slight understanding. Are you in some kind of trouble? Su Qingqing blurted out. All night long, Lin Chul explodes with two inspirational songs. This made Su Qingqing's mind unconsciously think if Lin Che had met something. Lin Che put away his smile and looked at the night sky, wondering if he should tell this friend he just met. Sighing, Lin Che replied, a small problem. It's not in the way. The two chatted for a while longer and it was almost lights out time. The two said goodbye to each other and went back to their dormitories. Late night, Lin Che tossed and turned and had trouble sleeping. Why do I feel like someone is talking about me behind my back? Lin Che said in his heart. Meanwhile, in the high-level conference room of the three institutes, a connecting meeting is quietly unfolding. The three entertainment giants, Wa Sodium, Star Ocean Entertainment, and Skylight, kicked off this long-overdue online get-together. And the core topic of this meeting was Lin Che's 12 consecutive titles incident. The atmosphere in the conference room was slightly more somber. On the side of Sodium China and Star Ocean Entertainment, after seeing Lin Che's amazing potential, they were already impressed with this newcomer and knew that his future was unlimited. The moment the gazes of the two top executives turned to the screen window of Skylight Entertainment, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if he wanted to see what they thought of the matter. However, the executives of Skylight Entertainment were filled with disdain. One of them even spoke out to ridicule the two major entertainments. Humph, a newcomer is just a newcomer. What can he make a name for himself? That's right. As far as you guys are concerned, what's all the fuss about? 12 consecutive championships? You really think he's an onion? Someone else chimed in. The two men's words were filled with contempt, not putting Lin Che in their eyes in the slightest. Sun Jiahao and Zhao Rui only slightly bowed their heads when they heard such mockery. Through the screen, the two men looked at each other, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes. The two of them saw the self that once questioned Lin Che and Skylight Entertainment's performance at the moment. At one time, how could they not carry such prejudices? Until he witnessed Lin Che become a song in a second. Seeing such an attitude from Skylight Entertainment, the senior management of Star Ocean and China Sodium did not talk much. Straight up video of Lin Che's improvisation. You guys read it and rate it. A middle-aged man with a handsome face said sternly from the main seat of Star Ocean Entertainment. Chapter 33. Ha! In the conference room, the crowd instantly fell silent. The video plays clips of A Cut of Plum, It's Raining, Let's Get Married, Starry Starry Night, Angry Life, One Thought, Don't, and Lying, 8 songs in sequence. The video features Lin Che's magnetic voice and soulful piano melody. The crowd's gazes looked towards Lin Che, only to see him sitting in front of the piano, his eyes focused. Fingers bounced on the strings like a flowing river. Every lyric that comes out of his mouth is full of emotion. As the video plays, the 8 songs rotate through. The executives of Skylight Entertainment who were full of disdain a moment ago gradually changed their faces. The original mocking smile froze on his face and was replaced by an incredulous shock. While 8 songs, some of which may not be marketable. This is, after all, improvisation. To be able to write a melody and sing it unobtrusively is top production level. How could the Skylight crowd not expect that Lin Che, a newcomer that they looked down on, could have such an amazing creation? Sun Jiahao's expression became somewhat intriguing as he watched the expressions of the executives of Skylight Entertainment change. Zhao Rui, on the other hand, was stifling a smile, and as the person who was the first to be punched in the face, Zhao Rui's mood was now incomparably unrestrained. On the main seat of Star Ocean Entertainment, He Chiu-ming spoke. Now, do you all still think that this is just a brat who relies on luck? After 8 songs of improvisation, Lin Che's prowess is clear for all to see. Skylight Entertainment. A group of executives were still unable to catch their breath even now after watching the video. For a while the crowd looked at each other, speechless. The crowd knew deep down that the ridicule they had just made had become a great joke. This connecting meeting also forced them to re-examine this rising star in the entertainment industry due to Lin Che's improvisation. Star Ocean, Hua Sodium, and Skylight. The 3 parties fell into a brief silence. In the conference room, the atmosphere was slightly gloomy. All 3 parties are well aware of the 50 years of pop music development in China. There has only been 12 consecutive characters who have succeeded in the feat. But, with this success, luck plays a bigger part. Today, this one has long since retired from showbiz and is living a comfortable life. The executives of the 3 great entertainment shook their heads when they heard this idea from Lin Yuche. The head of Skylight Entertainment was the first to speak, his words carrying a questioning voice from the newcomer's perspective. Lin Che, he's just a newcomer in the entertainment industry. Challenging for the 12 consecutive titles is just ridiculous. When these words came out, the group of Skylight's top management nodded their heads frequently. Yeah, it's not something you can do with just a passion. It's an impossible challenge for a newcomer to accomplish without deep pockets, strong resource support, and excellent luck. Lin Che's 3 songs are really good, but an A-grade contract is already the highest treatment for a newcomer. S-grade? Do you guys think Lin Che really has this pass? This query from Skylight Entertainment caused the conference room to fall into silence. Many musicians see the 12 consecutive titles as a goal, but the end is often tragic. The executives of Star Ocean and Chinese Sodium couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. Silence for half a day. Star Ocean talker He Chiu-ming slowly spoke. Play with him. There's only 2 months left until January anyway. If he can carry the month of January, we'll each put pressure on him then. The entertainment industry leader spoke, and the other 2 had to nod their heads. As long as Lin Che can carry the crossover night, it's only natural then that the 3 major entertainment would revisit this young man. Of course, the current Lin Che was naturally not viewed favorably by the 3 major entertainment. And with that, the connecting session was over. Early the next morning, dormitory 303 bedrooms, the sunlight poured through the window, spilling onto Lin Che's young and slightly tired face. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Che brain rubbed his temples. Lin Che didn't sleep very well last night. It always feels like I'm getting crickets, Lin Che said with a sigh, rolled up and got up to wash, looking at the dark circles under his eyes in the mirror. Lin Che's mind inexplicably drifted back to the self that he had been when he accepted the 12 consecutive crown challenge. It seems really a bit crazy, Lin Che secretly pondered. After washing up, Lin Che sat on the gaming chair, his consciousness falling into deep thought. At the moment, Lin Che doesn't have the support of his company in this tumultuous world of entertainment. If you want to be popular, you must learn to take advantage of all the heat you can. Currently, Lin Che's participation in the China's Best Song competition has reached the top 16. This is the most important opportunity and stage for Lin Che at the moment. It seems like I could use the other 3 tutors to rub it in. Lin Che opened his eyes, rubbing his chin and muttering in a small voice, the corners of his mouth inexplicably raised in an arc. In the race, the questioning of the other 3 main mentors has certainly become a big hotspot to watch. Although Lin Che had been playing Tai Chi, some netizens naturally raised questions. First up were the two soprano tutors, Lu Huan and Qin Wei. Lin Che didn't even sing the so-called treble songs in the previous competition sessions. Lin Che knew in his heart that now he just had to wait for the internet heat to ferment for a while. Wait until the netizens think that Lin Che can't sing soprano songs. Wait for the discussion to reach a crescendo. That's when it's time to wow again with a well-prepared soprano song. This could definitely fire out of the ring with this wave of heat. There's also the skepticism of piano virtuoso Yu Jinzhou, who has always wanted Lin Che to play and sing on his own. Lin Che also had his own calculations about this. It just needs to be delayed for a few more installments in the upcoming tournament, at least until the final four or final stage. When the time comes, those melon-eating netizens will see that Lin Che has been refusing to sing high notes and play the piano. It's sure to be up for debate, and Lin Che just had to quietly wait for the perfect time, and then break all the doubts in one fell swoop. Lin Che rubbed his eyes, stretched his waist, and looked at the empty dormitory, and couldn't help but feel a hint of despondency in his heart. Hey, I want to take classes so badly, but I've been teaching for more than 20 years. It's time to go out and make a break for it. Lin Che secretly sighed. 50-something years old in a previous life, plus 20 today, 70 and going with the flow. Quite free, going to see how Xiao Ming's piano practice is going. Lin Che mumbled as he organized his attire. After all, people paid money, and they only needed to take 1 day a week to teach, which was not difficult for the great idler Lin Che. Afterward, Lin Che got up and rushed to the North Street Alley Piano Hall. Once they entered the door, the young girl who was about 17 years old saw Lin Che and then trotted out again. Ringo! The young girl sounded excited. Haru, you're not going to class today? Lin Che asked as he looked at the young girl in front of him. Brother Lin, I'm an art student, Xiao Qing explained. Oh, cheers for the exam. Lin Che smiled sarcastically and immediately asked, is that guy Xiao Ming around? Brother Xiao is in. Xiao Qing covered her mouth and whispered, Brother Lin, you don't know. That song of yours drove the entire Zither Hall crazy, even my grandfather. Ha! Lin Che was incredulous. Chapter 34, Am I a Human Being or Not? North Street, the Piano Hall. Lin Che stepped into the exhibition hall and couldn't help but be slightly stunned, only to see that almost all of the various practice rooms were playing the same sheet music that he had given to Xiao Ming earlier. The familiar melodic fragments intertwined together, causing Lin Che to be unusually puzzled in his heart. Isn't this the sheet music I gave to Xiao Ming? Lin Che muttered secretly. Come to the second floor. Before he even approached Xiao Ming's practice room, he heard old man Zhao's serious voice, faster. Xiao Ming, your posture is wrong. Fingers should stand up like this, with a high lift, and the touch of the keys should be decisive and strong, not limp. Each note should be clear and grainy, and the keys should be dropped with controlled force, so as not to smash the keys. Lin Che followed the direction of the sound and slowly approached the practice room where Xiao Ming was. Before he took 2 steps, he heard Xiao cry out with a resentful face, Grandpa, this song isn't even for people to play. Am I not a human being? Old man Xiao snapped. I'm asking you, am I human or not? Xiao Ming was intimidated by old man Zhao's aura and silently placed his fingers back on the keys. Lin Che, on the other hand, took a step and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc. Standing at the stairway of the second floor, Lin Che did not move and took in the conversation between the two. Thoughts can't help but drift back to a week ago. Brother Lin, I feel like I just can't play with emotion. Xiao Ming looked helpless. Lin Che just nodded lightly, but he had an idea in his heart. It took 2.5 full days. Lin Che wrote some of Liszt's The Bells and then sent it to Xiao Ming via Weixin. You know, Liszt's Bells is one of the most famous and difficult pieces in the piano world. It is known for its complicated techniques. Not only does it require the player to have extremely fast finger runs and be able to navigate the dizzying array of scales and arpeggios with precision, you also have to play at high speed to perfectly interpret the emotion and mood of the piece. A peak in piano playing technique. Even many professional players dare not slack off in the face of it. Lin Che vaguely remembered that at the moment Xiao Ming saw the sheet music, he just weakly replied to Lin Che, Brother Lin, I'll try my best. Only, Lin Che replied firmly, it's not as much as possible. It must be played perfectly. That extreme perfection. I'll check next week. Lin Che naturally understood the difficulty of this piece, so it was intended to put pressure on Xiao Ming. In Lin Che's opinion, since Xiao Ming said that he couldn't play his feelings, that anger, helplessness, pain, how are these not feelings? It was only that Xiao Ming had not yet developed them from the depths of his heart. After hearing Xiao Ming finish playing again, Lin Che lightly coughed twice and walked forward. Grandpa Xiao, Brother Xiao, Xiao Lin is here. Quick, teach him how to get it. I can't teach him. Old man Zhao's tone was urgent, with a slight helplessness on his face. The corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly as he approached Xiao Ming and inquired in a low voice, didn't I tell you to practice alone? Why is the entire zither hall practicing? Xiao Ming replied bitterly. When I was practicing, Grandpa Inspector heard me and asked me what tune it was. I said that Brother Lin gave it to me, and then he let the entire zither hall practice. After Lin Che heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch again. It wouldn't hurt to give this song, The Bells, to someone of playing level to practice. But there are still quite a few newbies in this Qin gallery. Isn't it like driving a duck to the water by letting the newbies practice this piece? While Lin Che was trying to speak, several students came up one after another from the second floor of the zither hall. When they saw Lin Che in the zither pavilion, the crowd wailed. Lin Che, who on earth can play this piece you wrote in its entirety? I'm professional grade and barely finished playing it, but it wasn't the effect I wanted. This tune is too hard. It feels like my fingers are cramping and I keep making mistakes. Yeah, can't find that feeling at all. It's totally mechanical pressing the keys. Seeing this, Lin Che hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. This tune, I customized it for Xiao Ming. I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone. When old man Xiao saw the soft appearance of the group of students, he couldn't help but snapped. Humph, I usually tell you guys to practice well. Now do you know your shortcomings? The group all looked at each other in dismay, and at once they didn't dare to wail anymore, but could only keep their full of grievances in their hearts. Instead, a young man with a handsome face walked out. This person was the eldest senior brother of the entire zither hall, Yang Zhou. Yang Zhou opened his mouth and retorted, Grandpa Xiao, this song isn't even for people to practice. If I'm right, you are the only one in the entire piano hall who can perform it perfectly, and with a slight strain. Aren't you making it difficult for us? This statement was made. Everyone nodded in agreement. Senior brother Yang is right. This tune is really too difficult for the people. That's just it. It feels like it's driving me crazy. Mr. Xiao is too ruthless, practicing us with this kind of tune. Ugh. After practicing for so long, there's no sense of accomplishment at all. Old man Xiao was not amused and waved his hand. So I'm lowering my requirements. You guys just have to play through it. Yang Zhou, on the other hand, shook his head and said with a serious face, as the eldest senior brother, I was sweating after playing, and it's wrong for me to just play for the sake of playing and ignore the emotion of the piece itself. Yang Zhou paused, his gaze looking straight at Lin Che, and then said, so I have reason to suspect, Brother Lin, that there is something wrong with your tune. The words were echoed by the people present. Yes, Lin Che. This tune is unreasonably difficult. It just feels like it's purposely made difficult for us to play properly. Maybe he can't even play the song himself. That's just it. Just being able to write doesn't necessarily mean you can play well. Lin Che's face didn't change much. Lin Che took a deep breath. His gaze slowly swept through the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Yang Zhou with a firmness in his eyes. You guys? Sure. For a moment, the air was instantly filled with tension. The crowd all silently looked at Lin Che, waiting for his next move. Yang Zhou clasped his hands to his chest with a hint of provocation on his face. Old man Xiao frowned slightly. Although he believed in Lin Che's ability, he didn't know how to stop the scene at the moment. Xiao Ming looked at Lin Che with a worried expression. He had been broken down by this song in the past few days. Xiao Ming was well aware of the difficulty of this piece, and in his heart, he was also a little afraid that Lin Che would be unable to get off the stage. Lin Che, on the other hand, was expressionless at the moment. Since you all think so, then I'll be here today, playing it in its entirety for you all, or to let you know that this tune is not as unmanageable as you think it is. Lin Che's voice was steady and powerful, echoing on the second floor of the zither hall. After saying that, Lin Che signaled Xiao Ming to get up. Then, sit down gracefully. Chapter 35 Watch and Learn. North Street, inside the piano hall. The atmosphere became tense with a song. The crowd was stunned when they heard that Lin Che was going to play the controversial bell on the spot, only to see Lin Che walk to the piano with a calm demeanor and sit down steadily, turning his head to look at the crowds who questioned him. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a seeming arc, and the words he spat out carried a bit of arrogance. Watch and learn well. These extremely arrogant words undoubtedly did not provoke the crowd present. Lin Che, can't you talk properly? Even though I can't play you. But you, what's with the madness? We are no match for you. But this piece, only Grandpa Xiao can play it perfectly in the entire zither pavilion. You don't think you're better than Grandpa Xiao, do you? That's just it. I recognize your creative talent to write this kind of tune, but I don't really think you can perform it perfectly. Yang Zhou, on the other hand, skimmed his lips and hummed disdainfully. Humph, life to save face, die to suffer. Although, I can't play it. As Lin Che listened to these questioning words, he just felt a little amused and sighed gently, then slowly placed his hands on the keys. Yang Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly and thought in his heart, humph, if you can't play well later, I'll see how you'll end up. Yang Zhou clasped his arms to his chest and waited quietly for Lin Che to make a fool of himself. Old man Xiao was amiable when he saw this. Gently patting Lin Che's shoulder, he said in a serious tone, "Xiao Lin ah, this tune is really difficult. Relax, don't be too stressed." Lin Che smiled faintly and gave old man Xiao a relieved look. Then, Lin Che took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, carefully brewing his emotions. At this moment, the entire second floor instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on Lin Che and that piano in unison. Suddenly, Lin Che's hands slammed down on the piano keys. In an instant, a rousing melody erupted instantly like a surging tide. The piano was crisp and loud, as if a bell had been struck. The sound of dang 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 echoed through the hall. The sound of the voices shook the hearts and minds of everyone in the room. The notes in the upper register they traveled at great speed. Immediately afterward, Lin Che's fingers danced rapidly on the keys. The line is fast and furious, with a series of scales and arpeggios that dazzle the eye. Lin Che's fingers, every rise and fall was precise and every note was clearly recognizable, carrying a metallic texture. The piano sound is sometimes agitated and soaring, sometimes gentle and soulful in this speedy melody. Lin Che's body also swayed slightly with the music. Facial expressions jiggle slightly to the rhythm of the music. However, the beautiful sound flowing out of the piano was not affected in the slightest and remained stable and coherent. Yang Zhou, who was on the side, the original provocative look gradually disappeared and was replaced by a stunned face. Yang Zhou's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. How could he not expect Lin Che to actually play such a high-caliber opening? And by the speed and dexterity of those fingers, they seemed to be swimming? It's as if this difficult song bell is just a piece of cake for Lin Che. Old man Xiao looked at Lin Che with a pleased expression, his eyes full of appreciation, and in his heart, he secretly marveled that this brat really did have real skills. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, was filled with excitement and secretly laughed to himself inwardly. What am I worried about brother Lin for? Am I sick? At this moment, it was as if Xiao Ming had drawn strength from Lin Che's playing, and had a new confidence in the piece, the tunes that originally felt out of reach. At this moment Xiao Ming also seemed to have visions that could be challenged. As the playing continued, Lin Che interpreted the various emotions in the tune one by one. The notes have a stirring protest, a helpless sigh, and a deep pathos that makes you move. When the last note fell, the entire second floor was silent. A few moments later, this silence was broken by thunderous applause. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really play through. Bull. Mud. I should never have questioned him. Fried. I should have known to learn Chen Xin silence. And now my face is unusually raw. When Chen Xin heard himself being spoken to, his eyes rolled and he sighed inwardly. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to die. The eyes of the crowd naturally gathered on Yang Zhou. After all, he was the one who questioned it the most before. Lin Che's rendition was so perfect that it left Yang Zhou a little speechless for a while. Yang Zhou's face turned red and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Lin Che slowly stood up and bowed slightly towards the crowd, with a faint smile on his face, showing as much humility as possible. Yang Zhou pulled the corners of his mouth and walked up stiffly, full of shame. Brother Lin, I'm convinced. I didn't expect you to not only be able to write, but also play so well. It's me who wronged you. Lin Che, on the other hand, shook his head and said in a calm tone, it's fine. It's still the same thing. You questioned it. I proved it. It's logical. Afterwards, Lin Che swept his gaze over the crowd and slowly spoke. Actually, this song was the one I gave to Xiao Ming to go and challenge him. Brother Lin, I can't. This song is too difficult. I'm sorry, stammered Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Ming gained some confidence from Lin Che's playing, still, a touch of powerlessness rose at the thought of having to play it myself. Since you can't play it perfectly, what do you feel from it? Lin Che said while the iron was hot. Helplessness, powerlessness, exhaustion, weakness, pain, and sadness. Too much, Xiao Ming said with a face full of sorrow. Those feelings of frustration that he had experienced during the practicing process. At this moment Xiao Ming surged back into his heart. Good. Hold on to that. Next tap on the second music score I sent you. Lin Che opened his mouth, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Xiao Ming picked up his cell phone and looked at the message note, Moonlight Sonata. In his heart, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled, not knowing what kind of medicine Lin Che was selling in his gourd. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Legend has it that there is a moving and sad story behind this tune. It appears to have been composed by Beethoven for a woman who was seriously ill. Internet rumor has it that the woman was Beethoven's lover, who died later due to illness. Beethoven was grieving in the moonlight. A feeling came over me, and I composed this piece. The whole piece is melodic and deep, full of poetry and emotion. It was very suitable for Xiao Ming's state of mind right now. Brother Lin, this won't be another, said Xiao Ming with a trembling tone. The moment he thought of the bell, Xiao Ming's heart went straight to his head. Don't worry. You just need to bring the emotions you played the bell into this piece, Lin Che said in a flat tone. Good. I'll try then. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and replied. With the crowd watching, Xiao Ming sat down at the piano, hands slowly placed on the keys. Chapter 36, You're a ing genius. The second floor of the piano hall. Xiao Ming sat in front of the piano, his fingertips fumbling with the keys. Lin Che stood on the sidelines and quietly watched. For the uninitiated, Moonlight Sonata doesn't have as high a difficulty factor as the one before it, though, but it's not something to be taken lightly. It requires the player to have a very precise grasp of rhythm. Especially some of these slow movements have to be played with that quiet, distant feeling like moonlight. The control of the strength is very demanding, and the slightest carelessness may make the tune lose that proper flavor. But these are technical difficulties. For Xiao Ming, it was just a matter of incorporating emotions. Xiao Ming sat down at the piano and took a deep breath, clicking on the sheet music. The crowd just watched in silence. Hey, what was that moonlight song you guys were talking about? Who knows? 80% it's written by Lin Che again. I hope it's not as hard as the bell. If it's as hard as the bell, I feel like I'm going to suffer from it later. Xiao Ming was not affected by the people around him. In his mind, he silently recalled Lin Che's words just now, trying to immerse myself into that atmosphere of expressing emotions with music. 20 minutes later, seeing that Xiao Ming was still fumbling, the crowd began to grow impatient, whispering, Mud, this piece, it must be as difficult as the bells. Lin Che, you're two toms not human. Lin Che, do you know how to teach or not? How is it possible for senior brother Xiao to familiarize himself with a song for so long? I highly doubt that Lin Che is just empty of strength but can't teach. Letting Xiao Ming play such a difficult tune in the opening round. What's the difference between that and letting us go straight to the college entrance exams for math after learning that 1 + 1 is equal to 2? The voice was not loud, but it was still heard by Lin Che. Only, Lin Che focused all of his attention on Xiao Ming and didn't care. Because you questioned it, I proved it. No need for words. Just as the crowd was arguing, Xiao Ming slowly raised his hands and gently placed them on the keys. Closing his eyes, the story behind the tune emerged in Xiao Ming's mind. Fingers pressed the first note and a different feeling came over me. The crowd was attracted by the melodious sound of the zither, and the murmurings diminished a bit. Lin Che looked at Xiao Ming's side face and secretly muttered in his heart, Ouch! Not bad. Xiao Ming's fingertips danced back and forth on the keys. The crowd always felt that Xiao Ming's rendition had more of a different flavor. Old Man Xiao also noticed the small difference and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, It actually has feelings. Old Man Xiao was shocked that his own grandson had actually progressed so quickly. Unbelievably wide-eyed, his gaze went to Lin Che, and he felt something else for this young man. He was well aware of Xiao Ming's previous level. To be able to play a tune with feelings in such a short period of time, it was not without Lin Che's credit. It took him 2.5 years, but he couldn't get the emotion into Xiao's piano rendition. Lin Che actually took less than a week. This huge psychological gap made Old Man Xiao have to admire the young man in front of him. Lin Che, on the other hand, had a bashful face. With more than 20 years of teaching experience, Lin Che had long since learned the hard way. Lin Che quietly listened as Xiao Ming's piano sound, no longer mechanically vocalized, and it's like telling a delicate slice of emotion. At other times it was as gentle as gurgling water, as if it were the slight ripples of moonlight on a calm lake. At other times it was like a deep sigh, with a faint sadness, as if he was distraught over the woman's condition. The crowd, listening to the notes as if they were being brought to life, couldn't help but exclaim, asterisk 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 asterisk, really improving, good to hear. Grandpa Xiao spent more than 2 years without conquering this problem, and Lin Che actually solved it? Another false start by Lin Che. Damn it! Today the left side of my face was slapped, and the right side of my face was slapped again. Xiao Ming continued to immerse himself in the playing, getting more and more involved. Incorporating emotions such as inner helplessness and powerlessness into the tune makes the whole thing even more moving. The last note falls. The second floor of the piano hall once again fell into a brief silence. Only Xiao Ming slowly got up and bowed slightly towards the crowd following Lin Che's example. End of song. On the second floor of the zither hall, an even more enthusiastic applause than before directly erupted. Senior brother Xiao, you're too good. This progress, invincible. It really plays with emotion. Lin Che, you're a ing genius. Sorry, I just spoke out loud. Lin Che is really a gold medal tutor. The crowd roared in admiration. Xiao Ming stood in place with an excited smile on his face, eyes unconsciously looking towards Lin Che. Xiao Ming's eyes were filled with gratitude. Brother Lin. Thanks. Xiao Ming sounded excited. It's fine. All buddy. Lin Che waved his hand. Although Xiao Ming hadn't helped him with anything, Xiao Ming had given Lin Che the most important thing, which was money. A lot of people say that money isn't everything, but Lin Che always thought that it was the money that wasn't being paid. Otherwise one would have wasted his precious day off for $240. 000? 2 hours later. End of lecture. Lin Che left the zither hall surrounded by a bunch of people. The midday sun shines brightly. Lin Che exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, flipping open his cell phone and calling a car. In between waiting for the car, Lin Che unconsciously checked today's hotspots. Ha, really? Lin Che looked at Li Rincho's new song Jianghu Enmity dominating the Hot 100, and he couldn't help but spread a cold smile. Is this what's called pressure? Lin Che sighed. Lin Che recalled the scene when he challenged the three great entertainments. Hey, if you guys use Li Rincho to pressure me, I can only say I'm so sorry. Lin Che let out a dark sigh. The song The River and the Lake is a counterpoint to the song The Hangover. And with The Hangover, the one thing you're not afraid of is pressure. Just need to find a few tweeting bloggers with a choice of BGM. I believe there is no one who will refuse a sentence. I was born again back to XX years old. Or, I've traveled across the world and become the evil male, female, pairing an XX text. Lin Che said he'd do it, and looked up tweet bloggers in Douyin. Lin Che naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to look for Big V. Casting a wide net is the best way to promote. There's a saying, solve the quantity problem first, before you solve the quantity problem. The quality of the songs is not low, so it's only the quantity that's missing now. It cost Vixen $300 to find a dozen bloggers who had just broken 1,000 followers. After all, it's just a BGM to go along with the meaning. While some people are a little bit in denial at first, they immediately get really sweet when they hear, "Where will I see you?" Lin Che stroked his chin and secretly pondered. We have to find a girl to sing it, so it has that flavor. Flipping through his cell phone, he checked the list of vlogs. Looking at a black kitten avatar, Lin Che was a bit impressed and tentatively typed out, that. Do you sing? Chapter 37, Recording. In between waiting for the bus, Lin Che stared tightly at Su Qingqing's chat box on his cell phone screen with a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his eyes. Honestly, it does seem a bit presumptuous to ask people about their chat windows like that. However, for someone like Lin Che, who couldn't even say 3 words to a girl all year round, it was fairly normal. Lin Che was also just a stuffy professor in his previous life, childless and a master himself who does not intend to marry. During the weekdays, I just bury my head in the sand and immerse myself in the world of music. The chances of dealing with the opposite sex that are few and far between. Just when Lin Che was in a state of confusion, Su Qingqing on the other end of the cell phone quickly replied, "Yes, but I can't sing too high a pitch." "What's wrong? Are you going to write me a song?" Looking at Su Qingqing's reply, Lin Che couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly, as if he had already seen the dawn of cooperation. Lin Che rushed to reply quickly, pretty much. I want you to cover one of my songs." After the message was sent out, Lin Che's heart began to drum again, wondering if Su Qingqing would agree. Not long after, Su Qingqing's message came again. "Going to the recording studio or not?" Lin Che hurriedly replied, No, just simply play and sing then upload it to the music platform." "Oh, then come to my house," Su Qingqing replied in a sharp and dry manner. Just then, the car arrived. Lin Che was busy putting on his seatbelt. The address was then quickly changed to Sup Chingipin. It wasn't long before the vehicle Lin Che was traveling in steadily stopped in front of Su Qingqing's villa. Ringing the doorbell, the closed door slowly opened after about half a minute. Seeing Lin Che, Su Qingqing smiled and joked, "You, what do you want?" Lin Che responded with a smile as he changed his shoes. "You'll know in a moment." After changing his shoes, Lin Che was pulled by Su Qingqing to sit on the living room sofa. Su Qingqing thoughtfully poured Lin Che a glass of water. Lin Che took the cup of water and moistened his somewhat dry throat before he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I wasn't on the phone." Su Qingqing froze slightly, blinking her big eyes, then said, "I remember. I just wanted to ask why." Lin Che sighed and said, "Didn't I participate in a competition? And now those opponents. The heat is in the Douyin. Vibe. What platforms are on fire? I'm not going to be able to keep up with it." Lin Che's words revealed a hint of helplessness. In a circle that is so competitive that it borders on cruelty, once the attention is lost, all previous efforts may go down the drain. Not to mention the fact that you have to challenge the 3 main entertainments yourself. If you can't even beat a little Li Rincho, you'll be in for a real treat. Well, but, Su Qingqing was still a bit puzzled. She slightly frowned, her slender fingers gently wrapping around a strand of hair by her ear as she pondered over what Lin Che had said. When Lin Che saw this look on her face, he had no choice but to tell the promotion method that had long been planned in his mind. Su Qingqing heard Lin Che speak with a fluttering brow. From the analysis of the current heat situation, to how to attract attention with the help of a special song, to the subsequent series of publicity plans, Everything was detailed. Afterward, Lin Che stood up and walked over to the piano that was placed in one corner of the living room, gently flicked the lid of the piano, then slowly took a seat on the piano bench. Without warning, Lin Che began to play and sing, each line followed closely by a paraphrase. I'd been reborn. Reborn too. Lin Che wanted to use this unique way so that Su Qingqing could visualize the song more. Su Qingqing then realized, nodded and said, so, start? Su Qingqing's eyes had already lit up with a flash of excitement, full of anticipation for the upcoming cooperation. There's no rush. You familiarize yourself with it first, Lin Che said as he sent the lyrics to Su Qingqing via WeChat. 10 minutes later, both sides were as ready as they could be in that short time. Lin Che set up his cell phone and adjusted the angle to make sure he could record the next exciting moment in its entirety. With everything ready, Lin Che took a deep breath. Fingers gently rested on the strings and slowly began to play. As Lin Che's fingers plucked, the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar melody flowed through the living room. The coffin was buried in a deep valley. No secrets last forever. Dyed in the wool. A sad situation arises. No one escapes predestination. Right at this moment, Su Qingqing's soft voice flowed out slowly like a clear stream in the mountains. With a subtle rustle, that voice quality made it extraordinarily pleasant to listen to. Lin Che's fingers nimbly switched chords on the strings, smoothly entering the chorus. When the grudge is half and half, how do I get the money? Look at the blood-red stained lanterns. It is too late to seek revenge. When Su Qingqing sang this line, she unconsciously closed her eyes slightly. Su Qingqing's singing voice carries a faint sadness and helplessness that makes people can't help but be moved. Every enunciation and every turn of phrase is handled just right, bringing out the emotion in the song. On Lin Che's side, his playing also became more and more involved. Lin Che's fingers pressed each note with precision. The chord changes create the perfect atmosphere for Su Qingqing's singing. Lin Che nodded his head slightly from time to time, gently swaying his body to the rhythm, forming an invisible yet incomparably close tacit understanding with Su Qingqing's singing. End of song. Lin Che sat in front of the piano and didn't get up right away, but began to concentrate on editing the video. Listening to the moving voice of Su Qingqing just now, Lin Che's eyes gradually became deeper. The mind is constantly thinking about how to make this video even better and more appealing to the viewer. If I joined that parkour game, it would have that flavor. Lin Che secretly sighed. Lin Che couldn't help but remember, in his previous life, those game characters who were hiding from the security guards on the subway. The phrase I was born again at the age of XX, is still fresh in my mind. After some careful work, the video came to 2.5 minutes in length. Lin Che craned his neck, slowly raised his head and looked at Su Qingqing. His eyes filled with appreciation as he said heartily, "You, too, are very powerful," said Lin Che and gave him a thumbs up. "You, even better." Su Qingqing stood up and walked to Lin Che's side, her eyes similarly filled with appreciation for Lin Che. Afterward, Lin Che inquired, "What's your Douyin name? I'll open a co-creation." Su Zishi. Su Qingqing replied. Lin Che tried searching and found that this user had actually followed him a long time ago. Lin Che clicked back off without hesitation. The two uploaded the video to the web and turned on co-creation. And before that, Lin Che had long ago bribed some tweeters. Lin Che told them all in Vixen. After receiving the message, authors have been using the song, one after the other, as a soundtrack for their tweets. Chapter 38. When you come out, you have to talk about your strength and your background. After getting the songs, Lin Che incidentally taught Su Qingqing the piano for 2 hours. This week's lectures also counted as clocking out. The two of them bid farewell to each other, and Lin Che left the villa. With a well-written tweet, it spreads widely across the web. More and more netizens are browsing all kinds of information. Without realizing it, the song titled Frenemy was noticed. The moving melody seems to flow into the softest corners of the human heart. The heartfelt vocals are a great way to convey the emotions in the song in a silky way, plus the unique style that the whole song exudes. With that, the song quietly began its path to exploding in popularity under the eyes of either curious or odd crowds. However, in the first day of the initial release, the female version of The Hangover then didn't make as big a splash as expected. After all, Su Qingqing, who sang the female vocal part, on the Douyin platform, it's just one more ordinary user. The videos posted on weekdays garnered very little attention and were hardly popular to speak of. However, Lin Che was in no hurry about it. After all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. In Lin Che's opinion, the birth of every classic needs to undergo the precipitation and polishing of time. At the moment it's only just a small step. Meanwhile, inside was Sodium Entertainment. Li Renqiu was lazily leaning back in a leather chair. Eyes were glued to the data pulsing on the computer screen, watching the stats for his song Gangnam Style skyrocket like a rocket. The corners of Li Renqiu's mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. A touch of smug and sinister pleasure slowly welled up from the depths of his heart. Humph, Lin Che, what's the point of you knowing how to write songs? Li Rencho couldn't help but let out a cold snort from his nose. When you come out to hang out, you have to talk about strength and background. With you being a little holdout with no backing, you still want to make waves in the entertainment industry? Dream on. Li Rencho spoke while lightly tapping his fingers on the desktop. Each knock was like a merciless taunt to Lin Che. At this time, the screen showed the data of the song Frenemy, which was compared to his Jianghu Enmity. Li Rencho watched as Lin Che was hung up by the tracks he had stitched together through various means. This caused an even more uncontrollable feeling of superiority to well up within Li Rencho's heart. That pair of eyes, which were already not big, narrowed into a slit at this time, revealing a disgusting cunning and meanness. Backed by Sodium China Entertainment, a mountain of capital, Li Yanchao's popularity wasn't much lower than Lin Chiel's. Those capitalist bigwigs are looking at Li Rencho's unscrupulous and bottomless character for the sake of heat. They use a variety of marketing techniques to build heat for them and then quickly cash in on their popularity to make a nice profit. And Li Rencho is happy about it, willingly acting as a puppet of capital. As long as he can make himself popular and earn money, the purity of music and the dignity of creation are all worthless in his eyes. This lopsided state of affairs continued until the third day when it got slightly better. However, Li Yanchao wasn't going to let go of any opportunity to suppress his opponent. When he saw that Lin Che's frenemy was not a threat to the rival song for the time being, he immediately began to use his head again. He continued to wreak havoc in the sea of old-fashioned songs, not hesitating to cut and splice as soon as he found a suitable snippet of the track. He's trying to build on his success by creating another Stitch Monster song that will be a huge hit. At the same time, the so-called stumbling blocks in his eyes were trampled underfoot. After 2 more days, the song, Hangover, was a total hit in the tweetosphere. That gentle melody, deep singing and unique ancient flavor. It's as if there's a magic that grips the hearts of netizens. Many netizens flocked to the comments section, leaving a variety of passionate messages. This song is so good. When I first started listening to it, I was attracted by the melodious melody, and I felt like I was instantly pulled into an ancient world full of rivers and lakes. It's awesome. My God, this singing is absolutely amazing. The female voice is soft and gentle. Every lyrics are like telling a story of a bitter enemy. Listening to my goosebumps, single song cycle simply cannot stop. I heard the background music of this song from the tweets, and I was instantly enamored, and I purposely came to search for the original song, but I didn't expect it to be so treasured. This arrangement is also 2-level. The ancient style elements blend super naturally, and it feels like I've traveled to an ancient Jianghu and witnessed those love-hate relationships. I hope there will be more good songs like this. Messages like these keep coming in like a tidal wave in the comments section. Lin Che and Su Qingqing looked at the heat that was gradually rising on the internet, and their hearts were filled with joy and relief. But that's just the beginning. Next day, the third recording session officially kicked off. Lin Che familiarly arrived at the camp where instructor Zhou Huajun was. I saw 2 or 3 players coming from each square one after another, and the scene gradually became lively. At this point, it was half an hour before the taping of the program began. Most of the early arrivals are catching up on their voices and warming up. A variety of voices, either high or low, intertwined to create a unique atmosphere, and Lin Che hadn't been idle in the past few days. In addition to always keeping an eye on the heat trends of that hangover song on the internet, it's also fully engaged in arranging new songs. This time, Lin Che learned that his opponent was Wang Ming, a professional with a focus on transcription. In fact, back when the program first started, Lin Che had paid special attention to him. Wang Ming sings with a turn of phrase in almost every word. There is just too much showmanship, and because of that, the emotion that should be in the song is much diluted. Though at first glance it may strike the audience as a strong vocalist, but when you savor it, you always feel like there's something missing that can really move the heart. So many viewers don't have a particular fondness in their hearts for this style of singing. Sorry tutors, I don't have a high note or a strum in this song, only a transcription, Lin Che muttered secretly in his heart. But his face did not move. Lin Che knew in his heart that unless he could match a girl who was good at playing and singing or a boy who was good at high notes, otherwise, Lin Che would definitely show off his 2 skills of playing and singing in soprano. After all, it's important to rationalize your performance highlights on a case-by-case basis. Learn to control the heat. 2. It all depends on whether or not Director Chen is spiritually watery. Lin Che stroked his chin as he thoughtfully chanted. Chen Tingjun had seen the level of his piano. The corners of Lin Che's mouth involuntarily rose when he thought of the latter, where he would be breaking one challenge after another. Chapter 39, Keep up the good work next time. Don't get discouraged. The backstage of the China Good Songs stage. At this point, the atmosphere was fairly harmonious. Although the lighting was slightly dim, the backfield was fairly stable without the distraction of conspicuous packages. Live streaming is on. In a split second, countless netizens flooded into the live broadcast room like a tidal wave. The enthusiasm and anticipation of the netizens made the heat of the entire live stream climb rapidly, and all of this was due in large part to Lin Che's amazing maneuver the other day. The song Frenemy, written by Lin Che. It completely fires out of the ring in the tweeting world, killing off Lee January's River and Lake in an unstoppable fashion. At this time, the netizens in the comments section of the live broadcast that is lively. Lin Che's Frenemy is simply superb. That's not true. The melody together, the kind of Jianghu grudges and feuds on the face. As if people in a treacherous world of Jianghu, every note is like a sharp sword, straight to the heart. When it comes to ancient style, we must not mention the ancient style talent Li Rinchi. Li Rancho? Forget about it. Jianghu enmity seems so thin. It's like a cloud. The arrangements in the host are full of detail. Whether it's the lilting intro or the rousing climax, they're handled with just the right amount of immersion. Right. On the flip side, Jianghu enmity feels like elements of a few oldie songs put together in a raw, soulless way, with just the right amount of highs and lows and a natural progression of emotions. Lin Che's song Frenemy keeps the listener's emotions rising and falling with the rhythm of the song. As for Li Rincho's work, there are quite a few abrupt melodic moments, and it sounds very unpleasant, and it feels like he doesn't really understand the essence of ancient style songs at all. It was behind this lively internet buzz that Li Rincho arrived late. Today, Li Rincho purposely wore a brand new ancient style robe. Only Li Rincho still had that imperceptible look of joy on his face. It was as if he was already the winner of the game. In the past few days, Li Rincho had been immersed in his so-called creation. With what I consider to be superior skills, I have stitched together 7 old-fashioned songs in what I think is an ingenious way. In Li Rincho's opinion, this approach of his own was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Blending the best of several old-school classics is bound to be a big hit in this competition. Taking the Elite 8 was a snap. Li Rincho walked into the back of the stage with a confident stride, and at a glance, he saw that Lin Che was resting with his eyes closed. Looking at Lin Che's quiet appearance, Li Rincho couldn't help but feel an inexplicable disdain welling up in his heart. Li Rincho coldly grunted. His voice was not loud, but it was extraordinarily clear in this quiet backyard. The crowd threw strange looks at Li Rincho. Li Rincho didn't care about the stares from the crowd and sat down in the C-seat with a big strut. That look was like a towering monarch, while all the other players around him were like ants in his eyes. Li Rincho's gaze was still burning at Lin Che. He wanted to see a hint of fear of himself on Lin Che's face, but Lin Che didn't care and continued to rest his eyes with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Li Rincho secretly thought in his heart, "Humph, Lin Che, I'll see how long you can pretend." This carefully polished piece of mine, that's a fusion of the essence of several ancient classics. What a great creation this is. What's your song Frenemy? When my night rain hits the stage, it's going to blow everyone away. I'll leave you far behind when the time comes, and see how you can still be smug. Just wait until you are eclipsed by my light. Li Rincho kept yawning in his mind, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up in an arc, and Lin Che was lost in his own thoughts at the moment. The melody of Moonlight kept coming back to me in my head, thinking about how best to perform the song on stage. Suddenly, Lin Che sensed the strangeness around him. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw Li Rincho, who was regarded as a stitching monster, staring at him. Lin Che's heart burst with boredom, and without hesitation, he turned his face away, not wanting to look at Li Rincho's disgusting face again. I thought to myself, out of sight, out of mind. This kind of person is not worth wasting one's energy to pay attention to at all. When Li Rincho realized that Lin Che had actually ignored him so much, a burst of anger instantly surged into his heart. Li Rincho felt like he was like a bright pearl, while Lin Che turned a blind eye to him. This was simply an insult to him. He kept asking himself in his mind, it shouldn't be, should it? Usually I'm the object of admiration wherever I go, and those people fawn over me and praise me. But today I have not heard the admiration of others for myself from the moment I entered. Are they all blind? Or do they just not know what really good music is? This huge psychological gap made Li Rincho feel very uncomfortable. Li Rincho felt that he had to do something to save his face. Thus, it was only seen that he walked up to Lin Che with great interest, with a false smile on his face. He put on a kindly appearance and reminded, "Brother Lin, when you come out to hang out, you have to talk about your strength and your background. Next time, keep up the good work. Don't be discouraged." Although that tone seemed to be comforting, it was actually full of mockery, as if mocking Lin Che's insouciance. Lin Che used to kind of look at a little cutie, gaze at Li Rincho. His eyes were filled with helplessness, and the corners of his mouth opened slightly as he just wanted to retort a few words. But on second thought, let's not remind this fool. Just let him continue to wallow in his beauty sleep. When we find out the truth later, I'm afraid that the Taoist heart will be broken. Li Rincho's move made the internet instantly flip the pot. Netizens have been buzzing about the comparison between the two songs on various social media platforms. with many tweeting that Li Yanchao's work has long since been killed by hangover. Some of the participants on the scene couldn't help but all whisper. From time to time, they cast strange gazes towards Li Rencho's side. Li Rencho also gradually sensed that something was wrong and inexplicably began to panic in his heart. Li Rencho's eyes began to become wandering, and his hands involuntarily trembled slightly. He surreptitiously flipped open his cell phone and hurriedly clicked on Vibe. Fingers were sliding across the screen faster and faster. It was as if he was searching for any information that would reassure him. However, it was not to be. Chapter 40 This wave. The advantage is mine. Vibe on. The hot search page, which was fully dominated by Lin Che's hangover. A striking hot search phrase. It's like a fluttering flag of victory proclaiming how hot the hangover is. Li Rencho was originally still immersed in fantasy, but when you flip open your phone and see that screen full of hits, Li Rencho's face instantly turned white. Lips trembling slightly, Li Rencho kept crying out in his heart. On what grounds? What makes his song hot again? My work is clearly much better than his. Someone must be behind this. They must be. Li Rencho's eyes became vicious at this moment. Just now, Li Yanchao saw the hot search phrase that took up most of the screen. What hashtag Linshu the host stuns the internet hashtag breakout. Hashtag ancient style talent Lin Che. Huagua Fong Jr. Hashtag explosive. Hashtag the host is the standard old-fashioned hashtag explosive. Hashtag the host crushes the gangster hashtag explosions. And a note sandwiched in there that seems a little out of place hashtag Wangfeng kicks off tour. Every hot search about Lin Che's hangover. It was all like a hard stab in Li Rencho's heart. Lin Che inadvertently raised his eyes and saw Li Rencho's unsightly face, sighed helplessly, and said secretly in his heart, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Over time, the program officially kicked off. At this time, the 16 players of this 16-into-8 competition were gathered at the back of the stage. Lin Che slowly stood up, moved his somewhat stiff body, and walked over to Wang Ming. Wang Ming was a polite person. As soon as he saw Lin Che, his face immediately blossomed into a sincere smile as he enthusiastically complimented. Brother Lin, that frenemy song you composed earlier was really amazing. I'm impressed even after hearing it. Hearing this, Lin Che hastily responded with a smile. Thank you. Your works aren't bad either, each with their own characteristics. However, the two are rivals after all. Wang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and let loose with appropriate harsh words. Brother Lin, although the songs you've created are very strong, you also know that transcription is my strength. I won't let go of the water on stage when the time comes. I'm going to go all out and try to outshine you. When Lin Che heard this, his expression remained calm and relaxed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he replied nonchalantly. Me too. I'll do my best too. After all, everyone is on this stage to show the best version of themselves. Lin Che had a deeper impression of this player. Wang Ming, he has arguably the best rhythm in the game. The ability to control the tempo with flexibility and ease gives the song a different look every time. It's just a pity that I've met me today. Lin Che thought silently in his heart, this wave. The advantage is mine. Stage. Host Lu Ling's familiar opening remarks rang out as usual. The crisp voice echoed through the large studio. It kicked off with the players taking the stage in order to perform. The first to make an appearance was Li Yanchao. This time he brought a song called Night Rain. Still going the old-fashioned way, Li Yanchao walks onto the stage with a seemingly calm but somewhat flustered stride. The moment he stood still, Li Rencho even made a point of glancing at Lin Che on the stage. There was still defiance in those eyes, as if saying, Humph, can you carry the combination of 7 songs this time? Lin Che, Li Rencho roared in his heart, trying to cheer himself up with this self-hypnosis. After adjusting his mind, Li Rencho began to sing deeply. The song drifted across the stage, the old-fashioned melody and lyrics trying to create a poignant and mysterious atmosphere. However, during the singing, Zhou Huajun and Yu Jinzhou in the mentor seat once again looked at each other. Both of their brows were slightly furrowed, and there was obvious doubt in their eyes. They always felt this song, like they've heard a similar melody and arrangement style somewhere, but I just can't think of the exact songs off the top of my head. This feeling of déjà vu made them mutter a little in their hearts. However, at the scene of the game, it is not good to say it directly. After all, there is no conclusive evidence. We can only observe first, to see if the follow-up will find more clues. As for Li Rencho, he was completely immersed in his singing. Unconcerned by the strange stares of the instructors, she continued to sing to herself. It's as if your work is a flawless classic. At the end of the song, Li Rencho slowly stepped down from the stage. After stepping down from the stage, his gaze was still tightly focused on Lin Che, while Li Yanchao was off the stage. His opponent Liang Xia makes his entrance. Xia Liang presents a song called Survival. It's a realistic ballad, very different from Li Rencho's gorgeous old-fashioned style. She stood quietly in the center of the stage, clutching her guitar. That serene look was a bit out of place in the surrounding bustling stage atmosphere. When she started to sing, the rustic, yet authentic vocals are so immersive that you can't help but get lost in them. The two performed on stage and the mentors off stage had their own opinions. Some tutors were attracted by the ancient flavor of Lee Rincho's style. Some are more appreciative of Leong Sia's realistic style. That's why it was surprising that there was a 50-50 split in favor when the vote was taken. However, the final vote will be decided by the general public. At the moment, everyone is just in the wait-and-see stage, waiting for the exciting performance of the players behind. Backstage, when Lin Che saw Lee Rincho's appearance, he just shrugged his shoulders, not caring. Time passed as the contestants performed. Soon, the first 6 contestants sang in turn. Next, there was the final set of matchups: Wang Ming vs. Lin Che. The two walk onto the stage side by side to open up a sparring PK. Wang Ming took the lead, taking a deep breath as the beat of the music kicked in. His flywheel instantly lit up the room. Wang Ming's voice spins around like a flywheel. That quick turnaround technique really makes a difference. However, that overly frequent turnaround also makes you feel a bit dizzy. It's like sitting on a high-speed roller coaster. Exciting but a little overwhelming. Lin Che listened from the stage and thought to himself, so strong. Wang Ming's strength was indeed not to be underestimated, and that unique transmutation technique was indeed one of his major killers. However, Lin Che then added in his mind, but that's not enough. It was because Lin Che was fully confident in the song he was going to perform. Moonlight. The song Moonlight is not your average track. The original song is still alive and well and has become a masterpiece, especially the chorus, which contains a dozen or so transitions in one line. Extremely difficult and very much a test of the singer's control, and Lin Che had absolute confidence in his abilities in this area. At the end of the song, the stage burst into applause. The audience murmured, Wang Ming's song is absolutely brilliant. Spinning around, so advanced. Lin Che shouldn't have stopped at the top 8, right? What a pity. That depends on the quality of Lin Che's songs. Lin Che, he doesn't seem to be a powerhouse singer. Unless it's written with the same quality as EastEnders, it's all going to fall. However, these outside sounds could not affect Lin Che, who was wearing ear returns, in the slightest. Lin Che calmly took the microphone with a smile on his face and said to the audience and mentors on stage, a Moonlight song for you. Chapter 41, Moonlight. Sparkling stage. Lin Che stood quietly in the center of the stage. Slightly raising his head, Lin Che swept his gaze over the expectant faces on the stage. After taking a deep breath, Lin Che slowly spoke. A song called Moonlight, for everyone here. The words were followed by the accompaniment. The first thing that came to the crowd's ears was the sound of a guzheng, as if traveling from a distant ancient time. Each string trembles with a hint of mystery. The distant and ethereal sound spread out in the air in wisps, instantly creating a serene and mysterious mood. Immediately afterward, the clear and slightly sad flute sound was leisurely integrated into the accompaniment. It echoes the koto in the intro, the lilting ethereality of the guzheng and the crisp poignancy of the flute. Two very different timbres are alternately matched and intertwined. Gradually, it creates a lonely, bleak mood. At this moment, on the stage, Lin Che was immersed in the musical atmosphere. Lightly beating the beat, Lin Che then slowly picked up the microphone. Moonlight-colored woman's fragrance. How long will it take for the sword to break with tears? There's no word for how much it hurts. Forget you. Lin Che's magnetic voice rang out. The rich ancient flavor of the song instantly hit the audience, so that the audience could not help but refreshing. This is a very different style from the previous Night Rain performed by Lee In-cho. The opening of Moonlight, with its distinctive melody and lyrics, instead provides a better sense of a quiet, deep atmosphere. It was like a woman in ancient dress in the middle of a quiet valley, sighing softly in the moonlight. Lonely souls swinging in the wind. Who's going to think about the man who's in love with you? This battlefield of red dust. Magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Idiom, impressive display of manpower. Can any man claim to be king? For the title track, Lin Che employs ethereal vocals. The sound floats through the air, light and unobtrusive. Lin Che also skillfully incorporates subtle twists and turns during the song, a fitting nod to the main song melody. The audience on stage, their bodies unconsciously sway gently to the rhythm. Meanwhile, the guzheng works in tandem with the drums. Lin Che gripped the microphone tightly with both hands and tilted his head slightly. Who dares to cross the love barrier? Looking at the moon, my heart is sad. 1,000 hates have come back to haunt us. Who is the craziest when his eyes are closed? The impermanence of this world, doomed to a lifetime of hurt for those who dare to love. Boom! The chorus, which instantly ignites the whole scene, whether it's an audience full of awestruck faces on the floor, or on the other end of the internet watching through a screen. At this moment they all stood up involuntarily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this reasonable? No, dude, How many transitions is that? Is there a Dio Grande count? I was so shocked I forgot. Spinning my head around, Tom Lin Che still keeping this hand? And backstage, the director's room, Chen Tingjun looked at Lin Che on the stage through the monitor with his eyes, even though he didn't exactly know how good Lin Che's vocals were before. But, with that previous meeting, the experience of being ruthlessly slapped in the face by Lin Che's talent, Chen Tingjun had already become Lin Che's brainless supporter. At this moment, Chen Tingjun's gaze was tightly focused on the stage. The fiery Lin Che. A strong sense of pride couldn't help but rise in his heart. Lin Che stood on the stage and beat the beat. The interlude rings out. With the addition of those silky strings, the entire song's tempo instantly becomes urgent. The silky koto sound still matched the rhythm, to the sharp rhythm of the strings. It makes you feel like you're seeing the jungle in the moonlight. There are lone heroes there with long swords, weaving in and out of the moonlit shadows. The interlude subsides slowly, and Lin Che picks up the microphone again. Moonlight-colored woman's fragrance. How long will it take for the sword to break with tears? How much does it hurt to forget you? Lonely souls swing in the wind. Who's going to think about the man who's in love with you? This battlefield of red dust. Magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, idiom, impressive display of manpower. Can any man claim to be king? As Lin Che sings, Wang Ming in the background. The original head that was full of confidence. But at this moment, it was silently lowered. Just as soon as the chorus started, Wang Ming secretly started counting how many notes Lin Che had spun in total. Wang Ming listened with full attention, but even so, at the end of the count, Wang Ming only knew that there were about a dozen, but he'd have to use professional monitor headphones to count exactly how much. Lin Che, this person has hang-ups. A trace of fear could not help but rise in Wang Ming's heart. At first, Wang Ming thought that he would be 50-50 with Lin Che. Wang Ming thought that he felt that his vocals were not bad, but now, it seemed that it was completely Lin Che's one-sided crushing. Wang Ming looked at the radiant Lin Che on the stage. Although there was still resentment in his heart, more than anything else, he still admired Lin Che. After all, the vocals and stage control that Lin Che had shown. Lin Che raised his right hand, driving the scene. Who dares to cross the love barrier? Looking at the moon, my heart is sad. 1,000 hates have come back to haunt us. Who's the craziest when his eyes are closed? In the mentor's seat, Lu Huan had a faint smile on his face at the moment. The stage control that Lin Che showed this time made him very satisfied. Liu Huan carried a hint of anticipation. Expect Lin Che to explode into an even more earth-shattering high note on the final chorus, taking this song Moonlight to a whole new level. Lu Huan's gaze tightened on the teenager on the stage. Who dares to cross the love barrier? Looking at the moon, my heart is sad. 1,000 hates have come back to haunt us. Who is the craziest when his eyes are closed? The impermanence of this world, doomed to a lifetime of hurt for those who dare to love. End of song. Wow! There was silence in the room. Everyone was immersed in the mind-blowing singing that had just taken place. In his mind, the melodious melody and Lin Che's wonderful turn of phrase still echoed. Cowhide! I don't know who was the first to shout, breaking the calm. The scene then erupted into roaring applause. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room boiled over. On the pop-up screen, asterisk almost snapped the screen. Lin Che bowed slightly, with a faint, humble smile on his face as he stood quietly on the stage. Wang Ming also took the stage from the backstage, and the two were critiqued together by their mentor. Under the stage, the four tutors looked at me. I looked at you, and finally their gazes rested on Yu Jinzhou. Yu Jinzhou shook his head slightly and sighed softly before speaking slowly. Both players' performances this time have caught my eye. Yu Jinzhou swept his gaze back and forth over Lin Che and Wang Ming as he continued, especially since both used a lot of transitions, which to a certain extent showcases your singing skills. But, I still say that. Yu Jinzhou paused, and his expression became serious. As a singer-songwriter, playing and singing at the same time shouldn't be a difficult task. So whoever advances, I hope he follows up with a performance that doesn't live up to this vote I cast. After saying that, Yu Jinzhou voted for Lin Che without hesitation. Anyone with eyes could see that both Lin Che's stage control and the quality of the songs were slightly better. Lin Che. It was Lu Huan's turn to comment, only to see a somewhat serious expression. If I heard correctly, in your chorus part, 3 words turned 15 times, right? On stage, Lin Che nodded slightly in agreement. Lu Huan's remarks caused the crowd present to be shocked in succession. Holy, 3 words, 15 turns. Did Lin Che's vocal cords touch the lubricant? So silky smooth? The main thing is that the turnaround is unobtrusive. No one feels like they're purposely showing off. And it's a comfortable listen. All I know is that there are 18 bends in the mountain road in front of me. And there are 3 words and 15 bends in the existing Lin Che. Cowhide. The cacophony of voices at the scene was quelled by Lu Ling raising his hand. At this point, The camera was given to Lu Huan in the tutor's seat. Only Lu Huan was silent for a moment, and then his words changed. Although, this song reflects your stage control, but I have one more thing to regret. Chapter 42 3 Characters and 15 Ben's Challenge. Mentor Seat. When Lu Huan said this, it instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. There was a gasp of surprise, and the crowd looked at each other in bewilderment and amazement. What's the situation? Big brother Lu looks like he's not too happy with Lin Che's performance? Not sure. Wow. Could it be that Lin Che didn't sing high notes? But isn't the mood what this ancient style song is about? If we insist on a high note, won't we ruin the flavor? That's right. So why don't you just write a tune that can sing on high notes? Lin Che couldn't really be unable to sing high notes, could he? For a while, the scene erupted into a sparse cacophony of speculation and discussion. However, Lin Che on top of the stage acted as if he had stayed out of it, only nodding slightly with a calm expression. Lu Huan is a powerful singer with a reputation for superb vocals. With his vision and requirements, he had hoped that Lin Che would be able to perform with that very explosive and strong mixed vocals during the last chorus of the song. This is the way to show a more powerful stage effect. But Lin Che knew the original meaning of this ancient style song. It should never be destroyed by a single-minded pursuit of a particular singing style. So, even though he knew that this might make Lu Huan slightly dissatisfied, still, Lin Che abandoned this conventional choreography. But then, I have to say that your performance in this one was slightly more satisfying compared to the previous ones. Lu Huan raised her eyes slightly, her expression light, and said unhurriedly, in contrast to your opponent, this vote, I still decided to vote for you. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Lin Che softly thanked him. Subsequently, Qin Wei and Zhou Huajun both commented one after another. Separately, they pulled up votes for Lin Che and Wang Ming. After all, Lin Che and Wang Ming were trainees under Zhou Huajun and Qin Wei respectively. Sentiently and reasonably, the two of them had to cast this precious vote for their own player by default, only to see them start with some apt compliments, enumerating the merits of their own trainees. And then, he signaled Lin Che and Wang Ming to come forward and shake hands as a sign of friendly competition. Wait for the two to complete this series of processes. Backstage, only to see that Li Renqiu was sitting in the main C seat with a bashful face. That expression was as if he didn't care at all about Lin Che's wonderful singing just now. The truth is that it is not. In order to escape the threat brought by Lin Che, Li Renqiu Fong had specially run to the restroom and hid for a full half hour. Humph. It's not like Lin Che signed to any entertainment company anyway, Li Renqiu secretly pondered, then revealed a smug sneer. Once this match is over, Lin Che, Lin Che, you'll wait to be immediately stepped on by me. Li Renqiu looked at the two returning men with a few hints of disdain in his eyes. Through certain inside information, Li Renqiu had already learned that Lin Che had no intention of joining an entertainment company for the time being. This was certainly a godsend for him. Humph, not even joining a company. I'd like to see what you'll fight me with. Li Renqiu recalled that so-called background quote again. I can't help but mock in my mind. Talent? Humph. It's useless. As he said that, Li Renqiu also stared viciously at Lin Che. When Lin Che felt Li Renqiu's hostile gaze, he sighed helplessly in his heart and secretly said, this guy, he doesn't really think that he'll be able to make it to the finals without a hitch and then compete with me, right? Lin Che slightly skimmed his mouth. And Lin Che already had a plan in his mind regarding the matching rules of this match. Lin Che predicted that it would be extremely likely that he would face Li Renqiu at the time of the semi-finals. After all, Chen Tingjun, that old fox, definitely saving the sopranos or pops, which are quite the spectacle, for last. Then you are matched against yourself. As long as one utilizes one of these two to win the title, then the back title perk, the single promotion, is in place. When the time comes, you'll have one more chance to solo yourself, and it can be either one. And Li Renqiu's hotness? In comparison, it was naturally not as hot as Yu Jinzhou and Lu Huan. Chen Tingjun, like himself, is quietly waiting for online public opinion to fester. Center stage, holding a microphone, Lu Ling read out the names of a long list of advertisers. As the words fell, the online voting mode was officially opened. 16 players have returned to the top of the stage. At this time, on the big screen, the numbers of the voting rankings were scrolling. In the end, the list of players who advanced to the top 8 was freshly announced. Hua Guofeng Jr. Lin Che, Piano Girl Meng Zhao, Ancient Style Talent Li Renqiu, Soprano Kid Zheng Chenyang, Fast Talking Youth Yang Zijuan, Singing and Dancing Boy Luo Lingquan, Smoky Voice Boy Zhao Qi, Blues Girl Huang Xiaoting. Thus, the third recording session ended successfully. Lin Che took the special car arranged by the program and returned to school. The vehicle drove slowly, heading in the direction of the Magic City Art Academy. Car. Lin Che leaned back in his seat, his eyes slightly closed. In his heart, he thought, I hope that when I go back this time, old Principal 6 won't drag me to the office again. Think about the end of the first 2 installments. The day is compressed with all sorts of business, without the slightest chance to relax at all. Lin Che couldn't help but have a headache. Granted, Lin Che did have prior intentions of joining the company, but now the challenge of 12 consecutive titles has been accepted. If you join a company other than the big 3 entertainment companies, it is bound to be ruthlessly suppressed by the 3 parties joining forces. When the time comes, it's going to be so overwhelming that you won't be able to catch your breath. After all, this heat, or a little bit of slow rubbing, trying to take a bite out of the big 3 entertainment companies, a scene that only happens in dreams. Hey, after this semi-final, it's time to go on the hunt for a new blood bag. Lin Che rubbed his somewhat aching temples and muttered in a small voice, his words filled with a bit of helplessness. After trying to sleep to no avail, Lin Che flipped open his cell phone and clicked on Fighting Sound to brush up. Only what Lin Che didn't expect was, the song Moonlight actually made the doo-wop cover challenge list. Hashtag 3 characters in 15 turns challenge hashtag burst. The related video at the bottom has already had a lot of participation. Lin Che casually clicked on a few and realized that most of them would be missing a tone or two. Until I saw a familiar friend, Dicky Seo. Unlike the others, Su Qingqing had good voice control and actually succeeded in her challenge. Lin Che liked the video and then left a comment below. Nyo Boi. Time slipped away and the vehicle slowed to a stop. Lin Che looked at the school entrance through the car window. Seeing that there wasn't a huge crowd gathered as usual, Lin Che couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Pull open the door and get out of the car. Lin Che's footsteps were slightly hurried as he trotted towards the school grounds. However, accidents happen after all. Chapter 43, What Else is Good? From the moment Lin Che first stepped through the school gates, it instantly created a furor on campus, only to see Lin Che instantly surrounded by quite a few students. Great God, Lin! Give us an autograph! A girl with a ponytail shouted with a face full of excitement as she held up her book with adoration in her eyes. Lin Che cowhide! You're the only true god at the tournament! A boy wearing glasses then waved his arms and shouted at the top of his voice. Lin Che baby, what time tonight? This is the room card. I'll wait for you. Oh. A big wave girl with fashionable clothes and a hot body even directly handed over the room card, and her words were a bit ambiguous. Lin Che, reveal the repertoire for tonight's playground sing-along. Another person followed and coaxed. Yeah, that's just it. Yeah. There were murmurs of agreement all around, while the crowd agreed. They also pushed forward vigorously, wanting to get closer to Lin Che. The entire entrance to the school was filled with this racket. Lin Che looked at this group of enthusiastic schoolmates around him, and his heart was secretly happy. After all, it does feel nice to be so sought after. But, this behavior has become a serious disruption to the campus. It's really degrading to be stuck in front of the school, with people coming and going, and everyone being stuck in traffic. Lin Che hurriedly pressed his hand and raised his voice to say loudly, "Everyone be quiet." Lin Che's voice carried a hint of urgency. However, not many people paid much attention at first. People are still speaking their minds and shouting their demands. Seeing this, Lin Che increased the volume of his voice and shouted once again, "Everyone be quiet for a while. Listen to what I have to say." This time, the crowd's voices trailed off. Everyone turned their gazes to Lin Che, waiting for what Lin Che was going to say next. Lin Che continued, "I'll be singing at the playground tonight, so let's have an orderly, polite, and quiet autographing and photo taking at that time." Lin Che spoke while signaling with his eyes that everyone should follow order. "Now everyone disperse. At 9 o'clock in the evening, we won't see each other." After Lin Che's words fell, he saw a gap in the crowd and slipped out like a loach. Moving with great agility, he disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Only a group of confused people were left behind, staring at each other, not knowing what to do. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, all wondering how Lin Che ran away so suddenly. Running back to the dormitory, Lin Che was tired and panting heavily, sitting on his butt on a chair. Seeing this, Li Hua came up with a smile on his face and said confidently, "How is it, old Lin? It feels good to be a star, right? How about what? You don't know what just happened at the school gates." Before Lin Che could finish his sentence, Li Hua couldn't wait to snatch the answer. "How was it? Isn't it cool?" "That's true." Lin Che shook his head helplessly and did not deny it. "But that situation in front of the school is not safe." Lin Che added, "Okay, then you set a time." Li Hua nodded and signaled. "What time? It can't be that you arranged it, right?" Lin Che looked at Li Hua with a suspicious gaze. Lin Che always felt that there was something wrong with this matter. Li Hua was overzealous. "It is, right?" Li Hua's tone suddenly became unconfident and his speech stuttered. Li Hua's eyes began to dodge a little, not daring to look directly into Lin Che's eyes. Lin Che stared at Li Hua, and for a moment, He actually didn't know what to say. It just felt like this person's IQ always seemed to drop off somehow after falling in love. Always making inexplicable moves. Forget it, next time don't make this whole thing up. I'll go to bed and lie down for a while. I'll see you at the playground tonight. Lin Che yawned, and after saying that, he got up and walked towards his bed. During Lin Che's sleep, the heat on the song Moonlight continues to soar. Many online singing bloggers are singing to rub off on traffic. That one, hashtag 3 words 15 Ben's challenge hashtag burst. It's also at the top of today's Hot 100 list. Many bloggers who make money from live singing cover Moonlight to drive traffic to their booths before they go on air. Bloggers who can't sing are making drag videos to rub it in. The song Moonlight is gradually having the intention of fire out of the circle on doo-wop. In the evening, Lin Che woke up in a daze. The dormitory trio is long gone. The entire dormitory seemed extraordinarily quiet, and Lin Che was the only one lying on the bed. Lin Che patted his stomach, feeling a little hungry, and picked up his cell phone to send a message to Right Boy, asking him to bring back a portion of rice, and then turned on the live broadcast. For half a month, Lin Che's time was almost always squeezed out of him. Aside from 2 video updates, live streaming has long since been left behind. I've been so busy with competitions, recordings, companies, and lectures that I haven't had much time to break bread with the internet. Live streaming opens. Lin Che opened the karaoke software and clicked on Heartbeat Duet mode. This was Lin Che's past live broadcast style. Sometimes the netizens in the livestream would also match Lin Che on purpose. Lin Che thought it would be fun to sing and have some interaction with his fans at the same time. The listener also just likes Lin Che's voice, and solely Lin Che is not going to show his face. Anyway, the revealing videos were all on the homepage, so Lin Che wasn't afraid of others lifting a finger. Lin Che added a couple of his original tracks and started matching. A dozen people came to the live room one after another. Gradually it became 200, 300, 500. The number of people went up like a snowball in a frenzy. Even Lin Che was a bit shocked. He didn't expect that there were still so many people watching after he hadn't gone live for so long. Anchor, may I challenge you to the song Moonlight? Anchor, sing Moonlight and I'll give you an airplane. Upstairs, it's too cheap. If the anchor sings Moonlight, rockets are sent. Don't give the anchor a hard time. So far, I've only seen one girl in the entire network succeed in the challenge. This song is so hard, not to mention the little anchor. Lin Che looked at the pop-ups that were full of remarks about Moonlight and guessed that it was the song that brought the heat. Thinking, there's more to this? Lin Che was a bit surprised. But, don't even look at my homepage? I'm the original of this song. The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched. Somewhat helpless and shaking his head, Lin Che cleared his throat. You guys keep your word, huh? Lin Che matches the single of the song Moonlight. No, buddy, you're not afraid to die? Singing for real? Save your energy, Anchor. Maybe the original singer can't even sing. The anchor has vigor. Swipe a small heart to support it. Looking at a bunch of skeptical comments, Lin Che couldn't help but let out a giggle. Meanwhile, the song Moonlight was matched successfully. Familiar intro, familiar tune. Only the song changed to chorus mode and the two sang to each other. Chapter 44. On the air. In heartfelt duet mode, the two are singing their own segments. During the main song part, Lin Che's soulful eyeballs rolled. The mind was made up and decided to play a good trick on it. Lin Che skillfully hit his timbre. The general public. It's up to you when you realize something is wrong. Lin Che thought inwardly in secret triumph. You can't blame me for not telling you. You don't click on the homepage to see for yourselves. That's not my fault. Lin Che's move really worked. Those netizens were all immersed in the song one by one and froze without noticing the slightest abnormality. Some of them are still raging in the pop-ups. Some of them are even a little bit deliberately difficult. The main part of the song is almost interesting. The chorus is definitely hanging by a thread, but it's good enough to dare to challenge. Unlike other anchors, who can at least listen. At this level, good enough to ask for my airplane? I can only LOL. Break it up. It's no fun. If I can turn 10 notes on the chorus, I'll eat it live. Lin Che looked at the pop-up screen, biting his lips tightly and stifling his laughter. This was followed by a sneaky reminder to old fans in the fanbase to keep their new friends from telling them their true identity for now. Lin Che just wants to see these new netizens as an afterthought. The old fans naturally understood, and one by one they silently dived in the pop-ups and watched. Time slipped by and soon it was time for the chorus. Lin Che still sang as silky smooth as water. The transitions, the rhythmic control, it's just perfect. This excellent performance made the netizens realize that something was not right. Holy, that's it? That's silky? It shouldn't be? Has the anchor voice been lubricated? How can he sing so well? There must be something fishy. Asterisk. The anchor is an old 6. This man Tom's is Lin Che. Suddenly, There was a sharp-eyed netizen who clicked into Lin Che's homepage and excitedly typed out this pop-up as if he had discovered a new continent. This pop-up instantly exploded on the air. Lin Che? Who's that? Is it famous? Lin Che is the original of this song. Ah, we've all been tricked. Old fans finally couldn't help but show up at this point. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Boom! The entire broadcast room was abuzz. End of song. Lin Che looked at the screen full of wildly scrolling pop-ups in the live broadcast room and couldn't stop smiling. You can't blame me for this. You guys didn't ask either, Lin Che said in that manner. Upon this statement, the netizens who were previously questioning and shouting were dumbfounded. One by one, they all choked on their words. After all, there are videos of people showing their faces on Lin Che's homepage again. At the end of the day, it was also his own attempt to make things difficult for the anchor in the first place. Who knew you'd run into originality? Lifting a rock and stoning yourself. I'm really convinced. I've never seen such a brazen person. For a moment I couldn't find a rebuttal. It was cursive. Too bad about that live-eating brother. Where's that brother? But the netizens are also extremely quick to switch emotions. It didn't take long for someone to start ordering songs again. Anchor, I really like your hangover. Can you sing it? Anchor, want to hear Red Dust In? Polite ordering of the song Eastbound and Down. Lin Che just calmly looked at the pop-up screen that was constantly scrolling and updating. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he coughed twice before opening his mouth and hinting, "Oops, I forgot to eat my favorite daikon radish when I flew back to school at lunch." As soon as these words came out, the two netizens in front of them who had put out a bold statement about swiping gifts, instantly, it was a bunch of irrelevant people, and etched to the public screen. Immediately after that, airplanes and rocket effects come to the surface. Lin Che didn't delay, and after smiling slightly, he began to continue matching the singing. The buzz in the live room continues to heat up. Meanwhile, inside was Sodium Entertainment. Lee In-cho, who ended the recording of the third program, sat at his workstation with his eyes lifeless. All afternoon, Lee Rencho are as if they are possessed, frequently swiping on Vibe and Douyin, eyes full of eagerness and longing. He had his heart set on seeing Night Rain make it to the top of the hit list, longing for the feeling of being sought after and hotly debated. In Lee In-cho's opinion, countless heart and soul had been poured into the work. Both the sculpting of the lyrics and the melody are perfect, plus backed by Sodium China. It's a matter of course that it's on the hot seat. However, it was as if reality was deliberately working against him. Throughout the afternoon, almost everything that swiped across the screen was about the Moonlight cover challenge. Various versions, in all shapes and sizes, of vegetarians, bloggers, singers. The entire internet is dominated by the song Moonlight. This scene caused Lee Rencho's face to become gloomy. Moonlight. Is moonlight that strong? Lee Rencho finally couldn't help himself and shouted angrily. Due to the recording of the program, Lee In-cho ducked to the restroom, and was born to miss Lim Cheol's live performance. Until now, Lee In-cho didn't have a rough idea of the song. His mind was still stuck on the impressions of the songs he had heard before, Red Dust In and Fatal Enemy. In his heart, he was still wondering, is this Moonlight really so powerful? Lee Rencho unconsciously put on his headphones and played the song Moonlight. As the Guzheng prelude slowly sounded, the ethereal voice echoed in Lee Rencho's ears. Lee Rencho only skimmed his lips and muttered in a small voice full of disdain. That's it? It's pretty average. To his eyes, there was nothing special about the prelude. Immediately after that, the main song portion begins to play. Lee Rencho still had that careless look, leaning back in his chair with his eyes half squinted as he listened to the lyrics of that one line. When the main song finished broadcasting, a look of disdain even appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, saying with a hint of mockery, "What's so challenging about this? Just this?" He just couldn't figure out what was so challenging about this mediocre song. Even Lee Rencho felt that those people who frantically challenged to cover the song on the internet had simply never seen the world. How can a song like this cause such a stir? It's ridiculous. However, the slap in the face often just comes so suddenly. When the chorus rang out, the twang like a mountain road hit Lee Rencho's eardrums. That euphonious, silky twang made Lee Rencho's breathing become rapid. The original disdainful look instantly froze on his face. Immediately afterward, the expression instantly collapsed. Just this? Lee Rencho was still talking tough, but the voice was clearly not as strong as before, becoming weak and feeble. As the chorus continued to advance, Lee Rencho's face became increasingly ugly. As the song ended, Lee Rencho's eyes were lifeless as he looked at the ceiling. Halftime. Good writing? Then I'll borrow it. Chapter 45, continuing the inspirational tracks. The arrogance within Lee Rencho did not dissipate. After being hit hard in the face by the mind-blowing melody of Moonlight, Lee Rencho sat alone at his workstation, his face somber, his eyes filled with resignation. Thoughts run wild like a wild horse out of control. On the one hand, Lee In-sho had to admit that Moonlight was indeed an extremely outstanding piece of work. The chorus in particular, "That Mountain Road," is highly personalized. On the other hand, Lee In-sho couldn't accept that he was being compared to Lin Che. Humph. It's just a lucky song. What's the big deal? Lee Run-sho snorted secretly in his heart. Just then, a dark thought festered in his mind like a ghost. The word borrow kept circling around in Lee Run-sho's mind. As long as it's slightly altered, no one else should be able to find out, Lee Run-sho secretly said in his heart. There was a glint of intensity in his eyes, as if he saw his own improved work in the music world to shine. Say it and do it. Lee Run-sho quickly opened the music editing software, skillfully intercepted a certain infectious melody from the song Moonlight. As Lee Run-sho operated, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. Lee Run-sho then skillfully incorporated the melody into his next competition entry. He also didn't forget to taunt Lin Che in his heart. Humph. Lin Che, your elaborate preparations are nothing but a stepping stone for me. Time passes quietly. 2 hours later, dormitory. Lin Che was immersed in the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 10,000 people. Lin Che couldn't help but reveal a surprised smile and rushed to take a screenshot to keep the memory. It was a small peak since the broadcast, and the heart was full of pride. However, happy times are always short. It's time to go off the air in the blink of an eye. Lin Che cleared his throat and said into the microphone, "Ahem. This is the end of today's live broadcast. Hang up, hang up." After saying that, without giving the netizens a chance to react, he directly clicked to confirm the downcast. "I won't make the same mistake twice," Lin Che said inwardly. At the end of the last live broadcast, it was a matter of convenience and disaster. Then after the rendition of Eastbound and Down was over, it was variously retained by the netizens. It dragged on for a while before hanging up the livestream, but Lin Che's hand speed was still not faster than the enthusiasm of the netizens. This side just wanted to click on the confirmation, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly exploded. "Anchor, don't go ah. Lin Che, you don't go ah. Sing another song. Haven't heard enough. Lin Che, you sang so beautifully today. I'm begging for extra time. Just sing for a little while longer. Anchor, it's too cruel of you to say you're going off the air. We still want to listen to you chatting. Brother Lin Che, tonight's live broadcast was too wonderful. I can't bear to let you go off the air. Lin Che, will we see each other again? When we see each other again you must become a big star. Lin Che, how can I live without you?" Lin Che looked at the pop-up screen inside. It's still comfortable to slip your hand downcast, Lin Che thought inwardly. Unfortunately, the mind is made up. Decisively off the air. Snap. Dormitory door jam point open. Li Hua walked in carrying chicken cutlet rice, a big smile on his face. Hey, chicken cutlet rice is here. Lin Che took a deep breath, tore open the package, and began to feast on it. While feasting, Li Hua pulled a chair and came over to Lin Che's side. "Old Lin, tonight you plan to?" inquired Li Hua testily. "Tonight?" Lin Che pondered for a moment, with a mouthful of chicken fillet still stuffed in his mouth, and said vaguely, "Keep up the inspirational track. Old Lin, are you having a hard time with something? Last time it was an inspirational track, and this time it still is?" Li Hua said in mock contemplation. "Hey, when you get to me." Without waiting for Lin Che to finish, Li Hua hastily waved his hand. "Stop. Hold your words, simmer." Lin Che lowered his head and ate his meal, inwardly thinking, if I tell you that I'm challenging the three great entertainments, you'll have to say I'm confused again. At 9 p.m. Night gently covered the campus. Around the playground, the streetlights gave off a soft, pale yellow glow. A gentle breeze rustled the trees along the playground. Lin Che carried his guitar and came to the center of the playground alone. On the scene, Zhao Xinping and Chen Xuanqi had already connected the sound. Lin Che looked at the center of the playground. A fat and a thin, two living treasures. The familiar figure made him can't help but smile slightly, and then his pace accelerated as he walked over. The surrounding people gradually stirred when they saw Lin Che appear. Wow! Look! It's Lin Che. He's even more handsome in person than on TV. A girl's eyes shone brightly as she stared at Lin Che with a face full of infatuation. With this face value, it's almost like you can just debut. Yeah. I heard that he's particularly good at transcription as well. And that performance at the competition before was simply stunning. I can kind of hear him sing live tonight. It's going to be super awesome. It's not just the trances that are great. His songwriting talent is even better. All those original songs are classics. Lin Che crossed over the crowded, noisy and boisterous crowd to the two and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Although Lin Che was prepared inside, he was still a little nervous inside when he was surrounded by a wall of people. The blazing gaze seemed like tangible pressure. It made Lin Che feel a little breathless. After all, It was the first time he had broken into the entertainment industry, and Lin Che was considered a small white man. Old Lin, where's letter writer? Not with you? Zhao Xinping looked at Lin Che alone and asked. After delivering me dinner, 80% of them went to look for a small object. Lin Che replied with a shrug. Li Hua didn't stay in the dormitory for long. Glancing at his cell phone, he inexplicably threw down old Lin. You're confused. He then pushed the door open and left the dormitory, still not knowing where he was. Hey, this letter writer, Chen Quanxi said without a trace of anger, seeing color and forgetting friends. 10 minutes later, only to see the entrance to the playground. Li Hua and Qin Lily walked in hand. In the center of the playground, the trio watched the two men talking animatedly and shook their heads helplessly. The four converge and the singing begins. As always, rock tracks open the show. As always, 4 separate solos. Lin Che was also placed in the finale as usual. Each of the 3 finished singing. Holding his guitar, Lin Che spoke. What does everyone want to hear? Just after saying that, Lin Che regretted it. That statement was purely and simply in passing. Moonlight. It has to be moonlight. Nah, I want to hear improvised tracks. Hey, I want to hear Lin Che's repertoire for the next competition. Jia. Brothers? That's a bit much, isn't it? I like it though. I'll take it. The corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly as he took a deep breath and said, the next repertoire might not be very good, but it's also an original. A Chasing Dreams Red Heart for everyone. Lin Che added. Chapter 46, Deliberate or Accidental? In the center of the campus playground at night, there stood a handsome figure, and that was Lin Che. Lin Che was carrying a guitar in his arms. Seeing that a number of students had already gathered around, Lin Che took a deep breath and gently strummed the guitar strings to test the tone. After stating that the song is original, it instantly caused a gasp from the crowd. In the crowd, a girl with a ponytail stared in surprise and couldn't help but exclaim, original? I didn't expect that Lin Che would actually sing an original again? It can't be fooling us, right? Does Lin Che's inspiration never run out? Half a month. How many songs has it been? He has hang-ups. After saying that, Lin Che's fingers began to fly up on the guitar strings in a dexterous manner. A rousing intro instantly ignited the atmosphere. Where in the world is a world full of flowers? If it exists, then I'll definitely be there. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliff. Lin Che's singing voice rang out. Only, in terms of listening, people realized that there seemed to be something strange. But, the inspirational lyrics filled that gap. The audience was as engrossed as ever. Live hard, love hard, even with your life on the line. I don't want to satisfy anyone, as long as it's good for you. I never chose to give up on my ideals, even on the gray days. Lin Che immersed himself in his singing, fingers skillfully silking the strings. The body also unconsciously swayed gently to the music. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have the innocence of a dream. I'll go and prove it with my whole life. Maybe I'm clumsy, but I'm willing to keep searching. Give all your youth without regret. In the bridge section, every note is infused with people's dedication and pursuit of their dreams. The accelerating melody seems to speak of the indomitable nature of every dreamer, striving forward on the road ahead. Lin Che stops sweeping the strings, pauses for half a beat, and cries out, running forward against the cold eyes and the jeers. The vastness of life. How can you feel it if you don't have to go through trials and tribulations? Fate can't bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled all over the arms. Boom! Broken sound? These 2 words came to the minds of everyone on the scene. The crowd looked at each other with some disbelief, but no one made a sound to interrupt, thinking it was just the discomfort of just cutting into the chorus. The crowd once again focused their gazes on Lin Che, only to see Lin Che keep on running with the pride of a naked child. The shining of life. How can you see it if you don't follow through? Instead of living, let's burn. One day it will sprout again. As the song gradually progresses, the chorus is played. Lin Che released all the passion and desire in his heart. Singing in the form of shouting is used. But, the live audience, on the other hand, thought that the 2 choruses were broken one after the other. For this reason, the crowd is still unconsciously discussing it during the song's interlude. The chorus. It's definitely broken. Is it true? Lin Che can't sing high notes? Hey, it's a bit of a pity. I think so. The front is pretty good. The chorus. It feels like it kind of detracts from the whole sound of the song. Maybe it was too hard? But it's understandable. After all, it's trying to express that passion. But don't wash it. If Lin Che could sing soprano, would he keep it hidden? It's broken, but it's not easy to see him so into it. So let's hope it holds steady in the back. Despite the hiccups, however, Lin Che wasn't too affected. Full-on guitar solo. The song follows. The future is always beckoning to me in all its fascinating splendor. Even if there's only pain to go with it, I'm going to go forward. I want to sail on the bluest sea there. Never care if you can return still. Lin Che sang differently from his previous singing style, and this time, his peculiar singing voice caused a look of disappointment to appear on the faces of the crowd. On the second verse of the main song, the audience could clearly hear that Lin Che's voice was slightly drifting. As for Lin Che, who was in the center of the playground, fine beads of sweat also emerged from his forehead, depressed after the failure. That's the sign of a coward. Hold your fists as long as you live. Before the dawn breaks, we need to be braver. Waiting for the brightest moment at sunrise, Lin Che's somewhat off-key singing voice sounded again. Many listeners felt that Lin Che's voice was a bit out of tune compared to earlier. However, Lin Che remained expressionless, steadily breaking his voice, running forward against the cold eyes and the jeers. The vastness of life. How can you feel it if you don't have to go through trials and tribulations? Fate can't bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled all over the arms. Lin Che's eyes were firm, never wavering in the slightest, because Lin Che is clear that this song is for him. More than just a sing-alone. It's a true reflection of him chasing his dreams. Every high note, every shout. It's all about Lin Che's indomitable and resistance in the face of difficulties on the road to his dream. Keep on running with the pride of a naked child. The shining of life. How can we see it if we don't see it through to the end? Instead of living, let's burn. For the good of the heart. Uncompromising until you get old. The guitars die down and the song ends. Lin Che bowed slightly, his forehead filled with fine beads of sweat. Raising his head, Lin Che looked at the classmates in front of him, and a flash of relief flashed through his eyes. Although the audience was deeply skeptical, they still gave Lin Che a warm applause. At this point, the time also came to 10:30. The students left the stage in an orderly fashion, except that many of them whispered about what Lin Che had just sung. Lin Che looked at his classmates' departing backs. Putting his guitar away, he turned and began cleaning up the trash left on the floor. Just as he bent down to pick up a mineral water bottle, a crisp voice rang in his ear. I'm here to help you again. Lin Che raised his head, only to see Su Qingqing revealing a sweet smile. She had a garbage bag in her hand and was smiling at Lin Che. Lin Che froze slightly, then smiled and said, thanks. Su Qingqing walked over to Lin Che's side, and the two of them cleaned up while chatting about the song they had just sung. Su Qingqing, actually, I think your song is quite good. Lin Che raised his eyebrows. Oh, how? Tell me first, did you do it on purpose or accidentally? Su Qingqing asked. Accidentally on purpose? Lin Che actually didn't quite understand if he had intended to do this. The corners of Su Qingqing's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of answer was this? However, soon Su Qingqing adjusted and said, if it was intentional, then full marks. What if it's not? Lin Che asked tentatively. 0 points. Mino. Su Qingqing's tone was light. Hey, not a single point? Many black lines sprouted from Lin Che's forehead. Well, what else? The main song is running so many notes, and the chorus is breaking. And, stop it, I get it. Lin Che interrupted Su Qingqing and shook his head. The two had a conversation. After cleaning up, each went back to their dormitories to rest. Late night, Lin Che pondered how to find a new blood pack. Thinking about it, falling asleep again. Meanwhile, Skylight Entertainment is dumbfounding and premeditating something. Chapter 47, The 3 years are up. Skylight Entertainment. Inside the high-level conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. The crowd of executives looked tense, some with furrowed brows, some with wandering eyes. On the main seat, Zhao Haichuan looked at Yi Ling with a serious face. The eyes were pressed on Yi Ling as if they were substance. Zhao Haichuan slightly adjusted his breathing, seemingly suppressing his inner waves, for a long time, before slowly opening his mouth. Xiao Ling, are you sure? Zhao Haichuan's voice echoed in the conference room with a hint of imperceptible worry. Yi Ling, who was on the side, just nodded gently to show her acquiescence. Her eyes were firm and determined, as if she was ready to break the ice. Velvet, you're already a gold medal producer now. You only need to bring up one heavenly king or queen to become an ace. Why bother? A talker next to the main seat, Li Changyuan, couldn't help but say. He looked at Yi Ling, his eyes filled with regret and incomprehension. In Li Changyuan's opinion, Yi Ling has a great future. Sooner or later, the position of ace producer will be hers, as long as she stays on track. And why bother going down this road of unknowns and hardships? Uncle Li, this is too meaningless. Yi Ling's tone was flat, but underneath the blandness, there was a stubbornness that was hard to detect. As a young generation challenging the 12 consecutive champions of the Heavenly Pride, once on a 7-game winning streak, he was mercilessly hung by the ace producer. That fiasco had caused Yi Ling's mindset to shift drastically. Yi Ling knew deep down that the failure of that one time was not due to the lack of quality of the work, but the lack of his own popularity base. So for the past 3 years, Yi Ling has been desperately trying to produce singles for other people. In the soundtracks of movies and television, there are melodies that she has carefully sculpted. On the variety stage, there are songs tailored to her. It's not uncommon to see her name on major lists. Yiling was like a tireless machine, running day and night just to accumulate enough popularity just for this moment to come. Now, Yiling felt that it was almost time. The 3-year period has come and gone, and she's going to get back everything that belongs to her. The glory that was once lost, the pride that was suppressed. Yiling had to recapture them all one by one. Velvet, do you know what this means? Zhao Haichuan spoke nonchalantly. I know. Yiling replied softly. Challenging for the 12 consecutive titles would mean that from this moment on, she would have no company to assist her. You can only rely on the quality of your work and the popularity you've desperately built up over the past 3 years to go head-to-head with those aces and top producers. It's certainly a desperate gamble. Win, and she will stand at the pinnacle of her industry and become a true legend. Lose, and she could be devastated. All her previous efforts going down the drain. Mind made up? Zhao Haichuan asked again, a hint of helplessness in his voice. The mind is made up, Yiling replied without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Haichuan didn't say anything more and just silently pushed the contract out. At this moment, the few executives in the conference room couldn't help but whisper. A senior frowned and said, this kid Yiling, he's too impulsive. This is too risky. Yeah, although she has a popularity base now, compared to those ace and top producers, her resources and heritage are still quite a bit worse. I do think that Yiling's accumulation over the past 3 years should not be underestimated. And many of those singles she produced have become smash hits, showing that she is capable. Depends on her. As long as she can come up with something stunning enough this time, she may not be without a chance of winning. The crowd whispered. Yiling, on the other hand, had a calm face, with a touch of determination flowing under her eyes. She knew these executives had her best interests at heart, but in her heart, she remembered that newcomer Lin Che. Without joining any company, it actually dared to go to war with the big three. That meeting led to a huge shift in Yiling's mindset. The seeds of challenge planted in Yiling's mind by Lin Che's 8 improvisations germinated again. Yiling secretly vowed to let everyone know. She, Yiling, had the courage, and even more so, the strength to challenge the pinnacle. The next day, the first rays of the morning sunlight poured onto Lin Che's face through the dormitory window. Lin Che slowly woke up from his sleep, opening his eyes and looking at the empty dormitory. An unspeakable feeling of loneliness instantly surged into his heart. The once bustling dormitory was now all that was left of him. Hey, that's cool. Lin Che cast aside his hurt feelings inside. The roommates were all busy with their own classes, and this silence had to be enjoyed by Lin Che alone. When he was bored, Lin Che picked up his cell phone and casually swiped Dujang. Slide your finger across the screen. Soon, Lin Che saw a familiar image, the song Moonlight. As always, it dominates the hot lists. Even the number of covers is growing exponentially. As to whether it's good or not, that's another story. Lin Che unconsciously flipped through the music backstage, both nervous and looking forward to checking up on the song data. Song name, East Windbreak. Downloads, 7 million. Collection, 5 million. Ranking, number 1 on the new songs chart. Number 9 on the Hot 100 chart. Looking at these data, the corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly as he muttered in a small voice. Not bad. A sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. There is now only 1 week left until the end of November. Going by the current trend, taking the number 1 spot on the new songs chart this month won't be a problem. Time passed quietly in Lin Che's thoughts, and before he knew it, it was noon. Ordering takeout, Lin Che's consciousness fell into deep thought. Where to find new blood packs? Lin Che secretly pondered of. Li Renqiu can't make any waves anymore, as long as Hua Sodium is not stupid. Through the performance of Li Renqiu in these 2 installments, it is time to refrigerate and cut resources. As a capitalist, there's no reason to waste time on a newcomer, unless this newcomer has potential beyond the norm. Hey, one step at a time. Lin Che shook his head. There were still 2 big blood packs remaining, Jianzhou and Lu Wan, but it's not enough to hold up the December chart rankings. Ding ding ding. Menling remembered, and Lin Che took the takeout and enjoyed it. After lunch, Lin Che organized his attire and prepared to go forward to the recording studio to arrange a new song. This time, Lin Che's opponent was Huang Xiaoting, a blues fanatic. Think back to the previous installments. Huang was somewhat mediocre, but with the lazy and soothing tunes, it also made it to the top 8. In this fast-paced era, youth is long gone. People are not small pressure, and the blues style just can give people spiritual solace. Blues? Lin Che pondered as he walked. Then I'll add some rhythm and turn it into R&B. The 2 tracks are relatively similar, except that the R&B is modified for a little more market acceptance. Lin Che establishes the track and starts thinking about which song to use. In a previous life, You couldn't talk about R&B without a music industry powerhouse. Lin Che's brain raced as various musical elements collided in his mind. There. Chapter 48, How should you respond? Walking on the way to the recording studio, Lin Che was inspired. Take out your cell phone and record the arrangement of the song in your head. Boss Tao's adapted song is really nice. Lin Che marveled. Getting into the car, Lin Che once again turned on the doujinshi to kill the time on the road. Meanwhile, the internet is still buzzing about the song Moonlight. Netizens have been posting their comments on various platforms. The song Moonlight is so awesome. Lin Che is truly a musical genius. Lin Che's songs always touch people's hearts. Looking forward to his new works. The melody of East Windbreak is too rhythmic. The Jianghu picture of Red Dust Inn is extremely strong. The Fatal Dispute of Fatal Enemy is too sentimental. The transcription of Moonlight is too much. Lin Che combines the ancient style and modern music perfectly. Awesome. Lin Che's strength should not be underestimated. I hope he can go further and further. These comments were like a warm current that flowed through Lin Che's heart. Arriving at the recording studio, Lin Che's mood gradually calmed down. Looking at the various instruments and equipment in front of him, he began to recall Huang's bluesy tunes, thinking about how to differentiate your music from that, and at the same time show your character. Lin Che sat in front of the piano and gently pressed the keys, a single note flowing through his fingertips. Lin Che closed his eyes and immersed himself in the world of music. Gradually, Lin Che composed the melody in his head. Over time, the new songs took shape. A few days went by in a flash. In the past few days, apart from teaching, Lin Che's thoughts were all thrown into arranging the songs. Riding in the program team's special car, Lin Che arrived at the program site in advance. Come to the mentor camp of Zhou Huajun, as it is already in the top 8 sequence. Many players arrived early like Lin Che. Li Renqiu was no exception, only that Li Renqiu seemed to have lost the nobility of the previous period and deliberately kept herself hidden. Lin Che finally couldn't feel that hostile gaze anymore. Getting your resources cut? Lin Che muttered secretly. In the past few days, the internet has been completely dominated by Moonlight, and Li Renqiu's night rain couldn't even touch the tail lights of a car. Lin Che's eyes scanned the scene and found his opponent, Huang Xiaoting, and the two of them nodded in a friendly manner. The program opens. Live streaming opens. The host, Lu Ling, didn't even finish his opening remarks. The live broadcast room then flooded with 200,000 viewers one after another. That huge number is still climbing at an alarming rate. In the director's room, Chen Tingjun couldn't help but laugh. Although he wanted to put Lin Che in the finale, with more backroom maneuvers, he would inevitably be called shady. Chen Tingjun looked at the live broadcast. For Lin Che, I hope Lin Che can still sing the transcription this time. Lin Che's opponent is Huang Xiaoting. So what? Is Huang Xiaoting great? Someone asked. And a number of people were not amused by this. I don't know how to explain it to you guys, but Huang has always been very transparent, but her melodies just give off a very relaxing vibe. So, a netizen who knows Huang a little better tried to explain, but before the words were finished, they were overridden by various other voices. No matter what, it's impossible for Lin Che to lose, right? Lin Che's unique songwriting style is now slowly becoming mainstream. This became almost a certainty in the minds of the vast majority of viewers. After all, Lin Che's strength was evident to all along the way. Lin Che's infectious voice, spiritual and versatile songwriting, it has long since put Lin Che on the map in this arena. The crowd was talking. The tempo also stopped being Li Yanqiu and Lin Che and changed to Lin Che and the other opponents. At this moment, all eyes were focused on these two players who were about to make their debut. On the stage, Lu Ling read her speech. Next, please welcome the first set of sparring contestants from our group, Lin Che and Huang Xiaoting. The two organize themselves and take the microphone to the stage. In that moment, the stage shone on the two. On stage, after a rock-paper-scissors test, Lin Che won and Huang took the lead in singing. A lazy, relaxing melody follows. The bluesy tunes are unique and captivating. Every note caresses the heart of every listener. The agitated scene gradually calmed down and everyone was immersed in the otherworldly melody. Huang took the microphone and sang. Her voice carried an innate sense of laziness without losing its depth. The seemingly easy and casual singing actually implies precise control of rhythm and pitch. The audience on stage was wide-eyed. How could they not expect that this Huang Xiaoting, who barely had any presence on weekdays, could sing such a moving song? Some of the people who were originally unimpressed with her couldn't help but slightly open their mouths at this moment, their faces full of surprise. And at this moment, the live broadcasts on the internet are blowing up. Wow! Huang Xiaoting's singing is too good. This bluesy tune is really refreshing. I'll go. I underestimated her before. Now Lin Che is a bit hungover. No wonder she made it to the top 8. So she's deep in hiding. It feels like Lin Che is going to be in big trouble this time. This Huang Xiaoting's strength can't be underestimated. There has been a huge shift in the attitude of the netizens. From being absolutely optimistic about Lin Che in the beginning, they had now risen up in worry for Lin Che. All sorts of skepticism began to rise. Although Lin Che was powerful before, but this time his opponent is so strong. Can he still be as amazing as before? I think it's hanging by a thread. Huang Xiaoting's song is too infectious. Lin Che is afraid that it'll be hard to surpass it. Huang Xiaoting's intention. If Lin Che can't get a quality like East Windbreak, he really can't beat it. Amidst the chatter, Huang's singing continued. It was as if she had become completely immersed in her musical world. Every expression, every movement, fit perfectly with that melody. The song is over. A brief silence first fell over the scene. Thunderous applause ensued. The audience rose to their feet and applauded Huang's wonderful singing. Lu Ling walked onto the stage with an excited smile on her face as she presided. Lu Ling read the speech. Next, please welcome your opponent, Lin Che, to the stage to challenge him. Snap. Applause. Lin Che slowly walked onto the stage. Just now, Lin Che couldn't help but nod frequently as he listened to Huang Xiaoting singing from the stage. Huang is really strong on this song. Laid-back tunes are often easily embraced in this fast-paced society. However, if you were to pull out this song, how should you respond? Lin Che secretly thought inwardly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Che picked up the microphone. A song called Whose Heart Does the Moon Represent for All of You? The guzheng sounded, and the gongs and drums were accompanied by percussive sounds. At this moment, the audience under the stage quieted down. It's not hard to guess that this is another country song. Chapter 49, Whose Heart Does the Moon Represent? On the stage, where the lights are focused, Lin Che beats the beat in a calm and relaxed manner. At the moment, the entire arena was immersed in a quiet and expectant atmosphere. The intro plays and the unique combination of notes instantly catches everyone's ears. The song skillfully blends R&B style with classical elements. The intro is played on guzheng, showing a classical and poignant effect. It retains the oriental flavor of the original song, but gives the song a modern sense of rhythm and groove. Make the songs more youth-friendly. There's a taste for the trendy yet attached to the traditional. The crowd didn't seem to be too surprised. After all, Lin Che had played national style pieces ever since he entered the competition. It has already established an image in everyone's mind as a national style music talent. The intro sails through, and Lin Che calmly picks up the microphone. Blame it on the moonlight that night. It's heartbreakingly romantic. It wasn't really like that. It's just that the night is a little cold. Love is suddenly hard to let go of. Lin Che's lazy tune gently brushed across the hearts of the crowd, causing everyone to stare in disbelief. The unique voice, with an innate magnetism, infuses the songs with a vibrant soul. The audience in attendance unconsciously swayed gently to that rhythm, as if being swept up in a romantic and slightly sad dream of love. The curved moon is in the sky. Look at us. We're in love. Don't say any vows. My kiss on your shoulder. Singing softly in your ear. Lin Che's singing became more and more involved. Off stage, Huang Xiaoting listened with rapt attention to the rhythmic melody. A flash of disbelief could not help but be revealed in his eyes. She marveled in her mind. Holy, what a cow! Huang knew how strong Lin Che's song was, and that the blues as a rhythm originated in the West. While she herself loved the genre, she always encountered difficulties in trying to localize it. Although the rhythm presents a lazy, but listening will inevitably be a bit abrupt, like forced together the puzzle, always missing a few points of harmony. Lin Che's song, on the other hand, is like a magical key that just solves this problem, blending the elements of Eastern and Western music without any sense of contradiction. At the thought of this, Huang Xiaoting inwardly sighed. Can't play anymore. This person has hang-ups. On stage, the chorus plays. You ask how much I love you. How much do I love you? And my love is true. And my love is so true. The moon represents my heart. Oh yeah, the moon represents my heart. Lin Che's skillful singing skills were on display at this moment. Silky smooth transition between true and false tones. And there's a lot of twang and glissando in the song. This makes the song even more melodic and infectious. The crowd that was originally worried about Lin Che was dumbstruck for a moment. How could they not expect Lin Che to be able to write this style of song? Holy, this Lin Che guy is toxic. It feels like he's always half a class above his opponents. I didn't even notice if you didn't mention it. It seems like the first two installments of Lin Che also eliminated his opponents using the styles that they specialize in. Fine thoughts. But, things are getting interesting. Kind of looking forward to Lin Che and Li Rinshou battling each other, both using the national style PK. It's something to think about. During the crowd's discussion, the interlude slowed to a close. The lingering sound of the guzheng seemed to still linger in the air. Lin Che raised the microphone again, a hint of deep emotion in his eyes. The full moon is in the sky, watching people come and go as they please, wandering the streets alone. Love and hate are two different things in my heart. Yeah, didn't imagine being strong. Lin Che's song seems to paint a picture of life. All those gatherings and separations, love and hatred are shown in his songs, so that listeners can't help but immerse themselves in them and empathize with them. At the back of the stage, looking at the scenic Lin Che, a hint of viciousness flared up under Li Rencho's eyes. On what grounds? On what grounds can his national wind cause so many people to like it? Li Rencho raged in impotent rage inside. Li Rencho has always thought that he is also quite accomplished in the creation of national style music, plus joining the Chinese sodium, making Li Rencho gradually no one in sight. But now Lin Che's light completely overshadowed him. It made the fire of jealousy burn in his heart. But on second thought, Li Rencho was instantly relieved. The reason for this is that he is particularly confident in the work he creates. My combination tune is a melody that my predecessors have racked their brains to come up with. When you meet me, Lin Che, you'll know what pain is. Li Rencho listened to Lim Cheol's beautiful melody on stage and secretly set a flag. You ask how much I love you. How much do I love you? My love is unwavering. And my love won't change. The moon represents my heart, oh yeah. A gentle kiss, ever touched your heart. A deep love, became a memory to this day, yeah. Lin Che's voice was steady. Every note falls steadily on the listener's heart. Unexpectedly, the audience spontaneously raised their hands in the air and beat the beat. The neat and tidy movements seemed to be the highest praise for Lin Che's singing. The atmosphere became very harmonious and everyone was immersed in the beautiful music as if they had forgotten everything around them. The song then comes to its final verse. The repeated chanting of the, I ask you how much you love me. How much do you love me? Think about it. Check it out. Whose heart does the moon represent? Whose heart does the moon represent? Whose heart does the moon represent? Like a voice knocking on the heartstrings of every human being, one can't help but fall into a deep reflection on love and life. At the end of the song, there was loud applause. The four tutors on stage looked at each other, not knowing what to comment for a while. Lin Che's performance was so outstanding that they needed to deliberate carefully before they could give a proper evaluation. In the end, Zhou Huajun cleared his throat and took the lead in breaking the silence. Lin Che, this song of yours is very comforting. In rhythm, through rich and varied rhythmic patterns, the use of syncopation and punctuation notes, for example, enhances the energy and tension of the song and gives it more emotional ebb and flow. That's something you're doing very well. Listen to Zhou Huajun's review. Qin Wei frowned slightly and said, Lin Che, I have to say that you do have your own specialties in music fusion, but the song as a whole doesn't reflect a particularly prominent soprano part. There seems to be a bit of a lack in showing the full range of singing skills. Ryuan nodded in agreement. Yeah, I feel the same way. For a song that's trying to stand out in a competition, the high notes can often have a mind-blowing effect, but it's already an 8-4 match and you haven't shown your tenor yet, so I'm worried. Yu Jianzhou, on the other hand, said with a serious look on his face, Lin Che, I was looking forward to seeing you have a popping part on stage. After all, your previous songs had a perfect blend of emotions, but I waited until now and not once, which makes me a little disappointed in you. Chapter 50, Lin Che, I've gained insight into your weakness. Each of the four mentors' comments had their own focus and gave the audience a more comprehensive understanding of Lin Che's song. And on the web, the live stream of this game instantly stirred up a lively discussion among netizens. Lin Che's performance this time is really too amazing. Yeah, it's so cool to have such a clever blend of Eastern and Western music. Yeah, even though the instructors pointed out some shortcomings, I think it's awesome that he blends East and West so well. It's not like music is all about high notes and playing. It's the overall feeling and innovation that counts. However, there are different voices emerging. After all, it's a competition, and Lin Che hasn't been singing soprano and popping, so it shouldn't be a no-no, right? It's an original competition, not a treble contest. Can't the quality of the song be over the top? Singers are all about being well-rounded. This community just can't do without a soprano. Yeah, when you're on stage, you have to show all-around strength. Otherwise, how can you stand out? The netizens have reacted in a variety of ways. Some firmly supported their mentor's assessment that Lin Che did have room for improvement in the integrity of his musical skills. Some, on the other hand, were completely on Lin Che's side, feeling that he had already done a good enough job with his unique blend of musical creativity and heartfelt singing without being too demanding. After all, no one is perfect, and the most important thing about music is that it conveys genuine emotion. In this hot debate about music, Lin Che had undoubtedly become the center of attention. Lin Che's name is mentioned frequently on the internet. The debate between supporters and skeptics has intensified. It has even gradually evolved into a pattern of hatred between the two factions. Stage. Lin Che bowed slightly and retreated to the back of the stage amidst the applause and the complicated gazes of the audience. Lin Che's face had a faint tiredness on it, and he closed his eyes to rest his mind when he sat back down. When Li Rencho saw the two return, His eyes flowed and he secretly made a small plan in his heart. Lin Che seems unable to sing high notes? Can't play and sing either? Li Renqiu pondered inwardly, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising slightly. But, treble, I can't do it either. Playing and singing. I can play the guitar. A flash of smugness flashed through Li Renqiu's heart. Lin Che, I've already learned about your Lin Che. I've already figured out your weakness. Li Renqiu himself found the key to defeating Lin Che, and the scales of victory had begun to tip in his favor. Lin Che sat back in his seat and closed his eyes. It didn't notice Li Renqiu's strange gaze or mind. A little bit of time passes and the program reaches its end. After an intense selection and counting process, the top 4 are finally out. Lin Che, Li Renqiu, Zhang Chenyang, Luo Linquan. With their unique musical talents and stage performances, these 4 contestants successfully advanced to the next stage of the competition. Surprisingly, there was an uproar when the results of the 4-2 grouping were announced. Lin Che and Li Renqiu were surprisingly matched together. Why? I thought the two of them met in the finals. It's a pity. It's hard to say who's stronger or weaker between these two. That's bound to be Li and Cho. Who's been favored by Wasodium? Where's Lin Che? I'm afraid he hasn't joined the company yet. Right? Company? You're comparing originality to background? Immediately, someone stood out and retorted. Music competitions should look at the quality of the music itself and the talent of the contestants. What's the use of engaging in those crooked ways? In this society, who doesn't look at the background? Opinions vary, but most of them are minor. The players were not overly distracted by these off-field factors. The contestants ride in a special car and leave the show. Lin Che was instantly surrounded when he returned to school. After all, he managed to advance to the quarterfinals in the tournament. It was a big deal at school. The moment Lin Che stepped onto the campus, he was enthusiastically surrounded by a group of students. Wow! Senior Lin Che, you're too good. You actually advanced to the quarterfinals. Senpai, I hope you'll keep up the good work next and make sure you get the championship. Senior Lin Che, congratulations. Good luck in the competition. The group of girls blessed in unison, with sincere smiles on their faces, genuinely happy for Lin Che. Humph, what's the big deal? It's just good luck. An abrupt voice rang out, and a jealous boy muttered in a low voice. Lin Che ignored it and just nodded towards the girls. Instead, the crowd grew more and more crowded, with students wanting to get close enough to talk to him, or just see the musical star of the campus up close and personal. Lin Che felt like he was out of breath. There is no way around it. Lin Che saw an opening and ran straight away, hurriedly running in the direction of the dormitory amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Hey, little brother ran away again. The rune card hasn't been given yet. Big sister, you can give it to me. You off. Boing boing. Back at the dormitory, Lin Che gasped for air. Tonight, no more singing, said Lin Che breathlessly. The 3 housemates were all startled by Lin Che's appearance. Li Hua asked suspiciously. Why old Lin? Zhao Xinping followed suit. Yeah, old Lin. What are you doing? Ouch. Chen Xuanqi then snickered. Old Lin, are you out of it? A man can certainly say no, Lin Che replied. But in this situation now, it seems like I really can't. Now that Lin Che's fame had gotten out, he had accumulated quite a few fans in school. Sensible fans are okay. They will express their support and love for Lin Che at the right time and place. For example, leave a message of encouragement under his music work or send warm wishes when he attends an event. But those irrational fans can be a problem. They would mob Lin Che without regard to the occasion, asking for pictures and autographs. He would even constantly disturb Lin Che when he wanted to rest quietly or create, causing Lin Che to feel a huge headache. The 3 housemates didn't have much to say, so they nodded in agreement. They also knew that Lin Che had indeed been working very hard during this period of time. Between preparing for competitions and dealing with various situations at school, it was necessary to take a well-deserved break. Meanwhile, Li Renqiu, who had been matched with Lin Che as his next opponent, sat at his workstation with a shriveled face. Li Renqiu knew Lin Che's strength, not to mention the fact that the two of them were still dominating the national style. This means that the showdown between them will be even more intense and brutal. The corner of Li Renqiu's mouth twitched. No, what am I afraid of? I don't know how to write. I still can't plagiarize? And, Lin Che, you don't seem very good at playing and singing? A hint of cunning flashed through Li Renqiu's eyes, as if he really knew all of Lin Che's weaknesses. Chapter 51, This is a load of crap. December is creeping up on us. The chill seems to be darkening in the entertainment industry as well. Early in the morning, Lin Che sat in front of his computer early and skillfully opened the background data page. As far as the eye can see, a series of bright numbers instantly came to mind. The title of the song East Windbreak is listed, and the number of downloads is actually as high as 9 million. and the number of favorites has also reached as high as 8 million. Looking at the rankings again, it is even more dazzling, steadily occupying the No. 1 spot on the new songs chart, and achieving a third place on the hot songs chart as well. For such outstanding data, Lin Che did not have too much surprise on his face, as if everything was expected, only to see the corner of Lin Che's mouth rise slightly, his right hand clenched tightly into a fist. He made a cheering gesture towards the air, and said softly, "The first crown takes it." But then, Lin Che's brows furrowed slightly as he secretly pondered, "I wonder, that guy Li Rincho, how does he plan to trap me?" The situation in the entertainment industry today is unpredictable. In the case of Li Rincho, Wasodium has imposed resource restrictions on him. This is evident from how the last 2 installments have gone. In the past, after the program ended, Li Rincho would always dominate the hot searches on various platforms by various means, and the scenery was boundless. But now, after the show, he's rarely on the hot seat. It's like being gradually drowned out by the waves of the entertainment industry. Who cares? It's 80% that it's being treated coldly. Lin Che shrugged his shoulders uncaringly, then stood up, sharply put on his jacket, and prepared to head to the recording studio to compose the song. Along the way, Lin Che's footsteps were slightly heavy. Lin Che racked his brain as he walked. This December, the entertainment industry, the competition is getting more and more intense. Want to continue to maintain the heat? You need to constantly have new topics and sources of heat. But where to find those who can bring their own heat to the blood bag? Lin Che couldn't help but be filled with sadness as he secretly cried out inwardly, "Hiss, it's a bit painful. How come no one has come to touch me? This heat still has to find a way to maintain it. No matter, the triad will give me pressure anyway. Let's see if I can catch it then." Lin Che shook his head, just hoping that he wouldn't give himself a gold medal producer to practice on as soon as he came up. Thinking about this, Lin Che accelerated his steps and walked towards the recording studio. Meanwhile, inside Skylight Entertainment, Yiling lazily leaned against the back of the sofa, her gaze casually falling on the page of the November new songs chart. A faint smile spread across her face when she saw the song that occupied the top of the list, East Wind Break. This list of eye-catching results, for her, is just a commonplace thing, still within the scope of her easy acceptance, has not really touched the taut strings of competition in her heart. Seeing this, Zhao Hong, the assistant on the side, hurriedly came forward, and with a hint of eagerness and worry, discouraged, "Sister Ling, it's best if we don't touch this person." Zhao Hong's voice trembled slightly, obviously well aware of the stakes. "Oh, why?" When Yi Ling heard this, that delicate eyebrow was slightly raised, and a trace of doubt instantly flashed through her eyes. Although she had previously known that Lin Che had quite a lot of potential, but in her mind, that was at best a first glimpse. Just like the occasional shooting star flashing in the night sky, although it has light, it is difficult to become a climate. After all, she, Yi Ling, was a renowned gold medal producer in the entertainment industry. Having traveled all this way and weathered countless storms, how could he easily put a fledgling brat in his eyes? Casting him as the first stepping stone to return to the screen is considered high praise for Lin Che. Back in the day, she, Yi Ling, had also risen to prominence in the entertainment industry by virtue of her superior improvisational talent, and had picked up an A-list contract in one fell swoop. At that time, Yi Ling was in the limelight. Everyone praised her talent and regarded her as a bright new star in the entertainment industry. She also had the ambition to challenge for that impressive 12 consecutive titles. However, fate played a joke on her here, and she ended up losing the show, becoming disillusioned and retiring to production work. But even so, the pride in his heart was never cut in half. Yi Ling has always believed that in the entertainment industry, she is still the gold medal producer with professionalism and production strength that is hard for others to reach. The first under the ace. Assistant Xiao Hong scratched her head and spoke with a tangled expression. "Sister Velvet, this person is not simple." Zhao Hong's expression looked extremely difficult, trying to search for the right words from his mind so that he could accurately convey the rather complicated thoughts within himself. He seems to have hangings. Zhao Hong held her tongue for half a day and came out with a puzzling sentence. Yi Ling couldn't help but frown, her eyes glaring sternly at Zhao Hong, a hint of displeasure evident in her eyes. "This is a load of crap. What do you mean? Does improvising hang? I can do it too." Yi Ling's tone was thick with defiance. She clasped her hands to her chest and leaned her body even harder against the back of the couch, the same faint, slightly disdainful look still on her face. In Yi Ling's opinion, in this country of China, apart from the trump card, there were very few people who could compete with himself. How powerful could an unknown Lin Che be? Stronger? Stronger than me, the gold medal producer? Yi Ling secretly wondered, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Like a smile, the look was as if to say, can a newcomer in this entertainment industry be more powerful than her? Even stronger? Can you be like me? Stepping on your opponents and breaking the skepticism step by step? Yiling couldn't help but recall her own glorious moments on stage back then in her heart. That's right. She, Yiling, had also liked to use the other party's specialty in the genre. Take the other side of the fence and crush your opponents so hard that you can gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. However, Yiling has her own shortcomings, which are limited to her singing ability. Soprano and transcription have always been her weak points that are difficult to break through, and every time she mentions them, a trace of reluctance wells up in her heart. Assistant Zhao Hong saw how unimpressed Yiling was. He could only read out the data he had carefully organized. Sister Velvet, look. Zhao Hong spoke while carefully observing Yiling's face. Lin Che creates a new Chinese style of song with red dust in the first installment. The second installment of the show, just after the last show. There were some voices on the internet questioning that he doesn't know how to do ancient style, but Lin Che was good. Directly returned strongly with frenemy, perfectly responded to those questions, and not only took over the last wave of heat, but also made his popularity go up a level, and instantly circled a lot of fans again. In the third installment, he eliminated his opponent with Moonlight, using the transcription technique that his opponent specializes in. In the fourth installment, he eliminated his opponent again with Whose Heart Does the Moon Represent, still using the same tune his opponent specializes in. And that song, East Wind Break, is number 1 on the new songs chart. Zhao Hong spoke in detail while nervously looking at Yiling's face. Only Yiling's eyes grew wider and wider. The original eyes with disdain were gradually replaced by disbelief. The expression on his face got better and better. Stop! Yiling suddenly yelled. Chapter 52. How can you play a high-end game right from the start? The stop was like a thunderclap. It exploded in the office where the only sound that could be heard was Zhao Hong's narration, which seemed particularly abrupt. Zhao Hong was speaking at great length, immersed in reporting all of Lin Che's astonishing statistics to Yiling. Coldly frightened by this sudden roar, he couldn't help but secretly spit out in his heart. This temper of Sister Velvet. It really flares up when she says it will. Yiling listened to the astonishing series of Lin Che's data that Zhao Hong read out. It just felt like there was a mess stirring wildly in his head, on the verge of exploding. This Tom is human? Yiling inwardly interrogated himself frantically, a face full of disbelief, eyes wide. Even if you use being good at tunes, it comes with singing skills? That's too outrageous. Yiling's lips trembled slightly. There was both shock at the strength that Lin Che had displayed. Again, there was a hint of unspeakable frustration. Yiling's eyes that originally always had a few moments of carelessness in them, the moment couldn't help but become serious. The relaxed, disdainful look that had been hanging on his face, it was like being swept away by a gust of wind, long gone without a trace. In its place was a gravity and deep thought. Yiling frowned. All kinds of information about Lin Che kept rolling over in her mind, trying to re-evaluate this opponent that she had completely disregarded before. Mad. Is it possible that there really is a hang-up? Yiling's head jerked, actually coming up with such an absurd idea. She then felt a bit ridiculous herself and couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. The strength displayed by Lin Che was indeed somewhat beyond her imagination. It messed her up a bit for a moment. Is everything you said true? Yiling took a few deep breaths, trying to calm that wave-like mood down a bit, and turned her head to Zhao Hong to confirm. There was still a hint of an undisguised tremor in his voice. It seemed that he was still unwilling to believe all the things he had just heard about Lin Che. It was as if he wanted to hear Zhao Hong say the word no. Really? Really? Zhao Hong looked at Yiling's expression that was so serious that it was somewhat frightening, and her tone stumbled. Yiling took another deep breath, slowly calming her breathing. Closing her eyes, Yiling tried to calm down her disorganized thoughts. A variety of imperceptible emotions flowed under his eyes. There was shock, resignation, and a hint of awe. After thinking for a moment, Yiling exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc. Little Red, did you forget that I'm a gold medal producer? Yiling's words had a toughness to them. Even though Yiling couldn't compare to Lin Che in anything, popularity, in this era, was king, and the popularity of the gold medal. In the meantime, inside the recording room, Lin Che fiddled with the equipment with a serious face. Lin Che knew that every part of the recording of a good song was crucial and could not afford to be sloppy. First, carefully checking the position of the microphone, Lin Che crouched down slightly, eyes locked on the microphone. He adjusted it slightly by a few degrees, turning it a little to the left at one point, then fine-tuning it to the right at another, making sure he could accurately capture every nuance of his voice. Then, Lin Che focused on adjusting the volume and tone of the stereo. Sitting in front of the mixing console, Lin Che's fingers flexed on the various knobs, repeatedly auditioning different frequency bands. A moment later the bass was turned down low and magnetic. A moment later, the high notes are turned up crisp and bright, constantly adjusting to get that sound quality to its purest. Fullest state. Lin Che tapped the keyboard and set up the parameters of the recording software on the computer. Lin Che's eyes were focused and sharp, scrutinizing every option on the screen. Sample rate, bit rate, etc. have all been carefully tuned by Lin Che. Lin Che was constantly calculating and weighing things up in his mind, striving to make sure that there wouldn't be a single flaw in the recording process. Lin Che put on his headphones and closed his eyes, soaking in the atmosphere of the recording that was about to begin. Taking a deep breath, Lin Che planned to try singing a few lines first to find the feeling. With the intro of the music blaring through the headphones, Lin Che opened his mouth slightly. The night is so late. Why is the light on in the paper window? That's not waiting all night. The candle you lit for me. It's just an encounter. That dream in the red mansion. Lin Che sang while keeping an eye on the feedback of his own voice in his headphones. After singing a short section, Lin Che stopped. Frowning, he carefully recalled what he had just sung. It felt like it could have been more perfect in the handling of a certain tone. For example, at that high-pitched turn, Lin Che felt that his breath could have been controlled a little more steadily, making his voice more round and full. So it was time to readjust the breathing and vocalization again. Lin Che took a deep breath and prepared to try again. We said we'd forget about it by dawn. Embracing has become an ordeal. Making mistakes is like obsessing over the boredom of mirrors. Please forgive my mercurial interruption. Just as Lin Che was fully engaged in recording preparations, suddenly, a ripple went through his heart. As if he sensed something, Lin Che's body involuntarily shivered. Holy? What the hell? It feels like there's a big brother watching me? Lin Che was a bit puzzled. He looked up and around the empty studio. There was no one else in sight except for the neatly arranged equipment. In Lin Che's mind, several thoughts instantly flashed unconsciously. Is the rival, Li Inchul, behind this? After all, the two of them had some competition before, and Li Renqiu had always liked to play some small tricks. Or maybe it's the principal's oldest six. Granted, old six was a bit mischievous on a regular basis, but there was no substantial harm to Lin Che. Or are the big three entertainment companies applying pressure? After all, he himself has been quite prominent in the music scene lately. Several of the songs have remained hot and have done well on various charts. It has long attracted the attention of industry giants. The feeling, though, was fleeting. Lin Che quickly put these distracting thoughts behind him. Who cares? Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover. Lin Che bristled. The only thing I'm asking for in my mind is not to come up with a gold medal. What kind of person plays a high-end game right out of the gate? Lin Che shook his head and proceeded to audition. Half an hour later, looking at the computer, the arrangement of flower field error that was almost complete. Lin Che muttered in a low voice. This song is the real combination of music. Using this trump card to beat you, Li Renqiu. This little yakuza. Ha! Lin Che let out a light laugh at the thought of stitching versus bonding. For some reason, Lin Che was actually looking forward to it somewhat. Chapter 53, Incompetent Rage. Inside the recording room, the light was softly sprinkled on Lin Che. Lin Che sat quietly on the sofa in the corner. That feeling just now disturbed Lin Che's thoughts. The recording is paused and Lin Che intends to take a breather. Lin Che flipped through his cell phone, browsing through the heat situation on the internet about himself. The Final Four advancement round that ended not too long ago. Lin Che killed it with the song Whose Heart Does the Moon Represent? If it weren't for the fact that the opponent for the next match was Li Renqiu, it's hard to even surface on the internet with Li Renqiu. Lin Che frowned slightly as he looked at the remarks on the internet. All I can say is that there's no suspense in the next installment. Li Renqiu can't beat Lin Che. Lin Che uses transcription first, R&B later, and his opponent explodes directly in place. I don't need to think about the next installment to know that Lin Che chose the national style. Ancient and Chinese styles are Lin Che's strong points. Li Renqiu. AI. It's a pity. Lin Che looked at the comments and couldn't help but smile. But at the same time, thoughts drifted up involuntarily. Lin Che still has many challenges to face. So far, opponent Li Renqiu seems to be negligible for now. After all, Li Renqiu is hot on the internet right now. None of them were even a tenth of Lin Che's. The priority, however, is not to focus on the opposition. Rather, it's about planning for future development. Lin Che knew deep down that it was necessary to truly stand firm. First you have to join the company, but that point has been passed over. The only thing you can do is to retreat and build a studio. Studio? Studios have their own unique advantages and differences compared to entertainment companies. Entertainment companies tend to be large and have many artists under their umbrella, while being able to provide richer resources and a broader platform. But at the same time, it also means that artists may not get the most detailed and personalized development plan. The company needs to take care of the interests of many artists, and there are inevitably some limitations in the allocation of resources. Studios, on the other hand, are different. the studio can completely revolve around Lin Che alone. We are able to customize the most appropriate development strategy based on Lin Che's characteristics, style and development needs. This is why Lin Che wanted to join the company but claimed a high degree of freedom. But the company has resources that the studio can't match. There are pros and cons. Studios can be bolder and experiment with niche but highly distinctive styles. Don't worry about some of the restrictions that entertainment companies impose for commercial reasons. However, it is not easy to create a studio. First of all, not enough money. And Lin Che knew it in his heart. The studio needs at least a few key people to keep it running properly. First is the broker. Agents play an extremely important role in the entertainment industry. An excellent manager needs to have a keen insight into the market dynamics of the entertainment industry, understanding the current trends, audience preferences and the rules and policies of major music platforms. And brokers can give the most sensible advice. Ensure that each of Lin Che's compositions is presented to the listener at the most appropriate time and in the best possible light. Next is the assistant. Assistants, though seemingly menial in their work, are an indispensable presence in daily life and work. There is also the legal person, who bears the legal responsibilities and obligations of the studio. A legal entity needs to have a clear understanding and grasp of a range of legal matters such as the registration and operation of a studio. When the studio enters into various contracts and agreements, the legal entity has to make sure that all legal documents comply with the requirements of laws and regulations to avoid any legal disputes. In addition to these, the studio may need music producers, publicity planners, etc. As Lin Che thought about this, he couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling that this was unusually difficult. After all, it's not easy to find the right people for these and to get them to work in unison to serve their musical endeavors. Moreover, setting up a studio also requires a financial commitment, from venue rental to staff salaries and so on, all of which require a considerable amount of expenditure. Himself is currently getting some heat in the competition though, but there is still some pressure to actually afford them. Let's take a step and see what happens. Lin Che rubbed his eyes and left the recording studio after copying the song. Because, right now, on Lin Che's body, funds were not abundant at all. In the meantime, inside Sodium China Entertainment, that slightly cramped workstation, Li Renqiu was grimly staring at the cell phone screen with a deadpan expression. The screen kept scrolling with news about Lin Che. That overwhelming, heavenly heat. It was as if it was a sharp blade that viciously pierced his eyes, causing them to be scarlet and full of cynicism. Since the end of the program, Li Renqiu was full of anticipation that his well-prepared new song would create a craze. But reality was like a pot of cold water, mercilessly dousing his fantasies. It's like a spell has been cast on the heat of that new song. The lines are not moving. Li Renqiu is holding a fire in his heart, but he does not dare to go to the manager Sun Jiahao to ask what is going on. One could only blame Lin Che's head for this full of indignation and unwillingness. After all, Lin Che was his opponent for the next phase of the competition. The moment he thought of this, Li Renqiu's heart was as if it was tightly gripped by a large invisible hand, making it extremely difficult to bear. Li Renqiu couldn't accept the cruel fact that he might be eliminated no matter what. He himself is the one who has the big background of Sodium China. That famous quote once again surfaced in Li Renqiu's mind. Li Renqiu adjusted his breathing, impotent and furious. By what right? Why should he, Lin Che, be able to be in the limelight while I have to suffer cold treatment here? Li Renqiu roared in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of light in his head, Li Renqiu violently stood up from his workstation and angrily ran straight towards the recording studio. As soon as he entered the studio, Li Renqiu couldn't wait to start what he called creating, only to see him first dismantle that classic East Wind break in a hard way. There is a total disregard for the original flavor and emotional pulse of the piece. Li Renqiu is like a reckless saboteur, haphazardly disrupting the original harmonious and beautiful notes and then rearranging them to your heart's content. After doing this, Li Renqiu seemed to feel that it was not enough. A few more songs from Lin Che as it were, disassembled, disrupted, and reorganized in an almost frenzied state. In the process, Li Renqiu's face, which originally appeared to be inferior due to jealousy, gradually changed. With his wanton tampering with these tunes, gradually, the short score of a song appeared in front of Li Renqiu's eyes. Looking at the simplicity, Li Renqiu began stacking a pile of koto, loquat and other traditional instruments. A maniacal smile appeared on his face, and while he was creating, he was secretly thinking in his mind, "Oh, Lin Che, what if you lose in your own melody?" Chapter 54, the show is about to begin. Inside the recording room, Li Renqiu's eyes were tightly fixed on Lin Che's compositional score. There was a complicated glint in his eyes. These days, Li Renqiu was like a man possessed, breaking down Lin Che's work piece by piece, piecing it together again to your heart's content. Finally, a tune called Seeking was born. Li Renqiu was full of confidence that his skillful adaptation would be a surprise success. Didn't see anything wrong with this behavior in the slightest. After completing this so-called creation, Li Renqiu proudly carried his guitar on his back, humming an out-of-tune tune, and decided to use strumming and singing to brush up a bit of goodwill on Eugene-Jo's side. And the other side, Lin Che is calmly making preparations for the fight. Take a ride on the program's special bus to the site. Lin Che saw Li Renqiu's arrogant look at a glance. As usual, Li Renqiu was sitting in the C-seat with his legs crossed. Lin Che sighed helplessly in his heart. Lin Che simply stopped pretending, thinking in his heart, smiling face gives more. You still stomp on your nose, right? Lin Che walked straight to Zhou Huojun's side. Sit down. Similarly crossing his legs, his gaze coldly staring at Li Renqiu. That posture. One could only say that it was even more arrogant than Li Renqiu. Lin Che's body revealed an aura of looking at mole crickets. At this point, the atmosphere in the room became subtle. Live streaming opens. Netizens are also talking about it on the webcast platform. What's the situation? Lin Che is a bit too arrogant, isn't he? Even though Lin Che will win, isn't this a bit wrong? That's right. Lin Che can't even sing a high note. What arrogance? Lin Che shouldn't think that Li Renqiu is weak, right? Now there's something to see. Sit back and wait for them to face off on stage. Just as the netizens were buzzing, the program officially began. Bright lights illuminate the entire stage. The surrounding decorations are ornate and unassuming, creating an environment that is, at the same time, artistic and tense. The four mentors took their seats in turn, with serious yet expectant looks on their faces as they scrutinized the contestants who were about to appear on stage. Host Lu Ling walked onto the stage, dressed in a floor-length dress with exquisite makeup and a smile on her face. Lu Ling recited her opening remarks in that clear and pleasant voice. Dear viewers, good evening to you all. Welcome to this episode of Music Showdown. Tonight, it's going to be another fierce competition. The contestants will bring us one visual feast after another with their songs, their talents. Let's all look forward to see who will stand out on this stage as the musical star of the night. With the end of the opening statement, players from both teams take the field in turn. First up is Zhang Chenyang versus Luo Lingquan. Zhang Chenyang, dressed in white, stood on the stage and took a deep breath, followed by that high-pitched loud and clear, breaking through the clouds. The people present couldn't help but be impressed. Many of the audience members were even so excited that they stood up to applaud. And Luo Lingquan is in a cool street dance outfit. Upon taking the stage, every movement was full of power and rhythm, with just the right combination of singing and dancing, which also caught the crowd's attention. The duo's brilliant performance drew cheers and applause from the audience on stage. Each of the four mentors also critiqued the two men before sending them back to the back of the room. However, all of this hustle and bustle seemed to fade away after Lin Che and Li Renqiu took the stage. After all, ancient style versus Chinese style. It's a scene that viewers have been looking forward to with great anticipation from the very beginning of the program. Only Li Renqiu and Lin Che slowly ascended the stage. Li Renqiu carried that guitar on his back and walked onto the stage with his head held high, and every now and then, he threw a few self-proclaimed charming glances at the audience off stage. Lin Che, on the other hand, was slightly understated in a simple white shirt with jeans. After both sides guessed, Li Renqiu was the first to sing. Lin Che took a few steps back and silently watched as Li Renqiu strummed the guitar strings. Just by listening to a few tones, Lin Che realized something was wrong. As soon as the song began, the familiar melodic fragment caused Lin Che to frown. It's clearly a disassembled part from his own work. However, it was changed by Li Renqiu in such a way that it was fragmented and lost its original flavor. His eyes looked at Li Renqiu, only to see him play the cobbled-together song. Seeking. Zhou Huojun heard the prelude and turned his head violently to look at Eugene-Jo. Eugene-Jo frowned, listening to the familiar melody, but he just couldn't remember which song it was. In recent installments, both men have become extremely skeptical of Li Renqiu's songs, but they just can't find the proof. For this reason, the two were also very chagrined. Li Renqiu was still singing on stage in a self-absorbed manner. The audience off stage didn't know any of this, only that the melody was nice and catchy. Li Renqiu's song is so awesome, it feels like Lin Che is bound to be eliminated if he doesn't come up with a type of song like East Windbreak. Lin Che, hey, honestly it's just speculation. Using an area where your opponent excels? Li Renqiu isn't weak at all alright. Although Li Renqiu is not as hot as Lim Cheol right now, the stage competition is about strength. And Lim Cheol, it's hard to judge. The crowd chatted feverishly in the live room. Mixed into the mix is a gold medalist producer. Yiling is also watching this live stream. As a gold medalist, Yiling had for the first time shown a hint of interest in a newcomer. Sister Velvet, this man's melody, muttered Zhao Hong in a small voice. That's right, he disrupted the original rhythmic melody from Lin Che's single and spliced it together. Yiling's voice was flat, Then wouldn't he be cheating? Zhao Hong marveled. Cheating? Not really, he's very smart. Yi Ling spoke in a cloudy manner, making Zhao Hong not quite understand for a while. He sewed up the parts, all avoiding copyright disputes, within reasonable borrowing, said Yi Ling with a hint of pity in his tone. Zhao Hong nodded with seeming understanding. The two men gazed at the computer screen, looking at the pop-ups, the vast majority of which were comments that looked down on Lin Che. He sighed helplessly. Lin Che was at the back, quietly listening to Li Renqiu's singing, doubly helpless in his heart. I can't help but be reminded of the saying, you're drawing a blank when you wantonly tamper with your work. When Li Renqiu finished singing, Lin Che took a deep breath and walked forward. Lin Che immediately opened his mouth to sing, but instead, he first bowed deeply to the audience and mentors on stage, then raised his head and said with a firm gaze, hello, mentors and friends of the audience. Before I sing, I want to say one thing. Boom! Lin Che's words caused a moment of silence to fall on the people present. The four mentors looked at each other in disbelief, but Chen Tingjuan's voice came out of the headset. Calm down. Not only the people present, but the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were flying all over the place, all of them not knowing what kind of medicine Lin Che was selling. Only Yi Ling, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, looked at the somber Lin Che and spoke faintly. The good show was about to begin. Chapter 55. Sorry, I really don't know about this one. This sudden maneuver by Lin Che. It instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. It caused the crowd in the room to whisper. What's the situation? Did Lin Che think he couldn't beat them? Started babbling? You netizens, bring some brains. Lin Che doesn't need proof. Although the quality of Lin Che's work is awesome, he just can't sing high notes. And that's a weakness. Don't argue. Lin Che has spoken. Just listen. Many more were in a state of curiosity and anticipation. His eyes tightly looked at Lin Che on the stage, only to see Lin Che just faintly open his mouth. The seeking sung by contestant Li Renqiu just now. After a pause, a hint of deep meaning penetrated Lin Che's gaze. I think there's something very fishy about it. It's like a congregation of pieces that have been heard and blended together. I wonder if the guys feel that way. Boom! These words, like a deep water bomb, instantly ignited in the entire room. The entire studio exploded like a powder keg that had been ignited. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This? How is that possible? Lin Che, it's not a good idea to talk about simmering live. Is watching a live stream in the morning so powerful? But, what evidence does Lin Che have? You can't just say that, huh? Although I have a feeling I've heard the melody somewhere. It's all about evidence. Lin Che's words caused Li Renqiu, who had just retreated to the backcourt, to thump inwardly. How could he not expect that Lin Che would actually directly point out the problem with his tune at this time? However, Li Renqiu still gritted his teeth and said indignantly, what proof do you have? Proof that I copied you? The music is only 7 notes in total. It's normal for the melody to be a bit similar. Li Renqiu tried to use such a seemingly reasonable excuse to excuse himself, but in his heart, he had already begun to panic a little. Lin Che looked at the little cutie with like eyes at Li Renqiu, those eyes full of disdain and mockery. When did I say, you copied me? Lin Che purposely dragged out his tone, and then his words changed. Oh, I see. You copied my song. Lin Che's words instantly exploded once again in the scene. The audience on stage began to whisper more enthusiastically. I told you that the song seeking sounded weird. Couldn't it be? It's really plagiarized. That Li Renqiu was too much. How can such a person still have the face to stand on stage? Support Lin Che. This plagiarism must be severely punished. The faces of the mentors became serious. They are all veterans of the music industry. There is a very high demand for norms and ethics in music composition. The moment they exchanged glances with each other, seemed to be discussing how to handle this sudden and extremely sensitive matter. When Li Renqiu heard Lin Che's accusation, his face instantly turned white with the panic of being poked and prodded. It was followed by a reddening that was a sign of annoyance. Annoyed, he pointed at Lin Che and said, your bull asterisk 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 ting me. Li Renqiu's voice was trembling a little from excitement. This is a tune that I myself worked hard to create. How could I possibly copy yours? Li Renqiu was still desperately trying to defend himself in a vain attempt to salvage the situation that had already begun to crumble. You're only jealous of me and trying to smear me on purpose. Lin Che coldly looked at Li Renqiu and said disdainfully, oh, if you really have the ability, come up with your own truly original work. Why bother to disgrace yourself here? It's normal for the pentatonic scale to overlap a bit. I'm just trying to carry the national style forward. Li Renqiu's face flushed red, and fine beads of sweat were already appearing on his forehead. He tried to continue to excuse his behavior with such far-fetched reasons, but inside he was getting more and more flustered. Originally, he thought that his so-called disassembled and combined work would be able to hide from the world, But he didn't expect that it would be recognized by Lin Che so quickly, and it was revealed in public. This left him both alarmed and scared, fearing both that his reputation would be tarnished and that he would be disqualified from the competition as a result. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Che was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by tutor Zhou Huajun. You say? Carry forward? Zhou Huajun's tone was slightly puzzled. May I ask how you want to carry it forward? Zhou Huajun's gaze was firmly fixed on Li Runqiu. Right, carry it forward. I'll take elements of the national style and combine them into different tunes to make them more popular and catchy. Li Runqiu put on a strong composure and spoke confidently, trying to cover up the fact that your work is not properly sourced with such seemingly lofty reasons. Yet his voice still involuntarily trembled slightly, giving away his inner tension. Lin Che, on the other hand, had a bashful look on his face as he interjected. Fine. You just said combining tunes? I can combine them too. How about this? You play a few notes now and I'll match you? After Lin Che finished speaking, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a iffy arc. It was as if the audience there had heard some kind of joke. What did he say? Lin Che? A newcomer? Seriously? Sitting and waiting for Lin Che to hit his face. Cooperate? How? Improvise? Making this mess. The clown is actually Lin Che himself. So funny. Lin Che lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. The noise around them didn't affect Lin Che on the stage. Lin Che was still staring straight at Li Runqiu. Li Runqiu's mouth slightly opened. Good. Although he answered, Li Runqiu's heart was in turmoil. He knew how many pounds he weighed, but he had no choice but to tough it out when it came down to it. Then, picking up the guitar, Li Runqiu swept the strings. Stop. You don't play 4-5-3, 6-2-5-1. You play a 6th grade chord. Lin Che's tone remained flat. That said, some of the audience members weren't quite sure what a 6th chord on the guitar was and looked at each other in disbelief. Zhou Huajun spoke up at just the right time to explain. It's in the chord system of the guitar. A chord is a combination of several tones of different pitches in a certain intervallic relationship. A 6th step chord, in the key of C, for example, is composed of the 3 notes A, C, and E. On the guitar, the soundscape played has a unique sense of harmony and color, often used in music composition and performance. It can add rich harmonic layers to melodies. Li Runqiu had some brain downtime at this time. What's a 6th chord? He cursed inwardly. However, the face still had to put on a calm and collected look, fingers switching pretentiously, his tone tentative as he inquired. Is it a chord change kind of thing? Lin Che didn't answer, but only slightly raised his head, the look as if to say, just keep pretending. Sorry, I really don't know about this. Li Runqiu spoke out of turn, and with an awkward expression, he gave an okay gesture. This sent a wave of surprise through the tutors in the room. How could they not expect that a contestant in a music competition would not even know basic music theory is just too mind-boggling. Yu Jianzhou spoke. If you don't even know basic music theory, then how did you write your song? These words caused an uproar at the scene. Yeah, doesn't know basic music theory? So his songs. Fine thinking. Holy, what has Lin Che exploded? I was enjoying Beauty Wound before and now I'm instantly indifferent. Bah, Taylor Lee. A commotion rang out at the scene as people expressed their disdain and scorn for Li Runqiu's behavior. In the center of the stage, Li Runqiu was breathing heavily and didn't know what to say. Chapter 56, You Know a Hammer. Above the stage, lights spilled. It was supposed to be a time for dreams to shine. However, at this moment, Li Runqiu seemed to be deep in an endless quagmire, making it difficult to extricate himself. When the crowd was surprised to learn, Li Runqiu, who is a scene stealer on stage. I can't believe I don't even know basic music theory. And yet, when you can write that one melody that seems to be moving and good. The scene was in an uproar as if a pot had exploded. The skepticism came in waves like a raging tide. The anticipation and excitement that originally filled the air. The moment had been replaced by one of intense consternation and disbelief. Amidst the chaos and noise, Lin Che quietly watched from the sidelines. The deep eyes held a hint of an elusive look. Lin Che seemed to have long anticipated that such a jaw-dropping situation would arise. A breathless silence fell over the scene for an instant. At this moment, Lu Ling held the earpiece tightly. Fine beads of sweat were already hidden on his forehead. In the headset, Lu Ling was receiving the calm but with a hint of urgency signal from the director. Chen Tingjun. Xiao Lu, control the field first. Chen Tingjun's voice came clearly through the headset. Although he tried his best to remain composed, the hint of eagerness leaked out like a fine thread. Lu Ling took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Been in this entertainment business for years. She had seen many similar scenes. The turmoil and chaos of the past flashed quickly through her mind like a slideshow at the moment. Lu Ling struggled to squeeze out a smile, even though it was somewhat forced. Still, she did her best to sound relaxed and pleasant. Everyone take it easy for now. Lu Ling slightly raised her hand in a placating gesture. Let's put that emotion aside for a moment. Saying that, Lu Ling's gaze swept between the audience with a hint of expectation in her eyes, hoping that everyone would calm down for the time being. What's next? There's still Lin Che's wonderful performance waiting for you all. You know, Lin Che has been preparing for a long time, just looking forward to bringing an audio-visual feast to everyone on this stage. Don't let this momentary thing cause you all to miss out on the great show that's coming up later. As she said that, Lu Ling even winked her eyes playfully. The words came down, and they did help a little. The atmosphere of the scene was calmed to a certain extent, and the clamor gradually weakened. However, although the audience was no longer as boisterous and out of control as they had been a moment ago, they were still skeptical. As for Li Renqiu on the stage, his heart had long been turned upside down. Once the plagiarism was exposed, he felt like he had gone from the clouds to the bottom, all of a sudden. Originally, Li Renqiu thought that he could break into the entertainment industry with his so-called original works, reap countless flowers and applause, enjoy that starry-eyed glory. But now, all these beautiful fantasies are like fragile bubbles, which instantly turn into bubbles in front of the cruel reality. Li Renqiu's face was as white as paper, without a trace of blood, and his lips were trembling slightly. Now, the live stream has surpassed 1 million people. The heat of this fiasco is soaring like a rocket, higher and higher. Countless pairs of eyes were glued to every move on stage in front of the screen. Yiling was no exception and was watching this closely. Yiling couldn't help but secretly ponder in her heart. This brat Lin Che, he really does have two brushes. Yiling narrowed her eyes slightly, a complex look flashing in her eyes. But, she shook her head helplessly, a flash of concern in her eyes. Li Renqiu is a SAE's artist. Sodium China has a significant position in the entertainment industry. The capital power behind it is strong and intimidating. Lin Che's behavior was undoubtedly not slapping Hua Sodium's face. It was like a tiny ant that dared to openly provoke a behemoth. It was only feared that Lin Che would have to face many troubles behind him. The water in this entertainment industry is very deep. Yiling's thoughts lingered. The power of capital is immense in the entertainment industry, can easily control the destiny of many people. There was once a singer who was inadvertently dismantled by a capital force in a program. The mere act of pointing out the shady practices covered up by capital has directly resulted in the frantic suppression by capital. His songs are limited by major platforms, and no matter how much he struggles, it's hard to break free. One by one, originally negotiated gigs have been cancelled. The stage that was once close at hand instantly became out of reach. He has even been maligned by some media outlets, fabricating all kinds of untrue and negative news to portray him as an unforgivable bad guy. Lin Che's blatant revelation of Li Renqiu's plagiarism this time was equivalent to confronting the capital behind Hua Sodium, which was undoubtedly taking a dangerous path full of thorns, and I'm afraid the road behind would not be a good one. However, this is a good thing for me. Yiling smiled faintly, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. In this jungle of showbiz, it's customary to utilize rubbing it in when returning. Yiling looked at the program site. His eyes darted back and forth between Lin Che and Li Renqiu. I only saw Li Renqiu's face so gloomy that he bit out. It's just a similar melody. It's not plagiarism. This is a combination of music. What do you know? Li Renqiu's voice carried a hint of heartfelt trembling. Looking at the furious Li Renqiu, Lin Che only smiled faintly. Lin Che smiled faintly and responded, combining music? Your so-called combined music? Directly splicing together melodies from other songs? And it's so embarrassing? Ha! Lin Che let out a light laugh. The laughter was harsh in the slightly tense atmosphere. What are you laughing at? Li Renqiu retorted in exasperation. It's fine. My song also combines music. Why don't we just let the guys rate it? Lin Che said with a raised eyebrow. The song Hua Tian Error is a classic combination of Peking opera and Western pop music. It skillfully combines the rhythmic singing and unique instrumental timbre of Peking opera. The mellifluous and melodious sound of the era is combined with the R&B style rhythms and modern arrangement techniques of Western pop music. In terms of melody, it has the ancient elegance of Peking opera melody and the dynamic fashion of R&B music, which can be regarded as the best work of Huagua style. The quality of the songs is comparable to EastEnders, if not slightly higher. Li Renqiu's face flushed red, like a clown who had been poked through a lie in public. Before the words were out of his mouth, Mai was shot by the staff. Apparently, the show didn't want this farce to continue on stage. Lu Ling took this opportunity to speak. Then, let's invite contestant Lin Che to bring his original composition, Flower Field Error. The crowd in the room hadn't even slowed down when they were drawn in by a stream of guitars accompanied by the sound of a silky arrow. Chapter 57, The Flowerfield Mistake. The intro era has a unique sound. In an instant, the scene's mood instantly entered a subtle state. A combination of silky smooth guitars followed, enhanced the rhythmic nature of the song through techniques such as overtones and clapping strings. Lin Che slowly raised his right hand and waved it, driving the audience. The left hand raises the microphone and opens the mouth slightly. It's late at night and the paper windows are lit up. That's not waiting all night. The candle you lit for me. It's just an encounter. The dream of the Red Mansion. My landscapes are all faded, like being washed by a heavy rain. Lin Che's voice cuts in smoothly, with unusually accurate rhythmic control. The flexible use of accents and vocals gave the crowd a dreamlike feeling. And backstage, Li Renqiu was listening carefully. That look was as if he wanted to pick out a single break in Lin Che's singing. Humph, don't you? Add a bunch of traditional instruments? Li Renqiu cursed inwardly. It's also a pentatonic scale. Isn't it still similar to me? Li Renqiu stared straight at Lin Che on the stage. Only hearing, Lin Che's voice was smooth. A ghostly view from the cup. Forget who I am. The mood is like the night is cold as water. Flying solo with a butterfly cup in my hand. No drunkenness. During the main song, Lin Che adds appropriate transitions. The silky smooth transition between true and false tones is not abrupt, and the bass hangs toward the higher positions, making for an unusually uniform tone. A mistake was made in the field of flowers. The chorus and harmonies cut in, and the crowd is still reeling from the continuation of the mood of the main song. Suddenly, we said we'd forget about it by the break of dawn. Embraces turn into torment. Making mistakes is like obsessing over the boredom of mirrors. Forgive my mercurial intrusion. Lin Che's sudden turn of voice left the crowd dumbfounded. The continuous twists and turns, with a flavor that combines R&B and Beijing accent, left the four mentors on stage with their jaws on the floor. The arrow interlude follows. At the same time, it is embellished with cymbals, clappers, single-skin drums, large and small gongs, clappers and other major Peking opera instruments, and the overall melody is combined in a way that is not too abrupt. This combination of Lin Che's words didn't just make the scene suck in a breath of cold air. The pop-ups in the live broadcast were even more frantic. Holy, how many times did Lin Che turn a lyric? Is there a big sculptor out there to tell me? I won't talk about the main chorus. How many traditional instruments were added to the interlude? Lin Che's a mess. Didn't you guys always say that Lin Che couldn't come up with a song of the quality of East Windbreak? Does his face hurt when Flowerfield Fault comes out? Lin Che, is he still human? What's in his head? Millions of eyes in the live broadcast room stared at the handsome Lin Che on the stage. Li Renqiu is no exception. Just as the chorus kicks in, Li Renqiu just wanted to take a sip of water to suppress the shock. The result was a set of silky smooth transitions that nearly made it spray the floor. Coughing twice, Li Renqiu looked at Lin Che on the stage with an incredulous gaze, only to see Lin Che raise the microphone nonchalantly. Drunk, how can you get drunk? Beauty because of your beauty. Love's a fleeting glance, but it's just an embellishment. Fly and watch the snow fly, but I'll never get it back. The snow-covered verdure. When the time became right to have you. The only condition is that I'm drunk again. The amber moon has frosted tears. I will remember these years. The second verse of the main song, with some key change manipulation, makes it more listenable instead of being aesthetically fatiguing. More prominent emotions, tighter rhythms, and stronger impacts made the bodies of those in attendance sway with them. A mistake was made in the field of flowers. We said we'd forget by dawn. Embraces turn into torment. Making mistakes is like obsessing over the boredom of mirrors. Forgive my mercurial intrusion. A familiar chorus melody plays. The crowd broke their fingers and counted how many transmissions Lin Che had in total. The scene showed an odd spectacle. On the stage, Lin Che's expression was almost taut when he saw this scene. Had to close my eyes silently and sing in a smooth voice. My landscapes are all faded. Forgive me for this amorous intrusion. It wasn't the fire that was lit for me all night. I made a mistake in that field of flowers. Lin Che repeats paragraph C twice in a declarative tone, soothing the somewhat oddball atmosphere of the scene. The right hand is raised again to drive the point home. The crowd counseled and raised their right hands in response to Lin Che. Lin Che slowly opened his eyes and sang smoothly. A mistake was made in the field of flowers. We said we'd forget by dawn. A mistake was made in a field of flowers. Embraces turn into torment. A mistake was made in a field of flowers. Making mistakes is like obsessing over the boredom of mirrors. A mistake was made in a field of flowers. Forgive my mercurial intrusion. The drumming faded and the accompaniment came to an abrupt end. End of song. The atmosphere was still lingering in the atmosphere of Lin Che's singing transitions, and one by one, their bodies were swaying rhythmically. A round of applause then erupted. Words? What exactly did Lin Che do wrong in the flower field? Ha. I don't know. What if the name is Hanafuri? What the hell? Cowboy is done. Yeah, Lin Che Nyo Bo. The cheers were thunderous, and the crowd chanted the name Lin Che. As for Li Renqiu in the backfield, his face was unusually gloomy. Although he doesn't know music, he has no problem with his ears. The song Flowerfield Mistake combines R&B and Peking opera so exceptionally well that it's impossible to find fault with it. Is it hard to say that they're similar in that they both utilize the pentatonic scale? Then this is too funny. Li Renqiu still has some common sense. The camera goes to the four mentors. Lu Huan opened his mouth and commented. The semi-finals, although there was a hint of an accident, the overall pace was not affected. Lin Che, this time, you've impressed me with the quality of your work, but I'd still like to say that I'm looking forward to your high notes in the final. As for Li Renqiu, Lu Huan didn't comment too much, but only said the words keep up the good work. Qin Wei also nodded. Lin Che, your level of songwriting is already very high, and if there's no problem with your singing, I don't think there will be a place for you in the music industry in the future. As Li Renqiu's mentor, Qin Wei wanted to put in a good word for him, but as things had already come to a head, she could only remain silent. On the contrary, Yu Jianzhou shook his head inside. Lin Che, I still hope that, in the finals, you'll be able to play and sing on your own, or else, I won't begrudge anyone else this vote for the finals. Yu Jianzhou opened his mouth and threatened, because it was no longer possible for Luo Lin Cohen, who was a student of Yu Jianzhou, to make it to the finals. Although he appreciated contestants with strong overall strength more, Zhang Chenyang's soprano voice could be more popular with the public, and Yu Jianzhou couldn't help it. On the stage, Lin Che smiled faintly and nodded, his gaze looking towards tutor Zhou Huajun. I don't have anything to say. This song is too strong. It's perfect. I won't comment on it. Let's just open the voting. Zhou Huajun said indignantly. But inside, he couldn't stop being excited. See this. Lu Ling invited the other two contestants onto the stage and announced the opening of the voting. In the end, Lin Che and Zhang Chenyang made it to the final. Li Renqiu looked at the fact that he could only contend for third place with a gloomy expression. Lin Che, what gives you the right? Li Renqiu looked at the scenery-ridden Lin Che with a cold face. You've ruined everything for me. Chapter 58, sorry. Senseless. I don't need it. At the scene of the program, Lin Che was keenly aware of the cold gaze thrown from Li Renqiu. His gaze carried a slight chill as it pierced straight towards Lin Che. However, Lin Che only slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a shallow smile that he didn't care about. Immediately afterward, Lin Che returned a blank stare to Li Renqiu, as if in a silent voice, this is the real union. Understand? Lin Che's move was nakedly visceral. Being looked over by this deeply meaningful glance from Lin Che, Li Renqiu couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement. Li Renqiu only felt a nameless fire miso rose up, but could not find a suitable reason to act. In this delicate atmosphere, the program ends. Players have been taking special buses and are on site one after another. Car. Li Renqiu's face was gloomy, and he was frantically calculating inside. Mud. I should have known better than to bring my guitar. Li Renqiu complained indignantly. Originally, Li Renqiu was full of joy, thinking of relying on playing and singing to win Yu Jianzhou's favor. In his script, the look of himself hugging his guitar and playing deep in his heart would surely make Yu Jianzhou's eyes light up, maybe even gain a vote on this, and thus an extra boost in this entertainment industry. But who would have thought? This maneuver was actually a mistake, directly exposing his own fatal shortcomings of not knowing music theory, when it really is done in the true sense of lifting a stone and stoning your own feet. Thinking back at this moment, Li Renqiu directly red warmed up. Third. Li Renqiu's eyes were scarlet. Mad. Third is useless. Nowadays, this ranking was meaningless to Li Renqiu, despite the fact that he felt he had done a good enough job and the song was not conclusively proven to be plagiarized. But so what? That East meets West melody was eventually raked over the coals by the sharp-eyed universal producers of the internet. The few songs released by Li Renqiu were all kinds of yin and yang by the universal producers on the internet. To put it nicely, it's a tribute. But who can't hear the implication? To put it bluntly, isn't it just tailoring and piecing? It's a joke to take someone else's stuff and put it together and pass it off as your own. Li Renqiu understands very well in his heart. In this case, I am afraid that he has come to the end of the road in the entertainment industry. The air in the car seemed to be oppressed by his anger. Li Renqiu was panting heavily, his fists unconsciously clenched up, and those bone joints were glazed with a greenish-white color due to his exertion. Li Renqiu inwardly cursed angrily. Lin Che, even though I'm cold, I'm going to drag you down with me. Li Renqiu, relying on his own assumptions, decided that Lin Che's playing and soprano voice were weaknesses. I can't win the championship, and neither can you. Lin Che, Li Renqiu cursed viciously inside. Li Renqiu looked at the Chasing Dreams Red Heart that Lin Che had sung in the playground half a month ago on his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but pull out a cold smile. Earlier, when this video was posted, it didn't get much traffic. After all, the guys were hot on the heels of the challenge of the song Moonlight. It was directly overwhelmed by the heat of the conflict. However, Li Renqiu had painstakingly collected a large amount of information about Lin Che in order to thoroughly understand him. including this inconspicuous video. Li Renqiu put on his headphones and played Lin Che's Chasing Dreams Red Heart and listened to it. Humph. Li Ren sadly snorted coldly, mocking with disdain on his face. This even breaks the tone. Lin Che, it seems that you really can't sing high notes. After saying that, Li Renqiu smiled evilly. He was already planning to buy hot promotion for this video in a couple days. It is imperative that more people see Lin Che's so-called weaknesses. Only now the hot search has been taken over by the flower fields. This amount of money on Li Renqiu's body was not enough to build it, so he had to slow down for a few days, and when the heat of flower field error dropped a bit, he would ruthlessly give Lin Che such a blow. Let Lin Che also taste what it's like to fall from the clouds. In the meantime, Lin Che in the car was also thinking about it. Where are the blood packs going to be found this month? What song should I release in December? These two major problems plagued Lin Che. The national style is hot right now, but that's based on the lasting heat that the program brings. Based on the heat brought about by Lin Che's elimination by utilizing his opponent's expertise in the genre and singing style. It's said to be mainstream, but really the market is still dominated by love songs. There's also the fact that after the finals, Lin Che's hot streak naturally died. There's no way around the fact. Originally, Lin Che planned to find another show to compete in, but for most races, the only people wanted are the newcomers. For a few audio compositions, the minimum requirement is a third-tier star, and Lin Che, coincidentally, was stuck in the middle. Because it's not out yet, but the fame has gone straight to the third tier. Thinking about this, Lin Che thought of Li Renqiu, the blood bag that had been drained. Li Renqiu? Lin Che rubbed his eyes. Forget it, he can't make any waves. At best, Sodium Hua has found a legitimate reason to pressure me, Lin Che said inwardly. After all, if they openly embarrassed Hua Sodium artists, Hua Sodium would definitely give Lin Che some small revenge. Wait, Lin Che's eyes snapped open. And inwardly he thought, Sodium Hua retaliation? This one will do. The pressure will come sooner or later anyway. It just so happened that it pissed off Li Renqiu, and Hua Sodium had a legitimate reason to apply pressure. Just don't send me a gold medal producer descending blow as soon as you come, Lin Che muttered. But, Hua Sodium isn't stupid. How expensive is a gold medal appearance fee? Come to a second-tier top, right? After all, if Lin Che succeeded in his challenge, the three universities would naturally become Lin Che's background. Lin Che's potential. The three great ones were looking at it and would not directly nullify Lin Che. The vehicle slowed to a stop. Lin Che pulled open the car door, said goodbye to the driver master, and stepped towards the school gate. Without taking 2 steps, Lin Che felt someone following behind him. He originally thought it was Su Qingqing, but when he turned his head, it was the face of an unfamiliar woman. The woman was wearing a mask, had a hot body, and was about 27 years old. Lin Che stood in place, frowned, didn't think much about it, turned around and stepped away. Seeing this, Yiling grabbed Lin Che by the collar and said with a flirtatious voice, "Little brother, do you want to talk to your sister?" "Sorry, senseless, I don't need it," Lin Che said without a trace of humor. "Is daylight so rampant in this world now? Not to mention I like young ones," Lin Che muttered inwardly. Hearing Lin Che's words, Yiling was violently stunned. And then many black lines appeared on her forehead. Yiling. Yiling saw Lin Che's misunderstanding and opened her mouth to reveal her identity. "Oh, then man, I can fight 10, Lin Che replied without a trace of humor. Suddenly, Lin Che returned to his senses. Asterisk. Lin Che couldn't help but sprout a foul mouth. You. Seeing this, Yiling narrowed her eyes and looked at the shocked Lin Che. "Now, talk properly?" "No," Lin Che balked. Inwardly, he turned over. "Wasodium, you really give me gold medals to practice." Chapter 59, Miss, please behave yourself. In the cafe, soft light spilled over the two. Lin Che and Yiling both sat facing each other. Yiling's slender and long fingers gently pinched the edge of the mask and slowly removed it. Instantly, an exquisite set of features was revealed. Her peach blossom eyes were brimming with waves of light. Under the high nose is a small mouth as red as a cherry. When it was slightly raised, it actually revealed a different kind of temptation. Lin Che looked at Yiling and couldn't help but let out an involuntary gasp. Just now, Lin Che rejected Yiling, but at the same time, Lin Che clearly felt the anger that instantly flashed up under Yiling's eyes. Lin Che's heart thumped, immediately abashed. In the spirit of a great man who can give and take, then he followed Yiling to the coffee on the corner. Only at this moment, Lin Che was full of doubts, not knowing what this woman really wanted. Yiling leaned lazily on the back of the chair, her body curves exquisite, stretching out her white jade-like hand. Yiling gently picked up a small spoon on the side and slowly stirred the coffee in front of her. Afterwards, Yiling slightly raised her eyes. her curly eyelashes gently fluttering as she looked towards Lin Che, a trace if any of probing in her eyes as she lightly opened her vermilion lips and asked, "Stinky brother, this month, what type of song are you planning on releasing?" Lin Che froze for a moment at this sudden question. There was a pause, and then he began to think for a moment, just before opening his mouth to reply, "I intend to." But suddenly, as if Lin Che had thought of the key point, he turned his words around, frowned slightly, and said with a bit of caution, "No, who am I to tell you?" Yi Ling heard that. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, sketching out a smile that was seductive to the extreme, and that voice also became extraordinarily enchanting as she pouted, "Because I will be sending out songs this month. Ah, you don't intend to press me underneath?" After saying that, Yi Ling also deliberately straightened her originally proud breasts, her eyes full of provocation and titillation. Lin Che was instantly a bit speechless as he tried to keep his expression light. Lin Che said in a calm tone, "You're a gold medalist. What are you doing sending out songs to tell me? I'm giving you a war cry. Good brother." Yi Ling gently lifted her coffee cup and took a small sip. Afterwards, Yi Ling stuck out her tongue and gently licked her lips. The tip of her tongue traced across her red lips, leaving behind a splash of shiny water stains. Seeing Yi Ling in this state, Lin Che couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This woman, it's so wrong. When she raised her hands and feet, she exuded a sexy aura that made Lin Che a little breathless. Lin Che hurriedly adjusted himself, took a deep breath, and spoke, "You a gold medal? Challenging me, a newcomer? Sister, do you want some face?" Yi Ling heard this and lightly raised her eyebrows, and there were instantly more than a few moments of teasing in those eyes. She slowly moved her face closer towards Lin Che, and that faint body fragrance sprinkled on Lin Che's face. Keeping close to Lin Che's earlobes, warm breath blowing against Lin Che's ears, Yi Ling said softly, "What's with the face? It's all mixed up in the entertainment industry. Don't you think so?" Lin Che only felt a hot wind coming from his ears. His body shook his shoulders uncontrollably, hurriedly pulling away from Yi Ling with force, raising his hand and saying in some panic, "Miss, please respect yourself." "Ha!" Yi Ling covered her mouth and let out a silver bell-like laughter. With flirtation, Yi Ling turned her head to look at Lin Che and said in a slightly lighter tone, "Little brother, you're so unamusing." Many black lines inexplicably surfaced on Lin Che's brain. It always felt like the woman was connoting something. What is it exactly? Lin Che only felt that his patience was being worn out. He was at least a person who had lived for 2 lifetimes, but now he was being teased like this by a little girl who was less than 30 years old. Was this like it? If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Che had ended up alone in his previous life and had experienced too few such scenes, would he be so flustered today? Yi Ling also put away her smile at this time, her eyes looking straight at Lin Che. "I'm going to challenge you. December's new song list. Didn't I say so?" Lin Che couldn't help but frown, showing disbelief inside. "Nima, what kind of monster have you arranged for me? Sodium Hua? Playing for a gold medal? My Tom hasn't even debuted yet." "Nope. This person seems to be from Skylight? What difference does that make? Aren't they all gold medals?" "I accepted the 12 in a row challenge though. But does it make sense to start with level 1 versus level 90? I'm not a regular tier 1, but I'm not popular." Although Lin Che was a bit shocked inside, Lin Che still revealed a faint smile as he looked at the woman in front of him. "How's that? Give it a try. If you've tried it, you're not a newcomer anymore." Yi Ling's enchanting voice sounded again. Lin Che shook his head slightly and spoke, "If I accept the challenge, then you will claim to the public that I challenged you, right? That pulls the heat up, and with you being a gold medalist, it's a much wider audience. On the occasion of your return, the general public will taunt me for being self-absorbed and challenging for the gold medal. You're using me as a stepping stone?" Lin Che's choppy analysis caused a hint of panic to appear on Yi Ling's face. However, in a flash, Yi Ling opened her mouth to explain. "Stinky brother, how could you think of me like that?" Yi Ling said, pretending to raise her hand and wiping her tears. "I just wanted to." Yi Ling sobbed, but seeing that she couldn't pretend anymore, Yi Ling directly changed her words. "Humph. You're really a bad brother. Sister has been seen by you." Yi Ling's soulful voice sounded once again. "So are you going to accept the challenge?" Yi Ling propped her chin up with one hand and looked at Lin Che with a fiery gaze. Lin Che pointed at his brain and laughed bitterly. "Am I the one with the problem here? I've analyzed it so thoroughly. I'm challenging an egg. Lin Che will be releasing songs in December, but it doesn't mean it will be released on the same track as the Gold Producer's Choice. The new songs chart is subdivided into many categories, such as ballad, country style, rock, R&B, rap, pop." Lin Che naturally wouldn't stupidly stiffen the gold medal. Even Lin Che had thought of a plan to use quantity to win in January and February. After all, a newcomer, not even 2.5 months into his career, and you're fighting bosses? Does that make sense? You don't have a choice now. Yi Ling shrugged and spoke. I know. That's why I recorded it. Lin Che pulled out his cell phone with a faint smile. I've been recording since I knew you were Yi Ling. Oops. Do you think Vibe and Duin will explode tonight if my hand slips and I accidentally send it out? Lin Che added. You're really a bad brother. Yi Ling's face revealed a look of panic. Lin Che captured this and then pressurized. Showbiz? Face and stuff. Not important. Why don't we send it now? Lin Che said and clicked on Douyin. Because Lin Che Douyin's fan base already amounted to nearly 1 million. And the heat spread even more rapidly. Stop. Yi Ling panicked. Chapter 60 I have to. In the cafe on the corner. Lin Che ignored Yi Ling. Edit the video blurb with full attention. Long, slender fingers on the phone screen. Each tap rhythmic. When the editing was complete, Lin Che raised his eyes slightly and waved them in front of Yi Ling's eyes. Then he planned to publish it. But just in the nick of time, Yi Ling let out a shriek that rang out abruptly. Stop. Yi Ling's voice was delicate with a few moments of panic. Lin Che's movements in his hands stopped, slowly putting down his cell phone as his gaze fell on Yi Ling's body. Only Yi Ling's originally moving face was slightly distorted at the moment. A pair of beautiful eyes were wide open, filled with panic and disbelief. Those dainty lips were also slightly open. All the calmness and elegance that they usually had. Yi Ling's body leaned forward slightly, one hand still unconsciously clutching the edge of the table. When Lin Che saw this, he let out a light laugh, and there was a bit of playfulness in that laugh. Gently leaning on the back of the chair, Lin Che folded his legs casually, slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze locked onto Yi Ling like a torch, and opened his mouth. What? You can only play smart? Good purple stains? Didn't you say? What's the point of having a face when you're in show business? The contempt in Lin Che's words was undisguised. Hearing Lin Che's words, Yi Ling's face instantly changed. Meeting Lin Che's eyes that were as deep as an endless black hole, Yi Ling only felt a chill well up from the bottom of her heart. One moment, Yi Ling felt like Lin Che had changed. The last second was a clear and stupid college student look. The simplicity and ignorance in those eyes seemed to be able to let people see through at a glance. But the next second it turned into a sophisticated master of interest analysis. The sharpness and depth in that gaze, as if it could see everything. Is it an illusion? Yi Ling said inwardly. She struggled to adjust her breathing, trying to calm her panicked heart, gently biting her lower lip. Those pink lips instantly left a row of shallow teeth marks. Then Yi Ling took a deep breath and opened her mouth to explain. Oops, it's not like you have anything to lose if you lose. Yi Ling's voice carried a hint of trembling, despite her desperate attempts to sound composed. Still, the slightly trembling end of her voice betrayed her inner turmoil at the moment. Yes, Lin Che's tone was slightly mocking. That upturned tone was full of disdain. Lin Che slightly tilted his head, looking at Yi Ling with a smile or not, and continued. If you don't send out a song, none of us will lose out. After saying that, Lin Che lifted the coffee cup in front of him and gently shook it. Lin Che was naturally clear that Yi Ling was not a simple character. She wouldn't choose to return to the music scene at this time for no reason. Although Lin Che had only come to this world for more than 3 months, but with the information from the original owner's memories, he also knew quite a bit about Yi Ling. Although Yi Ling has stayed behind the scenes, she has produced songs that have been active in the public eye for the past 3 years. Yi Ling is a rare singer-songwriter. Not only does he have outstanding talent, but his looks are so outstanding that you can't take your eyes off him. Coupled with an elegant temperament, there is an innate nobility and elegance in her hands and feet. Because of this, Yi Ling's accumulated popularity is not much lower than that of the ace singers in the music industry. And the card is a small diva level anyhow. The large body of fans can be unusually large. Lin Che once again looked at Yi Ling, only to see her lips wriggling slightly, as if she was pondering how to word things. It was only after a while that Yi Ling opened her mouth as if she had finally made up her mind. But, I'm the same as you now. Yi Ling's voice still carried a slight hint of embarrassment, and her eyes didn't dare to look directly at Lin Che, only slightly hanging her head and looking at the desktop. What do you mean? Lin Che raised his eyebrows, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Putting down the coffee cup in his hand, Lin Che's body leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Yi Ling. I'm also challenging the 12 consecutive crowns right now. What are you doing? You have to make me understand. Yi Ling twisted her body, that slender waist gently swinging, hands unconsciously twisted together. A faint blush rose on Yi Ling's face as she confessed in an awkward tone. When Lin Che heard Yi Ling's words, his body couldn't help but tremble, and his gaze instantly became somewhat complicated. Lin Che looked straight at Yi Ling and asked with a slightly trembling tone. Why? Because of you, stinky brother. Yi Ling held her cheek with one hand, slightly tilting her head. What about me? Not? How can you relate to me? I'm just a vegetarian. Lin Che sounded doubtful and looked at Yi Ling with a blank expression. Who told you to improvise 8 songs? Yi Ling rolled her eyes somewhat breathlessly. A hint of huffiness appeared on her face. Yi Ling thought in her heart, this person, he's really pretending to be confused when he's trying to understand. Lim Cheol vegetarian? Where is this a vegetarian? It's more sweeping than those hidden in the depths of the music industry. Yi Ling saw Lin Che dazed, then explained. Thinking back then, I also wanted to be like you, improvising, betting on agreements, and challenging for 12 consecutive titles. Yi Ling's eyes had a reminiscent gleam in them. Sorry, we're not the same. Lin Che opened his mouth and interrupted. Lin Che sat up slightly straighter, his expression becoming serious. Lin Che didn't even join the company. As for the betting agreement, Lin Che feels like the cycle of that thing is too long. One could only say that Lin Che was a casual cultivator. Yi Ling, on the other hand, had a company as a pavement. Under the company's careful cultivation, crawling around for a while, accumulating enough popularity, before starting to challenge the 12 consecutive championships, which essentially had a great difference. Yi Ling naturally knew this as well, and she had clearly felt earlier that Lin Che had a knack for controlling the heat. Take this November. Lin Che hasn't come down from the hot seat. Every move Lin Che made and every song he sang caused heated discussions on the internet and became the center of attention for netizens. After the data that Zhao Hong had compiled, Yi Ling realized that choosing Lin Che as the first time for his return was very reasonable. In this internet age, heat is everything. Only bundle up with someone who has heat. It's the only way to return to the public eye and regain attention more quickly. This was also the fundamental reason why Yi Ling saw Lin Che. Lin Che's mouth twitched. You have to join me? Posting the same track? Lin Che's tone was filled with a sense of helplessness and dissatisfaction. Yes it is. I just want to be with my stinky brother. Yi Ling's seductive voice rang out, a voice that made one's ears tingle. At this moment, Yi Ling narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyes were filled with a mesmerizing allure. She gently twisted her body, her delicate figure looking even more tantalizing in the light, trying to make Lin Che succumb to her charm offensive. Lin Che scrunched his neck in disbelief and said in a serious tone, Do you have to rub me the wrong way? I have to. Chapter 61, you want it? I'll give it to you? I have to. Yi Ling simply stopped pretending. She clasped her hands to her chest, those slender arms wrapped tightly around. Yi Ling put herself in an extraordinarily strong stance, her slightly raised chin radiating a sense of arrogance. There was even a stubbornness and determination in her eyes. No one could change her mind. When Lin Che saw this, he couldn't help but be speechless for a while. He really couldn't understand Yi Ling's mind. In Lin Che's opinion, Yi Ling was originally someone with a great reputation in the music industry. It's already popular enough in its own right, with a large fan base and a good reputation. There's simply no need to return to the music scene by rubbing off on someone as fledgling as him. And that's just baffling. You want it? I'll give it? Lin Che was speechless. Then I'll snipe you. Yi Ling's face was flushed with a faint blush, and she was clearly a bit emotional. Then why did you tell me? Lin Che, however, looked at Yi Ling with a calm gaze and asked point blank. Because. Yi Ling's tone lurched, and a crack appeared instantly in the original look that was full of stubbornness. She thought to herself, right? Why? At this thought, Yi Ling instantly widened her eyes, her face filled with surprise, as if she had only just realized an extremely important issue. His own idea at the beginning was clearly to capitalize on Lin Che's current heat so that his return to the music scene would make more noise. But now it seems like things are going the other way around. Like you've gotten yourself into an inexplicable situation? And the person in control of the situation seemed to be the very same smelly man in front of her who made her angry and helpless. Yi Ling was blissfully unaware of this compared to her initial starting point of simply wanting to rub it in. Things have now long since gotten off track and run off on a tangent for 100,000 miles. Yi Ling frowned and thought hard for half a day. But how could he not have expected that the situation at this moment had already been controlled to death by Lin Che's immovable movements? A silence fell over the scene. Lin Che unhurriedly picked up the coffee, took a small sip, and swallowed it with an expressionless face, secretly grunting inwardly. Hiss, why is this stuff so bitter? Lin Che squirmed his lips. Hey, still used to drinking tea. While complaining about the bitterness of the coffee, he waited for Yi Ling's reply. Lin Che turned his head to look at the sunset outside the window and couldn't help but sigh at the beauty of the promotion. Seeing that the atmosphere was boring at the moment, Lin Che silently took out his cell phone and casually flipped through the heat situation on the internet. Nowadays, above the Vborgs in Doujinshi, the sky is full of hot search phrases about flower field error. The heat seems to set all of cyberspace on fire. In response, Lin Che was calm and did not feel any surprise. In Lin Che's opinion, this thing called heat was like a wavering wind. It's blowing for a while today, and maybe tomorrow it'll turn away and blow into another hot event. Take the song Moonlight. There was a lot of attention and conversation some days ago, But nowadays, Lin Che couldn't even swipe a single word about it in this vast ocean of network information. It's quite ironic when you think about it. In these times like fast food, everything has become so rushed. In vain is there a lethargy and indifference. Just as Lin Che was in this days, Yi Ling looked as if she had been struck by an aura and instantly figured something out. Yi Ling's face, which originally still had a few moments of stubbornness and unwillingness, instantly became enlightened. Only Yi Ling's eyes were wide open, and those eyes were filled with chagrin and exasperation. It was only at this moment that Yi Ling saw how unfavorable the situation she was in was. Humph, you're still a bad brother. Bad as hell. So annoying. Yi Ling angrily stomped her feet. The high heels under her feet and the ground collided with the sound of thud thud thud. Her cheeks were slightly red from anger and her lips were trembling slightly. When Lin Che saw this, he only smiled sarcastically, and that smile contained a few hints of smugness and mockery. Lin Che thought in his heart, this woman really didn't realize it until now as an afterthought. Who is really on the weaker side of this game of dialogue? It is important to realize that in this live situation, once you become the weaker party, it is the same as losing the terms of negotiation, and you can only be held by others. At this moment, Lin Che was steadily holding the evidence of Yi Ling's provocation. Take the recording he secretly made during the conversation between the two just now. Lin Che knew very well in his heart that if it really came to the critical moment when PKs happened between the two, he simply turns his hand to posting these recordings directly to the internet. Then place yourself skillfully on the weaker side of the network. Again, the public is presented with the image of a gold medalist beauty, Yi Ling, bullying her way to the top. In today's age of unparalleled internet access, such a controversial challenge is bound to fire out of the ring at a speed beyond reason, as quickly as it goes viral. In this way, a competition that might have involved a comparison of overall strengths would logically transform into a mere battle of song quality. After all, in the general perception of the netizens, one was the fledgling and unknown newcomer Lin Che, the other is gold producer Yi Ling, who has already been a long-time celebrity in the music industry. If we were to consider it from a comprehensive strength, the newcomer Lin Che would definitely be on the disadvantaged side. But if it's just about the quality of the songs, that's a different story. What Lin Che he wasn't the most afraid of was precisely this kind of pure quality sparring. At that time, the whole thing will just change from the original situation of Lin Che's arrogance in challenging for the gold medal to the gold medalist beauty's contempt for the newcomer. Either way, it can be very interesting for the public. It's just that the netizens have always believed in only the evidence that's right in front of them. Thinking about this, Yi Ling's face grew paler and paler. She leaned limply against the back of the chair as if she had suddenly lost all her strength and means. Her chest also rose and fell violently, up and down, from her loud gasps for air, and it took a while before she slowed down. Lin Che's move to retreat was a move to advance, striking Yi Ling at a loss for words. Yi Ling felt like she was stuck in a huge quagmire at the moment, and the more she struggled, the deeper she fell. Now it looks as if there is only one way left to go. That was to put down his pride and go and beg Lin Che to never be impulsive. Yi Ling's eyes flickered with entanglement. There was both helplessness towards the current situation and remorse towards her previous impulsive behavior in those eyes. At this moment, Yi Ling's face flashed a blush, perhaps out of shame, or perhaps embarrassed by the move he was about to make. She took a deep breath, and as if she had finally made up her mind, she slowly got up. Then with somewhat heavy steps, she slowly walked over to Lin Che's seat. What do you want? Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw this. Chapter 62 Why? Lost? Yi Ling's footsteps instantly lurched when she coldly heard Lin Che's voice. Immediately afterward, the corner of Yi Ling's mouth hooked up into a smile-like arc, twisting that slender waist. The flavorful approach towards Lin Che, eyes penetrating an unspeakable charm, pouted, bad brother. This question? How do you want me to answer? When Lin Che saw this, many black lines immediately surfaced on his brain, and he thought in his heart, what the hell is this woman up to? Her brain circuits are too strange. Lin Che frowned and spat out a single word without any good humor. Take it. Yi Ling, however, didn't care about Lin Che's reaction at all as she thought about salvaging the situation at hand. Seeing only Yi Ling trying to maintain that remaining shred of dignity, she blinked those big, seductive eyes and asked, name a price. In Yi Ling's opinion, as long as she could afford to pay the price and delete that recording, everything would still be salvageable. But when those words reached Lin Che's ears, it was a complete change of flavor. Lin Che naturally brainstormed to some unsavory level. Lin Che's tone instantly took on a few moments of anger as he said loudly, priceless. Big sister, please respect yourself. In his heart, he even couldn't help but secretly curse. Mad. Gold medals all rely on this to please the capital? What about the men? Do they all have to follow this trend? Yi Ling, however, did not hear anything in Lin Che's words at all, and continued to act as she did. only to see her wriggle that shapely body and slowly sit beside Lin Che. In an instant, a faint body fragrance came to his nose, gently ruffling Lin Che's nerves, causing Lin Che's breathing to unconsciously become rapid. It's just a recording. Just delete it, please. Yi Ling whimpered and pinched her voice, making a goosebump-inducing calling sound. The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly. He really couldn't stand it a bit and squinted at Yi Ling. Just one look. Lin Che's gaze felt like it was glued, and he couldn't bring it back. The purple really does have more flavor. The two headlights were unusually shaky. Lin Che hurriedly coughed lightly twice in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere and said, "Well, I'll think about it." Once Yi Ling heard this, her face, which was still full of anticipation, instantly petrified on the spot. Yi Ling knew very well in her heart that the quality of Lin Che's songs was there for all to see. In this circle, if we have to compare, other than those top aces, everyone else's works are not enough to be considered in front of Lin Che. His own purpose for coming on this trip today was originally intended to use popularity to win, thinking that with his status as a gold medal producer and that little network, he would be able to crush Lin Che. Unexpectedly, he had made a mistake, and at this moment, Yi Ling's face slightly reddened as she looked at Lin Che with both anger and some chagrin. Just as, make a friend, okay. Yi Ling didn't die, and pampered herself again. The clip sound was even raised a few decibels, causing Lin Che's body to have goosebumps. Lin Che couldn't help but spit in his heart. This is a 27-year-old woman. How much of her head is abnormal? Why is she still like a little girl who hasn't grown up, netting all these useless things? Ha! Lin Che let out a light laugh, then slowly got up, straightened his clothes, and added nonchalantly, "There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. I won't send your recording, but if you snipe me," said Lin Che without making his words too clear. But the warning in those words could not have been more obvious. After saying that, Lin Che stepped out of the cafe, leaving Yi Ling sitting alone and dumbfounded. Yi Ling looked at Lin Che's back, her lips wriggled, but she couldn't say anything for a long time. She cursed inwardly. Damn, why is he not like other men? In the past, Yi Ling only needed to slightly out of the way, a little show their own body appearance advantage, plus a few sweet words. Those men are not obedient. But today with Lin Che, it didn't work at all. This caused her to be both annoyed and somewhat helpless, and she could only watch as Lin Che walked away in such a dashing manner. The lifeblood was in Lin Che's hands, and Yi Ling was not allowed to mess around. Ding, 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 ding. The silence was violently torn open by the sudden ringing of the cell phone. Yi Ling was immersed in the low mood after that failed negotiation just now, and the hand rubbing her temples couldn't help but pause for a moment. Somewhat annoyed, he then casually picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone instantly came Zhao Hong's staggering, excited celebratory voice. "Sister Velvet, how's it going? Is that little newcomer? Is he mesmerized by you?" Zhao Hong's voice was filled with an uncontrollable leap of joy, certain that Yi Ling had won big again this time. "Sister Velvet, you don't know. Just now I saw him walking out of the cafe with that tired look. He must have been tossed around enough by you, right? Hey, I told you, with your charisma, you'd be able to hold him to death." Zhao Hong spoke with a fluttering brow, her tone filled with admiration for Yi Ling, although Zhao Hong had previously stopped Yi Ling from touching Lin Che. However, when Yi Ling spoke of the plan, Zhao Hong still couldn't help but admire it. At that time, Zhao Hong even praised Yi Ling for her boldness. No, maybe he's already figured out what to call your child. Ha ha, Zhao Hong was getting more and more ridiculous, listening to this gushing speech from Zhao Hong. Yi Ling, however, only felt as if her heart had been viciously stabbed by something sharp, and that pain instantly spread out. Yi Ling opened his mouth, his voice carrying endless helplessness as he slowly said, "I lost." "What?" Zhao Hong's voice steepened a bit. "Sister Velvet, you can't fall down. Though that kid is white and clean looking, and has great strength and potential, but after all, it's a newcomer nah. You can't fall in love with him." Zhao Hong was so anxious that she stopped her feet on the other end of the phone. "Sister Velvet, listen to me and wait for him to settle down for 2 years. By then you'll be together again and have a big fat kid. How great would that be?" Zhao Hong said as a matter of course. As for Yi Ling's defeat, Zhao Hong did not believe it. After all, which of those men in the past hadn't immediately fallen under Yi Ling's pomegranate skirt within just less than 3 minutes of her exerting her charm? Yi Ling, however, smiled bitterly, with hidden tears flashing in her eyes, and added with a slight sobbing accent, "Xiao Hong, in this negotiation, I have lost completely and utterly. Not only that, but I left him sparingly. Leave a leg up on your opponents. Not just in the entertainment industry, on any other level, it's a no-no." Ha! Zhao Hong was confused by Yiling's words, her mind unable to turn a corner for a moment. Come pick me up. Say in the car. After Yiling finished speaking, she hung up the phone, and her entire body collapsed into a chair as if all her strength had been drained away. Chapter 63, More Surprises? After leaving the cafe, Lin Che didn't choose to strut back through the school's main entrance, but instead very low-profilely snuck back to his dormitory from the back of the school. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Lin Che lazily sat down on that comfortable gaming chair, and then skillfully ordered takeout on his cell phone. The conversation he just had with Yiling in the cafe, Lin Che didn't take it too seriously at all. Just look at it as fun. After all, in the big dike that was the entertainment industry, Yiling was still considered to be a relatively polite type of person. If it were some other high-minded people, they might have just sniped Lin Che directly. Lin Che knew very well in his heart that he was currently just a fledgling newcomer, and compared to the bigwigs in the entertainment industry, that was definitely touching nothing. However, if we put aside the so-called popularity and curiosity and just focus on the quality of the songs, it's impossible to say who will lose and who will win, and Yiling actually knew this well. That's why there was that seemingly peaceful bit of conversation. Ha! Lin Che couldn't help but sigh, secretly muttering in his heart, this guy is really smart, and he's still thinking of being a two-faced good guy. If it wasn't for Lin Che keeping an eye out, perhaps the rhythm of public opinion on the internet would have changed slightly in a direction unfavorable to himself at this moment. Does this count as a bumper sticker? Lin Che muttered in a small voice again. Thoughts emptied. Lin Che thought about what new song he should release in December. The theme is still up in the air as of now. However, Lin Che wasn't in a hurry for a moment. After all, there was Yu Jinzhou and Lu Huan at the moment, and the heat brought by these two needed to be dealt with properly. After successfully debuting, let's go and participate in one of those music variety shows with a love song theme to save up popularity. Lin Che silently plotted in his heart. Love songs, no matter what world they're in, are super popular smash hit tunes. Lin Che was looking at exactly this point. He didn't want to be faded out by everyone just after his debut, so he had to make some noise anyways. With that in mind, the takeout arrived. After about half an hour, Lin Che finished his takeout, moved a small chair and sat quietly on the balcony, looking at the sky and launching himself into a daze, thinking about the future. Meanwhile, Sodium China Entertainment, office area. Li Renqiu sat paralyzed at his workstation, his usual high and mighty demeanor completely gone. Because the program was broadcast live, Li Renqiu's so-called creative behavior was unreservedly exposed to the eyes of viewers all over the internet. It is as shameful and irreparable as being stripped naked for public display. He had just returned from Sun Jiahao's office, and at the moment, his eyes were lifeless, just staring blankly at the ceiling. Li Renqiu was alone in a whirlwind of unwilling emotions. Today, everything has changed. The loss in the semifinals was like a resounding slap in the face that made Li Yanqiao's head spin. And the plagiarism and borrowing fiasco was like an overwhelming storm that washed away what little decency he had left. These two hot searches quickly festered on the internet, exposing Li Yanqiao's ugliness. On the internet, a bunch of sharp accusations and mocking remarks came at him like a tidal wave. Those words, every sentence was like a needle, stabbing him in the heart, but there was no way to refute it. This fiasco has undoubtedly completely cut off this path for Li Yanqiao to continue in the entertainment industry. Originally, Li Renqiu still harbored visions of one day becoming the top stream of the entertainment industry, enjoying the crowd in endless glory. But at this moment, everything has become dark and there is not a single ray of light in sight. Li Renqiu was filled with indignation but had nowhere to vent it. His chest rose and fell violently. Lin Che, all of this is thanks to you. Li Renqiu cursed inwardly. He felt that all this misfortune was brought about by Lin Che. In his twisted mind, if it wasn't for Lin Che, perhaps he wouldn't have lost in the semifinals and wouldn't have gotten caught up in this plagiarism scandal today, and his star would still be bright. Li Renqiu gasped loudly and couldn't be calmed for a long time. Halftime, Li Renqiu gradually calmed down, looking at the heat on the computer screen, especially that related topic about Lin Che's flower field error. The heat was still soaring all the way up. Li Renqiu's eyes gradually turned scarlet. Lin Che, I'm going to let you have a taste of what it's like to be a success as well as a failure in terms of heat. Li Renqiu muttered coldly. For this reason, Li Renqiu specially bought a box of instant noodles and locked himself in that cramped workstation, sitting there all night long, unblinking eyes glued to the changing heat on the internet. Time slowly passed in this torturous waiting. Every minute and every second seemed like a torture for Li Renqiu. His eyes were bloodshot from staring at the screen for so long. Li Renqiu's fists were clenched tightly, and his fingertips became slightly white from exerting too much force. Lin Che, I don't share the same fate as you. Li Renqiu roared angrily in his heart over and over again, relying on this almost paranoid will. Finally, after 3 days of agonizingly waiting, The heat on The Fault in Our Stars is finally dropping like he wanted it to. A hint of viciousness instantly flashed in Lee Rincho's eyes, and seeing this moment, he quickly acted. He looked up the broken sound clip that Lin Che had collected and saved from before when he sang Chasing Dreams and Red Heart. This clip, in Lee Rincho's eyes, however, became an excellent weapon for him to strike Lin Che. Lee Rincho utilized some of the network promotion tools he had at his disposal to push out the clip heatedly. Only half an hour later, a sparse number of people on the internet had already swiped the clip and started talking about it in the comments section. No way? This is Lin Che? The broken voice is so bad? Lin Che isn't perfect either. This sound is broken, and it was blown up to be so godlike before. Ha! Can't listen to it at all. No wonder Lin Che hasn't been singing high notes. Lee Rincho looked at the comments that were gradually increasing, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. This video was festering with heat under the operation of Lee Rincho. Lin Che naturally noticed this as well. Lin Che, who had just finished teaching Xiaoming's course, flipped through the doujinshi in between waiting for the bus. Nowadays, Lin Che's fanbase has already exceeded 2 million, and although Lin Che doesn't release many videos, a steady stream of attention surfaces every day. Lin Che flipped through the video casually with his fingertips. It didn't take more than a few seconds to swipe the clip of his broken voice. Holy, there's a surprise? Lin Che was shocked in his heart. After thinking carefully, Lin Che felt that the black hand behind the scenes must be this villain, Lee Rincho. Lin Che smiled indifferently. Originally, Lin Che had thought that Lee Rincho's blood bag had already bottomed out. I didn't realize that there was a backup resource, but I'm not really breaking the sound, right? Lin Che muttered in a low voice as he listened to Chasing Dreams and Red Heart. Hey, whatever. The competition is about to start anyway. Chapter 64. Can't you just say it? Lin Che sat quietly on a street bench, eyes glued to the cell phone screen. The constantly bouncing hot search phrases across the internet above are moving step by step in an extremely unfavorable direction for you. Stingy headline. Hashtag Lin Che can't sing high notes at all. Hashtag burst. Hashtag Lin Che not singing high notes? Because of Chasing Dreams? Hashtag explode. Netizens were lopsided in their accusatory comments. However, the corners of Lin Che's mouth slowly rose instead, revealing a bland smile. Lee Rincho. Ah, Lee Rincho. Lin Che thought in his heart while waiting for his reserved car. If you botch it twice, you should just die a violent death, right? With your little tricks. It's ridiculous. There was a hint of disdain in Lin Che's eyes. Deep down, there wasn't a hint of worry. Just at this moment of contemplation, a black nanny car slowly pulled up next to Lin Che. Lin Che subconsciously switched the ride-sharing software and carefully compared the license plate number. After realizing it wasn't the car he was waiting for, he didn't pay much attention to it and went back to being lost in his own thoughts. But to my surprise, the window in the back seat of the nanny car slowly dropped. Yi Ling's delicate face was reflected. Lin Che couldn't help but stare slightly, then frowned slightly. His heart thumped, and he said in surprise, "This? Why is she here?" He. Yi Ling let out a light laugh and added, "Little brother, don't be nervous. Oh, we'll meet soon." Lin Che only felt that there was something in these words, but he couldn't guess what exactly they meant. He couldn't help but sputter as he watched the nanny van fade away, disappearing from his sight. What's with that? It's inexplicable. Why do women always keep men guessing? Can't you just say it? That hurts. It's really stupid to come out of nowhere and say something so puzzling. Okay. After saying that, Lin Che took a deep breath and returned his attention back to the still lively hot search. Time passes breathlessly. Finally, the much-anticipated final day is about to kick off. 4 players arrived at the tournament at the same time. As their figures appeared, the live broadcast instantly became lively. The Soprano Showdown segment of this final was certainly one of the highlights of the show. In these rare free days before the game, Lin Che plunged headlong into the careful polishing of the sewing hair like snow. He listened and speculated over and over again. Even in his head, he kept reviewing Joe's amazing hardtop live variant version. In his heart, he wondered, I think that's what Tutor Ri likes, right? On the other hand, Lee Rincho on the other side seemed like a different person, changing his arrogant and domineering attitude from the past, only to see the corner of his mouth slightly pull out a smile if nothing else. His eyes were filled with a kind of indifference as he quietly looked at Lin Che, with a look as if everything was already within his grasp. Lin Che, however, just shrugged his shoulders without a care in the world in response and directly chose to ignore it. Lin Che paced over to Zhang Chenyang's side with a friendly smile on his face and took the initiative to extend his right hand in greeting. After these few matches, Lin Che also had a certain understanding of Zhang Chenyang. Zhang Chenyang is a very peculiar person. The moment he picks up the microphone, the glow of confidence in his body will instantly bloom. But once he put down the microphone, he changed back to the boy who looked like an introverted character, silent and even a little shy. Seeing that Lin Che did not mean any harm, Zhang Chenyang also slowly extended his hand and clasped Lin Che's palms tightly. Seeing this, Lin Che naturally climbed into conversation with Zhang Chenyang. But this scene, in the eyes of those netizens in the live broadcast room, was completely changed. They have been trolling the pop-ups. Under the heated, almost cacophonous discussion of the netizens, the host, Lu Ling, slowly came on stage with an elegant step. First, the four mentors were warmly invited to take their seats at that exclusive judges' table in turn, then skillfully recited the string of advertisements that had long since rolled off the tongue. As her clear and pleasant voice fell, the program has officially begun. The first part of the competition was for the third place, and the two sides were Luo Lingquan and Li Renshou. The pair actually had a general answer in the minds of viewers for a long time. After all, everyone has seen how well the two have performed in previous matches. Wait until Li Renshou has finished singing. The sparse applause that rang out at the scene was enough to show how Li Renshou ranked in the audience's mind for this performance. The four mentors also follow the usual practice of providing a modest amount of critique. After that, the two players retreated to the back of the field in silence, waiting for the final result to be revealed. At that moment, the lights on the stage suddenly became bright and dazzling. Lin Che and Zhang Chenyang slowly walked onto the stage with smiles on their faces. However, the moment they saw Lin Che appear on the stage, a look of pity appeared on the faces of the people present. In people's impression, Lin Che has been completely stereotyped by his last performance of Chasing Dreams. Everyone decided that Lin Che couldn't sing high notes at all. The crowd couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh, as if they had already seen in advance Lin Che's disastrous end in this duel. Even Chen Tingjun, who was in the director's room closely watching the stage situation, when he saw this scene, he also couldn't help but frown slightly, with some skepticism in his heart. But in the instant that this thought had just popped up, Chen Tingjun, as if he had suddenly come to his senses, raised his hand and fiercely slapped himself. The scene when he first met Lin Che instantly surfaced in his mind, and Chen Tingjun secretly admonished himself in his heart. Be patient, otherwise you'll be slapped in the face. Stage. Lin Che and Zhang Chenyang decide the order of singing through a simple fist fight. In the end, Zhang Chenyang was the first to win and he will be the first to sing. Seeing this, Lin Che silently retreated back to the backfield. As the stirring melody of the live accompaniment slowly played, Zhang Chenyang took a deep breath, and the moment he picked up the microphone, it was as if he had instantly changed into a different person. Only a confident and dazzling glow emanated from him. Those high notes such as A4, B4 and C5, which are out of reach for ordinary boys, are sung as easily and comfortably as drinking water in his mouth. Instantly, it caused a burst of cheers and screams from the crowd present. After the song ended, the cheers on the spot still rose and fell for a long time. And next, Lin Che made his appearance. At this point, not only the internet listeners, but also the audience who were now sitting in the scene, could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Just after seeing Zhang Chenyang's amazing soprano performance, in their minds, Lin Che's bad track record in terms of soprano has already been deeply rooted. However, Lin Che stood on the stage without being affected in the slightest. Lin Che was bland, a song Hair Like Snow for everyone. Chapter 65, Hair Like Snow. Lin Che's steady voice spread throughout the entire arena through the microphone. The words were followed by the sound of a fine rain falling to the ground. The melodious sounds of guzheng, crisp guitars, piano, and heartfelt strings rang out. Lin Che stood in the center of the stage. The right hand is raised subconsciously, but the crowd responds with sparse cooperation. Lin Che couldn't help but laugh bitterly inwardly. The eyes looked to the four mentors on the stage. Except for Zhou Huajun, the other three tutors were expressionless. Yu Jinzhou, because Lin Che hadn't played or sang again, which caused his face to darken for a while. Lin Che naturally ignores it and raises the microphone. Wolfsbane Moon E is haggard. I raised my glass and drank the snow. Who knocked over the cupboard of the past life? Stirring up dust and right and wrong. A smooth voice rang out, still in the national style of song, which caused the crowd in the room to be shocked for a moment. The national style is about the beauty of the mood. That's the stereotype most people have. So the crowd naturally assumed that Lin Che's song was, once again, a track with no high notes. However, the quality of the song makes up for it. The crowd also raised a flash of interest and looked towards Lin Che in the center of the stage. Karma has been around a few times. You can't get your red face back, even though the history has turned to dust. I love Indestructible. The main song section paints a bleak picture. Under the wolf's tooth moon, Izzy's face was haggard. Show how fast time flies. Once a lover, the green silk turns into gray hair. The years are relentless and the face ages easily. With that comes the rise and fall of karma in the cycle of reincarnation. Though the red face fades irretrievably, love never dies, showing a kind of helplessness towards reincarnation and predestination. But even so, love is eternal. Even though they are helpless to their destiny, they expect love to be reunited in reincarnation. Prosperity is like 3,000 eastward flowing waters. I only take a scoop of love to understand. Only love the butterfly you incarnate. Carrying on from paragraph C, it was at the judge's table that Lu Wan's locked brow was able to exert itself. Subconsciously, he locked eyes with Zhou Huajun. Zhou Huajun had a hint of excitement on his face, and he didn't hide his love for the lyrics. The four gazes focused on the center of the stage, on that handsome-faced teenager. Only Lin Che slightly closed his eyes without even frowning, singing, "Your hair is like snow, a beautiful parting. Who was touched by my incense? Inviting the moon to make memories bright. Love is perfect in the moonlight. Your hair is like snow and your tears are flying. I'm waiting to grow old. Red dust drunken slightly drunken years. I have no regrets. Carve the tablet of eternal love for you." Boom! Before as in drinking water, Lin Che's expressionless appearance was reflected in front of everyone. In an instant, the entire room changed color. Some of them were breathing a little hard. Lin Che remained expressionless. The tune was changing, and a melody that seemed like rap but wasn't rang out. "Your hair is like snow. It's a beautiful parting. Who was touched by my incense? Inviting the moon to make memories bright. Love is perfect in the moonlight." This light-hearted melody is slightly washed out. It neutralizes the abruptness of the suddenly high treble, making the first half melodically proportioned and balanced. The look of horror on the faces of the crowd had not yet receded. Right at the center of the stage, Lin Che's light voice could be heard once again. "Oh wolfsbane moon ee. I raised my glass and drank the snow. Who knocked over the cupboard of the past life? Lit. Stir up dust and trouble the right and wrong idiom, to criticize SB behind his back. Karma has been around for a few times. You can't get your red face back, even though the history has turned to dust. I love indestructible." Lin Che's voice was loose and relaxed, still expressionless. "Still," Lin Che secretly said inwardly, after holding back for a few installments, "I can finally show off my high notes today. Prosperity is like 3,000 eastward flowing waters. I only take a scoop of love to understand. I'm in love with the butterfly you've become. Your hair is like snow. It's a beautiful parting. Who was touched by my incense? Inviting the moon to make memories bright. Love is perfect in the moonlight. You have hair like snow." Still a suddenly elevated treble. Although the crowd had already built it up in their minds, they still couldn't stop being shocked. Still, there are a few hacks who are beginning to question the fact that B4 is not C5, and is still inherently difficult. However, none of this could affect Lin Che in the center of the stage. On the last pre-chorus, Lin Che suddenly pulls up the tempo and raises his tone. "Your hair is like snow. It's a beautiful parting. Who was touched by my incense? Lit. Inviting the bright moon. Let the memories be bright. Love is perfect in the moonlight. You have hair like snow. Tears are flying. I'm waiting to grow old. Lit. Red dusted drunk. Slightly drunken years." The melody changes again. The audience, feeling like they had listened to several songs at once, raised their hands to recall Lin Che on the stage. At this moment, Lin Che, the corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible smile, and the accompaniment came to the last chorus. Lin Che tightened his left hand that was holding the microphone, still singing expressionlessly. "Your hair is like snow, a beautiful parting. Who was touched by my burning incense? Inviting the moon to make memories bright. Love is perfect in the moonlight. Your hair is like snow and your tears are flying. I'm waiting to get old. Red dust drunk, slightly drunken years. I use no regrets. Carve the monument of eternal love for you." Boom! The whole room was in an uproar. Just now Lin Che violently changed the tone of his bite, plus a hard top with the words drunk on red dust. It makes the jet-setters instantly uncontrollable. Originally, it could be argued that there was a great divide between C5 and B4, but on stage, the three words red dust drunk bite directly shattered the black sun of fantasy. Of course, Li Runcho, who was Lin Che's senior black sun, was already paralyzed in the background at this moment, his mouth still chanting, "This, how is this possible?" Looking at Lin Che on the stage, Li Runcho wanted to die. They pay out of their own pockets, but they are the dowry of others. Stage, Lin Che, naturally unaware of Li Runcho's mental construction, hummed a nursery rhyme. La 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 la. Child mirror reflection innocent ponytail. If you're wild, I'll drink with you in this life. The song ends with a very rich rhythmic platitude throughout, and each melody section is exceptionally beautiful. A half dozen applause and cheers followed, except for Yu Jinzhou's gloomy face. Everyone else threw up their arms. Lin Che bowed slightly, and Zhang Chenyang followed him onto the stage to receive the mentor's critique. The four tutors looked at me and I looked at you, and in the end, Xinwei was the first to speak. Both trainees, they're both very good, but Lin Che's national style sounds more flavorful to me. So, sorry Chenyang, I like Lin Che. On the stage, Lin Che's mouth twitched slightly when he heard these words. This can't be said a Queen Chin Tian, Lin Che said inwardly. But what's done is done. This statement did not cause the audience in attendance to take offense. Immediately afterward, a relieved smile appeared on Lu Huan's face. Having said that Lin Che doesn't talk about martial virtues, he had to trick me, a bad old man, into showing his strength until the finals. Chow also commented appropriately. I won't comment on the soprano. I'll just make a point. There was just a lyric I particularly liked. That's from the allusion to the saying, weak water, but only one drink. That's something I thought blended very well. Makes me hear loyalty to love. Even if the world is full of beauty, there is only one person in my heart to love. With these words, Zhou Huajun had undoubtedly pulled in many votes for Lin Che. After all, the two were attached to two handfuls of trainees. The two did not participate in the voting at the finals. At this point, the camera went to Yu Jianzhou, the key vote. Only Yu Jianzhou's face was grave, pondering something. Afterwards, Yu Jianzhou spoke. Lin Che, have I ever said that if you? Chapter 66, there's a mole. Stop the deal. On the scene, Yu Jianzhou was sitting in the mentor's seat and was rattling off well-prepared words. In the most critical Mac was killed. Backstage, in the director's room, it had long since exploded. The phone was ringing in the backstage area where Chen Tingjun was. The sharp ringing of the bell instantly stirred the otherwise quiet backstage into chaos. The assistant was sweating in a hurry and kept urging Chen Tingjun to answer the phone. Chen Tingjun was full of grievances. A good live broadcast was going smoothly, was interrupted by this succession of phone calls. However, Chen Tingjun also understands in his heart, in the course of this live broadcast, can be so unconcerned to call in to nagging, think must not be ordinary people. The show is still in the midst of intense taping. In desperation, Chen Tingjun gritted his teeth and hastily arranged to insert a commercial. After freeing up his hands, he handled the tricky call at hand. On the contrary, Yu Jianzhou on the stage. This time, the whole person froze, his face full of shock and incomprehension. Stunned, he looked at Lu Ling on the stage. Lu Ling's left hand pressed the headset, and after receiving Chen Tingjun's instructions, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and hurriedly inserted a 10-minute advertisement to control the scene. At this moment, the four players on the stage looked at me and me at you, looking at each other with confusion in their eyes. This sudden turn of events left many people in a daze, completely unaware of the situation that had occurred. Lin Che stood there, his brows slightly furrowed, his heart vaguely guessing something. Lin Che secretly pondered, what is this? But on second thought, that seemed unlikely. The 10 minutes of commercial time went by in a flash. The show returned to its normal flow. Holding a microphone, Lu Ling, still with that signature gracious smile on her face, continued in a sweet voice. Next, please ask Mr. Yu Jianzhou to continue to add his comments for us. Everyone applaud and welcome. However, something unexpected happened. Only to see Yu Jianzhou slowly stand up. That originally still slightly gloomy face actually instantly became bright. Yu Jianzhou cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Regarding the two contestants' soprano performances just now, I've thought about it and felt that it's not something I can accurately judge in my area of specialization. So this vote, I've decided to abstain. Lin Che was a bit surprised by this sudden change in Yu Jianzhou, and he couldn't help but frown as he looked at Yu Jianzhou, who had a smiling face. Boom! As soon as Yu Jianzhou's words fell, the people present let out a gasp of surprise, revealing disbelief. The large audience on stage heard this sudden turn of events. There was an outcry. There was a lot of crosstalk. What's the situation? Master Yu, just that posture. Obviously to vote for Zhang Chenyang. How to say change of mind on change of mind? You guys, is there a possibility? There's some big shot behind Lin Che who intervened. Otherwise this would be too strange. Asterisk. There is really such a possibility. Just now, Master Yu was halfway through his words, but now he can only abstain from voting to protect himself. There must be something fishy here. Then Lin Che is too shameless, isn't he? Is this competition even fair anymore? For a moment, the sparse skepticism in the room rose up, and due to the reason that there is some latency in the network. The words that Yu Jianzhou had just said that caused an uproar had been pinched out at the source long ago and had not reached the ears of the general public. So at the moment, the internet knows nothing about it. The internet is still buzzing about the contestants' previous great performances. Netizens are full of anticipation for the next part of the final voting stage. Lin Che's brows also furrowed slightly when he heard Yu Jianzhou's words, and he secretly pondered in his heart. Background? Where did I get any background? To say that there is a special care for me, could it be the old sixth principle? But that's not really like his style of doing things. Suddenly, the figure of that old man Xiao in the pavilion flashed through Lin Che's mind. Old man Xiao. Lin Che didn't really know much about him, and he didn't even know his real name. Lin Che. Could it be him? Lin Che couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart, but at this moment, it was too late to think about it. As the flow of the match continued to advance, immediately afterward, Lu Ling then loudly announced the official opening of the voting session. The first bout to take place was Lian Shou vs. Luo Lin Kuan. The results of this round are not in dispute. Luo Lin Kuan took the third place steadily with his solid skills and excellent live performance. This was followed by the much-anticipated final voting session. At this point, the heat in the broadcast room had reached a new peak. The number of online viewers is already nearly 2 million. Everyone was glued to the screen, ready to cast their precious votes for their favorite contestants. After a tense and intense 3-minute vote, the final results are revealed. Lin Che surprisingly took the title with an absolute advantage of up to 1.47 million votes. Looking at that huge difference in votes, the audience present could no longer hold back their anger. Blackout! There's a blackout! There's a mole! Stop the deal! I don't know who yelled 3 times, which instantly spread to all corners of the scene, and the sound is exceptionally clear, recorded directly into the middle of the broadcast. Right, it must be shady. Just now Master Yu's words were cut off in the middle of his sentence. There's definitely a ghost here. The background behind Lin Che has definitely stepped in. Oh, is this what's called fair play? If the difference in votes wasn't so big, we would have turned a blind eye, but now the gap is just too big, too obvious. The cacophony of complaints and protests at the scene intensified. By this time, the 4 contestants had long since retreated backstage under the arrangement of the staff. Only Lu Ling was left alone on the field struggling to control the field. Lu Ling tried to calm the agitated audience. Lin Che naturally heard the rising and falling complaints from the scene, but he had arrived at the time to put on his makeup and retouch it. After all, there's a single recommendation to be sung later, and it's an important part of the show. Moreover, in order to show his respect to Mr. Yu Jianzhou, this time Lin Che was going to sing a new song and was going to play and sing it himself. So at this moment, Lin Che could only focus on preparing for the next performance first. All that can be said about those skeptical voices out there is that everything is under control. With the clamor on the show's set, the netizens side gradually noticed that something was wrong. With some live audience members popping in, the live broadcast room, which had just been lively and full of anticipation, also began to be drowned out by a piece of skepticism. Chapter 67, You've Had Your Day. A tidal wave of skepticism came over the live feed. This champion can't really be watered down, right? Why is there such a big difference in votes? I just thought Lin Che was quite powerful, but now it seems that maybe he really did rely on some improper means to get to the top. Humph. Thanks to the fact that I've been voting for him and supporting him. What a disappointment. For a while, a variety of indignant remarks spread rapidly and indiscriminately on the internet like a raging tide. Lin Che was instantly and mercilessly pushed to the top of the public opinion. This sudden commotion, however, caused Li Renshou, who had just lost his heart in the competition, to burst into ecstasy as if he had grabbed a life preserver. Ha 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 ha. Li Renshou let out a loud laugh in his heart, a laugh that was filled with twisted pleasure. Li Renshou indignantly and secretly chanted, Lin Che, ah Lin Che, it turns out that I didn't lose to you at all. What I lost to was your so-called background. Humph. What strength. It's all a front. It's still not relying on the power behind it to get this far. The more Li Renshou thought about it, the more angry he became. His teeth were clenched to the point of cackling, and that flame of jealousy was burning in the bottom of his heart, almost devouring his sanity. But after the excitement had passed a little, the color of excitement in Li Renshou's eyes faded again. Li Renshou muttered feebly out of his mouth, Oh, even if you know, what can you do? I'm wasted now. I've lost the match and there's no chance of a follow-up. It's all a done deal. What can I change? Li Renshou's heart was filled with helpless sighs. It didn't take long, however, for the feelings of resentment to resurface in the back of his mind. If it's ruined, it's ruined, but I can't just stand by and watch him get carried away. When he comes out from backstage, I'm going to find a way to make him feel bad. Even if it's just to embarrass him a little, I'll let him know that I, Li Renshou, am not one to be messed with. Once again, a hint of viciousness flashed in Li Renshou's eyes, and the seed of mockery quickly took root in his heart. Meanwhile, in another quiet corner, Yi Ling was lazily nestled on that soft sofa, her body shapely and half lying down, slightly lifting up her delicate and absolutely beautiful face. Yi Ling's eyes stared tightly at the live broadcast screen in front of her. There was a complicated glint in his eyes. There seemed to be pleasure mixed with some unspeakable emotions. In the live broadcast room, layers of huge waves were set off at this moment. All sorts of indignant remarks surged like a raging tide, wave after wave. A screen full of scrolling accusations flooded the entire screen. Yi Ling looked at this intensifying rhythm in the live broadcast room, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly. The pink lips slightly pouted. forming a tantalizing arc as she gently hummed, "Humph, bad brother. You also have today." As she said this, Yiling subconsciously pouted that tiny mouth, obviously remembering the not-so-pleasant dealings with Lin Che. The scene seemed to replay in Yiling's mind like a movie. "The first meeting is still fresh in my mind." Yiling had thought that with her seniority and means in the entertainment industry, she would be able to get the upper hand on Lin Che, but he didn't expect to leave a handle directly on Lin Che. In desperation, Yiling could only choose to go on the audio variety first to build up her popularity. She carefully selects a program focusing on love songs to prepare for her comeback, thinking to capitalize on this mainstream theme with her singing prowess and stage charisma. But when she saw the invitation column player, the name Lin Che appeared. When she saw the name, the unconquerable energy in Yiling's heart bubbled up again. Yiling, who had always been a person who couldn't afford to be a bit angry, couldn't help but let Zhao Hong drive the nanny car right then and there. The nanny car slowly stopped. Yiling sat inside the car and looked at Lin Che outside through that window glass. Rolling down the window, the belly full of mocking words that had been prepared reached his mouth, but somehow turned into ambiguous words. For this reason, at that time, Lin Che was still spitting in his heart. The nanny van gradually walked away, and Yiling in the car even purposely looked back at Lin Che's dumbfounded eyes. At this moment, looking at the hilarious scene of Lin Che being accused by the crowd in the live broadcast room, Yiling's mood could be described as exceptionally comfortable. There was no other reason. Yiling was really holding a lot of anger in her heart because she had suffered a loss at Lin Che's place last time. Now that he saw Lin Che in such a public opinion predicament, that little bit of smugness in the bottom of his heart couldn't help but bubble up. A faint smile unconsciously surfaced on that flirtatious face. "Let's see how complacent you are this time." Humph. But Yiling couldn't help but think of Lin Che's demeanor of always having everything under control. Every time he faced Lin Che, no matter what kind of situation he was in, Lin Che seemed to be able to maintain that calmness. With that calm and relaxed look, Yiling felt a bit clueless every time she wanted to provoke. Zhao Hong, the assistant sitting on the sidelines, had also been paying attention to the situation in the live broadcast room. Seeing that the pace was becoming more and more unfavorable to Lin Che, the corner of Zhao Hong's mouth hooked up into a faintly mocking smile. Getting close to Yiling's ear, he whispered, "Sister, look at this Lin Che. This moment can be considered a plant." When Yiling heard Zhao Hong's words, she slightly raised her eyebrows. A trace of recognition flashed in her eyes, but on her lips, she said, "Aya, Honger, words can't be said like that. Who's to say?" Although she said so on her lips, Yiling was actually quite happy to see Lin Che in this sorry state right now. The two men returned their gaze to the live feed. On the stage, Lu Ling kept calming the restless audience. "Let's just calm down, guys." Lu Ling was standing on top of the stage at the moment, but her voice seemed a bit fluttery at the moment, and her words were permeated with a trace of powerlessness. After all, the restlessness of this scene could not be easily calmed down by a few simple words. Just when the situation was about to develop rapidly in the direction of the irreparable and the worse, Yu Jianzhou, who had been sitting on the sidelines, slowly stood up. He cleared his throat first, and then spoke in a calm and forceful manner. "Folks, can you settle down and listen to what I have to say?" Yu Jianzhou's words still work quite well. After all, this chain of events was all because of him. Only to see that the originally noisy and boisterous scene gradually calmed down, and the eyes of all the people were focused on Yu Jianzhou's body. Yu Jianzhou's face was calm and his tone was flat as he began to explain. "I'm sure everyone still clearly remembers that in the middle of the last episode, I once threatened Lin Che in a heated manner, and just now, I was really in a fit of pique and had it in my mind to vote for Yang Chen. But, guys, take a moment and think about it. If you do that, can that game still be considered fair and equitable?" Chapter 68, Self-Proclaimed Personal Trainee. The scene of the stage, where the original argument had taken place. However, Yu Jianzhou's words instantly plunged the boisterous scene into contemplation. The bickering of the crowd subsided. Everyone frowned slightly, lost in deep thought about what was right and wrong. And on the web, the same scenario is playing out. The comment section that was originally filled with emotional bickering also gradually transformed into a relatively rational and normal discussion at this moment because of Yu Jianzhou's words. But then again, it seems like abstaining is the optimal choice? Yes, Master Yu's last threat. If it has an effect on the outcome of the match, it will not only ruin the two contestants, but his own reputation will also be damaged. But I always feel that Lin Che doesn't deserve this many votes. That's a bit of an anticlimactic vote share. The netizens continued the discussion one by one, and at the back of the stage, Lin Che, who had just finished applying her makeup, was also keenly aware that something was wrong. Lin Che stopped the movement of straightening his collar in his hands, and secretly thought in his heart, how did the quarrels subside? The quietness of this moment made Lin Che feel a little strange. After about 10 minutes, Lin Che put on a straight suit and slowly came to the back of the stage, watching the scene, only to see that the originally bustling and crowded scene has gradually calmed down at this moment. The looks on people's faces were no longer as excited as they had been a moment ago, but had become a bit more grave and thoughtful. At that exact moment, Li Renqiu came up. With a few moments of mocking context, he spoke. Someone who prides himself on being a personal trainee. Now it seems that, TSK, his background is bigger than anyone else's. Lin Che naturally understood the tailor's words. However, Lin Che did not pay any attention to it. While his gaze was directed towards Yu Jinzhou on the stage, Yu Jinzhou stood up again at just the right time, cleared his throat, and slowly swept his gaze across the crowd present, explaining once more, to keep the game fair, so abstaining from voting is probably the optimal solution. The sound echoed through the quiet scene. After saying these words, Yu Jinzhou slowly sat back in the tutor's seat, his eyes somewhat empty and his thoughts gradually emptying. In fact, where is the real effort to ensure a fair game? Yu Jinzhou, with this curry volume, is not afraid of any negative impact of newcomers. Only, coincidentally, just now, Yu Jinzhou was speaking on stage when the microphone was suddenly cut off, and was directly shot by Qin Tingjun. At that time, Yu Jinzhou was instantly on fire. How could he not have expected that he, as a mentor, would be so rudely deprived of even the right to speak? But just when he was full of anger and was about to find Qin Tingjun to theorize, the sound of a connection suddenly came over the headset. Immediately afterward, there was Old Man Zhao's familiar yet grumpy voice, only to hear on the other end of the phone, Old Man Zhao almost roared in anger. "You kid, you've got hardened wings, haven't you?" The voice was so loud that it shook Yu Jinzhou's ears a little. "If you dare to target Lin Che, I'll take you to task later." Old Man Zhao's words were filled with unquestionable majesty. Yu Jinzhou could clearly hear his teacher's angry roar for only a moment. In this instant, the anger in Yu Jinzhou's heart seemed to be doused by a pot of cold water, and was replaced by a deep helplessness. He had no choice but to speak from his heart and to say what appeared to be just but was in fact contrary to his heart. By now, Yu Jinzhou was just holding back, but he really had no choice. When you come out, you have to talk about strength and background. Yu Jinzhou himself was famous for his piano, and now he is being pressed head-on by his superiors, and there is nothing he can do about it. Lin Che was so valued by Old Man Zhao. What could he do? One could only treat Lin Che as if he was a relation. Luckily, Lin Che himself was still relatively strong and took the match with his own skills. Otherwise, Yu Jinzhou really wouldn't be immune to a bout of bad-mouthing from Old Man Zhao. And this calmed-down scene was watched by Qin Tingjun. Qin Tingjun kept a close eye on the surveillance screen. Only when things calmed down did the bean-sized drops of sweat on his forehead recede. He gently breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the microphone, informing Lu Ling, who was in charge of the live host, with a hint of relief in his voice. The program continues. After Lu Ling received the notice, she immediately adjusted her state, put that gracious smile back on her face, and walked onto the stage with a light step. Lu Ling first used a few humorous and witty words to ease the slightly gloomy atmosphere of the scene. Then he raised his voice and invited Lin Che out with full enthusiasm. Lin Che slowly walked out from backstage. The pace was calm and steady, as if those undercurrents just now hadn't affected the state of mind in the slightest. However, behind him, Li Renqiu still didn't forget to take the opportunity to mock a few words. "Humph. It's quite a sight to come out at this moment, and I don't know if it's really that capable." However, Lin Che was already too lazy to care about Li Renqiu's cold words and just walked straight towards the center of the stage. Come to center stage. Lin Che's silhouette looked exceptionally slender under the stage lights. The gazes of everyone on the scene instantly focused on Lin Che. A gaze that contained curiosity, anticipation, and also a bit of skepticism. Lin Che, however, just smiled lightly, that smile as gentle as the warm spring sun. He slightly owed his body before speaking, a song called Quiet for the friends on the scene. As the words fell, Lin Che slowly walked towards the piano that was placed on the side of the stage. The moment he sat down gracefully, this action instantly caused an uproar at the scene. Boom! Ah, this? What's going on? What is Lin Che up to again? Are you blind? Can't you see? Lin Che is going to play and sing. All I can say is that spacing out is like, don't blah blah blah, every time you brainless netizens say that. At this moment, in the North Street Piano Hall, Old Man Zhao, with a group of disciples, was watching the live broadcast of the highly anticipated final with full attention. Brother Lin held back until the finals, finally showing off a piano. Xiao Ming sighed with anticipation. Go for it, Brother Lin. Smash senior brother use face like you did mine. Yang Zhou spoke indignantly, remembering the past of being punched in the face by Lin Che. Great God Lin, punch me in the face like that too. Before Chen Xin finished speaking, he heard on the live broadcast, a beautiful piano sound. Wait until the crowd's eyes are focused on the screen. One could only see Lin Che's eyes slightly closed, his expression immersed, his fingertips playing calmly and deftly. The melody was slightly melancholic, and a beam of soft white light shone on the side of Lin Che's face, outlining his silhouette even more clearly. Lin Che opened his mouth slightly, seemingly chanting softly. Only the piano was left to play with me for the day. Sleeping cello quiet and old. I think you've made that very clear. I get it and I know you didn't give it up. As Lin Che plays and sings. Wow! Yu Jianzhou under the stage was also surprised by Lin Che's playing and singing, and the word stable instantly appeared in his mind. Chapter 69, Quiet. The melody of the song flows quietly through the scene. Yu Jianzhou's gaze was locked onto Lin Che on the stage. There was a slightly complicated look in his eyes. There's the previous skepticism and the stubbornness that's about to be broken at the moment. Only Lin Che gently raised his hands, which were long and bony, the moment the fingers fall gently on the keys. In a flash, the crisp sound of the zither rang out. Yu Jianzhou was immediately surprised by the sound of the zither. His eyes went to Lin Che on the stage. Only Lin Che was still playing smoothly, and his voice was still smooth. Opening his mouth slightly, Lin Che's melodious singing voice slowly flowed out. I think you've demonstrated a very good understanding. I know, and I know you don't. I don't believe you when you say you're sad too. Holding you and staying with me was only once. I hope he really loves you more than I do. That's why I forced myself to leave. The audience originally had a slightly skeptical look. The crowd was either in the mindset of watching a farce, or they were skeptical of Lin Che's previous performance. However, at this moment, as Lin Che's exquisite performance unfolded, their gazes were gradually replaced by shock. Lin Che's playing touched the softest strings of the crowd's heart. No, dude, he really can? A young spectator couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The companion beside him was similarly surprised and chimed in. Holy, Lin Che really knows how to hide. I shouldn't have questioned this guy. This guy has hang-ups. He's practically Superman. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. Shocked voices rose from those around them. But the only response was Lin Che's choked song. The song spread throughout the scene. The moving melody wraps every heart around it. Someone couldn't help but tremble slightly. Others were mesmerized with tears glistening in their eyes. How embarrassing you want me to say. I don't want to be separated at all. Why do I have to put a smile on my face? I don't have the talent. Accepting you and accepting him. Don't worry too much. I'll always have a good time. The chorus plays. The sad melody and deep lyrics are made even more moving by Lin Che's smooth voice and playing. Yu Jianzhou, who hadn't been too optimistic about Lin Che off stage, was already filled with shock at this moment. He had originally thought that Lin Che had merely relied on certain connections to get this far, although Lin Che has some strength in creative writing. However, Yu Jianzhou had always believed that Lin Che's overall strength was still slightly lacking, so he always had doubts within his heart. Yet at the moment, Yu Jianzhou watched Lin Che play like a fish in water in front of the piano. Watching Lin Che's fingers fly across the keys, how could he not have expected that Lin Che's basic piano skills were so amazingly solid? Every single note was played with precision by Lin Che without the slightest deviation. It was as if he had become one with the piano and was able to control every note as he wished. The word stability once again surfaced in Yu Jianzhou's mind. Lin Che's skillful technique, his exquisite grasp of rhythm, all caused the contempt in Yu Jianzhou's heart to completely dissipate. He couldn't help but glance at the other three tutors, only to see that in the eyes of the rest, a look of surprise was also revealed. Each tutor couldn't help but sit up straight and listen with full attention, the color of surprise in their eyes growing stronger and stronger. You've been far away. I'll walk away, too. Why do I even try to accommodate you when we're apart? I don't really have the talent. Not so fast. I'll learn to give up on you. It's because I love you so much. Lin Che slightly closed his eyes, fully immersed in the music. In the first half of the set, he not only played the piano part flawlessly. When that soft singing voice came out of his mouth, it even undoubtedly pushed the mood of the whole song to a climax. Stage, a piano, a microphone, a teenager and a light. In the interlude, Lin Che continued the sad melody and played vocally. The choked, slightly nasal sobs rang out at just the right time. Only the piano was left to play with me for the day. Sleeping cello quiet and old. I think you've made that very clear. I get it and I know you didn't give it up. The voice is clear and deep, blending perfectly with the sound of the piano. The same creates a dreamlike world of music. The stage scene at the moment. Everyone was so immersed in it that they forgot everything around them and just soaked in the beautiful musical melody and song. On the contrary, backstage, Li Rencho's entire body looked as if he had suffered a heavy blow as he collapsed into his position, muttering, how could it be? How could Lin Che This must just be a dream. Yes, it must be. He tried to pinch his thighs to wake himself up from this tragic dream, but in return, it was only Lin Che's beautiful zither sound. and melodious singing. That voice followed him like a shadow, constantly impacting Li Rencho's heart, making him feel more and more how foolish his previous contempt was. I don't believe you when you say you're sad too. Holding you and staying with me was only once. I hope he really loves you more than I do. That's why I forced myself to leave. Lin Che uses a variant version for the second verse of the title track. Silky smooth transitions, accompanied by choked vocals, brought out the emotions of the scene and instantly covered it with layers of sadness. Each one is automatically brought into a love story filled with regret and sadness. On stage, Lin Che sang completely high. Lin Che also brought himself completely into the song. Brain, all but forgetting that he's still at the game, just chokes up slightly and sings. You want me to say how embarrassing it is that I don't want to be separated at all? Why do I have to put a smile on my face? I don't have the talent to tolerate you and accept him. Don't worry too much, I'll always have a good time. Although Lin Che's voice was terse, his fingertips were unusually meticulous in their control of strength. When it is necessary to show soft whispers, the sound of the piano is as gentle and delicate as a breeze brushing across the surface of a lake, causing ripples. And when there is a need for outbursts of confidences, the sound of the piano can be like surging waves, surging and exciting, shaking everyone's heart. The sound of the piano was coherent and smooth, and the black and white keys, under Lin Che's fingertips, turned into an automatic telling of the song's sad, deeply emotional story. You've gone far away and I'll go away slowly. Why do I even try to accommodate you when we're apart? I really don't have the talent to be quiet that fast. I'll learn to give you up because I love you too much. After the lyrics were sung, the playing in Lin Che's hands continued. The sound of the zither under the fingertips still speaks of the unfinished emotions. This image was captured by Yi Ling, who was watching the live broadcast. Only Yi Ling, who was in the screen, was currently staring intently at Lin Che on the stage and the screen. Look at the teenager who was deeply involved in playing. Those slender fingers danced on the keys. His expression was mesmerized by the music, and his body seemed to radiate a unique light around him. Yi Ling felt a heavy pressure in her heart. How could he not have a weakness? Yi Ling said darkly, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Chapter 70. But it's going to cost you more. Yi Ling looked at the screen, the spirited teenager on the stage, and her heart secretly surged. The teenager was like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating an irresistible light. It's a pity that the handle is in his hands, otherwise I would have rubbed this wave of heat well. Yi Ling shook her head slightly inside. Yi Ling's fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the edge of the table, her gaze going to the computer screen. On the stage, the lights were like waterfalls, spilling over Lin Che's body. Lin Che slowly got up and bowed slightly towards the scene. End of song. The room erupted in loud cheers and applause. The applause echoed like thunder throughout the arena for a long time. The spectators stood up one after another, and their mouths were still chanting Lin Che's name. At this time, Lu Ling also went up to the stage with a smile to congratulate him. The four tutors on stage all smiled with relief. As they looked at Lin Che on the stage, it was like looking at a thriving tree, their hearts filled with joy. Lin Che definitely brought the most surprises from the beginning to the end of the match. The four mentors tacitly stopped commenting. Lin Che's strength was always elusive, fearing that if he said one more sentence, Lin Che would burst out with a different surprise. From the very beginning of the Huagua style, to the mountainous transitions, then the eruption of high notes, and finally the popping, it was a feast for the eyes and ears. Lin Che, you're hiding really deep. Yu Jinzhou flirted with a smile on his face. Just a slight understanding. Lin Che humbly replied. That's not a slight understanding on your part. Even though it's just a simple chord rendition, the stability of the scene betrays you. Yu Jinzhou shook his head and said, to do so consistently on stage, especially in the face of such a complex and varied musical style, how is it possible for an average person to do that? This requires extremely deep skills and extensive stage experience. On the stage, Lin Che just nodded his head silently, his eyes looking towards the other three tutors, waiting for their comments. I don't have anything to say. No matter if it's the quality of the song or the vocals. Lin Che, you're perfect. Qin Wei's tone was calm, but her heart couldn't stop praising. Yes, you've already proved your strength for all to see, so I can't say anything more. Lu Huan also chimed in. When he remembered his own experiences off being pitched by Lin Che during the competition, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in his heart. But at this moment, he also had to recognize Lin Che's excellence. After the crowd had finished praising, their gazes looked towards tutor Lin Che. Zhou Huajun. Only Zhou Huajun lowered his head, contemplating, and after a long time, Zhou Huajun slowly raised his head and spoke in a shocking way. Do you want to make a date for a song? Boom! Sky King about the song. The people present sucked in a breath of cold air. This is an opportunity that many singers dream of. As the king of the music industry, Zhou Huojun's promotion is enough to make a singer become famous overnight and go to the peak of his music career from then on. And now, he actually took the initiative to ask Lin Che, a newcomer, for a song date? On stage Lin Che was shocked by the sudden question, but quickly adjusted. Countless thoughts instantly flashed through Lin Che's mind, but he quickly stabilized his mind and tugged at the corner of his mouth to speak. Seniors, I'm just a newcomer. I don't believe it, Zhou Huojun retorted in an agitated tone. He looked at Lin Che, his eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. In his opinion, Lin Che was no ordinary newcomer. Lin Che is not only amazing on stage, the operation behind it is also amazing. The heat hasn't come down after every game. Lin Che always seizes the opportunity to create a buzz on the internet and become the center of attention. The crowd had thought that Lin Che had joined the Three Great Entertainment, but they hadn't realized that Lin Che was just alone. A newcomer? Oh, this thought hovered in the minds of the four mentors. It was really hard for them to believe that a newcomer who didn't have the backing of a powerful entertainment company could achieve such excellent results in the competition and still have such a high level of popularity. I don't believe it either. Qin Wei gazed at Lin Che, her tone slightly raised. She likewise felt that this seemingly ordinary newcomer was not simple. The heavenly kings and queens had opened their mouths, and the crowd's eyes naturally went to the other two tutors. The difference was that Yu Jianzhou and Lu Huan didn't want to open their mouths to concur. After all, from the beginning of the match, the two had fallen into Lin Che's trap. Now that they were running through it, a lot of black lines inexplicably surfaced on the two men's brains. Being punked by a fledgling newcomer isn't easy for anyone. The two men's eyes focus on Lin Che's body on the stage. Lin Che pondered for a moment and spoke. Alright, but it's going to cost extra. This answer caused the crowd in the room to faintly stare. No way? A heavenly king and queen inviting a song and charging money for it? This is a great opportunity to become famous. Someone in the audience below the stage couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. In their opinion, it was a matter of great desire to get an invitation to sing from the heavenly kings and queens. So how could they think of charging money? This is unbelievable. Bring some brains, will you? Lin Che is talented, but he doesn't charge for good songs? Isn't this pure stupidity? There were also people who stood out to speak for Lin Che. They felt that Lin Che was talented, that his work deserved to be honored, and that charging a certain amount of compensation was a natural thing to do. That's right. Put away your narrow-minded heart. More people began to chime in. There was a lot of chatter from the audience. It didn't last long though, and was quelled by Lu Ling. Lu Ling smiled and walked forward, saying to the audience, "Everyone be quiet for a moment. This is Lin Che's own choice. We should respect his decision." As the day wore on, the program arrived at its conclusion. After Lin Che delivered his acceptance speech, the live broadcast closed and the audience left the room in an orderly fashion. Just after Lin Che also wanted to retreat to the back of the stage and leave in a special car, the four tutors stepped forward and called out to Lin Che. "Lin Che, wait a moment." Lu Huan's voice came from behind Lin Che. Hearing the shout, Lin Che's footsteps jerked. Then he slowly turned around, only to see the four tutors looking straight at themselves. Lin Che instantly felt a trace of panic within his heart. It shouldn't be a big game, right? Lin Che inwardly shouted. Apart from Zhou Huojun, the other three tutors were all used by Lin Che as blood packs to a greater or lesser extent. Now that the show is over, a lot of people in the industry see that. Lin Che was worried that these four tutors would find trouble with him because of what happened before. After all, during the course of the match, Lin Che, in order to be able to present himself better, it was true that some small tactics were utilized, and although there was no malice, it was inevitable that the mentors would feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. You don't have to be nervous. I'm also here to ask for a song. Lu Huan saw Lin Che's entanglement and opened his mouth to explain. Me, too? Yu Jianzhou's tone was vague, his eyes darting around. Chapter 71, Scare Yourself. Hearing these words, Lin Che's taut heartstrings loosened. Inwardly, he exhaled slowly and thankfully. So it was about the song. Hey, so I was scaring myself. Lin Che raised his head slightly, his gaze slowly looking towards the four tutors. As the line of sight swept over them one by one, it lurched at Yu Jianzhou. Lin Che couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Isn't tutor you a piano major? How come he asked me to write a song? However, Lin Che only thought about it silently in his heart, keeping a mindful eye and not putting it too much on his mind. The gazes of the four tutors were simply too passionate, which made Lin Che feel a little uncomfortable again. Lu Huan smiled and opened his mouth. Lin Che, although we talked today in a hurry, but the follow-up on songwriting, there must be a lot of communication and exchange. Come on, let's exchange contact information first. Although Lu Huan knew he was being used, there was nothing he could do about it. Who let themselves question it in the first place? It was good that Lin Che didn't deliberately scandalize Lu Huan like the others. Otherwise, the reputation that Lu Huan had accumulated in the first half of his life would be lost. Lin Che hurriedly nodded his head and responded, "Okay, Mr. Lu, thank you." Lin Che walked up and first exchanged contact information with the other 3 mentors besides Zhou Huajun one by one. While exchanging, he also said politely, "I'd like to ask the tutors for more guidance. I don't have much experience in songwriting, so I'll have to rely on you to give me more advice in the future." When he had finished exchanging with all 3 of these instructors, he finally drew himself up and left the scene at a brisk pace. After getting into the car, Lin Che asked the driver to drive to the neighborhood on the side of the campus. During this period of time, Lin Che's life had changed drastically. In these 2 months, Lin Che hadn't come down on the hot searches. His popularity soared like a rocket, and wherever he went, he always triggered a small sensation. It used to be possible to navigate the campus comfortably between the academic buildings, the library and the dormitories. But today, the campus is full of people surrounding him. Trying to stay in the dormitory in peace and quiet became a luxury. Lin Che had no choice but to rent a 3-room house next to the campus, temporarily finding himself a relatively quiet space. It's a good thing that there's a lot more money in hand now. After all, the song Eastbound and Down collection and downloads continue to grow as its popularity soars. The income naturally rose. So when it came to spending money, Lin Che didn't have any psychological burden. The vehicle slowly stopped, and Lin Che smiled as he said goodbye to the driver master. Then swipe your card into the cell, take the elevator, open the door to your room, and walk straight back inside. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Che collapsed onto the sofa like a deflated ball. After resting for a while, Lin Che took out his phone and ordered takeout, then opened his computer, preparing to find a higher-rated movie to relax and unwind. Lin Che had just turned the movie on and was about to immerse himself in the plot when his computer mailbox frantically popped up with message alert tones. The ding-dong sound was incessant, constantly interrupting Lin Che's viewing process. Mud. It's annoying. Lin Che frowned and muttered impatiently, but finally reached out helplessly and clicked on the mailbox. As soon as the point was opened, for a moment, Lin Che only felt his brain go down. Now that Lin Che has successfully made his debut with his brilliant performance in China's Best Song, he is already a qualified artist. It's just that Lin Che didn't join any entertainment company and chose to venture out on his own. Because of this, the announcements related to the program were directly sent to Lin Che's mailbox in a single stream. Crossing over to other channels, looking at an unread email, Lin Che only felt his head grow bigger. It was not too physically strenuous for a while, though, after all, most of the work is just singing, competing, rubbing it in, and so on. But this constant mental bombardment really made Lin Che break down a bit. It's not good enough to not read this information. Now, although Lin Che was able to catch his breath for a few days, he still had to follow up by finding a new program to participate in and build up his popularity. However, every day, we have to face a huge amount of notice information, and we have to sift through and reply to them one by one, and deal with all kinds of trivial matters by ourselves. Still need to find an agent and assistant. Lin Che secretly grumbled inwardly. Then, as if Lin Che suddenly thought of something, he added, "Broker assistants are available. Why don't you simply set up a studio, so that things can be organized in the future, saving you from being so frazzled like now?" Lin Che had long had this idea. During this time Lin Che knows very well that it's not convenient to do anything without a professional team behind it. In the case of recording, it used to be that you could still dabble in the program studio once in a while at competitions, but now that you're famous, it's not right to go whoring around. The outside recording studios, on the other hand, are expensive and cost a lot of money to use casually. It's not like Lin Che has the professional equipment to arrange music at home. Sometimes it's just too costly to spend half a day, or even a whole day, in the studio to finish recording and producing a song. Although now they are a little bit of money on their own, but also do not dare to build so sooner or later will have to be the old capital are tossed out. After establishing the goal, Lin Che immediately opened the talent network, ready to take a good look at any suitable candidates. Lin Che browsed through the various resumes on the webpage while mentally mulling over his ideal agent and assistant. For an agent, Lin Che wanted someone who was experienced and well-connected. Better yet, you've been in the entertainment industry for a number of years and know all the rules and doorways of the industry like the back of your hand. We are able to help Lin Che secure more quality resources and rationalize his work schedule so that Lin Che can focus more on his music creation. Also, this person has to have good communication skills and resilience. After all, the showbiz world is a volatile place where all sorts of emergencies can occur at any time, and you have to be able to handle them properly. As for the assistant, Lin Che wants someone who is attentive, patient and responsible, being able to help Lin Che deal with all kinds of trivial matters in his life. such as arranging his daily schedule, taking care of his food, clothing, housing and transportation, and so on. It allows Lin Che to have a comfortable living environment after his busy schedule. It's also best to have some organizational and coordination skills, so that when Lin Che participates in an event or records a show, he can work well with the staff on the set to make sure everything runs smoothly. Lin Che page by page through the resume, stopping from time to time to study carefully. Encountered the feeling is not bad. First collection. Ready to follow up and then further contact to understand. After about half an hour, the doorbell rang crisply and the takeout arrived. Lin Che hurriedly stopped the screening of talents he was busy with and got up to get it, then sat at the table eating takeout, his eyes falling on the 6 resumes he had sifted through. Thinking about possible future collaborations, Lin Che couldn't help but feel a little foolish inside. Chapter 72, guess what? Ding, 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 ding. Lin Che was eating his meal, picking his food into his mouth while heavily contemplating the future. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted Lin Che's thoughts. Lin Che frowned, with a mouthful of rice still stuffed in his mouth, and muttered vaguely, "Who is this? Not even letting people have a good meal. Pick up your cell phone and take a look." The screen showed an incoming call from his dead friend, Li Hua. Lin Che's that frown tightened, but he still answered it smoothly. "I only heard the phone," Li Hua said in a good-natured manner. "Old Lin I say you kid, these days to play what missing? What? Were they taken by aliens for research?" Listening to Li Hua's slightly complaining voice, Lin Che bitterly smiled and held his forehead as he replied, "Are you alright? I can still go back to school? It's not like you don't know my current situation. Old Lin now that the school is in order, the principal has it under control. You come back soon." Li Hua's attitude shifted, and his voice sounded a little pitiful. As soon as Lin Che heard this, he directly nodded and said, alright, don't talk nonsense with me here. Say, what's the matter? You must not be holding back any good farts if you don't have anything to say. Don't I know you? Hey, it's just that, old Lin, you didn't win the championship. This tone of Li Hua's voice stumbled. I promised my classmates that you'd return after you won the championship. After Lin Che heard this, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air and thought to himself, I'm going to go. This is making a fool of itself again? It's not the first or second time that Li Hua has taken matters into his own hands. Every time, it caused Lin Che to be helpless and speechless. Lin Che was instantly unhappy in his heart, and said in a flat tone but with a clear sense of displeasure, "This favor, I can't help. You around without consulting me every time. Me your father? You're making it hard for me." The two of them were close friends, and naturally they would not be polite in their private chats. "Hey, don't, old Lin, just come on." Seeing that Lin Che did not hesitate to refuse, Li Hua became anxious. His voice rose several degrees. "If you don't come, how can I explain to my classmates? Where can I put this old face? Dude, not that I'm talking about you. It's genuinely unappealing when you make a fool of yourself like that." Lin Che sighed helplessly and continued, "You couldn't ask me what I think first? In case I have other plans? That's good for you. You answered me straight away. You're good you." Li Hua could also sense that Lin Che that was really quite helpless, so he explained clearly. Old Lin, I'll be honest with you. You told us a while ago that you wanted an agent." Once Lin Che heard this, a hint of interest rose, and he pondered in his heart. This kid still remembers this? Some time ago, Lin Che did casually mention that in the dormitory. However, at that time, because the heat from his own competition on the internet was just too great, Lin Che didn't put too much thought into the matter of finding an agent. It was just a casual thing to say and then forget about it. "I never thought that this kid Li Hua actually remembered it." "Then what?" Lin Che pursued, thinking in his heart that there was some kind of turnaround to this. "I guess." "And then what then?" "Lao Zhao's family is an advertising agency." He called to try a mouthful. Guess what?" Li Hua this guy also deliberately dragged a long voice. "Selling a secret?" The tone sounds a little beaten. "It's done?" The moment Lin Che heard this, a trace of excitement instantly rose under his eyes. The thought crossed my mind that it would be great if it did. After all, a brother's referral is naturally better than searching blindly on the internet yourself. "Nope." Hearing Lin Che's agitated tone, Li Hua pulled the corner of his mouth and spoke slowly. "Holy, the passwords." Once Lin Che heard that it didn't work out, he directly exploded. "You're kidding me, right? Did not become you here with me to sell what? Idle egg pain you. Old Lin don't get excited." Seeing that Lin Che's patience was about to be worn out by him, Li Hua also became a bit anxious and said sharply. "Afterward, Lily and I cried. Guess what? Asterisk off to the side you." Guess what? Mother-in-law. Lin Che's tone was tinged with impatience. I thought to myself that this Li Hua has really changed after falling in love. Why are you so slow? Li Hua's look made Lin Che think of Yi Ling who had sold out last time. Again, they say ambiguous things to keep the appetite high. In the end there's no substance. And it's a pain in the ass. Old Lin, don't get excited. Li Hua still didn't die. Continued to open his mouth to persuade. You come back to sing, the agent, this thing is done. What are you talking about? When Lin Che saw Li Hua still selling the story there, he was so angry that he directly laid down on the sofa and waved his hand indifferently and said, if you don't say it, I'm not going to return. Hey me. Li Hua was a bit torn inside on the other end of the phone, thinking whether to say it or not. It wouldn't have felt like that kind of suspense if I had said it. If you don't say anything, Lin Che will definitely not come back. In the end, Li Hua still gritted his teeth and chose a compromise. Speaking, it's Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing? What's the relationship with her? As soon as Lin Che heard this name, his mind began to chase after memories. While teaching, the two did talk a lot. There's nothing to do but talk about parents. But it was all on point, and we didn't talk about anything in depth. Maybe I misspoke? Lin Che was a little suspicious inside. The thought crossed my mind if I had accidentally blurted it out. After all, the relationship between the two? Probably just normal friends. Gee, she's the one who found it anyway. Li Hua did not know how to explain clearly, so he simply moved out of Su Qingqing's family room. After all, she's a rich woman with a deep background, so maybe there's some kind of doorway to get this agent thing done for you. Listening to Li Hua's recovery, Lin Che still carried a wave of doubt within him. Then why didn't she talk to me? You shouldn't be framing me, right? People's girls are about being reserved. This is still something Lily secretly revealed to me. Li Hua's tone carried a strange feeling. Okay, I'll go back tonight. There was nothing to lose by going back and looking around, so Lin Che had to agree first. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che flipped through his Weixin address book and found Su Qingqing's chat box, intending to confirm it. Staring at the chat box for half a day, Lin Che mentally thought about how to ask. After further agonizing, Lin Che tentatively typed a text. I'm going back to school to sing tonight. Are you coming? After sending it, Lin Che stared intently at the cell phone screen, a trace of nervousness rising in his heart. Come on. Surprisingly, seconds back, Lin Che was a bit surprised, then typed a reply. Okay, as usual? Yeah, I'll wait for you. The two didn't talk for more than a few moments, hastily ending the conversation. Lin Che packed up the takeout, patted his stomach, and headed out the door to the school. In the meantime, Su Qingqing, who had just finished replying to Lin Che, had her small face tinted with a faint pink color. With her cold little hands, Su Qingqing touched her slightly reddened cheeks, her heart secretly turning over. Chapter 73, Feng Shui takes turns. In the girls' dormitory, for bed and bottom tables take up most of the space in the dorm. At this moment, Su Qingqing held her chin with one hand, like a person caught in deep thought, sitting motionless on the edge of the bed, eyes locked on Lin Che's chat box on the cell phone screen. The line of sight was locked firmly in place, unable to move a fraction of an inch. Su Qingqing's pink mouth involuntarily pouted slightly, a hint of fascination in her eyes. Her thoughts had long since drifted away, and her mind was all about Lin Che, forgetting how it started. Su Qingqing always had an inexplicable desire to explore Lin Che as a man. Maybe it was from Lin Che standing in the center of the playground, singing East Wind Break with deep emotion. At the time, the playground was lit just right. The soft light sprinkled on Lin Che's body, and Lin Che's infectious voice made her involuntarily immerse herself in it. Or maybe it was the night when the playground lawn was illuminated by the moonlight. Lin Che was holding his guitar, sitting quietly on the lawn, playing the song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky for her alone. That inspirational song touched Su Qingqing's heart. The sky was twinkling with stars at that time, and you could vaguely see a pop or two crossing the sky, and the atmosphere was somewhat romantic. Su Qingqing couldn't figure out why she had such special feelings for Lin Che. She frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. If you can't think about it, you just don't think about it. Su Qingqing stretched out her cold little hand and gently patted her somewhat hot cheeks, trying to bring down the scalding temperature a bit, but the tingling in his heart didn't seem to abate much. Su Qingqing's move was naturally seen by Qin Lily, who was sitting on the sidelines. Qin Lily was lazily leaning against her own bed, her cell phone in her hand, having just finished chatting with Li Hua. Her face still wore the remnants of a smile from the chat, but when she saw Su Qingqing's appearance, her smile instantly turned into a touch of teasing if anything. She learned that Lin Che would return to sing tonight. Qin Lily raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes glancing back and forth at Su Qingqing, combined with Su Qingqing's usual layers of behavior. Qin Lily couldn't help but spit in her heart. Bah! Earlier, I was even advised that wise men don't fall in love. Xin Lily couldn't help but think of the time when she was flirting with Li Hua. At that time, Su Qingqing always utilized a joking tone to flirt with herself, and every time, she made herself blush a little. Xin Lily heart in shame and annoyed, but also to take Su Qingqing cannot help, can only secretly gnash their teeth, thinking of waiting for the opportunity must be a good revenge. And now, looking at Su Qingqing's look of being trapped by love, Xin Lily thought in her heart, "Humph, it's really the wind and water that turns." Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye it came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Dormitory. Xin Lily looked at Su Qingqing still sitting on the bed, her cell phone raised in front of her eyes, her fingers mechanically sliding on the screen. Su Qingqing that seemed to be swiping the doujinshi, but there was a clear air of absent-mindedness. Her eyes flicked up to the top of the screen every now and then. That drunken look had long been keenly captured by Xin Lily. Xin Lily laughed in her heart, but she put on a serious look on her face. "Go." Xin Lily deliberately trailed off with a hint of flirtation in her tone. "Ha? Go? Go what?" Su Qingqing stammered in response, her face unable to help a trace of panic rise. "Of course it's a walk to the playground." Xin Lily looked at Su Qingqing's dilemma, and the corner of her mouth unconsciously raised an arc. "Otherwise, what do you think it is?" Xin Lily purposely picked her tail end high, just waiting to see how Su Qingqing would answer. Oh, okay." Su Qingqing scratched his head, his eyes drifting more and more. Su Qingqing squirmed and slowly got off the bed. First, he rummaged through the closet and pulled out the black thermal stockings and eased them up his legs. Then, picking up the coat, he slowly pulled it over his body, followed by straight black boots. Finally, grabbed a comb and tied a high ponytail. After getting this done, Su Qingqing reviewed the full body mirror in the dormitory. Only after some meticulous and tangled organizing did Su Qingqing turn to look at Xin Lily. Only Xin Lily was leaning against the doorframe, her hands clasping her chest. Her eyes were unblinking as she watched this series of movements by Su Qingqing, and a smirk of an ant smile had long surfaced on her face. The smile was full of teasing and flirting, as if to say, "Humph, just your little self. You're still pretending with me across here." Su Qingqing looked at Xin Lily's look, her heart flustered again and hurriedly lowered her head. The two walked out of the dormitory door and headed straight for the playground. Meanwhile, Lin Che had already arrived on campus quietly. Lin Che was dressed in a low-key outfit, wearing a black mask, pressing a black hat, carrying that iconic black guitar bag, and the whole person looked mysterious. In order not to attract too much attention, Lin Che purposely chose to sneak in through the back door of the campus. Lin Che walked carefully while quickly flipping out his cell phone. Fingers kept sliding across the screen, pretending to be paying full attention as he returned the message. In order to subtly avoid the curious stares of the students who come and go in a hurry, Lin Che glanced at his cell phone screen from time to time, and when he saw the messages from his brothers in the dormitory area, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The three sweet, good oldest children had long ago gotten everything in order at the playground, and now all that was left was themselves. Campus at night. The dim streetlights quietly emit a soft light, silently illuminating a winding path through the campus. The trees on both sides, gently swaying under the gentle breeze, made a rustling sound. Lin Che accelerated his footsteps and walked quickly in the direction of the playground. On the contrary, on the other school road, two voluptuous figures kept shattering their mouths. Xin Lily on the way directly opened flirting mode. "I say, Qingqing, Lin Che seems to be returning tonight." Xin Lily had a smile on the corner of her mouth as she looked sideways at Su Qingqing, the fire of gossip in her eyes on the verge of coming out. "Yes, is it?" Su Qingqing lowered her head and muttered in a small voice. "I just simply wanted to come out for a walk." "Yo, is that so?" Xin Lily did not intend to let Su Qingqing off the hook. "I've heard that." "Ah, Lin Che seems to." "Xin Lily." Su Qingqing raised her head and looked at Xin Lily with a sad face. "Che?" Still not admitting it. Xin Lily skimmed her mouth and inwardly said. The two pushed and shoved their way to the playground in no time. The playground glowed faintly silver in the moonlight. The red plastic runway, illuminated by the streetlights, stood out. Many of the students were walking, running or sitting on the lawn chatting in the playground. Just as they reached the edge of the playground, the two were blocked by a crowd of people. However, Su Qingqing still caught a glimpse of Lin Che, who was standing in the center of the playground, holding his guitar. Chapter 74, Enemy Honey. In the center of the playground, 4 people were concentrating on tuning up the equipment to be used for the night singing. Due to Lin Che's sweeping victory in the previous match, the playground has long been surrounded tonight. That cascading crowd came in wave after wave toward the center of the playground. Fortunately, Pang Jiayu was meticulous and had anticipated this situation and arranged 6 security personnel in advance. Lin Che looked at the bustling scene in front of him. Can't help but think of certain music festivals. The earth-shattering music and the fans who were shouting fervently were like a reenactment in front of their eyes at the moment. So many people. Lin Che couldn't help but sigh softly. Although deep down, I have long been prepared for the psychological preparation of being chased and intercepted by the crowd. But when this fantasy really shone into reality, the shock still made him once again unable to hold back the admiration in the bottom of his heart. Champ Lin, can I have your autograph? Suddenly, a student fought to squeeze his way to the front of the crowd, and with a red face, he tugged at his liner and shouted at Lin Che, I want an autograph too. Lin Che will definitely be a big star in the future. I want it too. Me too. The crowd seemed to be ignited, and all of them followed along at once. With a smile on his face, Lin Che nodded his head, moved closer to the microphone, cleared his throat, and spoke. Next time for sure. Next time for sure la. Lin Che's gaze responded to the enthusiastic students while scanning the entire scene. Suddenly, Lin Che noticed the two people, Su Qingqing and Qin Lily, not far away. Only, Su Qingqing's appearance caused Lin Che to be slightly stunned. Only Su Qingqing had a red face and was sandwiched in the crowd. This chick? Her face is red from being squeezed? Lin Che couldn't help but wonder inwardly. He was just about to raise his right hand in greeting when he heard Li Hua yell, Old Lin, don't just stand there. Sweep the strings. Lin Che's hand that was raised in midair had to be silently withdrawn, holding the guitar tightly as his fingers skillfully plucked the strings. In a flash, a heavy metal texture of music blasted out, strong rhythms that hit the crowd in the room. People stopped crowding forward and stayed where they were, quietly watching the four people in the center of the stage. Rock tracks are really the only thing that can calm these people down, Lin Che said inwardly. The four then sang in unison. The sounds mingled with each other and echoed in the night sky. 4 minutes later, the song was over. The last note seemed to float in the air for a long time. As usual, each of the four will take a turn singing next. Only tonight, as if Lin Che's 3 housemates had discussed it, they all sang love songs in tacit agreement. One song after another, gentle tunes and deep singing. The atmosphere of the scene gradually became somewhat cozy. Finally, all 3 housemates finished singing. You guys? Singing so flat? Lin Che looked at the 3 of them and couldn't help but ask in a snarky manner. Be a brother. In your heart, tonight Lao Lin, you are the main character. It and be done with it. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled, then clenched their right fists and heavily pounded their left chests, then silently pointed at Lin Che again. Okay. Seeing this, Lin Che took a deep breath, held his guitar, and walked towards the microphone. Cough. Lin Che stood still, coughed lightly twice, and reached out to try the microphone to see if it was normal. He was just about to pluck the strings and sing, but he was interrupted by the shouts of the people in the room, who were talking and shouting. Champion Lin, I want to hear Hair Like Snow. The Chinese style is so good. A boy wearing glasses shouted at the top of his voice. Hair Like Snow doesn't work. How can you not come to quiet on the bounce? Are you out of your mind? Guitar playing quiet? Wouldn't that make it the guitar was left to talk with me all day? Lin Che listened to these demands and sighed helplessly and silently. He reached out his hands and pressed down gently. Opening his mouth, he calmed the crowd present. Everyone be quiet for a moment. Be quiet for a moment, haha. As soon as the words left his mouth, the original cacophony of voices eased. The crowd gradually quieted down, all focusing their gazes on Lin Che. Lin Che originally wanted to sing rock tracks. After all, that rock song had just managed to hold down the house, and the first 3 housemates sang love songs. I'm sure the trio also intended for Lin Che to blow up the venue with another inspirational rock song. Lin Che himself had originally planned it that way. But, just now, as he heard the crowd arguing, a sudden flash of insight came to his mind. How can you play guitar and not have this song? Lin Che thought of the song Ordinary Friends. In his previous life, when Boss Tao sang this song live, that performance was simply enough to seal the deal, and the audience in the room listens in peace and quiet. It's certainly a great way to calm the scene as well. After establishing the singing repertoire, Lin Che once again spoke. What about this song? You need to keep quiet, otherwise you might play the wrong notes. After all, each of those present is talented, and studying and in good character. Surely all can understand what I'm asking. Lin Che's words were immediately recognized by everyone present. Only the crowd nodded, and the cacophony gradually subsided completely. Seeing this, Qin Lily, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but dislike Su Qingqing with her elbow. With a smile on her face, Qin Lily whispered, Qingqing, reveal a bit? What exactly do you think Lin Che is going to sing? How would I know? Su Qingqing pouted her little mouth, pretending to be angry as she replied. However, her eyes were still firmly fixed on Lin Che. On the way from the dormitory to the playground, Su Qingqing was madly teased by Qin Lily. A moment later, she asked if she liked Lin Che. One moment, He joked that Lin Che must be singing specifically for her tonight. This Chin Lily, which is a bosom friend, this is simply the enemy, honey. The two tossed around a few words and made a scene. Suddenly, an extremely comfortable guitar lulled in. Just see the center of the playground. Zhao Xinping gave up his own chair, allowing Lin Che to sit firmly in it. Lin Che then placed his guitar across his body. The fingers of his left hand jumped across the fretboard of the guitar, switching chords over and over. A smooth transition from the C chord to the G chord and a quick switch to the AM chord. The fingering is skillful and precise. Each press is just right, and the notes produced are crisp and pleasant. Meanwhile, the right hand was not idle, rhythmically plucking the strings and playing syncopations. The movements of the fingers appear to be casual, but they contain a full measure of skill. This guitar solo minimized the sound of the scene, which was still a bit of a tinny cacophony. All at once, the entire room gradually fell into silence. Everyone held their breath for fear of making the slightest sound that would ruin the atmosphere. After the guitar solo, Lin Che raised his head slightly with a warm smile on his face. He took a soft breath and gently tapped the guitar board twice, slowly opening his mouth to sing. Waiting, I'm always waiting, to be your emotional support. I don't have any doubts. It's love. Chapter 75, Ordinary Friends. The entire playground was quiet at this moment, and all eyes were focused on Lin Che. Lin Che's slightly raspy voice sang out. I guess, you've been trying to make a point for a long time. I feel like such a loser. Fall from grace to the abyss. How hopeless. That slightly raspy voice instantly opens that emotional door in the song. A few lines of lyrics that portray a sense of loss and frustration in love. In hindsight, the complexity of the emotions immersed the crowd in the room, and they couldn't help but whisper about it. Lin Che is a bit sad here. Did he fall in love and then get dumped? It feels like he's been through some pretty bittersweet feelings. How traumatized must that be? Is Lin Che still has this side? The crowd turned on melon eating mode and looked at Lin Che in the center of the playground. But as the song progresses into the pre-chorus, Lin Che raises his pitch slightly. I'm willing to change. Let's go over it again. I can't just be friends. It's so deep already. How can I be told to let go? The slightly raised voice carried a sense of determination and longing. By skillfully using his breath, Lin Che allows his voice to incorporate a mini sustain on the last word. As in, the depth of feeling is visualized. It allowed the crowd to literally touch the intensity of that feeling. The crowd at the scene was infected by this strong emotion, and many of them had tears in their eyes. In this moment, everyone seemed to be no longer just listeners, but as if they were experiencing the struggles and reluctance in this love. The feeling of wanting to hold on tightly but possibly losing it at any moment silenced each and every one of them. But you said love. I only want to be your friend. Be a friend. I'm in. You're just a friend, not a lover. For the chorus, Lin Che's vocals accentuate the heart more. Resentment and loss at the outcome of only being just friends. When singing, Lin Che purposely increased his tone, and through the contrast between the lightness of his voice and the weight of his voice, he showed the deep helplessness and unwillingness to the fullest. Standing not far away, Su Qingqing froze in place, her eyes revealing a trace of complex emotions. Chin Lily beside me has long been unable to resist the urge to speak out to persuade. I appreciate you being so honest with me, but I can't take back the love I gave you for a while. So I can't just be your friend. I just can't be your friend. This segment definitely pushes the emotions to one small climax after another. When Lin Che sang the word gratitude, his voice had a sincere tone. The crowd could feel the complexity of Lin Che's feelings towards his opponent's confession in the lyrics. This live audience sighed softly, as if lamenting the hopeless reality. At the same time, another murmur came. Alas, it seems that the one Lin Che likes didn't accept him and only treats him as a friend. This is too much for people to bear. How sad Lin Che has to be, and I don't know who that person really is. Lin Che must have been hurt by his love, or else he sang so deeply that it felt like his heart was going to break. He's so persistent. I wonder who the other person is can make him so unable to let go. The crowd couldn't help but murmur, as if they all wanted to explore the story of the relationship behind Lin Che from the song. Although Lin Che could feel the rustling discussion around him, the sound was not noisy, which was instead more like a different kind of atmosphere baking. He hugged his guitar and repeated the passages again, still not slacking off, but getting more into it. I guess, you've been trying to make a point for a long time. I feel like such a loser. Fall from grace to the abyss. How helpless. I'm willing to change. Let's go over it again. I can't just be friends. It's so deep already. How can I be told to let go? Lin Che sings with the same lyrics with a different emotional depth, especially the silky smooth reel and falsetto transitions at the end of the song, which immersed the crowd in this emotion of love and yet difficulty in letting go. The complexity of the emotion of wanting to redeem oneself, but knowing that there may be no way to do so, is perfectly rendered through the skillful transitions between true and false tones. But you said love. I only wanna be your friend. Be a friend. I'm in. You're just a friend, not a lover. Lin Che held his guitar, eyes slightly closed, and played quietly. On the contrary, Qin Lily, who was not far away, whispered in Su Qingqing's ear. Look at this. People are so proactive. And you still don't show it. Ugh. Qin Lily. What are you doing? Su Qingqing clenched her small pink circle and lightly whacked Qin Lily's left shoulder. Her face flushed slightly, both a little shy and a little annoyed. What am I doing? I was going to ask you what you do. Qin Lily said inwardly. She really didn't understand why Su Qingqing was still so reserved until now. In her opinion, for Lin Che to sing so deeply, it was obvious that he was showing something to Su Qingqing. This misstep by Lin Che caused Qin Lily to frantically brainstorm. Qin Lily's gaze flicked to Lin Che in the center of the playground, then back to Su Qingqing, looking at Lin Che, then back to Su Qingqing, repeating the process 3 times, causing Su Qingqing's earlobes to heat up slightly. The song comes to a final crescendo. I appreciate you being so honest with me, but I can't take back the love I gave you for a while. So I can't just be your friend. I just can't be your friend. I can't just be your friend. Can't be just friends. The sound of the guitar continues. Lin Che swept the strings and looked at the people present with a smile on his face. Those last few sentences. I can't just be your friend. Not just any friend. It's even sung in an almost spontaneous way. Lin Che released all the unwillingness and deep feelings that had been pent up in his heart. The sound echoed through the playground for a long time. At this moment, the entire playground seemed to be enveloped by this strong emotion, and the people present fell into a moment of silence. Everyone seemed to be still reeling from the wave of emotions that had just hit them and needed some time to calm themselves. After a long period of time, a fierce applause rang out. The 3 housemates' gazes carried a sense of disbelief. They had thought Lin Che would sing a rock song, but they hadn't thought that he would do the same as they did and come up with a love song. The point is that it also overshadows the trio. The time also came to 10:30 at the end of the song. With no time to think, the 3 of them began to evacuate the scene, allowing the crowd to leave the venue in an orderly fashion. Lin Che put his guitar into his backpack and gathered up the garbage scattered on the ground. Not far away, after Su Qingqing pushed Qin Lily into Li Hua's arms, she moved her small steps towards the center of the playground. Chapter 76, I'll be polite. Lin Che buried his head in the corner of the playground and organized the garbage present with sharp movements. But Lin Che's mind was all over the place, inwardly calculating when Su Qingqing could come over. Regarding the matter of the agent, that was really vital to Lin Che at the moment. I also don't know if this person, Li Hua, is telling the truth. Lin Che secretly spat in his heart as he cleaned up the garbage. I'm coming. Just as Lin Che was rambling, Su Qingqing's flat voice came over. Oh, answered Lin Che casually, not even raising his head, still minding his own business. But just after answering, Lin Che stopped moving his hands for a moment as if he had suddenly reacted, thought for a moment, and handed out the broom in his hand. Nah, broom. Su Qingqing reached out and took the broom, slightly bowing her head. She also began to carefully clean up the scene. Seeing this, Lin Che took out disposable gloves from his pocket and put them on, staying close to Su Qingqing and helping out. For a while, only the rustle of a broom across the floor echoed through the air. 10 minutes later, the corner of the playground is finally cleaned up. Lin Che half sat on the grass and slowly looked up at the vast starry sky. He placed the guitar beside him and turned his head to look at Su Qingqing, who was already sitting beside him. A cold wind howls on a December night. The biting wind whipped across their faces, bringing a slight sting, but neither of them had any intention of leaving early. Lin Che had been pondering in his mind how to ask the vital question politely. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, was also full of tangles, pondering on what exactly to say now. The silence spread across the playground like this cold night fog, weighing heavily on both of their hearts. Congratulations, Grand Champion. In the end, it was Su Qingqing who took the lead in breaking this silence. Although the song Ordinary Friends was very evocative, looking at Lin Che's state, it wasn't hard for Su Qingqing to guess that Lin Che hadn't talked about it at all. Hey, talking about this, the heart is tired. Lin Che also took advantage of this, frowning slightly as he gently spat out these words. With a puzzled gaze, Su Qingqing looked towards Lin Che, her eyes filled with incomprehension. Su Qingqing didn't quite understand how the title of champion, which was so scenic in the eyes of the onlookers, had become a source of heart fatigue when it came to Lin Che. Lin Che shook his head slightly as he gazed into the deep night sky inside. After the debut, the announcements are almost bursting the mailboxes, and it feels like my heart is sinking. Lin Che's voice was permeated with helplessness. The pressure of the notice as such was literally pressing on his shoulders at the moment. Plus there's no longer any heat from Blood Pack and the theme for December's new song has yet to be established. Although Lin Che can now release new songs with the title, That's surely no problem for the top 10 of the new songs chart. But the first is hard to say. In an age where the hot search changes once a day, there will always be someone like Lin Che who is an overnight sensation. Find someone to help you share it. Su Qingqing's eyes flickered. In fact, she knew Lin Che's intentions behind this outpouring, but she still feigned ignorance and went along with the conversation. Hey, I was just looking at TalentNet today and picked for 2 hours. Lin Che remembered sitting in front of the computer at dinner, looking at the screen full of agent profiles. One carefully sifted through the scenarios and couldn't help but get a headache, raising a hand to rub his temples. What's the result? Su Qingqing pursued, her hand unconsciously grabbing a small handful of grass beside her. 0 people chanting. Lin Che spread his hands with a bitter smile, the helplessness on that face even more obvious. The two of them just chatted on and on, the topic always playing around the edges, slow to get to the point, just like two ordinary friends that casual conversation, but each other's hearts and hide things, the layer of window paper so separated in the middle. Who did not go to stab through? Actually, Su Qingqing's lips wriggled slightly, as if she had made a great determination and was finally planning to show her cards. My second uncle is an agent. Lin Che raised his eyebrows, a flash of light instantly flashing in his eyes as he turned his head to look at Su Qingqing. Lin Che's eyes carried a touch of blazing heat, and his gaze was filled with anticipation. Su Qingqing was a little uncomfortable by Lin Che's blazing eyes. Her heart was inexplicably agitated. She lightly coughed twice, stabilized her mind and said, my second uncle just left his job last month. It seems like he couldn't stand the temper of the flow boy, contradicted a few words, and then he was screwed by the company. As Su Qingqing spoke, she peeked at Lin Che's expression, her heart in a state of confusion, not knowing how Lin Che would react. Lin Che listened quietly, and after understanding what happened, his tightly locked brows gradually unraveled, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Where is this leaving a job? It's clearly being fired. Lin Che secretly shook his head in his heart, but at this moment, there was more of a sense of relief in his heart. Why don't you come and me? Ha ha. Lin Che didn't dwell on it much. The words were already said. Lin Che simply threw out this proposal, his gaze looking towards Su Qingqing. Drip drip. In Lin Che's pocket, the cell phone vixen rings. I pushed my second uncle vixen on you, muttered Su Qingqing in a small voice. Thanks. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Lin Che's tone was light and slightly polite. Fine. Tomorrow then. Su Qingqing inexplicably came up with a sentence for some reason. Lin Che was just about to get up when his body inexplicably shook and his gaze looked at Su Qingqing in surprise. No, I'll be polite. However, Su Qingqing had done a favor, so it was reasonable to treat her to a meal to show her appreciation. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Lin Che picked up his guitar and said to Su Qingqing. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. After sending Su Qingqing back to her dormitory, Lin Che also left the campus. Back home, after adding Su Qingqing's second uncle Xinxing his Weishin, the other party quickly sent a resume. Name, Su Qinghe. Age, 34. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Resume, once in Star Ocean Entertainment brought the king and queen of the song, and then in Dragon Media as the flow of the young man Li Qingkai's agent. Resources. Friends with executives at various music production companies to get information on projects and to secure performance opportunities for artists. Familiar with the style preferences of each variety show and able to match projects that suit the artist. Work experience. 10 years in the brokerage industry. Started as an artist's assistant and progressed through various stages of development. A 10-year practitioner? Lin Che inwardly pondered. It's also a pretty good gold medal agent. Originally, Lin Che was still worried about finding an agent. Still satisfied after seeing Su Qinghe's resume. Abundant resources can help his career development. And 10 years of work experience makes him believe that Xin Qinghe can handle all kinds of problems. After thinking about it, Lin Che typed, Saturday at noon. Meet at the corner cafe. Although it was referred by a friend, the process to be followed should not be missing. At least verify that the other person is qualified and trustworthy first. Chapter 77, You're not really giving it away for nothing, are you? The next day, Lin Che arrived at the agreed location with Su Qingqing as promised. Today, Su Qingqing is wearing a light blue and yellow dress. Her hair is casually draped over her shoulders, and she is wearing a coat, looking fresh and imperial. The two arrived at a cozy restaurant and found a seat by the window. Lin Che looked at the menu and ordered a few dishes at random. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, appeared to be somewhat absent-minded, her gaze always secretly falling on Lin Che and quickly moving away, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her coat. What's wrong with you? Are you too tired today? Or are these dishes not to your liking? Lin Che noticed Su Qingqing's anomaly and asked with slight concern. Today, Lin Che had finished teaching Su Qingqing, while going to look for Xiao Ming, before coming to the appointment. So Lin Che thought for sure that it was because he had given a little too much teaching pressure and made it uncomfortable. Ah, no la, I'm just a little nervous. Su Qingqing stammered. Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? It's not like it's the first time with me. Lin Che laughed and joked. No, it's fine, said Su Qingqing with her head lowered in a small voice. Lin Che couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Ha ha, you're overthinking it. Just think of it as friends having a meal together and relaxing. Dinner went on in this somewhat subtle atmosphere. As Lin Che ate, he chatted with Su Qingqing about some interesting things about music, trying to relax her. Su Qingqing also tried hard to respond, but occasionally, her heart would still race because of a look or a word from Lin Che. After hurriedly settling dinner, Lin Che said goodbye to Su Qingqing and returned home. Inside the rental house, Lin Che opened his computer and checked up on the program invitations in his mailbox. Lin Che had previously enrolled in a number of sound syntheses. Those audio compilations are all internet explosions and hot searches. Lin Che is also looking forward to furthering his popularity through these programs. However, the reality was not as he had hoped. Lin Che flipped through the emails that were politely rejected, and inevitably felt a hint of loss in his heart. Each email was like a pot of cold water, dousing the fire of enthusiasm in Lin Che's heart. Hey, why is it so hard? Could it be that I'm not trying hard enough? I've obviously tried very hard. Lin Che sighed helplessly, his brows furrowing slightly. Suddenly, an offer for a program called Love Songs in Bloom. Lin Che couldn't help but see a bright light in front of his eyes. His originally bleak eyes instantly filled with hope. Click for starting program rules. It's not hard to tell from the name that this is a show that focuses on love songs. Players can sing new songs or adapt old ones. The only requirement of the program is that the genre must be a love song. This rule, pondered Lin Che as he flipped through it. See the show divided into 8 episodes. Aired as a live broadcast with a final elimination system. One contestant will be eliminated every 2 installments. And the one with the lowest percentage of votes in both installments will be automatically eliminated. A panel of 100 judges and 4 music critics were on hand to vote. The winner can be crowned King of Love Songs. Lin Che rubbed his chin in dark thought. King of Love Songs? Love songs, no matter what world they are in, will always be the genre with the largest market share. Using love songs to build up popularity is really good so far. But Lin Che is not very optimistic about the show. Lin Che had already won the original audio variety show, and it was more than a little inappropriate to go to another program as a contestant. Let's look at it again. If it doesn't work, then we'll talk about it. Lin Che sighed slightly and closed the computer. He leaned back in his chair and stared up at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts. The night was already late, so Lin Che washed up and laid down on the bed, relaxing his body. It's crucial for him to interview agents tomorrow. After all, when you are in the entertainment industry, a reliable agent can make a difference. Although the whole thing with that show was a bit disturbing. But right now, the agent is the top priority. It's important to get enough sleep and get energized to face tomorrow. There was no sound all night. Early the next morning, Lin Che straightened his attire to make sure he looked refreshed. Then proceed to the agreed location, the corner cafe. In the cafe, a middle-aged man with a slightly blonde physique sat in the corner with an indifferent expression. At the moment, Su Qingha is recalling his niece's pleading. Originally, after Su Qingha left his old employer, Dragon Media, he had planned to live a free and easy-lying life for a while. But a week ago, I received a message from Su Qingqing. At that time, I thought that my niece had come to greet herself with concern, and in my heart, I even praised my niece for having grown up and knowing to think about her second uncle. But when Su Qingqing said that she wanted him to be Lin Che's manager, Su Qingha's first reaction was to politely refuse, simply because it was hard for him to get away from his busy work, so he wanted to take a break. How could he think of taking any more artists? What's more, Su Qingha didn't want to bring in new people right now. The last time I left my job it was because the new guy was arrogant and uncaring, but couldn't resist Su Qingqing's pampering. Listening to the sound of a pouting uncle, you just help me. Just take a look at it first. This made it really difficult for Su Qingha, so he had to agree to take a look first. But when he saw Lin Che's photo, Su Qingha found a hint of clues. This kid is white and tender looking, and that look could really make a bit of a name for himself in the entertainment industry. And the singing is good, and the tunes are fresh, so it's really a good one. But it was because of this that Su Qingha's heart was flooded with mutterings. Because of the feeling that Lin Che's appearance gave Su Qingha, he would always associate it with a flow boy. Logically speaking, Qingqing wouldn't like this type, said Su Qingha inwardly as he frowned tightly. The more I think about it, the more wrong it gets. Associated with the Magic City Arts Academy, class of 2024, composition department, schoolboy, star, personal piano teacher. A piece of news about Lin Che surfaced in Su Qingha's mind. Hiss, it's not really for nothing, is it? Su Qinghe extended this thought in his mind. My own niece Su Qingqing is the only little coat of the Su family. Since she was a child, she has been highly loved. And now that she is so interested in this Lin Che matter, Su Qinghe can't help but raise a trace of connective tissue. Su Qinghe snorted coldly in his heart, secretly thinking, this kid looks like the type that invites girls to like. Don't be playing any crooked ideas to approach my niece, right? Just let me see this kid first. What kind of gumption he has. If he dares to have any thoughts about Qingqing, I won't spare him. Obviously, Su Qinghe had already completely treated Lin Che as a pig that was arching over his own family's cabbages. Su Qinghe wore a scrutinizing, slightly hostile gaze. Staring closely at the entrance of the cafe, he waited for Lin Che to appear. Su Qinghe frantically gave himself mental hints that no matter what Lin Che said later, Su Qinghe would dislike it back. Chapter 78. No, buddy. A little bit of time passes. Lin Che quickly arrived at the cafe. When he pushed the door in, he saw Su Qinghe sitting in the corner. Lin Che adjusted his mind, took a breath of relief, and stepped forward. This meeting today was crucial for Lin Che. The Su Qinghe in front of him, although Lin Che had never dealt with him in depth, but there are some rumors in the industry that he has heard a little. Having been in the brokerage industry for 10 years, there is certainly a wealth of experience. Su Qinghe sat in the corner, a hint of imperceptible condescension in his eyes. He sized up Lin Che, who was walking towards him, and pondered in his heart. In his opinion, this time to come to the interview is just for the face of his niece, and in his heart there is still some hidden reluctance, thinking that his niece is really superfluous. How capable can this Lin Che be? Is it worth being his agent? Lin Che walked over to the table, owed a slight bow, and said politely, "Hello Mr. Su, I'm Lin Che. Thank you very much for taking the time to meet with me." Lin Che's voice was steady and calm, with a faint smile on his face. Not the slightest hint of nervousness could be seen. Su Qinghe just nodded slightly. "Sit down and let's get right to the point. Cyan keeps telling me about you and how wonderful you are. I'd like to hear for myself. What do you think you have going for you to make it in this entertainment industry?" Su Qinghe's tone carried a bit of carelessness, and his eyes were still permeated with that condescending energy. When Lin Che was asked this question, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "No, buddy, who the hell is interviewing who?" Still, Lin Che was unperturbed as he settled down in his chair, his hands resting naturally on his knees. Lin Che looked straight into Su Qinghe's eyes and slowly spoke. "Mr. Su, wanting to stand out is nothing more than 2 words. Heat. Speaking here." Lin Che slightly raised his hand and gestured. "Right now. For example, there are new people popping up every day in the entertainment industry, with all kinds of works and all kinds of topics. But how many of them are really sustained by the public and the heat is high? Heat that shines a light on the artist and gets more people to see it. With heat, there are more opportunities to showcase your talent and attract more quality resources." Lin Che finished in one breath with a flat tone. If it was any other interviewer, facing this kind of interviewer who treats himself as a party A, Lin Che would not even bother to explain and would directly slap his butt and walk away. What kind of job seeker is treated like this? It's just inexplicable. You're hooked up, aren't you? Just pretend? Su Qinghe's originally somewhat scattered eyes gradually gained a hint of concentration. However, he still snorted coldly and said, "It's not enough to have heat. There are many people with heat in the entertainment industry, but how many of them can make it in the end? What else?" Lin Che did not panic because of Su Qinghe's questioning and still maintained that composure. Lin Che smiled gently and said, "You're right, Mr. Su, but have you ever thought, maybe there just wasn't enough heat? Not enough rhythm? Nowadays, a lot of artists are satisfied with a little bit of heat. They don't go about their business properly, and the heat is gone in a flash. Not to mention the fact that when the heat is up, all kinds of public pressure will follow, and if the artist's ability to resist pressure is weak, it will be difficult to maintain the heat for a long time." Saying that, Lin Che took out his laptop from the bag he was carrying and handed it to Su Qinghe. "This is the heat I've carried since I entered the competition, and it records my analysis of different time periods, my understanding of the heat, and some of my own summarized methods of maintaining the heat, so you can take a look." Su Qinghe took the notebook with some surprise and casually flipped through a few pages. The plan was found to be very well done and organized, with some great insights in it. It had the China's best song heat plan that Lin Che had made from the beginning. The dates inside detail the nodes from the first installment, to the use of the opponent's specialty tunes, to Li In Cho. What surprised Su Qinghe the most was that Lin Che had also punked the 3 tutors. Su Qinghe couldn't help but frown slightly, and in his heart, his opinion of Lin Che began to change slightly. He didn't expect this Lin Che to have such a set of his own insights on heat, and to put it into practice to analyze and summarize. What's more, I didn't expect a fledgling newcomer to dare to reach out and grab at the music industry's king and queen of songs. Su Chingha put down his notebook, looked at Lin Che and said, even if you can create heat, the entertainment industry changes too quickly. Today's fire could be cool tomorrow. How can you guarantee that you can keep the fire going? Lin Che smiled faintly and said in a light tone, Mr. Su, this is not something you should consider. I haven't missed a beat since the beginning. Lin Che's words carried a touch of confidence and did not answer Su Chingha's question head-on. As Su Chingha listened to Lin Che's words, his heart felt more and more that the kid was not simple. His original condescending attitude gradually tightened up a bit, and his tone eased a bit to say, well, what you said makes a bit of sense. Alright, Mr. Su. Lin Che opened his mouth to interrupt. It's my turn to ask, right? Hearing Lin Che's question, Su Chingha inexplicably felt a wave of nervousness rise within him, only to see Lin Che's gaze instantly become eloquent as he looked towards Su Chingha. Lin Che slightly opened his mouth. Do you think? You've brought out kings and queens of song as a 10-year veteran of the agent industry. But of all the newcomers you've brought out over the years, how many of them have really hit it big and sustained the heat for a long time? You claim that not enough heat won't work, but how much substantial work have you done yourself to build and maintain heat? You've always emphasized experience, but has your experience kept up with the rapid changes in today's entertainment industry? In the entertainment industry nowadays, with the rise of various new media platforms and endless marketing techniques, do you dare to say that you are proficient in all of them and apply them to the promotion of your artists? Also, since you're interviewing me for the sake of your niece, does that mean your first impression of me is not good? And on what basis can you guarantee that you will go all out to build a career for me in the subsequent cooperation? Lin Che's series of questions were pinpointed and sharp, causing Su Chingha to freeze for a moment. Su Chingha opened his mouth, but realized that he didn't know how to answer for a moment. It was thought that everything was under control. But I didn't expect this Lin Che to not only have insights into the heat of the entertainment industry and other issues. This rhetorical question was even more unforgiving, directly poking at his sore spot. At this moment, the atmosphere in the cafe seemed to freeze. Su Chingha fell into deep thought while Lin Che quietly looked at him, waiting for a response. Lin Che raised the coffee cup in front of him and took a small sip, inwardly grunting once again. Chapter 79, Homesickness. Lin Che's taste buds felt a burst of bitterness, and the rich coffee flavor filled his mouth. But he couldn't bring a hint of mellow feeling at all. Instead, only the lingering bitterness remained. Lin Che frowned and cursed in his heart. Marred. Next time I'll make sure to set the location at a milk tea store. Halftime. Su Chingha lifted his head slightly. That expression contained some embarrassment, and beads of sweat seemed to be faintly emerging from his forehead. He forced out a smile that seemed so far-fetched to Lin Che, only to hear him say, I'm sorry, this is something I can't figure out for now. As a senior broker, Su Chingha naturally has a good idea of what he is responsible for. On weekdays, he is like a tireless machine, working tirelessly for his artists. He'll be racking his brain to craft hot topics to boost the artist's popularity, running around picking up all kinds of announcements. Whether it was the hot sun or the cold wind, he never slacked off. Suffice it to say that these duties he has always fulfilled in their proper manner. However, after experiencing this series of inquiries from Lin Che, Su Chingha couldn't help but start reflecting on himself. Those questions posed by Lin Che caused ripples in Su Chingha's heart. It seems like all the things you do, other agents are doing too. When Lin Che saw Su Chingha in this state, he was not in a hurry. Leaning against the back of the chair, Lin Che slightly narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. After a while, Lin Che slowly got up in a nonchalant manner and spoke with a calm expression. Mr. Su, I'll see you next time. Actually, it wasn't that Lin Che really didn't have the time to continue pursuing the matter, but after all, the other party is an elder. More or less still have to take some face. Although Lin Che himself could not care too much about all this red tape deep down, but Su Chingha was Su Chingching's second uncle anyways. Lin Che didn't want to make the relationship between them too cold because of this. In his opinion, when people get along with each other, even if there are some disagreements, they should still leave a few points of leeway, so that they can meet each other in the future. After leaving the cafe, the midday sun poured down unreservedly, dazzling light, as if to penetrate everything in the world. Lin Che had just stepped out of the cafe, and instantly, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Standing on the steps of the doorway, Lin Che looked at the scene of the street in front of him, where the traffic was endless, with people coming and going. Everyone rushes by with their own purpose and story. In the midst of this hustle and bustle, an inexplicable melancholy suddenly surged in Lin Che's heart. A little homesick, Lin Che said inwardly. After working in my previous life, I basically went home for New Year's Eve. Having lived a new life, Lin Che could not help but feel some homesickness. The cooperation didn't work out, and Lin Che wandered aimlessly, Footsteps seem to be casual, but the heart is like a mess entangled. How can not sort out the thoughts? After the finale of The Good Song of China, Lin Che's heat hadn't been completely extinguished yet, and there was still a hint of residual warmth. Lin Che became a hot topic of discussion in the streets overnight. His name appears frequently in major media reports, whether it's the entertainment pages of the newspaper or the popular pushes of the online media. Lin Che's figure is always missing. Fans were even more excited as they took to the major social media platforms. The passionate words seemed to break through the screen, urging Lin Che to release a new song as soon as possible. Why would Lin Che actually not want to release a song? Meet the expectations of fans and friends? The desire to send a song, more than once, was a stupid undercurrent in Lin Che's heart. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lin Che had, and did have, quite a few wonderful melodies and heart-touching songs in his head. However, Lin Che still managed to use his strong self-control to harden this force, releasing a song at the beginning of the month. Isn't this giving other producers a chance to rub it in? Lin Che secretly pondered. In a seemingly bustling entertainment industry full of endless opportunities, behind the scenes are actually hidden many unknown cruel rules. It is just like the undercurrent that surges beneath the calm sea, and if you are not careful, you may be caught in it, making it difficult for you to get out of it. Nowadays, Lin Che, as an unprecedented newcomer, the amount of heat he had was simply amazing. It was comparable to the average second-tier singer. This is undoubtedly a piece of mouth-watering fat in the eyes of onlookers. Lin Che attracted the covetousness of countless people. Many senior and mid-level producers were secretly rubbing their fists and building up momentum, just waiting to find a chance to get a piece of Lin Che. Lin Che had also witnessed too many of these helpless and heartbreaking phenomena. Those newcomers who once shared his musical dreams had a small internet hit with an original song. At that moment, it was as if they saw the dawn of their dreams shining into reality. There was a surge of fans and a lot of heat, full of joy. I thought that I was about to take more solid steps on the path of music. However, just as they were getting ready to launch their new work with enthusiasm, they encountered a lot of obstacles. Some producers with capital backing will release similar but more polished songs on the eve of these newcomers' releases. But in fact, these so-called fine work is just relying on the capital pile of publicity and packaging to hold up. The content is often empty, lack of real music soul, and those veteran producers are even relying on their connections and high status accumulated over the years in the entertainment industry, easily grabbing the recommended spots on major music platforms. In this way, even if the newcomer's new song is of superior quality, possessing genuine emotion and unique creativity, however, under the heavy siege of capital and connections, it is just a companion for others, and it is difficult to really emerge and get the attention it deserves. Lin Che couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in his heart when he thought about this. In this era where traffic is king, the power of capital is even more infinitely amplified. Capital is like a giant invisible hand that manipulates every aspect of the entertainment industry. Who else is really going to look at the quality of your songs? Those singers who are capitalized on. Even if their vocals are average and their songs lack depth, but as long as the capital behind them is willing to spend money on marketing, they can appear frequently in the public eye, gain a very high degree of attention, and enjoy a star-studded treatment. Lin Che strolled through the streets, and from time to time, various pop songs played in the stores along the street came to his ears, and the melody that was either cheerful or lyrical floated in the air. He had mixed feelings in his heart, looking at the sunlight through the gaps in the leaves sprinkled on the ground to form a patch of mottled light and shadow, just like his broken and complex mood at this moment. In this world, whoever is on fire is right, and that's the way to go. Chapter 80. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. 2 days passed in a flash. With Lin Che's win in The Voice of China, the heat was unprecedented, attracting a number of competition-type audio programs to come to him one after another. The starting point for all these sonic syntheses is almost always the same. It was nothing more than looking at Lin Che's current day-to-day heat. Both want to capitalize on his popularity to add a little sparkle to the show, which in turn will reap higher attention and ratings. However, Lin Che was a bit tired of these competition-type sound syntheses at the moment. It's true that proper competition can be great for building heat, but it can be counterproductive to enter a variety of competitions. After all, if it were not for the fact that The Voice of China has a relatively fair and maximizes the convergence of public support in the form of an all-network voting system, Lin Che might have a really hard time chewing on the title. Now that it's so hard to make a debut, Lin Che knows that every step he has to take in the future, every decision he makes, may affect his own star path. At this moment, Lin Che leisurely paralyzed on the sofa, swiping the doujinshi to kill time. These worrying emails, Lin Che left it all to Su Qinghe to take care of. In the past 2 days, after some deep reflection, Su Qinghe issued an invitation to Lin Che for a trial job. Su Qinghe has been in the entertainment industry for many years and has always had a unique vision. Although he had doubts about Lin Che before, after thinking about it for the past 2 days, he always felt that Lin Che was not such a simple person. Su Qingha also gave himself an excuse. I'm just getting to know this person's character, so Qingqing can see this brat's true colors. Lin Che didn't understand Su Qingha's thoughts. He only knew that free labor was not used for nothing. Drip drip. A vixen message rang out, breaking Lin Che's brief amusement. Opening his cell phone, Lin Che frowned slightly. In the past 2 days, Lin Che had asked him to find a few variety shows that could take over the existing heat, laying the foundation for the next development. Only Su Qingha sent a PPT. Lin Che sat on the sofa and flipped through it with interest. The first thing that comes to mind is the old variety shows Fast and Furious and Everyday. These 2 variety shows were once a hit in the entertainment industry and have a huge audience base. However, Lin Che directly passed them off without hesitation. In his opinion, these 2 variety shows are famous though, but it may not be the best option for him to take the heat the most these days. The PPT then featured a number of adaptation-based audio-synthesized presentations. Lin Che just casually swept a few glances without much interest. One's head is filled with a million wonderful melodies. Why are you adapting someone else's work? Might as well settle down and work on a new song. Finally, naturally, there is the sound synthesis of the competition system. Lin Che genuinely didn't want to take another look when he saw this. The experience of participating in previous competitions is still fresh in my mind. While the competitive atmosphere can be motivating, it can also be exhausting. Moreover, Lin Che didn't want to participate in the competition before for a simple reason. After all, he had already won the championship in The Voice of China. In a way, there is no longer a need to prove one's musical ability through competitions. However, as Lin Che continued to flip through the PPT, I saw that Su Qingha recommended the audio variety show Love Song Bloom. This program had actually invited Lin Che a long time ago, so naturally Lin Che still had some impression of it. Why? Lin Che couldn't help but frown slightly, his heart somewhat puzzled. According to reason, this kind of explosive sound synthesizer shouldn't care about a newcomer like me. Lin Che's gaze was puzzled. In the hierarchical and competitive world of showbiz, newcomers are often left to fight silently on the fringes, waiting for that glimmer of a possible chance to make a name for themselves. And a sound variety like Love Song Bloom, which has already exploded in popularity, has always been a stage for all sorts of big celebrities to compete for. How can you throw yourself at a newcomer so easily? Lin Che felt as if things were not as simple as they appeared to be. There must be some reason for this that he did not yet know. Just as Lin Che was puzzled, his eyes fell on the notes of Su Qingha's PPT. The title King of Love Songs is clearly marked on it. Earlier, Lin Che had also risen a hint of interest in this title, but since it was a tournament system, Lin Che didn't put too much stock in it. But Su Qingha followed up by explaining that he had learned through inside information. This title is enough to take an artist from newcomer to a third-tier singer in one fell swoop. Of course, the curiosity varies, and so does the gold content of this title. For a newcomer like Lin Che, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity, like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. After seeing the huge class leap this could bring, Lin Che was shocked to the point where he was staring like a bronze bell. Lin Che really didn't expect it. How can a mere title be so rewarding? In showbiz, no power, no background? It's hard for newcomers to take a step up the ladder. And now the title of King of Love Songs has crossed over? Thinking about this, a surge of excitement surged in Lin Che's heart. Although Lin Che had resisted a bit earlier because there were too many coincidences. But when you think about it, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Fight it, bike to motorcycle. Lin Che secretly cheered himself up in his heart. With such an opportunity in front of you, why not? So, then again, the kind of resistance Lin Che had towards the competition program instantly disappeared and was replaced by anticipation. Where does this game show not work? This game is awesome. Oh, man, that smells good. Lin Che made an instant decision, and after establishing his goal, he gladly accepted the invitation to Love Song Bloom. At the same time, Yi Ling received a message from the organizers with it. Yes, this is all this woman's doing. Handle in the body of Lin Che. Yi Ling cannot snipe, so he had to come up with this strategy. Then the war. Che, stinky brother, you still took the bait? Yi Ling muttered in a small voice, the corners of her mouth rising slightly with a smug and wry smile. The delicate face was even more charming and attractive under the smile, and a pair of peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Stinky brother, still really think you can escape me? Yi Ling mumbled while looking at the message in her cell phone, her words full of confidence and the smugness of being in control. See, this time you'll have to listen to me again, and I won't lose to you again. Yi Ling looked as if she recalled something, and there was a touch of sulkiness in her eyes. In her mind, Lin Che's look of having everything under control constantly surfaced. That confident look seemed like a silent provocation to her. This time, Yi Ling was determined to let Lin Che know how good she was in the program Love Songs Bloom. I'm going to get back all the face I lost before. I'm going to take back control and make everything the way I want it to be. Yi Ling secretly set a flag in her heart. Chapter 81, What Words? What Words? Yi Ling was originally still lazily leaning on the soft and cozy sofa in her house. Long, slender fingers slid casually across the screen of his cell phone, idly flipping through the doo-wop. There was a hint of boredom in his eyes, but right after learning that Lin Che accepted the invitation to the program Love Song Bloom, Yi Ling instantly came to life, her entire body breaking free from that state of lethargy. She was busy fixing her gorgeous and stylish attire. Afterward, Yi Ling took an eager step and walked straight to her beloved little Baoma, heading to the Magic City Art Academy. In the car, the corner of Yi Ling's mouth hooked up into a faint smile, a hint of cunning in the smile. Inwardly, he said, "Humph, bad brother. You've made your sister wait so hard. This time, I'll have to meet you properly." Yi Ling had to get back the face she had lost at Lin Che's earlier. Yi Ling knew what the program Love Song Bloom meant to herself and Lin Che. In this highly competitive and extremely updated entertainment industry, both are desperate to get back on the scene by rubbing off on this show. Yi Ling had gone through a lot of trouble to secretly manipulate all of this in order to completely crush Lin Che on the program. When I think about it, the program was still only in the evaluation stage for Lin Che, and was not completely sure about inviting him. But Yi Ling is not idle. She yelled every day. Seemingly inadvertently in front of the program group, related personnel casually mentioned Lin Che. The program team naturally understood Yi Ling's intentions and followed her lead, ultimately leading to the situation where Lin Che accepted the invitation. The vehicle slowed to a stop in front of the art school. The sound of the engine dying was loud and clear in the relative quiet of the school entrance. Coincidentally, Lin Che just happened to be out of school. Lin Che is here today to take a long vacation. After all, the program Love Song Bloom was recorded in Hangzhou. Lin Che has a full schedule. The schedule for various rehearsals, preparations, and taping of the program was tight as hell. Lin Che can't guarantee that he'll be able to clock in and out of class on time, although Lin Che didn't attend many classes on weekdays. But after all, it is still a school student. The procedure should go a little bit more or less to mean, it's actually so easy to take a vacation this time? Lin Che walked out of the school gates and inwardly sighed. Could it be because of the championship? Thinking of the principal's chamber, the way old 6th Pang Jiayue treated himself with respect, Lin Che really wanted to laugh a little. Yi Ling in the car had her gaze locked onto Lin Che through the car window, looking at Lin Che in a good mood. Yi Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible viciousness. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he even directly rushed towards Lin Che with a kick of the gas. One's sixth sense is still really accurate. In an instant, Lin Che felt a touch of killing intent coming from his face. Heartbeat steeply accelerated. Adrenaline spiked dramatically. Lin Che subconsciously took a few quick steps backward. His feet panicked with a few instincts of survival. Watching the white palmer pull up like a ferocious beast, Lin Che couldn't help but greet the other party's ancestors inwardly. In his heart, he was shocked and angry, and secretly cursed. What does this man want? Want to run me over? Simply crazy. Only the windows rolled down slowly. Yi Ling's beautiful and charming face surfaced before Lin Che's eyes. Her face looked brighter and brighter in the sunlight. The charming peach blossom eyes were filled with a bit of smugness and teasing. "Hey chick, want to get in my car?" Yi Ling's silver bell-like voice rang out, her tone full of flirtation. Looking towards Lin Che, who had a dark face, Yi Ling couldn't help but feel a little complacent in her heart. Lin Che figured out the beginning and end of the matter in just this instant. A hint of annoyance rose in his heart. This woman actually laid out a chess game of this magnitude just to compete with herself on the show? Lin Che took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin Che's face carried a hint of displeasure as he said coldly, "Yi Ling, what kind of show are you singing? Drive-by? What are you doing? You're out of your mind. If anything happens to me, I'm afraid your career in the entertainment industry will be affected as well, right?" When Yi Ling heard Lin Che's words, instead of getting angry, she giggled. "Yo, brother Lin Che, look at what you're saying. My sister isn't seeing that you're tired of walking and wants to give you a ride. What? You don't appreciate it?" The teasing intent in Yi Ling's eyes intensified. The corners of Lin Che's mouth twitched faintly as he inwardly cursed. "Giving me a ride? Going to the Western paradise to fetch scriptures? What's that? What words? This woman can really open her eyes and make such bad behavior sound so grand." Lin Che snorted coldly and said, "Yi Ling, don't be hypocritical here. I already know about your little stunt on that love song in Bloom show. You think that's going to disrupt me?" The corner of Lin Che's mouth hooked up into a faint mocking smile. "Those little tricks of yours are nothing more than the acts of a jumping clown in my opinion." By meeting with Yi Ling again, Lin Che also understood that Yi Ling was absolutely determined to give herself a hard time on the Love Song Bloom program. But Lin Che wasn't the least bit intimidated. "It's not yet known who the deer in the program will be," Lin Che said in a slightly lighter tone. "Since you want to play, then I'll accompany you to the end. But don't be furious when the time comes, ha." The corner of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly. In the car, Yiling clenched her teeth, looking at Lin Che's calm and composed appearance. A small trace of panic rose in the bottom of her heart. She recalled the first time she met Lin Che, and a wave of irritation inexplicably welled up in her heart. "Humph, stinky brother, how can you think of your sister like that? Sister just wants to be with you." Yiling's aggrieved voice rang out, and after saying that, Yiling stretched out her white palms in what appeared to be a gesture of goodwill. "Come to shake hands? A good friend? Sister's hand feels good." "Oh." Lin Che bristled. "Oh, you want to stay with me? You want nothing more than a vanity. You're just trying to use me." Lin Che directly poked and prodded. It's not uncommon in the entertainment industry to take the opportunity to rise in the ranks. Lin Che had previously wanted to quickly rise in curiosity like this, but he always felt that it was a bit inhumane, so he had been waiting for someone else to touch himself. Hearing her own little mind being pierced through, Yiling slapped the steering wheel fiercely, making a pop sound. "Stinky brother, why do you act so calm every time?" Lin Che naturally noticed the irritated Yiling, but Lin Che just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing Lin Che in this state, Yiling clenched her fists. "Are you done?" Lin Che's cold voice rang out. "Finished, then I'll say goodbye?" After speaking, Lin Che directly turned around and left. Yiling was left alone in the car freaking out. "This woman has some brains, but not much," Lin Che inwardly said. "Oh, if you don't come, I really don't know which song to sing in the first installment." Now well, with Yiling as a big blood bag, then things started to get interesting. Chapter 82, The Three Stooges. Lin Che felt the exasperated Yiling behind him. However, there was not the slightest movement on his face. Instead, he looked like he was on cloud nine. Even Lin Che slightly hooked up the corners of his mouth, and a trace of laughter, if any, flashed through his eyes. In his heart, he thought to himself, "This woman is quite funny, and really verifies the saying, big brainless. The heat given for nothing is indeed quite good and nice," Lin Che added in his heart as he walked unhurriedly. In Lin Che's opinion, Yiling's move was undoubtedly sending an excellent opportunity to himself. In another case, if it was a new song chart competition, Lin Che might have been a little more cautious and ensured a hand from his heart. After all, there are a multitude of factors involved in the ranking of the new song charts. Things like how well the song is being sung, how well the listener likes it, how well it's being marketed, etc. Each part is crucial, and the slightest mishap can affect the performance of the entire song. But not so with variety. The variety stage is like a big stage full of variables. Various reversals can come out of nowhere and catch people off guard. Take Lee In-shul for example. At first, Lee In-shul was confident to participate in the original program. Prior to the taping of the program, Lee In-shul, with some of his past accomplishments and popularity, and blind confidence in their own strength, thought, "I was bound to win big on this show, be the center of attention." At the beginning of the program, Lee In-shul did shine quite brightly with a variety of great performances. However, the sky is the limit as the program progresses. Reality is always boneheaded. Lin Che shook his head and shook out the mixed thoughts. Right now, Lin Che put his mind on the upcoming Outer Provinces competition. This was a crucial thing for Lin Che at this stage. Taking out his cell phone, Lin Che found Xiao Ming's and Su Qingqing's Weixin. Both of them were now Lin Che's lecture students. Lin Che knew in his heart that 8 programs, nearly 2 months of recording cycle, with such a long period of time, Lin Che definitely had no way of rushing back to give them a lesson. But people pay and give too much. I can't just leave it alone. Thinking about it, Lin Che felt that continuing to teach in the form of online classes would not be a bad idea. There are no delays in the competition schedule and you can fulfill your commitment to teaching your students. Lin Che edited the good news, informing that he would be going to a competition in a foreign province, as well as the subsequent arrangements for online class instruction. After clicking send, Lin Che then accelerated his pace and went home. But what Lin Che never expected was, it didn't take long for the phone to vibrate twice in quick succession. Forced to do so, Lin Che slowed down and picked up his cell phone. Xiao Ming and Su Qingqing actually replied with a tacit understanding. "I'm going too." This one blindsided Lin Che. Lin Che couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, his face full of doubt, secretly pondering in his heart. "No? What are you two blindly getting involved in?" Lin Che's gaze once again went to the two's chat box. Only Xiao Ming was seen quickly giving an explanation. "I only saw Xiao Ming's message. Brother Lin, I can be your temporary assistant. No money." In the piano tube, Xiao Ming fell into deep thought after sending this message. At this moment, Xiao Ming was playing a small game in his heart. Xiao Ming was obsessed with the piano and admired Lin Che's piano skills even more. He thought that if he could follow Lin Che to compete in the provinces, observing Lin Che's daily practice as well as his stage performance up close and personal, that would be of great help to the improvement of his own piano level. The package. And he could also take care of Lin Che's life and help with some chores in the meantime. This was a way to repay Lin Che's kindness of teaching him on weekdays, and at the same time allow himself to learn real skills. It's simply a good move. That's why Xiaoming didn't hesitate to gross out. Lin Che naturally did not know Xiaoming's wishful thinking, and his gaze looked towards Su Qingqing's explanation. Only Su Qingqing's reasoning was quite reasonable. My second uncle is your manager, so let me try to be an assistant. I don't need money for anything I do. After Su Qingqing sent this sentence, her fair little face rolled a little. In the girls' dormitory, Qin Lily unconsciously glanced at Su Qingqing a few times. An anti-smile appeared on her face. Lin Che was somewhat speechless as he looked at the replies. For a while it was hard to know how to respond. True, a threesome. Scratching his head, Lin Che was torn in his heart. What the hell are these two thinking? Will it work with them? But if you just refuse, forget it, take them all. Lin Che didn't do anything about it. His heart crossed and he replied, in 2 days, I'll see you at the airport. Roger that. The two quickly returned in seconds. That speed was as if they were afraid that Lin Che would backtrack. Lin Che inwardly sighed and helplessly shook his head, secretly muttering, what's all this about? However, Lin Che then turned around and thought, but, 2 assistants. That's quite good. It's not like you're the one who's tired anyway. 2 days passed in a flash. The trio departed from each of the 3 locations early in the morning, with their destination, the Magic City Airport. Lin Che naturally had little mental burden, but Xiaoming and Su Qingqing were different. Xiaoming thought, finally, I can be alone with Lin. I'm going to steal Lin's lessons for 2 months and come back to shock the piano hall. On the contrary, Su Qingqing thought, it's almost time to be alone with Lin Che. What should I do? I'm a bit nervous. Su Qingqing sat in the car, her small hands gripping the corner of her coat, a little tangled. Qin Lily, who had escorted Su Qingqing along, had been snickering. Su Qingqing wanted to beat up Qin Lily, but there was no reason to. Time passes little by little. The vehicle calmed down slowly. Alright, I won't see you off. I don't want to be a light bulb. Qin Lily lightly pushed Su Qingqing, showing impatience and said. Su Qingqing quirked her lips, her small face suffocating in red. I wanted to retort, but the words wouldn't open. One can only hold in the sulk and walk towards the airport lobby. Remember to take him in 2 months. Qin Lily suddenly shouted when she saw that the angry man had gone away. In the airport hall, Lin Che wore a mask and sat in a corner of the hall, waiting for the two to arrive. I also wonder what mood the 2 little ones are in right now. Lin Che couldn't help but ponder. Happy? Relaxed? Surprise? One by one, words expressing emotions surfaced in Lin Che's mind. 10 minutes later, Xiaoming and Su Qingqing find Lin Che based on their cell phone's location. The two of them once again silently sat in the empty seats on either side of Lin Che. Coming? Lin Che pulled back to reality from his thoughts. Coming. The two replied in unison, and then looked at each other with somewhat puzzled gazes. Who is this person? The 2 men wondered in their minds. Lin Che slowly got up and spoke. Alright, I've bought the tickets. Let's the 3 of us go to the security check together. Well, what? How many? The 2 turned their heads to look at Lin Che, their eyes as wide as copper bells. Chapter 83 Lin Che shouldn't be. In the airport lobby, people were coming and going, and there was a lot of noise. Lin Che, Xiaoming, and Su Qingqing stood in place, wide-eyed, each with a ghost in their hearts. Su Qingqing and Xiaoming naturally carried shock and regret in their hearts. Only the 2 men lamented the same and not the same. The 2 lamented that they could not be alone with Lin Che. But Su Qingqing has more than another kind of regret. Lin Che shouldn't be. That, right? Su Qingqing thought wildly. The atmosphere was a little subtle for a moment. Xiaoming's eyes flowed over the 2 of them, Lin Che and Su Qingqing. That gaze tried to try and detect something in the looks and gestures of the 2 men. Lang Lang? This word involuntarily surfaced in Xiaoming's mind. Su Qingqing was slightly flustered by Xiaoming's scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes flashed with a hint of consternation, and 2 faint blushes crept onto her pink cheeks. The budding movements of those little girls were naturally seen by Xiaoming, a keenly observant fellow. Of course, if Lin Che, a big straight man, saw Su Qingqing in this state, probably would have just assumed that the little girl was just a little afraid of strangers. After all, Lin Che, this emotional intelligence, was flat, with no ups and downs to speak of. Oh, my God. A trace of remorse flashed through Xiaoming's mind as he thought to himself that this was a bad time to be a light bulb. But then with a flash of light in his head, Xiaoming's eyes rolled and he spoke. Brother Lin, actually I came here to talk to you. Xiaoming said this while still having an extremely needy and painful expression with a touch of unwillingness on his face. With a gnashing of teeth, the told, Brother Lin, I may not be able to accompany you. What's wrong? Lin Che was a bit puzzled, with a slightly furrowed brow. Hey, I'm not going to lie. It's almost New Year's. My grandfather's annual event is coming up and I need to get something for his old man. Xiaoming's mind spun fast, and his excuses were made up smoothly. Okay. Lin Che had to give in. He was always such a dry person and didn't ask many questions, feeling that since people had something to do, it wasn't good to force them. He just sighed slightly, and that look was a bit of helplessness. Pity. One less tool, man. Have fun with your sister-in-law. Ugh. Good luck to you, brother Lin, for taking the king of love songs. Xiaoming just wanted to skin a hand, but once he raised his eyes and saw Su Qingqing blushing slightly, Xiaoming immediately realized that he had said this inappropriately and hurriedly changed his words. Ringo, you actually haven't given anyone a reasonable identity yet. Xiaoming was inwardly very shocked. Can you really do whatever you want when you look good? Lin Che didn't care too much about these details and just sighed. Thanks. Then, turning his head to look at Su Qingqing, Lin Che's eyes carried a hint of entanglement. After hesitating for a while, Lin Che spoke. You should be fine, right? I'm fine. I'll be with you anytime. Su Qingqing's voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, a hint of nervousness in her soft voice. Only Su Qingqing slightly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously gripping the corner of her coat. Let's go. It's almost time to check the tickets. Lin Che was not in a good position to stay any longer and said to Su Qingqing. Then, Lin Che took the lead in lifting his feet and stepping forward. Su Qingqing hurriedly followed, the two of them walking shoulder to shoulder. This scene was seen by Xiaoming, worthy of being brother Lin, a model for my generation. The points that Xiaoming admired Lin Che inwardly increased yet again. However, this aspect of feelings was naturally not as important as the piano in Xiaoming's mind. Xiaoming's heart couldn't be more unfavorable. Xiaoming touched his heart and inwardly cried out, Brother Lin, how can I live without your teaching? Ringo, will you come back again? Ringo, you must be happy. Xiaoming's inner self grieved. Looking at the situation, Lin Che and Su Qingqing this vibe. Xiaoming couldn't bear to let Lin Che teach online. The principle that you can't be a light bulb. Xiaoming picked up his phone and edited the text message. Brother Lin, forget about the online class. Postpone it for 2 months. Okay. Lin Che typed with one hand and replied briefly. Well, since I've just talked about the event, when Lin's New Year's Day comes around, why don't you come and join in the fun? Said Xiaoming as he sent another text message over. Okay, a certain bored thee. After replying to this text message, Lin Che walked towards the ticket gate together with Su Qingqing. Only Xiaoming was left standing in place, looking at their backs. After getting on the airplane, Su Qingqing sat next to Lin Che. Lin Che hesitated again and again, but he still couldn't help but open his mouth. Your second uncle, is he? The word sick was at the back of my throat, but when the words came out of his mouth, Lin Che felt that it was too inappropriate to ask, and hurriedly changed his mouth, phrasing it euphemistically. Your second uncle seems to want to lie down flat? It doesn't feel very much like being an agent anymore. Lin Che had no choice but to euphemistically spit on Su Qingha. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Su Qingqing playing such a conciliatory role in the middle, as far as Su Qingha's nature was concerned, he was afraid that he wouldn't even pay attention to himself for a moment. When Su Qingqing heard Lin Che's words, her eyes slightly flowed and she pondered for a while before slowly opening her mouth and explaining. My second uncle was bored by those traffic kids, so he should be thinking that you. Alright. Lin Che didn't wait for Su Qingqing to finish her sentence before interrupting her. In fact, Lin Che knew very well in his heart that this was nothing more than an excuse. The real reason is not here at all. It's just that this emotional intelligence of Lin Che is really making people anxious. No matter how I think about it, I can't think of love. With a little bit of time passing, the two had a chat on the plane. Lin Che first gave Su Qingqing a serious lecture on what kind of work an assistant should do. After speaking about this, he began to explain to Su Qingqing about some of the problems that existed on her piano. But the journey is easy to get sleepy after all. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness swept over the two like a tidal wave. At first, the two of them were still holding on, but the eyelids were getting heavier and heavier as if they were filled with lead. In the end, the two of them fell asleep without even realizing it. I don't know how long it took, but the airplane slowly landed at Hangzhou Airport. Lin Che woke up sleepily, got off the plane, grabbed his luggage, and headed out of the airport. From a big distance Lin Che saw the program's special car. After walking over with Su Qingqing, Lin Che presented the electronic invitation letter as proof. The two of them took a car together to the hotel to recuperate. The show could officially start taping tomorrow, but Lin Che doesn't have any accompaniment for a song right now. The timing of this may seem a bit rushed, but Lin Che he wasn't panicking at all. As long as he went to the studio early tonight to catch up on the arrangements, he Yi Ling, I was going to write this song especially for you, good sister. In the car, the corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly as he secretly pondered in his heart. In the first phase of the competition, Lin Che will naturally honestly participate. Chapter 84, One More Look. Night slowly enveloped Hangzhou. On the street, the special car slowly pulled up in front of the hotel arranged by the program. The show has arranged for the contestants to have presidential suites with a one-room, three-bedroom, one-bathroom layout, reserved for use by artists, agents, and assistants respectively. However, most of the artists were like Lin Che, acting more casually and only bringing a small assistant with them. In turn, it made the spacious suite seem a little empty. The artists live on different floors, so naturally they don't meet each other. Each is in their own space, preparing for the intense taping of the show to come. Lin Che was in his hotel room, first carefully organizing his clothes. Then they took Su Qingqing to finish dinner. Immediately after that, hoofing it to the recording studio arranged by the program. After all, tomorrow is the official taping of the Love Songs in Bloom program, and Lin Che wanted to sing an original song on this stage, harboring in his heart the idea of secretly satirizing the beautiful gold medal producer Yi Ling. So at the moment this task of catching up on the arrangements was imminent. Standing in the recording studio, Lin Che looked at the neatly arranged professional equipment and had a clear calculation in his heart. In fact, the framework of the song had already been built perfectly in Lin Che's mind. Trying to reproduce it for an arrangement was not a difficult task for Lin Che, who had a solid musical background. Originally, Lin Che couldn't wait to get straight to work and start fiddling with it and turn on the arrangement. But just then, his eyes were drawn to Su Qingqing beside him. Su Qingqing then had bright eyes, full of novelty with. She touched the mixing console heartily one moment, then curiously peered closer to see the microphones. Only Su Qingqing tilted her head, seemingly pondering over something. A touch of natural cuteness in this look? This also caused Lin Che to stop his originally eager rhythm, began to quietly observe the girl in front of him. Time passed in a quiet and somewhat cozy atmosphere. Without realizing it, half an hour passed. Lin Che looked like he had finally regained his senses from that brief observation. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Lin Che's melody and rhythm of the song once again emerged clearly in his mind. Immediately afterward, Lin Che didn't hesitate to start fiddling with the equipment. A beautiful melody flowed slowly through the studio. Lin Che was fully concentrated on the song production, his entire body and mind immersed in the music world, and everything in the outside world seemed to be isolated from him. Su Qingqing on the side was deeply attracted by Lin Che's serious and focused appearance. Su Qingqing stood quietly on the side, looking at Lin Che with unblinking eyes, her face unconsciously flushed with a florid expression. The glint in his eyes was full of admiration for Lin Che's talent. After about 10 minutes, Lin Che began to audition. After confirming that there was no problem with the song, Lin Che skillfully copied the accompaniment to a USB flash drive. The entire process flowed smoothly, and before and after, Lin Che surprisingly used the recording studio for less than an hour. It's amazing how efficient and high quality the creative process is. The original nymphomania under Su Qingqing's eyes was also gradually changing into shock, although she had heard about Lin Che's ability to improvise before. But when witnessing this, it was still a great shock to the heart, only to see Lin Che walk out of the recording area with a relaxed and cozy smile on his face. He said to Su Qingqing, "Go, a whole snack? The night is getting darker." After Lin Che and Su Qingqing finished fixing the midnight snack, they each went back to their rooms to rest. The program Love Songs in Bloom is still very important to Lin Che. "Yi Ling, ah Yi Ling, this song quite suits my impression of you," muttered Lin Che in a low voice as he half laid on the bed. Lin Che stroked his chin as his consciousness fell into deep thought. Yi Ling was just an accident. With this show, Watson must have gone out of his way to install a contestant to put intensity on himself. After all, last time, Hua Sodium demolished Hua Sodium's stage, and Hua Sodium definitely had to give a little color to Lin Che. Shaking his head, Lin Che didn't think much about it and fell back to sleep. Nothing happened overnight. Next day, Lin Che came to the show alone. Love Songs in Bloom is buzzing with activity. Various crews were busy making final preparations. They traveled to all corners of the stage, debugging lights and sound, checking props, and making sure that every aspect was foolproof. Guests are also arriving at the venue one after another. Lin Che's styling gets wrapped up today and he looks exceptionally handsome. The dark black suit, along with the lobster shell head and simple makeup touch-ups, brought Lin Che's charm up another notch. Be seated in the guest room. Lin Che skillfully closed his eyes. Even as the guests around him kept blowing each other off, Lin Che was unmoved. In other people's eyes, Lin Che might be pretentious, but Lin Che is, a little sociopathic? But in showbiz, it's better to talk a lot and pretend to rest than to put on a tired face. Right at this moment, Lin Che felt a hint of a different atmosphere. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Che swept his gaze around. When he saw that familiar figure, Lin Che's eyes stared slightly. Only Yiling's graceful figure was seen standing not far away. Yiling's outfit today was extraordinarily sexy and alluring. A tight-fitting purple dress outlined Yiling's marvelous figure to the fullest. Lin Che just glanced at Yiling. As if Yiling felt something in her heart, she instantly turned her gaze on Lin Che, and their eyes met in the air. For a moment, the surrounding clamor seemed to blur. It was as if an unseen contest had quietly begun in this meeting of eyes. The program was officially opened just in time. Through the screen relay, the scene and the guest indoor, by the netizen a glimpse. Countless netizens flocked into the live broadcast room and opened up idle chatter. I've been waiting for this program to start. I heard that the guest lineup this time is super strong. Each is a powerful singer. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm here for my Velvet. My Velvet is a gold medal producer. I'm just waiting to see my goddess wow the audience. Love love love. I'm here for Lin Che. Hua Guofeng Jr. bravely breaks into the wind of love songs. Lin Che, don't worry about flying. Ice will always follow. As the number of people in the live room grows, quite a few people had also seen Lin Che and Yiling's fiery stare. What does Lin Che mean? Who allowed you to look at my goddess like that? Can't a talented man look at a talented woman? There are all kinds of birds in the forest. How can you spray this? Will you explode if you look at her? Lin Che, a newcomer to the music scene. Although the original songs are quite impressive, but this stage is full of experts. Can he really hold down the stage? The netizens were discussing it on the air. Everyone comes with their own expectations and opinions. And on the set of the show, Lin Che and Yiling's gazes remained locked together, as if a war without smoke was about to start. Chapter 85, Cold Violence. Love Songs in Bloom Live. Lin Che, who was participating in the competition for the second time, was already accustomed to that kind of gaze mixed with the slightest hint of hostility. In the entertainment industry, such stares will later pop up from time to time as if they were a family affair. And in the midst of one experience after another, Lin Che had long since rippled. After a short period of hostility between their gazes, both of them extremely tacitly revealed a smile of relief. The smile seemed sincere and unbelievable, as if all the previous unpleasantness could just dissipate. But in reality, each had a different mind surging in their hearts. Yiling twisted her slender waist and walked towards Lin Che with a seemingly light but with a few deliberate steps. I've heard your songs. Yiling came over to Lin Che's body, lowered her voice, and whispered with a volume that was just right to allow Lin Che to hear. It's not too much to say a genius. I appreciate your style. Yiling had a seemingly appreciative look on her face, and the light of recognition of Lin Che's talent shone in her eyes. However, Lin Che was clear in his heart. It's just Yiling's way of doing things on stage. Lin Che couldn't help but remember that in his previous life, there was a loving couple who sang the same thing together across the year. On stage, the two were all smiles and sang lovingly to each other, as if they were the enviable model of a loving couple in the entertainment industry. The audience on stage was infected by the sweet atmosphere they created, cheering and applauding. All have reveled in the beauty they have shown, but behind that seemingly amicable and loving surface, there are already a lot of holes, with many untold stories. As a gold medal producer, Yiling has been in the entertainment industry for many years, knows exactly how to present himself in such a public setting, even if the two of them had earlier had a somewhat unpleasant private falling out. But on stage, it's still important to act like you're meeting for the first time and bury all the unpleasantness, all the conflicts deep down. There's such a thing as a persona, and a lot of people fake it. The two stood opposite each other, presenting the outside world with a harmonious picture of joy and mutual appreciation. On the show, Yiling also put away her private flirtatiousness and became dignified and generous. This woman, like this, is somewhat intelligent, said Lin Che inwardly, not as stupid as before. Lin Che then squeezed out a smile as well, which had a few moments of genuine politeness mixed with helplessness, and opened his mouth to quip, to be rewarded with a gold medal. I'm somewhat flattered. The words were said in just the right way, responding to Yiling's compliments while maintaining this surface calmness. The change in attitude of the two men also eased the atmosphere of the scene. The people around them were secretly relieved when they looked at them in this friendly exchange. Those vague smells of gunpowder from before gradually dissipated. Just when the guys thought it was over, Yiling subconsciously hooked the corner of her mouth into an arc. The arc was extremely subtle, and she couldn't even notice the difference without looking closely. But Lin Che still keenly captured it. That means, in private, Yiling would definitely say, "Stinky brother, watch me crush you underneath this issue. Don't get frustrated inside." Oh. Yiling then raised her eyebrows at Lin Che. To an outsider this doesn't seem like a problem. However, Lin Che still saw a hint of complacency in Yiling's peach blossom eyes. It was a smugness as if he was in control of the situation and had the upper hand in this invisible contest. Lin Che sighed in his heart, but he still kept a smile on his face. In this circle, such deception is perfectly normal. However, Lin Che's calm smile was no different from Yiling's cold violence. Seeing that the program was aired, Yiling was not in a position to hint at anything. Counterproductive would not be good. Only in place to be able to purse his lips. The two nodded to each other and then took their seats to the guest seats. Get back in your seat. Lin Che scanned the remaining 5. With the addition of myself, there are 6 contestants in the first installment of the show. Inside the guest room, a large screen relaying the scene was installed, and the crowd watched the stage scene through the screen. A bright spotlight converged on the center of the stage. Host Chan Sang introduces the rules of the program. The ad copy was then read out extremely professionally. Finally, Chen Shang raised his chin slightly, and with that infectious tone, he loudly announced the official start of the program. As soon as the words fell, the scene immediately resounded with popping applause. In the live room, the audience also swiped pop-ups on the screen, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. The 4 judges will be seated at the judges' table in turn. The show's team has put all its money into these 4 judges, crafting a super deluxe lineup of judges. First to take his seat was ace producer Ching Ye-cho. She was wearing a simple but elegant black dress. Her eyes were deep, and as soon as she sat down at the judges' table, she carried a powerful aura. Right next to Zhao Qingya were the 2 gold medal judges. Then came Zhou Chuanxiong, known as the godfather of love songs. He was wearing a classic Chinese mountain suit, and he had an air of elegance about him. When Zhou Chuanxiong appeared, many old fans were excited. After all, so many people grew up listening to his songs. Such a magnificent lineup of 1 ace, 2 gold medals, and a godfather of love songs. Undoubtedly the live streaming audience was abuzz. The program group has put down blood money. Even Zhao Qingya, the ace, has been invited out? Not only that, but the godfather of love songs was also present. I grew up listening to Zhou Chuanxiong when I was a kid. The godfather of love songs has suddenly made a comeback. And for that alone, the director has heart. But, do you want to participate in the review of a show that is full of young celebrities? Isn't that the opposite of the Big Dipper? This lineup, this ace, I'm talking in vain. Woody ah. However, the crowd also understood in their hearts. Ace Xiao Qingya's arrival was, to put it bluntly, to suppress Yiling, avoiding some unnecessary situations and allowing the match to go on in a more fair and equitable manner. Zhou Chuanxiong, on the other hand, focuses mainly on key elements such as the contestants' vocals and emotions. As for the 2 gold medals, so far it looks like a patchwork. Chapter 86, so you're playing a game of catch and release. The 4 judges, seeing that the contestants are still getting ready, turn on the small talk mode. Quan, which one do you favor? One of the gold producers turned slightly sideways and looked at Zhou Chuanxiong beside him. Zhou Chuanxiong frowned slightly and said after pondering for a moment, the contestants haven't sung yet, so I can't really draw any conclusions, but I'm more optimistic about Chen Mingfeng. His voice is like it was born for love songs, Zhou Chuanxiong said as he spoke, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation. Chen Mingfeng? When Liang Jin, who was sitting on the side, heard this name, he couldn't help but think about it for a while before adding, it kind of rings a bell. Without waiting for Liang Jin to finish, Zhang Jiaming, who was on the side, interjected, Old Liang, you are more than impressed. Zhang Jiaming turned his head to look at Liang Jin. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Forgot last March? I wrote a song for Kid Chen, and it was number 1 on the new song charts. Oh, Liang Jin also looked like he remembered something, and was first stunned, then he laughed and cursed. You old man, it's not easy for me to make a move once, but you made me lose so completely. Zhou Chuanxiong saw the 2 of them chatting hotly and suddenly spoke out of turn. Not evaluating Yiling? Stop it, brother Quan. Yiling curry is the same as ours. When the time comes, we still have to let you evaluate her singing skills. Liang Jin shook his head helplessly, a complex look flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, Yiling's strength should not be underestimated, but the reason behind her return to the competition this time is elusive, and it always felt less than simple. Zhang Jiaming nodded his head in agreement as he was similarly confused. Yiling already had that kind of status, so why did she return to participate in this competition? The trio followed the conversation and talked about each of the 6 players. From their respective singing styles to their past stage performances, every detail was not spared. In the end, after some discussion, 4 contestants stood out: Yiling, Lin Che, Chen Mingfeng and Li Qingkai. Yiling's strength was well known in the entertainment industry. With the craze that Lin Che started in the field of Chinese wind, the heat has not yet subsided. Chen Mingfeng to Zhou Chuanxiong appreciation naturally has its superiority. On the contrary, it was Li Qingkai. Zhou Chuanxiong slightly frowned at the 2 gold medal producers. A flash of embarrassment rose from the bottom of the 2 men's eyes and they exchanged a look with each other. It's not hard to see that it was pressure from the top to get the two to mention a mouthful to each other. Zhou Chuanxiong understood the doorway in his heart, but it was not good to point it out. He simply stretched his neck out and looked at Zhao Qingya, who was the furthest away from him. Waving her hand, she smiled and said, "Sister Zhao, let's talk together? Anyway, the system is still matching the order of appearance. So let's talk about who you're more optimistic about." "I'm more optimistic about Lin Che." Zhao Qingya's tone was flat and puzzling. When these words came out, it wasn't just the three of them, Zhou Chuanxiong, Liang Jin, and Zhang Jiaming, who were shocked and stared wide-eyed. Even the 100 music critics have looked at each other in disbelief. There was a chorus of whispers. Lin Che is really quite accomplished in the field of ancient and Chinese styles, but love songs, after all, there are still a lot of differences in terms of emotional expression and singing techniques with Chinese style music. Everyone really couldn't figure out why Zhao Qingya was uniquely optimistic about Lin Che. Lin Che? It does have strength, but it's limited to the national wind, right? Although the national style also has love affairs, it's still a bit different from proper love songs. Sister Ye is afraid that she made an error in judgment this time. It's not that easy for Lin Che to excel in the field of love songs. Lin Che has been on fire in China for a while, but he really thinks he's all-powerful? Hundreds of music critics were talking about it. However, Zhao Qingya acted as if she hadn't heard these queries, and remained calm and didn't make any explanations. Instead, he turned his gaze to the two gold producers, and there seemed to be a different kind of deep meaning in those eyes. In recent times, it has long not been a secret in the circle that Lin Che is going to challenge the 12 consecutive crowns and 8 improvisations. The 3 entertainment giants have given dead orders to any producer who touches the level of gold medal. Except for the special 3 months. One must not take action against Lin Che until they have no choice. This was the 3 big ones out of protection for Lin Che. After all, an unrivaled talent like Lin Che was coveted even by profit-oriented capitalists. This was also the reason why Yi Ling had to find a legitimate reason before she could take a shot at Lin Che. Unfortunately, the chess game Yi Ling had laid out could only be described as a mess in Lin Che's eyes. Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming naturally understood these situations. However, they, like many producers, thought that Lin Che was just a shooting star that crossed the sky. Though the light shone brightly at the moment, it was fleeting. But at this moment, Zhao Qingya had spoken, and the attention of the rest of the people gradually shifted to Lin Che. Everyone wanted to see if this young man, who had made a name for himself in the field of hua guofeng, could shine just as brightly on the stage of love songs. Guest room. Lin Che was a little surprised to see through the big screen that the winds were all pointing toward him. He didn't expect Zhao Qingya to openly express her favorable opinion of himself. The sudden attention left him a little confused for a moment, but Lin Che didn't have time to think about it much. Just then, on the big screen, the system-ranked order of appearance came out. Lin Che happened to be the first to see this result. Lin Che took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then emptying his mind of thoughts, he slowly rose. At the same time, his gaze unconsciously glanced at Yi Ling. Yi Ling was inwardly flustered by Lin Che's eloquent gaze and unconsciously winced. Lin Che shook his head and stepped to the back of the stage, grabbing a microphone and standing by. Stage. Chen Sheng stood in the center of the stage. Next, please welcome the first singer of this program, Lin Che. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a loud round of applause. The audience looked towards the stage entrance, and the live streamers swiped pop-ups on their screens. There were Lin Che's fans cheering him on. Of course, there are many who still question whether Lin Che can handle love songs. Amidst the applause, Lin Che slowly walked onto the stage. This song, Diva. I hope you all like it, Lin Che said nonchalantly. After the words, the music started. Soft piano sounds slowly emerge. The sound of intertwining strings is accompanied by a constant lifting of resignation. Lin Che habitually stretched out his right hand and beat the beat, his entire body immersed in the music. Sway your body gently to the rhythm of the intro. The intro sails slowly through. Finally an excuse. Take advantage of the drunkenness. Expressing all my feelings. Loneliness grows silent on the corner of the dance floor. You've said too little, too much. It all adds to the trepidation. Lin Che's magnetic voice rang out on the stage. The voice is full of emotion and brings out the helplessness, struggle and resignation in the song. The somewhat skeptical voices that had been present gradually subsided. The lighting on the stage also changed from cool to warm colors. The yellowish light hit Lin Che's face, and the change in light and shadow added a mysterious and deep flavor to Lin Che. The image is transferred to the guest room through the screen. Yi Ling couldn't help but be stunned when she heard the title of the song, Diva, and then secretly rejoiced in her heart. Diva? That's the title of the song? For me? No wonder. I told you, how could I not be attractive? Humph. Stinky brother, so you're playing with desire. Yi Ling listened to the first verse of the main song, and felt that Lin Che's emotions seemed to carry a rhythm of begging for mercy. so she couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 87, Diva. Stage. Lin Che didn't know what Yi Ling was thinking at this moment. Completely and fully immersed in the rendition of the song, the voice still sings calmly. Who lets whom loose? Who will give up freedom first? I must always end up with my feet in the air, between your coldness and your passion, to be appropriated and end up with a smile on your face. Straightforward lyrics, sentence by sentence, spat out from Lin Che's mouth, sentence by sentence, killing him. The lyrics, unsurprisingly, show an extremely unequal relationship. In this relationship, the woman is like the superior, unattainable superior. She was in control and enjoyed absolute dominance. The man, on the other hand, seems incredibly humble and carefully guards the relationship, even if it's being sneered at by the woman. Even if their dignity is trampled over and over again, the man still grits his teeth and takes it all in with a smile. Lin Che's vocals gently narrate this unequal relationship. Every note and every lyric is full of hopelessness and sourness that slowly unravels this story. The voice carries into the guest room. Yi Ling gazed straight at the big screen, looking at Lin Che on the stage. The corners of Yi Ling's mouth rose slightly as she gloated inwardly. Do you accept it with a smile? Yi Ling fell into a frenzy of brainstorming. Images of past times spent with Lin Che kept surfacing in his mind. Stinky brother, so you really are pretending. No wonder you put on a smile every time. That's bad. Yi Ling felt that Lin Che was definitely using this song Diva as a way to soften himself. But, I'm not trying to usurp all of you either. How can you think so badly of me? Although Yi Ling thought like this in her heart, she couldn't hide the smugness. Just when Yi Ling Man thought that Lin Che accepted the program's invitation because he wanted to use the song Diva to soften up, on stage, Lin Che slightly raised his volume. That otherwise placid song suddenly erupted. The sound poured out with the stirring drums, instantly breaking the oppressive atmosphere of the previous kind. I'm jealous of your love's breath, like a popular diva. It's not me you want. It's a vanity. It's how outstanding it looks when someone hurts. The lyrics remained straightforward and accessible, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone hard. Lin Che's unwilling voice lingered around the stage for a long time. It was as if they wanted to vent all the grievances and indignation in their hearts through their songs. It's not me you want. It's a vanity. The lyrics were like a sharp sword, stabbing Yi Ling straight in the heart. Yi Ling's original smug smile instantly froze on her face. This reversal came so suddenly that Yi Ling froze for a moment. She remembered what Lin Che had said that day and couldn't help but gasp out loud. Yi Ling's eyes burned into the big screen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Only Lin Che slightly closed his eyes. His hands tightly gripped the microphone, and slightly raised his head. I fell into a blind frenzy of love for tolerance. I've made you the favorite diva of the world. If all that's left of love is temptation, all that's left of love is to put up with each other. Stop torturing each other, because we're all at fault. Lin Che's voice sings of the weaker party in a relationship, the helplessness and heartache of constantly accommodating the other party. Even though you know deep down that the other person doesn't really care about you, you still fall into a blind maniacal love and choose to tolerate and compromise. It's like a moth to a flame, knowing that you might get burned, but you still go towards that fire without any hesitation. And the word seduction, in Yi Ling's mind, undoubtedly she took it as an allusion to the little thoughts and tricks she had used from the beginning, which had left her in a state of turmoil. Amidst Yi Ling's brainstorming, her thoughts became more and more confused. Is that why you joined the program? Even when you know you can't beat me, and still want to fulfill me? Lin Che, you are truly a real man. Yi Ling clearly had a crooked brain, and her gaze was firmly fixed on the fiery Lin Che. There was a complexity in his eyes. An electric guitar plummets to the song's interlude section. The rhythm of the band is like a catharsis, releasing all the emotions that have been suppressed for a long time. The crowd's heartbeats couldn't help but beat faster to the rhythm. Lin Che on the stage naturally didn't know Yi Ling's true inner thoughts. Along with that stirring interlude, Lin Che's voice rang out again with a touch of self-deprecation and relief. Push away the pale hands, pushing away the pale togetherness. No matter how out of control you are, stop calling me that. Softness is the deadliest form of vulnerability. I've fought to the death to serve when I know it all. Unlike the first verse of the main song, at this time, Lin Che's singing voice was like the dawn after a long dark night, with a feeling of awakening. The voice was calm and slightly weepy, as if stating the struggle between her determination to let go and her refusal to go soft. But the subsequent two sentences, again, were extremely contradictory to the previous one, and this caused many viewers to murmur in whispers. Not buddy? All woke up. Why still fight to the death to serve it? What exactly is the meaning of this singing feels so contradictory It's hard to imagine that a handsome guy, actually licking dog licking to the end of nothing The feelings in this song is also too humble. None of this matters. The point is, who does this song connote? It feels like it's talking about someone. There must be a story here. That's what the crowd is concerned about. The audience was murmuring and looking curiously open, trying to find out the truth behind the song. The live audience may have to second guess for a while, but netizens can see the change in Yiling's attitude clearly. At first, netizens thought that Lin Che and Yiling were just casual acquaintances and ordinary peers, but a series of evidence suggests that there is definitely something going on with these two. The netizens looked at Yiling in the guest room, only to see that she was slightly pale and her lips were slightly trembling, obviously touched to the depths of her heart by Lin Che's song. Yiling remembered the last time she drove into Lin Che. That day Yiling even joked, "Sister's hands feel very good oh." But Lin Che's response was only to calmly turn away. At that time, Yiling only thought that Lin Che was boring, but now that he thought about it, perhaps there was a different meaning behind that. As Yiling thought about it, a tear rose from the corner of her eye. "Did you come to see this to make a sly comment about me too?" Yiling quirked her lips and muttered inwardly, blinking her eyes. Yiling looked towards Lin Che in the center of the stage, looking at Lin Che who was singing with a smile on his face. Yiling's heart was full of bad feelings. The chorus started again, and Lin Che waved his right hand, holding the microphone high, his voice getting more and more impassioned. "I'm jealous of your love's breath, like a popular diva. It's not me you want. It's a vanity. It's the love that makes you stand out. I've fallen into a blind love of tolerance. I've made you the favorite diva of the world. If all that's left of love is temptation, all that's left is to put up with each other. Stop torturing each other, because we're all at fault." For the second chorus, Lin Che releases his voice completely. Those fragmented images washed over Yiling's thoughts again and again. Listening to the increasingly intense accompaniment, Yiling's mood became heavier and heavier. Chapter 88, What's the reason? What made you write this song? On stage, the accompaniment rose higher and higher. The sound of the electric guitar was certainly not a catharsis of repressed emotions. The entire stage, it seemed, was enveloped in this intense emotion. Lin Che raised his right hand high in the air and drove the crowd wild. Everyone couldn't help but follow the rhythm and wave their arms in response to Lin Che. Lin Che's voice rang out at just the right time, with a touch of relief. Only Lin Che sang with a hint of a smile on his face. "If one day love ceases to confuse, it's enough to see what's right and what's wrong. Knowing that you were in my heart at that time will no longer be glorified. I'll take you as my queen. It won't be me anymore." The soft piano sound subsided and the lights on the stage slowly dimmed. Wow! A silence fell over the scene. Everyone was still immersed in that complex emotional atmosphere created by the song and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Lin Che, on the other hand, bowed slightly out of habit. End of song. The four judges glanced at each other, the marvel in their eyes unapologetic, obviously also shocked by Lin Che's song Diva. How did the two gold medals not expect the young man to be able to deliver such a stirring rendition of a love song? Halftime. It took the audience a moment to catch their breath and applaud. The earlier questioning seemed as if it hadn't happened, and it all turned into amazement at the end of the song. What exactly was it about? Made you write this song? Zhou Chuanxiong, the godfather of love songs, was the first to ask. Sharp questions made the crowd prick up their ears. The public loved the session of digging into the backstory and were in eating mode. Eyes flicked to Lin Che in unison, and they all couldn't wait to know the answer. Lin Che raised the microphone and pursed his lips gently. "Of course, diva. Why else would I have written diva? Ha ha." Lin Che's half-joking response caused the people present to laugh. "No, just now I was sad, but now I'm amused by Lin Che's words. So you tricked us into laughing after you tricked us into being sad? Is that right? So, this is a fictionalized plot?" The people in the room were suspicious, and their eyes looked towards the judges' table, expecting Zhou Chuanxiong to be asking for some kind of powerful news. Zhou Chuanxiong wasn't stupid. Lin Che was undoubtedly not avoiding the question with this reply, and after understanding it, Zhou Chuanxiong nodded his head. "This song of yours, I like it very much. It's very deep." Zhou Chuanxiong opened his mouth and praised. "That's right." Zhao Qingyao also nodded in admiration. "Both the song structure and the emotional delivery are top-notch, and I'm looking forward to your next piece." Zhao Qingyao's high evaluation once again refreshed the crowd's vision. No one would have expected that the high and mighty ace would actually praise a newcomer. This made the crowd look at the two gold producers in anticipation of their comments. Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming came with a mission. Naturally, you can't speak up for a player other than Li Kyung-kai, but in this situation, the two were caught in the middle of a dilemma. In the end, after some thought, Liang Jin chose a more eclectic critique. "This song, I like it too, but I don't think the lyrics are humble enough." Liang Jin's comment gave Zhang Jiaming a direction, and without waiting for Liang Jin to finish, he nodded frequently and said, "Right, it always feels like it's still almost interesting, but it's been excellent. Pick it up again." When they finished, both of them sighed. Lin Che naturally detected something fishy in it, but he didn't intend to point it out. The middleman was the hardest thing to be, and for the gold medal to not denigrate itself, Lin Che was already satisfied. Only Lin Che had memorized this little episode. After the 4 judges finished commenting one after another, Lin Che also silently retreated back to the backstage and returned to the guest room. As soon as you enter the door, Lin Che then sensed that the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. His eyes unconsciously glanced at Yi Ling. Only Yi Ling was seen in a depressed mood, looking down and contemplating something. The imagined anger didn't happen, and Lin Che was a bit surprised, but this thought passed in a flash, and Lin Che was unimpressed as he sat back in his seat. The remaining 5 contestants took the stage to sing in turn. The judges also gave different evaluations to each. On the eve of the show coming to an end, voting opens. 100 music critics have chosen the best of their own minds. End up STH. Ya Ling is first, with a 29% approval rating. Chen Mingfeng is second, with 21% approval rate. Lim Chiol is third, with an 18% approval rating. Li Kyung-kei, meanwhile, is in fourth place, with 12% support. Yi Ling being a gold medal. It's normal to not be able to do it in the first period. This kind of thing is about gradual progression, and it's natural to let the bullets fly for a while in a competition of overall strength. With the announcement of the vote, the first installment of the show is officially over. Guests have taken the show's special car and returned to the hotel. Only the vast majority of the artists, who have bought houses in HCM City. Lin Che was also the only one who foolishly returned to the hotel. The vehicle slowed to a stop. The slight sound of brakes was loud and clear in the slightly silent streets of this evening. Lin Che watched the evening sunset quietly through the car window. As the orange-red afterglow spilled onto the earth, Lin Che slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he slowly exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, stretched and moved his somewhat stiff body. Only then did Lin Che will open the car door and step out of the car. With a polite smile on his face, Lin Che habitually said goodbye to the driver master, and then they stepped towards the hotel with slightly heavy steps. Along the way, Lin Che's thoughts were still immersed in the various scenes of the daytime competition. Images surfaced like memories, unknowingly walking to the elevator. It's the same familiar process. Swipe your card and take the elevator. As the elevator slowly rose, Lin Che's gaze kept falling on the ever-changing floor numbers, but his thoughts were still somewhat wandering. Soon the elevator reached the 3rd floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, and the moment Lin Che raised his eyes, he saw Yi Ling waiting here. Yi Ling stood in the elevator doorway, her hands gripping the corners of her coat. The originally delicate face was now permeated with a hint of complexity. Yi Ling looked at Lin Che's calm face, and for a moment, she was actually a bit at a loss for words. And Lin Che seemed to have a calm face as if he had expected it. The moment the rankings were announced, Lin Che was prepared to be mocked. After all, that's the way the game is. Some people win and some people lose. In Lin Che's impression, with Yi Ling's character, how could she easily let go of this opportunity to strike? Walking out of the elevator, Lin Che squinted at Yi Ling, waiting for the words Yi Ling was about to say. The two of them stood in such silence that the air around them seemed to have become somewhat frozen. A subtle yet tense atmosphere spread between the two. On the program, Yi Ling was happy inside when she won first place. But, one thought on the dark irony of thinking about Lin Che's diva. Yi Ling's heart actually rose with a trace of guilt. At the moment, the two stared at each other, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Seeing that silence at this moment was really uninteresting. Lin Che just wanted to leave, but was called by Yi Ling. Chapter 89. What a coincidence. I'm not targeting you anymore, so don't diss me, okay? Yi Ling spoke in a humble tone. Lin Che rose a trace of surprise and inwardly said, I'll go. What's the situation? You're not targeting me? Lin Che asked tentatively. Lin Che then shook his head and shrugged. I'm not afraid if you target me. Lin Che swept his gaze towards Yi Ling, only to see his face pale. Although Yi Ling's series of maneuvers didn't do much damage to Lin Che. However, Lin Che was not a soft-hearted person either. Just as a friend, said Yi Ling, still undeterred. Inexplicably, the internet isn't quite so hot right now. However, there were already a very small number of netizens who thought that the song Diva was an allusion to Yi Ling. Of course, all this negative information was suppressed by Yi Ling's studio. As I said, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Lin Che still turned around and left after saying that, leaving Yi Ling alone in the same spot. Lin Che didn't want to make it too clear. I can't say. I'll let you be my blood bag for a while, can I? Yi Ling looked at Lin Che's back, her eyes gradually darkening. This game, Yi Ling lost again. Lin Che leisurely walked to the door of the room, and before he could swipe his card, the door opened. Only Su Qingqing came out carrying a bag of garbage and then dropped it at the door. This coincidental encounter caught Lin Che off guard. What a coincidence! Lin Che laughed, a hint of surprise in his eyes. How could he not expect to run into Su Qingqing as soon as he arrived at the door? Come in. Su Qingqing suppressed some of her restless emotions, her eyes constantly glancing at Yi Ling. She had actually heard Lin Che's footsteps long ago. It's only complicated deep down. The program was broadcast as a live stream. After Su Qingqing escorted Lin Che to the program site, she went back to the hotel alone and naturally watched the entire program. As a woman, Su Qingqing's sharp intuition naturally noticed that something was wrong with the two, especially when Lin Che sang Diva. Yi Ling's eyes and subtle changes in expression were all caught in her eyes. After listening to the song, Su Qingqing couldn't help but brainstorm another episode. Maybe it's just that you're overthinking it? Su Qingqing comforted herself like this in her heart, but that care could not dissipate. Lin Che didn't push back much and stepped back to his room to rest. Actually, Lin Che also felt Su Qingqing's strange atmosphere, but just didn't think about it that way. Plus at this moment, Lin Che was a bit tired. After all, it took a lot of energy to sing full-time on the show. At the moment, Lin Che just wanted to hurry back to his room to relax and unwind and organize his cluttered thoughts. Meanwhile, the first installment of Love Songs in Bloom is over. The entire online world instantly exploded. Yi Ling, the godfather of love songs, and the return of the ace are the real buzz killers. The trio's hotness has swept across social media platforms in an unstoppable manner. Goddess Velvet returns to take first place straight away, no less, and the presence of the godfather of love songs, Joe Ace, shocked me for a whole year. Netizens have issued such heartfelt admiration on platforms such as Weibo and Douyin. However, the show is centered around the contestants. Plus, Yi Ling was already an artist with super popularity and a large fan base. This time after 3 years of absence to re-enter the stage. That stage grace and charm is still the same. It even has a bit more flavor after the years, and instantly captures the hearts of the viewers. Plus taking first place, the netizens sidestepped her. Hey, those guests are honestly quite pitiful. If they knew in advance that Yi Ling was participating in the program, I'm afraid they would all want to quit early, right? It's only Chen Mingfeng who can compete. The others, forget it. Gold producer strength is not something to be taken for granted. The others are going down there to sink their teeth into it. The conversation about Yi Ling continues to grow on Vibe and Douyin. However, as the number of people involved in the discussion grows, a lot of people also stopped limiting themselves to the game itself and started expanding their chat about what's going on outside of the game. Hey, why do you guys think Sister Velvet is returning at this time? Could it be? A netizen threw out a thought-provoking query that instantly tickled everyone's gossiping fancy. What? Are you trying to say that you retired for 3 years to fall in love and then broke up in a burst of inspiration? Some people started to make bold guesses along this line of thought. Although it was a joke, it made the conversation veer more and more in the direction of gossip. Don't tease, dude. Velvet's sister was constantly prolific even during her retirement, the sensible fan explained. But once the momentum of this gossip is up, it's hard to contain it easily anymore. Soon enough, someone pulled Lin Che's Diva. What do you guys say? Is there a possibility that this song is an allusion to Velvet's sister? These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Many people fell into deep thought, and after a while, the crowd, as if the soul of gossip had been ignited, began to transform into famous detectives, trying to look at bits and pieces of the program for clues. When the program aired, the two looked at each other, and Yi Ling had complimented Lin Che. Someone recalled this detail from the program. When the two had that brief stare down, between their eyes meeting, it was as if there were other emotions flowing. Before the program was sung, the two looked at each other again, and during the singing, Yi Ling was visibly short of breath, with tears in her eyes. Another person pointed out this more subtle but critical point. Yi Ling's reaction like that was indeed too evocative. And, after the song, more netizens began to turn up all sorts of details. Everything from the distance between the two men's stations to the occasional small, unintentional expressions that are shown are taken up and repeated. There are even people who use micro-expressions to analyze. The heat of the conversation is vaguely out of the loop. More and more netizens who were originally just spectators were also attracted to join in this lively discussion. And at this time, many of Yi Ling's fans came forward to refute it. Don't bundle up maliciously, okay? Do you guys have any quality? Yi Ling's fans angrily accused the netizens who were making unfounded speculations. I'm sick of you guys getting high on everything. It only hurts you. Sister Velvet is beautiful alone and needs no romance. Also, with such a huge gap between the two's identities, do you guys think Lin Che would dare to go on? This statement is certainly not speaking to the hearts of fans. Analyzing from a realistic perspective, Lin Che and Yi Ling, whether it was in terms of their status in the entertainment industry or their seniority, there was a considerable gap. It's unlikely, common sense would suggest, that there would be any of those so-called emotional entanglements. However, the netizens' enthusiasm was not dampened by these rebuttals. The heat of this conversation surrounding Lin Che and Yi Ling still continued to fester, and as the main character of this event, Lin Che was immersed in dreamland. Suddenly, Lin Che's body jolted and his eyes widened as he gasped for air. What the hell? Lin Che just had a dream. Dreaming of Zhou Dong wielding nunchucks at him. Chapter 90, it's a bit hard to do. Just now in his sleep, Zhou Dong's nunchuck was only 0.01 centimeters away from Lin Che's head. If he woke up any later, Lin Che's head might be about to explode. Holy, what the hell? Waking up with a start, Lin Che's heartbeat steeply accelerated, and he couldn't help but shout inwardly. Cold sweat was still hidden on his forehead, and his whole body was still in a state of shock. I also didn't glean a few songs, did I? Muttered Lin Che secretly. It's not necessary, Zhou Dong. While saying that, Lin Che raised his hand and wiped his nose, trying to calm down his panicked emotions. Forget it, in the future, glean less. Lin Che stretched his back, intending to get out of bed and wash up. After catching up on his sleep, Lin Che's mental state was much better, except for that dream just now. After washing up, Lin Che called up Su Qingqing to have dinner with him. Come to Hangzhou in these 2 short days. Su Qingqing's performance really did her job as an assistant. Every aspect was well thought out for Lin Che, and he shared a lot of trouble for Lin Che. In the past, Lin Che was originally a casual and spontaneous nature. For appearing on the program, Lin Che wouldn't care too much about his image and took the stage dressed simply and casually. But Su Qingqing these 2 days, that not only contact the stylist in advance to determine the next makeup and hair. I've been talking to my stylist about how to fix each strand of hair and what style to emphasize with my makeup. Moreover, Su Qingqing also took up most of Lin Che's living. Arranging everything early in the morning every day made Lin Che's originally bland life, all of a sudden, a touch richer and more flavorful. Even though Lin Che said it's not necessary, but when I see that I look even more handsome with makeup on, it's natural that I'm really good looking. The two of them went to the restaurant and ate and chatted in a pleasant atmosphere. Only, the more Lin Che looked at him, the more he felt that there was something wrong with this person. Su Qingqing, slightly pink cheeks. This chick, couldn't be? Cold air allergy, right? Lin Che looked at Su Qingqing with suspicious eyes. The straight gaze naturally made Su Qingqing's heartbeat accelerate even more. The two finished their dinner in this marvelous atmosphere. Back to the hotel. Both of them felt a little tired, so they went back to their rooms to rest. Back in his room, Lin Che was half lying on his bed as usual. In my head, I began to think about what song I should sing for the next show. The song Diva was purely a warning from Lin Che to Yi Ling in the first place. So in terms of heat, the song has garnered some attention though. But to be honest, it's not particularly outstanding and doesn't reach that level of explosion. Lin Che understands in his heart that there are a very small number of netizens on the internet who are quite perceptive though, and vaguely connect the two together. Nowadays, however, the gap between the two sides' fan bases is so great that the heat is directly suppressed. This also made Lin Che more established that he couldn't touch the gold producer in one breath. The heat has to build up a little bit. Thoughts recap of the first installment. Lin Che's thoughts finally locked onto the two gold producers. Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming seemed to be very attached to Li Qingkai. Ha! Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly, the corner of his mouth curving up in a meaningful arc as he began to ponder. This person, Li Qingkai, Lin Che had learned about him from Su Qinghe. It's safe to say he's one of the hotter newcomers in the entertainment industry in the last half-decade. Just as Lin Che was participating in China's Best Song, Li Qingkai was participating in another idol practice program. And with outstanding strength and super popularity, he managed to C-list. It's just that the showbiz world is flying by the seat of its pants. Soon after, Lin Che, because of a variety of coincidence, frequently on the hot searches, the heat remains high, and gradually Li Qingkai disappeared into the public's view. Exposure is less and less. Popularity also slowly declined. Because of this, he was now ranked slightly lower than Lin Che. However, Lin Che could easily see that the two gold medal producers were still very optimistic about this former flow boy. The importance in their eyes could not be hidden. Obviously on the show, Lin Che's diva was already good, so he had to egg it on. Lin Che naturally noticed this and couldn't help but mutter. To better understand the original reason for this, Lin Che flipped out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Qinghe inquiring, "Uncle Su, who is the capital behind Dragon Media?" Lin Che is a steady man. After all, the entertainment industry has the shadow of capital manipulation behind it. To figure out why this Li Qingkai is valued, first we have to figure out what's behind Dragon Media, which he belongs to. It didn't take long for Su Qinghe to return the message. I don't know much more than that. I only know that the capital behind it is not much weaker than the big three, except that they don't specialize in the entertainment industry. And there is still a lot of disparity between the entertainment industry and the big three. Looking at Su Qinghe's reply, Lin Che's brows furrowed slightly as a trace of gravity appeared on his face. Su Qinghe's implication was obvious. If Lin Che wins a few more games, the capital behind him might have to step in. It's a bit hard to do. Lin Che inwardly sucked in a breath of cool air. Lin Che tightly locked his brows and weighed in his heart. Should we be offended? If this is offended, then there may be many troublesome things in the future. But if I don't care, I feel this bad breath in my heart. Lin Che was not the kind of person who was blindly arrogant. The comments of the 2 gold medals made Lin Che dumbfounded at the moment. Right now, Lin Che's lack of popularity could only be made up by the heat. But the first installment of the program came and went, and Chen Mingfeng didn't take a shot at Lin Che. Early on, when checking the contestants' profiles, Lin Che realized that Chen Mingfeng was a Warner's artist. It's not hard to guess the reason for this. Sodium Hua's revenge for the last time Lin Che exposed Li and Che. But for the first installment, Chen Mingfeng did not pressure Lin Che. So naturally, Lin Che was not going to go ahead and rub this heat in. After all, half of the first hand is lost. Acting rashly would likely lead to passivity. A truth Lin Che still understood. It doesn't matter. Let's try a hand first. Lin Che muttered inwardly. After reviewing the finer points of the first installment, Lin Che locked his eyes onto the 2 gold producers. The comments from both Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming were undoubtedly not giving Lin Che direction in writing songs. The lyrics aren't humble enough? Lin Che let out a light laugh inwardly. Lyrics like diva don't even fit the kind of style that's wanted. And Lin Che is a cutie. Just believe it. Gradually, a smile appeared on Lin Che's face. Since they value lyrics must be humble. It was no wonder then that Lin Che wanted to make a surprise attack from that point. On the bed, Lin Che shook his head slightly, a helpless yet amused look on his face. Then he closed his eyes and began to associate. The mind kept sifting through suitable songs. To say humble. Next time, let's do an old Shui song. I hope that when I dream tonight, Lao Shui won't scold me. You're nuts just. Chapter 91, For My Second Uncle to Eat. After determining that he was going to sing Lao Shui's song in the next installment, Lin Che's nerves that had been tense for a long time finally relaxed and he fell into a steady sleep. The first installment is over and the night is late. However, compared to Lin Che's relaxed and comfortable state after finishing the program, in some brightly lit office building, the interior of Dragon Media was a different story. Dragon Media can be a scorcher. A tense and depressing atmosphere pervades all corners. In the conference room, the lights were bright and somewhat harsh, reflecting the faces of a group of executives who were either grave or anxious. Li Qingkai, according to his original expectations, even if he did not defeat the 2 seniors, Yi Ling and Chen Mingfeng, but how should you not even be able to compete with a fledgling newcomer? This result caused the top management of Dragon Media to look grave and frown. For this person, Li Qingkai, Dragon Media has spent a lot of effort and cultivated him with all his heart and soul. From the beginning of Li Qingkai's career change, the company has customized a series of training programs for Li Qingkai. From professional vocal training, to image packaging, to a variety of resources. None of them are heading towards the goal of making Li Qingkai a dazzling new star in the entertainment industry. At this moment, there was a middle-aged woman sitting on the main seat. She was dressed in a well-tailored professional suit, and her delicate makeup could not hide the look of annoyance on her face at the moment. She was Zhang Qi, Dragon Media's senior leader in charge of the artist agency segment. Zhang Qi has always been known to be thunderous and say one thing in the company. What are you guys doing? Zhang Qi looked at the rankings announced by Love Song Bloom and slammed the table. Snapping, the voice echoed in the quiet conference room. The people present couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten, subconsciously straightening their spines. I've punted 2 gold medals. How come I'm not in the top 3? Zhang Qi became more and more angry as she spoke. Her eyes rounded and a hint of flame flared up underneath her eyes. The crowd of executives were silent in the face of this questioning. You looked at me and I looked at you, all at a loss as to what to say. After all, the original plan was so perfect. Every aspect is carefully planned and organized. The guys thought they were winning, but reality hit them hard. According to the original plan, as long as Li Qingkai could finish third, Dragon Media would be able to utilize public opinion skillfully by virtue of its strong capital operation ability to turn up the heat on Li Qingkai. In the entertainment industry, capitalization can often play a crucial role. Capital. It can even, to a large extent, determine the trajectory and level of fame of an artist. Oftentimes, the heat and image of an artist doesn't just depend on their own strength and work. Most of it relies on the capitalization and public opinion behind it. Especially mindless fans of idols like Li Qingkai. The fan base is generally low in age and highly susceptible to being taken off beat. As soon as the slightest seemingly reasonable comment appears, they will blindly follow and pursue it, and will even attack other artists in order to defend their idols. The capitalists are interested in this, so they will use various means to create topics and guide public opinion to create momentum for their artists. Dragon Media is even more prepared for Lee Chin-kai this time. Even the Waterboys are bought and paid for, just waiting for the results to come in and follow the established script. They have long planned a series of topics and copywriting, ready to be rolled out on all major social media platforms. Then the script that was originally set up should have looked like this. Hashtag Kai can't beat the top 2. It's just not popular enough. By making such statements, it creates a feeling of honor in spite of defeat. The crowd is led to believe that Lee Kyung-kai is only losing out on popularity, and that his strength is still not to be underestimated. This triggers sympathy and recognition of his strength among fans, further solidifying the fan base, as well as, hashtag if K had 2 of them, it'd be a toss-up hashtag. By deliberately elevating Lee Chin-kai's abilities, it gives fans and the general public the illusion that he is very strong and just lacks opportunities and credentials. End up STH. Hashtag Lee Chin-kai deserves to be the best rookie. I can't believe he's keeping up with the gold medals, highlighting his newcomer status. Yet being able to compete with the seniors highlights his talent and potential. This way, not only can we get more attention, but we can also make people think that this is a potential. In this circle, a newcomer who is in the ascendancy will always try to rub the heat of some senior powers in order to emphasize his or her invincibility at this stage. As long as you are associated with these seniors, whether by comparison or collaboration, you can quickly increase your visibility and influence. It's really all about capital behind the scenes. The capitalists will use every resource to make this happen, create buzz for newcomers and attract traffic, which in turn maximizes commercial value. There is no shortage of examples of this in previous lives, like the godfather of love songs returning to sing, obviously with full of sincerity and still superb vocals. He was mocked and eliminated by the new female singer. And the most outrageous of all, the Rice Circle thinks Shodong has long been over the hill, so issued a question why concert tickets are still hard to find. Now that the plans of the people of Dragon Media had been sabotaged, they naturally put the blame on Lin Che. Next day, Lin Che woke up from his bed in a daze, still with slightly bleary eyes, his consciousness not yet fully awake. Stretching and yawning, Lin Che slowly wandered into the living room. After last night's analysis, Lin Che naturally understood that Dragon Tendency Media would make a move against him, but Lin Che wasn't the least bit flustered. Don't take the heat for nothing. Without much thought, when he came to the living room, Lin Che was immediately surprised by the sight before him. Just see the table filled with all kinds of food. The piles of takeout boxes are about to overwhelm the dining room table. Breakfast comes in all sorts of flavors, from hot steamed dumplings, creamy bread, bowls of porridge with different flavors. You're up? Su Qingqing's crisp voice rang out. The movement of the hands did not stop. With a wry smile, he continued to unwrap the takeout boxes one by one. I forgot to ask you last night what you usually have for breakfast. So I ordered a little bit of both, Su Qingqing said while raising her eyes to look at Lin Che. Lin Che couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth when he looked at this breakfast family bucket formation. Inwardly, he grumbled and inwardly said, this is not a little bit. It's enough for several people to eat their way through it. However, looking at Su Qingqing's enthusiastic face, Lin Che really couldn't bear to pour cold water on it. In the future, just eat whatever you want in the morning. There's no need to order so much, reminded Lin Che in a small voice. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, and a bit of embarrassment. Scratching his head, Lin Che didn't know how to deal with this overly sumptuous breakfast situation. Just then, Su Qingqing said in a shocking voice, oh, it's fine. If I can't finish it, I'll pack it up for my second uncle to eat. Chapter 92, The Little Patch. In the living room, Su Qingqing replied with full disinterest. In her mind, she was still thinking, Uncle 2 isn't usually very particular about breakfast anyway. It's not a waste to have these ready-made and bring them to him to eat. In Su Qingqing's opinion, the second uncle has always been not too concerned about these trivial matters of life, as long as he can fill his stomach. And at this moment, Su Qingqing was filled with Lin Che. As long as Lin Che could eat happily, then everything would be worth it. When Su Qingqing watched Lin Che enjoying his food, a different kind of satisfaction would always well up in her heart. Okay. Lin Che rubbed his nose and cried a little. Looking at this mountainous pile of breakfast in front of him, Lin Che was somewhat helpless, and inwardly said, which is a sweet little jacket. This is a leaky little jacket. Regarding Su Qingqing's enthusiasm, Lin Che directly treated her as a responsible assistant, simply thinking that Su Qingqing was a good person, and didn't even think about other aspects. In the heart of Lin Che, a big-hearted big straight man, everything Su Qingqing did was just out of zeal for her work and kindness for people. Lin Che's kind of emotional intelligence. How could he detect Su Qingqing's love that was hidden in his heart? In this situation right now, Lin Che couldn't push back. After all, people had already bought it. Thus, Lin Che turned around and went to wash up, and when he was properly cleaned up, he came to the dining table and started enjoying himself. While eating, Lin Che also occasionally complimented the breakfast for its good taste. His tone was sincere. After all, the food did taste quite tasty, but how could Lin Che know that these words, which seemed ordinary to him, had a different weight to Su Qingqing? When Su Qingqing heard that smile stayed on her face. Even, Su Qingqing was secretly looking forward to more such time together in the future. On the contrary, Su Qinghe, who has just arrived in Hangzhou, sneezes repeatedly just after getting off the airplane. Just the night before, after Su Qinghe learned that the suite arranged by the program group was a 3-room suite, Su Qinghe almost exploded in place. At that time, Su Qinghe shouted no. In his heart, Su Qinghe thought in his heart that his own precious niece was now working as an assistant beside Lin Che. A man and a woman in the same room. What's the matter? Didn't he agree to be Lin Che's manager in the first place to prevent drawing wolves into the house so that he could keep an eye on Lin Che and protect his niece at all times? Now that's good. When he became an agent himself, his niece used him as a connection to become an assistant. It's like sheep in a tiger's mouth. Sinning, Su Qinghe inwardly roared. Although Su Qinghe knew that Lin Che's character was okay, and he looked like a regular young man, but who can say what's going on in a relationship? What's more, Su Qingqing's outstanding face value was there. Anyone who saw it would not be able to help but look at it a few more times. Unless Lin Che is a fencing master who isn't interested in girls at all. Otherwise, if we get along for a long time, in case of a gunshot, it will be all over. Therefore, how could Su Qinghe still sit still? He was busy and rushed from Magic City. Along the way, Su Qinghe's brows were furrowed and his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Sitting on the airplane, Su Qinghe closed his eyes tightly, and in his heart, he was still thinking that when he saw Lin Che, he would have to communicate properly. After landing in Hangzhou, Su Qinghe was anxious. With the wind at his back, he sprinted out of the airport, looking around for a cab as he ran. Seeing a row of empty cars, Su Qinghe hurriedly rushed over in an arrow step, pulled open the door and sat in. A car. Su Qinghe cannot care about breathing. Directly from the pocket out of 1,000 yuan in cash. Snapshot in front of the driver's seat. Then, Su Qinghe shouted, "Master, please hurry, the backyard is on fire." The driver's master was originally humming a little tune leisurely. When he heard this, he first froze, then he couldn't help but secretly sigh. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother, are you being green? How anxious must this be to catch the current? Driver master originally intended. Get off the car to smoke a cigarette to relax and relax. Anyway, waiting for half an hour did not receive a single. But at the moment, brainstorming this instantly throws relaxation out the window. Just see the master driver without saying a word. Squeeze the handbrake. The action is crisp and clear, followed by a kick of the gas and a release of the handbrake. With a whoosh, the car catapulted into place and lurched out. The speed of the car increased violently, causing Su Qinghe's back to cling to the seat, almost causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Why does it feel like you're in a bigger hurry than me? Su Qinghe wondered as he clutched his seatbelt tightly with both hands. The driver still twisted his head to look at Su Qinghe while driving. Seeing Su Qinghe gasping for air, the driver's eyes were permeated with a "brother, I understand you. Sure to help you get there as soon as possible" meaning. Su Qinghe also noticed the driver's gaze if anything and turned his head to look at the driver's seat. Just by a look, the driver again understood Su Qinghe's meaning, and then kicked the floor oil. Boom! Su Qinghe. 10 minutes later. Hiss dash. A sharp, harsh sound of brakes scuffed across the floor. The cab parked with a swing. Su Qinghe blackened his face, panting heavily and looking slightly deflated. At the moment, Su Qinghe only felt dizzy, but with a belly full of resentment. Even though his legs were a little weak, he still walked towards the hotel. When the receptionist saw this look, she thought it was caused by a lack of restraint. Su Qinghe directly lit up that he was Lin Che's agent and smoothly got the room card. Soon came the third floor. Su Qinghe didn't rush to swipe his card, but carefully pressed himself against the door and pricked up his ears to listen to the movements inside the house. There were sparse sounds coming from inside the house. Inside the house, the two were currently sitting on the couch, watching a boring TV program to kill time. Su Qingqing deliberately wore a small short skirt, her two slender legs casually swaying. Su Qingqing turned her head to look at Lin Che and asked, "Lin Che, what are you doing today?" Hearing Su Qingqing's question, Lin Che thought for a moment and replied, "Rest. I just finished the program yesterday and slept too late. What about tomorrow?" Su Qingqing's tone returned to calm. After all, in the past 2 days, Su Qingqing felt that the distance between herself and Lin Che seemed to have closed quite a bit. Su Qingqing also no longer blushed like a bubble teapot as soon as she spoke to Lin Che like she did in the beginning. As the two of them were talking, Lin Che thought about it, and just as he was about to answer the question about going to the recording studio to record a song, he heard a knock of a knock on the door. Just to the conversation Su Chingha all misunderstanding. Right now, Su Chingha even had the heart to kill Lin Che Sha. The knocking continued. Lin Che naturally didn't dare to open the door, but instead put 2 more layers of locks on the room door. Outside the door, Su Chingha heard the sound of locking before realizing in hindsight that he had a room card. Drop dash. The door to the room opens. Chapter 93, Applause. The door to the room opened. In the room, the two saw Su Chingha, who was wrapped up tightly. He only saw Su Chingha wrapped in a thick coat, a scarf wrapped around his neck several times, and a woolen hat. Su Chingha had just exposed a pair of eyes outside, revealing an eager and serious look. Due to the fact that the hotel rooms are equipped with heating, Lin Che and Su Chingching both wore very little on their bodies. Lin Che simply wore a loose short-sleeved t-shirt with a pair of homey shorts underneath. Su Chingching, on the other hand, was wearing a short skirt, revealing her slender yet white long legs. As for the purpose, when Su Chingha entered the door, he saw Su Chingching, who was hiding behind Lin Che, shivering. In Su Chingha's opinion, Su Chingching's look of fear and hiding behind Lin Che was as if she had done something wrong and was caught in the act. At once, Su Chingha's face darkened some more. Chingching, come over here for a moment. Su Ching had tried to suppress the fire in his heart, and his tone slowed down slightly. But Su Chingching shook her head vigorously as if she didn't hear it. Unconsciously, his body pressed even closer to Lin Che's back. Lin Che received a piece of softness behind his back. Even if he was a straight man again, he knew what was going on, and immediately a slight redness rose on his old face. Lin Che's heart thumped, thinking about how this scene was so awkward. Somewhat at a loss for words, he could only freeze in place, not daring to move. Su Chingha saw the two couples so intimate. His heart will be broken. Your niece was just abducted by a pig? At this moment, Su Chingha wanted to die. He took a few deep breaths and managed to calm down, but still had a stern face as he stretched out his finger to point at Lin Che and said through clenched teeth, "You, come over here for a moment." Lin Che couldn't help but swallow his saliva, hardened his head, and took a step towards Su Chingha. The two were only a step away when, suddenly, Su Chingha reached out his hand and grabbed Lin Che's arm. Immediately afterward, Su Chingha violently threw Lin Che to the door, and then snapped, mercilessly closed the door. Lin Che felt like he had experienced life and death in an instant. At this time, outside the door, Lin Che was still in a state of confusion. The back was still a bit vaguely painful due to Su Chingha's strength, hitting the wall with force. Standing outside the door, Lin Che gasped loudly. As soon as he lifted his eyes, he saw Su Chingha, whose face was blackened to a purple color in front of him. Lin Che tentatively opened his mouth. "Uncle Su." Lin Che's voice was a little shaky, with a hint of caution. "Don't call me uncle," Su Chingha shouted angrily. "Do you realize that you guys are so reckless? Doing, hey, sleeping. It's very hurtful to the customs." Su Chingha was so angry that he stuttered a bit in his speech. This lone man and woman sharing a room, and dressed like this. It's a wonder there isn't something. The more Su Chingha thought about it, the more angry he became, and his eyes were as wide as bronze bells. Lin Che was listening to this in a cloudy manner, completely unable to understand what Su Chingha meant by this. Scratching his head, Lin Che looked at the furious Su Chingha and spoke with a puzzled expression. "No way. Sleeping is also in charge? I'm not resting normally. Uncle Su, you're making me confused. Can I not care?" When Su Chingha saw Lin Che's cloudy face right now, as if he didn't take this matter seriously at all, he became even more furious inwardly. Su Chingha even felt that Lin Che was playing dumb. Lin Che paused. He really didn't understand what Su Chingha meant, but he still muttered in a low voice, "Chingching is my assistant. Is it wrong for me to let her rest?" The two of them looked at each other in all directions, and Lin Che's head hadn't turned around yet, but Su Chingha didn't care about that. At this moment, he was already overwhelmed by anger, and he threw up his fists and wanted to violently beat up Lin Che. Uncle Su, you have to make it clear." Lin Che took a few steps backward while hurriedly reaching out to block his body. As the saying goes, one force can break all laws. Su Chingha's weight of 80 kilograms is quite oppressive when he stands there, and Lin Che definitely doesn't have much of an advantage in a real fight. Plus, being outside without the support of the heat, Lin Che's legs and feet weren't even very sharp, and even the most basic dodging was slower than before. Just as Su Chingha's fist was about to land on Lin Che's head, Su Chingching hurriedly opened the door and came out of the room to stop it. She shouted anxiously, "Second uncle, don't be impulsive." Su Chingha stopped waving his fists and looked at Su Chingching with a tangled face. "Chingching, are you so defensive of him?" Su Chingha looked worried. He looked at Su Chingching's nervous appearance and felt that his niece was really mesmerized by Lin Che. "He's all like that, second uncle." Have you misunderstood something? Although Su Qingqing was also in a state of confusion, she was at least able to finish her sentence. I know everything, sighed Su Qinghe, a tone of hateful helplessness. Only Su Qinghe thought that these two children were still here pretending to be confused with themselves. But one has already heard all those words from them. How can this be a lie? No. What? Su Qingqing's doubts deepened. Although she didn't explicitly say that she liked Lin Che, a normal person should be able to tell? Yeah, you guys last night. Su Qinghe didn't point out the words. He really can't say it a little bit. He feels that this kind of thing is quite embarrassing. Last night? Su Qingqing and Lin Che recalled at the same time. The two went over and over last night's events in their heads and froze. Not just a normal break? The two were wide-eyed, both feeling baffled. And tomorrow. And you guys too. Su Qinghe then added. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Tomorrow? These two inexplicable words from Su Qinghe caused the two men's brains to go straight down. The two were completely confused as to what drug Su Qinghe was selling in his gourd. Lin Che really couldn't stand the ambiguous words. Straight away, I gave up all of yesterday's trip in its entirety. From waking up in the morning for breakfast, to later rest in the room, and then the preparation of the program for the evening, all in one go. And tomorrow, I have to go to the studio to arrange the music. Audition rehearsal the day after tomorrow. Hit the spots the day after. The day after the big one. The arrangements are also told in detail. After saying that, Lin Che thought, this will always make Su Qinghe understand that there is nothing going on between the two of them, right? But Su Qinghe heard is not the full version. Even more angry, he felt that Lin Che was being sophomoric, not telling the truth at all. How much longer are you going to hide this from me? Su Qinghe roared. Uncle Su, I really didn't hide anything from you, said Lin Che, who couldn't stand this feeling of somehow being wronged. The tone of his voice was also slightly displeased. Lin Che played a straight ball. Uncle Su, just tell me straight, where exactly did it make you dissatisfied? Su Qinghe snorted coldly. You guys, yesterday night, in bed, together. Xiao Changhe wanted to say those things that were on his mind, but when the words came to his mouth, he found it hard to speak and swallowed them. However, Su Qinghe closed his eyes and raised his hands to applaud. Chapter 94, Kid, it's your turn now. Crisp applause spread through the silent stillness of the hallway. Su Qinghe's applause broke the original tranquility of the promenade. The echoes linger in the narrow space, only to see Su Qinghe's dark face, his eyes penetrating in unspeakable complexity, implicitly expressing his so-called full version of the plot. Lin Che and Su Qingqing's eyes were as wide as copper bells when they saw this scene. Waves of shock instantly rose in the hearts of the two men. Su Qinghe saw the two dumbfounded expression, the heart more established. This is the thing was debunked after the surprise. Su Qinghe thought, humph, looking at you guys, you must have ghosts in your hearts. No, Uncle Su. The two of us really didn't. Lin Che finally understood what happened and said with some tears and laughter. While saying that, Lin Che secretly grumbled in his heart. This is really unjust. Himself and Su Qingqing just get along normally. But how can I explain this to convince Uncle Su? That's right, second uncle. We haven't reached that point yet. I'm still. Not yet. Su Qingqing saw Lin Che's presence and swallowed not yet together back into her throat. At this moment, Su Qingqing was ashamed and anxious in her heart. Su Qinghe swept his gaze back and forth over the two little ones, trying to penetrate their appearances, trying to discern a hint of clues from their expressions. But what came into his eyes was the shivering Lin Che, and the somewhat flushed Su Qingqing. Su Qinghe sighed and suppressed his emotions as he looked at the shivering Lin Che and said, go inside and talk. Su Qinghe was quite helpless in his heart. Public affairs are public. Private affairs are private. After all, Lin Che was still an artist under his own command. As an agent, Su Qinghe had to make sure that Lin Che's announcements behind him went on normally. You can't be sick and suffer a high-priced breach of contract from the program. The three entered the house. Su Qinghe took off his heavy jacket and sat down on the sofa, still with a heavy face. But the sight of the well-stocked table made my stomach growl involuntarily. Seeing this, Su Qingqing shook Su Qinghe's arm, her tone pouting. Second uncle, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. You eat it and then talk about it. Su Qingqing thought about easing this tense atmosphere first, so that the second uncle could calm down. Su Qingqing's somewhat whiny tone, sure enough, made Su Qinghe's tightly locked brows loosen up a bit. Only, Su Qinghe still turned his head to look at Lin Che and said in a serious tone, you, go back to your room to recuperate for a while first. Su Qinghe thought that there were some things he still had to talk to his niece alone first. After all, the key to this matter was still on Su Qingqing's side. Gotta find out what's really going on in her mind first. Lin Che bristled and nodded as he turned around to go back to his room. Only Su Qingqing and Su Qinghe were left in the living room. The two men came to the table and chatted as they ate. Su Qinghe looked at the appearance of Su Qingqing's yellow flower girl, and his heart was a mixed bag of emotions. He thought back to his own youth, and he also had ignorant feelings, but in the end, they were slowly worn away by the triviality of life and the expectations of elders. Now I'm looking at my niece going down the same emotional road, and I'm both worried and scared that she's going to take a wrong turn. Tell second uncle the truth. You really don't have one? Su Qinghe lowered his voice and inquired. Really didn't I didn't even confess, said Su Qingqing with a hint of aggravation in her tone. After determining that he was indeed mistaken, Su Qinghe was torn for a long time. Su Qinghe then spoke. Qingqing, your father is busy abroad. I know that you liked your father's company since you were a child. Saying this, Su Qinghe's eyes flashed with a hint of despair. He knew that his elder brother was always fighting abroad for his career, so the children at home could only be taken care of by them, the relatives. And Su Qingqing hadn't really felt the solidity of having her father by her side since she was a child. It had always been something he felt quite sorry for in his heart. Why the same old rhetoric, said Su Qingqing in her heart. Although she thought so, Su Qingqing didn't dare to retort with her mouth. She knew that Uncle Tu was doing this for his own good. Although I've heard these words so many times that I feel my ears are getting calloused. But then again, you have to listen. Simple and concise. The general idea is, can't let that get you abducted by a yellow hair in a ghost fire. Then comes the line, Dad, you don't understand him. He's actually very nice. Or something like that. Su Qingqing listened to the sermons and nodded her head in ignorance. Squirming her lips, Su Qingqing also thought in her heart, what exactly were one's feelings for Lin Che considered? Is it really like that? Or is it just because of adoration? After second uncle's words, added Su Qinghe as he finished the last bowl of soybean milk on the table and wiped his mouth, we won't interfere with you too much. Su Qinghe knows that the matter of feelings, control too strict instead of easy to counterproductive, but really cannot rest assured, can only put the words to this, let Su Qingqing own heart have a number. But you yourself want to understand, said Su Qinghe in a serious tone, this feeling, do you favor dependence, or admiration, or is there something else? This emotion thing is so complicated. Do you need a reason to love someone? Su Qinghe himself didn't even know. Right now, he could only have to let Su Qingqing ponder over it on his own. Figure out what you want to do to avoid regrets later. Sooner or later, though, but those of us who are elders would like it to be a little later. Su Qinghe poured out the worries of his elders. He was truly afraid that Su Qingqing would be hurt. In his opinion, Su Qingqing was still too young, haven't really seen the complexity of relationships and the difficulties of life in this world. Moreover, it was true that he was forced to become Lin Che's agent because of Su Qingqing as a middleman. Right now, Su Qinghe's understanding of Lin Che was limited to his control of the heat like a fish in water. How could Su Qinghe not be wary of such a sophisticated young man? In Su Qinghe's impression, this kid Lin Che was resourceful. The first meeting between the two is a good example. In the cafe, Su Qinghe was dumbfounded by Lin Che's sharp questions. Someone like Lin Che who was in the entertainment industry must have a lot of heart. Second uncle. I'll think about it, replied Su Qingqing as she nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. At the table, the atmosphere fell into a silence with Su Qingqing's answer. There really doesn't seem to be a reason for something like feelings. As the old saying goes, a lover's delight. But there's also a saying, the authorities are in the dark, the onlookers are in the dark. Su Qingqing, who had fallen into silence, was also thinking well at the moment. This somewhat scribbled relationship. Seeing this, Su Qinghe did not make a sound to disturb him, but instead walked towards Lin Che's room. Hey, kid, it's your turn now, Su Qinghe said inwardly, still moving his muscles as he walked, accompanied by the sound of joints rubbing together. Su Qinghe pushed open the door to Lin Che's room. Chapter 95, It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Inside the room, Lin Che raised his eyes and saw Su Qinghe who was rubbing his fists. That stance was as if he was going to rush up and tear Lin Che apart in the next second. Lin Che's heart snapped and he couldn't help but gulp. His eyes were locked on Su Qinghe. His feet unconsciously moved back, and his back was slightly tensed. His entire body was in a highly tense state of defense. Lin Che really didn't hear anything from the conversation between the two just now. Lin Che was also not a person who liked to snoop on other people's parents. Watching Su Qinghe take a steady pace, approaching towards himself step by step, his eyes were filled with an inscrutable meaning that seemed to carry a few points of scrutiny. Every step closer seemed to carry an invisible sense of oppression, making the atmosphere in the not-so-large room more and more condensed. Don't be nervous. Just when Lin Che felt like his heart was about to jump into his throat, Su Qinghe calmly opened his mouth. I came just to see if you have a cold. Saying that, Su Qinghe even frowned slightly. There was a hint of concern in his eyes, only it was extremely imperceptible. After Su Qinghe figured out what happened and learned that it was just Su Qingqing's unrequited love, he actually felt a twinge of pity for Lin Che in the bottom of his heart. thinking about Su Qingqing's wishful thinking, while this teenager in front of her seems to be unaware of it, is also strange and pathetic. However, more than anything else, surprise occupied Su Qing's mind. Su Qingqing was a famous beauty, with bright eyes and white teeth, but Lin Che was actually unmoved, which really made him a little puzzled. Seeing Su Qing's calm tone, Lin Che's hanging heart fell to the ground, raising his hand and wiping his forehead, inwardly sighing. So, I was scaring myself. Su Qing had told Lin Che about his misunderstanding, only hiding Su Qingqing's special feelings for Lin Che. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, the two were able to ease their status a bit. In Su Qing's eyes when he looked at Lin Che, there was less of that hostility from before and more of a calmness. Lin Che, on the other hand, had quietly written down this sign of abnormality from Su Qinghe. I'll be sure to get some serious revenge when the reason behind it is explored. As the saying goes, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. As the three converged, in the past few days, the two of them, whether it was Lin Che arranging the music, auditioning, or rehearsing in, both of them consistently followed Lin Che. Lin Che was quite frank about it. After all, in the entertainment industry, artists are accompanied by assistants and agents at all times. It is a normal thing. It is not sudden at all. Instead, Lin Che even enjoyed this feeling. The trio wandered around Hangzhou for a few days, and the recording of the second installment of the show was approaching. Over the course of a few days, the heat on the internet was almost always firmly dominated by topics about Yi Ling. It wasn't until the eve of the show that netizens, as if suddenly coming back to their senses, began to spread their eyes to the other contestants. As a result, the internet was buzzing with discussion about those 6 contestants. A wave of blind guesses. Sister Velvet is number 1 again this time. Don't be too full of words. In case Chen Mingfeng suddenly explodes, it's impossible to say. Che, when it comes to outbursts, who is better than Lin Che? You're all wrong. It's still Li Qingkai when it comes to potential. And behind that buzz, Lin Che. Su Qingqing and Su Qinghe rode in the special car arranged by the program team and drove smoothly towards the program site. As soon as they arrived at the place, Su Qingqing lightly invited out the makeup maker. After listening to Lin Che's audition in the past few days, Su Qingqing carefully planned her makeup by the lyrics. Lin Che sat in front of the makeup mirror, and the makeup artist started by applying foundation, which was evenly applied to Lin Che's face. Perfectly conceals minor imperfections on the face, yet retains the original translucent texture of the skin. The hair was also skillfully styled, with a few strands of broken hair falling casually in front of the forehead, and the costumes are more carefully put together. Slim-fitting white shirt with a black bow tie tied at the collar for a touch of elegance, and on the sleeve, a crooked cufflink sewn on, hand sewn by Su Qingqing to match the lyrics. The black blazer was well tailored and fit Lin Che's figure. When everything was ready, Su Qingqing handed Lin Che his bowler hat. Lin Che stepped towards the guest room, putting his bowler hat on his head as well. When Lin Che walked into the guest room with this much charisma, it instantly became the center of attention. The gazes of the surrounding people were directed towards him, especially Yi Ling, who was also attracted by this gentlemanly style of Lin Che in front of him. After netizens saw the scene through the live camera, pop-ups flew directly all over the screen. I'll be damned. This little brother is quite handsome. What's the use of being handsome? The entertainment industry is not short of good-looking. The key is also to look at the strength. Do not be an embroidered pillow. Not useful. It probably serves as a makeup, or we'll have to see how well it performs on stage. In any case, this image is quite eye-catching when it comes out. Feel very starry. May really be able to rely on this to become famous. Look forward to his performance in a while. The crowd centered around Lin Che on a variety of topics. Lin Che, on the other hand, slightly straightened his clothes, and with a confident yet calm smile, he sat quietly waiting for the official start of the program recording. Look at the display in the guest room. The system randomly sequences the order in which the players will appear. Eventually, the screen was frozen. Yi Ling became the first contestant to take the stage this time, while Lin Che came in second. Lin Che had a bashful demeanor about it. At this moment, Lin Che was secretly looking forward to it in his heart, thinking about what kind of excuses those 2 gold medal producers will be able to conjure up to nitpick when they see the lyrics to their song Gentleman later. Thinking about it, the corners of Lin Che's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, carrying a hint of a smile if anything. The line of sight was once again cast to the big screen, and on the stage, it was now Yi Ling's home turf. She sang an adaptation of one of her own hit songs this time. The familiar melody just played, stirring the heartstrings of everyone present. Yi Ling stood in the center of the stage, the spotlight spilling over her body, her eyes slightly closed, immersed in the world of the song. The song flowed gracefully from the lips, sometimes lilting, speaking of endless sorrow, making people unconsciously infected by that emotion. Lin Che quietly looked at Yi Ling in the screen, his eyes that were originally slightly playful gradually becoming focused. He could feel the emotion Yi Ling poured into the song. How many untold stories seemed to be hidden in the songs? As the song progressed, Lin Che couldn't help but be brought into that mood as well, his brows furrowing slightly. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at how well Yi Ling's control of the song and interpretation of the emotions was so spot on. More than 3 minutes seemed to pass in a flash in this moving song, and Yi Ling's performance was over. There was silence. A few moments later, the sound of sobbing could be heard rising and falling, which has the opening King Bomb Ah. This makes the people behind play a rally ah? Someone couldn't help but complain. Disperse and come back when the vote is taken. Yi Ling sings her own hit song, while the lyrics are humble to a fault and made me tear up hard. Who's next? Surrender quickly. Yi Ling's song, even a passing dog would shed 2 tears. Chapter 96, Face Value is Justice. After hearing Yi Ling's teardrop, music critics began to feel sorry for the contestants behind them. The language of pressure from all directions also gathered on Lin Che. On the stage, Yi Ling sighed softly after receiving the judges' comments. It hadn't been a good few days for her. Ever since she was connoted by Lin Che last time, her mood had been low and depressed. Every time she remembered Lin Che's seemingly offhand but straight to the point words, a wave of sourness would flood her heart, and that low mood unknowingly blends into her rendition of the song. Even his own original hit song Teardrops, which was full of memories and goodness, now has more than a touch of sadness to it. Yi Ling stood on the stage and bowed slightly, and after the judges gave high praise reviews in turn, Yi Ling left the stage. Yi Ling returned to the guest room. He happened to meet up with Lin Che, who came out. Yi Ling raised her eyes to look at Lin Che, and the moment their gazes met, Lin Che's handsome features crashed into Yi Ling's eyes without warning. Sword eyebrows flew diagonally into his temples, revealing a heroic spirit, and his deep eyes could make people fall deeply into them just by looking at them. A trace of imperceptible amazement flashed through Yi Ling's eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered gently for a few moments, and her lips opened slightly as if she wanted to say something, but her throat felt like it was choked with something. The last time I was Lin Che diva connotes well in the past. At this moment, Yi Ling couldn't even open her mouth when she wanted to go forward and say hello. In the end, the two of them just nodded gently and hastily averted their eyes, leaving on the wrong side of the room. Lin Che, on the contrary, looked as normal and came straight to the back of the stage, first taking the microphone and gently rubbing his fingers. Then, after straightening his collar and adjusting the bow tie to be more regular, he put on a black bowler hat, and the whole man looked more and more elegant. Lin Che stood still and waited for Chen Shang's player introduction. Then, please welcome our second contestant, Lin Che. Chen Shang's passionate words echoed throughout the entire arena, but all they got in return was a chorus of regret from 100 music critics. Hey, a newcomer, ranked in the death group. I think he was third last time, and now I have a feeling it's going to be close. That's right. Haven't you seen Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming say Lin Che's lyrics are no good? The music critics whispered and exchanged words, their mouths full of questions and negativity towards Lin Che. But despite this, the group's eyes couldn't help but focus on the center of the stage. Most people still want to see if the newcomer can carry the pressure, only to see Lin Che walk out elegantly in a black departmental gown. The gorgeous outfit instantly caught the eye of the crowd. On the judges' bench, Zhao Qingya slightly raised her eyes to look at Lin Che in the center of the stage, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Zhou Chuanxiong did the same, his hands clasped over his chest, curiosity in his gaze. On the contrary, the other two gold producers, Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming, were seized inwardly. They recalled the sharp critique of Lin Che's lyrics from the last installment. The two only expected Lin Che this installment not to bring another song of this quality like Diva. Both of their faces became a bit grave, their brows furrowed together. The music critics offstage also reacted differently when they saw Lin Che's stunning outfit, and all sorts of interesting comments sprang up. Oh my god, just now I was saying that he can't do it. Where does this Lin Che not do it? This Lin Che is fantastic. TSK, just this face value. Just standing there and singing is pleasing to the eyes. Good lord, is this a catwalker or a singer? Is it really true that face value is justice? Who cares how he sings? It's just fun to watch? TSK, you guys were disgusted with people before, but now that Lin Che has come out, each one of you flipped your faces faster than a book. Right in the middle of the crowd's gazes and murmurs, Lin Che slowly walked to the center of the stage. After standing still, Lin Che raised his head slightly. Gaze swept around the stage at the music critics. Immediately afterward, he looked towards the judges' table, and after nodding to Zhao Qingya and Zhou Chuanxiong, his gaze locked onto the two gold medal producers before the corners of his mouth rose. Lin Che stood in the center of the stage and flashed a confident and charming smile at the two. Lin Che then spoke. A song called Gentleman. I hope you guys like it. The words were followed by the slow sound of a low cello. The mellow tone of the cello, with a deep and story-filled mood, slowly opened the curtain of this emotional feast, and every now and then a piano sound punctuates it just right. The piano weaves in and out of the atmosphere created by the cello, visualizing the depth. The prelude sounded, and at once it firmly caught the ears of the crowd. In an instant, a deep, introspective and slightly melancholic atmosphere spread throughout the scene. The crowd's gazes focused on Lin Che in unison. Only Lin Che, at this moment, was like an elegant gentleman, quietly standing in the center of the stage. A beam of pure white light hit Lin Che's body, causing Lin Che's entire aura to become deeper and deeper. After the intro sails on, Lin Che picks up the mic and silently speaks. It's been a long time, what's the role? Carefully dressed in a white shirt. The cuffs are from you. Try to act like you don't care. Frequent exposure of self-deceivers. The more you cover it up, the deeper it goes. When Lin Che opened his mouth and sang the first line of the lyrics, the audience was first stunned. The low voice, coupled with the fact that the lyrics begin with an introduction to Lin Che's stage costume. Lin Che's upright figure was in everyone's eyes at the moment. Already the image of deep emotion in the lyrics overlaps, coupled with Lin Che's voice with a slight hint of huskiness. The lyrics of the emotion that is hard to repress are interpreted to the fullest. The people present couldn't help but be moved by this. The main part of the song is, unsurprisingly, a pair of old lovers reunited once again. The male side of the style is still carefully dressed for this encounter, wearing a white shirt, and it just so happens that the cufflinks missing from this shirt were given to you by. But, I've long thought of the cufflinks as a reminder of what you sent. While I've tried to be blasé and pretend I don't care about but it reveals my inner self frequently. No amount of disguise can hide the fact that I'm sinking into you. The scene, which was still somewhat noisy, instantly quieted down. With those lyrics, that melody, the cello tune speeds up. Lin Che's voice was also slightly rushed. You said I heard. Tolerating passages where words don't mean what they say. I decided to upset myself anyway. Chapter 97, The Gentleman. On stage, Lin Che's low voice gradually elucidated the emotions of the song. The voice seemed to carry a kind of magic, haunting the entire space. The sound burrowed silkenly into the ears of the crowd and went straight to the heart. The atmosphere at the scene was not favorable to Lin Che at first, but at this point, the crowd was holding their breath and listening intently to every note and lyric. They can clearly feel, between the lines of the lyrics, the gentleman that careful. On the judges' table, a glint of light flooded the bottom of Zhao Qingye's and Zhou Chuanxian's eyes full of appreciation for the song. The two leaned forward slightly, a look of intoxication in their eyes. As the lyrics progressed, images that fit with them kept popping up in the minds of the two, already convinced by this unique expression of emotion. On the other hand, Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming are already thinking about how to sharply comment on the song. They clasp their hands to their chests, trying to pick out the so-called flaws in this carefully woven web of emotions. The gazes of the crowd swarmed towards Lin Che, who was dressed as a gentleman on the stage. It was only seen slowly extending his right hand, moving with a kind of elegant slowness, and singing softly. I want to touch your hair. It's just a simple test. I want to give you a hug. Is it okay to do what we did before? Are you serious about that half step back? A little movement can do a lot of damage. I can only play the gentleman, to be able to talk to you. The chorus kicks in and an unspeakable wave of emotion spreads through the scene like a tidal wave. Song's feelings, there are fondness, helplessness, there is a desire but do not dare to wantonly struggle. In the lyrics, the gentleman tries to touch the tip of his ex-lover's hair, a humble yet passionate longing. Just a single strand of hair carries all the love and memories of the past. The gentleman wanted to give her a warm hug, as he always did, but nowadays hugs are such a luxury. She gently stepped back, and that half-step distance was as hard to touch as crossing 1,000 miles. This subtle movement was like an insurmountable chasm separating the two men in two worlds. So far, I have to talk to you about the past in the name of a gentleman. The heartbreaking and hopeless choice is to hide your love in your heart and cover up your flawed heart with a seemingly slick disguise. The images were like a movie, shining in the minds of the people. The people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, as if that half-step backward had also stepped on their own hearts and was vaguely painful. They raised their eyes to the center of the stage, with a somewhat lonely figure, Lin Che. At this moment, Lin Che seems to be the gentleman who is lost in love and wandering in regret, standing all alone, which makes people feel sorry for him. Can I take you home? Maybe it's going to rain outside. I can give you a hug. Can we be friends? I couldn't resist a hug from behind. I can't say I miss you. You're just a gentleman you've just met. Make a joke of it. The lyrics give a first-hand account of the gentleman's caution at this meeting. What used to be a natural escort home between friends has now turned into a tentative inquiry tinged with apprehension. That uncertainty, that fear of rejection, shows through the lyrics. Obviously, you pride yourself on being a gentleman, but the moment you turn around, All pretense breaks down. The thoughts that were hidden in the bottom of the heart were like a flood that broke through the defenses of reason. The thoughts in the scale of the embrace turn the heart's unspeakable thoughts into moments. The torment of wanting to get close but not daring to get too close. Of wanting to pour out your thoughts but forcing the words down your throat. Moves that cross the line can only find excuses to get you to dismiss it as just a joke. As the chorus ends, the interlude follows. The sad piano sound, paired with the low cello, undoubtedly doesn't speak to the sadness of a love affair that ended without a fight. The sadness of the atmosphere caused a tear to rise in the corner of the crowd's eye. On the stage, Lin Che slowly stepped away and came to the corner of the stage. The light source hit the brim of Lin Che's hat, making it impossible for the crowd to see Lin Che's expression at this moment. The whole atmosphere of the stage became more and more deep and moving. Only Lin Che's low singing voice could be heard, trying to act as sociable as possible. Frequent exposure of unwanted. The more you hide it, the deeper it goes. I want to say that I've heard it, but don't say it. Tolerating passages where words don't mean what they say. I'm destined to stay in the corner anyway. Boom! The second verse of the main song made the already heavy air more and more somber. The lyrics are more humble compared to the first verse. A line of subtle lyrics. Coupled with this action of Lin Che coming to the corner of the stage just now, Lin Che's forlorn figure on the stage made the atmosphere of the room extremely depressing. On the judges' table, Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming's expressions became unusually ugly, and the pretense of deep composure had long disappeared. At the moment their minds are. Also frequently surfaced himself in gentleman's attire, standing in the corner, silently gazing at the image of his former partner. Bits and pieces of the past flashed before my eyes like a slideshow. What was once sweet is intertwined with what is now alienation, even if you are still deeply in love with the other person. But the deliberate good understanding, but always inadvertently frequent exposure of their own heart. All the words I wanted to say to her were stuck in my throat. I can only let that sourness spread in my heart. Their gazes were horrified as they looked at Lin Che on the stage. Eyes full of disbelief and unwillingness to face, have clenched their back teeth, as if trying to use such a way to suppress the emotions that were touched inside. But the slightly trembling cheeks still betrayed their panic at the moment. Right at this moment, on the stage, Lin Che once again extended his right hand. The right hand paused in the air, as if hesitating and building up courage. Then slowly, he probed forward as if touching the unattainable lover. Immediately afterward, Lin Che's voice choked slightly as he sang, "I want to touch your hair. It's just a simple test. I want to give you a hug. Is it okay to do what we did before? Are you serious about that half step back? A little movement can do a lot of damage. I can only play the gentleman, to be able to talk to you." Each word, as if squeezed out with difficulty from the deepest recesses of the heart, carried a hint of an imperceptible tremor. Still steady singing, but the details in the lyrics are like a sharp knife, cutting through the shell of the gentleman pretending to be strong. Expose your inner emotions without reservation. Can I take you home? Maybe it's going to rain outside. I can give you a hug. Can we be friends? I couldn't resist a hug from behind. I can't say I miss you. You're just a gentleman you've just met. Make a joke of it. After the second chorus, urgent drums, crisp, mournful piano, and sobbing strings emerge. It's like a storm that's been building up for a long time has finally arrived. The emotions that the gentleman suppressed for a long time in the previous paragraph are gathered here and exploded. Lin Che once again extended his right hand, his arm trembling slightly, his tone slightly begging. Chapter 98, Then You Can't Blame Me. On the stage, Lin Che stood quietly in the corner. The outburst pours out. Can you give me a left hand? Hold you to the end of the road? I'll do what I always do. Watching the cars coming and going. The moment Lin Che opened his mouth, that voice, with a hint of supplication and with all the restraint it could muster, quietly tugged at the heartstrings of everyone in the room. In the song, every note seems to tell of a love affair buried deep in the heart, and you can't help but be immersed in it. On the stage, Lin Che slightly tilted his head sideways, and the song carried a reliving, reminiscent color. Our distance wrinkled between our brows. You're quickly reverting to a passerby. The more polite I am, the more scared I get. A gentleman has to let go. After singing the last lyrics, Lin Che's right hand slowly lowered with it. On stage, this letting go is as gentlemanly as the song makes it out to be. Politely extend your hand, eager for a response. The gentleman's gesture was elegant with a hint of despair. It's like literally extending a final invitation to a beloved, but only to wait for the other side's indifference and detachment. But even with the pain in his heart, the gentleman can only force himself to let go of this feeling, this obsession. That stoic look made many of the audience on stage redden their eyes. As the piano faded, the crowd at the scene was still immersed in that depressing and deeply emotional atmosphere. The whole scene was so silent that a few soft sobs could be heard occasionally. Everyone seems to have been brought into that world of love but not love, empathizing with the helplessness and sadness. A moment of silence followed. The stage lights came on with it. Bright light breaks the depressing emotional atmosphere of the scene. Lin Che swept his gaze over the scene. There were only 4 instructors, 2 with smiles on their faces and 2 with sad faces, and as the crowd came out of the song's depressing mood, the critics on the stage also began to discuss in whispers, exchanging feelings in each other's hearts. It's too humble to sing. How deep must it be to be able to sing like that? Yeah, Lin Che's movements, they're so on point. Every subtle move fits the lyrics just right. I think the lyrics are so well written that on the surface it all looks like a very polite, restrained kind of expression, but in reality the feelings hidden behind that are so strong they're spilling out. A thunderous applause ensued. Many people's eyes even glittered with tears of emotion, as if they were all deeply touched by this humble to the extreme but incredibly heartfelt gentleman. The internet has been in full swing for even longer than the on-site reaction. Netizens flocked to the pop-up discussion to voice their opinions. For a while, the pop-up area was buzzing with all sorts of messages. So much for being humble to the core. Lin Che's interpretation of that feeling of being in love and wanting to get closer but not daring to overstep the boundaries is so spot on. Every lyric is like a scratch on my heart. It's so solid. And it wasn't? Every lyric, every mannerism, it really hits home so hard. It feels like he's the one who's so careful and humble to the dust in love that I'm crying because he's singing about it. Whether it's from his demeanor, body, or appearance, he acts extremely gentlemanly. But the small details reveal his long-suppressed feelings. Lin Che is really too good at it. And on the mentor's side, ace producer Qingye Zhao couldn't wait and was the first to comment. From an emotional point of view, this song carries a humble yet nuanced, like, can you give me a left hand to hold you to the end of the road? A simple sentence, but full of longing and caution. It's just that one line that instantly conjures up that nagging feeling of wanting to get closer but being afraid of rejection. And it's really wonderful. Zhao Qingye squinted her eyes slightly, as if she was still recalling the delicate emotions contained in those lyrics. Continuing, and later on, quickly reverting to a passerby's appearance brings out that helpless cutoff. Through these details, the emotion comes through. The whole song has just the right amount of emotional ups and downs, and I'm looking forward to your follow-up. Unlike in the past, Zhao Qingye's review this time was unusually rich, and her words were full of appreciation and affirmation for Lin Che. After saying that, she also glanced at Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming with a squint. The meaning in Zhao Qingye's eyes was obvious, as if to say, let's see what kind of good farts you two can hold back. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Zhou Chuanxiong hurriedly agreed and nodded his head. Indeed, this song, extreme humility and restrained desire, blends too skillfully. In love, many people have had moments where they want to get close but are afraid to intrude, want to express themselves but are afraid of being rejected. That conflicted and tormented mentality is really torturous. And this song, visualizing this deep emotion, that's what music is all about. After listening to the highly critical reviews of both, on the stage, Lin Che wore a small smile on his face and nodded politely to the two as a sign of appreciation. The emotional delivery of the song Gentleman is truly as humble as the two say it is. With that, Lin Che's gaze went to the 2 gold medal producers. Lin Che had a hint of playfulness in his eyes. This song, Gentleman, Lin Che was prepared for the review of these two. At this moment, Lin Che also wanted to hear what kind of evaluation they would give. Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming tussled for a long time. The 2 men looked at each other as if they were communicating something silently. In the end, Zhang Jiaming gulped and with some difficulty, spat out a sentence from his mouth. It's good, but not good enough. The lyrics are extremely contradictory and feel almost interesting. As soon as these words were uttered, a slight clamor rose from the scene. Many people showed their surprise. Lin Che frowned slightly when he heard this, but he quickly stretched it out again. His eyes turned, locking them onto Liang Jin, only to see Liang Jin also lower his head in a raw manner, and then raise it again, nodding just as unnaturally. Opening the review, he commented, there are a lot of transgressive gestures in the lyrics, such as abrupt hugs, reaching out. I don't think it's right for a gentleman to do that after a long absence. The delivery somewhat undermines the restrained yet humble vibe that the whole song is trying to create. So the song logic, still, needs a little more deliberation. Both of them were secretly relieved after the review, and both of them praised themselves for their wit. After the 4 mentors finished their comments, the camera was also given to Lin Che on the stage. On the stage, Lin Che nodded slightly, that smile still hanging on his face. Only, Lin Che did not move to write down the words of the 2 once again. Inwardly, he said, not enough again? Then you can't blame me. I'll just have to take a slight shot at you guys. Chapter 99, that man, is he coming back? On the stage, Lin Che looked at Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming and said thank you to both of them before retreating to the guest room. The comments of the 2 gold producers were in stark contrast to the high praise of Zhao Qingye and Zhou Chuanxiong. The camera goes to Zhao Qingya and Zhou Chuanxiong. The crowd only saw Zhao Qingya roll her eyes and then let out a cold snort. Zhou Chuanxiong, on the other hand, wore a bitter smile. This was an unusual surprise to the crowd. There was a buzz of chatter from the stage. Everyone was very surprised by the very different comments. Holy? What the hell? These two won't take money, right? Obviously. They are looking for bones in the egg. What do you mean? Charge or not charge? It's already out of bounds and you're still not allowed to talk about it? He is acting from a professional point of view. So don't make a fuss, okay? That's right. That's right. Sister Zhao has had a tendency to favor Lin Che since the first issue. And I even said that Sister Zhao took money. Now it's good. You're all starting to suspect others. Can you be more objective? Two people just love to tell a little truth and brainless fans don't like it? Go for the gold medal yourself if you can. On the internet, fans of the two were also frantically whitewashing Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming. All sorts of explanations and compliments are pouring in, trying to silence those voices of doubt. As for the voices of the outside world, Lin Che had not heard them personally in the guest room though. But with all the signs of the past, it's not hard to predict what the internet will be like. Think back to the stage, both the first and second installments. The performance of those two gold medal producers, Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming, was as clear as a mirror in Lin Che's heart. It's not hard to guess that they took money, after all. There's a twang and forced explanations in those reviews. However, after the two of them listened to Lin Che's heartfelt gentleman, the tangled looks on their faces were all seen by Lin Che. Combine that with the fact that in the previous first installment they said the lyrics weren't humble enough. But now the song is of such high quality, both in terms of the subtle expression of emotion and the overall stage presentation. The two were caught in the middle. A real dilemma. So, the two can only critique in a way that offends neither side. But this was exactly what Lin Che wanted. At this moment, Lin Che's thoughts had already drifted to the next step. Now that December is almost at its end, it's time to think about new songs. As long as the two gold medals stick around until internet opinion festers, then it's a matter of time before a new song hits the charts. After thinking about this, Lin Che rubbed his eyes and his gaze went to the large screen. The show finally came to an end after the remaining 5 contestants sang in turn. Immediately thereafter, the voting channel opens with it. The atmosphere of the scene became tense all of a sudden. Everyone waited with bated breath for the final results to come in. Each of the 100 music critics looked serious. They combined the comprehensive performance of each contestant on the stage, deliberated over and over again, and cast their precious votes carefully in their own hands. Eventually, the results were slowly presented on the big screen, and all eyes were focused on it. With her unique singing style and strong stage infectiousness, Yiling won the favor of many music critics, ranking first with 25% support. The moment Yiling saw the results, a confident and relieved smile appeared on her face, but immediately afterward, she saw Lin Che's 20% approval rating is in second place. Yiling's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat incredulous, but the big screen went on to show the rest of the contestant support. Chen Mingfeng originally thought that he had played very well in this period and could compete for the top 2 in any case, but when he saw the 19% approval rating, with himself only in third place, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Chen Mingfeng's mouth was slightly open, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he couldn't stop thinking, how could this happen? Only his brows were furrowed in secret chagrin. As for the flow boy, Li Qingkai, he had thought that by capitalizing on his stage performance in this issue, he would be able to rush to the forefront. As a result, it only got 17% support, placing it in fourth place. Li Qingkai's face turned gloomy as he muttered inwardly, how come Sister Qi hasn't gotten her strength back yet? Li Qingkai is still very confident about his traffic. Over the past half year, he had accumulated many fans and made a lot of money by cutting leaks, bringing huge benefits to Dragon Media. So Li Qingkai rightfully assumed that this was caused by Jiang Qi not having made a move yet. The rest of the crowd looked at the big screen, only to see Su Hiyu's 12% approval rating puts her in 5th place. As for Zhao Shunyun, who has only 7% support, he was automatically eliminated at the end of the rulebook because he was also last in support in the last contest. Zhao Yunshan stood at the edge of the stage with a forlorn face, his heart filled with regret, but he could only accept this cruel result helplessly. Just then, the host, Chen Sheng, walked onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the second installment of the competition ends here. Thank you to each of the contestants for their wonderful presentations and to the music critics for their expert judging. Let's look forward to an even better performance from the contestants in the next installment. As Chen Sheng's words fell, the lights on the stage gradually dimmed. One by one, the contestants right away from the program. Only Yiling stayed in place. She looked at Lin Che's back as he left with a slight surprise, and inwardly sighed. Could it be that man? Is he coming back? After leaving the program site, Lin Che's footsteps were slightly heavy. Slightly lowering his head, Lin Che pursed his lips slightly, his mind still constantly recalling the results of the match that had just been announced. The result was a bit more than one would have expected. Lin Che had originally thought that he would just play it safe this installment and stay in the third place position, thinking of staying for another 2 installments to hold myself down to the final 4. In this way, all those unwarranted nitpicking and unfair comments that the 2 goal producers had previously made about themselves would be brought out more and more in the subsequent final 4 rounds of the tournament program. In time, the show will also go from a general power competition to a song quality competition. At that point, the internet is bound to blow up instantly with even more repercussions. After all, the audience is not deaf, and we all have a scale in our hearts as to who is good and who is bad. But now, this result had completely deviated from Lin Che's predetermined track and had directly rushed to second place. Lin Che's heart held both a hint of surprise and a bit of chagrin. However, with things having come to this, chagrin would not help. So Lin Che had no choice but to adjust his plan. Take a deep breath, get in the special car, and close your eyes. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of the hotel, and Lin Che still said goodbye to the driver out of habit, then stride back to the hotel. Back in his room, Lin Che turned on his computer and kept a close eye on the heat trends on the internet, only to see that the first place in the hot search ranking was still Yiling's Teardrop, but the second became Lin Che's Gentleman. Only the discussion in the comments section was no longer singularly about Yiling, but Lin Che taking up Yiling's pressure. Watching the heat going, Lin Che muttered, "Whether or not I can release a new song in the next 2 days depends on where the heat goes tonight." Chapter 100 December New Song Set Sail. Back to the hotel. The room was dimly lit. Lin Che sat in front of his desk, his body slightly leaning forward, his eyes firmly fixed on the computer screen. Lin Che's focused expression seemed as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Watching heat trends for long periods of time with high intensity, Lin Che's eyes had long been bloodshot and sour, but Lin Che just raised his hand to rub his sore eyes from time to time, and then continued to stare at the screen without looking away, not daring to slack off in the slightest. During these 3 hours, the online world, all kinds of news and comments kept surging like a tidal wave, and Lin Che tries to keep the public opinion in check. First, we saw the netizens discussing Teardrops at a feverish pace, and the heat was on. Immediately after that, Gentleman came out of nowhere, seamlessly picking up where Teardrop left off with that heartfelt yet subtle rendition. However, that wasn't all. Lin Che guided the public opinion towards the reviews of the 2 gold medal producers. Subsequently, comments from the 2 gold medalists have gone viral, filling large and small corners of the internet. Some people agree with them and feel that the lyrics do have so-called flaws. However, more people have come forward to refute them, accusing them of being deliberately difficult and unfair. The remarks of the 2 sides went back and forth, not giving way to each other, stirring up the entire online court of public opinion. Lin Che's expression changed constantly with the ups and downs of public opinion, sometimes frowning, sometimes slightly stretching, devoting himself to it. Lin Che even forgot about everything around him, even the Weixin messages sent by Su Qingqing and Su Qinghe, whose beeps rang several times in the silent room. Lin Che did not even notice in the slightest. After a long time, the storm on the internet finally subsided. The direction of public opinion has leveled off and is no longer fluctuating as violently as before. Only then did Lin Che exhale a mouthful of turbid air and leaned back in his chair, his taut nerves slowly relaxing. It's not enough, but with the festivals, it's up to the standard of posting a song, Lin Che mumbled as he shut down his computer, then stood up and stretched. There was a crackling sound from his sedentary and stiff body. At that moment, my stomach rumbled in response. Only then did Lin Che return to his senses and looked around the empty room. Somehow, a lyric from a new song popped into my head. The mood was inexplicably colored by a hint of lassitude. Lin Che shook his head, got up, and walked towards the living room. As soon as he walked into the living room, the scene in front of him caused Lin Che to freeze for a moment. Only Su Qingqing and Su Qinghe were sitting in front of the small coffee table next to the sofa, concentrating on playing chess. Su Qinghe's brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were filled with a bit of seriousness and contemplation, pinching a chess piece in his hand, still deliberating on where to drop it. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, had a playful look on her face, tilting her head, her eyes shining brightly, as if she had already thought of a good trick to deal with it. "General, ha, you lost again. Second uncle. Hey, I'm old. I'm not thinking straight." The amicable and cozy scene between the 2 made Lin Che unable to help but touch his heart and think of his loved ones far away from home. Just as Lin Che was lost in his own thoughts, Su Qinghe and Su Qingqing also noticed Lin Che's arrival. When the 2 of them saw Lin Che come out, they stopped the movements in their hands, moved their muscles, and stood up. "Come on, let's have a midnight snack with you." Su Qinghe smiled and got up. coming in front of Lin Che and affectionately patting his shoulder like an elder. "Thank you, Uncle Su." Lin Che also thanked him for some reason. Second uncle don't chatter, Su Qingqing, on the other hand, laughed and pushed Su Qinghe's back, saying in a petulant tone. While saying that, Su Qingqing pushed Su Qinghe towards the door. Su Qingqing's lively appearance instantly lightened up the slightly dull atmosphere. When Lin Che saw this, he only smiled faintly. The three of them ate briefly and then went to their respective rooms to rest. Lin Che dragged his slightly tired body into the room. Although my body was already sleepy, my mind was still on the direction of public opinion. After all, tomorrow Lin Che was planning to record a new song. Before going to bed, Lin Che picked up his cell phone as usual. Skillfully, he opened up various social media platforms and scrutinized the public opinion. Just see that scene on the internet. Liang Jin was in a mess with Zhang Jiaming's fans and netizens who supported Lin Che. Various sharp words were exchanged and the conflict escalated. What? Gold says a few words about the newcomer and you guys aren't happy about it, are you? I'm afraid those who say they're looking for bones in their eggs haven't graduated from elementary school, right? How dare you yell here when you don't know anything? And you don't see how professional the other gold medal producer is. You can't talk about crossing the line, can you? That's protecting the master, isn't it? It's obvious that Lin Che's lyrics are problematic, so why can't we talk about it? You guys who are blindly defending him are too unreasonable. If Liang and Zhang Gold Medal said that Lin Che was national style is no good, I'll refute it. But love songs, the two have the right to speak, right? Love songs, they can be professionals. What's wrong with commenting a few sentences? Lin Che looked at the festering public opinion and just smiled slightly, relieved. To add fuel to the fire, Lin Che clicked on Douyin and posted a revealing video. In the video, Lin Che's face carried a hint of weariness, vicissitude, and exhaustion. But still, he gave a slight smile to the camera, giving it a friendly feel. Video with the caption hashtag December new song started. A few simple words instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. Douyin, who had been silent for 2 months, suddenly showed up. This sudden launch has been exceptionally exciting for the fans. People flocked to the comments section and began feverishly guessing which Chinese style it would be. This winter, I'm guessing Lin Che will release a national style like Hair Like Snow. Yes, 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 it has to be. Lin Che singing the national style is a masterpiece. Che, I guess Lin Che sends out love songs. Now that Lin Che is in the love song type of program, yeah, surely he will still continue this style. Love songs? Forget it. Lin Che's love songs are okay, but they're only okay, compared to those professional love song singers. They're still a bit short of the mark. Let's just say an 8 out of 10 level. Not top notch, but not bad. Looking at these various comments from the fans, Lin Che just smiled faintly and didn't care too much about those questioning words. Then, Lin Che switched to Vixen. Find the contact information for the music editor you worked with last time, and let me know in advance that the song will be released the day after tomorrow, so that I can follow up with a timed release. After finishing this, Lin Che put down his cell phone and fell back to sleep, fully preparing himself for recording his new song tomorrow. The next day, Lin Che came to the recording studio alone. It's Christmas tomorrow, plus the internet outcry. Naturally, Lin Che picks out the song Christmas Not from the library. Chapter 101, Showing Off Your Wealth. In the recording studio, Lin Che was immersed in composing music. First, the song frames were stripped down a little bit. More than 3 hours passed and the Christmas Knot was successfully completed. Lin Che breathed a long sigh of relief and sent the song to the music editor's mailbox, before completely relaxing. Sighing slowly and getting up, Lin Che walked out of the recording studio. Lin Che didn't choose to go straight back to the hotel, because when he got up this morning, Lin Che realized that Su Qingqing and Su Qinghe had both disappeared. Of course, the two of them informed Lin Che of where they were going. Through Vixen, Lin Che looked at the Weixin message and couldn't help but whisper in his heart, "Fine, fine, don't take me for a ride." Although his mouth is so spiteful, but Lin Che also understands in his heart. Today is Christmas. Uncle and nephew, two people go to spend the holiday by themselves. That is also human nature. After all, in the end, he and the Su family do not have that kind of particularly close kinship, not a reasonable identity. It was always a bit inappropriate to integrate into the Su family's extended family. Lin Che shook his somewhat swollen head. The high intensity of the creative work did make Lin Che's brain foggy. Afterwards, Lin Che strolled through the streets of Hangzhou City alone. The streets were bustling with cars and people coming and going. However, Lin Che felt as if he was somewhat out of place with the surrounding bustle, and a loneliness surged inexplicably in his heart. As he walked, Lin Che stopped and looked at the Christmas lights twinkling on the street. His thoughts drifting. By some strange chance, Lin Che dialed the number that he hadn't dialed for a long time. Dad. The moment the phone was connected, Lin Che's tone seemed a bit stiff. In a previous life, My father left when he was 45, passed away normally, without suffering any illness. But even so, for Lin Che, that was always an unspeakable pain in his heart. At that time, the middle-aged Lin Che was so focused on his fast-paced work that he never thought about his family's happiness. Regret? Can't say, but the sadness must have. Chola, not enough living expenses? On the other end of the phone, Lin Yao's slightly rough voice came over. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Che's eyes instantly reddened and he couldn't help but burst into tears. Rushing to inhale his nose, Lin Che lightly bit his lips, trying to suppress his agitated emotions, and opened his mouth. No, it's just that I missed you today. Hey, you kid. Lin Yao's tone went up at once, his voice full of disbelief. You wait, Lin Yao said while thinking in his mind. What's wrong with this kid today? Gotta hit him up for some money soon. Don't let him suffer out there. Lin Che held up the phone and quietly waited for his father's response. Only 2 minutes later, the message came over the receiver that the bank had arrived at $10,000. The beeps were loud and clear on the quiet street. Lin Che couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch, and in his heart, he was angry and laughing at the same time. I only heard Lin Yao's voice on the other end of the phone come again. Sent it over. Left some flowers. Lin Yao's voice was calm, as if this was just a rare and trivial matter. Then, Lin Yao added, in the future, there is no money to send a message on the line. Your father I collect rent every day. Where to remember that you still have no. Lin Che originally had some sad emotions, made to laugh now but a little by this maneuvering of his father. Lin Che hurriedly said, it's fine, Dad, I just miss you. Once these words came out, Lin Yao's side on the other end of the phone fell into a moment of silence. Lin Yao's heart felt like it had been struck by something. He was originally a big-hearted man, but he became emotional at this moment. His son's simple and straightforward I miss you warmed his heart. At the same time, Lin Yao was a little heartbroken, thinking that it must not be easy for this child to be in the provinces. Subsequently, Lin Yao's tone became much softer as he spoke. It's getting cold. Remember to add clothes. Shul, let's rest when we're tired. We're always here. Well, dash. After hanging up the phone, Lin Che touched the teardrops in the corner of his eyes. This kind of long goodbye conversation also made the calm Lin Che become uncertain. After fixing his mind, Lin Che tapped on his mobile banking and looked at the $2,010,000 in his card. Lin Che sighed, agonized for a long time, and transferred 50,000 back home. In fact, just now Lin Che wanted to directly transfer $2 million, but only picked a more reasonable figure in order to avoid his parents' misunderstanding. Vixen on. Lin Che typed in an explanation. Dad, this is my prize money for winning the championship. I kept a little bit of it, so don't worry about it. Lin Yao replied in a domineering manner. I don't need you for that. Don't send back the $100,000. Lin Che had wanted a wave of filial piety, but all he got was his father showing off his wealth. Up to this point, Lin Che couldn't say anything more. Lin Che was still walking aimlessly on the streets of Hangzhou. Pedestrians come and go all around, and the streets are full of stores. But Lin Che was just a bystander to this lively scene. Time, without realizing it, gradually came to the evening. Winter nights always come especially fast. In the twinkling of an eye, the sky, which was still translucent with a little afterglow, was quickly enveloped by the night. The streetlights on the street came on in turn, shedding a dim light. The little store down the street, and the Christmas tree is lit up with filaments. As he walked, Lin Che unconsciously raised his foot and walked into a small tavern, sitting in a window seat with the intention of having a small drink. The fresh minty aroma, the light scent of wine intertwined together, and just smelling it made Lin Che's mood soothe quite a bit. Lin Che picked up the wine glass and gently took a sip, feeling the slight coolness and the sensation of the wine sliding across his throat. At this moment, Lin Che's heart was relaxed, slightly sad during the day though, but a new song release is imminent. The prep work has indeed been pretty much done. Now that everything is in place, it's just a matter of waiting for the new songs to officially arrive. Thinking back to the past 2 days, when a wave had been created on the internet, the corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly. The internet is like a battlefield without smoke, and the heat has been successfully pushed to a small climax by the heated arguments from all sides. The 2 gold medals are already influential in the entertainment industry, and the volume of fans should not be underestimated. Fans of the 2 have been fighting over the past 2 days, and on various social media platforms, as well. And upon learning of Lin Che's upcoming song release, those fans even showed their disdain. All sorts of cynical remarks came out of the woodwork. Lin Che, on the other hand, was taking in the ups and downs of this heat. Chapter 102, The Christmas Knot. In the tavern, Lin Che casually flipped through the opinions on the internet. On the internet, Public opinion about Lin Che's gentleman was surging uncontrollably on various social media platforms at the moment. Fans of the gold medals naturally support Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming, even if the reasoning of the two is far-fetched. However, all of this did not affect Lin Che, who was in the tavern, in the slightest. The cozy atmosphere of the slightly drunkenness was like a soft veil that gently wrapped around him. Lin Che put his cell phone down and rubbed his brow. Immerse yourself in this moment of relaxation. Perhaps it was because of today's renewed communication with his father that Lin Che couldn't help but drink a few more cups. And in the world outside the tavern, time passes slowly and unnoticed. Without realizing it, the night was getting darker. The streets were originally bustling with pedestrians getting thinner and thinner. Only a few hurried figures remained, walking briskly by in the dim glow of the streetlights. Feeling that it was about time, Lin Che slowly got up, walked to the front desk to settle the bill, pushed open the door of the tavern, and left. Outside the door, a wave of crisp, cold air hit his face, causing Lin Che to shiver slightly. Wrapping the clothes around his body, Lin Che walked in the direction of the hotel. Back in the hotel, opened the door to the room. A cool aura instantly hit the empty room. This caused Lin Che to instantly detach himself from the lingering lively atmosphere outside. A different kind of loneliness sets in. Throw your turned-off cell phone into the room to charge it. Then he walked to the living room, and his whole body collapsed on the couch as if he had lost his support. Lin Che reached out his hand and turned on the TV. Lin Che just casually watched without much focus in his eyes, just using it to kill time. Thoughts were still lingering on the new songs that would be coming online. Time passes silently. In the blink of an eye, 0 hour came. The new song Christmas Not is officially online. As a result of building up a deep base of heat a long time ago, this 2-day internet discussion centered around Lin Che. It had already made Lin Che the center of attention. Because of this, many loyal listeners have been standing in front of the major music platforms early, waiting for the new songs to go live. However, among these many eagerly awaiting listeners, there were also 2 fans of the gold producer. Being a fan of gold, even in protecting the Lord, I would listen to the song before making up my mind. As soon as the new song Christmas Not went live, upon seeing the title of the song, Christmas Not, many people wondered and muttered, typo? Not Christmas? How come it's a Christmas Not? But while this doubt was still lingering in the minds of the crowd, the intro of the song was already slowly playing. Still the soft piano sound, with a slightly fragmented intro. A lonely, forlorn mood spreads unconsciously from note to note on this cold, late night. This sentiment haunts every listener. It made the listening crowd feel as if they were on a cold and silent late-night street. Everything around them was enveloped in a cool atmosphere. Even though the street lamps emitted a dim light, they could not drive away the loneliness that followed them. As the piano accompaniment advances, it never snows in the city where I live, but memories are piled high with cold feelings. High season of thoughts. Neon sweeps across the noisy street. Drive the joy so far away. Lin Che's slightly low voice was transmitted through the player to the ears of every listener. In the voice, there seemed to be a tale of woe hidden in it, with a faint sadness and helplessness. In the silence of the night, people cannot help but be quiet and listen carefully. When the emotional tone of the song plays along with the melody, it dawned on the listener that this was another love song. It wasn't just Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming's fans who were shocked. Even Lin Che's loyal fans sucked in a breath of cold air. However, as the song continued, the crowd was soon immersed back into the atmosphere created by the song. Through the lyrics, we can feel that the main character is a loner in a city where it never snows, but in the memories of the single people. For Christmas, a holiday that should be full of joy and warmth, the picture in the memory is unusually cold. Christmas is supposed to be filled with hilarity, but in the world depicted in the lyrics, it's a very different picture. The flashing neon on the street looks to illuminate the entire noisy streetscape, but behind that facade, a loneliness that goes deeper and deeper into the bone is more and more emphasized. The lone man is standing in a street that is bustling with activity but has nothing to do with him. It's as if he's someone the world has forgotten. All the bustle around him was separated from him by a transparent glass. I can see it, but I can't touch it, so I can only let the loneliness spread unchecked in my heart. Falling lovers dread the holidays. You can only celebrate alone and get as drunk as you can. No one I've ever loved has ever stayed with me. Lonely it spends the night with me. Lin Che's singing voice was as if he was slowly uploading a sad, forlorn, and tragic story in front of the listener's eyes. The image of this lone wolf is now materializing in the minds of the listeners. The crowd associates this Christmas with people all around them in pairs, holding hands and snuggling sweetly. The lone wolf can only stand alone in the corner, silently looking at other people's happiness, eyes full of envy and despair. He chose to celebrate the holiday alone. Walked into the cold tavern and poured drink after drink, trying to anesthetize myself in this world of alcohol and forget that heartache. But the loneliness at the bottom of my heart is like a shadow, and I can't drive it away. This strong contrast of images strikes straight into the mind of the listener who listens to this song alone late at night. Those listeners who also spent the night in solitude. Listening to it, I can't help but put myself into it. As if the song is about myself. They think of the people they once loved. The good times we used to have together. But now those people are gone. Leaving only myself to hold on to the memories for these long years. It was a feeling of being touched in the softest places of the heart. It was as if Lin Che had sung more than just a song. It's more about the unspeakable story they've hidden in their own hearts. Merry Merry Christmas. Lonely Lonely Christmas. I don't know who to give my blessing to. Love is tied up in knots. Lonely Lonely Christmas. Merry Merry Christmas. Who can I send the card to if I write it? Heartbroken like confetti on the street. Chapter 103 Merry Christmas. The chorus comes on. With the contrasting antonyms merry and lonely. It also emphasizes the loneliness of the lonely ones in the Christmas season, which is full of joy and atmosphere. This loneliness is not like the usual formality. Rather, against the strong backdrop of laughter and colorful lights all around them, they looked more and more like they had been forgotten by the world. The crowd listening to the song late at night has automatically taken the image of the lone wolf into Lin Che, for no other reason than that Lin Che's makeup and demeanor in the first 2 episodes of the show were impressive. Especially the makeup for the song Gentleman. Pete, the piano and the interlude goes off. Lin Che's slightly hoarse voice sounded once again. Falling lovers dread the holidays. You can only celebrate alone and get as drunk as you can. No one I've ever loved has ever stayed with me. Lonely it spends the night with me. The raspy voice made it easy to imagine a lone figure. The second verse, the title track, is different from the earlier softly spoken. Instead, the tone was slightly aggravated. It's as if the lone wolf is complaining about being alone at night. The aggravated tone was not that of hysterical catharsis. Rather, it was a slight outburst after a long period of repression. It is the helpless questioning of the singles about tonight's arrangement. Merry Merry Christmas. Lonely Lonely Christmas. I don't know who to give my blessing to. Love is tied up in knots. Lonely Lonely Christmas. Merry Merry Christmas. Who can I send the card to if I write it? Heartbroken like confetti on the street. Lin Che's slightly aggravated bite. Like the resignation and helplessness of the lone wolf. In this joyful and festive atmosphere, people are able to exchange blessings and share their joy. But even though your heart is full of blessings that you want to send, and yet, bewildered, I realize that I have no idea who to give this heart to. The love that was once engraved in those bones. At some point it had become one unraveling dead end after another. Firmly trapped inside. Want to write cards to express the emotions of the moment. But the moment I picked up the pen, I realized that there was no one around who could receive this heart. Those well-written words. Those sincere emotions. Just as the cold winds of this night blow the confetti away. Make it broken. The heart-wrenching lyrics and despondent vocals made the crowd feel as if they were there, surrounded by a strong sense of loneliness. Just when the crowd thought that the last chorus was about to be played, Lin Che suddenly sped up his tone and sang at the top of his voice. The phone doesn't answer, don't be. Found me locked in my room all night. The laughter of revelry sounds like the music of mourning. The tears in my eyes are warm and frozen. Looking at the boring programs on TV, collapse on the couch, turning into a senseless plant. This rendition, the bridging of bridges, doesn't create a hint of abruptness, but rather deepens that feeling of being alone to the core. The Lone Ranger that the netizens made up, in the dead of Christmas night. As if it were like the lyrics straight out of a song. Locking yourself in a room and cutting off all contact with the outside world. The singletons don't want to be disturbed and don't want to be exposed to the hustle and bustle of the outside world. The raucous laughter outside was supposed to represent joy and merriment. But to the lone wolf it sounds like the music of mourning. Each sound was like a cry of sorrow for his lost love, his lonely situation. And because of this, the eyes of the lone man could not help but tear up. Warm tears are supposed to be an outlet for emotional catharsis. But because of this endless loneliness, as if they were all frozen in their eyes by the cold air, they could not fall down. Had to divert my thoughts and look at the program on the TV. But TV programs seem so boring at this point that they don't attract attention. The whole person was like an unconscious plant, without life, without vigor, only numbness. Hiss. Late-night listeners have taken a breath of cold air. They were deeply struck by the images created by the song. It was as if I thought of myself in that cold room, experiencing the suffocating loneliness. But it was too late to think about it, and Lin Che's sad song sounded once again. Merry Merry Christmas. Lonely Lonely Christmas. I don't know who to give my blessing to. Love is tied up in knots. Who can I send the card to if I write it? Heartbroken like confetti on the street. The lyrics, repeated twice at the end. Lin Che takes up the vocal singing, the culmination of the resentment of the loser. Each repetition is like a heavy hammer into the heart of the listener. Loneliness, helplessness, that longing for love and loss, lingers more and more clearly in everyone's heart. Just when the crowd was again expecting the song to end on a sad note, Lin Che narrated in a sighing inquisitive manner. Who will spend this Christmas with me? This sentence, without the excitement of the previous one, had a power that hit the heart. It was a prayer of release. It is the last desire of the lonely ones for warmth and companionship. The last line of the lyrics is sung and the slightly upbeat piano plays again. But the sound of the piano creates the illusion. It clearly feels melodic and upbeat, but with a hint of melancholy. Just when the crowd thought again and again that the song was over, Lin Che in the moment the last piano note fell, whispered, "Merry Christmas." Thus, the song ends, but the emotional impact of that song continues to reverberate in the hearts of listeners. Originally, the two gold medalists were fans with a dash of disdain. In their opinion, Lin Che's love songs were not enough to fear. However, as the melody of the song Christmas Not slowly flowed out, everything began to quietly change. Whether you look at the song structure, the entire song is extremely well designed in terms of its rise and fall, so they are gradually hidden in the crowd. It's not hard to think that there will be a lot less of those skepticisms in the future as well. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Lin Che on the sofa naturally tuned into his own copy of Christmas Not. After hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but touch his nose, frowning slightly as he secretly said, "How does it feel? So much like me today?" Shaking his drifting thoughts, Lin Che turned off the TV and shuffled back to his room to rest. Due to the fact that he had a few drinks today, Lin Che's eyelids were fighting straight away, and he soon drifted off to dreamland. Just as Lin Che was immersed in dreamland, ding dash, the door to the hotel room opened. Only Su Qingha and Su Qingqing both looked a little worried. The two had just returned from the Magic City in a hurry after listening to the Christmas Not. During this time, the two also tried to call Lin Che's phone, but due to the fact that Lin Che's cell phone was turned off and charged, he could not be contacted. The two stepped inside and smelled the faint odor of alcohol. Coming to the couch, the two felt the lingering warmth of the Qingqing. Su Qingha stood in front of the TV, touching the back cover of the TV, his voice carrying a touch of sadness. The TV was just turned off not long ago. Chapter 104, Still Alive. The two looked at the lingering afterglow in the living room, wide-eyed. The eyes were full of lingering pangs that hadn't dissipated after the tension. At the moment, I'm still reeling from every heart-wrenching moment. Su Qingha's brows furrowed as his gaze locked tightly in the direction of Lin Che's room. Stepping forward, he put his ear close to the door of the room and listened for movement coming from within the house. As for Su Qingqing on the side, her eyes were slightly red, hands tightly gripping the corner of her coat. Su Qingqing's entire body appeared to be in a state of consternation. With the song Christmas Not, the duo also automatically brought the lone wolf into Lin Che. At the moment, it was as if the two were filled with a mess in their hearts. All of them prayed in their hearts that Lin Che must not have any accidents. The atmosphere was slightly silent. Every second of waiting was torture for the two. At this moment, Su Qingha heard smooth snoring coming from Lin Che's room. "Still alive," said Su Qingha in a lowered voice, a voice of relief and celebration. Although Su Qingha didn't like Lin Che much at first, it was based on her concern for Su Qingqing. Now that the worries were temporarily lifted, Su Qingha also tried his best to be Lin Che's manager. And naturally, he also had a hint of worry about him. After all, after getting along with him, even though Lin Che is a bit shady sometimes, but he does have a unique talent in music, and he's a pretty reliable person. Both of them exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air at the same time, their hanging hearts relaxing. Originally, the two were accompanying Shen Manfang in Magic City for Christmas, but after 0 hour, the two listened to Lin Che's new song, and the more they thought about it, the more wrong it became. The emotions in the song somehow caused a feeling of uneasiness to rise in the hearts of the two men for no apparent reason. It's not like the two haven't been on the phone, but can't get through. Good thing it was just a false alarm. Brat, playing the emotional card again. Su Qingha secretly spat inwardly and shook his head helplessly, subconsciously raising his eyes to look at Su Qingqing. Su Qingha's expression instantly froze. Only Su Qingqing saw a layer of faint tears at the corners of her eyes, and her lips were slightly wriggling. It looked as if she had suffered a great deal. At that moment, Su Qingha cursed its Lin Che. "You brat! You'd better be mistaken." The night passed quietly. Next day, in the room, Lin Che slowly opened his eyes. The blank ceiling came into view, and Lin Che's head still ached slightly. Raising his hands and rubbing his temples, Lin Che secretly thought in his heart, "This thing called alcohol, it's better to drink less of it in the future. This hangover is really unpleasant." Subsequently, without giving it much thought, Lin Che got up on his side, and after simply washing up, he headed towards the living room. Just stepped into the living room, Lin Che saw that the table was filled with breakfast buckets again. The two of them, Su Qingha and Su Qingqing, sat quietly in their seats, their gazes flickering to Lin Che. There seemed to be 1,000 words hidden in the eyes of both men, both waiting for an explanation. For a moment, silence enveloped every inch of the living room. Lin Che subconsciously scratched his head, really a bit surprised, but he still blurted out stiffly, good morning? Su Qinghe took a deep breath, trying to forcefully suppress the emotions in his heart that had already begun to churn, and said in a calm manner, let's eat first. When Su Qinghe originally saw this table breakfast, his heart was still happy, thinking that this was Su Qingqing's special filial piety to himself, thinking about how grown up my niece really is, just as Su Qinghe was full of joy and ready to feast. However, he was pulled into a conversation by Su Qingqing. Su Qinghe immediately understood in his heart that this girl was clearly stalling for time, must be waiting for Lin Che to wake up, but Su Qinghe is not good to directly point out, can only hold those words in the stomach, not to mention how suffocating. This held back, and the thoughts began to go out of control. Su Qinghe suddenly remembered the scene of the last meeting, the same breakfast family bucket. With this afterthought, many black lines instantly surfaced on Su Qinghe's brain. Secretly, he said, you young people are so unmartialized. Seeing this, Lin Che felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he could only tug at the corner of his mouth and silently sat down in his seat, enjoying breakfast with the two of them. Half an hour passed. Lin Che just wanted to get up and go back to his room to check the data of the song, but he was stopped by the two. After some inquiries and understanding, Lin Che realized that the two had returned to Hangzhou because of themselves. Having no choice, Lin Che had to inform them of everything he experienced yesterday. To sum it up, I'm homesick myself, and then a little drink last night. Then the phone turned off. Lin Che explained helplessly. It wasn't as if Lin Che hadn't thought about making a trip home for Christmas, but now there are only 2 days left before the show airs. If you were to go back and forth on your own, you would probably miss the important parts of arranging new songs, auditioning, and rehearsing for the show. With that arrangement and audition in front of him, Lin Che felt that he could still cope with it with some effort, but it would be a violation of the program contract to miss this program rehearsal. The rules were restricted there, and Lin Che was somewhat helpless. Moreover, Christmas was not a holiday in China, and he himself did not pay much attention to this at that time. Thought it would be nice to call and talk to the family. After Su Qinghe and Su Qingqing listened to Lin Che's narration, they then understood the cause of the incident. Only then did the two men release Lin Che. Only, Su Qinghe inadvertently saw that there was a hint of despondency flowing in Su Qingqing's eyes. Carry on as before. Arranging, auditioning, rehearsing. The song Christmas Not has also come to the 7th position on the new songs chart in the past few days because of the early build-up. Lin Che expressed his satisfaction with the result. Now this fast-paced society, plus the holidays, the two major platforms, Vibe and Douyin. Many bloggers have switched their BGM to this song. No, one on the new songs chart, if nothing else, is only a matter of time. Of course when things go wrong, Lin Che also has the show love song Bloom under his belt. Lin Che checks the data for the Christmas Not once again before going to the show. Song title, Christmas Not. Downloads, 6 million. Collection, 5 million. New songs chart, 7. Soaring list, 7. This figure, thanks to Lin Che's hot streak this time of year, but also thanks to Christmas, and of course most of all thanks to the volume of fans of the 2 gold medals. The grades are still stable. There's still a week left. That's enough, Lin Che said inwardly. Drip drip. The moment Lin Che's thoughts were drifting, the program team's special car drove up. Today, the 3rd installment of the show was officially recorded. Get in a special car and come to the site. Lin Che came to the guest room as usual. Having just stepped into the guest room, Lin Che keenly sensed a hint of a strange atmosphere. In the past, people would still brag and make small talk in the heat of the moment. But today, the eyes of the crowd looking at Lin Che clearly had more complicated meanings. It was only because of that new song that everyone was a little bit wary of Lin Che. Lin Che did not move to take it all in. And then a different kind of anticipation welled up, especially when you think of the 2 gold producers. In previous programs, always with a few serious and professional scrutiny of Lin Che's work. Really looking forward to it. Lin Che inwardly sighed. Chapter 105, Zhang. What do you think? The lights come on gradually for the program. One by one, the music critics came to take their seats. Thanks to the lingering afterglow of Lin Che's new song Christmas Not, even though 2 days have passed, it is still at the top of the Vborg hot list. Before the original match, the netizens discussed the support of the contestants and how they were ranked. But nowadays, the entire page was almost occupied by content related to Lin Che's new song. Vibe on. Hashtag Christmas Day listening to the Christmas Not hashtag. Hashtag The Lone Man Lin Che hashtag. These kinds of topics have a remarkable amount of heat. Netizens have also chimed in on the topic, talking about the loneliness of being alone that they experience when listening to Christmas Not. Lin Che's song Christmas Not is absolute. Christmas loop scheduled. Listening to Christmas Not and feeling like I'm the one who got left behind emo. Got so enamored with Christmas Not that I can't stop. This song is toxic. The constant stream of comments and retweets from various social media platforms. It's easy to see that Lin Che's song Christmas Not has a wide range of influences. It may be that many people will return to it again every Christmas in the future. The two gold medalists, however, have long been as invisible as they are pinned to the airwaves. Program site. The judges' table. The four mentors were already firmly seated. Several people each wore a different look. Zhao Qingya sat on the judge's seat with a pleasant expression, the corners of her mouth always holding a smirk if anything. Zhao Qingya even turned her head from time to time, moving towards Zhang Jiaming next to her, wanting to climb into a conversation. Eventually, Zhao Qingya opened her mouth and asked, the song Christmas Not, Xiao Zhang, what do you think? Zhao Qingya's tone was flat, her eyebrows were still slightly raised, and there were a few hints of cunning in her eyes. Feeling Zhao Qingya's direct gaze, Zhang Jiaming was jolted. The song The Christmas Not, which Zhang also jammed to listen to. But, gleaning the hair just didn't occur to me to nitpick the point. Being asked this question by Zhao Qingya, Zhang Jiaming didn't know how to answer for a while. Only Zhao Qingya's eyes flickered as she looked at Zhang Jiaming, thinking of the private, unseen affairs between the two. Zhao Qingya is really disappointed with the two people who betrayed themselves for some money. At this moment, when Zhang Jiaming heard these words, fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Even the clothes on his back looked like they were soaked with sweat and clung to his body. Zhang Jiaming stammered back. Still, not bad. Zhang Jiaming finished speaking, but in his heart, he was screaming in agony. At this moment, Zhang Jiaming wanted to die. Not bad? Zhao Qingya looked like she had heard some heavenly joke, deliberately pretending to be surprised as she raised her voice tone, only to see a little more oppression in his eyes, followed by a follow-up question. Is it not humble enough? Or is it a matter of logic? Gold medal producer? The last few words, Zhao Qingya could have increased her tone, mimicking their position of oppression. Zhao Qingya's context like this instantly set off shockwaves in Zhang Jiaming's heart. Zhang Jiaming's face instantly became much paler, and those lips began to tremble slightly. Zhang Jiaming understood very well in his heart that this Zhao Qingya was clearly pointing at himself. In the midst of panic, Zhang Jiaming, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Sister, I didn't listen carefully. Only, Zhang Jiaming inexplicably shivered when he saw Zhao Qingya's smirking expression. So, muttered Zhao Qingya in a small voice. The voice was small, but it had an unmistakable ring to it. After a pause, Zhao Qingya continued. Then remember after listening later. Before Zhao Qingya could finish her sentence, Zhang Jiaming couldn't wait to exit and interrupt. Sister, stop it. I know. On the other hand, Liang Jin, on the other side, was keenly aware of the unusual atmosphere from the moment Zhao Qingya opened her mouth with her first sentence. That's why he kept climbing and escaping with Zhou Chuanxiong. The show was in a weird place. All the weirdness returned to normal after the contestants' singing order came out. Chen Sheng took the speech and raised the microphone to announce the official start of the program. Inside the guest room, the lights haloed a soft atmosphere. But Lin Che's mind was not on this cozy environment. Lin Che sat quietly in his original position, his eyes glued to the large screen where he was ranked in the finale. Slightly frowning, Lin Che secretly pondered in his heart. This director, he's quite good at handling traffic. During this period of time, the heat that Lin Che had stirred up in the entertainment industry had a momentum that could almost be comparable to the sensation caused by Yi Ling's return. Such a situation, naturally, did not escape the keen eye of the director of Love Songs in Bloom. In this era where traffic is supreme, the director thought about just skillfully utilizing the heat on Lin Che, so by some underhanded maneuvering, the audience's expectations are stretched. As long as the ratings of the program go up, your promotion may be just around the corner. Lin Che only smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly at this maneuver by the director. Thoughts drifted back to the scene during the previous match. The key word that lingers in my mind is humble as given by the two gold medal critics. Lin Che couldn't help but secretly spit out in his heart. You guys said diva and gentleman weren't enough. What about guest of honor? The song Guests is a track that Lin Che adjusted after noticing a change of plans on the show. This, coupled with the Christmas release, has long exposed Lin Che's love song prowess. The Christmas Not before and the guest of honor after. Two gold medal music critics as long as they still have some sense. It also wants to cherish its hard-earned reputation in the industry. Naturally, he wouldn't make an unwise move for a fledgling newcomer. After all, when you're in this business, once your reputation is ruined, you want to get it back? Dream on. But, Lin Che still couldn't help but feel a wave of worry welling up in his heart. His eyes slowly looked towards Li Qingkai, who was sitting not far away. This Liang two people may be thus formed. No, What am I panicking about? Lin Che was having an epiphany. As long as it's still on the show, I'm afraid? Just as he wanted to think deeper, he heard the voice of Chen Mingfeng, who was the first to make an appearance. Immediately after that, Flowboy Li Qingkai made his appearance. Su Xiaojing then walked onto the stage with her unique gentleness and delicacy. And then after that, there's the much-anticipated Yi Ling. The performance of several contestants had their own characteristics, and the 4 judges also commented and analyzed from different perspectives. Finally, it was Lin Che's turn to slowly walk onto the stage. Unlike usual, the cheers for Lin Che's appearance on stage this time were significantly louder. On the stage, Lin Che took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Adjust yourself and head towards the center of the stage. Fixing his mind, Lin Che's gaze unconsciously glanced more at Zhang Jiaming and Liang Jin. Chapter 106 Guest of Honor. The show is live. On stage, with the lights converging in the center, Lin Che stood in the midst of the light, looking at the two of them, Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming, with a slight hint of playfulness in his eyes. Today's Lin Che was wearing a dark brown English suit. The suit fit Lin Che's figure, and the dark brown fabric exuded an ancient and mellow air. It made Lin Che's entire person look both gentlemanly and with a unique air of sadness. On stage, Lin Che raises the microphone. A guest of honor song for everyone. Lin Che bowed slightly and said politely to the audience on stage. The piano accompaniment played slowly as the words were spoken. Sandwiched with a hint of strings, it gently lingered in the ears of the crowd. The prelude has a slower tempo with longer intervals between notes, but it gives a feeling of wanting to talk. The atmosphere of the scene became a bit gloomy with it. On stage Lin Che raised his hand slightly and beat the beat. Then, lightly holding the microphone, Lin Che began to sing. The first few winters after the breakup. What day of the week is today? I think of you once in a while. Your unexpected message caught me off guard. Standing frozen in place, when Lin Che opened his mouth, he directly interpreted the song's sincere emotions. As the voice reached the stage, the crowd's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of remembered pain flashed in their eyes. Looking at Lin Che on the stage, it was only seen that as it sang, its gaze, if anything, looked at the expressions of Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming. There was a different kind of depth in his eyes. After Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming both heard these opening few lines of lyrics, their faces changed slightly and their breathing became rapid. They stared wide-eyed, their gazes locked onto Lin Che in the center of the stage, and an uneasy premonition vaguely rose in their hearts. Lin Che's face, on the other hand, displayed a smile. Only, the sound is the opposite. With a touch of crying, the more you feel the intense regret in the song. When everyone is happy for you, I'm just coming to my senses. So there's someone else. Customized wedding clothes for you. Wow! When the lyrics were sung from Lin Che's mouth, it took the crowd a moment to realize that Lin Che wanted to express a heartbreaking story through his song. This is a self-narrative of a guest. The opening lines create a light melancholy through offhand memories of the past. One can't help but imagine. The guest doesn't know how long the breakup has been going on. I don't know how many winters I've spent alone. I also don't know what day of the week it is today. All that's left is to think about it day in and day out. And it never stops. But just today, the guest received an invitation from her. At that moment, the guest of honor froze in place, somewhat caught off guard. The good memories of the past like a tidal wave. But the reality is so cruel. To face her wedding. In the face of her wedding, guests still came to the scene. Seeing that everyone on the scene is happy for her, the guest in a trance is gradually awake, contrasting their own reactions with those of others. The loss and heartache of the guest of honor becomes even more intense. The words custom-made wedding clothes intensify the pain of this loss. The gazes of the people present were stunned as they looked at the stage. The Lin Che dressed in a guest dress. It was as if they too had become spectators to this wedding, all caught up in that sadness. On the stage, Lin Che was seen holding a microphone in his left hand, slightly raising. Thank you for the special invitation. To witness your love. I keep reminding myself not to run away. Take the wedding invitation and step into the. He set up the venue with great care. Too bad this is your view, and I'm just the guest of honor. Lin Che recounted softly, leaning his body forward slightly. Lin Che's feet moved slowly with the rhythm. As if I were the guest of honor. I received the invitation and came to the wedding site with mixed feelings. Even if you don't want to face the happiness of you at the moment. Still, it was a frantic mental reminder not to run away. In the end, there is no choice but to take the wedding invitation. Guests step by step into the wedding site. Looking at the gorgeous images, I remembered the future I had envisioned with you. But now, I can only wish you happiness as a guest. The emotion of the song is no longer limited to humble, but filled with an inexplicable pain. On the stage, Lin Che's voice sounded once again with a touch of regret and despair. I put down all my memories. I'm here to make your wedding a success, but I don't want to believe it's fate. It's been a while. You're a little distant. Shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries so politely. Why do you have to be mean in front of him? Hiding that my world has had you. The stories in the song seem to materialize and haunt the crowd. The whole stage is shrouded in a faint sadness. The first chorus ends with a slightly melancholic piano accompanied by a hint of mournful strings. The notes felt like they were crying softly, making the scene more and more somber. The crowd at the scene, as if to become a spectator of the wedding, looking at the guests of the open-minded. The corner of the eye unconsciously with a splash of tears. Even though everyone knew that the guest of honor was in a lot of pain, but he still chooses to let go of the past and become happy. Also letting go of those fond memories. Though in my heart I never believed that this was fate. The guest of honor is reluctant to accept his fate. But the you who has not seen you for a long time, the sense of detachment you give, and the polite pleasantries are all indicative of the change in our relationship. The closeness that was once there is long gone. The fact that you have deliberately hidden our past also reflects the care that you have taken. At least now, you love him more than the old me. Feeling the story materialize, the crowd was struck by the story of the song, and their inner shock was not limited to that. Even Zhao Qingya, who had always been light and calm on the judge's bench, had a slight change in her originally unperturbed expression. She bit her lip slightly, an imperceptible hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Zhao Qingya's thoughts seemed to be brought back to a former age by the song. Think of the way you have fought your way up to become an ace producer and put all your energy into your career. And yet, without realizing it, love is ignored. Missing the him that I once loved so much. Now, looking back at the road once traveled. Status, fame, and money all by themselves. But the only thing missing is the he who can be by his side and share his joys and sorrows together. There was silence. Only the lilting sounds of piano and strings echoed through the scene. The strings play to brighten the melancholy mood of the song. Suddenly, a sharp drumbeat joins in. On the stage, Lin Che's voice followed, unaware of the bells ringing. You're waiting in the same place for him to come closer. Tenderly he got down on one knee. The diamond ring eases into your ring finger. Chapter 107. Does this make sense? On the stage, Lin Che's voice creates an image that resembles the scene when the guests see the wedding site. The tinkling of the auditorium bells. Crisp and dignified voice. It was as if it was announcing the beginning of a new and happy journey. However, for the guests, it was a very heavy blow. At the wedding, the groom was seen kneeling on one knee. Put the ring on your ring finger. This seemingly beautiful scene has become a sharp blade that pierces the hearts of the guests. At this point, the audience on stage went quiet. The overwhelming sadness moved many people. The crowd raised their eyes to the stage. But the only thing that responded to the crowd was Lin Che's slightly helpless voice. When everyone is happy for you, I'm just coming to my senses. So it's between us. There is no longer any relationship. The lyrics emphasize that the two men are now, for all intents and purposes, on different life trajectories. No more crossings. On the stage, Lin Che's bite was slightly aggravated. Each word, as if squeezed with difficulty from the depths of his heart, was slightly choked. The song traveled back to the guest room. The remaining four couldn't help but turn white. Not even halfway through the recording of the program, Lin Che threw out 2 king bombs at once. Does that make sense? According to Lin Che's momentum, without having to wait until the semi-finals, this program would have already become Lin Che's world. The crowd all sighed softly and looked at the big screen. The fiery Lin Che, as their inner thoughts each surged. Thank you for the special invitation to witness your love. I keep reminding myself not to run away. You're all dressed up today. I've held this beauty in my arms. Too bad it's your wedding to him, and I'm just the guest of honor. Listen to Lin Che's humble song. On the judges' table, Liang Jin and Sun Jiaming, at the moment, unconsciously sat up straight, their brows furrowed. The two were secretly surprised. Lin Che actually managed to throw 2 handfuls of bombs in a short period of time. If you add the previous nitpicking ones, that makes 4. In less than a month. With this efficiency and quality, Lin Che was simply not human. It was too late for the two of them to think more. Lin Che's unwilling voice sounded once again. I put down all my memories to fulfill your love, but I don't want to believe it's fate. What was promised to be forever has become what was. I tried to wish you well. Forgive me for being undignified and unprofitable. Choose to excuse yourself for a moment to leave the table first. This rendition of the paragraph, Lin Che's voice had a little more struggle in it. The program site, through the emotional transmission, everyone learned that the guests, not as imagined that the release, try to wish you a happy wedding, but himself is not decent, only to escape again and leave the scene of this heartache. At this moment, on the stage, Lin Che released his emotions completely, his hands gripping the microphone. It's not an idol show. Why am I acting like this? This unbearable drama. Slightly self-deprecating, resigned, and angry voices exploded across the scene. Lin Che sings these lines in a self-moderating but heartfelt tone over the vocals. An angry sound is also added in the middle to reflect the emotion of anger. The guest of honor in the lyrics begins to laugh at himself as he flees the wedding. Feeling like I'm clearly not in an idol drama. Why are you in too deep again? Why get caught up in embarrassing, painful emotional dramas that you can't get out of? Song bridge, ignite the guest's inner cry. Lin Che took his feelings on and opened his mouth to sing. Thank you for the special invitation. Watch the love you want. The guest of honor may be another destiny. Leaving your own self behind is now a thing of the past. Who cares? After all, you're the one who's going to get married, and I'm just the guest of honor. The song is still full of emotion, sung in a way that pretends to be open-minded, but hardly conceals the sadness. Whether live or online, the listener can clearly feel the inner struggle of the guest. Plus the next few lines get lower and lower. The lassitude of not being in a position to care anymore is interpreted to a T. Again, the unhelpful status of guest is emphasized, as well as the guest of honor in the face of the once loved ones, who have finally become a family. That sense of powerlessness and self-congratulatory resignation. I shed all my memories to celebrate your wedding, but I never had the courage to wish you well. Thank you for giving me my last moments of clarity. Give myself back to myself. Lin Che sings with just the right amount of breath control. The last sentence, as if he was exerting all his strength, his voice took on a hint of tremor. The guest of honor tries to forget the past and face the wedding. But in the end, I didn't have the courage to say my blessings. However, also thank the other person for making himself completely clear and was able to get out of the relationship. At least I was able to be the guests of honor who have witnessed your love. I'm so lucky to have met him. I hope he loves you more than I do. At the end, Lin Che sang in a voice that was gentle and with a slight tremor. Tightens up the song, with just the right amount of complex emotion. After the guests left the wedding, though the heart is full of heartache, but still, in a seemingly open-minded way, I hope that the other person can love you more than I do. As the last note of the song falls, this concludes the melodious melody. End of song. And yet, that sad and deep emotion, yet it still lingers in every corner of the scene. A momentary silence fell over the entire scene. Everyone looked like they were immersed in Lin Che's song that was full of deep emotion. In some of the hopelessness of love, the sourness of regret clumps, the fulfillment of letting go. They have been wandering around in the minds of the people. Halftime, the crowd slowed down. The originally quiet scene gradually resounded with bursts of applause. The applause grew louder and louder. Many music critics even stood up excitedly and cheered for Lin Che. On the stage where the spotlights converge, Lin Che, as usual, first bowed slightly out of habit. Then, slowly raising his head, he exhaled a cloudy breath. Lin Che slowly swept his gaze across the scene. Just 100 music critics with a touch of sadness on their faces, as if they were still immersed in the music they had just arrived at. Lin Che's gaze then looked towards the 4 judges on the judges' table. Only Zhao Qingya's eyes looked a bit dull. The whole man was in deep remembrance. Perhaps it was the song Guest of Honor, which evoked certain precious memories from her past. That made it a little difficult for her to pull herself away for a moment. And next to him, Zhou Chuanxiong, although he tried to force his composure, but his eyes were still slightly moist, obviously touched to the deepest, softest places of the heart as well. For these 2 judges, Lin Che had great respect from the bottom of his heart, so there was only pure respect in the gazes that looked at them, not the slightest bit of hostility. However, when the eyes moved to the other 2 gold medal judges, Lin Che's eyes held a different kind of anticipation. I'm looking forward to their reviews. On the judges' table, Zhang Jiaming and Liang Jin, meeting Lin Che's strange gaze, their hearts suddenly thumped, and their hearts involuntarily trembled slightly. Chapter 108. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean there isn't. The atmosphere of the program was electric on the stage. Lin Che stood quietly, his eyes slightly lowered, with a little expectation, waiting for the 4 judges' comments. At this point, everyone in the entire scene was holding their breath. This song, Zhou Chuanxiong was the first to speak. Hearing this voice, sitting aside Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming, has been tense nerves this only slightly relaxed a little. The 2 unconsciously glanced at each other, their eyes filled with a look of relief. As for Lin Che on the stage, his gaze, which had originally carried a few sharp and scrutinizing hints, shifted. The eyes became tender as they quietly looked at Zhou Chuanxiong. Only Zhou Chuanxiong was seen frowning slightly, his hand gently rubbing his chin. After a while, Zhou Chuanxiong continued, "Oh, and as a joke, it's a song I'm afraid to listen to anymore." Zhou Chuanxiong shook his head slightly as he spoke, his face filled with emotion. "It hurts, it really hurts." Zhou Chuanxiong's tone rose slightly, and his tone carried an uncontrollable excitement. I can't even figure out how anyone can write such solid words. Each lyric, with precision, cuts through those memories and emotions that are most reluctant to touch, to lay bare all those hurts, regrets, and disenchantments that are hidden deep in the heart. Zhou Chuanxiang paused and continued. Vocally, you handled it extremely skillfully. It's not interpreted in that particularly flashy, showy way. Instead, they chose a seemingly bland, but actually rhythmic singing style. It's like having these solid stories whispered in your ear so that the listener can immerse themselves without hindrance. Zhou Chuanxiang's highly critical comments made the crowd in the room nod frequently. At this time, Zhao Qingya also cleared her throat and said with a smile, indeed, this song brings out a power that hits the heart. Go with the song and feel the pain that is etched in your bones. The whole song traps the listener firmly in the web of love. It makes everyone involuntarily follow the ups and downs of the joys and sorrows in the songs. Zhao Qingya slightly tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then opened her mouth again to comment. The entire song framework is also very strict. I can see that you're quite intentional about the overall conception of the piece. I'm looking forward to your next installment. Zhao Qingya and Zhou Chuanxiang, still commenting at a high price, both revealed their love for Lin Che's song. Lin Che stood in the center of the stage and nodded slightly, eyes then locked on the other two producers, Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming, both of whom, in previous installments, had unusually sharp words for the works that Lin Che brought to the table. The internet, too, is in an uproar over the two men's comments. The netizens' views show a serious polarization. A part of the crowd felt that since the gold medal producer had pointed out the problem, then Lin Che's work must be flawed. On the other hand, another part of the population felt that Lin Che, as an emerging force in the music industry with unique creative talents, shouldn't be treated so harshly. Such controversies are not uncommon in the entertainment industry. It's already tough for newcomers to make a name for themselves, and gold producers like Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming, with deep credentials and a large fan base, they often represent professionalism and authority in the minds of the public. So even if their reviews are perhaps biased, there will still be plenty of people who choose to be on their side, too. However, this time Lin Che released a new song that lifted the veil of the entertainment industry. The song's unique expression of emotion made many people start to change their minds about Lin Che afterward. It also makes everyone more excited to see what these two gold producers will give today. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Che who had that gaze locked onto the two gold medal producers on the judges' table. 100 music critics are also sitting upright. The 3 million netizens in the live broadcast room were even more eagerly waiting in front of the screen, and the pop-ups were constantly scrolling. Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming sat on the judges' table. Both of them were breathing more and more rapidly. Liang Jin was actually torn in his heart. The root cause of the nitpicking about Lin Che in the first two installments was actually the money received. But with the explosion of the Christmas knot, he clearly felt a slight shift in the winds of public opinion. And he's also worried that if he continues to be critical this time around, he might be putting himself in a not-so-good position. After all, the eyes of the masses are sharp. If you go too much against the public's feelings, you might hurt your reputation in the industry. But if I exaggerate too much, it feels like I'm slapping myself in the face. After a while of silence, only Liang Jin was the first to speak. Liang Jin said, Lin Che, this song of yours. Liang Jin paused slightly, then continued, I like it a lot. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire crowd revealed a look of surprise. The crowd's eyes focused on Liang Jin at the judges' table. Liang Jin, however, continued without blushing. This song is no longer limited to the humble. There's an inexplicable pain that keeps slamming me inside. It's probably because Christmas was just a little while ago. You curves get changed. Compared to the first two installments, this song of yours, I love it. This seemingly complimentary comment from Liang Jin. The truth is that he has already found a good step and is going with the flow. Liang Jin thought to himself that this would both conform to a portion of the public psyche that had already begun to appreciate Lin Che, without making my previous review seem too awkward. It's good to at least maintain that image of yourself as a gold medal producer with professional judgment. Once Liang Jin said this, his fans were relieved. In the hearts of Liang Jin's fans, they also don't want to see the idol they support being blamed by the public for their overly stubborn reviews. Now that's a better result with a review like that. On the contrary, Zhang Jiaming's brows were furrowed, as if he had fallen into the hands of Dragon Media. Halfway through the day, Zhang Jiaming continued to comment in his usual sharp style. Zhang Jiaming's tone was filled with unquestionable determination. Lin Che, this song of yours, there's still a problem with the logic. Zhang Jiaming paused, as if to emphasize the correctness of his point of view. Then, who in their right mind would go to a wedding with a normal ex? So, keep up the good work. When Zhang Jiaming finished speaking, the entire room was in an uproar. Zhang Jiaming still seized on the question of logic. This has left many people wondering frequently. Sharp review that got a lot of people talking. On the stage, Lin Che was a bit surprised by Liang Jin's critique. Liang Jin stops his losses in time and turns around, allowing Lin Che to have a slight change of heart about him. "Since you want steps, then I'll fulfill you," said Lin Che inwardly. It wasn't that Lin Che had a soft heart. It was mainly because Liang Jin really wasn't much use behind him. Plus, the new song was released with his share of the credit, so Lin Che would consider it even. Instead, it was Zhang Jiaming's comment that caused Lin Che to frown slightly. Picking up the microphone, Lin Che disliked back. "Producer Zhang, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. I have always believed that existence makes sense." Chapter 109, 10,000 Years Old. The atmosphere was slightly tense at the game. There was a wave of defiance in Lin Che's gaze, unceremoniously refuting the critique that Zhang Jiaming had just given. Throwing his words, he slammed towards Zhang Jiaming. This also caused Zhang Jiaming's face to instantly become more and more ugly as he sat on the judge's bench. There was still a bit of pride in the original look. The moment had disappeared, replaced by a burst of green and white embarrassment and irritation. Zhang Jiaming subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to meet Lin Che's sharp and imposing gaze at all. Seeing Zhang Jiaming in this state, Lin Che was just about to open his mouth to continue adding fuel to the fire, pushing the conflict a few more points higher. Unexpectedly, however, he was directly interrupted by Chen Sheng, who was on the side. Only a meaningful smile appeared on Chen Sheng's face. Clearing his throat, Chen Sheng spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, our players have played very wonderfully. Next, let's open the exciting voting session." Hearing this, even though Lin Che still had many thoughts in his heart, he could only helplessly skim his mouth. Suppressing the unspoken words in his mind, he turned and walked back to the guest room. Staying in his place in the guest room, Lin Che turned his gaze to the big screen. Lin Che couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart when he saw his 23% approval rating. This number means that one is still in that awkward 10,000-year-old position. However, Lin Che wasn't too surprised by this. After all, before the match, Lin Che had a rough prediction in his mind. This result was kind of expected. In Lin Che's opinion, as long as he could successfully advance to the quarterfinals, the level of support received in this early game doesn't really matter much. What's more, there's a new twist to the situation now. Lin Che had actually unexpectedly gained such a supporter as Liang Jin. With Liang Jin's support, Lin Che felt that his chances of winning the subsequent matches were only greater. With the rankings officially announced, this game has kind of come to an end for the time being. Lin Che, as usual, rode in the special car arranged by the program team, looked out the car window at the receding street scene, and his thoughts drifted for a while, and he returned to the hotel in a short while. The hotel room was softly lit. Lin Che sat quietly on the sofa. After 3 episodes, few people have questioned Lin Che's love song territory. Lin Che flipped over the backstage of the Christmas Knot song data. Song title, Christmas Knot. Downloads, 8 million. Collection, 6 million. Ranking, 4th on the new songs chart. 3rd on the soaring chart. 7th on the hot songs chart. This achievement jumped up a notch and could not be separated from Liang Zhang's casual mention on the program. Many pure passers-by also listened to the song Christmas Knot because of what Liang Zhang called Lin Che's turning point in his style. On the sofa, Lin Che put down his cell phone, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the 3rd installment of the program, his own performance on the stage. Combine that with the reaction of Zhang coming on. Lin Che's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Che knew very well in his heart that Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming were close friends, and there was no such thing as one side defecting. There is only one possibility. Zhang Jiaming has become a sharp sword for Dragon Media. Showbiz is never as simple as it seems. Behind that seemingly colorful stage, in reality, it hides an intricate web of interests. And Lin Che has already touched the interests of Dragon Media's capital without realizing it along the way. Dragon Media. It's time to make a move, isn't it? Lin Che muttered inwardly in a small voice. Meanwhile, inside Dragon Media, the atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive. In the bright conference room, a group of executives sat around the conference table, their eyes staring in unison at the data display in front of them. It clearly shows, from the first installment of the show, to the current situation of the support of each contestant, Li Qingkai's placid figures came into view. Everyone's faces instantly became incredibly ugly. The crowd had their brows furrowed and the corners of their mouths turned down slightly. Zhang Qi was sitting on the main seat. Her exquisitely made-up face was full of frost at the moment. Zhang Qi's eyes were even burning with rage at the moment. Once again, this group of executives was called together, and Ben was full of displeasure. Liang Jin's defection was even more like a resounding slap in the face of the crowd, making them feel ashamed of themselves. After all, Liang Jin was originally an important part of their plan to stabilize the situation. Who would have thought that it would actually turn against Lin Che on the verge of a fight and take Lin Che's side? It certainly disrupted all their layouts. In fact, we all know what's going on in our hearts. If he didn't have Zhang Jiaming's handle in his hand, it would have made him wary. I'm afraid that Jiang Jiaming has also long since changed his opinion of Lin Che and turned to strongly support him. After all, Lin Che's real talent and bright performance on stage would make anyone's heart flutter when they watched it. Jiang Qi looked at the group of executives who were as silent as frosted eggplants. The fire in his heart rose up in a flash. With a cold snort, Jiang Qi's voice however was permeated with a piercing coldness that made the surrounding air seem to drop several degrees. She spoke slowly. Is this the answer you gave? Jiang Qi's words were full of dissatisfaction. It didn't just raise the ranking of Lin Che's race by 1 place. That's just it. But now it's great. Lin Che's new song actually went all the way up as well. All the way to the top 5 of the chart. Jiang Qi tapped her fingers lightly on the tabletop as she spoke. The rhythm of thud, thud, thud is jumbled, yet irritating. Seeing that the crowd still had their heads down, not saying a word, as if they were mute, Jiang Qi finally couldn't hold back his anger any longer and slammed the table. A loud bang exploded in the eerily quiet conference room. The glass of water on the table was shaken a few times. Jiang Qi stood up in a flash, her eyes wide, and the anger in her eyes almost shot out, loudly yelling, I don't care what tactics you use. The next installment of Shao Kai's ranking must be higher than Lin Che's. Hear that? When the crowd of executives heard this, their bodies shivered violently. Some people secretly raised their eyes to Jiang Qi, their eyes full of fear and mixed with some helplessness. There were also people who hurriedly nodded in agreement, mouthing, yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, we will definitely do our best. But that bottom was clearly lacking, and his voice carried a hint of trembling. After all, Lin Che was currently gaining momentum, trying to harden Li Qingkai's ranking above his. How easy is it? However, looking at Jiang Qi's appearance of full-blown anger, the group of executives didn't dare to refute. Chapter 110, Can Only Be Obedient. The atmosphere at Dragon Media was oppressive. A group of senior officers dared to be angry. When the meeting was dissolved, the crowd scrunched their necks and left in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Lin Che was half lying on the bed, his entire body in deep thought. The repertoire of songs for the next installment of the competition was constantly on the brain. Nowadays, this invisible war in the entertainment industry, the situation has become clearer and clearer. Chan Mingfeng, who was sent by Hua Sodium, was initially putting pressure on Lin Che though, but after the first few matches, as of now, Chen Mingfeng was no longer much of a threat to Lin Che. After all, on stage, the level of strength, the audience's recognition and support that is a clear thing. Chen Mingfeng may also realize this, so he has been honest on the show as a contestant. And gold producer Ye Ling, since the last time that song Diva gave her a taste of Lin Che's connotation, the aftermath of that song still lingers. It was estimated that Ye Ling still had palpitations. For the time being, he didn't have the energy to lay any more hands on Lin Che. Instead, Li Qingkai, this person who seemed to have no interactions with Lin Che, had inexplicably caused Lin Che to pay attention to him. Every time he thought of this person, Lin Che's brows would unconsciously furrow slightly. Obviously the two have little direct conflict on the surface, but Lin Che just vaguely felt that there was something behind it that he hadn't figured out yet. Lin Che raised his hand and rubbed his chin. After mulling it over for half a day, I still don't have a clue after all. Let's wait for Uncle Su to come back and ask. Lin Che sighed helplessly and said silently in his heart. Half an hour later, time flows slowly while you wait. Ding. The crisp doorbell rang suddenly, followed by the sound of the room door being opened. Su Qingqing and Su Qinghe, uncle and nephew, carried a full load of dishes in their hands. Their faces were slightly tired but they walked in. I can finally come back. It's quite heavy to carry all the way. Su Qinghe spat out as he changed his shoes. Second uncle, I've already said that I'm allowed to mention a little bit, said Su Qingqing, skimming her lips, somewhat helplessly. You guys, buy so many groceries? Lin Che in the room heard the door open. Lin Che hurriedly got up and went to the living room, welcoming him and wanting to help take the dishes. When Su Qinghe saw Lin Che come out, that tired look intensified a bit more, as if telling Lin Che, see, even if a man is tired, he still has to top it. Lin Che naturally didn't pay attention to Su Qinghe's micro-expression. After receiving the dish, he looked at Su Qinghe, his lips quirking as he didn't know how to open his mouth to inquire. Just here. Ha ha, thinking that it's been a long time since I've cooked a proper meal. I'll have to show you my hand today, so you can taste my handiwork. Su Qinghe smiled brightly, letting Lin Che mention the dishes to the kitchen and began to skillfully fiddle with them. Within moments, the sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen, followed by a burst of aroma that began to fill the room. Originally, the atmosphere that made Lin Che feel slightly tense gradually became much more cordial. Su Qinghe stir-fried the vegetables while observing Lin Che by the threshold. It is only seen to be preoccupied. Su Qinghe stretched his neck and asked, seemingly without thinking, after seeing Su Qingqing return to her room. Lin boy, this situation in the studio right now, although it can be slowed down for the time being, in the long run. As he said this, Su Qingha's brows furrowed slightly. The stir-frying motion of his hands all seemed to pause for a moment. Lin Che stood in front of the kitchen door, leaning against the door frame, sighed slightly, and after pondering for a moment, slowly said, Uncle Su, I've thought it over carefully. Let's wait for the competition to be over. The funds shouldn't be that tight by then. Anyway, you're the boss. You say what you want, but I still have to say more or less. That sound synthesizer of yours, it's not as innocent as I thought. Su Qingha paused, then thought of something and spoke. Long Tang might be about to strike. Lin Che nodded in agreement as he heard Su Qingha's reminder. On Dragon Tang's side, as of now, I think there might be 3 means to deal with me. The first is to be a plus money resident. They'll probably think about bribing me with money, making me all sorts of tempting offers, trying to get me to compromise and give up what I'm holding on to now, Lin Che said with a bitter smile on his face. In the heart, however, there was also a vague concern about this kind of bullying. What if someday the temptation is too great to contemplate? Can one really hold the line all the time? Su Qingha stir-fried the vegetables in the pan and nodded, responding, well, there is indeed a possibility that they might come to this trick. After all, I'll be with them for a while, and in their eyes, they probably think money will solve a lot of things. What about the second one? Su Qingha slowly turned his head to look at Lin Che. The second is to wage a war of public opinion. They will use their resources to spread all kinds of news against me outside, turning black and white upside down, probably portraying me as a bad person. Nowadays, in this network era, the power of public opinion is too scary, and the crowd's mouths are too strong. I don't care about myself, but I'm afraid that those around me will be implicated. Lin Che frowned, his face filled with a touch of sorrow. Hearing Lin Che's reply, Su Qingha's face also became grave. Serve the stir-fry to the table and turn off the heat. Su Qingha turned to look at Lin Che and said seriously, this public opinion war is indeed not easy to deal with. If capital wants to screw a newcomer, it's easier than crushing an ant. But you don't have to worry. If it comes to this, your Uncle Su I also have some connections. Su Qingha hardly showed a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Lin Che Su Qingha, could bully, but throw it to others? Su Qingha was the first to disagree. Ever since he saw that Lin Che really didn't have that aspect in mind for Su Qingqing. Plus, Lin Che really does want to get down to majoring in his career first, has the right outlook, and is quite talented. Su Qingha looked back and realized that apart from being a bit shady, Lin Che was a top match in every way. Returning to his senses, Su Qingha paused, opened his mouth and then asked, what about the third? Lin Che bit his lip and said with some hesitation, this third one is a bit inhumane. They'll probably have Zhang Jiaming frantically pressurize me. Hearing this, the corners of Su Qingha's mouth twitched slightly. Cheng Kaming is a gold medal producer in the entertainment industry. It's reasonable to assume that even if you've been paid, it's not too late to turn back in this situation. However, in the third installment of the program, Zhang Jiaming still bites the logic problem, which makes many people feel strange. Su Qingha looked towards Lin Che and slightly raised his hand, signaling Lin Che to continue. Being a gold medalist, it's just too easy for Zhang Kaming to toss me around from all sides in the same episode. Lin Che sighed slightly. Zhang Jiaming's evaluation of himself right now could still be described as an intermediary. In case we get to the semi-finals? What about the finals? What about opponents matched to Li Kyung Kai? Well, that's not necessarily true. Lin Che's tone was slightly downcast as he thought about this. In the end, if I can't carry on, I can only obediently submit. After Su Qingha heard the first half of the sentence, he still wanted to comfort Lin Che. But after you hear, behave yourself. Su Qingha only felt that Dragon Media didn't seem so scary anymore. Chapter 111, it all ends the same. In the kitchen, Su Qingha looked at Lin Che, who had an aggrieved face in front of him, and only felt angry and amused. Su Qingha originally raised his right hand subconsciously, wanted to tap Lin Che's right shoulder to give Lin Che a little bit of peace. However, when that hand was halfway out, it slowly retracted when it heard Lin Che's aggravated words. Su Qingha knew inwardly that this kid Lin Che was ghostly. Don't look at Lin Che putting on this appearance now, in the eyes of Su Qingha, but it became. Maybe there's some little scheme going on in the back of his mind. Although Su Qingha didn't know about Lin Che's complicated inner thoughts, but with Lin Che's analysis just now, with his years of experience in the entertainment industry, Su Qingha had a vague feeling that Lin Che would use this to plot something. And it's something that, presumably, isn't easy. After all, Lin Che's earlier control of the heat was something that Su Qingha was still somewhat impressed by even now. Hesitating for a while, Su Qingha still felt that he had to give this kid a heads up. Clearing his throat, Su Qinghe opened his mouth and reminded, "You, be careful, don't play with others." There was a hint of seriousness in Su Qinghe's tone, mixed with some helplessness, both worried about Lin Che getting into trouble and afraid that Lin Che wouldn't understand what was at stake. Lin Che was originally still lost in his own thoughts. When he heard Su Qinghe's words, he jerked his eyes up to look at Su Qinghe. In that instant, the heart pounded as if something had hit it hard. Lin Che hurriedly waved his hand, his face piled with an innocent look as he anxiously explained. "No, Uncle Su, I really didn't." Lin Che secretly thought inwardly, "No? What's wrong with me yet? And I'm in the clouds now. I was going to ask you, do you really think I'm all-powerful?" Su Qinghe naturally didn't know Lin Che's small mind and opened his mouth to say without any good humor, "Come on, you kid, don't I understand?" While speaking, Su Qinghe slightly frowned, his eyes carrying a few hints of insight. "You've analyzed it so thoroughly yourself. Anything else I should add? Or is it, you want to make things difficult for a bad old man like me again?" The moment Su Qinghe said this, Lin Che was first stunned, then the brain snapped back instantly. Lin Che pondered in his heart. "No, I just analyzed it?" Lin Che was a bit confused at first, feeling as if he hadn't sorted things out very well, but on further reflection. Nope, just now, like, mulling over all those people and things in your own mind? Various stakes, possible scenarios. Nope, I really analyzed it. Lin Che couldn't help but be a little surprised. The thoughts that have plagued him for over 2 hours. Surprisingly, the moment he saw Su Qinghe, he became clear and lucid all of a sudden. "Okay, the more you think about it, the more wrong you are. Let's eat." Su Qinghe looked at Lin Che's shocked and delighted look, still somewhat unrecovered, and smiled as he patted Lin Che's shoulder. Just now Lin Che was confused for a moment. Su Qinghe also realized afterward that Lin Che had some thoughts that he hadn't completely cleared up yet, but he had just listened to Lin Che's subconscious explanation and reaction. Su Qinghe also knew that Lin Che's previous analysis did make sense. It was just that this kid probably hadn't figured out how to deal with the follow-up yet. As an elder, Su Qinghe felt the need to remind Lin Che. Let Lin Che try to take as few detours as possible in this complicated entertainment industry, but one doesn't know what to say. You can only pretend to be a master with your mic closed, without giving too much away. Only then did Lin Che come back to his senses, and with a hefty smile at Su Qinghe, he answered, "All right, Uncle Su, let's eat." As the third installment came to an end, all three of them took off their nerves and were fully immersed in the harmonious atmosphere. Lin Che accompanied the Su family's uncle and nephew as they ate a home-cooked meal. It had to be said that Su Qinghe's craftsmanship really wasn't bad. The sweet and sour pork on the dish plate, Lin Che unconsciously dazzled several pieces. Contrast that with the cozy picture of the trio, the top floor of a tall building in the center of Hangzhou. Li Qingkai looked slightly anxious, pacing back and forth in the large flat. After this show, the top 4 supportive contestants, each with a different state of mind, kicked off a short hiatus. Except for Li Qingkai at the end of the line, the other players are more or less solid in their hearts. After all, they have temporarily retained their positions at the front of the line. As long as the follow-up continues to play consistently, there is still a big advantage in this competitive show. However, at the moment, Li Qingkai was filled with the ranking situation in the program. It's amazing that he's come in 4th place 3 times in 3 episodes. The harsh reality of this pressed him a little. It also couldn't help but cause a trace of panic to rise in Li Qingkai's heart. In accordance with the program's 8-issue rule, unsurprisingly, when 4 are left, it opens up the semi-finals. It's certainly not speeding up the program. The schedule was predetermined by the show, in accordance with the piss-poor nature of the audio variety. In all such cases, kicker contestants are added to lengthen the contest taping cycle, so halfway through the taping of the show, there's a high probability that there will be a kicker. The program did not announce this rule, though, but in the entertainment industry, trying to pry into this kind of information is not a difficult task for Capital. Li Qingkai learned through some contacts that the kicker this time would be a first-tier powerhouse singer. This news was definitely adding insult to injury for Li Qingkai. As for why he was so flustered, the reason was actually very simple. If the next installment of the competition, Li Qingkai was still in 4th place, in the eyes of the audience, he will naturally be labeled as the senior. Once this impression is formed, then the subsequent, whether it is the fight for rankings or the atmosphere of the scene, will be greatly affected. In the minds of the public, Li Qingkai was already at a relative disadvantage. Anyway, it all ends the same way. The perpetual 4. If the top 3 were all first-tier curiosities upwards, Li Qingkai would naturally not panic, but it was Lin Che who was the accident. Let Dragon Media's long-standing plans catch up with them. And, again, look at the competitors throughout the program. Li Qingkai knew very well in his heart, which one was not a master to be messed with. Take He Ling. Someone's gold medal producer. A rash invitation? Maybe even before they do it, they will be killed by the other party's resources and connections. Then look at Chen Mingfeng. Backed by Warner. A big background in the entertainment industry. Against Chen Mingfeng? Dragon is not afraid of the capital behind it though. But in the end, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. What's more, the capital behind Wasodium is also a dragon. After all these calculations, it seems that Lin Che, a solo trainee, is the only one left to mess with. Chapter 112 Rampant. In the large flat, Li Qingkai kept pacing back and forth. Anxiety and panic permeated within. Only a frown was seen. The eyes were full of anxiety. All 3 installments came in 4th place for this result. The pressure was so great that Li Qingkai could barely breathe. But he couldn't really think of a good response. A deep sense of powerlessness rose in the whole person. Just when Li Qingkai felt like he was at his wit's end, as if he was in a desperate situation, the abrupt ringing of the phone rang suddenly. It stung in the silent and depressing space. Li Qingkai was first startled, then hurriedly picked up his cell phone. After seeing Zhang Qi's phone number displayed on the screen, his eyes instantly lit up. Pick up the phone and all you hear is, Kai. Just be honest and transparent. These days Zhang Jiaming will make a move. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Qi's voice came through. There was an air of imperturbability in his tone, as if everything had already been arranged. Upon hearing this, Li Qingkai immediately understood Zhang Qi's meaning in his heart. Obviously, this was trying to get Zhang Jiaming to be the bad guy and step in for himself to solve the tricky dilemma at hand. Thinking of this, Li Qingkai couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He still had Zhang Qi by his side, a relative who could give advice. There was no way around it. And Zhang Jiaming had it coming, who told him that he couldn't control his lower body, and even had an unspeakable relationship with Dragon Media, an actress. I don't know if it was a moment of confusion or if I was mesmerized by the beauty of the actress. Anyway, in the entertainment industry, this kind of incident happens all the time. Dragon Media is naturally not a vegetarian. By some means, get that nasty video. With the video in hand, it's the same as holding Zhang Jiaming's hand. Use this to threaten Zhang Jiaming, so that he had to follow Dragon Media's wishes. And at this moment, Li Qingkai heard these words from Zhang Qi that warmed his heart. The heart that had been hanging in the air was finally like a big stone falling to the ground, and a long sigh of relief. The corners of Li Qingkai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a slightly smug smile. Get comfortable on the couch. Taking out his cell phone, he casually flipped through the Viber. The frequent refreshes exposed Li Qingkai's thoughts at the moment. He wanted to see Zhang Jiaming make a move. Wanted Lin Che to be suppressed. Would like to see myself smooth my way out of this awkward 4th place position. Nightfall. At the end of December, when the wind is howling and the cold is piercing the bones, a storm of public opinion is quietly fermenting in Vibe. The 3rd installment just ended. On the internet, opposition to Zhang Jiaming's review rolled in. Netizens have angrily pointed out that Zhang Jiaming is simply taking the bull by the horns. Lin Che is silky smooth in his stage performance and interpretation. The emotional delivery is even more heartfelt, but Zhang Jiaming seems to be wearing colored glasses. Had to pick out some so-called faults from that flawless place. With that fault-finding look, anyone who looked at him would think that as a gold medal producer, he had long ago thrown the principle of impartiality and objectivity to the winds. There is no professionalism or demeanor at all. However, Dragon Media doesn't care about that. With only interests in his eyes, how would he care whether Zhang Jiaming's popularity is good or bad? For the purpose of clearing the way ahead for their own artists, Dragon Media has a big hand in buying up tons of marketing numbers. These marketing numbers receive instructions. They began their creation, pulling out all the stops. Various pinches and out-of-context edits were made to the originally normal exchange footage between Lin Che and Zhang Jiaming. Then a stream of distorted and unrecognizable videos are thrown out onto the internet. At first, the videos, which were deliberately concocted, couldn't make much of a splash. After all, most of the first people who swiped on these videos were netizens who had seriously watched the program and knew what was going on. They saw right through the marketing numbers trick and rushed into the comments section. The marketing number of this kind of reckless disregard for the facts, maliciously guiding public opinion of the bad behavior to launch a fierce attack. That one sharply worded comment exposes these marketing numbers that will do anything for traffic. But who would have thought that it was these many netizens who made angry comments out of justice, but inadvertently became the public opinion storm accelerant. In just under 3 days, these marketing numbers are videos that quickly fire out of the ring. With the number of comments and retweets, it grew like a snowball in a frenzy. More and more uninformed and blindfolded netizens have been brushing up on the videos of the two clashing. What was presented in the video was just a short 10-odd seconds of footage of Lin Che refuting Zhang Jiaming's point of view, but it was this brief 10 seconds or so. After malicious editing, Lin Che's rebuttal was originally reasonable and justified. At the moment it seemed so radical and harsh. completely out of the full context of the time. Well, the uninformed netizens are like puppets being manipulated at will, without bothering to find out the truth of the matter, without looking into the reasons behind it. Based on just this short 10-second video, then, without thinking, he launched an attack on Lin Che. All sorts of unpleasant, ear-piercing accusatory remarks mercilessly slammed down towards Lin Che. Lin Che, a newcomer, speaks so impulsively, don't know the slightest bit of rules, don't even know the most basic respect for seniors, really rampant, saying a few words out of professionalism that are not to your liking. Lin Che is good and directly dislikes them. What kind of attitude is that? Pure passerby. But looking at the video like this, it must be Lin Che who's wrong. Something must have happened here. Or else how could people say that about the Zhang Jin brand? In any case, just for his no-good attitude. I can't stand to watch. Young people nowadays, they are really getting more and more impolite. The crowd is in a heated argument, back and forth, on the battlefield of the internet. Lin Che had already been pushed to the tip of the public opinion. Instead, Zhang Jiaming posted a vibe on his personal account at this juncture. And this vibe instantly brought this storm of public opinion to a climax. Zhang Jiaming v. I'm just pointing out the problem. Really just trying to help the younger juniors see what else can be improved from a professional standpoint. I didn't expect that Lin Che would actually dislike me directly. At that moment, I was really quite chilled. Originally, I was quite optimistic about Lin Che. Think he's a promising newcomer. That's why the idea was to whip it up in a slightly harsher way. Hey, maybe that's suffering for telling the truth. And now it's being misinterpreted like this. And I'm kind of helpless. This is a long speech by Zhang Jiaming. Between the lines, they have packaged themselves as a poor senior who was well-intentioned but misunderstood and aggrieved. Put yourself on a moral high ground. It was as if he was an innocent person who had been wantonly victimized by his unintelligent juniors. This vibe was sent out, instantly triggering a chain reaction. For a time, Lin Che instantly fell into the spotlight, become a street rat in the cyber world. All sorts of vicious, hurtful words were like densely packed arrows, shooting towards Lin Che from all directions. Chapter 113, The Joker. The heat about Lin Che on the internet intensified, with no sign of it going to calm down. In the past 2 days, Lin Che also often shuttle on the network, taken the so-called pressures against you on the internet. Watching the comments of netizens and the heated debates that were sparked by the deliberate editing and distortion of facts, Lin Che's expression, however, was always characterized by a kind of aloofness. All of this had been expected by Lin Che. Since the last time, at the kitchen door, the 3 paths of Dragon Media were analyzed thoroughly. Lin Che also establishes songs that correspond to each of the 3 themes before taking a break. And now, the recording studio. Lin Che looked at the rhythm on the network, only to feel that this is just this showbiz game. In the past few days, there was no lack of netizens with some poisonous mouths, frantically bashing and digging deeper into Lin Che. It's a good thing that Lin Che has done a pretty good job of keeping his profile secret. That's how you avoid the risk of opening an account. During this period, the 3 major entertainment companies even made a special call to test Lin Che's intentions, asking Lin Che if he needs the company's help to calm this growing public opinion storm. Lin Che just shook his head. Once he accepted the assistance of the 3 major entertainments, it meant that the goal of striking the 12 consecutive championships was basically hopeless, and he could only honestly sign an A-rank contract. From then on, it is important to follow the company's plans and requirements to develop. To a certain extent, there is also a loss of freedom. This consideration by the 3 major entertainment companies is also based on their usual mindset. In their opinion, how dare a newcomer with a fledgling career go toe-to-toe with a gold medal producer with a deep background? This is undoubtedly not a death wish. The 3 major entertainment for this seemingly less than honorable and even somewhat unscrupulous approach by Dragon Media. Although the mouth will accuse a few sentences, but in the heart also understand that this subterfuge can be much more than that bright and shiny appearance. Sometimes, to get there, use some tactics to suppress competitors. This has become a kind of unspoken routine operation. We have already seen the strange. Lin Che naturally refused to accept the olive branch thrown by the 3 major entertainment companies. Only Lin Che was seen sitting on the couch in the recording studio. The body was leaning back slightly, legs folded casually, eyes fell on the computer screen. On the screen is the audio track that hasn't been exported yet. Lin Che's horns rose slightly as he looked at the lyrics. After copying the song down, Lin Che put on a mask and returned to the hotel. The 4th installment officially begins tomorrow. Lin Che sent a picture of a clown to Su Qingqing through Weixin. The explanation informed Su Qingqing to have the makeup artist apply makeup according to this picture tomorrow. Receiving Lin Che's exaggerated makeup that had changed from the past, Su Qingqing slightly opened her mouth, wanted to inquire why, but want to keep the suspense. Nothing happened overnight. Next day, The sun still pours down on the earth as usual, but today was destined to be an unusual day. Lin Che came backstage early. Today's Lin Che was harboring a special idea. Once backstage, walk into the makeup room. Lin Che informed the makeup maker of the idea once again. But when he heard this request from Lin Che, especially when he was told that it was to change that regular makeup style from the past, the makeup maker still couldn't help but freeze. Makeup artist Chiran looked at Lin Che with a suspicious gaze, eyes full of amazement. He thought to himself, what's wrong with this kid today? However, out of professionalism, Chiran still patiently described to Lin Che the effect that the makeup created according to Lin Che's idea might present. While saying this, he couldn't help but reconfirm, are you really sure about this? That's an unusual makeup. If you get it out, it's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? It's such a contrast to the impression you gave everyone before. However, Lin Che only nodded slightly. There was an unquestionable firmness in the look. The mind is made up. Chiran's brows furrowed into a Chuan character when he saw this. He wondered in the back of his mind, crazy, huh? In the showbiz world, a place of faces and images, makeup is a crucial part of the show, and a single slip-up could affect the entire stage presentation and even invite audience disgust. The more the makeup maker thought about it, the more he felt his heart was in the right place. After all, the makeup created in the past has tried to lean in the direction of beauty and eye-catching but in line with the public's taste. But this situation today was just too out of his expectation. However, Lin Che had firmly nodded his head, and as a makeup artist himself, he couldn't say anything more. There was nothing he could do but sigh. He started to build the clown costume as requested by Lin Che. Lin Che quietly waited for the makeup to show up on her face a little bit. Half an hour later, exaggerated, flamboyant style surfaces in the mirror. That deliberately elongated, distorted eyeline, and those big red lips that grin up to the ears. Lin Che's entire appearance had to be characterized by a gloomy and strange feeling. Looking at the makeup in the mirror, Lin Che's mouth grinned, and his entire body exuded an aura of terror. After thanking the makeup artist, Lin Che stepped to the guest room. The crowd looked at Lin Che, who looked like a clown. It only felt like Lin Che had gone completely crazy. Li Qingkai, in particular, was shocked and at the same time, carried a touch of snickering. It does seem like the pace of the network is working these days. Just as the crowd's thoughts were racing, the big screen in the guest room slowly emerges with the order of appearance of several people. Unsurprisingly, Lin Che was again backdoored into last place. Lin Che, who was sitting in his seat, shook his head madly inwardly when he saw this result. This director, sighed Lin Che inwardly, has to let the other contestants sing and then let the netizens compare them, right? Lin Che simply swung around, his body collapsing into the chair. Only the exaggerated makeup was reflected in the eyes of the crowd through the live broadcast. Like the rest of the guests, netizens felt that Lin Che was crazy. Something was wrong with his spirit. The show was held after the 4 judges and 100 music critics were seated. The guests of honor also made their appearance one by one. Only, the 4 judges' minds were all on Lin Che. Zhang Jiaming also felt the dissatisfaction of the remaining 3 judges towards him. Looking in the direction of the last guest out, his eyes show a hint of sympathy. In the guest room, Lin Che closed his eyes slightly, listening to the 4 guests sing. They slowly got up and made their way to the back of the stage. Wait until Chen Sheng has finished his introduction. The stage lights go out. Lin Che came to the center of the stage by feel and inserted the microphone into the stand. A song called Noble, for everyone. After that, the somber piano sounds. A beam of white light struck half of Lin Che's face, and Lin Che's smirking expression caused the audience on stage to suck in a breath of cold air. Building up energy in a somber place. What do people give up that can change? Odd-shaped people are growing. I was hiding in the crowd with my head bobbing. Lin Che's low voice, paired with exaggerated makeup, made the scene radiate a slight coolness. Chapter 114, Nobility. The stage is dimly lit. An invisible pressure enveloped everyone present. Lin Che stood at the center of the stage, his unique clown outfit particularly eye-catching. Only Lin Che grinned, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. The exaggerated curvature, set off by the heavy makeup, exuded an indescribable weirdness and flair. Lin Che shook his head slightly. The movement was a little casual and hid a hint of unspeakable emotion. The main song was carried across the stage through the sound. The voice was soft but impactful. On the judges' table, the 4 people who were originally still wearing various looks. Upon hearing the song, his face instantly changed. Their faces first showed a hint of surprise. Immediately afterward, eyebrows were furrowed, and their eyes were filled with a complicated look. The 4 men obviously heard unusual meanings from the song. Combine that with the ironic lyrics. The 4 judges had no trouble hearing the implication. In recent times, that stinging opinion on the internet has been like a raging storm. Not only is it sweeping across the entertainment industry, The circle also accumulates negative comments about Lin Che, and Zhang Jiaming, no doubt, is the target of this lyric's dark satire. Obviously, as a gold producer, he should have been upholding a fair and objective attitude in evaluating the contestants, but he keeps taking the bull by the horns for some reason. His comments on Lin Che always carried a sense of deliberate difficulty. It makes it easy to remember through the lyrics the previous vibers sent out by Zhang Jiaming. Compare this to the relatively pertinent and professional evaluations that Zhang Jiaming had previously given to the other contestants. When it came to Lin Che, it was completely changed. Zhang Jiaming's condescending and fault-finding stance is really hard to understand. Not only that, in the aftermath of the game, Zhang Jiaming was even secretly pushing public opinion. It has led to all sorts of bizarre statements. Netizens are like puppets being manipulated. Without knowing what was going on, they began to verbally attack Lin Che, completely ignoring the truth and just following the accusations. And at this moment, Lin Che, who was hiding in the middle of the crowd and in a dark corner, it was like standing on a stage and taking it all in, shaking his head helplessly. His movements were filled with bitter laughter and sighs at the absurdity of the situation. The eyes of the crowd had long been focused on the center of the stage, only to see Lin Che grinning, his already exaggerated smile even more open at this moment. He sang in a quickened tone. There was a different kind of emotion in the voice. Stab me in the heart. The samples aren't dirty. Don't panic. Look at my vanity. How do you make up for? When Lin Che sang this part, he stretched out his right hand and fiercely and forcefully tapped his heart area. The action is clean, yet impactful. There was a hint of determination in Lin Che's eyes. It was as if they were visualizing those invisible injuries. Let everyone see the pain they are suffering. The crowd had goosebumps when they looked at Lin Che's grin up to his ears and the forceful movements. A strange feeling came over me. It's not hard to hear that Lin Che began to mock those strange netizens on the internet in this segment. They stand on the so-called moral high ground, unknown, just based on some out-of-context quotes. They start railing. Those casually typed remarks were like sharp swords that mercilessly pierced Lin Che's heart. But just as everyone was thinking that Lin Che might really be as despicable as they thought. However, when he saw the part of his heart that Lin Che was pointing with his hand, the color was actually bright red, not a single sign of filth. This scene made people's hearts jolt. Begin to reflect on your previous blind following. Start reviewing the whole thing. Immediately afterward, a panic spread through the heart. The crowd realized with hindsight that they were wrong. One is simply misled by the false appearances and one-sided information. The netizens on the internet who had originally vilified Lin Che had a few more complex emotions in their eyes at this time. One can only focus on the center of the stage. And looking at the stage, the exaggeratedly made-up Lin Che, that look was very different from the usual. And the crowd didn't know how to compensate Lin Che for the harm he had suffered from the situation that had been reversed at the moment. Only Lin Che, who was at the center of the stage, slowly raised his right hand. It's like telling the sky about your helplessness, singing with a soft sigh, how nobly I shot my pride. I especially appreciate your sympathetic look. Sad but not hurt. I'm so scared of people breaking into my walls, peeking at my features to see what I look like. It can also mimic any shape. Lin Che's voice was filled with helplessness and sorrow. Stage. Lin Che's helpless voice slowly dissipated into the air. Immediately after the interlude plays, soft piano sounds, faint cello sounds. It added a little more eeriness to the whole atmosphere of the scene. The eerie atmosphere thickens. The crowd looked at Lin Che on the stage. That exaggerated look was both frightening and sympathetic to the heart. The chorus narrates, just like what happened to Lin Che in the past few days, they were all uploaded one by one in the minds of the crowd. In this age of information, news travels incredibly fast. Plus, Lin Che was a star and clashed with Zhang Jiaming. This has certainly become the center of attention of the netizens. Many netizens started picking on Lin Che's life and tried to break into his life. Wanted to see Lin Che's ugly face. It's as if the only way to relieve your anger is to pry into other people's privacy. But in the end, when the truth gradually surfaces, upon meeting the original Lin Che, it was discovered that Lin Che had long since transformed into other appearances under the pressure of this public opinion and appeared in the public eye. It is a kind of hurt, forced, disguised clown look. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The deeper the meaning in the lyrics, the more you think about it, the more you think about it. Everyone's eyes trembled slightly. With mixed emotions, he looked closely at Lin Che on the stage. It was as if they wanted to find more answers from Lin Che. It was also as if he was wordlessly expressing his apologies to Lin Che. Only Lin Che put down the microphone. That stern gaze looked straight at Jiamei Zhang on the judge's table. At this moment, Zhang Jiaming's face did not look very good. His eyes dodged, not daring to meet Lin Che's gaze. The gaze that was previously pretending to be sympathetic was now flustered. Obviously, he was shocked by Lin Che's performance on this stage. Zhang Jiaming was afraid that his previous small, clandestine actions would be completely revealed, putting him in an even more embarrassing situation. Zhang Jiaming's gaze inadvertently flicked to Lin Che, only to be answered with that exaggerated smile. The interlude ends slowly. Lin Che unconsciously raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Jiaming, singing, "The worse the situation, the more you have to imagine. The wolf hides by the anti-dog as if he were a good man. The man with the teeth and the claws is spreading lies. Don't exaggerate the words that Hara used to describe me." Chapter 115, Where did Lin Che go? Bang! The second verse of the title track carries a stronger mocking rhyme, straight from the booth. The song comes through the screen and into the listener's ears. Everyone couldn't help but stare. The lyrics instantly evoked memories of Lin Che's condition in recent times among netizens. These days, videos of Lin Che being maliciously edited and pinched by marketing numbers are spreading unchecked on the internet. Those distortions continue to feed negative public opinion. The uninformed netizens followed the trend and hurled abuses after seeing the false information. The state can only be described as dire. It was hard to imagine what kind of mental pressure Lin Che was under. Desperate? As the lyrics say, in a bad situation, one can only speculate by imagination. And at the judge's table, Zhang Jiaming was pointed at by Lin Che in such a way that caused his heart to instantly leak half a beat, and his face turned pale. When Lin Che sings, "The wolf hides next to the anti-dog, like he's a good man," the corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly as he let out a self-deprecating light laugh. And when Zhang Jiaming heard this sentence, his thoughts instantly drifted back to when he posted that Viber that pretended to be a good person. He is clearly the wolf with an evil heart, yet they try to hide the truth and play the good, innocent guy on the internet. Lin Che's ha laugh. It seemed to be going up Zhang Jiaming's spine, making his hairs stand on end. A fine cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. His eyes were filled with emptiness and he didn't dare to look directly at Lin Che's gaze again. Singing into the guest room. The ironic melody and sharp lyrics made the five guests' faces change, especially Li Qingkai. His body subconsciously tightened, because the cause of it all, because of him. Only he knew best how the company had discredited Lin Che. The falsehood spread by those marketing numbers flashed through his mind. Those words the copywriter used to describe Lin Che. It was simply more exaggerated than Lin Che's makeup today at the scene. The marketing number is like the song's description of the open-mouthed man. Smear attacks on Lin Che without any bottom line. Li Qingkai bit his lip, his body trembling slightly, but his eyes were locked on the clown on the stage, Lin Che, only to see Lin Che on the stage. His slightly mocking voice resounded once again. Greed manifests itself appropriately. It's like demanding a dowry. Sensibly. Please think of me as a loner. And rules and regulations. Satirical lyrics with eerie harmonies. It was like a sharp knife that dug hard into Li Qingkai's heart. Li Qingkai's eyes were wide with fear, and his breathing unconsciously became rapid. The lyrics of the song are a naked allusion to him. He knew in his heart that he was upset about this ranking of the oldest four. Being a traffic idol, the starting point is too high. Used to a star-studded life, how can you be willing to stick to the status quo? Therefore, he could only use what he considered to be the proper way to secretly strike at Lin Che, eager to improve their rankings. When I think about it now, isn't ranking like dowry in the lyrics of the song? In Li Qingkai's original narrow-minded thinking, it was supposed to belong to him. That's why he felt it was only natural to ask Lin Che for it. Is reasonable. But now, having been unceremoniously exposed by Lin Che, Li Qingkai's face couldn't help but darken by 8 degrees. The rest of the guests' eyes became complicated. They looked at the lone Lin Che in the big screen, and their expressions appeared to be in a trance. Who doesn't aspire to be number one when they participate in this show? Who hasn't had a moment of greed for the first? In a competitive arena, stress is like a shadow. Who wouldn't want to take care of the biggest stressor of all? When they remembered the scene where Lin Che disliked Zhang Jiaming back, their hearts couldn't help but ripple. As the lyrics state, though, celebrities are always bound by various rules. But is even the most basic explanation not allowed? Should even speech be framed by that one invisible rule? How nobly I shot my pride. I especially appreciate the way you look at me. Memorable. I'm so beautiful. Don't you dare break into my walls. What do you want with the truth? It's all about the skin. Might as well let me stay in the window. Lin Che grinned the entire time he sang this. Lin Che's slightly self-deprecating voice. It clutters the thoughts of the crowd. The crowd could still feel the usual irony as they listened to the lyrics. This is a satirical reference to the ignoramuses who had previously looked the other way. They were pointing fingers at Lin Che based on only one-sided words. It's a satire on the pure pathfinders who have been so slow to realize that they are becoming ashamed of themselves. They follow blindly at first, and when they learn the truth, they begin to feel guilty. But what's the point? One by one, they broke into Lin Che's wall, seemingly seeking to learn the truth. But is this really exploring? Does this unforgettable truth matter to them? In exchange for nothing more than a laugh. What they like is never really the truth. It's what they think is the truth. Since that was the case, Lin Che might as well make himself like a commodity. Stay on the glamorous stage. Stay in the window for people to admire. Those people, anyway, don't care about their real selves. Look at the clown on the stage. The crowd's hearts were mixed, unable to say what they felt. Immediately afterward, Lin Che seemed to completely abandon his original skin. The movements became more and more frenzied. With the rapid drum beat, Lin Che held the microphone tightly with both hands. The outburst rang out at the top of Ben's voice. How unforgettable it is to me to look like a showpiece. Thank you and reward you. The more you say, the better. The more I swell. The sound of the outburst was like the anger that had been accumulated for a long time, finally finding an outlet to vent it. And it all poured out. In the past few days, Lin Che was like an unappreciated item in the window. It's like being the clown on the stage that no one sees. Anyone who passes by, even if they are irrelevant, can swear twice. Malicious rewards came to Lin Che, but Lin Che counter became more and more inflated. I only saw Lin Che's typhoon become more and more frenzied. The voice carried a slight roar of anger. I'm so crazy I can't even look at myself, grimly wishing for that humiliating slight injury. Someone please send me a medal. The self-deprecating lyrics, instead of balancing out the complexity of the crowd, made it all the more disturbing. Obviously facing unwarranted abuse from the crowd, but still reveling in it, even treating it as a luxury? You're asking for medals from your detractors when you've suffered injuries you didn't deserve? With this ridiculous lyrics back, the crowd couldn't help but start worrying about Lin Che's mental state. Well, just then, the gentle sound of a piano slowly started. It also gradually calmed the whole atmosphere of the stage. Lin Che's stage style became calmer with it, and his voice became much gentler. There was just a hint of inquiry in the voice, and it was like a self-confiding statement. How I longed for a beautiful place. The way I started out didn't hurt and didn't itch. It'll burn up all the rewards. The song is over. The stage lights then dimmed. Lin Che's body was also gradually hidden in this darkness. 10 minutes later. Phew! The people in the room slowed down and sighed. The lights came on again. Only the stage was empty. The crowd couldn't help but shout. Where did Lin Che go? Chapter 116. I only made a slight move. The large stage was brightly lit. On the stage, it was originally supposed to be the sight of Lin Che receiving cheers from the crowd, but at this moment, it was extraordinarily silent, permeated with an unspeakable eeriness. The gazes of the people present looked towards the empty stage in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment. The crowd couldn't believe that the clown, who had just made a big, exaggerated splash on the stage, had disappeared without a trace in an instant. This sudden situation, the crowd, who had just regained their senses, were once again involuntarily gripped inwardly. Tension began to spread through the scene again. As the minutes ticked by, this tension grew stronger and pressed on the minds of the crowd. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and there was doubt and uneasiness between the meeting of eyes, and whispers also rose and fell in the crowd. Just as the tension in the crowd reached a crescendo, on the stage, the heavy curtain finally opened. This movement instantly attracted everyone's attention. Only Lin Che was seen with a smile on his face as he slowly walked out from the back of the stage. Only that exaggerated to the point of exaggeration clown makeup had long since been removed. Presented in front of everyone at the moment was Lin Che's peerless face. Perhaps it was the previous clown makeup, which brought too much visual impact. That funny, quirky and flamboyant look was still fresh in the crowd's minds. At this moment, when he saw it again, Lin Che revealed his original astonishingly heavenly face. The group's first feelings were all captivated. No? Who are you? Handsome? Where's that flamboyant joker? First time watching this show. May I ask where that clown was just now? Martyr. Lin Che is playing the clown, while you, my friend, are the real clown. And in the meantime, the netizens watching the live broadcast on the internet also instantly came back to their senses after a brief moment of stupefaction. The pop-ups were like snowflakes, densely flying up on the screen. Some netizens who were watching the program for the first time began to marvel at Lin Che's original appearance. This face value is too unbelievable, isn't it? That clown just now actually hid such a face? I declare that I'm going to be fanized by Lin Che. Love, love, love. I thought it was quite interesting to watch that clown perform in front of me, but I didn't realize that he was so handsome after removing his makeup. This is to rely on both face value and talent to kill people. In this age where face value is justice, these sloganeers are not in the minority. In the crowd's gaze that was filled with amazement, Lin Che had a relaxed demeanor, his hands in his pockets. With unhurried steps, he slowly walked to the center of the stage. The moment the lights on the stage all converged on Lin Che, Lin Che's figure was set off more and more upright, and carried a different kind of aura. Lin Che raised his eyes slightly, his sight sweeping over those four judges one by one. It was instantly noticeable that Zhang Jiaming was the only one whose face was the most complicated. Zhang Jiaming's expression was a mixture of embarrassment, annoyance, and a hint of panic that was hard to hide. When Lin Che saw this, he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips as he inwardly said, "No, right? I only made a slight move. It's not that bad, right?" Lin Che knows the song Noble with all its irony. The lyrics are like a sharp sword that goes straight to the heart of some people. Zhang Jiaming, on the other hand, is clearly the one who has been stabbed the deepest. Feeling Lin Che's gaze, Zhang Jiaming gradually felt ashamed as he slightly lowered his head, his gaze dodging, not daring to meet his eyes. The ironic lyrics, still lingering inside him, haunted him to death and kept him from getting out of this complicated and embarrassing state for a long time. The remaining three judges looked at each other. The eyes were communicating something silently. In the end, Liang Jin was the first to break the brief silence. With a fawning look on his face, the smile on that face all looked a bit deliberate and ingratiating as he slowly opened his mouth. "Lin Che, the lyrics of your song are very deep. It just sounds to me like there's a lot of stuff hidden in there that's worth pondering. I may have to go back and savor it a bit before I can make a more appropriate assessment." As he said that, Liang Jin even nodded his head gently, as if affirming the reasonableness of his words. After a pause, he continued, "But I love this song, I really do. There's something about that uniqueness that captures the heart immediately. Looking forward to your next piece. I'm sure it will be particularly good as well." Liang Jin didn't dare to boast much. "If you exaggerate too much, you'll inevitably look like you're sucking up to the new guy too much. Everything is a step-by-step process." Liang Jin made such a painless comment, causing Zhou Chuanxiong, who was sitting on the side, to be unable to stop the corners of his mouth from twitching slightly, and in his heart, he secretly slandered Liang Jin's mellowness. Only Zhou Chuanxiong cleared his throat and spoke with the seriousness and earnestness that a professional judge should have on his face. "Lin Che, I have to say, you have a lot to live up to in terms of singing this song. On the title track, the vocals are subdued and carry a sense of unfolding narrative. Bring the listener in, a little bit, to the situation you've created." The chorus explodes with layers of emotion, and it's solid live, not drifting at all, plus exaggerated typhoons. It's like a momentary burst of power that has been building up for a long time, and it's especially good for driving the scene. Speaking here, Zhou Quan paused slightly, his eyes showing a bit more admiration, especially the bridge part, where you sing in a kind of flirty banter. It felt like tugging at the heartstrings of the listener with a creeping chill. "It's a test of vocals and the ability to control the emotion of the song," Zhou Chuanxiong said while nodding his head uncontrollably. At this time, Zhao Qingya, who hadn't said anything, also smiled and spoke. Her voice was warm and with an air of professionalism. "Your arrangement of this song, the instrumentation, is wonderful. The low strings at the beginning create an eerie atmosphere. Immediately afterward, the drums join in at the right time, and that rhythmic grasp, light and heavy, with the interplay of other instruments, makes the whole atmosphere more and more mysterious and tense. Also, the various details are handled exceptionally well, like the interspersed piano melody in the middle, crisp yet with a hint of ice. The whole song has just the right blend of styles. I can see that you have a heart for music." The more Zhao Qingya spoke, the more excited she became, and her eyes were glittering with admiration. Highly critical reviews from each of these three mentors. It was like a heavy hammer, each sentence causing Zhang Jiaming's face to pale a few points. The face that was already unattractive was even more like white paper at this moment, and fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Zhang Jiaming was sitting on the judge's bench, as if he was on pins and needles. Lin Che on the stage naturally noticed this increasingly ugly face of Zhang Jiaming. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly, hooking up a meaningful smile as he looked straight at Zhang Jiaming. Lin Che stood quietly on the stage, with a little bit of anticipation and a little bit of playfulness, silently waiting to see Zhang Jiaming, looking forward to the review he will give. Chapter 117, He's in a Hurry. At the judge's table, Zhang Jiaming's face trembled slightly. The veins at the corners of his forehead throbbed vaguely, giving away his inner unrest. One could only see his brows furrowed, as if he was caught in the middle of a tricky dilemma, his eyes full of panic. Zhang Jiaming's mind was in chaos, frantically trying to search for a word that could be used to refer to logic came up empty. Listen to the song Noble. The lyrics of the song were like a sharp sword, accurately stabbing at those who had once denigrated Lin Che. Each lyric, as if it were finely honed, is impeccably put together. Zhang Jiaming felt that he, right now, was like being roasted on a fire. The original ease with which he had been sitting steadily on the judge's table had long since disappeared without a trace. About half a moment later, Zhang Jiaming's voice trembled. "This song." Zhang Jiaming opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice carrying a hint of trembling that was hard to hide. Only a slight shiver was seen on his lips. Hands unconsciously gripped the edge of the table in front of the judge's table. Very, very good. These words came out of Zhang Jiaming's mouth, squeezing out with difficulty. Only, all the muscles on Zhang Jiaming's face seemed to stiffen a bit, pulling out a smile that was worse than crying, just when Zhang Jiaming felt that his entertainment career was over. But, Zhang Jiaming's eyes suddenly flashed. A different light suddenly flared in his eyes, as if grasping at the last shred of life-saving life, only to see its entire essence come back some at once. Zhang Jiaming jerked his spine straight and leaned forward, eyes firmly fixed on Lin Che on the stage. This song of yours, the tune doesn't seem to be a love song? Zhang Jiaming raised his volume and his words were a bit aggressive. The slightly eerie vibe of the arrangement really shines through. Zhang Jiaming's tone was eerie. But this is a show that focuses on love songs. Lin Che, you're off topic. At this moment, Zhang Jiaming's state had completely broken free from his previous disorientation. The thought of being darkly satirized by a newcomer with a new song. This made Zhang Jiaming feel that his authority was greatly challenged. The irritation in his heart caused Zhang Jiaming's comments to become sharper and sharper. On the stage, Lin Che, however, nodded his head calmly as if he had expected it. Raising the microphone, Lin Che wore a slightly aggrieved look on his face, speaking slowly, yes, this song is not, on the surface, a love song. As he said this, Lin Che slightly lowered his head, acts like he's remembering some painful past. A moment later he looked up again, his gaze clear and determined. Organizing his words slightly, Lin Che continued, but, this song, written with feeling, in the context of my recent encounters. Lin Che's aggrieved voice was slightly trembling with a trace of long-suppressed emotions. Lin Che didn't mean to act pitiful. Lin Che is purely pretending on purpose. This puts you on the weaker side of the situation, making many people, they couldn't help but recall the pain that Lin Che had endured during this period of time, only to see on the stage. Lin Che's lips trembled lightly. The lyrics also represent recent emotions I've repressed. Lin Che stumbled over his tone, took a deep breath, and continued. The lyrics don't show emotion in the traditional sense, but I still want to sing what's in my heart. After saying that, Lin Che looked towards the direction of the judges' table with a touch of humility in his gaze. Lin Che's tone also became much firmer. The definition of a love song. Isn't it just empathetic? The music critics on stage. After listening to Lin Che's explanation, many people had a thoughtful look on their faces, and then began to talk to each other. Yeah, I feel heartbroken for Lin Che when I listen to this song. How is it off topic when the lyrics describe the kind of pain that I can feel as a bystander? Although the song Noble is confusingly positioned, in context, it's not really off topic. Listening to the crowd at the scene relieved Lin Che. Zhang Jiaming clenched his back teeth, his face flushed green and white for a while, his lips mumbling, but for a moment he didn't know how to open his mouth to retort. Meeting Lin Che's meaningful gaze, the two just stared at each other in silence. Each of the two men refused to give in to the other. Halfway through the day, Zhang Jiaming he was in a hurry. The emotions that had been suppressed within, finally completely erupted, only to hear Zhang Jiaming blurt out, Lin Che, your tunes, with me, have not passed once. Boom! Zhang Jiaming's highly conflicting words were like a thunderbolt that exploded on the set of the program. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The atmosphere, which was already slightly dull, instantly seemed to be frozen, and the scene fell into a dead silence. The crowd, one by one, stared at this dramatic scene with wide eyes and slightly open mouths, filled with astonishment. No one expected the scene to become so tense, and compared to the scene, very different. On the web, the broadcast room of the program Love Songs in Bloom is buzzing at the moment. The number of viewers has rocketed. It's about to break 5 million people watching online at the same time. This spectacular data made Luo Yufei, who was the director of the program, ecstatic. But when Luo Yufei turned his gaze to the comments of the netizens in the live broadcast room, that smile gradually froze on his face. Inwardly, he couldn't help but feel a trace of pity for Zhang Jiaming. Only the pop-ups on the screen kept rolling like a tidal wave. Isn't that too much to say? Producer Zhang? Lin Che just sang a song he was feeling. How come he's being targeted so much? It's also too unforgiving, too disappointing. I originally paid attention to this program by watching the marketing number recommendation. I didn't expect that the aggressive one in this program is actually Zhang Jiaming. This judge is TSK. It's really bad luck to suppress newcomers based on their curiosity. This reminds me of Lin Che being inexplicably hacked before, and now that it's not easy to have a chance to show innocence, he's still being given such a hard time. My heart aches for Lin Che. On the internet, the netizens, between the lines, were filled with heartache for Lin Che, as well as dissatisfaction with Zhang Jiaming's approach. Recalling just now when Lin Che responded to Zhang Jiaming, Lin Che's pathetic demeanor, and a humble tone, quite a few netizens, at this moment, had recalled that Lin Che had previously been subjected to slander for no reason. Then compare this moment to what Lin Che was experiencing on stage. Netizens felt more and more aggrieved by Lin Che and felt heartbroken. And this indiscriminate comment by Zhang Jiaming. What's more, it made many netizens instantly recall the Viber that he had turned black and white upside down and deliberately smeared Lin Che some time ago. Many passers-by grew more and more disgusted with Zhang Jiaming. Chapter 118, Bipolar Reversal. On the internet, waves after waves of voices of heartache for Lin Che spread rapidly. The netizens were almost occupied with Lin Che. The unwarranted accusations Lin Che suffered earlier are now touched by sober netizens. Together with Lin Che on stage, he showed the effects of the program. Countless netizens, one after another, voiced their support for Lin Che on various social media platforms. In the heat of such public opinion baked in, the song Noble, which carries the light of the crowd's attention, logically made its way to the top of the Hot 100 with unstoppable force before the show was even over. Hashtag heartache Linshu just for listening to Noble hashtag bursting. And this heat, it's like a key to unlock the door to the top of the Christmas knot. The original The Christmas Knot, at the end of December. Taking advantage of the east wind of Noble, it broke through that last layer of shackles and topped the new songs chart at no. 1 in 1 fell swoop. Meanwhile, in the hotel, uncle and nephew were relaxing on the soft sofa. The two men's eyes focused on the live screen in front of them. Looking at the bipolar reversal of the situation on the internet, one can't help but smile at each other. Su Qinghe's eyes had a bit of depth in them. He looked at Zhang Jiaming, who was looking a bit wretched at the moment, in the screen and shook his head slightly, an unconscious look of pity in his eyes. This song of Lin Che's made Su Qinghe couldn't help but remember the last time he had a meeting with Lin Che in the kitchen. At that time, Lin Che's calm performance and well-organized analysis. At this moment, it was like movie images, surfacing one by one in front of Su Qinghe's eyes. Su Qinghe muttered secretly in his heart, "This brat, the city has a few moments of his big brother's demeanor. If he is nurtured, he will have a place in the music industry in the future." Thinking about it, the corners of Su Qinghe's mouth involuntarily rose slightly. In the smile, there were already a few moments of recognition of Lin Che mixed in. Unbeknownst to him, in this unknowingly, Su Qinghe had already slowly unloaded his defenses against Lin Che, started to look at this young man differently from the bottom of his heart. The two men's eyes returned to the live feed once more. A different kind of atmosphere is pervading the program at the moment. Lin Che and Zhang Jiaming were still staring at each other. Zhang Jiaming's dog-like remark just now had really surprised Lin Che a bit. Lin Che couldn't help but say inwardly, he won't die until he sees the southern wall. At this point, Lin Che already understood. No matter what way he used to communicate with Zhang Jiaming, I'm afraid he would be talking to a cow. Zhang Jiaming's attitude towards Lin Che was already clear and unambiguous. I'm just going to target you. What can you do? The atmosphere at the scene gradually became tense. Lin Che didn't want to continue wasting precious time on this. Trying to wake up Zhang Jiaming, a man pretending to be asleep? That probability is much lower than winning the lottery. He turned his head to look at Chen Shang, who also happened to receive the director's instructions at that moment, cleared his throat, and loudly announced that the voting was open. In a flash, the big screen on the stage flickered. The support for each of the 5 contestants began to emerge one by one. Lin Chul, with 27% support, is in first place. The moment the number appeared, a gasp rang out from the scene. Lin Che's face still maintained that blandness, and he only nodded slightly, as if all of this was expected. Ya Ling, with a 26% approval rating. Regrettably, they came second by 1 point. Looking at the piercing numbers, a hint of helplessness flashed in Yi Ling's eyes, although it was already known that he would be overtaken by Lin Che. But I didn't think the day would come so suddenly. Yi Ling bit her lip slightly, her heart a mixed bag of flavors. Inwardly sighing softly, Yi Ling had no choice but to accept this result helplessly. Followed by Chen Mingfeng, with 22% approval rate, ranked third. Chen Mingfeng's reaction was not much better than Yi Ling's. Inwardly, he cursed all the senior management of Hua Sodium. You should know that Chen Mingfeng was lined up by Hua Sodium to put pressure on Lin Che, but when he saw this result, Chen Mingfeng was first slightly stunned, then he slightly shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Mentally, he spat up, "You Tom's Sodium China. This is the object of my pressure? Who the hell is stressing who?" The screen then slowly floated up to show Li Qingkai, with 16% support, in fourth place. This result was reflected in Li Qingkai's eyes. It made Li Qingkai's face instantly turn ugly to the extreme. As for Su Xiaojing, with a 9% approval rating and the fact that she was also located at the bottom of the last episode, she was automatically eliminated according to the rules. Su Xiaojing, on the contrary, appeared to be very open. With a faint smile on her face, she bowed to the other contestants and the audience, and gracefully walked off the stage. Lin Che was first, and this ranking caused Zhang Jiaming on the judges' table to have an unusually ugly face. Zhang Jiaming's face was horribly gloomy. How? Zhang Jiaming exclaimed inwardly. Doesn't it help when I'm like this? Zhang Jiaming did not realize that his reputation in the outside world was slipping extremely fast. He really couldn't believe that he was already so sharp in his evaluation of Lin Che. But Lin Che's ranking had increased rather than decreased, which was undoubtedly a loud slap in the face. Looking at Li Qingkai in the 4th position again, Zhang Jiaming wanted to die. This flow boy. Tums. It's the ado that can't be helped. Zhang Jiaming shouted angrily inwardly, looking at the sorrowful faced Li Qingkai on the stage. The more he looked at him, the more disgusted he became. But he was already riding a tiger now, and could only go one way. Just when everyone thought the semifinals were about to begin, as they all wanted to get up and leave the stage, Chen Shang's loud voice rang out once again. Chan Sang announced the hidden rules of the program. The first 4 installments of the program were a success. Chen Shang's voice echoed through the scene, attracting everyone's attention. Next up, we have 2 kick-ass contestants. The scene was in an uproar when these words came out. Everyone began to talk to each other, speculating about what kind of god this kicker would be. What kind of changes will he bring to the existing situation? The race effect naturally becomes stronger. After finishing, Chen Shang flipped the speech in his hand back and began to introduce the second rule. The back of the program, to keep things fair. Chen Shang paused and then said, thematic restrictions will be turned on in the hope that the critics will focus more on the quality of the contestants' work. After hearing Chen Shang's additions, Lin Che only shook his head slightly, secretly pondering in his heart. 8 episodes in, and sure enough, new kicker singers are still added to match the schedule, before the top 4 competition opens up. And this subject matter restriction is nominally to ensure fairness, but in reality, the selection of the theme is still up to the program? I'm afraid only the showrunners themselves know best in their own minds what's going on here. It's a good thing that all 100 music critics signed the contract. A lot of capital can't get the so-called blackout on them. Just as Lin Che's thoughts were racing, on the big screen, the theme of the next installment slowly emerged, Youth. Chapter 119, A Painting. The theme of youth appears on the screen. This is a theme that instantly catches everyone's attention. The contestants stood on top of the stage and looked at those 2 words with different expressions and frowns. But no matter what, they took the theme of youth to heart. At this time, Zhang Jiaming on the judges' bench was like a wooden statue, sitting dumbly in his position. The look on his face, which had not yet slowed down, was unreservedly presented to the public view through that relentless camera. That original condescending demeanor had long since disappeared. In its place was a look of frustration and disbelief. Only Zhang Jiaming's eyes were slightly wide, staring at the ranking results on the big screen. His lips were still involuntarily trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but was blocked in his throat by the heavy blow. But this image of Zhang Jiaming was presented on the internet. Various voices from the netizens came in wave after wave. There was no shortage of those shady words. Bah! With this kind of temperament, how can you still have a gold medal? Usually look at the human like, take their so-called curry position pressure people. This moment how not to wind up? It's really disgusting. Lin Che and his song did not pass. Look at this ranking. Face hurts? Before so hard to suppress people. The results, people with real skills to reverse. This is really slap in the face. Don't scold. Don't scold. Over the years he evaluates others are not always like this. Where is the bad? It's been like this for years. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Oh, I guess he still thinks he's pretty fair. Now that's a good thing. The original form is revealed, isn't it? Netizens rhetorically knocked down these words. The words were full of contempt for Zhang Jiaming. It was as if he wanted to pass this disgust through the screen to Zhang Jiaming. There was a deeper irony in the words. Taking out those bad deeds of Zhang Jiaming's past, he counted down hard again. These words quickly spread across the internet. More and more people are joining the army of people denouncing Zhang Jiaming. It's not hard to imagine that after this, Zhang Jiaming's path in the circle can be said to have come to an end. That edifice of fame that had once been built so high was now tottering, about to crumble amidst the scorn of the crowd. Zhang Jiaming was completely unaware of this bloody storm on the internet. He left the stage scene disoriented and confused, replaying a scene from the match in his mind as he traveled, especially Lin Che's bland yet confident appearance, as well as that piercing ranking result. Each image was like a heavy hammer, hitting his pride hard. Half an hour later, Zhang Jiaming returned to his proud studio, but he was stunned by the sight before him, only to see a large group of people surrounding the entrance to the studio. A reporter carrying a camera, full of excitement, want to rush in to dig out the first-hand fierce news. There were angry fans, holding signs with words of protest. Without exception, the crowd was shouting for Zhang Jiaming to come out and give a statement. Zhang Jiaming wanted to turn around and escape, but he couldn't move his feet as if they were nailed to the ground. His face instantly turned as white as paper, his lips were bloodless, and his body began to tremble slightly and uncontrollably. That once relied on the curry position to pressure people when the prestige has long since disappeared. At this moment, he is like a plucked phoenix, woeful to the extreme. How did this happen? How did it come to this? Zhang Jiaming mumbled, a sobbing tone in his voice. The meltdown could no longer be suppressed. The image he had worked so hard on for so many years was reduced to nothing in this instant, and the road ahead became lost in gray in the midst of all this confusion and finger-pointing. Zhang Jiaming collapsed on the ground, his eyes empty, as if plunged into an endless abyss, cannot see a ray of hope, can only let that endless despair will slowly swallow themselves. As the fourth installment of the competition came to an end, Lin Che also rode in the special car arranged by the program. Inside the car, Lin Che habitually picked up his cell phone and browsed the hot list. First up are the songs Noble and Christmas Knot. Immediately after that, we saw the news of Zhang Jiaming's collapsed house. Lin Che shook his head slightly and inwardly guessed one or two things. In this episode, Lin Che hardened himself against the heavy pressure exerted by Zhang Jiaming. With their own strong strength in the competition, they stood out and got the first place. This is for the back of the dragon media. Zhang Jiaming has lost the use of value. It even becomes a liability. Although it could force Zhang Jiaming to create songs for his singers. But his state caused many of the top brass to veto it. Add to that the extreme decline in Zhang Jiaming's reputation. Many companies have begun to refuse to work with Zhang Jiaming's studio. So, Dragon Media didn't hesitate at all. Straight up make a hard move and release that indecent video that's been hidden away. This was also to prevent Zhang Jiaming from biting back before he died. Lin Che shook his head slightly, his brows furrowing slightly as he muttered inwardly in a low voice, suddenly restricting the theme. It should have been them who made the move as well, right? In this arena of fame and fortune, various forces often resort to various means to achieve their own ends, manipulating the development of the situation both explicitly and implicitly. Lin Che looked out of the car window at the ever-receding street scene, his thoughts fluttering, casually analyzing all the entanglements of interests that might be hidden behind this. Time passes in a flurry of thoughts. The vehicle slowly pulled up in front of the hotel. Lin Che said goodbye to the driver's master as usual and then came to the third floor. Swipe your card. Open the door. Only the moment the door was pushed open, the room was a little surprisingly quiet. In the past, there would always come some sound of conversation. At the moment all gone. The whole room is empty. Empty. Lin Che was first slightly stunned, and a trace of doubt flooded his heart. Soon, however, the screen of the cell phone was seen to light up, showing a new voxel message. The two went grocery shopping again. He said that he was thinking of cooking a sumptuous dinner for Lin Che to reward him for the hard work he had done for the competition during this period of time, as well as to celebrate winning the first place. A warm current surged in Lin Che's heart. Putting down his cell phone, he collapsed on the couch. Only the eyes were drawn to one thing on the coffee table. It was an unfinished drawing of a clown. On the white drawing paper, the lines outlined by colored pencils have clearly presented the image of a unique clown. Just see the clown in the painting, holding a microphone in his left hand. The right hand grips the microphone stand and reaches back, while the entire body leans slightly forward. The open expression on the clown's face, his sharp eyes, stared at Lin Che through the drawing paper. Lin Che looked at the painting, which was modeled after himself, and was so surprised that he couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, "I'm this rampant on stage?" As he spoke, he approached the painting and scrutinized it. Inside, he still kept whispering, "And I wonder whose handiwork this came from. Uncle Sue? Green?" Chapter 120, Waiting. Lin Che was paralyzed on the couch. In his hand he held the painting titled The Joker. The body came slightly closer, scrutinizing every line outlined by brushstrokes on the painting. Lin Che narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought, thinking whether it was more likely that Su Qinghe or Su Qingqing had drawn it. 10 minutes passed by quietly as Lin Che watched with full attention. All I heard was a drop dash. The hotel room door opened. The crisp and sudden sound brought Lin Che back to his senses. Hastily dropping the painting in his hands, he got up and walked quickly toward the door. Lin Che enthusiastically walked to the door and helped the two people, Su Qinghe and Su Qingqing, who had just entered, carry the dishes. Su Qinghe had a keen gaze, and instantly noticed that Lin Che had, just now, been paying attention to the painting clown that Su Qingqing had hand-painted. Su Qinghe hurriedly reached out to pull back Lin Che, who had turned around and was about to walk into the kitchen. Moving to Lin Che's ear, Su Qinghe said in a very small yet serious voice, "That painting isn't finished, so don't startle the snakes yet." When Lin Che heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. His eyes filled with doubt as he looked at Su Qinghe, but still, he nodded gently. Afterward, Lin Che followed Su Qinghe into the kitchen together. Su Qinghe also closed the kitchen door with his hand. Lin Che naturally began to give Su Qingha a hand, washing the vegetables and passing the seasonings in an organized manner. And today, the news about Zhang Jiaming has spread all over the streets and become a hot topic of discussion after tea. Su Qingha and Su Qingqing were on their way back from grocery shopping when they heard bystanders talking about Zhang Jiaming. At that moment, the two first looked at each other. A flash of undisguised pleasure instantly flashed across Su Qingha's eyes. Originally, because of carrying a large sun of vegetables, Su Qingha was full of sadness, but at the moment the corners of the mouth slightly up. That is a kind of suppression for a long time after finally being able to release the pleasure. It was as if his steps had become a few moments lighter, and the dishes he carried in his hands seemed to be weightless. While walking, he whispered to Su Qingqing, "This old man finally got his comeuppance. After all the bad things he's done before, he still thinks he can keep getting away with it? There you go. It's all been raked over the coals." After hearing Su Qingha's words, Su Qingqing also had a relieved look on her face. Originally, Su Qingqing's fair cheeks were also lightly flushed with excitement. Nodding her head gently, she echoed, "That's it." Saying that, Su Qingqing's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. During this period of time, the entire internet was vilifying Lin Che, and Su Qingqing naturally saw it in her eyes and heard in her heart. At this moment, the breath that had been held in Su Qingqing's heart for a long time was finally smoothly exhaled. The two returned to the hotel, still in a mood for this rare relief. At this point, the kitchen. While Su Qingha was busy with the work of cutting vegetables in her hands, she raised her eyes to Lin Che, who was concentrating on washing the vegetables. The more he looked, the more he felt that this kid was extraordinarily pleasant to the eye, and pondered in his heart that this young man did have some ability. Thinking about it, Su Qingha couldn't help but flirt with Lin Che. "You kid, didn't I tell you not to play too much before? Look at the other Zhang Jiaming. Now he's gone in to step on the sewing machine. It's a big deal." Saying that, Su Qingha reached out to receive the dishes that Lin Che had washed, and there was clearly a touch of flirtation in his tone. When Lin Che heard this, he took in a deep breath of cool air and couldn't help but let out a hiss. Then he spoke helplessly, "Uncle Su, don't you find me funny? I was just going with the flow. Let's not talk about what Zhang Jiaming did to Dragon's actress. Take him alone, as a public figure, for spreading blatant falsehoods. Just a little bit, that's enough to keep him in there. 4 years. He's totally to blame for this," Lin Che explained nonchalantly. After Su Qingha heard Lin Che's words, he only shook his head slightly, but he spoke with a smile on his face. "According to you, then Long Tang is the mastermind behind this. So when are you going to send Long Tang in as well?" Su Qingha's words appeared to be a joke, but in reality, he was testing Lin Che's opinion on the deeper interests behind this matter. Lin Che didn't rush to make a reply, but fell into deep thought. In this circle, those companies that have their backs to capital, that water is very deep. Even if it is clear in your mind who the mastermind is, but without tangible evidence, it's all just words on paper. Useless. And these companies do an extremely good job of keeping the news under wraps. A lot of the key details simply don't make it deep enough. Lin Che understood very well in his heart that Dragon was a small company on the surface, but behind it, there is an intricate network of interests involved. Dragon Media has a large number of online celebrities under its umbrella. By relying on these web celebrities to carry the goods, Dragon Media has attracted a large fan base, and these fans are like leeks, which are harvested continuously, bringing huge profits to Dragon Media. Like Li Qingkai is a netizen who came from the netizen, turned to the entertainment industry and became a flow boy. These crossovers are common in the entertainment industry, and as a flow boy, Li Qingkai, with his popularity, did attract a large amount of traffic for Dragon Tang, and also allowed Dragon Tang to reap a lot of commercial benefits. But normally, even if a flow boy was valuable, Dragon Tang wouldn't go to such great lengths to smash resources for him. Neither will you pay for a mercenary for that delayed ranking. There must be something deeper hidden right there, Lin Che analyzed as he helped Su Qingha with his hands. In the end, there was only one possibility, and that was that there was some connection between Li Qingkai and the Dragon shareholders. Maybe it's a kinship, or maybe it's a partnership with a bundle of interests. All in all, this connection made Long Tang willing to pour out resources to vigorously promote him. Even Dragon Media went out of its way to do something unseemly for Li Qingkai, to maintain Li Qingkai's image. Since Dragon wants to gain more benefits by creating Li Qingkai as a god, that's bound to reveal something in the process. Nothing, after all, can be done seamlessly. Now it was just a matter of patience and waiting for that crucial break to appear before they could have a chance to truly shake the seemingly impregnable edifice that was Dragon Tang. After thinking about this, Lin Che shook his head slightly and said with a slightly helpless tone, "Uncle Su, it's not like you don't know Dragon Tang's background. That's not something to be taken lightly. Even if we know they did it, it really doesn't help at the moment. But, as long as they show a little bit, it should be soon too." Lin Che spoke with a hint of speculation. The program Love Songs Bloom is certainly a carefully selected program by Dragon Media, which is used by Li Qingkai as a pedal for Sealing the God. I'm sure it won't take more than a couple of installments for their pace to be in disarray. At that point you can make a slight move. Chapter 121, Two Villains. The kitchen gradually wafted a faint smell of smoke and fire. Lin Che had just finished a well-organized analysis. Su Qingha slightly lowered her eyes as she listened attentively to Lin Che's words. When Lin Che finished speaking, a look of recognition appeared on his face and he gently nodded. At this moment, Su Qingha, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, secretly thought in his heart, this kid does have his own set of insights? No wonder his performance has been getting better and better during this period of time. The two older men just went about their business in the kitchen, chatting about one thing or another. And on the contrary, Su Qingqing in the living room, it was only seen sitting on the couch, slender fingers, gently lifting the unfinished painting of the Joker. She narrowed her eyes slightly, carefully sculpting every detail. Picking up the paintbrush, Su Qingqing's delicate jade hand lightly jumped on the canvas. This painting, at the same time that Lin Che took the stage, Su Qingqing began to create it, and blatantly on the table for no other reason. Su Qingqing was deliberately trying to show Lin Che, after all this time together. Su Qingqing also realized that Lin Che was just like a log. No matter how much she sidestepped the hints, Lin Che's responses were all as fruitless as a stone sinking into the sea. After all, Su Qingqing was Lin Che's assistant. On weekdays, he pays a lot of care to Lin Che that seems to cross the line, but when it comes to Lin Che's mind there, it would always be put off by Lin Che with all sorts of logical excuses. This made Su Qingqing helpless and amused. Gradually, Su Qingqing also understood in a trance during this time together. Maybe sometimes one just has to be bold. Looking ahead can be a missed opportunity. And so, during the difficult days when Lin Che suffered a full internet blackout, Su Qingqing seized the opportunity to take advantage of Su Qingha's absence and secretly went to talk to Lin Che, thinking that she could give him some comfort and give him a wide berth. It's just that Lin Che's elm head still didn't understand this heartfelt feeling that she had hidden in her heart. Later, upon learning that Lin Che wanted to try bold makeup, Su Qingqing was struck by an idea and planned to be bold as well. Intending to carefully draw a painting and give it to Lin Che, Su Qingqing thought that if this was the case and Lin Che still didn't understand, that's really. Su Qingqing took the brush and carefully polished the details while muttering in a low voice, "Humph, if you don't understand, I'll." Speaking of this, Su Qingqing's cheeks were colored with a touch of scarlet. The heart was pounding. Time passed slowly as each of the three men focused on their own business. Half an hour later, on the sofa, Su Qingqing put down her paintbrush with satisfaction. Taking a long sigh of relief, Su Qingqing covered that completed painting flatly and neatly on the desktop. And then, rising, with a brisk step, she went to the table. At this moment, Lin Che and Su Qingha set the dishes on the table. The two men stopped talking as well, and the three of them met their eyes. As their eyes locked, smiles of joy spread across all three faces. At the same time, raise the glass in your hand. Thump, 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 thump. Together, they cheered and celebrated Lin Che for taking first place in this installment. The three of them sat around the dining table, which was filled with colorful and delicious dishes. The atmosphere was particularly cozy as the hot air curled up. Su Qingha, on the other hand, laughed and flirted with Lin Che, mumbling, "Lin Che, you have to eat more today to celebrate your flagging victory. There are still quite a few tough battles to fight behind you." The hard battle Su Qingha referred to as the Dragon Media incident. His eyes were filled with expectations for Lin Che. It's like watching a rising star in the making. In his heart, he was already calculating how to make Lin Che walk more steadily and farther along this path in the entertainment industry. Su Qingqing sat on the side, quietly eating her meal, occasionally being amused by Su Qingha's words and giggling. Just while laughing, he would unconsciously raise his eyes to glance at Lin Che. The smile, it seemed, also hid a trace of imperceptible shyness. At the dinner table, Su Qingqing raised her eyes from time to time to sneak a look at Lin Che, and then quickly lowered her head. A meal that ended in this cordial and slightly different-minded atmosphere. All three ate heartily. Afterwards, each got up and went to their rooms to prepare for some rest and recuperation. When Su Qingha returned to his room, he immediately turned on his computer and sat down at the table, looking intently at Lin Che's future announcement schedule. His brow furrowed slightly at times, then stretched, and his fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, as if weighing the pros and cons of each announcement. In his heart, he thought that he must pick the most suitable opportunity for Lin Che to boost his popularity. Su Qingha's mouth is still unconsciously muttering, "This program is quite influential, but the timing has to be coordinated again." Su Qingqing returned to her room, gently closed the door, and walked over to the desk to sit down. Su Qingqing quietly looked at the painting that she had carefully drawn with a hint of entanglement in her eyes. She ran her hand gently over the frame a moment later. A moment later Su Qingqing bit her lip again. It's like two little people are constantly arguing in your mind. A little man said, "Gee, why don't you give it to him? Maybe he'll get it?" The other villain was retorting, "What if he still doesn't get it? How embarrassing would that be? To become the most familiar of strangers later?" Su Qingqing was thus caught in a dilemma. Only a slight frown was seen on her willow brows, full of hesitation. And Lin Che, as soon as he got back to his room, he flopped down on the bed and rested his hands behind his head. With his eyes staring at the ceiling, Lin Che's thoughts had drifted to the next installment of the program. Mentally wondering what would be a good song to sing? How will Dragon Media strike again? Just as Lin Che's thoughts were sinking, he was almost about to enter that realm of contemplative oblivion. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking the silence in the room. Lin Che was slightly stunned. Then he came back to his senses, got up and walked to the door, opening the door to the room. Only Su Qingqing stood outside the door. She wore a lavender dress today. The light purple color set off Su Qingqing's originally fair skin even more delicate, as if she could pinch out water. Su Qingqing's long, silky hair was casually draped over her shoulders. A few strands of hair hung down by her cheeks, gently swaying with Su Qingqing's movements, adding a bit more playfulness. Only Su Qingqing's arms were holding a framed picture. The frame was exquisite, and it was obvious that Su Qingqing had put a lot of thought into it. Su Qingqing slightly lowered her head, her lips lightly trembled, and she seemed to have gathered a lot of courage before whispering, "Sending, to you." The voice was tinged with a hint of nervousness and endless anticipation. At this moment, Su Qingqing's cheeks had long been colored with a touch of scarlet. Hands unconsciously hugged the frame a little tighter, but his eyes didn't dare to look directly at Lin Che, just quietly glancing at Lin Che with his afterglow, waiting for Lin Che's reaction. Chapter 122 Missed Love? At the entrance to the room, the air seemed to freeze. The two men were quietly looking at each other in all directions. Lin Che's eyes were filled with a hint of doubt, and his line of sight fell on Su Qingqing, who was holding the picture frame. That picture frame was held in Su Qingqing's arms, carefully guarded by Su Qingqing. Lin Che pondered in his heart, why is she holding a picture frame here this late at night? However, out of politeness, Lin Che still wore a gentle smile on his face as he gently sidestepped and made an inviting gesture, saying softly, "Come in and have a seat." When Su Qingqing heard this, her heart was beating non-stop. She shrunk slightly and took small, timid steps as she slowly walked into Lin Che's room. Once inside, Su Qingqing sat down on a chair as if she was familiar with it, but after sitting down, Su Qingqing's fingers unconsciously twisted together. Extremely panicked inside, Lin Che looked at Su Qingqing's slightly rushed appearance. Eyes shifted to the painting titled The Joker that sat on the table. Lin Che couldn't help but laugh dumbly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he said with a few hints of snark, "So, you drew this." Saying that, Lin Che paced over to the desk. Picking up the finished piece, he began to scrutinize it. Lin Che's fingers gently rubbed the edges of the frame, his gaze intently roaming over the painting. The brushstrokes and color scheme of this painting really have Su Qingqing's unique style. It was just that at this moment, Lin Che hadn't realized that behind this painting, there was a deeper meaning hidden. Yeah, this is for you." Su Qingqing's tone stumbled a bit, and a sentence came out extremely poorly. Her face was also tinted with a faint blush at some point, spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. As for Su Qingqing's heart, it seemed as if it was about to jump into her throat at the moment. Lin Che was originally wearing a relaxed expression of admiring the painting, but when he heard this unusual tone of Su Qingqing's voice, he couldn't help but frown slightly at Su Qingqing. "For me?" Lin Che replied unconsciously, raising her eyes to look at Su Qingqing. She realized that the other party's cheeks had already flushed red. Too, Su Qingqing's breathing was a little short, and when she was looked at by Lin Che's hot gaze, she only felt her cheeks redden a little more. After hearing Su Qingqing's affirmative answer, a hint of sensuality flashed through Lin Che's eyes. Lin Che also realized that this wasn't something an assistant should do. Thus, Lin Che was unconsciously thinking in his heart, the two are friends though. Granted, between friends, giving a gift would have been commonplace. It's not uncommon for people to give each other small items and share the joys of life. However, between him and Su Qingqing, this thing seems a little different again. Lin Che began to carefully recall in his mind the little bits and pieces of the time he spent with Su Qingqing. The more he thought about it, the more his brow furrowed. The more I thought about it, the clearer the strange feeling in my heart became. Even if the two are very, very good friends, how could the other guy have been in the playground with himself all the time to wind up? Unless it's a band member. But Su Qingqing is clearly not. Lin Che thought. Every time you sing by yourself in the playground to close the show, the hours are delayed until late. But Su Qingqing was always silent on the sidelines, all the way to the end, accompanying yourself out of that empty playground. Moreover, when he came to this foreign place to compete, Su Qingqing actually accompanied himself to this strange place without any hesitation. At that time, Lin Che only thought it was good to have an assistant around, but now that I think about it, what kind of person moves away from familiar surroundings so easily? Maybe it was Xiao Ming who messed up my thoughts. Lin Che inwardly made an excuse for it. Then Lin Che thought, some time ago, he or she was hacked all over the internet. Though one does not care for such, but Su Qingqing always patiently talked with herself. Even this time the show took the stage. Because of his own occasional bold ideas, Su Qingqing would also agree without a care in the world. Lin Che's expression gradually became a bit dazed as he thought about these pasts. Lin Che felt as if he had been overlooking something important, or maybe it's just that it's been evading you. Lin Che opened his mouth to say something, but he stammered for half a day and couldn't organize the right words. I might. When Su Qingqing looked at Lin Che's expression of wanting to speak, she took a deep breath in her heart. That look, like he was trying to muster up all the courage he could. Then Su Qingqing closed her eyes tightly. Su Qingqing thought, this will be able to isolate the heart full of shyness and nervousness. She bit her lip and stammered but was incredibly determined. Lin Che, I seem to have liked you a long time ago. After saying this, Su Qingqing paused, as if she was calming the surging emotions. Then continued, but maybe it's because of the song East Windbreak that I'm starting to want to get to know you better. In Su Qingqing's mind, the first time she heard Lin Che humming this song surfaced. That slightly sad and rhythmic melody, and the way Lim Cheol was immersed in the song. It made Su Qingqing couldn't help but pick up her cell phone and shoot. Can't help but want to explore the inner workings of this boy's mind. But the real move, it must have been you, singing that brightest star in the night solo for me late at night. Su Qingqing's voice trembled slightly. Think of that late, quiet night. The two sat together in the playground. Lin Che sang the song for her alone, looking up at the night sky. At that moment, Lin Che's song, his company, was like the brightest star in that night sky, illuminating his own heart that had been lost. Although, I'm not missing anything. But, I grew up with a lack of parenting. Speaking of this, Su Qingqing's voice had a hint of sadness in it, and her eyelids touched slightly with it. Until this song came along, I just realized that following my heart and being the brightest star in my life by myself. Su Qingqing spoke the words inside her head, but when she finished, she still closed her eyes tightly, not daring to open them. She was afraid to see the look of rejection that might appear on Lin Che's face. Lin Che listened to Su Qingqing's explanation. At first, Lin Che's entire being was in a state of complete shock. His eyes widened and an incredulous look filled his face. But as that initial shock faded, Lin Che quieted his mind and thought carefully about those past moments together, and again felt that it was all actually so reasonable. So Lin Che began to look at himself. Lin Che closed his eyes as a scene of being with Su Qingqing flashed through his mind. Those laughs, those companionships, those inadvertent heartfelt moments. Lin Che began to ask his own heart what kind of feelings he had for Su Qingqing. Lin Che was a little bit confused. It's pure friendship, or is it a mislove? Chapter 123, You should be more confident in yourself. Lin Che stood quietly by the desk, his posture slightly stiff. However, his gaze, fell straight onto Su Qingqing, who was boldly operating. Only, there was a hint of complexity in Lin Che's eyes. There was surprise, there was doubt, and there were also some hidden feelings that he himself had not even realized. The tumultuous thoughts that had just flashed through Lin Che's mind. It was like a tangled mass of silk threads, jumbled and twisted. But just now, Lin Che actually gradually smoothed them out a bit. Deep down, Lin Che had actually always had a trace, if any, of misgivings that had been lingering in the back of his mind. Yet at the moment, when Lin Che's eyes touched the girl in front of him, that heart that was originally sealed tightly in cement, somehow, it couldn't help but create a crack as well. The appearance of the crack had really caused Lin Che himself to be a bit unprepared. After all, for a long time, he had long been used to the solitary mode of life. On rainy days, the streets are crowded with pedestrians. People were either traveling in groups or snuggled under umbrellas, and Lin Che was always alone with his umbrella, listening to the ticking sound of the raindrops hitting the surface of the umbrella as he traveled through the rain alone. When his family left, Lin Che could only swallow the sadness that filled his heart silently by himself. A man hiding in a corner wiping his tears. No one to talk to. No one to comfort. Of course, many times, Lin Che would also feel so tired of being alone. It's as if the whole person is carrying a heavy shell on their back and struggling to make their way through life. But even so, Lin Che still acted like an indifferent bystander day after day. looking at all the sorrows and joys of the world and never letting myself get involved in them so easily. But now, the girl in front of him seems to have an invisible magic, quietly touching the softest place in Lin Che's heart. That forgotten corner was being awakened by Su Qingqing little by little at the moment. Lin Che hung his head down slightly, his lips wriggling slightly. It was as if there were 1,000 words clogged up in his throat, but it was difficult to spit them out freely. Inside Lin Che's heart, there was a wave of hesitation at the moment, and it was making a difficult struggle. Lin Che's brows furrowed slightly, and his hands unconsciously clenched and unclenched. After a while, Lin Che spoke slightly. "Your painting, I like it very much." Lin Che's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling, perhaps afraid of speaking too stiffly and breaking the slightly subtle atmosphere of the moment. And Lin Che tried his best to organize his words, but the throat felt like it was choked with something, and it was hard to spit out those two words. Originally, Lin Che's calm heartbeat also began to gradually accelerate at this moment. I seem to, also. Lin Che's old face also slightly reddened. After all, this was the first time Lin Che had experienced such a thing. I don't know if this scribbling is right for this relationship. The word like is on the lips, but it was as if there was 1,000 pounds of weight. How could he not open his mouth, letting Su Qingqing know? Lin Che's fingers, too, unconsciously clenched the corner of his coat. That nervous demeanor was on full display. Lin Che's eyes also became evasive. At this moment, Su Qingqing also slowly opened her eyes, looking at Lin Che's embarrassed demeanor. It was somewhat comical and funny, but this appearance gave Su Qingqing a feeling that was more of a tangle. Seeing Lin Che not daring to look directly into his eyes, seeing Lin Che's tangled words on the edge of his mouth, a bitter smile inexplicably rose from Su Qingqing. A momentary flash of determination followed in his eyes. Immediately after that, as if Su Qingqing had summoned up the courage of her entire body, she rushed to Lin Che with an arrow step. She reached out and covered Lin Che's mouth with one hand. Her hands were trembling slightly, giving away Su Qingqing's nervousness at the moment. Due to the speed, it blew a few strands of hair out of her ears, coupled with a hint of tears at the corner of Su Qingqing's eyes. A sense of fragmentation hits. Lin Che looked at Su Qingqing, who had tears in her eyes. She only sniffled and shook her head slightly. The hair swayed gently with Su Qingqing's movements. Her lips opened and closed slightly, and her voice said with a hint of choking, "I was impulsive today." Su Qingqing's words were filled with chagrin. She was blaming herself for her overeagerness just now. "I know you're not ready." There was a hint of understanding in Su Qingqing's eyes, but more than that, it's a loss. But she still tried hard to get Lin Che to relax. "It's okay, I can wait for you." Saying that, Su Qingqing lightly bit her lips, her teeth leaving shallow imprints on those pink lips. She wanted to use it as a way to suppress the emotions that were raging inside her. Afterward, Su Qingqing took a deep breath. "It's like finally sorting yourself out." With an effort, he squeezed out a relieved smile. Only, in that smile of Su Qingqing's, there was still a trace of imperceptible bitterness hidden. She squeezed through her teeth. "Ha ha, it's not the first time I've waited for you anyway." Between the words, Su Qingqing has the helplessness of the past, but also has the persistence of the moment, willing to continue to wait. After Lin Che heard these words, he was first stunned, followed by many black lines inexplicably appearing on his forehead. Lin Che couldn't help but say inwardly, "You're spacing out and playing an idle drama with me?" This current scene really made Lin Che cry and laugh a little. On the one hand, Lin Che was surprised by Su Qingqing's sudden and somewhat dramatic move. On the other hand, he was touched by Su Qingqing's undisguised deep love. Lin Che looked at the girl in front of him, who still had tears in the corners of her eyes but was forcibly pretending to be relieved. That crack in his heart instantly widened, and all his hesitations and concerns dissipated at this moment. No more words are needed. A girl on the other side is so bold. What's the point of twisting and turning when you're a big old man yourself? And the more you drag out something like a relationship, the more it seems like you're going rogue. After thinking about this, as if he had made up his mind, Lin Che violently extended his hand. One embraced Su Qingqing into his arms. This action carries a bit of dominance, but with a touch of tenderness. Su Qingqing's body stiffened at the sudden embrace. Then he relaxed and leaned tightly into Lin Che's warm embrace. She could clearly hear Lin Che's distinct heartbeat. A blush rose to her cheeks once more. There was some disbelief in his eyes at this action of Lin Che's. Lin Che slightly twisted his head, his lips coming close to Su Qingqing's ear. Warm breath sprayed Su Qingqing's ears. Only Lin Che could be heard saying softly, "You should be more confident in yourself." Actually, Lin Che's voice was low, and there was a pause. Lin Che then said, "It also seems like I have been relying on you for a long time." These few simple words were like they had the power of 1,000 words, causing Su Qingqing's body to tremble slightly. Her eyes moistened again. This time, though, it was because it was full of joy. She hugged Lin Che back tightly. afraid that if she let go, this beautiful moment would disappear. Chapter 124. Ryoko. Only then did Lin Che and Su Qingqing wake up as if from a dream, pulling away slightly shyly. At the moment, the room is in the air. It was as if an ineffable aura pervaded. The aura wrapped around the two and wisps, leaving both of them a bit overwhelmed for a moment. And just get together in a blurry, watery way? There's no such thing as a mountainous vow? And no booming confessions? Everything seems to be falling into place, but with a bit of dreamlike unreality. The night is getting deeper and deeper at the moment. Everything around them was immersed in this quiet and slightly ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Che gently breathed a sigh of relief. Turning his head to look at Su Qingqing, Lin Che's eyes shone with a gentle light, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a bit of relief. The two sat down on the edge of the bed, somewhat raw, and snuggled close. Then it was time for you to chat. The clock on the wall, too, as the two talked freely, unbeknownst to me, it was slowly pointing past 3 o'clock. At this point, sleepiness crept up on both of them. Lin Che poked Su Qingqing's little face, slowly standing up. The gentleman reached out his hand and assisted Su Qingqing to slowly get up. Lin Che's movements, gentle and careful. Afraid of hurting Su Qingqing, I'll give you a ride. Though, it's only a few steps. Lin Che's voice was slightly tense. Su Qingqing slightly leaned on his shoulder, while her hands wrapped around Lin Che's right arm, and gave a soft The two of them took slow steps toward the door of the room. Only the pace of both was slightly slow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. The doorways to their rooms were a total of 5 steps apart, but these 5 short steps seemed incredibly long at the moment. Soon, the two arrived at the door after all. Lin Che looked at Su Qingqing, his lips lightly opened and he whispered, "Good night." After saying that, he turned around reluctantly and prepared to leave, but not before taking a few steps out. Suddenly, a soft touch came from his back. Su Qingqing hugged Lin Che directly from the back waist. Lin Che's heart trembled violently, and his old face instantly flushed once again. He slowly turned around and looked at Su Qingqing who was close by. Only Su Qingqing's eyes were filled with shyness. Lin Che couldn't help but raise his hand, gently caressing Su Qingqing's cheeks, and said gently, "It's getting late, take an early rest." Su Qingqing slightly wriggled her lips, slightly lowered her head, buried her head into Lin Che's chest, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Good." Feeling the girl in his chest, Lin Che gently patted its back. Su Qingqing also sensed that it was not advisable to stay here for long. Afterward, she slowly raised her head and looked up at Lin Che's peerless face. Su Qingqing couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and as if she was compelled, she couldn't help but slightly stand on her tiptoes and lightly tap Lin Che's right cheek with her lips. For just a moment, it was as if an electric current had crossed between the two hearts. Immediately afterward, Su Qingqing was like a frightened deer, darting back to the house. The door closed with a bang. Su Qingqing leaned against the back of the door, her chest rising and falling violently, panting heavily, her hand unconsciously caressing her chest to calm the deer-in-the-headlights mood of the moment. Her cheeks rolled and rolled. Her mind kept replaying the scene just now, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Lin Che, who was outside the door, looked at the fiery Su Qingqing, first froze, then shook his head with some tears and laughter. Lin Che subconsciously used his right hand to touch the residual warmth that still lingered on the right side of his face. That gentle kiss still carried Su Qingqing's breath. The corner of Lin Che's mouth, too, unconsciously raised an arc, standing still for a moment. Only then did Lin Che shake his head and turn around to go back to his room to rest. Lying on the bed, tonight's Lin Che threw all those complicated and hooked up things in the entertainment industry out of his mind. Only that faint sentiment, quietly spreading in this quiet night, compared to this ambiguous atmosphere. It's a different scene in one of the big flat buildings in Hangzhou. Li Qingkai, who once again won 4th place. At the moment it was like ants on a hot plate, pacing back and forth in the living room. Cluttered footsteps, hurried and disorganized. Li Qingkai kept muttering, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Full of resentment for this 4th ranking. Originally, I thought that with the power of Dragon Media behind me, it's a good way to be able to coast through this show and be firmly in the forefront. But he didn't expect that this Lin Che would be like the Changbite gene that was killed halfway, hard disrupting all of Li Qingkai's rhythms. Now in this sorry state, Li Qingkai doesn't know what to do next. The thought of Zhang Jiaming for doing the wrong demonstration, completely victimized in the cruel game of showbiz, becoming a string of numbered figures. What followed was a gradual forgetting by the crowd. The gold medal can't even hold down Lin Che. Li Qingkai felt a chill down his back more and more, and Lin Che's first in favor. This caught Li Qingkai, and the Dragon Media behind him, off guard. Right now, Vibe and Douyin were all about Lin Che winning first place. The heat is getting hotter and hotter and you simply can't suppress it. Due to Zhang Jiaming's aggressive behavior towards Lin Che in the early stages, which stirred up the netizens' desire to protect him, causing Lin Che's popularity to skyrocket at this stage. The entire internet is heartbroken over Lin Che. It could be said that ordinary first-tier stars, Lin Che could now just take advantage of this wave of heat. What's more, Lin Che has an unbelievable quality of songs. Even if it was a gold medal producer, it was estimated that Lin Che would be able to fight the other party back and forth. That new song that Lin Che had released at the end of the month had taken advantage of this wave of heat and rode the wave all the way to the #1 position on the Hot 100 chart. Thinking about these figures, Li Qingkai's annoyance doubled again. Just as Li Qingkai was at a loss, Jiang Qi's phone rang again. Li Qingkai was like grabbing a life-saving straw. An arrow step. Grabbed the phone and eagerly connected. Originally, a flash of anticipation instantly flashed through Li Qingkai's bleak eyes. Kai, I asked the senior producer to write a song for you. Just keep the top 3 for the next installment. Jiang Qi's words were slightly helpless. After all, with Lin Che being as popular as he was now, Capital didn't want to take the risk of confronting Lin Che head-on. Being able to stabilize Li Qingkai's ranking is a safer bet at the moment. Jiang Qi was still calculating in her heart that if Li Qingkai could squeeze into the top 3 next period, she could at least take Chen Mingfeng and hype him up. Granted, the results may not be as good as expected, but it's better than nothing. Well, at least it will add some more buzz to Li Qingkai. But Li Qingkai, this person, his bones are permeated with a sense of pride. After listening to Jiang Qi's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Only on his face, the original gloom was instantly swept away. Li Qingkai didn't even wait for Jiang Qi to give a few more instructions and hurriedly hung up the phone. The whole group then headed for the couch and crossed their legs. Li Qingkai's arrogant stance was a far cry from earlier. Disdain for Lin Che still rose in his eyes, and in his heart, he thought to himself, little Lin Che? Take that. Li Qingkai also made a gesture of holding between his eyebrows. Chapter 125. Let's eat first. In the big flat, Li Qingkai, the gloom on his face was swept away at the moment. His whole body slumped on the soft couch. As his body gradually sank deeper and deeper into it, Li Qingkai tilted his head slightly. His eyes somewhat emptied while his thoughts churned. Think of that background quote that is so popular in the entertainment industry. When you come out, you have to talk about your strength and your background. Thinking about these words, the corners of Li Qingkai's mouth unconsciously rose slightly, and his face gradually overflowed with a confident look. There was an unspeakable smugness in his expression. It was as if he had already won the battle. The spirit, which had been somewhat depressed by the loss of the previous installments of the show, was now completely revitalized. The confidence in your heart is like a bonfire that has been lit, burning hotter and multiplying. Li Qingkai already sees himself making a splash in the 5th installment of the show. The more Li Qingkai thought about it, the more excited he became, and his body slowly sat up straight from its paralyzed state, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. The stance was as if they were ready to make a big splash in the 5th installment of the show. The eyes became more and more determined, revealing a ruthlessness that was imperative. All the frustration and loss brought about by the loss of the previous match were now thrown out of the window. Li Qingkai suddenly became incredibly excited for the start of the 5th installment. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, the early morning sunlight gently poured down on the ground. Lin Che slowly opened his eyes in this warm and melting light. Only, Lin Che's eyes still had a little bit of the disorientation of just waking up from sleep, and his thoughts were like silk threads blown by the wind, messily intertwined in his mind. I'm just off the hook? Lin Che muttered secretly in his heart. The words were full of disbelief and a small hint of joy that he couldn't hide. The corners of his mouth also involuntarily rose slightly. Then it rushed to collect itself. Lin Che slowly got up from the bed and stretched sleepily, his consciousness still slightly hazy. Just as Lin Che inadvertently turned his head, his eyes were immediately attracted to the painting of the clown that Su Qingqing had sent to him the night before. The painting was placed on an easel against the wall. The colors looked brighter and more vivid in the sunlight. Every stroke in the painting seems to be filled with the heart of the artist. Lin Che came closer and scrutinized it, looking at the clown in the painting, with eyebrows similar to his, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned, his lips slightly upturned in a smirk. Looking at this painting modeled after himself, the corners of Lin Che's mouth unconsciously rose slightly, and gentle ripples spread in his eyes. He reached out and gently touched the frame. The fingertips slowly traced along the edge, as if they were having a silent communication with the self in the painting. At this moment, Lin Che only felt warm inside. Lin Che couldn't help but think of Su Qingqing's slightly shy and expectant look when she delivered the painting. Lin Che stood quietly in front of the painting, immersed in this warmth of emotion, unwilling to leave for a long time. Just then, there was a ticking ringtone on my cell phone. With a jolt, Lin Che hurriedly reached for his cell phone. Looking at the screen, Su Qingqing sent a good morning message. Lin Che froze on the bed all of a sudden, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond properly. fingers hanging at the top of the screen, hesitating for a while before Lin Che tapped on the column of emoticons, thinking of using a funny emoticon to ease the slightly awkward chat box. But who would have thought? Those emoticons that Lin Che usually collected were all of that abstract to the extreme weird style. Looking at those exaggerated patterns, Lin Che's head burst out. His hands trembled slightly as he typed in a daze on the keyboard, struggling to come up with a simple good morning to send. What Lin Che didn't expect was that Su Qingqing actually still returned in seconds. A message "come out for dinner" popped up immediately afterward. Lin Che looked at the message, took a deep breath, and replied good. Then he turned his phone off and got up to go and wash up briefly. When Lin Che came to the living room, the familiar breakfast family bucket was already on the dining table. He raised his eyes to look at the main seat of Su Qinghe. This look, his heart could not help but thump. He only saw Su Qinghe's eyes as if two sharp knives were hidden in them, and was staring at him with a deadly stare. His brows were furrowed together, and a deep chuan was formed at the center of his brow. Su Qinghe's expression was filled with undisguised displeasure and scrutiny. Lin Che reacted with hindsight under this sharp gaze, and secretly thought in his heart, Uncle Su seems to be afraid of me. In an instant, a fragmented few keywords inexplicably popped up in Lin Che's mind. Lin Che instantly figured out why Su Qinghe had been particularly resistant to himself in the first place. Lin Che only felt his throat dry up a little, tugging at the corners of his mouth and swallowing hard. The knot in his throat rolled up and down a bit, and with a hint of nervousness and apprehension, Lin Che slowly stepped forward to the table and sat down. Only after the people were all together did Su Qinghe slowly speak. Let's eat first. For simple words, the tone of voice sounded seemingly no different from earlier. Still the same kind of unsavory accent, but when it fell on Lin Che's ears, it made him feel a sense of oppression for no reason. Lin Che sat in his seat, his body all looking a little stiff, his hands unconsciously placed on his knees. His eyes didn't even dare to glance over to Su Qinghe's side, just staring at the breakfast in front of him. Su Qinghe's gaze was always looking at Lin Che, and the movements of the chopsticks in his hands all seemed to carry a few points of strength, as if he was trying his best to restrain something. He let out a cold snort, not loud but loud enough for Lin Che to hear clearly. Lin Che felt Su Qinghe's gaze getting sharper and sharper, and fine beads of sweat were appearing on his forehead. Opening his mouth, Lin Che wanted to say something to break this awkward and tense atmosphere, but his throat felt like it was blocked by something, and he couldn't spit out a word for half a day. The atmosphere around the table just stood frozen. What should have been a relaxing and enjoyable breakfast time now seemed to be covered by a thick layer of gloom. During the meal, the two of them, Su Qingqing and Lin Che, were also looking at each other from time to time. The two tried to make eye contact. However, Lin Che could not find out any useful information. Sitting on the side of the Su Qinghe, the two eye-to-eye operation all saw in the eyes, only to see his brows furrowing tighter and tighter, his face growing more and more somber. Half an hour later, after the three of them finished breakfast, Su Qingqing gave Lin Che an "I trust you" look before walking back to her room. The two of them, Lin Che and Su Qinghe, were left alone in the same spot. Chapter 126. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was oppressive. He only saw Su Qinghe's dark face. He gazed straight at Lin Che with complex emotions in his eyes, anger to say the least, more helplessness, and deep concern. At this moment, Su Qinghe's heart was filled with disbelief. His lips quivered slightly. Several times I tried to speak, but the words came to my lips, but I couldn't open them. As the man who knows Su Qingqing the best, Su Qinghe knew that Su Qingqing had lacked her father's company since she was a child. As Su Qingqing's second uncle, Su Qinghe had always loved Su Qingqing as if she were his own daughter, trying to protect her in almost everything, afraid that Su Qingqing would suffer a single bit of harm. Originally thought, Lin Che this emotional intelligence, as well as Su Qingqing's timidity, the duo will not rub sparks so quickly. Thinking about this period of time, letting Su Qingqing follow the experience in the complex environment of the entertainment industry, he himself was incidentally keeping an eye on the side to prevent those with ulterior motives from approaching her. But who would have thought that these two would be so fast? This was difficult for Su Qinghe to accept for a while, but after all this time together, Su Qinghe also had to admit that this kid Lin Che really wasn't that kind of playboy. Judging from the care with which Lin Che treats his work on a regular basis, every rehearsal, program preparation, and song production is a full-time effort, never perfunctory. Moreover, Lin Che had an unconquerable will in him, and Lin Che's understanding of the entertainment industry. All of this Su Qinghe saw in his eyes. Although this kid is usually a bit shady, and has a lot of heart. However, Su Qinghe also understands in his heart that in the entertainment industry, a place of deceit, a little more heart is sometimes not necessarily a bad thing, but rather, it can better protect themselves from being counted on by others. But even so, when Su Qinghe thought that his precious niece, who he held in his heart, was going to be with another boy, Su Qinghe's heart couldn't be more difficult. Resistance grows like a weed in the heart. Only, again, Su Qinghe clearly knew that Su Qingqing already had a love for Lin Che. The eyes that love someone don't lie. The fondness that flowed from Su Qingqing's eyes couldn't be hidden in any way. Su Qinghe wasn't that kind of old-fashioned, and he wouldn't learn from the kind of elders in dramas, shooting $10 million to make Lin Che go far away. He knew that this emotion thing was complicated. He also didn't want to make Su Qingqing sad because of his tough attitude. Halfway through the day, Su Qinghe accepted this reality helplessly. A soft sigh. Su Qinghe slowly spoke, "Be nice to Qingqing." The calm voice was not loud, but it was unquestionably serious. Lin Che was first stunned when he heard it. A look of determination then showed on his face. Slightly sitting up straight, Lin Che looked at Su Qinghe with a sincere gaze, without the slightest hint of evasion in his eyes, and said in a calm tone, "Uncle Su, don't worry about it. I know the weight of Cyan in your heart, and understand the concerns you have in mind right now. Actually, I never quite understood Qingqing's feelings for me before. I'm really a bit slow in this area, being a big straight man, but after all this time together, I also found Cyan to be kind and sweet. She also treats me to a lot of little details." Lin Che paused and then said, "And I'm going to be halfway to red in the future. Letting Qingqing follow me won't be aggravating. I will prove it with my real actions, and I hope you will believe me and give me this chance." Saying that, Lin Che's eyes became even more determined and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Lin Che knew that words spoken meant that he had to take a responsibility, and Lin Che was ready. Su Qinghe looked at Lin Che's serious and determined look, and the resentment in his heart slowly subsided a bit. It's done and no amount of blocking will help. Still, Su Qinghe shook his head slightly and spoke. Saying and doing are two different things. Your follow-up, I'll be dead on. If you do one thing wrong, without waiting for Su Qinghe to finish, Lin Che interrupted. I will prove it. 4 powerful words that are more palatable than superfluous explanations. Since Lin Che had said so, Su Qinghe also intended to believe Lin Che for once. Although there was still a hint of worry in Su Qinghe's eyes, there were also a few more points of expectation. He nodded slightly and said, I hope you can do what you say. If you let Qingqing suffer, I won't let you off the hook. And, my big brother, might Gau. Su Qinghe's tone became much shakier when he remembered his thunderous big brother. Su Qingqing stood quietly behind the door, her ears pressed tightly against the door panel, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of missing every word of the 2 people outside the door. Su Qingqing's entire body's nerves were taut as she listened with full attention. Upon hearing Lin Che's sincere yet firm words, saying that you will be good to yourself and will try to give yourself happiness when, Su Qingqing's eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. With a snap, Su Qingqing gathered her courage and opened the door to the room. The slight sound of the door opening, in making the 2 people who had just ended their conversation, instantly follow the direction of the sound, their eyes focusing on Su Qingqing. Lin Che looked at Su Qingqing, whose eyes were slightly red, and a trace of worry rose within him. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, was slightly stunned, then shook his head helplessly, a hint of complexity in his eyes. For a moment, a brief silence fell over the room. None of the 3 spoke, but soon, this silence was broken as Lin Che slowly got up and took the lead, softly calling out, Qingqing, I'm fine, said Su Qingqing softly. Su Qinghe looked at Lin Che in place, wouldn't like, and inwardly couldn't help but curse. Pass the tissues. Stupid. Immediately after that, Su Qinghe slowly extended his hand and gently pushed Lin Che. Su Qinghe's force was not large, but it carried an unspoken implication, pushing Lin Che to Su Qingqing's face. Lin Che understood, and slightly raised his hand, moving gently, wiping away the tears that had not yet dried on Su Qingqing's face. This scene full of warmth was seen by Su Qinghe, and he couldn't help but nod slightly, and a rare hint of relief appeared on that serious face. But not long after that, Su Qinghe suddenly came back to his senses as if he was in a state of shock. His brows slightly knitted. His heart always felt that something was wrong. No, you 2 treating an old man like I'm transparent? Many black lines inexplicably surfaced on Su Qinghe's brain, and with Lin Che's epiphany, the original slightly awkward atmosphere in the room gradually became much more relaxed. The trio's knots were untied. After Su Qinghe explained that the 2 should not act in any way that crossed the line, he left the hotel in a sensible manner, leaving the 2 to spend time alone. Chapter 127. Okay, I'll wait for you. In the hotel. At this moment, only Lin Che and Su Qingqing were left. With the departure of Su Qinghe, an awkward atmosphere inexplicably surged between the 2. Lin Che's mouth was slightly open, somewhat at a loss for words. The atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. Time also became sluggish in this moment. Both felt a little uncomfortable breathing. In the end, Lin Che was the first to break the embarrassed silence. Lin Che pulled out a slightly embarrassed smile and cleared his throat. a hint of dryness in his voice as he said sardonically, or, the words had just begun, and Lin Che paused slightly, seemingly weighing his next words, then hurriedly continued, sit down first? Saying that, Lin Che stretched out a slightly trembling finger and pointed to the sofa not far away. The only thing that responded to Lin Che was Su Qingqing's gentle nod. At this moment, Su Qingqing, on her delicate face, a touch of a different demeanor quietly surfaced. Only its slightly raised chin was seen with a slight hint of arrogance. There was even a playful glint in her bright eyes. Immediately after that, Su Qingqing directly and greatly extended her right hand, her slender fingers waving in the air. The meaning clearly seemed to be saying, "Humph, I want you to hold hands and go over there." Su Qingqing's look had both the pout of a little girl and a hint of boldness that could not be refused. Seeing this, Lin Che's tense expression instantly relaxed. Without hesitation, Lin Che reached out and gently held Su Qingqing's slightly cold little hand. The moment he entered his hand, Lin Che also unconsciously tightened his fingers. Su Qingqing's hands were soft and boneless. The moment her hand was held, Su Qingqing slightly reddened her face, but still, he let Lin Che hold him. The two men walked slowly toward the couch. The two smiled at each other and sat down on the couch, renewing last night's unfinished conversation. At the moment the two have drawn a little closer. And so the two did, each getting to know the other in the gaps between the taping of the show. Lin Che and Su Qingqing, too, gradually find the most compatible corners of each other's world. The two were always getting together and talking about stories from their respective pasts. Time also slipped away to the day of the program's taping. In the past few days, Su Qing has been exceptionally smart, just like evaporation, completely disappeared from the two people's line of sight. Regarding this person, Lin Che, Su Qingha was still quite relieved from the bottom of his heart. Lin Che is of good character, and is well behaved with his own niece. So, Su Qingha waved his hand and directly chartered the third floor of the hotel. Moreover, in each room, two strong bodyguards with sharp eyes were arranged. The bodyguards sometimes look like bored people, standing in the doorway. Some are inside the house, listening to what's going on next door. That formation is undoubtedly not in a constant state of readiness, ready for the unexpected and on standby. It was just that the two of them, Lin Che and Su Qingqing, were blissfully unaware of all this. These few days were unusually pleasant for Lin Che and Su Qingqing. Every morning, sunlight pours in through the cracks in the curtains. Su Qingqing would always sleepily take a comb and headband, walk up to Lin Che, and arrogantly ask Lin Che to help tie her hair. Lin Che's heart was beating straight at first. The hand took the comb somewhat stiffly and combed through Su Qingqing's silky hair. Each time, Lin Che's fingers trembled slightly. The hair that came out every time was always crooked, causing Su Qingqing to get angry and laugh. But more times than not, a few days down the line, Lin Che's technique became more and more skillful. It was also able to sharply smooth out Su Qingqing's hair, coiling it up in a circle. The two have also had an extremely low-key schedule over the past few days, just like a normal hot couple having a good time where they belong. Every day, they strolled down the busy streets, arm in arm. The two would mindfully seek out cozy little stores, walk in, sit by the window, and savor a delicious meal together. In their spare time, the two also hit the sights around the world together and take pictures under the old city walls, and the ticket stubs of those attractions. Su Qingqing would carefully collect and keep them like treasures. In these few days, Su Qingqing also prepared a gift for Lin Che. It was a bracelet woven from a strand of hair. It means, a strand of green silk is a strand of soul, and the brocade rope ties the life to send the lover. In this way, the relationship between the two, without realizing it, became much closer. Time also flew by in the pleasant atmosphere between the two. Soon, the fifth installment is officially upon us. Lin Che and Su Qingqing came to the program together. In the past, after the program, Su Qingqing always took the first step back to the hotel. But this time, instead of leaving, she stayed quietly in the dressing room. Su Qingqing sat quietly on the side, watching the makeup artist give Lin Che's face a workout. Makeup artist Chi Yiran looked at Lin Che's well-defined face and created a base makeup that fit the theme of youth. He skillfully applied it on Lin Che's face. In no time at all, Lin Che presented an air of a male high model. Chi Yiran sharply finished her makeup, packed up her tools and left the dressing room. Lin Che picked up Su Qingqing's carefully prepared school uniform, gently shook it off, and slowly put it on. In that instant, that male high aura on Lin Che's body was even more intense. It was as if he had come out of a youthful campus, a flamboyant young man. Lin Che raised his eyes to look at the dumbfounded Su Qingqing. Unconsciously raising his hand, he walked over to Su Qingqing and gently touched Su Qingqing's head, a smile on the corner of his mouth as he opened his mouth to say, "Youth, that's how it should be." After a pause in his words, Lin Che continued, "This song, written for you." After hearing Lin Che's words, a look of shock instantly appeared under Su Qingqing's eyes. Her eyes widened slightly in disbelief as she asked, "Written for me?" Su Qingqing's tone was trembling slightly. After all, the two had spent the last few days being mushy all day. Su Qingqing, however, clearly knew how sad Lin Che's song Rush Hour was. The melody is full of the regret of loving but not being able to, just like the sad literature of youth, which makes one's heart heavy when listening. At the thought of this, Su Qingqing's eyes reddened slightly, and she unconsciously murmured in her heart, "Have I been too clingy these past few days? It's just getting together. Does it make him feel pressured?" Lin Che could see Su Qingqing's aggravation at a glance. He hurriedly reached out his hand again, gently touching Su Qingqing's head once more, and explained with a smile, "That song was taken by a movie. Uncle Su picked up the order for me, saying that it's a way to get used to studio life in advance. Don't worry about the song. It's sweet." Hearing these words, Su Qingqing's heart that was originally gripped slowly relaxed, opening her mouth slightly, a faint smile surfacing on her face. "Good. I'll wait for you." Chapter 128, A Little Love in a Big City. Inside the dressing room, Lin Che put down the hand that was touching his head, unconsciously pinched Su Qingqing's little cheeks, and walked alone to the guest room. Upon entering, Lin Che instantly became the object of attention. The air of a male high schooler reminds you of the school bully in high school. Without caring about the gazes of others, Lin Che lightly arrived at his position. The big screen in the guest room and the system is up and running. In the end, Lin Che came out first, and as per the show's urbane nature, the kickoff singers are saved for the end to keep the suspense. Lin Che shook his shoulders and got up to head to the back of the stage. The rest of the crowd watched Lin Che's back, especially Li Qingkai. The disdain in his eyes was even more intense. Although he didn't show it on the program, Li Qingkai believed in his heart that even if Lin Che was stronger, he couldn't compare to a senior producer. But Li Qingkai overlooked one thing. Ya Ling is a gold producer. The power of capital can really confuse people's hearts. And Li Qingkai also has a background that makes his thoughts self-centered. On the show, the judges went from 4 to 3. Still the same are the 100 music critics. After reading the advertisement on stage, Chen Sheng spoke. "Next, please welcome the first contestant of this period, Lin Che." Snap! The stage instantly erupted in applause. At the same time, the stage lights dimmed. Lin Che stepped to the center of the stage. He was seen slowly raising the microphone in his hand, and with a sincere look on his face, he said, "Big city, little love. I hope you guys like it." As soon as the words fell, the stage lights focused on Lin Che in an instant. Immediately afterward, a lilting guitar intro slowly emerges. A light, romantic atmosphere came over the scene, instantly permeating the entire scene. The warm tune was very different from the sad style that Lin Che used to sing, as if it was a fresh spring breeze that brightened everyone's eyes. The crowd has been soaking in the sudden atmosphere. On the stage, Lin Che raised his head slightly with a soft smile on his face. Lin Che slowly raised the microphone and gently closed his eyes before singing in a gentle voice. The dark ends of her hair were coiled into a ringlet. "All the love that I have for you." Through the translucent curtain, there is absolutely no deception in the language that comes out of his mouth. Lin Che's voice haunted the scene. Every word came clearly into the ears of the crowd. On the judges' table, the three people sitting there were also surprised by Lin Che's sudden change in song style at the moment. Their eyes widened slightly, and they exchanged surprised looks with each other before becoming completely engrossed in the song. Through the easy-to-understand lyrics, it's like seeing a picture of innocent and beautiful love unfolding. The sheer emotion of the opening chapter fits right in with the longing and yearning for love in youth. It can't help but make one's mind immediately conjure up the image of a youthful teenage girl with coiled ringlets at the end of her hair. The description "translucent curtains" is a clever allusion to the subtle yet beautiful state of affairs between the two. Those shy, clueless experiences of falling in love, as the lyrics tell us. Two people who clearly know each other's feelings by heart, but every time you want to express it, you will always be careful to reveal your true feelings to each other in a joking tone. A quiet picture of gray shingles on a roof. The light is your beautiful face. Finally found the end of all the wandering. Your smile ends the weariness. Lin Che's voice continued to narrate smoothly. With the song, a cozy scene slowly came into the crowd's mind. It was a small pavilion on the corner of the campus, a place with a gray tiled roof. Under the tiles, there is you sitting quietly. Everything around them seems serene and peaceful. The lyrics of the song, depicting this picture of rooftops and lights, bring to mind those hidden in the depths of memory. Somewhere in the evening, by yourself and your favorite person, in a quiet corner. At that moment, the afterglow of the setting sun poured over his body, and everything around him became gentle and beautiful, as if by magic. At that instant, the other's face, too, looked especially beautiful and attractive in that dim light. Every subtle expression seems to be imbued with deep emotion, and you can't take your eyes off it. This is the exclusive romance of youth. simple yet with a heartwarming quality. Even when I look back years later, I can still clearly feel the peaceful, sweet atmosphere of the time. Youth has always been a journey of discovery and confusion. Relationships at this stage are often like a bright light that inadvertently touches people's hearts and guides us to find a place that fits our soul. When in the haze of youth, one stumbles upon that special someone, just in that moment, it felt as if a boat that had been drifting for a long time had finally found a harbor and didn't have to drift around anymore. It was as if all the confusion and bewilderment had been answered. That feeling is what love looks like in the beginning, pure and beautiful, and a smile from the other side seemed to dispel all the gloom and exhaustion. It doesn't matter how hard you are having trouble with your studies or if you are in a bad mood with a friend. Just seeing the other person's loving and caring smile makes all the hard work feel like it's gone away. A vivid picture kept materializing in the minds of the crowd. Originally, the crowd thought that Lin Che would continue the sadness of his previous style, but at the moment, the scene all turned into a romantic flavor that lingered in everyone's heart. The crowd's eyes grew softer and softer, focusing in unison on the stage. Only Lin Che slowly raised his right hand. Wave it softly, beat it, and keep singing. Never say that the sky is the limit. In case you think I'm being unrealistic, it's as simple as you want it to be. It's a philosophy my mom told me. Because the theme of the song is youth, these lyrics resonated even more deeply with everyone. Which one of us in our youth did not have a beautiful yearning for love? Fantasize about walking through the long years with your beloved and seeing the beauty of the world? But the future is full of too many variables. So always dare not easily make promises that are too far away. In this, both the youth of the unique tenderness and lack of confidence in the work. Fear that their commitment is too heavy. Fear that the other party will think they are childish and naive. And with a hint of concern about reality. This mentality of hovering between longing and worry is a true reflection of what happens in youth. Youth is simple and pure, without too many material considerations, interests and entanglements. It's also all about liking someone simply because you like them as a person. Like the philosophies that our elders inform us about. Love is sometimes so simple, does not need too much gorgeous modification and commitment. As long as the two hearts close to each other is enough. Chapter 129 Lin Che. He's too fine. Lin Che's singing voice echoed through the scene. The crowd also raised their right hands and waved in response to Lin Che on the stage. Lin Che tightened the microphone and sang with a smile on his face. You're in my head. You're in my heart. A little love is so sweet in the big city. It's all about you. It's all about you. A little love in a big city. Only fall for you. The chorus is full of praise for youthful love. The feelings of youth often take over the entire human mind. All I can think about is the one I like. Especially with the hustle and bustle of a big city. The bond between two people, small and exclusive, seems extra sweet. At that age, once fallen, eyes, heart only left each other. Thoughts are spreading all the time. The youthful heart, but also only for its beating. The light-hearted interlude eased its way through the crowd's reverie. Lin Che on stage also lowered his voice and sang the second verse of the main song. The dark ends of her hair were coiled into a ringlet. All the love that I have for you finally found the end of all the wandering. Your smile ends the weariness. Lin Che's singing voice, full of deep emotion, passed through the layers of space and leisurely entered the dressing room. At this moment, Su Qingqing, who was coiled into a circle by the end of Lin Che's hair, was sitting quietly in front of the makeup mirror. Her eyes were already full of emotion. Su Qingqing's thoughts drifted back to before the program began. She was still under the impression that Lin Che had once said to herself, "This song, written for you." At that time, when she heard this, Su Qingqing all still had some worries in her heart. The sad tunes that were expected were not present. Instead, it's a sweet memory. How could Su Qingqing not have expected that now the relationship between the two had escalated, and that she had actually become the female lead in Lin Che's song? The usual Lin Che was always a bit mute when it came to feelings, but at this moment, Lin Che, who was standing on the stage, seemed like a different person. Su Qingqing looked at Lin Che, who was infinitely expressing his love for himself. Every lyric was like a love letter, drilling straight into Su Qingqing's heart. How could Su Qingqing not be touched? Her eyes were slightly red, and she couldn't take her eyes off the big screen for a moment. On the big screen, Lin Che on the stage is raising his right hand high. Lin Che then sang deeply, "Never say that the sky is the limit. In case you think I'm being unrealistic, it's as simple as you want it to be. Let me say it out loud. I'm thinking of you." When this part was sung, Lin Che directly raised his hand and pointed at the camera, moving without a hint of hesitation. It was as if Lin Che wanted to touch Su Qingqing through the camera. When Su Qingqing saw this scene, the softest string in her heart was viciously plucked. The tears in his eyes could no longer be restrained, and they flowed down. But, the moving melody in her ears had been haunting her. Listening to Lin Che's loving lyrics, "You're in my head. You're in my heart. A little love is so sweet in the big city. It's all about you. It's all about you. A little love in a big city. Only fall for you. Once the catchy chorus part kicks in, it instantly lit up the scene and caused the crowd to sing along. The voices of the crowd converged and echoed through the arena in waves. Everyone was soaking in the loving atmosphere with happy and intoxicated smiles on their faces. Lin Che is also subtly changing his cadence at this moment, delivering the bridge section in a more subtle, ebullient way. You keep that ticket stub back in town as a souvenir. You don't have to be afraid to say goodbye. Cut off a strand of hair and let me put it on my chest. You're with me everywhere I go. Follow each other. The lyrics of this verse, however, made the crowd in the room a little confused all of a sudden. Everyone was first slightly stunned, with a slightly puzzled look on their faces, while understanding what is trying to be said in the lyrics. After all, youth always comes with parting, but this ticket stub? How did it become a special memento of love? To many people, a ticket stub is nothing more than a small piece of paper that records the trip, but when you think about it at this point, it symbolizes coming together and separating, and carries the memories shared between the two. Behind every ticket stub, perhaps all had a run-in with great anticipation, or an uncomfortable goodbye, and the act of cutting off your hair and giving it to each other. It's not an experience that everyone has had, although everyone understands that this implies entrusting a part of yourself, your heart, to the other person. Placing it on the chest is a sign of keeping the other person close to your heart at all times. Wherever they went, they had a hint of the other person's scent on them, as if the other person was with them all the time. But after all, such behavior is somewhat unique, and many people have a really hard time bringing it in for a while. The people's hands, which had been waving high in the air, were slowly lowered. Didn't wait for that puzzled vibe to last too long, though. Lin Che's brainwashing chorus once again resonated through the scene. You're in my head. You're in my heart. A little love is so sweet in the big city. It's all about you. It's all about you. A little love in a big city. Only fall for you. The familiar and moving melody instantly brought the crowd back to the warm atmosphere. The twice-repeated chorus once again brought the house to its feet in a chorus. The crowd was louder and more passionate than before. The melody of the song seemed to be etched in the minds of the crowd at the venue and lingered on. Lin Che, on the stage, also completely let go, as if infected by the warm atmosphere. The whole person is crazy. On the stage, Lin Che sang to his heart's content. La 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 la. La 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 la. Lin Che hummed cheerfully and casually. It made the scene more and more exciting. The crowd responded positively as well, humming along. The vibe is an effective stage interaction that the other contestants don't have. On the stage at the moment, Lin Che seemed to have merged with the audience underneath the stage, immersed in this wonderful music world together. The beautiful melody slowly drifted away as the crowd chorused in time. Lin Che brought all his emotions together in this final moment. Lin Che once again lowered his voice, his gaze looking deeply into the camera, and that magnetic voice once again rang out. The dark ends of her hair were coiled into a ringlet. All the love that I have for you. The feeling of not being able to move an inch. I know it's called forever. Lin Che's voice carried a kind of firmness. As for Su Qingqing outside the camera, at this moment, she had already burst into tears and didn't know how to face Lin Che. Little details of their time together, such as ticket stubs and hair strings, were written into the song by Lin Che. Lin Che, he's too fine. Su Qingqing's mind inexplicably gave this comment. In the song, Lin Che conveys the promise of eternal love. Let Su Qingqing was enveloped by a thin veil of romance and deep feelings. Su Qingqing looked at the screen and watched the spirited Lin Che on the stage, her lips wriggling. Chapter 130, Despair. On stage, the mellifluous accompaniment slowly dropped its final note. End of song. But the curling sound seemed to be still hovering in the air, unwilling to dissipate for a long time. The bodies of those present seemed to remain immersed in that catchy melody. The body was still swaying gently and unconsciously, with an intoxicated look on her face. And behind that catchy melody, the internet has long since exploded. The netizens were all caught up in the 2 points of doubt, the ticket stub and the bunch of hair. Although many people understand the emotions expressed in the lyrics and understand the delicate portrayal of youthful love and the beautiful expectations contained therein, but some sharp-eyed netizens saw Lin Che singing about these 2 key points. Lin Che all but purposely pointed at the camera. This led the internet sleuths to speculate that the song's female protagonist was watching the broadcast somewhere, just like them. That said, Lin Che has something in his words in this song. I realized a long time ago that Lin Che must be telling some girl that his head is full of her by pointing to the camera twice. And ticket stubs, a bunch of hair. It's kind of mind-boggling. Ugh. I've been hiding for so long and I've still been found out. I'm done pretending. I'm showing my cards. I'm the heroine. The crowd is on the internet, in joke mode. The flirtatious words made the whole internet-eating atmosphere more and more intense. The crowd's eyes were glued to the screen. All are looking forward to what powerful topics the judges will ask. On the judges' table, the three people sitting there had their own thoughts in their minds at the moment. All three were each trying to figure out how best to evaluate the song. Not to mention the song's catchy melody. Just the lyrics alone are extremely cleverly written. The whole song fits the theme of youth very well. This is very different from the youth songs that people think are full of pain and regret. The youth shown in this song. It's mild, gentle, and cozy. It doesn't have that gut-wrenching sadness, but it has the beauty of a fine line. A real breath of fresh air in today's music scene. Seeing that the other two had no intention of opening their mouths, Zhao Qingya smiled and cleared her throat, taking the lead in commenting. This song, said Zhao Qingya after a slight pause, as if she was organizing her words. There's nothing to say. Zhao Qingya's words let many netizens heart thump a moment, thought to give some bad evaluation, but immediately afterward, Zhao Qingya continued. Time will tell. This song belongs to a part of youth. It's possible that in the near future, people will do what the song says, collecting ticket stubs, weaving hand ropes, and treasuring all those mundane yet precious bits of love with all my heart. But it will take time to sink in. Zhao Qingya didn't praise how melodious the song was. After all, the scene of the Full House chorus just now was still fresh in everyone's mind. The warmth of that atmosphere said it all, and it would be redundant to praise the melody. The remaining two nodded slightly in agreement after hearing Zhao Qingya's words. The appropriate comments were then given. Zhou Chuanxian still analyzes from the aspect of singing. The professional skills such as Lin Che's control of breath and the transformation of timbre during the singing process were reviewed one by one. The words were full of recognition of Lin Che's singing ability. Liang Jin, on the other hand, continues to play the rub. Said some comments that didn't hurt but couldn't be picked apart. Make the whole critique session look professional without being too sharp. Once the three judges had finished their comments, Lin Che bowed politely and slightly before slowly retreating to the guest room and waiting for the program to end. In the guest room, the crowd was still immersed in the shocking atmosphere of the Full House chorus just now. Each face wore a look of awe and emotion. Even Yi Ling, who had always been quite confident in her own musical talent, couldn't help but ponder in her heart. None of the new songs that he had carefully prepared for himself were fully assured of eliciting a Full House sing-along. But Lin Che actually did this so easily. And Li Qingkai, who had been wearing a disdainful look, at this moment, he was similarly looking at Lin Che with an incredulous gaze. The original contempt in those eyes had long since disappeared. Instead, it was full of frustration and deep jealousy. All sorts of flavors flooded Li Qingkai's mind. That heart that was still hanging in the air was considered completely dead at this moment. He had previously thought that he had a senior producer behind him to help him compose the music, so he could definitely shine in this program and compare Lin Che to him. But now it seems, what can a more advanced producer do? Can you get a full house to sing along? It was clear in the minds of the people. Catchy songs, although the melody sounds easy and simple, that's exactly what's hardest to write. Because, a really good song has a kind of magic. Even if you just listen to the melody, you can't help but get lost in it and be pulled by the notes. And the song Big City, Little Love, it's obviously just taking that aspect to the extreme. The melody, whether whistled out or hummed casually, was just as catchy and just as melodious. The rest of the players felt more and more blocked in their hearts when they thought about it. The look of despair in their eyes as they looked at Lin Che gradually revealed itself. And there was no one more desperate than Li Qingkai, who had previously thought that he had pinned Lin Che. The flames of jealousy in Li Qingkai's eyes almost burned. He had been counting on the show to boost his popularity and solidify his position. But now this song of Lin Che's was undoubtedly erecting an insurmountable mountain in front of him. It made him feel like all those calculations he had made earlier had become so ridiculous. But even fear of Lin Che. The rest of us still take the stage and sing in order. The audience, however, had just had their expectations raised too high by Lin Che's song. Tastes are also instantly spoiled. The rest of the contestants' performances paled in comparison to the crowd. The director's side seems to have sensed that something is not quite right. A direct order for Chan Sang to get on stage. Go ahead and get the kicker on stage so that the crowd can be distracted. After receiving the instruction, Chen Sheng straightened his clothes and stepped to the center of the stage with a serious look. First clearing his throat, Chen Sheng began to introduce the kickboxer's experience. The singer, who is quite accomplished in the field of love songs. Every one of his love songs feels like it gets into the depths of people's hearts and makes them empathize and feel deeply moved. He's the hot Chinese male singer in the music industry today. After listening to Mr. Chen's introduction, many viewers were still a bit cloudy. A man in a black suit, aged in his 30s, slowly walked out as Chen Sheng finished his introduction. Chapter 131, Why did you go back by yourself? Jiang Yan came to the center of the stage. The spotlight was on Jiang Yan. Only, he didn't look very good. Just now at the back of the stage, Jiang Yan stayed alone in a corner. He sat in a somewhat old chair. Only, Jiang Yan's body was slightly leaning forward, and his hands were crossed with 10 fingers, tightly clasped together. His gaze was fixed dead center on the ground, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Right in the opening, Lin Che sings the song Big City, Small Love. The catchy melody still lingered in his ears. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a little more unsure about his next performance. The strength displayed by Lin Che was simply too heaven-defying. At this moment, Jiang Yan slowly raised his head and looked at the audience. The moment Jiang Yan's face was fully revealed to the audience, deafening cheers instantly erupted from the stage. Jiang Shen changed his profession? Instead of rapping, he's singing love songs? That's what you guys don't understand. Love songs aren't Jiang Shen's strong suit, so this ranking is negligible. Don't jump to conclusions too early. But Jiang Shen went out for 2.5 years to further his studies abroad, so he might have already become a hexagonal warrior. In the midst of all this talk and cacophony of opinions, Jiang Yan slightly closed his eyes, as if he was trying to discard all the distractions from the outside world, so that he could fully immerse himself in the singing that was about to begin. He slowly raises his hand and takes hold of the microphone, and after a few moments, the music starts. More than 3 minutes passed slowly, amidst the varying emotions of the crowd, and the song came to an end. Jiang Yan's love song strength still didn't meet the crowd's expectations, or maybe Lin Che had pulled the starting point too high. Soon after, the voting channel then opened. The numbers on the big screen began to pulsate with ever-changing percentages that tugged at the hearts of everyone in the room. No surprises there. Lin Che's support rate in that column soared all the way up, eventually stopping at a steady 29%. The break's first-place finish brought the entire room to its feet. The scene instantly erupted into a chorus of cheers. On the stage, Lin Che waved his hand towards the surrounding audience. Immediately after, Yiling also took the second place with 26% support. Yiling bit her lip slightly, her eyes filled with the desire for a higher ranking. But now on the program, it has become Lin Che's home turf. Originally, Yiling wanted to snipe Lin Che in January, but as soon as he remembered the recordings left at Lin Che's place, Yiling's idea was directly dashed. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, looked at the 20% approval rate on the screen, and a hint of despondency flashed across his face. Even though he was prepared for this, he couldn't help but clench his fist slightly. As for Li Qingkai, that pathetic 10% approval rating seems unusually harsh. Li Qingkai's entire body looked as if he had been drained of all his strength, his face gray and his eyes staring blankly at the big screen. Lin Che looked at Li Qingkai, who had a dead look on his face. Mental note. Now, Lin Che's title of King of Love Songs seems to be a foregone conclusion. But in January, Golden Ace can go out and release songs. This was undoubtedly not bad news for Lin Che. Although Lin Che wasn't sure if Yiling was sniping at him, the other undercurrents could be uncertain. The pool of water that is showbiz is never deep. The power of capital can, if one is not careful, draw one into an endless whirlwind. For the next installment, Dragon's side definitely won't stop. Lin Che mumbled in his heart. In his mind's eye, the image of Dragon Media executives sitting around at the moment, discussing countermeasures with somber faces, had already emerged. I'm sure they'll pull out all the stops to try to protect Li Qingkai. Lin Che knew too well the usual tactics of capital. First, on program resources, Long Tang would definitely use all sorts of connections, go and pressure or negotiate with the program, aim to give Li Qingkai the most eye-catching stage session. And, in terms of publicity, it's also common to drop a lot of money on major entertainment media and marketing numbers. A flood of circulars praising Li Qingkai, from talent to character. Even the smallest detail in life is infinitely magnified and packaged into a flawless idol image. What about a model of dedication who practiced hard into the night? Warm, kind and caring boy in life. Such a past title. It was a final struggle though, but it would also go some way to reversing the public's impression of his poor performance this time around. For this person, Li Qingkai, Lin Che still didn't feel threatened. But if Dragon Media, in January, takes a shot at their new song, Lin Che was a bit overwhelmed. Although Dragon Media has just mixed with the entertainment industry, it has money behind it. Anything that can be solved by money is nothing. If we were to utilize a team of Golden Ace songwriters to create a new song specifically for Qingkai Li, and Li Qingkai is in the same musical genre as himself, this was a bit of a disadvantage for Lin Che. Although Lin Che sent Zhang Jiaming in, but the layout of it took Lin Che almost a month. With Gold's sudden sniping, Lin Che was still a little hard to top. The latest Gold can release a song is at the end of the month, like Lin Che did last month, and only take a week to hit the charts. But not so with Ace. Half a day is enough. It takes an extremely cohesive fan base to do that. Thinking about it, Lin Che's brows furrowed slightly. There was a little more gravity in his eyes. Competition in the entertainment industry is inherently brutal. Not to mention the fact that there is capital behind the push. This war without smoke seems to be getting more and more intense. However, This kind of worry Lin Che intended not to rush. Lose half of your first hand. After silently weighing these complicated situations in his heart, Lin Che secretly sighed. Afterwards, Lin Che followed the rest of the guests and left the scene. Only the feet unconsciously moved in the direction of the dressing room. In the corridor, the light spilled onto Lin Che, dragging out a long shadow. Arriving at the door of the dressing room, Lin Che reached out his hand and gently gripped the door handle. With a snap, the door slowly opened. Eyes quickly swept over every corner of the house. However, the expected figure of Su Qingqing did not appear. At that moment, it was like a piece of Lin Che's heart was suddenly missing. A sense of panic spread quickly. Lin Che hurriedly pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. His fingers were slightly trembling from nervousness. After seeing the message from Vixen, Lin Che then breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but whisper, "Why did you just go back by yourself?" On the contrary, Su Qingqing, who had just returned to the hotel, blushed. She lay down on the bed in a half-sprawled position. It was followed by burying his head deep into the pillow. Two slender calves unconsciously buckled and swayed back and forth in the air. The restless movements gave away the panic Su Qingqing felt inside at the moment. Chapter 132, Sick and Desperate? Slightly quieter room. Su Qingqing lay alone on the bed, her head buried in the pillow. In the back of my mind, there is still a constant echo of the line. Head all over you. Heart all over you. Ryoko. Su Qingqing tilted her head slightly, her eyes slightly mesmerized. Thoughts had long since drifted along with this melody to the bits and pieces of time spent with Lin Che. Those moments of laughter and sweetness, like a slideshow, were projected one by one in Su Qingqing's mind. Thinking about it, Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed a faint blush. And so it was, for who knows how long. Dropping dash. A crisp electronic tone breaks the silence in the room. The door to the room was opened. Lin Che stepped into the room, first scanning the circle, his deep eyes penetrating a hint of doubt. The living room was empty, and there was no expected figure of Su Qingqing. This caused Lin Che to vaguely lose something in his heart, and his brows unconsciously wrinkled slightly. After a slight pause, Lin Che tentatively opened his mouth and called out, "Qingqing?" The voice echoed through the room with a hint of anticipation. Soon all that could be heard was, "Ta-da-da." A rush of footsteps came. Lin Che's gaze shifted to Su Qingqing, who came out of the room. Only Su Qingqing's face, with a flush that hadn't faded yet. But before Lin Che could react, Su Qingqing made a flying leap, and her entire body rushed into Lin Che's arms without reservation. In that instant, Su Qingqing tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Che's waist and buried her face deeply into Lin Che's chest. Two people, in this moment, like one. Su Qingqing could clearly hear Lin Che's heartbeat. Knock, knock, knock. It made Su Qingqing feel incredibly at ease. Her body was also trembling slightly from excitement, and she murmured, "What to do? My head is all about you right now." Hearing these words, Lin Che was first stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Stretching out his arms, Lin Che also hugged Su Qingqing back tightly. With his chin gently resting against the top of Su Qingqing's head, Lin Che tenderly said, "My head is all about you, and in my heart, it's all about you." It was abrupt though, but at the moment, throughout the room, the two reveled in the sweetness that came from the other. 2 minutes later, it was only after the mushy two parted in love. Sitting back on the sofa, Su Qingqing leaned her head on Lin Che's left shoulder. The two conversed about the song Big City, Little Love. Lin Che also informed without reservation, "I'm rather stupid with my mouth, but I can sing." Su Qingqing, who was leaning on Lin Che's shoulder, a wave of emotion rose from her heart, and she couldn't help but barf a mouthful of Lin Che. The two had a brief dinner and casually chatted about future plans for the show's gap year afterward. The night was getting darker too. Then they each said goodnight to each other and went back to their rooms to rest. Back to the room. Lin Che was still half lying on the bed, the warm yellow table lamp above the bed, but Lin Che had no intention of feeling the warmth. After disengaging from the tenderness, Lin Che's mind was filled with thoughts of the song he would sing in the next installment of the program. "Lose?" Lin Che murmured softly, his brows furrowing slightly. "That's a bit of an intriguing theme." Lin Che secretly pondered inwardly. It wasn't that Lin Che was thinking too much. After all, the previous song, he himself was singing the sweet-filled Big City, Little Love. The warm and romantic lyrics convey the cherishing and sweet possession of love. But it wasn't long before the next song had to sing about a regretful, sad theme like loss. Lin Che couldn't help but analyze it in his heart. Could Dragon Media be pressuring the show? After all, Li Qingkai was in a dangerous situation. Lin Che sat on the edge of the bed, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with confusion, and his mouth kept chanting, "Sick and desperate?" Lin Che really could not understand why such a theme of loss was suddenly given. In fact, just now on the big screen at the scene, the system picked a theme that jumped around a bit, like it was being manipulated. But for Lin Che, This thread is actually not stressful at all. After all, songs like Diva, Gentleman, and Guest of Honor, which song conveys emotions that don't revolve around loss? All three songs take the emotions of helplessness, regret, and sourness and get them just right. But the more he thought about it, the more Lin Che couldn't put himself in the other party's shoes and think about the matter. Lin Che scratched his head. His originally neat hair was a bit messy, and his face was filled with helplessness. Lin Che vaguely guessed a few points in his heart. Knowing Dragon Media, they wanted to create buzz and excitement by having such a strong contrast in the theme of the song. Thinking of this, Lin Che sighed softly, the corners of his mouth slightly turned downwards, revealing a bitter smile. Afterwards, Lin Che helplessly reached out and flipped open his cell phone. Searching for topics about myself, wondering if the other side has waged a war of public opinion? What can be seen is all about the song Big City, Little Love. It can't find a single bad review across the internet right now with that catchy melody. Inspired by the song, I braided my subject's hair today. Families, who gets it? Today after school, the school played a live version of this song straight out of school. It's super catchy. Thanks to Lin Che, I accidentally sent a head all over you, heart all over you voice to the goddess and took it. Look at the complimentary comments. Lin Che was first slightly stunned, and then immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim in a small voice. This scene on the internet is like a calm lake without a single ripple, but underneath there are dark currents. The enemy is in the dark and I'm in the light. A bit passive. There was a hint of worry in Lin Che's tone. Casually looking through his cell phone, Lin Che flipped through it for a while and still didn't find any useful clues. In the end, Lin Che could only helplessly shake his head and place his cell phone on the bedside table to the side. Slowly, he lay back down, closed his eyes, and drifted off into dreamland. Only, that slightly furrowed brow, it seemed to carry a tinge of restlessness even in its sleep. And behind this seemingly calm network, the executives of Dragon Media were still converging in the somewhat depressing conference room. Jiang Qi sat on the main seat, his face so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. She didn't want to curse anymore. She just spoke quietly. The higher-ups have already pressured me. If Kai is eliminated next period, we'll all have to suffer. Jiang Qi's voice was still smooth though, but if you listen carefully, you can still detect the suppressed anger and anxiety. Jiang Qi slowly raised his head, his gaze scanning the 8 executives in the conference room. There was scrutiny and unquestionable majesty in his eyes. She adjusted her slightly rapid breathing slightly, her chest rising and falling slightly, and after a moment's pause, she continued with a single word. Whatever method you use, next installment, anyone can go. Only, not Kai. Chapter 133, The Sky's the Limit. In the conference room, a group of executives were sitting around the long table, and at this moment, shock was written all over their faces. The words that Jiang Qi had just said all set off shockwaves in the hearts of the crowd. Dragon Media, in the entertainment industry, backed by capital, is also considered to have a significant position. This is something that is more than clear in the minds of all. Although Li Qingkai is the god that the company is trying to build, he is the key piece that is expected to develop by virtue of his transformation to explore new market territories and thus consolidate the company's position at the top stream of the entertainment industry. But even so, the entertainment industry is already full of talent. Dragon Media has many artists under its banner, each with their own characteristics and potential. And for this one, which is in transition, Li Qingkai, this kind of fuss, almost pouring out the company's many resources, how to look at it is really a bit not worth it. However, the will of the higher-ups was like a sword hanging high above their heads, so that the people did not dare to disobey in the slightest. Decisions at the top are often absolute orders. The consequences of disobedience are not something the average person can afford. Jiang Qi on the main seat. Her makeup is exquisite but it is hard to hide the anxiety between her eyebrows. Seeing that everyone was shutting up, they all bowed their heads in silence, their eyes wandering, not daring to meet her gaze. Jiang Qi frowned slightly, then lightly said, "Tonight, continue to push the water army." The tone seemed to be cloudy, but everyone could hear the emptiness in it. After all, previously relying on Zhang Jiaming as a scapegoat, a lot of underhanded tactics could be carried out, but now without this shield, and then so blatantly use the water army to manipulate public opinion, to create momentum for Li Qingkai, this move is undoubtedly dangerous to the extreme. The consequences of being caught in the act or causing a public outcry are unimaginable. Once the story is exposed, the company's reputation built up over the years will be destroyed, and all its artists will be implicated as well. In this moment of breathless silence, one of the executives sitting at the end of the table, Yang Zhaoyuan, after hesitating for a long time, finally summoned up the courage to open his mouth to interrupt Jiang Qi. Yang Zhaoyuan's voice carried a slight tremor. "Sister Jiang," he cried out timidly, And when he saw Jiang Qi turn his gaze to himself, he swallowed and continued. It could actually be a little bit of insurance. Jiang Qi raised his eyebrows slightly and raised his hand to signal him to continue. Yang Zhaoyuan took a deep breath and said unhurriedly, Lin Che left behind a song. At the mention of the name Lin Che, many of the people present had their hearts tightened. Lin Che is not considered a big hit in the entertainment industry though, but Lin Che has a unique talent and a strong following of loyal fans as a powerhouse artist. Yang Zhaoyuan continued, that song is called Rush Hour. We count as movie investors. If I could just get the song rights, let's do a little magic. Yang Zhaoyuan rattled off his thoughts, but this seemingly safe method is not safe at all. Keep in mind that copyright issues have always been a minefield of extreme sensitivity. For an old six like Lin Che, wanting to get the rights to his songs? That's a pipe dream. Once Dragon Media tries to go for the rights, and the news gets out, a storm of public opinion from the outside world will immediately sweep in. The netizens won't let this news of big companies bullying creators go by. By then, Dragon Media will be in a situation where it will be criticized by thousands of people, and its brand image will suffer a heavy blow. Jiang Qi was naturally well aware of this, and her narrow eyes narrowed slightly as a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. The heart of the matter is that since Yang Zhaoyuan put forward this proposal, then this hot potato will be handed over to you to deal with it. She would like to see if this Yang Zhaoyuan, who seemed to be a little smart in his day, could actually pull off this almost impossible task. If he fails, he will have an excuse to put the blame on him, and he will be able to give an explanation to his superiors. For Lin Che, at this moment, he was still completely unaware that his work was being missed. In the quiet night, Lin Che also sank into an early sleep after some fruitless thinking. The next day, a sharp, piercing ringing of the telephone rang suddenly. The sharp voice echoed continuously in the quiet room, yanking Lin Che out of his sleep hard. Disturbed by this ringing, Lin Che first subconsciously frowned, then slowly opened those sleepy eyes. Somewhat reluctantly, he reached out his hand and fumbled around on the nightstand for a while before he managed to grab the incessantly ringing cell phone. Lin Che rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his head a bit, and then picked up the phone. Kobayashi, the producers have chosen our song for the closing credits. On the phone, Su Qinghe's voice that was so excited that it had become a little out of tune was instantly heard. Lin Che, however, hadn't completely slowed down from his slumber and responded with a yawn and a voice that was thick with weariness. Uncle Su, it's only 6 in the morning. Saying that, Lin Che also skimmed his mouth in dissatisfaction with a helpless expression. Don't say so much. Let's finish the contract today. Su Qinghe couldn't care less about Lin Che's sleepiness, and his tone of voice sharply carried an unquestionable determination, pacing back and forth on the other end of the phone as he spoke. When Lin Che heard these words, his originally wandering consciousness finally recovered a bit. Rubbing his temples, he shot up and asked, and the other side doesn't have any demands? Yes, the other side wants female singers to sing. Su Qinghe's voice lowered slightly and his speech slowed down as if he was weighing his words. The movie side has heard the song samples and wants the female number 1 to sing. Oh, that's fine, but give me a quick look over first. Lin Che nodded slightly, a hint of caution in his eyes. The song does sound a little better with a girl singing it, but it was about the presentation of the work, and Lin Che still had to keep a check on it. And the other side wants the song rights. Su Qinghe's voice carried a hint of worry. When he said this, Su Qinghe unconsciously swallowed his saliva. No way. Absolutely not. To concede is to grant the right to sing. Lin Che's originally still somewhat confused expression instantly became serious, and his eyes became incomparably sharp. The tone was strong without the slightest room for negotiation. At this moment, Lin Che was sitting straight up on the bed, holding his cell phone tightly. You know, it's a weird situation to think about how the rights are being sold. It's not that Lin Che is cheap to sell only the singing rights. Rather, Lin Che knows that once the rights are sold, it's not guaranteed that certain people, for example, will tamper with it at will in order to cater to the market or whatever. It's a major minefield. It directly ruins the original flavor and mood of the song. And this song was actually stolen by Lin Che. Although there is a special reason, but really want to sell it, Lin Che heart that road how can not pass. Feel strange. Not to mention the fact that it's a unique situation, so there's no guarantee that it'll be resold to the enemy. Chapter 134, Redundancy. In his heart, after Lin Che had carefully thought about the pros and cons regarding the sale of copyrights, his brow was still furrowed, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Lin Che exhaled a cloudy breath and said slowly to Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone, Uncle Su, this is a critical time. Lin Che's voice was serious, and his fingers unconsciously tightened on his cell phone. On the other end of the line, silence. Ryoko. It was only then that Su Qinghe sighed slightly and said with a slightly helpless tone, All right, I know. The voice sounded breathless, and apparently, Su Qingha also realized that the complexity behind this matter. Dash. With the sound of the phone hanging up, Lin Che inexplicably broke out in a cold sweat, and the clothes on his back were instantly drenched in sweat. Just now during the call, Lin Che had a strong intuition. If I do sell the rights, I'm afraid I'll be in a world of trouble. Once the copyrights changed hands, I'm afraid they all collapsed into nothingness overnight. The news of the refusal to sell the rights quickly reached Yang Zhaoyuan. Yang Zhaoyuan sat in the slightly dimly lit office and rubbed the swollen temples. His face was full of exhaustion and chagrin, and a touch of unspeakable sourness welled up inside him. He couldn't help but mentally curse. Mud. I should have known better than to talk too much. Yang Zhaoyuan thought about his performance in front of the top management, suggesting such a tricky idea. Now it's hard to ride the tiger. Now, the executives of Dragon Media had already made up their minds to put pressure on Lin Che, for no other reason than the kickoff contestant, who has threatened the path to promotion of the company's top pick, Li Qingkai. In their eyes, the other few were not to be messed with. There was also only Lin Che as a stumbling block. Without removing it, they were afraid that they would all find it difficult to sleep peacefully. Yang Zhaoyuan knew this even better, so he didn't close his eyes for the whole night. At this time, his eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was haggard and fierce. He had been ordering his men to use various covert means to harass Su Qingha, trying to find a breakthrough from him so that he could force Lin Che to give in, follow their sinister to the core plan. After Dragon Media intended to do whatever it took to get the rights to sing Lin Che's song. Straight up, some people with absolutely no knowledge of music and no professionalism whatsoever have taken this otherwise heartfelt song and turned it into a ghostwritten version. When the time comes, they will use their various resources to spread the so-called new version of the song and guide public opinion. At that time, the outside world mistakenly thought that Lin Che's level of creativity had plummeted, that he had run out of talent, and that he couldn't write any good works. And just at this juncture, Li Qingkai will happen to release a new song. The company would do everything they could to build up the momentum and publicity so that Li Qingkai's new song would overshadow Lin Che's. In this way, even if they couldn't completely suppress Lin Che to the point of no return, at the very least, it would allow Li Qingkai to make it to the semifinals and continue to secure a place in the showbiz world of fame and fortune. Lin Che, who had just gotten up, was completely unaware of these little thoughts of Dragon Media. Lin Che, who had just been woken up from his sleep by Su Qingha's phone call, only felt that sleepiness had been dispersed for the most part by this flurry. Stretching his back, Lin Che slowly walked towards the bathroom with a yawn and simply washed up. After washing up, Lin Che subconsciously looked at Su Qingqing's room next door. The door to the room was locked and there was not the slightest movement. Apparently still intoxicated in dreamland, Lin Che thought back to this past month. It was almost always Su Qingqing who took care of every day's living and living. Every morning, there is always a breakfast bucket on the table. When going out, Su Qingqing would prepare all the things to bring in advance and remind Lin Che of various precautions. Although Lin Che had always been known to, "Isn't that what assistants do?" Such excuses were put off in the mind. But now when I take a moment to look back, those seemingly ordinary moments, it made Lin Che inexplicably moved. "In the future, I'll cover your breakfast." Lin Che stood in front of Su Qingqing's room door, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he muttered inwardly. On the contrary, Su Qingha, who was far away, after hanging up Lin Che's phone, his heart was still tightly wound with anxiety. Su Qingha sat alone in the slightly cluttered parlor, just had a deal with the producers all. But a phone call from Lin Che left Su Qingha at this moment with no place to go. At the moment, Su Qingha's mind was not on this either, just frowning and in deep self-doubt. Since serving as Lin Che's agent, Su Qingha has only received one announcement in total. In the days that followed, basically everything big and small was done by Lin Che himself. Lin Che is like an all-rounder. This made Su Qingha feel redundant from time to time. Now, it's hard to look forward to such a list. I thought I could make a big. However, Lin Che's suspicious heart woke him up at once. Su Qingha smiled helplessly and bitterly, thinking in his heart, "I am at least a practitioner who has been in the entertainment industry for 10 years. Why does it feel like you're still out of the novice village today?" In front of this brat like Lin Che, one is like a fledgling recruit. Just at the moment when Su Qingha's thoughts were drifting, the parlor door opened. Su Qingha came back to his senses and looked up at the receptionist who walked in. "Mr. Su," the receptionist's voice sounded sincere. Su Qingha hurriedly organized his thoughts and cleared his throat, responding to the other party. The music director then walked in with a girl in a full wrap. The three of them talked back and forth for a long time in the parlor. Eventually, the other party agreed to buy just the singing rights. Su Qingha let out a long sigh of relief, and after leaving the parlor, he hurriedly informed Lin Che of the good news. Lin Che was first a bit puzzled when he received the call. After all, the producers, but also showed a strong interest in the rights before. But when Su Qing has sent over the actress's information, Lin Che took a closer look and listened to the demo sung by the other party, and realized that the actress's tonal condition was indeed very good, fitting the style of the song. Lin Che also gladly accepted this result. After all, if you authorize someone else to sing, the copyright is still firmly in your own hands, and you still get the lion's share of the proceeds, so it seems like a good thing to have the best of both worlds. Why not? After ending the call, Lin Che carried his breakfast and returned to the hotel. After placing breakfast on the table, Lin Che looked at the door of Su Qingqing's room with a happy face, and in his heart, he was still calculating what kind of surprised expression she would have when she woke up and saw this breakfast in a while. Lin Che was filled with this little sweetness. Love brain really has the IQ. Lin Che hadn't even realized that danger was closing in on him. The tightly wrapped actress is a vegetarian with the same name who looks somewhat similar to her. Chapter 135, Bad Movie with Bad Song? In the hotel, Lin Che and Su Qingqing sat at the dining table, enjoying a warm and cozy breakfast time. The two were laughing and talking about Big City, Little Love from the last show and their song choices for the next show. Before long, breakfast was over. Lin Che looked at the time, got up to straighten his clothes, and said to Su Qingqing, "Recording studio? Go, go." The two walked out of the hotel side by side, and at Dragon Media, inside the depressing Yang Zhaoyuan's office, the sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but it didn't dispel the icy atmosphere in the slightest. Yang Zhaoyuan sat in a leather office chair, originally combed meticulously hair, at the moment because of extreme irritation and appears a little messy. Forehead is even more veins hidden bulging. When it was learned that just only the singing rights were bought, Yang Zhaoyuan, in a split second, only felt that his head was about to explode, and his entire body was confused. Yang Zhaoyuan's mouth opened, wanting to say something, but he couldn't make a sound for a long time. At that exact moment, the assistant pushed the door with the movie team. The producers are still trying to struggle. After all, no one wants their work to be tarnished by a magically altered song. But in return, it was Yang Zhaoyuan's angry roar. How? Only bought the singing rights. The plan's all gone to hell. How the hell do you guys do your jobs? Yang Zhaoyuan roared. The staff in charge of negotiating the copyrights complained incessantly. At the same time, there was an overwhelming headache about the tricky situation. Being in the circle, the old man who has been around for many years, Yang Zhaoyuan understands that not being able to get the copyright means that there is no way to create a second creation of the song. It's just driving him up the wall. He frowned deeply and his fingers kept tapping on the desktop, trying to calm himself down and think of countermeasures, but his mind was a mess. The moment, pressure from the upper echelons of the company, eager to see results, they all converged on Yang Zhaoyuan. It was a pressure that overwhelmed him. Could it be? Yang Zhaofarboil, lips slightly trembling, muttered. There was a hint of desperation in his voice. Is there really no way out? Yang Zhaoyuan clenched his hands unconsciously, inwardly forcing himself. Meanwhile the mind kept calculating. If we give up, and I've come to the end of my road, the brass is definitely not happy. But if we risk getting a copyright, there's no time to lose. As we look at the 6th installment, there are only 4 days left. Every minute and every second that passed was like a countdown bell ringing in Yang Zhaoyuan's ears. The knocking distracted him. Yang Zhaoyuan scratched his hair in annoyance. Don't really want to rack my brain for some foolproof plan. With a heartbeat, he slammed the table. Draw me a lesson. Yang Zhaoyuan finally, almost squeezed these words out from between his teeth. He said viciously to his trembling assistant. The eyes were full of broken determination. Thinking to myself, what the hell? Let's do this for now. Maybe we'll get lucky and muddle through? If we do get caught, big deal. We'll figure out the PR then. It's better than sitting around now. Borrowing alone is actually sampling. It's almost like Lee and Cho. People in the business know that. As long as the melodies aren't mostly similar, none of them will theoretically get into copyright disputes. At first, Yang Zhaoyuan had thought of magically altering the song, thinking about keeping the arrangement and then adding the kind of vocals that are so abrupt that you cringe when you hear them, attempting to ruin the song in such a way. In this way you can achieve ulterior motives. But who would have thought that underestimated Lin Che's defenses? In any case, it's death either way. Yang Zhaoyuan simply did not do anything. He had a sinister look on that face, secretly fuming in his heart. Even if he died, he would still pull it back. Anyway, you can't just admit it so easily. Even if he had to take risks, Yang Zhaoyuan couldn't care less. Yang Zhaoyuan thought viciously in his heart. Humph, the company. Lin Che won't let me have a good time. Then we'll see. Big deal. Fish death. The movie team saw this and couldn't be bothered to fight for anything, although the heart is not willing to do it. But in the end, it cannot do the capital. At Yang Zhaoyuan's command, the ghost-called version of Rush Hour recording ended in the evening. The song would play over the closing credits as the movie was released the next day. Vibe surged with a couple of hot takes. Hashtag bad movies with bad songs? Hashtag explode. Hashtag Lincolnshire jungle? Hashtag explode. Hashtag rush? Hashtag explode. It's all over the place and it's all hit and miss hot takes. Those hot search phrases. One more eye-catching than the other. Yet one more puzzling than the other. But without exception, their spearheads all pointed at Lin Che in unison. Lin Che was currently half lying on the bed. Having just finished getting the new songs for the next show yesterday, Lin Che planned to lie flat for the day. But look at all these nonsensical hot takes on your phone screen. Lin Che's brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with doubt. Out of curiosity, Lin Che reached out and clicked on the much talked about Rush Hour. With the click of a finger, the song synopsis information came to mind at once. Just see what it plainly says. Song title, Rush Hour. Lyrics, Mystic. Lin Che. Composer, Mystic. Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che couldn't help but inwardly curse. What is all this mess? Gritting his teeth, Lin Che still endured the pain in his heart and patiently listened to the entire song. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's brows furrowed even tighter, and his inner evaluation of the song was reduced to 2 words, unpleasant. It's really hard to hear. It's as if a variety of mismatched elements have been forced together, and the singer sounded like he was holding a stone, and his voice was harsh. Aside from the title of the song, that one small section of barely audible similarity in the melody, and 1 or 2 plausible lyrics that have a hint of relevance to myself, remain STH. It should be all about the mystery man. However, Lin Che was also someone who had experienced quite a few big storms. He settled his mind a little, instantly figuring out the whole thing, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Lin Che secretly thought to himself, I'm worried about what song to release in January. Well, here's your chance. You guys wanna play? Then I'll play along. But there was one thing Lin Che couldn't figure out. Dragon Media was a bit undisciplined this time. But when you think about Li Qingkai's background, it all seems to make sense again. However, after this time, you guys might have to be eliminated together with Li Qingkai. Lin Che flipped through the beats on his phone, just asking for the tempo to be louder. That's how a full-blooded version of Rush Hour can stand out this January. But then Lin Che thought, is Rush Hour without a female singer still called full-blooded? But feel the tenderness on your shoulders. Lin Che turned his head slightly and looked at Su Qingqing who was leaning on his shoulder. Lin Che's eyes rolled. Chapter 136, Me. Can I do it? On the sofa, Lin Che stretched out his finger and gently poked Su Qingqing's white and tender face, his tone carrying a few hints of tentativeness as he carefully spoke. Qingqing? Su Qingqing was poked by this sudden poke and slowly raised her head, her clear eyes meeting Lin Che's gaze straight on, a touch of doubt in her eyes. Su Qingqing frowned slightly, thinking to herself, why are you suddenly so secretive? Immediately afterward, Su Qingqing's mouth responded, what's wrong? Lin Che didn't reply immediately, but silently handed his cell phone to Su Qingqing. Eyes gestured to read what was displayed in the cell phone first, so as to get an idea of what was going on at the moment. Su Qingqing took the phone with a curious face, sliding her finger on the screen and browsing it carefully. Seeing the Lin Che Jianglang talent incident that has been making the rounds on Vborg, Lin Che quietly watched from the side. As an assistant, Su Qingqing had naturally heard the song Rush Hour, waiting for Su Qingqing to look almost done. Only then did Lin Che clear his throat and slowly opened his mouth to explain. They did this. Lin Che paused slightly to organize his words. It's really all about the new Li Qingkai song. Saying that, as if he suddenly remembered something, Lin Che quickly operated his finger on his cell phone screen and tapped on the new song list. After Lin Che took a closer look, he realized that those ace producers and gold medal producers, their recently newly released songs were actually not on the love song track. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of understanding, and in his heart, he was even more certain of his inner guesses. I'm figuring that the odds are that Qingkai Li's new song in January is going to be on the love song track. Other influential producers have avoided this track. It's like making an exclusive stage for Li Qingkai. It's obviously laid out in advance. Su Qingqing listened to Lin Che's words and quickly sensed that things were indeed a bit uncomplicated. In the entertainment industry, things like pulling a stomp are all too common. Sometimes on the surface calm, but secretly all kinds of pull step, through some subtle means to guide the winds of public opinion. That is a common operation. And it all started with no other reason than to build momentum for their own artists, so that they can advance through the various competitions and reap more attention and resources. After Su Qingqing took these things and pondered them over and over in her mind, she looked at Lin Che with a slight question and asked softly, send a song? Right. Lin Che nodded without hesitation and replied, then just send it. They're all like this. Su Qingqing's tone was tinged with a slight complaint, beaming her small mouth. Upon hearing this, Lin Che, however, slowly shook his head. After a long time, as if he had made a big decision, he intended to tell what was really in his heart and mind. Lin Che took a deep breath, his gaze tightly fixed on Su Qingqing, and said seriously, Qingqing, I want you to sing this song for me. Lin Che's words instantly stirred up 1,000 waves in Su Qingqing's heart. Su Qingqing's heart thumped, full of surprise. Ah, let me sing? Can I? Even though I usually sing, what if I mess up such an important song? Su Qingqing's tone was filled with disbelief. After saying that, he froze for a moment, not knowing what to do at all. Lin Che fixed his mind and slowly spoke. This song, the recorded version, is not for me. Lin Che wasn't lying when he said this. The recorded version of Rush Hour is really more appropriate for a girl to sing. Although Su Qingqing doesn't have a high range, she still has excellent control over her voice. Lin Che also looked at this point before trying to ask. Su Qingqing looked at Lin Che, whose eyes were full of anticipation, and after dwelling on it for a while, she slightly nodded her head and said, I can do it all. But you'll have to teach me by hand. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Dragon Media, the atmosphere appeared quite complicated. The crowd sat around the long conference table, eyes staring in unison at the constantly scrolling online opinion on the electronic screen. Faces were all happy and smiling. Jiang Qi was still dressed in a well-tailored professional suit and sat elegantly. A satisfied smile hung at the corners of her slightly upturned mouth, her eyes full of appreciation for the cyber situation before her. She turned her body sideways and looked at Yang Zhaoyuan beside her, saying gently, Zhao Yuan, you did a good job this time. Hearing this, the corner of Yang Zhaoyuan's mouth barely pulled out a smile as a response to Jiang Qi's compliment, but the smile was a little unnatural. Yang Zhaoyuan's brow was slightly furrowed. Fine beads of sweat faintly seeped out from his forehead, and his eyes were filled with undisguised panic. His hand under the table involuntarily clenched the corner of his coat. After all, it was all his work that he had done without authorization. He knew very well in his heart that once this matter was exposed, the consequences would definitely not be something he could easily bear. The sword of imprisonment hangs over his head. He could go in for a trip at any time. It would have decimated everything he had fought so hard to achieve. But Yang Zhaoyuan was really helpless again. The pressure exerted by the upper echelons overwhelmed him. If we don't deal with Lin Che the way the higher-ups want, then he was afraid that he would not be able to survive in this Dragon Media in the future. Not everyone who falls from great heights, all have that determination and courage to make a comeback. Step by step, Yang Zhaoyuan has crossed many ranks and has gone through a lot of hard work to get to this high-level position. The thought that it is possible to go back to the past overnight and live that life of poverty and being looked down upon, Yang Zhaoyuan's heart was then filled with fear. That's why he's desperate to make this choice. Of course, he had also left a backhand. If something really went wrong, he naturally wouldn't carry the burden alone. Inevitably, the entire Dragon Media will be pulled down, and we'll all be flopping around in this muddy water together. Yang Zhaoyuan swallowed hard. He raised his eyes to Jiang Qi in the main seat with a hint of supplication in his eyes. Jiang Qi didn't care too much about Yang Zhaoyuan's abnormality. She gently knocked on the desktop, making a rhythmic di-diz sound. Jiang Qi then gave the final order in an unquestionable tone. Keep the tempo under control. Kai will release the song tomorrow. Strike the iron while it's hot. Push the heat of this public opinion even higher, so that Lin Che can't turn over completely. Chang Qi's comments are based on the confidence that the rights are in hand. The rest of the top brass naturally had no objections. With the copyright in hand, can't we screw Lin Che all we want? As soon as Jiang Qi finished his words, everyone got up and the meeting was dissolved. And as this high-level deliberately guided public opinion storm gradually approaching the end, the network has been a chaotic and noisy scene. That song, Rush Hour, has been forcibly tied to Lin Che by Dragon Media. Dragon Media was even more unabashed, directly stepping in to openly slander Lin Che. Vibe on. Hashtag Lincoln shows a dead man's man. Hashtag explosive. Hashtag bad movie with bad music. Hashtag blow. Is hashtag winning. Hashtag first shady. Hashtag explosive. Chapter 137. On the other hand, Lin Che stayed on the couch in the recording studio, quietly watching all this farce on the internet. However, Lin Che just took in all of the situation, but did not show too much emotion. He frowned slightly, one hand resting on his chin as he looked at Su Qingqing, who was recording dry sounds, and fell into deep thought. Although he knew that all of this was Dragon Tang's doing, but Lin Che really couldn't figure it out. How can a company like Dragon Media, backed by capital, be so undisciplined in the matter of copyright? Lin Che muttered. Could it be that there isn't enough time? But that doesn't make sense. With a company this big, copyright issues should be sensitive, right? Lin Che shook his head. How could he think of a scene where Yang Zhaoyuan was planning to fish out of water? Can't figure it out though. In this situation now, the advantage is Lin Che. Lin Che couldn't help but let out a cold laugh as he looked at the publicity for Li Qingkai's song release tomorrow. Lin Che sighed helplessly and secretly pondered, pouring the entire company's resources just to get a smile from that one person in the capital seat. That's an odd way to do it. After saying that, Lin Che turned his gaze to the computer screen. The tracks were merged and a full-blooded version of Rush Hour was recorded. Lin Che looked at Su Qingqing, who walked out with a little more determination in his eyes and revealed a smile of relief. Su Qingqing slowly moved to Lin Che's front and spoke with a trembling voice. Still, do you still need to record a few more times? No, it's fine. Lin Che skillfully touched his head. Then spoke. Do you want to use your real name or? Lin Che wasn't asking this in an empty voice. When she recorded the song Frenemy earlier, Su Qingqing had no intention of releasing it under her real name. Let's use Su Zishi, responded Su Qingqing in a small voice. Good. Then let's eat first? Lin Che naturally took Su Qingqing's small hand. This action caused Su Qingqing, whose original demeanor was a bit tense, to relax. The two stomped out of the recording studio to live as a duo. For the raging waves of opinion on the internet, Lin Che, however, appeared exceptionally calm, and there was even a smirk, if any, hanging at the corner of his mouth. After having a two-person world with Su Qingqing, Lin Che was half lying on the bed, mulling it over and over. Now this heat, for yourself, is naturally the higher the better. After all, the copyright is firmly in your hands. Let the outside world how noisy and noisy, they are invincible. Just waiting to reap the benefits of fishing can be. Lin Che thought about it and directly sent a video using Douyin. Lin Che in the video, wearing simple pajamas, had a calm face. The video's accompanying text is striking and highly provocative. People can't do it. Blame the song? These few short words instantly ignited the entire online world. Those fans who seemed to be loyal to Lin Che under the banner of feeling sorry for him earlier. At this moment, it was as if someone had pressed a switch, and all of them quickly turned black. They took to various social media platforms to relentlessly air their grievances against Lin Che. As a 10-year-old fan of Lin Che, this time Lin Che's Rush Hour is really hard to listen to. Although the singer is a newcomer, Lin Che's lyric writing is too bad, right? It doesn't have the same flavor as before at all. It's simply a river of talent. Since Big City, Little Love, I've realized that Lin Che can no longer write sentimental love songs. Those previous classics were just luck. Netizens verbally trolled. The words all sounded like Lin Che's fault. The words were full of disappointment and dislike. This looks like a netizen, as if he is the most authoritative taster of the music scene. Add to that the verbal assaults of follow the leader detractors. For a while, the internet, all over the place, ignored all those beautiful moments that had been struck by Lin Che's songs. In the midst of this layer of skepticism that came like a giant wave, time passes quietly. 0. Li Qingkai's new song Wasted is online on time. The lyrics, music, and arrangement of this song were all handled by Qingkai Li. But whether it's true or not, only he knows. Upon release, the song was thrust into the internet spotlight by Dragon Media. Dragon Media utilizes powerful opinion leadership. The marketing team started to work, using all kinds of resources, buying up watermen and arranging marketing numbers. One by one, they are organized and systematically steering the direction of discourse on the internet. A lot of uninformed netizens. Under this overwhelming publicity and deliberate guidance, the two Li Qingkai and Lin Che were compared in passing. Obviously it's the same show, the first song of the new year. How come the gap is so big? Turned pink, Kai has face and strength, only to be suppressed by the popular Lin Che. It's gold that always shines. Wait for the thick and thin Kai. In the eyes of most passers-by, Li Qingkai's new song seems to be a breath of fresh air in the music scene, with melodious melodies and heartfelt lyrics. Lin Che, on the other hand, was like a flash in the pan, instantly being reduced to nothing. On this cold January day, the bitter cold wind doesn't even seem to be able to blow away the intense malice on the internet. Lin Che is surrounded by all but a handful of fans who have always firmly trusted him and understood his talent, and are still doing their best to explain it to him. They tried to hold up a small piece of clear sky outside of this roiling black wave for Lin Che, but the entire rhythm on the internet had already given Lin Che the illusion of losing everything overnight. The fans who used to cheer him on and swoon over him, nowadays most of them were on the opposite side of Lin Che. Those honors that Lin Che had once won also became shaky in this storm of public opinion manipulated by capital. Lin Che, on the other hand, was in a gentle place, quietly waiting for the heat to be pushed to a climax. After all, with less than 2 days left until the show starts, Dragon Media is sure to bring the pace to a climax. Next day, the warm sun rises. Warm sunshine pours down on all corners of the world, but it never disperses the gloom on the internet. Lin Che slowly opened his eyes from the room. The mindset is not affected in any way by internet opinion. Skillfully put on his clothes, put on his jacket, and bought up breakfast for Su Qingqing. Out the door, Lin Che unconsciously wrapped his clothes, feeling that today's cold wind was particularly harsh. Not long after Lin Che left, Su Qingqing also slowly opened her eyes. Only the face was a little haggard. Yesterday's online opinion had kept Su Qingqing anxious inside. Although Lin Che didn't care about the public opinion on the internet, even Lin Che's new song is somewhat fitting, with this scene of fans leaving. But in the end, it was love that got the better of her, and Su Qingqing didn't have a heart as big as Lin Che's. After stretching her waist, Su Qingqing shuffled to the living room and waited for Lin Che to return. Chapter 138, The Year of Rush. The two ate breakfast leisurely afterward. Looking at each other, they agreed unspokenly to spend the day at the hotel getting bored and enjoying the quiet time that was just for the two of them. The two were lazily nestled on the living room couch with a blanket casually draped over them. The two men set their cell phones aside in unison, turn on the TV and check up on highly rated movies. As the plot progresses, touched by the plot, Su Qingqing's eyes reddened and she couldn't help but lean on Lin Che's shoulder, sobbing softly. Lin Che, on the other hand, gently wrapped his arms around and softly comforted. The two just soak in all the emotions created by the plot. Time also passes unnoticed. The night slowly descends. Inside the house, the light is dizzyingly yellow and soft, creating a cozy and tranquil atmosphere. The two remain snuggled together. Yet this quiet reality seemed at odds with the cacophonous hustle and bustle of the internet. Just yesterday, Lin Che posted a video. Now Lin Che opened the video comment section to take a look. Inside has long been a large body of denigrating voices. Those who claim to be fans are also turning into fans, turning into black. Things are moving vaguely in an uncontrollable direction. Those denigrating remarks were so powerfully contagious that more and more uninformed people followed along. The number of comments keeps climbing and the negativity is getting louder and louder. Lin Che looked at those comments and clustered Su Qingqing a little more out. As for Su Qingqing, when she saw the internet public opinion and remembered the new song she was going to release tonight, the corners of her mouth inexplicably raised in an arc. Li Qingkai, who was also smiling from ear to ear, was in a luxurious large flat in Hangzhou. Li Qingkai had faded back to his earlier panic, and was now collapsing on the sofa with a very arrogant posture, eyes locked on the computer screen. Nowadays, all kinds of news and developments on the internet were like a wonderful and good show, which Li Qingkai was able to take in. These 2 days were too much fun for Li Qingkai. His heartfelt new song, Wasted, has caused quite a stir since its release. Now, the song has come to the 5th position on the new songs chart and is climbing up the rankings. This makes Li Qingkai heart, not to mention how comfortable. This bright achievement was not achieved by chance. On the one hand, it is to capitalize on the heat of Lin Che's song Rush Hour. On the other hand, the company puts a lot of effort into publicity. Add to that the comparisons made by netizens with a mind to guide. In terms of the quality of the new songs, most people on the internet agreed that Li Qingkai's Wasted Time crushed Lin Che's Rush Hour. Netizens have even commented that Li Qingkai's songs are better in terms of lyrical depth. And in comparison, Lin Che's song is a bit bland. Such a trend of public opinion undoubtedly let Li Qingkai's self-confidence burst. The original somewhat depressed mood due to the loss of the previous game was swept away. He even began to calculate in his mind how he was going to grace the stage and accept the cheers and congratulations of the crowd when he won the next installment of the tournament. The night was getting late. Su Zishi's version of Rush Hour is online at midnight on the dot. The crowd's impression of Su Zishi was still stuck on the song Frenemy. Only unlike earlier, most of the netizens, due to the influence of the previous version of Rush Hour, the crowd was not very impressed with Lin Che's redo. But, with a poignant piano accompaniment, with a low cello tone, and the violin brightening the poignant mood, a prelude to sadness, slowly drifting through a cold and windy January. It was only then that the crowd was shocked to realize that things didn't seem to be as simple as they thought. As the poignant intro goes by, Su Qingqing's ethereal voice traveled through the player and into the ears of late-night listeners. The year of rush. How many times did we say that? Delay after goodbye. Unfortunately, who has or hasn't? It's not a love affair. The eloquence of the 7 emotions above. The song opens with a blunt statement of love, creating an atmosphere of helplessness and reluctance in the memories. The lyrics are straightforward. It's a throwback to years gone by. It emphasizes the mentality of being young and facing parting, that torn and not wanting to really separate. Every time you say goodbye, but always with anticipation. Both sides are trying to delay the impending separation. It's like, just don't say goodbye, then we can always be there for each other. That resistance to parting, as well as the lingering love, is portrayed with great subtlety. The lyrics then step out of the conventional representation of love and shift to explore the nature of love. Human feelings, from time to time, are accompanied by joy, anger, sadness, thoughts, sorrow, fear, and surprise. These 7 emotions are the basic human emotions. Above the 7 emotions, describes the inner emotions of a person. expressed on the face. Eloquent, on the other hand, means to talk about, to argue about. The lyrics convey that love is not justified by emotionally charged arguments, or self-serving justifications. It's not the sea shanties that are uttered in the heat of the moment, or the various seemingly justified defenses. Rather, it requires a deeper, more authentic emotional foundation and practical action. The year of rush. We were in a hurry. Unbearable promises. Only waiting for someone else to cash in. An ethereal, clear voice that drifted through the cold night air. Su Qingqing's voice was not intensely cathartic, but the subtle, introspective entanglements touched the listener deep inside. The main part of the song embodies the ignorant love of youth and the regret of missing out. When I was young, the innocent and fiery feelings were separated with the helplessness of growing up. The hasty drop seems a bit arbitrary and irresponsible, but it's a true reflection of what it's like to be young and foolish. A promise easily made at the time. As I grew up, I realized how overwhelming it was, because in reality, there are many factors which can break the beautiful fantasy, making what was once a promise out of reach. Promises once made, now unfulfilled. One can only watch others, in similar situations, go on to fulfill similar promises. The crowd's thoughts drifted to the past with the light accompaniment. No wonder the hickey hasn't built up yet. Embracing hibernation didn't make me immortal again. I don't blame you for not having time to rehearse this part of the story. It is the time for the years to be forgiving and gracious and contrite. A few lines of lyrics, through Su Qingqing's ethereal voice, conveyed the sentiment of a relationship that ended without a trace and left regrets. There's both regret in there that the relationship didn't work out well, and then there's that complex, helpless emotion of looking back after the years have passed. The hickey in the lyrics symbolizes the mark of intimacy and passion between lovers, but not accumulated into a cocoon. This means that the relationship hasn't gone through enough settling, sharpening. It hasn't developed to that level of immense depth and impenetrability. The use of the word cocoon suggests the tough protection that develops when feelings are polished over time. It's a shame that we didn't make it that far in the end. Hugging is an intimate gesture between lovers. Hibernation is a state of temporary emotional stagnation and silence. Feathering is often associated with metamorphosis and sublimation. Becoming immortal refers to the symbol of attaining transcendence, beauty and perfection. The lyrics as a whole express. The two had a history of intimacy and a phase of letting their feelings sink in. But in the end, it didn't make a qualitative leap in the relationship. It didn't make it perfect, long-lasting, and still ended in regret. And repeatedly in rehearsal. Compare a relationship to a performance. Normally, a great show requires repeated rehearsals to polish the details. Only a perfect process can make every performance picture perfect. But in our youth, we don't have the time to rehearse it over and over again. Youth has always been hasty and swift. The reality of the situation is that we don't have the opportunity to fine-tune the. So, the ending didn't work out as well as it could have. But the years will grant us forgiveness and give us to remember, giving us a chance to revisit and regret the relationship. It's really more in the sentiment, though the feelings left regrets. But the good thing is that there is still time to look back, to regret, to realize how imperfect it was. Chapter 139, which one is the real Lin Che? The emotion of the song is clearly expressed. That year, we parted too hastily. The mood is contagious. With ethereal strings as well as crisp guitar, the chorus plays. If I can't see you again with red eyes, can you still be red-faced? Just like that year in a hurry. Together forever. That beautiful rumor. With ethereal voices reaching the ears of late-night listeners. Red eyes means regret, sadness, pain. It is because of the complexity of emotions that tears are shed. The red face symbolizes shyness and heartfelt feelings. Even though it's a thing of the past, maybe there's still some attachment to the past? Maybe there are still feelings for each other? Memories of youth. The promise of being together forever was easily made to each other, yet ultimately unfulfilled. What's the difference between a promise and a rumor when you remember the past and the present? They are illusory, unreal, unrealized. That complex inner emotion of meeting again with a former lover continues to advance along with the song. If the past is still worth remembering, don't be too quick to clear the air. Who wants to be like this? There's nothing to hold on to and nothing to hold on to. We owe each other. On what basis else would the remembrance? The first half of the song rendition ends, but that complex emotion lingered in the crowd with the interlude. That complexity of emotion seems to have an important place and is fondly remembered. We do not want to remove the old animosity too soon. How can a person who once loved deeply be willing to do so without any attachment, even knowing that the feelings have long since faded? Still, inside, I can't accept being unrelated anymore. There are bound to be regrets in a relationship. Instead, this can become a mutual nostalgic attachment. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. Which one is the real Lin Che? I can't tell. I really can't. Quiet. I'm thinking. This rush is not the other rush. This Lin Che is not the other Lin Che. Cursive. I can't tell the difference. The quality of the songs is not on the same level at all. Lin Che shouldn't have been screwed, right? The crowd took to the song's comment section to voice their feelings. Along with the end of the interlude, the crowd quieted down and listened intently to Su Qingqing's rendition. The year of rush. We've seen too little of the world. Just love looking at the same face. So inexplicable. So delightful. It's too annoying to make a scene. The year we fell in love. We should have been in a hurry. Because we don't understand stubborn promises. It's just a preamble to a breakup. The lyrics convey that we in our youth are still young and inexperienced. Though, with only each other's faces in our eyes, in the innocence of our feelings, we are inexplicably attracted to each other. After all, emotions often arise without a clear cause. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, but it's real. However, two people who are attracted to each other sometimes argue and fall out due to some small conflicts and frictions. It would have felt like the other side was annoying at the time. This hate is not disgust, but a kind of anger. Deserved is also not a reproach, but rather regret and emotion, because of youthful ignorance. I don't know how to maintain a relationship. That's why the time for loving each other passes by in a hurry, making what seemed like a firm promise at the time. In fact, its weight and the difficulty of its realization were not understood at the time. These promises are so fragile in the face of reality, eventually reduced to a separate ambush. The emotions in the song are then expressed by Su Qingqing's unique voice. I don't blame it on the cold day when the tears dripped into ice. The spring breeze didn't blow into the frozen photos either. I don't blame everyone for not being able to love all the way through. It's the years kindly dropping crippling suspense. Su Qingqing's ethereal singing voice was like painting a vivid picture of deadpan sadness. The slight tremor of the song conveys the chilly atmosphere of a breakup. And the sadness. The cold weather. The pain inside. The tears condensing into ice in the cold. This dreamlike image was slowly uploaded into the minds of the crowd by Su Qingqing's soulful voice. The crowd can associate the warmth and hope of the spring breeze. How can not melt into the photo that is frozen in the memory of the past? The photo carries the past of the two. Even if it was an imperfect relationship, no one today blames the person they once were. After all, as we age, things have long since changed. This is the kind arrangement of the years. These tattered memories, on the contrary, are unforgettable in people's minds. The image becomes more and more vivid as the pitch increases. The accompanying addition of drums brings the melancholy mood back up. If I can't see you again with red eyes, can you still be red-faced? Just like that year when we hurriedly carved out an eternity together. That beautiful rumor. Su Qingqing's natural and harmonious voice fits this picture of youth. The treble is not scattered. The bass is not sticky. The strong sound is not noisy. And the weak sound is not false. It's just as dreamy as youth. The range and volume maintains tonal stability and beauty in different environments. It fleshes out the mood of the song. If the past is still worth remembering, don't be too quick to clear the air. Who wants to be like this? There's nothing to hold on to and nothing to hold on to. We owe each other. We're going to break up. As the last note of the ending falls, at the end of the song, the whole song expresses a relationship of complex emotions, especially when heading towards separation, the nagging and reluctance, and even the desire to stay in each other's lives in a different way, to keep the emotions alive. This is both contradictory and strange, but then again, everything is traceable. The January chill seems to thicken a few more degrees to the tune of this song, and this reinterpretation of Rush Hour has long since exploded throughout the late night. The internet for this song vaguely has the trend of pushing to the divine song. Lin Che watched from the hotel for a while, shook his head, got up and picked up Su Qingqing, who had long been asleep, and sent her back to her room to rest. Chapter 140. Lin Che carefully picked up Su Qingqing horizontally. Steady steps were taken, but his gaze always fell tenderly on the face of the beautiful woman in his arms. Lin Che's eyes were filled with preciousness. Entering the room, Lin Che gently came to the bedside and slowly crouched down. Lin Che moved gently and was extremely careful in placing Su Qingqing onto the bed. Afterwards, Lin Che picked up the quilt on the side and slowly covered Su Qingqing's body, tucking in the corners of the covers. The whole process is focused and meticulous. After doing this, Lin Che didn't rush to leave, but stood quietly at the head of Su Qingqing's bed. The dim bedside lamp shed a soft light, warmly reflecting on Su Qingqing's side face. The atmosphere of the light seemed to have covered Su Qingqing with a hazy yet charming veil. Su Qingqing closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under the light, her appearance quiet with a different kind of delicate. As Lin Che looked at the picturesque person in front of him, he couldn't help but gulp slightly, the knot in his throat rolling up and down a bit, as if he had some sort of impulse in his heart. Lin Che's gaze was firmly glued to Su Qingqing's white face. The delicate skin seemed to have an invisible magic that attracted Lin Che. Finally, Lin Che couldn't hold back and reached out his slightly trembling hand. and with a hint of nervousness, gently pinched Su Qingqing's cheek. Soft touch. After pinching, Lin Che felt that it wasn't enough. Ghostly, Lin Che slowly lowered his head, and with a bit of apprehension, gently dropped a dragonfly on Su Qingqing's cheek. At that moment, Lin Che only felt that his heartbeat was about to pop out of his throat, and his face was flushed with a slight red glow. After doing so, as if he had suddenly come back to his senses, Lin Che leisurely turned around and left the room with slightly flustered footsteps. On his way out the door, Lin Che couldn't help but turn around and take another look at Su Qingqing on the bed. Not long after Lin Che left, Su Qingqing, who was originally lying quietly on the bed, fluttered her eyelashes slightly for a few moments, then slowly opened her eyes. Her chest rose and fell violently as she gasped for air. Her cheeks flushed fleshly, spreading all the way to the base of her ears. Su Qingqing raised her hand and gently stroked the place where she had been pinched and kissed by Lin Che, and all sorts of emotions were intertwined in her heart. Although the two are together, they almost always take the majority of the initiative themselves. Although Lin Che's song Big City, Small Love gave Su Qingqing a peace of mind, uneasiness still swirled around inside. At this moment, Lin Che's initiative caused Su Qingqing to be both shy and have a hint of unspeakable sweetness. Su Qingqing was half lying on the bed, her mind constantly recalling the dreamlike scene just now. However, in stark contrast, the sad melody of Rush Hour sung by Su Qingqing. It is like a cold wind with a hint of coolness, brushing people's hearts, evoking the memories of youth hidden in the depths of countless people's hearts. As the song Rush Hour has previously been wantonly skewered by people with an axe to grind, the first version that was initially released was just too hard to listen to. The rough sound quality and strange arrangements, like an unpolished, half-finished product, made many who heard it cringe and shake their heads. But now, as soon as the newly polished version with heavy forest clearing is out, the melodious and emotional melody instantly captures the hearts of the crowd. This strong sense of contrast instantly made countless netizens react. Everyone had exploded on the internet, talking and discussing, and many were certain that Lin Che must have been screwed. The internet detective's analysis was that meticulous. The truth behind it is surfacing a little bit. A netizen named Explorer commented, "This matter is obvious to the naked eye to see that there is something fishy. That first version of Rush Hour before was just here to ruin the song. Now when this nice version comes out, the contrast is so obvious. Lin Che must have been secretly sabotaged. Otherwise how could this have happened?" Immediately afterward, many netizens followed suit. "Yeah, look guys, the one who had a conflict with Lin Che. I think it must be Dragon Tendency Media's Li Qingkai. Right. It's just too much of a coincidence for Li Qingkai to release a song at this time, isn't it? This timing is stuck. It's like he's intentionally waiting for Lin Che's side to make a mistake. It has to make people suspicious. It's not just a matter of the timing of the release of the song. There's also the fact that Zhang Jiaming had been targeting Lin Che and favoring Li Qingkai earlier. The cause and effect of this can be understood for a few moments after a little bit of running through it. Maybe they're a gang, trying to suppress Lin Che through various means so that Li Qingkai can rise to prominence in the music industry. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the entertainment industry. That's right. I think that's what happened too. On the big stage of the internet, netizens are like a group of sharp-eyed detectives. You have a word for it and I have a word for it. Many people have been able to analyze all the connections with their own observations and knowledge of showbiz routines. From the abysmal first version of the original Rush Hour, to now the amazing new version of the crossover. Relating this to the timing of the release of Li Qingkai's new song Wasted, as well as Zhang Jiaming's previous actions of clearly targeting Lin Che and supporting Li Qingkai, this thread gradually connected in the minds of netizens, forming a clear and infuriating vein. With the heated discussion, the heat on the internet spread rapidly as if it had been ignited. The song Rush Hour is heating up the late-night cyber world a little bit more than the new song Wasted by Qingkai Li. The song's airplay and topic discussions have continued to climb, with a great deal of later success. The crowd was fighting for Lin Che after thinking clearly about the relationship. Those public opinions that were originally crafted by Dragon Media in an attempt to discredit Lin Che and elevate Li Qingkai. It was like a boomerang at the moment, and in a moment it all came back to hit them hard in their own faces. Netizens have shifted their winds away from the previously misguided praise of Li Qingkai. Instead, they cast questioning glances at Li Qingkai and the Dragon Media behind him. This storm over a song, fueled by the internet, is moving in a more complex and compelling direction. At this moment, Dragon Media, which was in the center of the storm, was naturally severely affected by this wave of rhythms on the internet. There was panic within the company, and an atmosphere of urgency pervaded every corner. Zhang Qi, as one of the important decision makers of the company, had his brows furrowed and his face was so gloomy that it could drip water. She made a snap decision and called an emergency high-level meeting. In the conference room, the crowd looked grave. After Zhang Qi's gaze swept around the people present, he did not find Yang Zhaoyuan's figure. Yang Zhaoyuan disappeared. Chapter 141, This Farce. It's time to wrap up. Inside the conference room, all that remained at the moment was a haunting emptiness. Yang Zhaoyuan's seat was empty, and the scene swallowed the inner peace of the crowd a little bit. Vaguely, an uneasy haze grew in the back of everyone's mind. Although Yang Zhaoyuan's status is not particularly high among the top management, he is not a very high-ranking person. However, the entire high-level circle is like a tightly connected community, which affects the whole body. Everyone, at one time or another, holds one or two pieces of inside information that is enough to keep others in check. Everyone maintains a delicate balance on weekdays, scornful and dependent on each other. And now, Yang Zhaoyuan's absence was like the first domino that broke this balance, making everyone start to panic. Jiang Qi sat in the main seat and rubbed her swollen temples hard to try to ease her headache. Her breathing grew rapid and her breasts rose and fell slightly. After calming down a little, Jiang Qi quickly picked up her cell phone and sent a text message to Yang Zhaoyuan. Don't be impulsive. After sending the text message, Jiang Qi took a deep breath as if she had finally made up her mind and opened her mouth to give the order. Although Jiang Qi's voice was trying its best to remain calm, the hint of forced majesty could still be heard. The competition is about to start. Hurry up and smash resources and do PR. The words landed with an undeniable air that echoed through the quiet conference room. However, with Yang Zhaoyuan's escape, the crowd was awakened to the realization that they should no longer be at the mercy of others without any resistance. Chen Yuan, the middle-aged woman sitting on Jiang Qi's left side, had the corners of her mouth rise slightly, pulling out a seemingly relaxed smile. Chen Yuan's voice carried a bit of flirtation as she leisurely said, Sister Jiang, for a flow boy, it's not necessary, is it? Light words, just like a feather, seems to have little weight, but in the conference room floats. Long time does not disperse. Let everyone heart thump a moment. In fact, we all know in our hearts that Li Qingkai is the closest relative of someone at the top. In the past, with this relationship, the company took care of him and tilted all kinds of resources. But this is not the case today. By the events that unfolded around Li Qingkai, poking a bigger and bigger basket, the storm of public opinion outside the boundary was a high one. The negative news about Li Qingkai on the internet is simply not something that can be easily suppressed by usual PR tactics. For the sake of Li Qingkai, the company has invested a lot of human, material and financial resources to do crisis management, but the effect is minimal. We all know in our hearts that if we continue to maintain this capriciously, the entire company, up and down thousands of people will be implicated. Granted, to the executives, the deaths of lower-level employees may not be that important, but once the company's reputation drops extremely fast, business is severely affected. Then their own vital interests are all at stake. This is something they cannot accept in any way. After all, rabbits bite when they're anxious. What's more, we're all in the same boat now, and no one wants to follow along in sync. Jiang Qi's brows instantly furrowed when she heard Chen Yuan's words, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes as she twisted her head to look at her usual nemesis, only to see that Chen Yuan's face still had the same smirking expression, but those eyes were filled with an undisguised persecution, and that gaze seemed to be saying, abandon one's son to preserve the whole game. This is the most prudent thing to do at the moment. Don't be confused. Jiang Qi also understood in her heart that Chen Yuan was trying to use this opportunity to force her to give up Li Qingkai, so that she could get out of this fiasco, and maybe even take the opportunity to go further in the hierarchy. Jiang Qi was, for a moment, caught in a tangle of dilemmas. On the one hand, she knows that if she continues to defend Li Qingkai, then the pressure on the company will only increase. The storm of public opinion on the internet is already about to overwhelm the company. Those netizens were all like Sherlock Holmes, analyzing Dragon Media and Li Qingkai's affairs to the nth degree. What with all the copyright issues and suspicions of unfair competition, it's all been raked over the coals. The company's reputation is now going down like an avalanche, and the subordinates are beginning to have resistance on their side. And if this continues, I'm afraid that all will be in disarray internally. But on the other hand, that superior behind Li Qingkai was not one to be messed with. If she really abandoned her car and gave up Li Qingkai, then when the storm passes, that superior will definitely not let her off easily. By then Jiang Qi will not be able to stay in this company. I'm afraid, the status and resources that he has built up over the years can all go down the drain. She, Jiang Qi, felt like she was in a dilemma, and every choice felt like it was covered with thorns. Jiang Qi's hands unconsciously clenched, her lips pursed tightly, her eyes full of hesitation. In the conference room, Jiang Qi's mind kept flashing through various pros and cons. One moment it's a bleak picture of a company in desperate straits. One minute it's the woeful way he's being retaliated against by his superiors. Jiang Qi's eyes suddenly changed as he weighed the pros and cons. The hesitation that had been flickering in his eyes gradually faded, and in its place, there was a firmness. Jiang Qi pursed her lips tightly, thinking that, in this situation nowadays, one way or another, it's death. Afterward, Jiang Qi slowly raised her head and swept her gaze around the crowd in the conference room. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qi said with a steady and powerful voice, "There is no room for discussion on this matter. You must do as I say. I have my own plans, and I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong." The words landed with a resounding thud that vibrated in everyone's heart. After saying this, Jiang Qi looked like he didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Hurriedly stood up and with a wave of his hand, directly announced the dissolution of the conference room. Then he left alone without looking back, leaving the crowd behind him staring at each other, all at a loss for a moment. Chen Yuan sat in his original position, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Inwardly, he cursed, what a stubborn person, never caring what others say or do. Chen Yuan hadn't wanted to take things to the extreme, but looking at Jiang Qi being so stubborn, now was the time when he had to step in and stop this ridiculous to the extreme farce. In her heart, she grunted coldly, the whole company was surrounding a flow boy. What kind of behavior is this? Even if he, Li Qingkai, is the largest shareholder on his back, so what? It's not like he can be allowed to go on like this with no scruples. Li Qingkai is not worried about food and clothing. Do not worry about food problems. But other people in the company still have to rely on the company to operate well to support their families. Chen Yuan was silent for a long time, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a long time, she reached out her hand, gently tapped the table twice, slowly raised her eyes, her complexion light, and opened her mouth. 2 days to move the resources in a hurry. 8 shareholders at the top, and I've already punted 4 of them. It's time to wrap up this farce. Chapter 142, Pilgrimage. In the hotel room, Lin Che lethargically leaned back in his chair, tablet computer in hand, his eyes intently scanning the screen, taking in every move on the network. The online world at the moment is full of information and heat. Lin Che, on the other hand, was keenly aware of every subtle change. As previously surmised, with a series of topics festering, the heat was definitely much higher. Even his new song, Rush Hour, took advantage of the momentum and climbed all the way to the 5th position on the new songs chart. That's a good enough score in normal times. But it was compared to the challenge of 12 consecutive championships set by Lin Shouru. That 5th place is more or less a no-brainer. But Lin Che wasn't too anxious. After all, for heat control, Lin Che had his own rhythm in mind. And the main event still had to be the 6th installment. The 6th installment, no doubt, was not the one that brought the conflict to a climax. With the previous hookup of Dragon Media and the elimination of Li Qingkai, this wind is bound to push Rush Hour even further. Moreover, after Lin Che's speculation, Dragon Media was already gradually moving towards disintegration. Dragon Media. Since the last time Chen Yuan's snobbishness in the conference room, from the time the words transfer of resources were spoken in a categorical manner, the exposure of Dragon Media in the past 2 days was deliberately suppressed and dropped a lot. You know, Dragon Media that is considered a stalwart in the entertainment industry. The company has spent countless efforts to create the popular film and television IP, exclusive music copyrights, all kinds of performance activities resources. These resources are intertwined and mutually supportive, constructing Dragon Media's sturdy position in the entertainment industry. The development trajectory of its artists is even more closely linked to the company. But this woman, Chen Yuan, it was actually a vain attempt to move all of this in just 2 days. Will it all be transferred to an offshore company? And you're still obsessed with the idea of making it watertight? This is a near mission impossible. However, Chen Yuan's ambition and scheming should not be underestimated. In order to achieve this, Chen Yuan had taken great pains. She first secretly brought in some people within the company who did not take a firm stand, report any internal windfalls in the company to Chen Yuan in a timely manner. This allowed the entire transfer program to move forward quietly under a seemingly calm surface. For resources that are worth a lot of money, Chen Yuan arranged for his cronies to work overtime to organize and categorize. The cronies meticulously divided the resources according to their value and the difficulty of transferring them. At the same time, she also prepared a set of seemingly reasonable and compliant overseas expansion program as a front. Externally, it is claimed that it is to develop the international market so that the company can have a broader space for development, as a way to cover their tracks and blind the uninformed employees and the outside world. When it comes to artists, Chen Yuan is even taking things personally. Speak to the artists and their agents one by one and offer them all kinds of favorable conditions. She tells artists that better opportunities overseas can make them international superstars overnight. The promise of a more lucrative payday. It also depicts a more international matchmaking of resources, claiming that it will allow them to work with internationally renowned directors and producers and broaden their acting path. Some of the artists were not experienced in the world and were so moved by the words that they were ready to follow Chen Yuan's plan with great joy. Some artists are skeptical because it sounds too good to be true, but they are forced to agree to it under the temptation of various benefits and pressure from their companies. Brokerage team, the same part of the people cannot resist the temptation, began to assist Chen Yuan to prepare for the relevant transfer procedures, busy changing the subject of the contract, adjusting the work arrangements. Everything is tight and quiet. 2 days passed in a flash. Lin Che had been too wrapped up in various matters to get away for the past 2 days. First, there were many complicated things on the program that required Lin Che's personal attention. Immediately following, the rush hour burst into flames. Notice arrangements densely packed schedule. This side of the program had just ended, and before he could take a break, Lin Che had to hoof it to the next venue. During this time there was also the media's long shot. Even though he was already so busy during the day, every time it was late at night, Lin Che did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. He would always keep a quiet eye on the movements of Dragon Media. At first glance, Dragon Media doesn't seem too different from the old days, but Lin Che still captured some slight changes. After all, the advantage of online public opinion at the moment was firmly on Lin Che's side, and Qin Kai Li's side is still bent on retaining his spot in the top 4. After some careful observation, Lin Che discovered an extremely abnormal phenomenon. The vast majority of artists in Dragon Media are actually gradually showing signs of retiring. This really made Lin Che puzzled. How could you not understand the reason behind this at first? It wasn't until Su Qinghe's reminder that Lin Che woke up as if from a dream, and was shocked to realize that Dragon Media was secretly transferring its resources overseas. This discovery caused Lin Che to break out in a cold sweat. The more Lin Che thought about it, the more frightened he became. If we really let Dragon Media move all the resources away, then Li Qingkai was reduced to a discarded outcast. By then, it would be difficult to thoroughly expose the dirty tricks of Dragon Media that are hidden in the dark corners. The effect of the previously carefully planned heat is also bound to be greatly reduced, and all the efforts will be in vain. Good thing the sky is the limit. Su Qinghe's elder brother has deep and extensive connections abroad. This undoubtedly brought a ray of hope to Lin Che, who was in a difficult situation. However, Lin Che knew very well in his heart that in this real business world, relying on connections alone was far from enough. Oftentimes there is still a need to come up with tangible benefits to drive. To put it bluntly, you have to add money. Just as Lin Che was worried and pondering how to raise this fund, Su Qinghe didn't hesitate to fling out a black card and placed it in front of Lin Che. With this, all those difficult problems that plagued Lin Che, all those worrying concerns, were all shattered by this black card, and Lin Che was instantly free of worries. Lin Che, who was without restraints, moved quickly. First of all, an intelligence team was formed without moving. The members of this squad are hand-picked for their individual abilities and experience. Lin Che arranged for them to closely observe the situation overseas, not letting go of any clues that might be useful. After a period of reconnaissance, and after getting hold of many key and important pieces of information, Lin Che had formulated a detailed and interlocking response plan for the core link of Chen Yuan signing agreements with overseas shell companies. Lin Che knew deep down that the reason why those overseas shell companies were willing to cooperate with Chen Yuan, it is just that they are looking at the huge benefits and thinking that they can get a piece of the pie. There is also a delusional attempt to take advantage of the information gap as well as geographical differences to avoid regulation. In their view, it was a surefire and very low-risk deal. So, Lin Che made up his mind to break the black box of information. He was going to tear away the veil they were trying to hide behind. Of course, Lin Che wasn't doing this in any kind of ecumenical way. It was mainly something in passing. Chapter 143, Subterfuge. After establishing a good goal, Lin Che, on the one hand, had his own people disguise themselves as representatives of other companies interested in cooperating with these overseas companies. These pretenders are flawless in their demeanor and expertise, skillfully engage with each other through business meetings and industry exchanges. During the course of the conversation, sidesteps were made to understand the specific idea of this transfer of resources from Dragon Media, the expected benefits, and the assessment of the risks assumed, among other key information. In the process, by virtue of thorough prior preparation and excellent acting skills, you gradually gain the trust of the other party. Those from overseas companies began to drop their defenses and speak freely with them. The people on Lin Che's side had extracted quite a lot of important information. For example, the approximate timeline for planning to sign the agreement. This allowed Lin Che to prepare in advance and snipe at critical moments. The bottom line of the key terms. Knowing the other party's bottom line requirements in terms of benefit distribution, responsibility, etc. Lin Che can target obstacles, as well as the way to distribute the benefits behind the scenes. This information is like pieces of a puzzle, little by little putting together the complete plan of the other side. This allowed Lin Che to be able to know his enemy and know himself. On the other hand, Lin Che fully utilized the connections of Su Qinghe's elder brother. reach out to teams of lawyers, industry regulators, and members of the media who are influential overseas and who stand up for what is right. To completely mess up Chen Yuan's plan, one person alone is not enough. It is important to use these specialized forces to pressure the other side in multiple dimensions. Lin Che informed the legal team in detail about the bad intentions of Chen Yuan and the others, as well as the possible violations of the law that these overseas shell companies might be involved in, and provided the evidence that had been collected. Upon receiving this information, the team of lawyers acted immediately and began to scrutinize the intentions of these overseas companies to cooperate with Chen Yuan on a legal level. They consult a large number of local laws and regulations as well as international business codes and are ready to intervene if they find provisions that violate the relevant regulations. On the side of the industry regulator, after receiving the clues provided by Lin Che, also strengthened scrutiny of related areas. They began to focus on the business dealings and financial flows of these overseas companies. Their every move is closely monitored through a variety of means, including big data monitoring and field investigations. This makes these overseas companies have to be apprehensive when carrying out some improper operations, fearing that they will be targeted by the regulatory authorities. And once the problem is detected, it is not just as simple as the single business being yellowed. Media personalities, on their side, have likewise not been idle. They started preparing some material for a story on the matter at the right time. Although there is no public announcement for the time being, the rumor is already spreading vaguely. Those overseas companies began to beat their hearts when they heard the news. After all, in the international business environment, reputation is sometimes more important than immediate profit. Once the negative reports come overwhelmingly, then their hard-earned image can be ruined. And how can they get a foothold in the industry in the future? When Chen Yuan was full of confidence that everything was moving forward smoothly and step by step, he was ready to formally sign the agreement with the overseas shell company, only to find that the situation had become completely unexpected. It was originally thought that those overseas companies would cooperate obediently and sign the agreement smoothly, as they did before, but I didn't realize that now the other side looks like it's turning into a stern judge. Did the other side start scrutinizing every clause over and over and over again? Some of the contents that had been negotiated before were now also requested to be renegotiated, and the attitude became extremely cautious, even proposing some modifications that were extremely unfavorable to Chen Yuan. However, Lin Che's layout could not stop here. Lin Che knew that in order to completely mess up Dragon Media, he had to expose the unseemly black information behind their back. It is not enough to stop the transfer of resources, they also have to be fundamentally disenfranchised. Lin Che began to secretly collect evidence of Dragon Media's past bullying of newcomers. After all, now that we have money, it's not hard to collect this kind of material. Lin Che looked at the collected materials. Only some of the new actors and singers who had been aggravated at Dragon Media. These young people are new to the entertainment industry and harbor dreams. I thought I could get a good opportunity to develop in Dragon Media, but I didn't expect to encounter all kinds of unfair treatment. Some of them are forced to go to drink and socialize, and if they don't comply, they will be hidden and lose the chance to perform which they have been struggling for so hard. Some of them are assigned to overloaded work and are under tremendous physical and mental pressure without due care and remuneration. There are also newcomers whose works are plagiarized by company executives and signed with other people's names to gain benefits, while they themselves can only suffer in silence and dare not speak out. Lin Che asked them to record these experiences in detail to form a strong piece of evidence. At the same time, Lin Che also found out that Dragon Media had the bad behavior of threatening artists. When some artists wanted to terminate their contracts or expressed their dissatisfaction with the company's unreasonable arrangements, the executives of Dragon Media would come up with all sorts of means to threaten them. For example, exposing their privacy, fabricating some false negative news to smear their image, making it difficult for them to get a foothold in the entertainment industry. In the room, Lin Che looked at the computer screen. A subterfuge in the entertainment industry. Secretly sighed. It's really hard for a newcomer without a background to move an inch. Although Lin Che holds a world of songs. But in the beginning, Lin Che wanted to turn his back on the Star Ocean for this very reason. When Lin Che stepped into this circle, he was deeply aware that for a newcomer with no background, every step forward was like a difficult trek through a thorny bush, and it was hard to move an inch. Whenever I think of it, those who are full of expectations and feel that they can make a name for themselves with their talents. Lin Che then secretly shook his head. Reality is like a heavy punch, mercilessly slamming into their dreams. Lin Che is well aware of all this. That's why from the very beginning, Lin Che has tried his best to prove his malleability. He understands that mastering a world of songs is the bottom line that can't be beat. But without a strong backer and a platform for him to display his talents, these treasures can only be buried after all. This was also the reason why Lin Che initially wanted to turn his back on the Star Ocean. And all the way, Lin Che was fighting for a place for himself in a different way. It's also a declaration of war on the rules. Chapter 144. Inside the room, light spilled over Lin Che's desk. Lin Che finished collecting and organizing the information at hand one by one and did the final pre-war deployment. Afterwards, exhaustion crept in, and Lin Che laid down on the bed with peace of mind, quickly falling into sleep. That serene sleeping face, unaffected by the chaos of the outside world. However, the online world at the moment, it's like a pot of boiling water. The heat on the topic of Lin Che is high. Since the moment Rush Hour was released, lush melodies and heartfelt lyrics, just like an invisible hand, madly plucking the heartstrings of countless listeners, so that they are immersed in it, difficult to extricate themselves, and even tearful, just because, it's as if the song was tailor-made for the theme of youth, and it fits almost perfectly. Every note, every lyric can take people, traveling back to that youthful and beautiful time. Those hidden in the depths of the heart of the memories were awakened one by one. There are ignorant love, innocent friendship, as well as the youthful dreams and frivolity. And because of this, the internet seemed to explode with all kinds of speculations and discussions. Many people began to boldly speculate whether Lin Che was deliberately hiding his true strength on the program. This song is eerily relevant to youth. So why would Lin Che sing another song on the show? Hiding your strength. And have you guys noticed that every single song of Lin Che's is like a point of card heat? There were also netizens who listed those songs that Lin Che had composed before. Diva is about Yi Ling. Gentleman and Guest are about Liang Jin and Zhang Jiaming. Noble mocks the entertainment industry. What about Big City? Small Love? It's probably for some girl. I smell gossip. Some people are starting to use their imaginations and attempt to dig out more of the untold stories behind these songs. There's no point in talking more. So why don't you guess Lin Che's next song? This sentence, like lighting a fuse, instantly made many self-proclaimed detectives netizens open to crazy mode of speculation. According to The Heat, Lin Che should write a song for those followers. This noble was written I guess it's supposed to be for those fans who left in a moment. You're right. But then again, this doesn't seem like much to look at, does it? That's what you don't understand. Those songs before, when you don't know them, you don't think it's anything, but when you combine them, you know it all. The online world is a complex vat by nature. There are voices of appreciation and praise, and naturally, there are no shortage of words of skepticism and ridicule. Those negative voices shot at Lin Che from time to time. However, anyone with eyes can see that this is mostly just the team behind Li Qingkai making a last stand. Seeing Lin Che's popularity soar like a rocket while Li Qingkai's situation became more and more embarrassing, they tried to turn the situation around by creating some unfavorable public opinion on the internet. As a result, the internet presented a polarized situation, with Lin Che's supporters on one side, who were impressed by Lin Che's talent, firmly believing that each of his songs was a work of the heart, and scoffing at those unwarranted doubts. On the other side were some people who were encouraged by Li Qingkai's team, who looked for bones in their eggs and seized on some minutiae in an attempt to discredit Lin Che. But often, they cannot produce any substantial evidence, and they can only rely on some far-fetched claims to win eyeballs. Many insiders, with their years of experience in the entertainment industry, can still easily see the way. They knew deep down that Lin Che's rise was by no means accidental, and that those malicious slanders were ultimately nothing more than a mantis that could hardly stop Lin Che's advance. Time is running out, and every other day, the recording of the highly anticipated sixth installment of the show is about to begin. Lin Che didn't ask for Su Qingqing's help in arranging for a makeup artist this time as usual, but instead chose to revert back to the pristine appearance he originally had when he first appeared on stage. This look was as if he was announcing to the crowd that he was still the same Lin Che whose heart had not changed and who purely loved music. Lin Che walked slowly into the guest room with a calm and steady pace. As soon as he entered that familiar space, Lin Che subconsciously scanned around. Only the remaining few guests, with the exception of Li Qingkai, looked fairly normal. And Li Qingkai, in recent days it's been like an ant on a hot pan. Fidgeting, he vaguely sensed that he might actually be reduced to an outcast. At the beginning, Li Qingkai also stepped into this program with ambition, thinking that with the operation of the team behind him, he would become famous in one fell swoop. But he didn't expect a Lin Che to come out halfway, completely disrupting his plans. All those resources that had originally surrounded him seemed to be fading away, and even Zhang Qi, who had always been in close contact with him, had become ambiguous towards him in the last 2 days. Li Qingkai's heart was screaming. Thinking about it, he couldn't hold it in any longer and ghostly opened the chat box he hadn't talked to in a long time. That was the man he had always seen as his backer. Li Qingkai recalled the chats of the past few days. Hubby, what should I do now? Hubby, say something. But that screen end. Responding to Li Qingkai only cold waiting, without the slightest response. Silent waiting, so that Li Qingkai's heart is even more sunk to the bottom. He stared blankly at the cell phone screen. His eyes are full of despair and bewilderment. do not know where he should go next. As for Lin Che, he was not unaware of those storms on the internet, but Lin Che looked at the black materials that will be revealed, and the voices of a group of stars that have long been prepared. Lin Che inwardly had a hint of anticipation for the future. Lin Che shook his head, didn't think deeply about it, and with a calm and composed step, he walked towards the fixed position dedicated to himself, settled into his seat, and quietly waited for the program to begin. Lin Che's calm and self-contained demeanor fell in the eyes of the others, causing them to instantly feel pressure like a mountain coming towards them. It should be known that Lin Che was only a newcomer who had not long entered this circle, and by common sense, facing such an occasion, he should have more or less shown his nervousness. However, Lin Che was the opposite, exuding an aura that was hard to describe. That kind of nebulous pressure will always inadvertently and inexplicably surface in the hearts of all people, tightly wound, making people a little breathless. The gazes of the people at the scene seemed to be pulled by invisible threads as if they were constantly hovering back and forth between Lin Che and Li Qingkai. There was scrutiny in the eyes of the crowd, comparisons, and even darker speculations about the direction of the situation. Looking at the demeanor of the two men, Lin Che was sitting upright. His spine was straight, his eyes were clear and firm, revealing a confidence that could not be underestimated, and Li Qingkai, eyebrows slightly knitted, eyes penetrating a few points of anxiety. The past days of the spirited as if covered with a layer of haze. The whole did not have once that kind of luster. With such a stark contrast, who will be the winner in this invisible contest? It seems obvious at the moment. Chapter 145, Born at the Wrong Time. Without giving the crowd much time to think, the stage spotlight brightened up little by little. Gradually, the light became more and more intense until it enveloped the entire stage in a radiant glow. The audience and guests on stage subconsciously squinted their eyes. After the three judges glanced at each other, Liang Jin was the first to open his mouth, only to hear Liang Jin abandon his previous questioning, with only admiration in his tone. If goodbye can't be red-faced, can it still be red-eyed? That's a really great line to write. Words are undoubtedly not a compliment to Rush Hour, and this song also allowed Liang Jin to understand Lin Che's strength. When he thought about how the three of them were all squeezing their heads to become Lin Che's background, Liang Jin was glad that he was lucky to have stopped early. Based on the song Rush Hour alone, Lin Che is strong enough to be comparable to Ace. After hearing Liang Jin's admiration, Zhao Qingya just snorted coldly without much explanation. As an ace who had been running the entertainment industry for many years, he could naturally see Lin Che's overflowing talent, though at first, she was also shocked by Rush Hour. But when he thought about it, Lin Che's previous national style field was top-notch in terms of lyrics and arrangements, so it was a quick release. On the contrary, Zhou Chuanxiong chimed in with Liang Jin, making the atmosphere less awkward. The three gazes turned to the stage. Chen Sheng, dressed in a well-tailored suit, walked onto the stage with a steady pace, with that trademark gentle smile on his face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining just the right curvature, making the scene's originally somewhat restless atmosphere instantly quiet for a few moments. Chen Sheng cleared his throat, his voice steady and magnetic, and skillfully introduced the rules of the program. Dear viewers, and our guests on the set, welcome to this episode. Today's rules, the same as before. Let's this time. Chen Sheng spoke while making corresponding hand gestures to match his words. After reading the advertiser's pronouncements, the program opened immediately afterward. The atmosphere is tense and full of anticipation. And it's a snap. The big screen in the guest room also began to flicker to life as a string of names raced through the background before being randomly matched in order of appearance. Lin Che quietly sat in his original position. His posture was lazy but with a different kind of elegance. His legs were casually folded, his hands naturally resting on the armrests, and the look on his face was as light as water. The deep eyes looked like they were hiding a deep, bottomless pool, making people unable to grasp Lin Che's mind at the moment. Lin Che raised his eyes slightly, looking at the ever-changing images on the big screen, seemingly completely unconcerned about the order of appearances that was about to be revealed. A calmness that made the people around him secretly look at him. Li Qingkai, on the other hand, was a completely different story. Upon seeing that he was assigned to the finale, Li Qingkai's face instantly turned pale. His originally still rosy lips trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously drooped downward, forming an unsightly arc. His brows were furrowed together, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Qingkai wanted to die inside. How could it be me in the finale? Too bad luck. No. Li Qingkai kept wailing in his heart, and his facial expression couldn't be more bitter. Li Qingkai unconsciously looked at Lin Che, who had a bland face, and seeing the other party's clouded look, the stifled feeling inside became even more unbearable. His eyes were a mixture of jealousy, resignation and a hint of hidden resentment. Teeth clenched, cheeks puffed out, hands unconsciously clenched into fists. When I think about the fact that I haven't heard back from the dad I've been thinking about. I think about the fact that I haven't heard back from the dad I've been thinking about. A deep sense of crisis rose within Li Qingkai. It felt like walking on the edge of a cliff that could fall into a 10,000-foot abyss at any moment, causing him to panic. On the big screen, the order of appearance of the five emerged one by one. Jiang Yan looked at his first appearance. As the kicker, Jiang Yan slowly got up and stood aside. Although he maintained his composure on the surface, the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth that trembled slightly betrayed his inner nervousness. His hands subconsciously rubbed the corners of his coat repeatedly, his lips pursed tightly, and there was a hint of gravity in his eyes. After all, as a top-tier singer, it's normal to participate in variety shows though, but Jiang Yan also understands at the bottom of his heart that variety art is very often about being a greenleaf for others. One slip up and you could end up in a bad situation. Each person participating in this variety show has a different mind, and each stands behind the curtain of this stage with a different mind, waiting for their own moment. Thinking about this, Jiang Yan analyzed the purpose of each person, just like Yi Ling. At first, there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes, thinking that she would return to the public eye with the title of King of Love Songs. She longed to stand in that radiant spotlight again and reap the applause and love of the audience. That's why this opportunity was extraordinarily important to Yi Ling. And Li Qingkai? On the other hand, they are bent on getting their curiosity up with the heat of this variety show, thinking that if you have a bright performance in the program, then you can attract more fans and receive more quality resources, and then the status in the entertainment industry will go up. And he, Jiang Yan himself? He is a returnee from studying overseas and has honed his singing skills, as well as his arranging skills. That song style is slightly westernized, giving it a refreshing feel, commonly known as hauteur. Jiang Yan returned with a unique confidence, originally that came from a certainty of his own strength. He thought he would show the essence of what he had learned overseas, so that listeners at home could also enjoy a different kind of music. It was all screwed up by Lin Che. China's music market is now long gone from what it once was. Previously, Lin Che's national wind fever was like a hurricane sweeping across the land, reshuffling the aesthetics of the entire music market. The melody full of ancient rhythm and poetic lyrics let Chinese listeners open the door to a new world at once. So nowadays, listeners aren't very impressed with music that copies that Western arrangement. It always feels like there's something missing that touches the heart and is simply a formal novelty. Jiang Yan also knows this very well, and in his heart, he can't help but feel a little helpless, secretly sighing that he is also considered to be born at the wrong time. Obviously, they have all the skills, but they can't make it in this already altered musical trend. Jiang Yan sighed and stepped towards the back of the stage, waiting for the host's introduction of the singer. And below the stage, the audience was buzzing. The crowd speculated what surprises each guest would bring when they came on, all waiting the official opening of this musical feast. Chapter 146, Pressure? As the show got organized, on stage, after an introduction by Chan Sang, finally, it was Jiang Yan's turn to take the stage. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and slowly stood up. His slender fingers gently picked up the microphone with a touch of determination. He lowered his head slightly and carefully straightened his attire, straightening his tie and subsequently smoothing out the creases in the top of his suit. Only after doing all this did Jiang Yan walk towards the stage step by step with a calm and slightly nervous pace. The crowd under the stage was originally still chattering and discussing enthusiastically, with various words of speculation and anticipation intertwined. But the moment Jiang Yan's figure appeared on the stage, the cacophony gradually subsided. The entire scene instantly became silent, and all eyes focused in unison on Jiang Yan in the center of the stage. Suddenly, the lights are dimmed. A manic music blasted out. Strong rhythms like surging waves, wave after wave of crazy impact on the listener's eardrums, wantonly provoking the listener's emotions. That drum beat is like a rapid heartbeat. The bass sound is low and tense, and the melody of the electric guitar is like a sharp sword that cuts through the air and intertwines to create an impactful atmosphere. Jiang Yan stood center stage and sang a lyrical rap with a twist in this realm of love songs. Jiang Yan's voice is highly recognizable, with a unique huskiness, yet without losing its power. The vocals are full of electro-tinkering, creating a disorienting yet modern vibe. Only some of the lines were slightly dirty, causing some of the audience to cringe slightly. To put it nicely, this is venting inner dissatisfaction, trying to arouse the empathy and indignation of the listener, so that everyone can go deeper into that emotional world he has created, to feel the heat and struggle. But to put it bluntly, it is as if the lyricist has little cultural background, just piling up some seemingly personalized but somewhat vulgar words and phrases. However, it's good to see that Jiang Yan doesn't deviate from the theme, and the humanistic concern embedded in the whole song is considered a unique branch of love songs. This became a plus point for him, making those listeners who had been frowning a bit gradually sink back into the mood of the song. End of song. The audience seemed to still be immersed in Jiang Yan's crazy rhythm, and for a moment they were a bit lost in thought. After a while, the scene instantly exploded. Worthy of being the emperor of Chinese rap. This episode, it's a real treat for me to listen to. I have to say, the last time to give people a glimpse of the eye, or Lin Che it, but Jiang Yan, this style change is also too absolute. This rap and love song's a combination, but also really have a different feeling it. It's been said that rap is the realm of Jiang Shun, and combined with love songs, it seems that only Yiling can battle with it, right? Reviews are just so realistic, and curiosity and popularity have a crucial role to play in the world of fame and fortune that is showbiz. Just like Lin Che, although he had previously created quite a few masterpieces, and those works had gone through the rigors of the market, he had also gained quite a number of loyal listeners. But after all, Lin Che was only a newcomer. In the entertainment industry, a place that valued seniority and fame, the popularity Lin Che possessed compared to those first-tier stars was simply a drop in the bucket, not even 1/10 of what others had. So often, even if the quality of the work is excellent, the attention is often still easily stolen by the big names of the first tier, just as the light of the stars will always seem much dimmer in the presence of the sun. Amidst the crowd's marvelous murmurs, Jiang Yan slowly left the stage. His footsteps were slightly heavy, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle, and his whole body was a bit off. After he walked off the stage, he stood in the corner and silently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his face filled with a look of relief mixed with some helplessness. This was the track he had prepared to use in the finals, but now he was forced to use it earlier by Lin Che's unstoppable momentum, for no other reason. In the big dike of showbiz, who wouldn't want to take advantage of the heat and get a piece of the action? Especially with a highly publicized show like Love Song Bloom. It's the perfect opportunity to turn the tables or raise your profile. But this program has long been ruled by Lin Che's unique music style and inexplicable heat. It would take a lot of work for someone else to make a name for themselves here. Even if you hold the best cards in your hand, then you have to have the opportunity to play them. Jiang Yan knows that this opportunity is more and more rare, so he had no choice but to show his trump card repertoire in advance, with the program in order. Next, it was Yiling's turn to appear. She was dressed in a gorgeous long dress with the hemline dragging on the ground, swaying as she walked, just like a fairy coming out of a painting. Beautiful and touching, she moved gently with lotus steps and slowly walked onto the stage with a confident smile on her face, a smile that seemed to melt the ice and snow, making people fall in love with her. Yiling stood fixed in the center of the stage, slightly closing her eyes as if she was brewing her emotions. A few moments later, music started, a melody adapted from one of Zhao Qingya's masterpieces, Infatuation. At first, the audience had a look of anticipation, their eyes staring unblinkingly at Yiling on the stage. But as the song progresses, people gradually realize that the adaptation doesn't seem to have much new ideas, just some minor adjustments on the basis of the original song, vaguely some signs of eating the old book. A hint of disappointment began to appear in the eyes that were originally filled with anticipation. Some of the audience slightly skimmed their mouths, while others exchanged a helpless look with each other. Some audience members even whispered, "I thought it would be a big change. This is so unoriginal." The atmosphere of the scene also became somewhat subtle, no longer as warm as before, and after Yiling, Chen Mingfeng made his appearance. Chen Mingfeng was dressed in a simple casual outfit, holding a guitar, giving off an intimate feeling of a big boy next door. He sang a song called Cold Fall by Zhou Chuanxiong. The music started slowly and the song floated through the air. Only by this time, the race was nearing its end. The audience has heard so many great installments that the aesthetics are a bit heightened at this point. Many people were no longer as optimistic about Chen Mingfeng's singing as they had been earlier, and their attention became somewhat distracted. Some of the spectators began to fiddle with their cell phones with their heads down, while others chatted idly with those around them, their faces full of carelessness. Only a few of Chen Mingfeng's fans were still trying to show their support for him, but the sparse shouts also seemed a bit feeble. The entire atmosphere of the scene seemed a bit cold, in stark contrast to the fire that Jiang Yan had performed earlier. At the back of the stage, Lin Che Zhang's trio's singing repertoire was in full view, and a hint of pressure gradually welled up inside for this operation of Jiang Yan. Chapter 147, A Momentary Choice. Inside the guest room, Lin Che quietly sat in his original position. Jiang Yan's just eye-opening tune was still lingering in the ears of the crowd. Lin Che's mouth was slightly open, and a complex look flashed in his eyes, the invisible pressure brought on by the brilliant performance. However, the thought of the song A Momentary Choice that I'm about to perform, and the so-called blackmail that has been programmed to be sent at regular intervals, the corners of Lin Che's mouth, however, gradually spread a faint smile. Lin Che slowly stood up, permeated with a sense of determination, and reached out his hand to pick up the microphone, after which, Lin slowly walked towards the stage. The only sound left in the silent space was the sound of crisp footsteps. The lights on the stage faded out and the whole scene was plunged into a brief darkness. Lin Che stood in the center of the stage and did not go overboard with the introduction of the song, but only slightly raised his head in the direction of where the band's mentor was, and struggled to squeeze out a slightly forced smile before giving an okay gesture. The hand gesture paused in the air for a split second, seemingly conveying Lin Che's full expectations for the song. Immediately afterward, the music started slowly. The lilting guitar in the intro is accompanied by a crisp piano. The backing track carries a hint of melancholy, mixed with a wisp of ineffable relief that quietly spreads through the scene. The spotlights on the stage came on one by one in time with the music. A beam of bright and blinding lights, like countless pairs of scrutinizing eyes, all focused on Lin Che's body. The strong light hit Lin Che's face, causing him to subconsciously squint his eyes, his thick eyelashes casting a faint shadow under his eyelids. The shadow seemed to harbor all of Lin Che's emotions at the moment: nervousness, sadness, and a hint of desperation. Lin Che took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he tightened his grip on the microphone. Lin Che slightly trembled his lips and slowly opened his mouth to sing along with the rhythm of the accompaniment. It's about to get light in the morning. I'm still tossing and turning. Who do you talk to about your amplified emotions? The spotlight's too hot to take away my warmth. Will I actually? Not as happy as I thought. The moment the lyrics came out of Lin Che's mouth, it was as if the pause button had been pressed on the scene, followed by a tidal wave of clamor. And on the internet, the pop-ups instantly went wild like snowflakes. The entire screen was filled with all kinds of awe and emotion. A few lines of lyrics, like a sharp key, accurately opened the door in the bottom of the hearts of the crowd that hid countless grievances and heartaches, and also mirrored the real situation of Lin Che on the internet during this period of time. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, Lin Che gave people the impression that he was already vulnerable and helpless. But Dragon Media, like a merciless raging storm, recklessly suppressed Lin Che, reversing black and white, and putting all those trumped-up charges on Lin Che's head. Lin Che was defenselessly involved in the whirlpool of public opinion, and was slammed and abused by many unknown netizens. In the midst of the crowd's brainstorming, during the long night, Lin Che was lying alone on his bed, looking at the dark ceiling, those hurtful words constantly flashing through his mind, his heart filled with bitterness, and he stayed up all night, tossing and turning. All the emotions could only be swallowed in silence. I don't know who to talk to about this endless aggravation. At this moment, although the spotlight on the stage shines on Lin Che, it seems that it can only illuminate his external outline, and the sadness is like a gangrene, which can't be dispersed. Even though in this match, Lin Che had been the one with the greatest chance of winning due to his outstanding strength. But how many people can really understand the heartache behind this? As the song goes, not as happy as I thought. The crowd underneath the stage, their breaths became slightly shortened as they turned their heads, their gazes bristling in unison as they looked towards Lin Che on the stage. It was as if they wanted to look through Lin Che's slightly thin figure to explore the untold stories in his heart. But the only thing that responded to the gazes of the crowd was Lin Che's smooth voice. The song echoed throughout the scene as if through a heavy fog, with a different kind of determination. Too late to slam on the brakes and rush here. I forgot to turn the pages of the carcasses along the way. I don't know how much further this body can go. If tonight is all I have left, what can I leave behind? The lyrics of the main part of the song are as true to Lin Che as this segment of the Love Songs in Bloom program. In this highly competitive program, Lin Che is undoubtedly a dark horse that kills it. With his unique songs, Lin Che has been on a tear and has secured the #1 spot. But has it been smooth sailing all the way? There are many troubles on the way, and those pressures from all sides, like thorns hidden in the dark, pop up from time to time and sting the heart. Each time, Lin Che used a song to turn the page and dissolve it, burying all that pain and helplessness deep in his heart. However, in the face of the powerful power of capital, he is after all just a newcomer with no hands. When those malice came rushing in, Lin Che had also had times when he was helpless, feeling like a lone boat adrift in the vast ocean, and at any moment he could be swallowed by that huge wave. Fortunately, at the most helpless time, there was Su Qinghe who reached out to him. Otherwise, with just this lonely shell of Lin Che, how far could he go in this complicated and sinister entertainment industry? Perhaps this is the only night left to sing for the last time. Lin Che on the stage, in the eyes of the crowd, had transformed into the injured protagonist of the song. The eyes of the crowd were firmly focused on him, only to see Lin Che on the stage subconsciously tighten the microphone in his hand. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes looking at the distant void, as if he was caught up in deep memories. His lips gently opened, and he continued to sing. Even if I'm just your momentary choice, a passenger in youth. There was a touching moment. I'm deeper than anyone. The calming chorus comes on, creating a unique contrast to the stressful and questioning atmosphere of the main part of the song. In the crowd's perception, Usually after so much pain and struggle is laid out in the main part of the song, the chorus releases the emotion with a furious, cathartic roar. But what Lin Che sang out was this smooth song. Underneath that smoothness lay a deeper helplessness and deeper feeling that you couldn't help but be moved by. It immersed everyone in the audience in that emotionally charged melody. Some people silently reddened. Others gently wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. Everyone was touched by the sad and persistent world that Lin Che portrayed with his songs, as if he had experienced those heartaches and helplessness together, and felt that loneliness and deep feeling together under this spotlight. And Lin Che, standing there in the center of the stage, under the illumination of the lights, with his singing voice, he told his story. Chapter 148. On the sparkling stage, light spilled over Lin Che's body, enveloping his entire body in a halo of light. Lin Che stood quietly in the center of the stage, his eyes slightly closed. At this moment, it was as if Lin Che had been cut off from everything around him. Get fully immersed in the rhythm. Right at this moment, Lin Che's voice suddenly rose. The bright and heartfelt voice instantly echoed throughout the arena. Maybe you'll never understand how unique you are to me. You're the only one who's real. I wrote this song thinking of you, stealing your story, plus my dirge, singing all the time singing. Every word that came out of Lin Che's mouth was like carrying strands of emotional silk, gently winding around the hearts of the listeners. The unique pronunciation is clear and highly rhythmic. At the word no, Lin Che slightly dragged out his tone, as if he was sighing helplessly, lamenting that unique emotion that the other party might never be able to know. The word unique is added with some emphasis. It emphasizes the irreplaceable place in his heart. And steal your story and add my lament. This line, but also sung in a gentle low back, as if quietly pouring out their deep inside those hidden in sour heart. It makes you wonder what kind of past is hidden in the story. How many unknown sorrows and joys are contained in that lamentation. The first half of the song ends with a piano interlude playing. Lin Che chanted deeply. The combination of the two is like touching those traces in the years with a song. The notes of the piano add a touch of elegance and deep undertones to Lin Che's chant. It allowed the crowd's hearts, which had been somewhat restless, to sink in instantly. The crowd savored the meaning behind the song. From the lyrics, at first glance, the song seems to be written for those fans who have been silently supporting Lin Che. But these fans, one by one, left after experiencing the internet beats. Lin Che became their momentary choice. After all, it's been a bumpy musical road. With the support of his fans, Lin Che persevered. But when you look at it more closely, the song implies a love between lovers. That stage of love. From the sweetness and uniqueness of the beginning, they are helplessly separated and eventually flow in different directions again. Such somewhat disorienting and complex feelings do not disturb the listener for long, because at the moment, everyone's attention was drawn more to Lin Che's singing voice and the emotions he was conveying. After all, during this period of time, it had long been an open fact that Lin Che had been suppressed by Dragon Tang. This incident is known to almost everyone in the entertainment industry. And most of the listeners on stage were people with good intentions and a strong capacity for empathy. Listening to Lin Che's chanting on stage, it was as if I could see Lin Che's struggle and perseverance in those dark days. Faint tears welled up in the corners of the eyes of many listeners. The tears glistened with crystal light under the light, just like their hearts that were deeply touched at the moment. As the song progresses, the constant addition of strings and drums is like a storm of emotions quietly brewing before it gradually rages on. The audience grew more and more emotional. On the stage, Lin Che adjusted his breath a bit and opened his mouth to sing. I'm the night sky and you're the Milky Way. It's finally complete when you're there to sing along. I'm sure I'll smile through all the bitterness. I know this body. Everything will dry up eventually. While I still have this night, I want to say it out loud. When Lin Che sang this part, there were a few more points of firmness and determination in his voice. Finally complete is a line that Lin Che sings extra loud. It's as if it's announcing to the world that the parts that were once missing and painful are made whole, if only for a brief time, by the presence of someone important. And I'm sure I can smile through all the bitterness carries a sense of fearless courage. Even if the past is full of bitterness, Lin Che can face it openly and dissolve it with a smile. On the judge's bench, Zhao Qingya looked at Lin Che, who was playing steadily on the stage, and finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from her hanging heart. Her gaze was tightly locked onto Lin Che, and her eyes were filled with a complicated look. Thinking of Lin Che, who was a solo trainee, without the blessing of capital, he was like a small boat sailing alone in a stormy sea, fragile and helpless. From the very beginning of the rhythmic development of this matter, when Long Tang's behemoth-like shadow loomed over, Zhao Qingya had thought that this might be Lin Che's last appearance on stage. Lin Che's thinned this body shell, under the pressure of capital, will not be able to support, as the lyrics of the song said, everything will dry up. But now, Lin Che had finally made it through. He stood on this stage and proved his indomitability and tenacity in song. Zhao Qingya fixed her mind and slightly closed her eyes, as if she wanted to discard all the distractions of the outside world, listening carefully to Lin Che's song, to feel every emotion, every ounce of power in that song, even if I'm just your momentary choice, a passenger in youth. There's your story, to lay my sorrows to rest. It's light outside the window. This section of the song remains flat, but there is a release of rhyme in it. The song is as if after going through the storm, look down on those who have been gained or lost, put that story gently in the bottom of the heart, and then move on. Lin Che's entire song is like telling a gentle story, from the initial heartbeat, to the helplessness, to the final release, emotionally accessible. It takes listeners on an emotional journey with his songs. The song A Momentary Choice is also exceptionally fitting to the current theme, loss. With the accompaniment last note of curtain call, there was a moment of silence at first. Loud applause and cheers followed. Lin Che nodded slightly and stood quietly at the center of the stage, waiting for the judges' comments while thinking about what was going on the internet right now. Outside, it has long been a sea of fire. Those evidences collected by Lin Che were all thrown onto the internet in a subtle way. These black materials are like a heavy bomb, instantly exploded on the internet as a big stage. Since Capital used public opinion to suppress Lin Che naturally used public opinion to fight back. And there's no need to buy off the Waterboys in marketing numbers at all. Showbiz is supposed to be a place to chase the heat. Those self-media and marketing numbers that smelled the scent of heat were like sharks that smelled blood, and they smelled the flavor and followed the trend, and began to report, retweet, and comment on this matter in a big way. The fall of a company like Dragon Media is a wonderful opportunity for hot hype. Netizens also blew up, hotly debated on major social media platforms. For a while, Lin Che's name, Dragon Media, was high on the internet. Various topics on both sides keep coming up. Chapter 149. In the entertainment industry, there has always been no shortage of all kinds of staggeringly large and small melons. The successive exposure of Dragon Media's black materials has undoubtedly become one of the most shocking and gratifying events in recent years. At first, when Lin Che sang on stage, Su Qing has seized the opportunity to reveal all of Dragon Media's black information to the public when everyone thought Lin Che was at the end of his rope. For a while, rumors about the Dragon Media crew oppressing newcomers were rampant on the internet. A blogger who is little known in the entertainment industry was the first to speak out on Weibo and Jitterbug, and his words, along with hard evidence such as screenshots of chat logs, made people take it seriously. The blogger directly exposed the Dragon Media involved in the crew. New actors are often like maids or generally called around. 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning was also asked to stay on the set standby. However, the real shooting of the scene is much less, can only dry exhaustion of energy. Once a newcomer shows the slightest sign of dissatisfaction or fatigue, they are met with cynicism from the crew, and some are even directly threatened that they won't be able to get any work in the circle in the future. Immediately afterward, even more powerful blackmail surfaced. Some artists were even guided by Dragon Media to do improper activities. The entertainment industry is already complicated, but Dragon Media's practice is simply heartless. No bottom line to speak of. Some fledgling artists are caught in a dilemma under coercion. Either they go against their principles to participate in those unseemly entertainments and activities, or they have to face the risk of being snowed under. There was once a small artist who summoned up the courage to try to resist, but the result was directly frozen for half a year, missing many valuable opportunities for development, and finally could only leave the showbiz in disgrace. The mastermind behind all this is none other than Dragon Media, whose behavior is nothing short of a serious poisoning of the entire industry's ethos. And Dragon Media's operation of creating a god and suppressing Lin Che was even more jaw-dropping to everyone in the circle. Lin Che is a very talented actor and musical talent artist, but Dragon Media, in order to promote their own so-called flow star Li Qingkai, do everything possible, and constantly give Lin Che trips. All the company's resources are tilted to Li Qingkai. Lin Che was under tremendous pressure during this time, but even so, Lin Che always insisted on only using his work to speak, which made the fans more and more indignant at Dragon Media's approach. Finally, Dragon Media's diversion of resources overseas was also revealed. Obviously there is a broad market and countless supportive audiences in China, but Dragon Media secretly sends a large amount of resources overseas with the intention of creating the so-called entertainment map overseas. This behavior is really mind-boggling. The public was in an uproar when this concrete array of evidence was laid out like a mountain of evidence. The once seemingly infinite Dragon Media was instantly thrust into the limelight. The internet is full of crusades. Partners have cancelled their contracts, and its artists have begun to look for another way out. Dragon Media inevitably came to an end amidst a sea of curses, and its downfall, but also let people see the showbiz shady will eventually be uncovered that day. Justice may be late, but never absent. Lin Che on stage could guess a thing or two about the change in the network. However, right now, Lin Che raised his eyes to look at the three contemplative judges, but inwardly, he was somewhat puzzled. Halftime. Zhao Qingya was the first to comment on the song from the song structure aspect. This song, in terms of song structure, is exquisite. The rise and fall flow naturally. It gives an inexplicable sense of empathy while maintaining emotional balance. The melody and lyrics have just the right amount of articulation. Still, I'm looking forward to your next piece. The crowd had long since lost their earlier shock at Zhao Qingya's statement. Zhao Qingya had maintained a supportive attitude all the way through Lin Che's journey, and Lin Che's work was able to catch this critique perfectly. In one rendition, the audience also unknowingly learned that the strength of this man, Lin Che, was as terrifying as it was. After listening to Zhao Qingya's critique, Zhou Chuanxiong then commented from an emotional perspective. You inject incomparable sincerity into your singing. Insights into life, perseverance in his dreams, and resistance to injustice are all brought to life through his songs. Makes me feel the heat and determination deep inside. It's a great song that tugs at the heartstrings. Liang Jin, on the other hand, had a look of regret on his face. After all, he had targeted Lin Che in the beginning, so he naturally understood Long Teng's methods. Due to poor information, after listening to a momentary choice, Liang Jin already felt that this was Lin Che's last appearance on stage. After some internal wrestling, Liang Jin gritted his teeth and spoke. What happened to you, Lin Che? I count myself as relatively clear. You should have been on a level playing field to show your talent, but instead you were treated unfairly and suppressed. I'm actually rather guilty of nitpicking from the start, but it's good that you didn't let those setbacks get you down. If there's anything you need from me back there, you can mention it. It's really not easy for you to come this far with your own strength. Liang Jin's no longer mellow speech surprised Lin Che a bit. Lin Che just wanted to open his mouth to explain, but thinking that this was a recording program, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. After slightly calming his mind, Lin Che nodded slightly to the three judges before leaving the stage and slowly returning to the guest room. And on the internet, seeing Lin Che make such a pretense of being relaxed, some netizens couldn't help but yell at Li Qingkai. I knew it. Lin Che's new song isn't that simple. Lin Che started too high, just like the lyrics say. Too late to step on the brakes to rush to this program. It can be said that Lin Che carries too much. Heartbreaking. Dragon Media turned black and white. It's a good thing Lin Che didn't sell the rights at that time. Otherwise, the fine print is terrifying. Li Qingkai doesn't look like a good thing either. I figured out that he's the god that Dragon Tang wants to build. I just didn't expect a Lin Che to come out halfway. The show is slowly drawing to a close amidst the tweets from netizens. Lin Che, unsurprisingly, was still number one in terms of support and was among the semifinals. The other three guests who had advanced had a hint of surprise within their hearts when they saw Lin Che advance. But more than anything else, they were terrified. After all, with Lin Che's kind of strength, no one would be willing to match it. The sixth installment of the show also came to a successful conclusion with the elimination of Li Qingkai. No sooner had Li Qingkai stepped out of the TV station than he was taken away by the authority. A bunch of cameras on the scene, capturing first-hand news straight away. And Lin Che, who was the person in question, had long since taken a special car from the back basement and quietly slipped away. In the car, Lin Che pondered the theme of the semifinals near the end of the program. Waiting. Lin Che raised his hand and gently rubbed his chin, inwardly saying, waiting? Kind of interesting. Chapter 150, It's been a long time since I sang a national-style song. On the subject of waiting, Lin Che wanted to do something different this time. Inside the car, Lin Che slightly closed his eyes and inexplicably thought of a song lyric. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you. The song, Celadon Porcelain, depicts, in terms of its lyrics, that the sky is green and waiting for the rain. And I'm waiting for you. Poetic and full of waiting mood. Portraying a state of waiting quietly for a beautiful woman. Waiting for the good feelings in a particular situation. It implicitly conveys that mood of waiting with expectation. Slightly despondent. The theme of waiting is inherent in the program. After thinking about this, Lin Che muttered inwardly, it's been a long time since I sang a national song. I hope I don't dream about Chow tonight. Outside, inside the tripartite top-floor conference room, the three main entertainment personalities, once again, met via an online conference link. It's just that the atmosphere of this meeting was a bit more grave and complicated than before. Star Ocean talker He Qiuming sat in front of the screen, his eyes occasionally glancing at Su Qinghe on the main seat of the Chinese Sodium. His lips slightly trembling, opened his mouth, but it was as if there were 1,000 words clogging up his throat, not knowing how to open his mouth. Previously, the Chinese Sodium talkers had only used voice connections, but this time, they showed up directly. He Qiuming how did not expect, usually that always low-profile mysterious, as if outside the core circle of the entertainment circle of the Chinese Sodium, behind the words of the people will actually be him. This really shocked him. And for a moment, He Qiuming's thoughts were a bit messy. As for Zhao Haichuan, the spokesperson of Skylight Entertainment, when he saw that someone was actually coming from the main seat of Hua Sodium, his eyes instantly flashed a trace of shock that was hard to hide. Zhao Haichuan's eyes were filled with surprise. He has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, but he knows that since the establishment of Hua Sodium, the person in charge of Hua Sodium has been hidden behind a heavy fog and has never shown his face. Many people in the circle take it for granted that this person, who is always overseas, is too busy expanding his business overseas to manage his domestic affairs, so all the initiatives against Sodium China are just foggy, unable to figure out the real manipulators behind them. But now, the truth was just laid out in front of them without any warning, which made Zhao Haichuan and He Qiuming's expressions the same, very surprised. Hua Sodium's man of the hour, Su Qinghe, sat quietly in the main seat. He slightly lowered his head, making it impossible to see his face, as if he was shrouded in a mysterious aura. A moment later, Su Qinghe slowly spoke. "That's right, it's me." Su Qinghe's voice was low and calm, but in this small conference room space, it was like dropping a heavy bomb, instantly breaking the original silence. It also sent shock waves through the hearts of the other two. Due to the fall of Dragon Media, for a while, there was a flurry of speculation and talk throughout the entertainment industry, and many people in the circle can guess that the mastermind behind the crash that brought down Dragon Media, it's Lin Che, this fledgling newcomer. Back then, when Lin Che first came to prominence, he hadn't been looked down upon much, especially at the beginning. Even Skylight Entertainment, who always had a high vision, didn't think much of him, thinking that Lin Che was just a momentary stroke of luck, and that he would sooner or later be eliminated from the game in this fiercely competitive and hot entertainment industry. But now, Lin Che was using his own means to step-by-step push Dragon Media, a former giant of the entertainment industry, into the abyss of destruction. It was a result that left those who had underestimated him in disbelief. It was as if for a moment, Lin Che had turned into an existence that people had to re-examine and even fear. It was a good thing that the three-party entertainment companies had previously reached a consensus in advance, agreeing not to use those despicable means to stop Lin Che from moving forward. After all, after so many years of crawling around in this big dike of the entertainment industry, they all know it very well in their hearts. Those who are in the entertainment industry, their hands are definitely not very clean. All of us have been involved in or seen the twists and turns and all sorts of unseemly things that go on here to a greater or lesser extent. As long as someone is determined to screw you, even if you are originally a flawless piece of white paper, the other party can find ways to color you with a few drops of ink, so that you will be in a situation of no return. At this moment, He Qiuming finally couldn't help but break the silence as he cleared his throat, a trace of undissipated surprise still in his voice, and asked, Su, which last name should I call you by? Hearing He Qiuming's flirtation, Su Qinghe raised that head that had been lowered, his eyes looking towards the screen. Su Qinghe spoke faintly. What do you think? Su Qinghe's voice was not loud, but it caused the two talkers to be even more shocked. No one would have thought that an entertainment bigwig like Su Qinghe would actually hide his identity to become an agent. What difference does it make that this Dragon King has held back for 3 years? At this time, the other two people's inner doubts have also been answered. Bring down Dragon Media. There must be Su Qinghe's assistance. He Qiuming let out a bitter smile and spoke. I really didn't realize that you had been at the helm behind Hua Sodium. You've hidden a lot after all these years. However, this time, Dragon Tendency Media. This Lin Che kid has really struck hard. Su Qinghe lifted his head slightly. His face still had no extra expression. He just said faintly, this child Lin Che. I've been observing him for a while as well. I really didn't pay much attention to it at first. I just thought he had some talent in music. But then I realized after spending a lot of time with him that he's not simple brainy, resourceful, and he knows a lot about the entertainment industry. Hearing this, Zhao Haichuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said with some concern, although it's true that Dragon Tendency Media has gone a bit overboard, but with Lin Che doing this, the entire pattern of the entertainment industry is going to change. We agreed before that we wouldn't use despicable means, but now Lin Che's momentum is like a fire that's burning hotter and hotter. What if it burns into our own hands one day? He Qiuming followed suit and nodded, agreeing, yes, old Zhao has a point. This Lin Che is like a variable right now. We all have to re-evaluate our estimates. And brother Su, once your identity as the talker of Hua Sodium is exposed, it's estimated that the circle will have to stir up a storm again. Everyone must be wondering what your intentions were in hiding your identity for so many years, so you'll have to figure out how to deal with that? Su Qinghe sighed softly and said slowly, I'm hiding my identity. But I'm just trying to get a clean slate. Now that you know about it, there's nothing you can do about it. As for Lin Che, as long as we keep our promise, there's nothing to be afraid of. Rather, We'll have to keep an eye on his next move. The three of them were analyzing through Lin Che's operations in recent times. After the other two learned that Lin Che counted as half of the Su family, their jealousy gradually rose. But nothing could help. Chapter 151. It's time for Dalong to drink his medicine. In the slightly quieter conference room, the three of them connect the dots and engage in some nuanced analysis and discussion about Lin Che's brilliant performance on stage in the sixth installment of the show. From every detail of Lin Che's performance to the unique stage style he displayed in his interpretation of the songs, all of them were analyzed one by the three of them, and the sound of words rose and fell in the meeting. Finally, this in-depth and lively conversation slowly came to a close as all points of view were presented. Su Qinghe frowned slightly and slowly shook his head that was swollen from long hours of thinking. Then he reached out his hand and gently rubbed his somewhat sore eyes, wanting to use it to dispel the lingering fatigue and complicated thoughts. Thinking back to the past, Su Qinghe could have been able to live comfortably in the showbiz industry, which is a big die stuff. With the contacts and experience you have accumulated over the years, you can easily handle all kinds of chores. However, Lin Che made such an unexpected move as sending Long Teng in. This can make the situation tricky all of a sudden. After all those intricate relationships at the top have to be taken care of. The slightest mistake in this can get you into trouble. Su Qinghe, who has been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, can be said to have seen a lot. What kind of people have not seen? What kind of things have been experienced? But Lin Che is like an elusive old six. Lin Che's style of acting and brain circuits often made Su Qinghe somewhat unable to keep up. I wonder what amazing thing Lin Che will do next. Su Qinghe sat quietly in his seat, his mind racing with thoughts. After a long time, Su Qinghe let out a light sigh, his tone carrying a few feelings and a few moments of relief, and murmured, "Lin boy, the road behind us will be for you two backwoodsmen to break through." In the words, there is both the helplessness of the past and the hope for the future. Hangtown. In the hotel. After recording the sixth installment, Lin Che dragged himself back to the hotel. Just as he opened the door to his room, a tantalizing aroma of rice came to his nose, and the familiar smell instantly lifted Lin Che's spirits. Walking into the house, he saw that the table was already filled with all kinds of dishes, all of which Lin Che loved to eat, and standing next to the table was none other than Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was wearing a simple but elegant housecoat with a gentle smile on her face. Seeing Lin Che come back, Su Qingqing's eyes were full of joy. "Finally, I'm back. It's been hard to record today. I purposely made these dishes." Lin Che's heart was instantly filled with warmth and emotion. No longer hesitating, Lin Che took an arrow step forward and hugged Su Qingqing tightly, then hugged her in circles like a child, his mouth still saying, "Qingqing, you're so nice." The two bantered for a while before sitting down at the table. Su Qingqing carefully filled a bowl of soup for Lin Che and handed it to him. Smiling, "It's time for Dalong to drink his medicine." Lin Che received the soup with trembling fingers and couldn't help but gulp. Just after taking a few sips, Lin Che, for some reason, had those sad thoughts radiating out. On the side, Su Qingqing noticed that Lin Che seemed to be a bit absent-minded, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes had a thoughtful look in them. "What's wrong?" Su Qingqing couldn't help but ask. Lin Che put down his spoon, sighed softly, and spoke slowly, "I might get into big trouble." Lin Che was silent for a moment, then said with a grave expression, "I'll release all those crimes of Dragon Media. You also know that Dragon Media is also a company with a reputation in the entertainment industry, and the interests involved behind it are intricate and complicated. But the black-hearted things they've done over the years are really affecting me." Lin Che smiled bitterly and then said, "I know, and I thought about it a lot at that time. It's just that I now realize that this move of mine may have touched not just the single thread of Dragon Media, but the sensitive nerves of the entire entertainment industry." Su Qingqing frowned and asked with some concern, "What does it mean? Why didn't I quite understand?" Lin Che leaned towards the back of his chair and slowly explained. "Think about it. In the entertainment industry, how many companies can there be that really started from nothing and are clean? Most companies have more or less unseemly tactics and operations. By exposing Dragon Media's crimes like this, I'm slapping the entire entertainment industry in the face. The companies that have something on their minds are sure to be worried about whether I'm going to shake them down next, too. So, they will definitely find a way to deal with me. Only it might not be as blatant as Dragon Media." Deep concern surfaced on Su Qingqing's face. "What then? If they unite against you, how can we fight back?" Lin Che held Su Qingqing's hand and gently patted it, soothing her. "Qingqing, I know you're worried about me, but I didn't just ignore it on impulse. Since I dared to do this, I was ready to face all kinds of consequences." The two of them ate their meal while continuing to discuss their next response. Though the road ahead is full of thorns and unknown dangers, but they held each other's hands tightly together, as if they had the power to fight against all hardships and dangers. At this time, all corners of the entertainment circle, just as Lin Che expected, had already set off a dark current because of his move to expose Dragon Media. Those who have all kinds of shady company executives have begun to discuss in private how to deal with this sudden emergence of the prick. Some thought to wait and see what others would do with the situation first. Some of them had already begun plotting some unseemly means, preparing to trip up Lin Che and make him know what to do. In a luxurious office, the boss of Cherry Entertainment was sitting on a leather seat, his face grim as he listened to his subordinates' reports. Boss, that Lin Che stirred up the matter of Dragon Media, and now the internet is abuzz. Should we take some action as well? The man sitting in the office chair snorted coldly. This Lin Che, he really doesn't know the sky, thinking that he can change anything just because he has a little sense of justice? He's digging his own grave. But don't worry about it yet. Let's see what the others do with him first and we'll assist from the sidelines. Chapter 152, Lin Che's subsequent powerlessness. 2 days went by in a flash. In what seemed like 2 short days, all forces were in the dark, brewing an invisible storm. The various forces had been paying attention to Lin Che for the past 2 days, and they had tensed their nerves. The executives of the major entertainment companies, unsurprisingly, urgently convened a meeting to discuss ways to deal with the situation. Some people advocated taking advantage of Lin Che's preparations for a new song to smear and suppress him in public opinion. Others proposed digging into Lin Che's past dark materials in an attempt to lower his image in the viewers' minds. And those forces that were friends with Lin Che or remained neutral were also silently watching, speculating on what kind of impact this song would bring, and whether it would change the current delicate pattern of the entertainment industry. The next day, Lin Che dove headfirst into the recording studio and devoted himself to composing the arrangement of Celadon. Lin Che sat in front of the console in the recording studio, looking around at the various instrument models and music production equipment. Lin Che was suddenly immersed in the melodic world in his head. After a long time, Lin Che slowly opened his eyes, and his fingers flew over the keyboard, transforming his inspiration into concrete notes. Lin Che first chose the melodious guzheng as the main instrument for the intro, tuning out the purest sound of the national style. The parameters of the koto samples were then repeatedly adjusted, striving for precision in everything from the simulation of the material of the strings to the changes in the intensity of the playing. The crisp bamboo flute joins in, echoing with the guzheng, as if it were the layers of waves rising from the breeze across the lake in the water town of Jiangnan. In the rhythm section, the rhythmic sound of wooden fish is skillfully incorporated to simulate an ancient and steady rhythm, just like the footsteps of time, unhurried but full of power. To create a richer sense of layering, the soft melody of a Western instrument, the violin, has been added. However, Lin Che did not let the violin dominate the piece, but wove it skillfully throughout the piece, intertwining it with the traditional instruments, just like the perfect collision of Eastern and Western cultures on the carrier of Celadon. As the preliminary accompaniment took shape, Lin Che put on his headphones and listened with rapt attention. That familiar melody rang in his ears, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before his debut, Lin Che made a name for himself in the entertainment industry with his unique national style. Let Lin Che become a shining star in the entertainment industry in 2.5 months. At the same time, through the Dragon Media incident, the original balance of power was broken, triggering the attention and scorn of many forces. Lin Che had previously sent Dragon Media into ruin with his own strength, a feat that had shocked the entire entertainment industry. The 3 entertainment giants, mindful of their past interactions with Lin Che that were either deep or shallow, coupled with Su Qinghe's special explanation, temporarily had no intention of making a move against Lin Che. However, apart from the 3 giants, other large and small entertainment forces had more or less moved against Lin Che, attempting to cause some trips for Lin Che in this stormy situation, in order to stabilize their own positions or seek more benefits. Splendid Media, as a first-tier top 5 entertainment company, has a significant position in the entertainment industry. It not only has many famous artists, but also has unique means in resource integration and market operation. And Jiang Yan, the artist promoted by Gorgeous Media, went head-to-head with Lin Che in a popular program, but unfortunately lost. This made the executives of Gorgeous Media feel bad in their hearts. However, after all, Gorgeous Media is a veteran force that has been in the entertainment industry for many years and knows that acting impulsively is never a wise move. In their opinion, smart people know how to pull in potential opponents and turn them into their own, rather than blindly making enemies. But before pulling the strings, they had to find out the bottom of Lin Che's strength first. Lin Che made his debut with his national style, and that unique national style flavor made him unique in the entertainment industry. However, in such a long period of time since his debut, Lin Che has not even released another country-style song. This phenomenon allowed Splendid Media to keenly capture a glimmer of opportunity and find a possible crack to break through. What do you guys think about this situation with Lin Che? He hasn't released a national style song for so long. Is he jaded? Or does he have other plans? The atmosphere in the conference room of Splendid Media was gloomy. The company's executives were sitting around the conference table and were heatedly discussing strategies to deal with Lin Che. I think he may have just gotten lucky for a while and caught fire on a national style song, and simply wasn't able to follow it up with another one. A line manager was the first to voice his opinion. It's unlikely, isn't it, for Lin Che to be able to accumulate such high popularity in a short period of time. There must be something about him. Maybe he's holding back a big move. Another senior raised a different opinion. Whether or not he's holding back a big move, this is an opportunity for us. AI Cohen, the president of Gorgeous Media, slowly spoke. So, the next day Splendid Media began a series of machinations. They first arranged for their marketing team to quietly spread some comments on the internet about Lin Che's national style is just a gimmick, and Lin Che's follow-up is weak. These comments were initially circulated in niche entertainment forums and social media groups, seemingly insignificant, but like quietly planted seeds waiting for the right time to take root. At the same time, Glorious Media also arranged some so-called industry insiders to express their doubts about Lin Che in public. Some of these industry insiders have suggested in interviews that Lin Che's national style is just a follower's work, with no real substance. Some of them bluntly said in the industry exchange activities that Lin Che did not release the national style songs for a long time because he encountered a bottleneck in his creation and could not reproduce his original splendor. While planning behind the scenes, Splendid Media was also following Lin Che's every move. They wanted to see how Lin Che would react in the face of these gradually rising doubts. If Lin Che was eager to retort, then they would be able to further capitalize on the loopholes in Lin Che's response and attack even more fiercely. If Lin Che chose to remain silent, they could interpret that silence as acquiescence, allowing those voices of doubt to penetrate even further. However, Lin Che didn't seem to be affected by these quietly rising storms of public opinion. He continues to go about his business, attending events and interacting with his fans as if the outside world's skepticism is just inconsequential noise to him. This caused Splendid Media to be a bit puzzled. They originally thought that Lin Che would be composed, but they didn't expect this young man to be so calm. What exactly is this Lin Che up to? Does he really not care about these public opinions? The marketing director of Gorgeous Media said with some doubt. He definitely cares. It's just that he's probably waiting for an appropriate time to strike back. We can't take this lightly. Continue to increase our efforts to guide public opinion, but pay attention to the ways and means, so we can't let the outside world see that we're manipulating behind the scenes. AI Cohen calmly analyzed. As Splendid Media continues to push forward, there is an increasing amount of discussion on the internet about whether Lin Che's national style is a jungle or not. Chapter 153, in the end, it's still the Jiang Lang who has exhausted his talent. On the internet, some unknown netizens began to follow the trend of accusing Lin Che again. There's no way around it. The internet is like that. If there's even a crack in a person, it's going to keep getting bigger with it. Even after being slapped in the face by Lin Che so many times, many people still wouldn't care too much. Even some of the original fans were swayed by this public pressure. The internet rumors don't seem to make sense. Lin Che has been releasing love songs for the past 2 months, which is a bit intriguing. To be honest, I'm Lin Che's national style fan, also like the national style to pay attention to Lin Che. I did not expect Lin Che behind the change. Is it really Jiang Lang talent? You guys don't know, don't talk nonsense. Participate in the love song program. Surely the song style should be changed. What are you 2 ears between the clip? Love songs? I'm just meh. Then why is the new song list still love songs and can't be country style? In the end, it's still Jiang Lang's talent. Under Lin Che's social media accounts, negative comments and skepticism gradually increased, and his popularity seemed to have suffered to some extent. But Splendid Media is not satisfied. They know that it is not enough to just create public opinion. There must be substantial evidence to substantiate the claim that Lin Che has run out of talent. Thus, they began to arrange for their music composition team to create a series of so-called national-style masterpieces, intending to publish them in the near future, in an attempt to further emphasize Lin Che's incompetence by comparing it to Lin Che. The team at Gorgeous Media had their hands full during the creative process. They consulted a large number of national-style materials and read word by word from ancient poetic texts, trying to dig out inspiration from those flat and oblique rhymes. They immersed themselves in the vast ocean of traditional music, listening to the silk and bamboo music and exploring the ancient flavor of the melodies. They are even obsessed with classical paintings, drawing inspiration for color and mood from landscape ink rhythms and brushwork flowers and birds, trying to create works that have a national flavor but also cater to the tastes of the current market. At the same time, they invite well-known music producers in the industry with high salaries to guide them, from the sculpting of melodies to the fineness of arrangements, from the polishing of lyrics to the subtleties of mixing, striving to be impeccable in the quality of their songs. Inside the conference room, The supervisor in charge of this music creation project looked serious, his eyes like a torch as he gave his team members a deadly order. We're going to test Lin Che with this song. Not only do we need to show the essence of national style in our music style, but we also need to achieve all-round coverage in our publicity and promotion, whether it's online on the major music platforms, social media, or offline physical promotion. None of it. After listening to the inspiring words, team members nodded their heads and their eyes revealed the determination to break the ice. After 2.5 days of working around the clock, Glorious Media's national style masterpiece was finally released. In order to achieve the best publicity effect, they carefully chose a day when Lin Che was participating in the competition, released the song at the same time, and carried out overwhelming and massive promotion on all major music platforms and social media. For a while, the internet was full of promotional posters and demo links for Splendid Media's new song, and its heat climbed rapidly like a lit flame. Early the next morning, Lin Che was still asleep when he was woken up by a sharp shake from Su Qingqing. Lin Che opened his eyes in a daze and looked at Su Qingqing's face full of worry, thinking that something heavenly had happened. Since Lin Che wanted to give Su Qingqing a surprise, the arrangement of the song Manhwa Porcelain did not bring Su Qingqing along to observe. So, this wave of rhythms on the internet naturally affected Su Qingqing. Lin Che sleepily received Su Qingqing's cell phone, and only then did he realize that for a while, the internet was filled with promotional information for Splendid Media's new song, and the heat was already incredibly high. Netizens naturally compared Lin Che's previous national style tracks. Look, this is real country music. Those previous works of Lin Che's were already his peak works, right? I'm sure I can't write with this kind of feeling now. Splendid Media produces. It's really extraordinary. The quality is not inferior to Lin Che at all. Lin Che is really a jungle. With the release of Gorgeous Media's new song, the internet is abuzz with support for Gorgeous Media. The executives of Gorgeous Media watched this with smug smiles on their faces. It was as if they had already seen the image of Lin Che retreating in this battle of public opinion, as if victory was already firmly in their hands. However, just as Splendid Media was immersed in the joy of victory, Lin Che finally responded. Lin Che did not choose to engage in a meaningless war of words with those skeptics on the internet. He knows that in this era of information explosion, the argument of words is often pale and powerless, and the work is the most powerful retort. Lin Che just casually posted a doujinshi with a few simple words. There will be a national style song present tonight. The doo-wop was an instant internet sensation. A glimmer of hope flared in the hearts of fans when they saw it. Even though they were also a bit flustered by the public opinion of the past few days, their trust in Lin Che still made them choose to look forward to it. And the skeptics, on the other hand, let out a scoff. In their opinion, Lin Che is just struggling for his life in front of the national style masterpiece that Glorious Media has carefully created. What kind of decent work can Lin Che come up with? Unless the quality is no less than the pre-release tracks. On Lin Che's side, after posting the jitterbug, he organized his attire and got up to wash up. After settling for breakfast, Lin Che, in order to put Su Qingqing's mind at ease, got up and went to the hotel's allocated piano, his fingers gently resting on the keys. His mouth hummed, "The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you." Su Qingqing didn't understand the lyrics at first, thinking they were just added to fit the theme of waiting. But as soon as I recalled Lin Che's national style songs, it feels like there's a strong shock that goes into these lyrics. As the day wore on, night fell. The atmosphere on the internet became more and more tense as everyone waited for the national style song that Lin Che was talking about. Fans stood guard in front of the major music platforms, constantly refreshing the page. Skeptics, on the other hand, are ready to criticize Lin Che's new song at any time. As night fell and the lights came on, Lin Che also arrived as promised, and with a steady pace, he arrived at the scene of the programmed Love Songs in Bloom. At this moment, Lin Che was dressed in a traditional Chinese dress, the straight lines outlining his upright stature. The collar and cuffs of the dress are embroidered with a simple Chinese back pattern in delicate silver thread, highlighting the unique flavor in a low-key way. Tonight, Lin Che is going to sing a well-prepared national-style love song called Manhwa Porcelain. To fit the mood of the song, he wears a moonlight white Chinese stand-up collar shirt with a slightly open neckline, revealing a small piece of delicate collarbone, adding a bit of spontaneity and elegance. Wear it with a pair of white straight-leg pants underneath to cover your feet. The overall shape combines modern fashion elements without losing the elegant temperament of the national style. And at this moment, the semifinals are about to kick off. Chapter 154, after holding back for so long, you finally revealed yourselves. Backstage at the Love Songs in Bloom program, the atmosphere was like the calm before the storm. As the semifinals were about to start, Lin Che walked into the guest room with a steady pace as usual. Inside the room, the other three guests had already waited here, their gazes meeting the instant Lin Che stepped in. Their complex expressions. At one time, They were filled with fear of competing with Lin Che on the same stage. Lin Che, undoubtedly, is the dark horse that killed this show. From a hit after the song Noble and then steadily advancing with A Moment's Choice. Every time Lin Che sings, he is able to utilize all kinds of surrounding to touch the listener's heartstrings, and bring out a unique flavor to his love songs, which makes everyone not to underestimate his strength. At the moment, however, the situation is very different. Recently, Lin Che's songwriting shift has sparked a wave of skepticism across the internet. Lin Che had promised to deliver a perfect blend of Chinese style and love songs tonight, but up to this moment, there has been no relevant movement on the internet. This had undoubtedly caused the numerous passers-by to greatly reduce their expectations of him, and even began to doubt whether Lin Che would be able to fulfill his promises. In the meantime, Lin Che's roadkill was also gradually damaged in this public opinion storm. The three guests looked at Lin Che with less of the usual awe in their eyes and more scrutiny and speculation. Among them, Yi Ling, who was tall, minus her long hair and kept it short and sharp, was the first to break the silence. She gently ruffled her hair, a smile, if any, hanging at the corner of her mouth. Lin Che, we can watch your national-style love song tonight. Everyone is waiting impatiently. Yi Ling's words appeared to be concerned, but they vaguely carried a hint of provocation. Lin Che nodded his head slightly, thinking that after holding his tongue for so many periods, this mother has finally started taunting. Lin Che responded with a calm smile on his face. Don't worry. However, this short response from Lin Che did not dispel the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. Jiang Yan, who wore sunglasses and had a slightly chubby figure, followed up with, Lin Che, it's not an easy thing to fuse a national style with a love song. The differences in the song styles are too great, so you have to get a good grasp of it. Like my last installment of the work. Jiang Yan's tone carried a few seemingly well-intentioned reminders, but in reality, he was secretly questioning Lin Che's ability to succeed, as well as praising the previous installment, his own combination of rap and love songs. Lin Che still maintained his smile, his eyes firm. I understand. At this time, Chan Mingfeng, who was dressed in fashion and had a cold temperament, hummed disdainfully, Humph, it's easy to say, but hard to do. Don't trash your own sign then. The sudden voice of Chen Mingfeng was actually not surprising. The show has come to the semifinals, and no one wants to match up with Lin Che. You can only demoralize others and raise your own spirits through the eve of the program. More than that, it's just asking for psychological comfort. After all, people were sent to pressure Lin Che. Only the meeting was all pressured by Lin Che except for the first period. Lin Che ignored the slightly mocking words of the three, just sitting quietly on the sidelines. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, after holding back for so long, you guys are finally revealing yourselves, aren't you? Meanwhile, at the show, the 100 music critics as well as the three judges have taken their seats. In between waiting for the opening, the crowd began to chatter. A senior music critic with white hair and gold-rimmed glasses frowned and said, Lin Che is afraid that he's playing himself into the ground this time. Isn't he? Although the national style contains elements of love, it's not easy to perfectly fit the love song style. Then, the old man paused and opened his mouth to add, the melodies, rhythms, and emotional expressions of these two are all very different, so it's not something that can be blended casually. A young music critic next to him chimed in, yeah, and with such a tight schedule, can he produce quality work in such a short period of time? I think it's up in the air. A fashionably dressed female music critic, on the other hand, shook her head. I think Lin Che has performed so well before, so maybe he can really bring a surprise? However, the challenge is really too big this time. The judges' table. Liang Jin and Zhou Chuanxiang were also talking in low voices. Only Liang Jin frowned slightly, his face filled with worry. Lin Che is too rushed for this level, even if he is talented. The difficulty factor of trying to create a stunning national-style love song in such a short period of time is too high. Zhou Chuanxiang nodded deeply. Yes, and with the audience and critics expecting so much from him, it's not a small blow to him once he fails to live up to expectations. Zhao Qingya, however, shook her head slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of certainty. Don't underestimate Lin Che. When has he not surprised us along the way? I don't think he's as simple as you think. Liang Jin and Zhou Chuanxiang glanced at each other, and although they did not say anything, their eyes still revealed their reservations about Zhao Qingya's point of view. Time passes quietly, and the atmosphere on the stage becomes more and more gloomy, as if the calm on the eve of a storm. With the passage of time, the original dull stage, the lights as if the dawn of the dawn, gradually lit up. From weak to strong, the entire stage illuminated as day. The Love Song Bloom program also officially opened the curtain. In the midst of the audience's blazing gazes and heartfelt anticipation, the choice of opponents for this 4-in-2 slowly surfaced on the big screen, and it was clearly presented, Lin Che versus Jiang Yan. The appearance of this combination reminds the audience of a series of intriguing moves made by Glorious Media in recent times. Not long ago, Glorious Media released a so-called national style song. But what is puzzling is that the wind direction of public opinion is like being manipulated by an invisible hand, all pointing at Lin Che. Even though Splendid Media only released this one song, the impact it caused cannot be underestimated. Many industry insiders, after the baptism of the previous Dragon Media incident, for this kind of tactics has long been clear-eyed. A glance will see through the clues. However, those netizens who did not know what was going on were still misled, convinced that Lin Che had already exhausted his talents, and launched wave after wave of accusations and questions against Lin Che on the internet. At this moment, in the guest room, Lin Che and Zhang Yan looked calm as they each picked up the microphone and walked towards the stage with a steady pace. According to the rules of the game, they need to decide the order of appearance by paddling. Lin Che's gaze was frank, and he exchanged a glance with Zhang Yan, both of them extending their hands at the same time. After a short exchange, Lin Che lost with slight regret. The corners of Zhang Yan's mouth rose slightly, and then he slowly stepped back, leaving the center of the stage. The world of attention to Lin Che. Lin Che looked calm and collected himself, gently adjusting the microphone and standing slightly, his stance as upright as a pine, facing the audience and judges on stage. Lin Che bowed slightly, then, raising his head, his eyes firmly gestured to the band. In an instant, the entire stage seemed to be infused with souls. Everyone held their breath and quietly waited for Lin Che to break this tense atmosphere with his song. Suddenly, the lilting intro plays. The melody combines the lilt of the guzheng, the twang of the eru, the float of the bamboo flute, and the rhythm of modern instruments. It only takes the audience into a poetic world of national style in an instant. Chapter 155, Celadon Porcelain. Both at the show and on the internet, everyone was shocked by the richly nationalized intro, the use of classical instruments to create an atmosphere, the crisp guzheng plucked strings to open the scene, a few simple arpeggios, instantly outlined the ancient and elegant atmosphere. And the unique tone of the guzheng is bright and melodious. A picture of the rippling layers of the Jiangnan water town instantly brings the listener into it. The sound of a flute followed. The gentle and ethereal tone is just like the drizzle in the smoky rain of Jiangnan. Create a hazy, distant mood. The interplay of flute and guzheng weaves a unique picture of the Jiangnan water town. On the stage, Lin Che waited until the intro had finished, slowly raised the microphone, and sang warmly. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window. Half of the brush strokes on rice paper at arm's length. As soon as Lin Che opened his mouth, an air of elegance merged with an air of deep emotion. The lyrics seemed to carry the flavor of 1,000 years. The audience was first stunned that this was really a national song. The opening of the lyrics is not difficult to understand. The term embryo refers to the initial state of the vase. Most of the vases are pristine white, a pure base color for the blue and white painting. The phrase brush strokes turn from thick to light is a subtle representation of the painting process, which side by side reflects the craftsman's high level of skill. During the production process, the lines of the brush in the hands of the artisan change in a layered way. This is an artisan carefully outlining the blue and white patterns on the clean white porcelain embryo. The peonies painted on the body of the bottle with brushstrokes that gradually shift from thick ink to light color. Using the simile of borrowed objects, peony resembles the beautiful appearance of a woman when she first puts on her makeup. Then came sandalwood. Sandalwood incense is often used in traditional culture to create an atmosphere of tranquility and relaxation. The sandalwood incense is used here to convey matters of the heart, adding a sense of mystery and innuendo. The writing on the rice paper is put aside halfway, with the sudden pause of the writing action, symbolizing the inner entanglement and hesitation. This is the craftsman contemplating how to present the painting perfectly. The lyrics also portray that subtle emotion of wanting to say something. An image of rising sandalwood, through a window, drifted into the minds of the crowd. The crowd was reminded of the I in the song. I thus began to know the other's heart. It's like waving a brush on rice paper and stopping when you get to this point, suggesting that your mind is so full of thoughts that it's hard to continue. Elegant to the extreme lyrics, with a beautiful melody, as well as ethereal singing style, which made the crowd could not help but close their eyes slightly. On the stage, Lin Che smiled slightly, continuing his previous singing. Glazed rendering of the rhythms of ladies' drawings is privatized, and you smile sweetly like a bud in bloom. A wisp of your beauty drifts away, going where I can't go. Glaze rendering refers to the process of coloring porcelain. The following phrase, the flavor is hidden, gives a sense of preciousness and uniqueness. This is also emphasizing the fact that the ladies' drawings are charming and distinctive. The next line of the song compares the smile of the woman in the picture to a flower waiting to bloom. The youthful vigor and subtle beauty of the woman is shown here. An elegant sense of picture jumps out. One cannot help but think of the porcelain glaze rendered in the picture of ladies, its charm as if being privately treasured, and the woman's sweet smile was as beautiful as a budding flower. But this beauty is like a wisp of light smoke that drifts away to a faraway place that I cannot reach. Accompanied by the sound of a few gushings, Lin Che adjusted his singing voice, as if he was interpreting it as if he was speaking softly. The sky is green and waiting for the rain while I'm waiting for you. Cooking smoke rises up across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese script to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Consider this my ambush for meeting you. Boom! When the chorus hit, it shocked more than just the entire audience and the guests who made it to the final four. There was also Zhao Qingya, who was breathing slightly sharply on the judge's table. If the previous word had been a metaphor, it would not have been possible to associate it with the theme of waiting. But as soon as the chorus kicks in, all doubts dissipate. As an ace producer, Zhao Qingya's own experience was quite rich. Once when studying ancient words, Zhao Qingya had no intention of learning about the color azure. In general, the porcelain is only greenish-purple in color, but azure is a separate color from red and purple. Legend has it that this color was born from a dream that Emperor Huizong of Song. In the dream the rain cleared, the clouds lifted, and the sky was still slightly cloudy and green in the distance when a distinctive greenish color is presented. That came later. The rain breaks the sky and the clouds break the place, and this color does the future. The moment Lin Che sang, Zhao Qingya could instantly understand the meaning of the phrase the sky is green and waiting for the rain. But I'm waiting for you. This is a color that requires the right place and the right time to appear, and is also an allusion to the difficulty of waiting. Zhao Qingya's pupils contracted as she looked at Lin Che on the stage, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. On stage, Lin Che just gently raised his right hand and waved it, driving the atmosphere, and then sang, "The sky is green and waiting for smoke while I'm waiting for you. The moon is salvaged to halo the ending. Like heirloom celadon, it is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes." The theme of waiting was re-emphasized. The lyric "the moon is salvaged" borrows from whimsical imagery to give the moon a sense of solidity, making the song an additional touch of mystery. As the moonlight was slowly salvaged, the water gradually rippled, as if swooning. The subsequent reference to the end leads to a picture that slowly emerges like ink staining in water. Therein, too, lies the uncertainty of waiting for the outcome. The second chorus creates a fantastical atmosphere with the help of moonlight, by the fact that the moon can be salvaged, pulling out the end of the story. It's also hinting that the end is in the waiting to be revealed. The ending slowly emerges as a classic that has been passed down through the ages. The classic here is likened to a woman, just right and well highlighted. The uniqueness and timelessness of the woman's beauty, as precious as heirloom porcelain. The eyes with a smile is just right, capturing the details of the woman's demeanor on the porcelain, showing her gentle, shy appearance. This the woman to heirloom celadon, radiating beauty with a smile in her eyes. This kind of beauty, like celadon porcelain, even after countless years of baptism is still moving. This kind of waiting is not comparable to a normal love song, which shook the crowd inside. The interlude also comes on at just the right time before the song is sung. Traditional ethnic instruments such as guzheng and arrow once again brought the elegant musical atmosphere to a climax. Chapter 156, How Can a Song Be Written Like This? On the set of the Love Songs in Bloom program. At this moment, the melody becomes more and more melodious. The classical flavor, which filled the air, grew stronger. The beginning of the interlude. The overtones of the guzheng play, gently spilling from the strings. The overtones simulate an ethereal, distant mood. It is like being in the middle of Jiangnan's smoky rain, and one's thoughts are drifting along with it. The gorgeous arrangement of the songs makes the listener feel as if they are really stepping into the dreamy, smoky and rainy Jiangnan. Delicate rhythms, slowly rendering subtle and deep emotions in the air. Immediately after, the addition of the arrow enriches the arrangement even more. The arrow is an expressive instrument that has always been good at expressing delicate emotions. Its tone is slightly sad, seems to be whispering, but also seems to be in the shallow sobbing, such as sobbing. In the song's interlude, the arrow, through subtle glissando and vibrato techniques, delicately portrays feelings as delicate as celadon. Each note seems to be a thread of emotion, woven into an exquisite picture. This gives the listener a deeper appreciation for the anticipation of love and the implicit longing embedded in the song. At the same time, the clear soprano of the guzheng and the mellow alto of the arrow intertwined and complemented each other. The soprano of the guzheng is as bright and fresh as the sunlight through the mist in the morning. The alto of the arrow is like a babbling brook in the mountains, mellow and deep. The two complement each other, creating a staggering oral effect, like a harmonious conversation. Together they build the unique mood of the Jiangnan water town, which is a picture scroll full of poetry and warmth. This all-encompassing musical experience not only deepens the depth of emotion conveyed by the song, it also allows the cultural connotations embedded in it to be displayed to the fullest extent. The perfect combination of the two further renders that subtle, euphemistic emotion in the song. As it were, it adds another heavy and deep color to this emotional picture. The unique song arrangements give the interludes a lush, ethereal melodic line. In an instant, the words popped into many people's heads. Songs can still be written like that? With this surprise and admiration, the crowd's eyes couldn't help but focus on Lin Che on the stage. At this moment, Lin Che was quietly waiting for the interlude to finish playing. As the interlude ended, Lin Che lightly opened his lips and sang with deep emotion. The white and green koi carp jumps out of the bottom of the bowl. I was thinking of you when I was copying the inscription in song. The secret you've been hiding in the kiln for thousands of years. Extremely delicate, as if it were an embroidery needle falling to the ground. This second verse of the main song, the first line of which describes the china in subtle detail, koi in white color and blue flower, is like a delicate brush painting, depicting a fine pattern on the bottom of the porcelain. The color scheme on it is fresh and elegant, and the image of koi is so lifelike that it seems to literally leap out of the bottom of the bowl and onto the paper. Incredibly beautiful work. One can't help but be impressed by the superb craftsmanship. The second line of the lyrics then cleverly connects the everyday act of writing a drop to thoughts. This expression of incorporating thoughts into everyday life, it embodies a deep feeling that is ever present, making the emotion of the song more subtle and real. It allows the listener to feel that thought as if it were a shadow, deep in their bones. The first two sentences convey the picture of the bottom of the bowl is painted with a koi design in muted colors, and at the moment of copying the song drop, my heart was always filled with thoughts of the beloved woman. The 1,000-year-old secret in the kiln follows, again giving the woman a mysterious color. An embroidery needle falling to the ground is used to describe the delicacy of a woman's heart. This vivid metaphor brings home the subtlety and depth of the woman's emotions. It also reflects my concern and value for women, comparing a woman to a secret hidden in a kiln for 1,000 years. Her inner world is as delicate as an embroidery needle falling to the ground. Not easy to detect, yet so precious. Lin Che's unique voice gently unfolds the picture scroll of Jiangnan's smoky rain and lets it spread out on the stage of the program. Outside the curtain, the banana causes the rain to fall. The door ring is copper green. And I passed by that small town in the south of the Yangtze River and messed with you. In the ink landscape painting, you are hidden from the depths of ink. The lyrics continue to utilize anthropomorphic techniques, with the word jia jia giving the banana and the door ring human emotions and movements. They also have their own stories in the smoky and rainy years of this Jiangnan. The use of the static writing style is used to give these lyrics a unique flavor. The lyrics are exceptionally beautiful in counterpoint, like an exquisite ink painting, giving you a poetic atmosphere like no other. In the next sentence, the same word is used to vividly express the accidental and unintentional occurrence of love in a small town in the south of the Yangtze River. It's as if it's fate, giving the relationship a little more romance and a sense of destiny. Outside the curtain, the banana trembled slightly under the blows of the sudden rain, and the door ring was copper green from the erosion of the years. I met and fell in love with you when I was passing through that small town in the south of the Yangtze River. However, good times are always short-lived, and soon, you are hidden from the depths of the ink. The figure hidden in the depths of the ink color gives a sense of being as if it were a dream. It was as if it was a beautiful dream that faded away before it could be savored. Splash ink landscape painting is a traditional art form, which is full of poetry and mood. It works perfectly with the lyrics and also allows the song to create a long, hazy atmosphere. In a situation like an ink-splashed landscape painting, the woman's figure gradually faded from the depths of the ink. This symbolizes that this is like between two people, where the destiny is not yet fulfilled, leaving empty regrets. There are regrets, but it's just that the time to wait is not yet right. Just as described in the next chorus, the sky is green and waiting for the rain while I'm waiting for you. Cooking smoke rises up across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese script to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Consider this my ambush for meeting you. The familiar melody made Jiang Yan, who was standing in the backfield, fidget up. In recent times, he knew the company wanted to build up his momentum. However, this is a show he still came back too late to miss the best of times. Although his heart was not willing to do so, the reality made him feel powerless, and nothing could help anymore. Not to mention how strong Lin Che was earlier. Just looking at this song, Blue Flower Porcelain, was enough to deter him. The three aspects alone, lyrics, music, and editing, were all carefully crafted in accordance with the rules of the program, and Lin Che even promised the netizens that he would perform a national-style song tonight. And the song Celadon is certainly the best presentation. This song is a perfect example of right place, right time. Even if it was released as a single, it would be enough to become a classic track in Chinese music. Even if this was January, Ace's singles would be a couple of times lesser. Originally, Jiang Yan wanted to struggle a bit, but now that he thought about it, it was really ridiculous. Jiang Yan sat paralyzed in his chair. slightly closing his eyes and no longer struggling, just listening intently to the moving melody. The sky is green and waiting for the rain while I'm waiting for you. The moon is salvaged to halo the ending. Like heirloom celadone. It is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. Chapter 157, A Broken Heart. On top of the stage with all the attention, Lin Che's porcelain was like a gentle breeze that quietly spread all over the internet. At this moment, the live broadcast room had long been crowded by countless fans and concerned netizens. The number of live broadcasts was like a blowout, breaking the 10 million mark early on. The eyes of the crowd were locked onto the center of the stage. Lin Che was dressed in a well-cut traditional Chinese dress, with delicate textures and exquisite embroidery, and a dreamlike luster under the gentle touch of the stage lights. The ancient stage background is like a slowly unfolding ink painting of Jiangnan. Lin Che in the middle of it, just like from the long history of the long river to come to the elegant scholar. Raise their hands and feet, show the ancient charm of the style. As the melody flows, the song builds towards its conclusion. The strings are added at just the right time to bring the vibe of the song back to life. Lin Che slightly tightened the microphone in his hand, and with a just right smile at the corner of his mouth, he sang with deep emotion. The sky is green and waiting for the rain while I'm waiting for you. Cooking smoke rises up across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese script to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Consider this my ambush for meeting you. The newly created national style songs are like a wisp of curling smoke, hovering and reverberating in the air. The lyrics are subtle and nuanced. Each word seems to have been carefully crafted with a poetic flavor. Coupled with Lin Che's heartfelt singing, the perfect blend of the three is an example of right place, right time, right person, and everything comes at the right time. The reenactment of the national style song instantly mesmerized the audience. The crowd's eyes were firmly focused on the teenager on the stage. The body seemed to be enchanted, immersed in the mood of this Jiangnan smoky rain. On the stage, the only thing that responded to the crowd was Lin Che's elegant and melodious singing voice. The sky is green and waiting for the rain while I'm waiting for you. The moon is salvaged to halo the ending. Like heirloom celadone. It is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. The song is over. The stage lights slowly went out, and a brief, still silence fell over the scene. Time seems to have stood still at this moment, and everyone is still immersed in the dreamlike Jiangnan rain and smoke. After a few moments, the crowd finally came back from that mesmerizing atmosphere. Immediately afterward, the scene erupted into a mountain of warm applause and cheers. The applause seemed to topple the entire stage. Cheers that seemed to break through the clouds. The stage lights came on again, and with a humble smile on his lips, Lin Che slowly stepped back and handed the stage over to Jiang Yan. Coincidentally, what Jiang Yan brought tonight was also a national-style love song. It certainly seems like actively bumping into a gun. Jiang Yan stood at the center of the stage, and even though he was also dressed in traditional clothing, he looked a bit dull in contrast to Lin Che. Jiang Yan knew that this was the company's arrangement, although this national style was also considered a superior work. But compared to Qinghua porcelain, without giving Jiang Yan much time to think, the music started and Jiang Yan began to sing. However, from the very first note, the gap is apparent. The melody is much more bland in comparison. The tunes lack the kind of soulfulness and flavor that can go straight to the heart. The lyrics also seem stiff and stereotypical. The lyrics seem to be just a raw pile of old-fashioned vocabulary that fails to create the right mood. The audience's expressions gradually shifted from anticipation to disappointment. Some frowned slightly and shook their heads gently, while others exchanged whispers. On the judge's bench, the three people's expressions were even more serious, and Zhao Qingya sighed softly, her eyes filled with regret. Liang Jin, on the other hand, directly wrote down a passing score of 6 on the scoring sheet. All of them are under the comparison of Cymbeline. Picky to the core about this state-of-the-art love song by Jiang Yan. Both the lyrics and arrangements were left far behind by Lin Che. The gap between the two is like a difference between clouds and mud. The ending of this rendition has been obvious for a long time. The winner and the loser. At a glance. 3 minutes later, Jiang Yan's singing ended. Lin Che returned to the stage and the two shook hands in a friendly manner as they waited for the three judges to comment. The first to speak was still ace producer Zhao Qingya, only to see that she first simply praised Jiang Yan, then turned her head to look at Lin Che excitedly and said, "The song Celadon is of a very high standard, both in terms of the use of traditional folk instruments in the arrangement and the personification of classical poetry in the lyrics. At first, I was shocked at the lyrics, the sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain, because azure, an extremely rare color, which requires the waiting of heaven and earth to be fired. But it's the three yakults at the back that's the key to the song. Messing with words empowers emotional initiative so that they are no longer passive bearers of emotion. Outside the curtain, the banana stirs up the sudden rain and the door ring stirs up the copper green. In our eyes, the banana touches the sudden rain and the door ring gives birth to the copper green. as if these things are stirred up to change due to his emotions, accentuating the inner fluctuations and visualizing the feelings of longing. The feeling of longing is visualized, adding emotional subtlety, and all the previous are things messing with things. This will make it difficult to bring people in, so in the third messing with people, turn to people messing with people. This songwriting skill low, it is a masterpiece. The crowd watched as Zhao Qingya became more and more agitated. The other two judges couldn't stand it any longer and opened their mouths to voice their praise. The two of them were mainly afraid that Zhao Qingya had finished everything and would have no words to say later. This comical scene caused Zhang Yan to let out a bitter laugh in his heart and inwardly cursed. My Tom's mind has collapsed. Making a decision, Zhang Yan could only try his best to fight for the third place. On the internet, opinion has long been polarized and reversed. When Changhua Porcelain came out, the one who suffered must have been the national style song released by Gorgeous Media. Most people can still tell if it's good or bad on the mixed web, and so it goes. Compared to the so-called national style masterpieces previously released by Glorious Media, Lin Che's new song seems to be more pure and has more substance. This is real country style music. Lin Che is too good. I was skeptical of him before, but now it seems that I was wrong. Lin Che's deep knowledge of national style is not comparable to those people at all. The live stream was filled with cheers and chants from fans. Those voices that had previously questioned Lin Che were also instantly drowned out. Netizens also left messages on the live broadcast, expressing their admiration and love for Lin Che. The executives of Glorious Media looked at the fiery scene in the live broadcast room, and the smiles on their faces instantly froze. How could they not expect that Lin Che would hide so deeply? Gave them a heavy blow just when they thought they were winning. Chapter 158, Brother Lin. Gorgeous Media. The atmosphere was oppressive in the high-level conference room. A comment scrolled across the huge display. Each of them was like a heavy bomb, causing a group of executives to instantly go haywire. How did this happen? A high-ranking official's eyes widened with disbelief, and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. Everything we carefully planned was so easily dissolved by him? Another senior slammed the table with force, anger and resentment written all over his face. He's simply not human. Another person couldn't help but burst out in foul language. His emotions were agitated to the extreme. In the conference room, the crowd wailed in a chorus of voices. Only Ai Cohen, who was sitting in the main seat, had a serious face as he narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the screen for a long time before he sighed deeply and spoke slowly. It seems that we still underestimated Lin Che. This young man is not simple. Not only does he have talent, he also has an above-average amount of patience and tact. Previously, in order to suppress Lin Che, Gorgeous Media had gone to great lengths to use some unseemly means. By buying out marketing numbers, the Water Army steer public opinion and create negative statements. However, Lin Che skillfully resolved the crisis through coincidence. The high-quality Celadon, with its outstanding stage performance and sincere attitude, won the audience's recognition and support, and succeeded in breaking the web of intrigue carefully woven by splendid media. After this fiasco, Gorgeous Media deeply realized that Lin Che was not as easy to deal with as they thought. In the entertainment industry, a seemingly glamorous but actually dark place, trying to suppress rivals through improper means often only backfires. This is not only detrimental, but may also lead to a bigger crisis. They began to re-examine their relationship with Lin Che, pondering whether they should abandon their hostility and seek the possibility of cooperation. After all, in this stormy and competitive circle, only mutual cooperation can realize win-win situation and gain a foothold in this turbulent Jianghu together. As for Lin Che, successfully defusing one of Gorgeous Media's plots, he was undoubtedly showing everyone his strength and resilience on the big stage of the entertainment industry. In this showbiz battle of the storms, he has shown all the powers that be his potential. Everyone understood that the future of the entertainment industry was destined to be more exciting because of Lin Che. As the internet furor intensified, the show came to a perfect close with an exciting battle between Yi Ling and Chen Mingfeng, the contestants who advanced to the finals. One is the popular gold medalist producer Yi Ling, and the other is the standout dark horse Lin Che. One has deep industry roots and a huge fan base. One has amassed super popularity with amazing performances along the way. With that in mind, does the final seem to be full of suspense? However, when the final installment of the theme was announced and no limits were set, the entire internet instantly went abuzz. Especially Yi Ling's fans couldn't help but revel as if they had seen the light of victory. Lin Che had been suppressing Yi Ling for too long after all. Since the fourth installment, Lin Che has been steadily in first place. Yi Ling fans are naturally anxious. The gold medal was beaten by a newcomer? What a scandal! In response, many fans seemed to find a cathartic outlet and began to pull the stomp up. Yi Ling is a gold medal producer. So many classic works. Just take out a finale song. What can Lin Che compare? He'll definitely lose. That's right. Lin Che is just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat all the way. and at a critical moment like the finals, Yi Ling's strength will definitely be able to crush him. Lin Che is just a person who relies on hype to get to the top, and Yi Ling is not in the same class at all. This final, Yi Ling is sure to win. There is no suspense at all. The internet is like that. Even if you are as by most people, there will always be a few flies buzzing. And these comments, naturally, became an internet sensation, causing an instant sensation. A number of users have already started a poll. The title of the hot search has also changed to Lin Che will definitely lose Yi Ling. Come and argue if you don't want to. This drew a response from many of Yi Ling's brainless fans. The comments section was lopsidedly in favor of Yi Ling and full of disdain for Lin Che. This mania on the internet quickly caught the attention of all parties. The executives of Gorgeous Media had mixed feelings when they saw these comments. They knew deep down that although they had previously failed to suppress Lin Che, the one-sided attitude of Yi Ling's fans today might not be a good thing. The entertainment industry is ever-changing and no one can predict the final outcome of the finale. As for Lin Che, in the face of these voices on the internet that were not favorable to him, he just smiled slightly. For the final track, Lin Che had long since set his mind at the beginning. That would be the song 10 Years. The lyrics of 10 Years outline the trajectory of love from youth to maturity, from falling in love to separation. In particular, the lyrics "Lovers inevitably end up as friends" accurately depict the complex emotions of lovers after a breakup and resonate with listeners of all ages. Whether they have experienced a breakup or are in different stages of love, they can find themselves in the song and feel the helplessness and regret of love. And the song's melody is simple and smooth, without complicated embellishments. The simple notes create a long, soothing atmosphere that complements the emotion of the lyrics. There is also Master Lin who said that the songwriting skills are profound and the lyrics are poetic and philosophical. The chorus line, 10 years ago, I didn't know you, you didn't belong to me, uses simple language to illustrate the impact of time on love. Not only is it a reminiscence of the past, but also a reflection on life, time, and love relationships. It also allows the listener to feel love while provoking thoughts about life. Most importantly, the song was market-proven in its previous life and had a widespread impact. Since its release, 10 Years has spread widely in the Chinese music scene with its outstanding quality. It has jumped to become a popular gold song in KTV and can often be heard in the streets. The song has been a long-lasting hit, spreading across age, geographical and cultural boundaries, and has become a classic representative of Chinese love songs. After thinking about this, Lin Che, who had returned to the hotel, sat paralyzed on the sofa and muttered in a low voice, "What if, playing and singing to yourself, could that be a plus?" As Su Qingqing goes out alone to buy food, Vixen Message also tells Lin Che to wait at the hotel. There is a surprise tonight. Therefore, Lin Che had to kill time by immersing himself in the thoughts on the program. Just then, suddenly, the Vixen bell rang abruptly. Lin Che slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them, picking them up in passing. It was discovered that it was actually Xiao Ming who hadn't sent any messages for 2 months. Just see Xiao Ming's excited message. "Ringo, I knew you could do it. Ringo, the event my grandfather organized. Ringo, the time is 2 days after the program ends. Ringo, you'll be back, right? Ringo, do you play the piano in the final? Brother Lin, without you teaching me my progress is so slow. Ringo, I really want to get better. Ringo, Ringo." Chapter 159, This Activity. Inside the hotel room, soft light spilled over Lin Che's tired body. Lin Che, who had just finished the semi-finals, collapsed into the sofa with his entire body. Lin Che's eyes were a bit mesmerized, his thoughts still tightly wrapped in the tense and intense atmosphere of the match just now. The tumbling melody of the song Blue and White Porcelain and the warm gaze of the audience on the stage seemed to be still echoing in front of us and in our ears. At that moment, the screen of the cell phone suddenly lit up, and a series of message beeps broke the brief silence. Lin Che slightly turned his head sideways and looked at the long string of messages sent by Xiao Ming on his cell phone screen. His brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly as a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. In recent times, Lin Che's interactions with Xiao Ming were indeed pitifully few and far between, and the few conversations in the two's chat box were only limited to a few exchanges about piano practice songs. Lin Che stared at the series of intimate Ringo on the screen, and his thoughts drifted back to the airport 2 months ago. At that time, Xiao Ming's plans suddenly changed and his hurried departure was still fresh in his mind. Speaking of which, Xiao Ming is a man who can really get along, and is particularly insightful. If it wasn't for him, Lin Che might not have been able to detect Su Qingqing's feelings for himself even if he had sung countless love songs all over the world. And won't get off the hook in the meantime. Lin Che still remembered that before Xiao Ming left at the airport, he mentioned with a serious look on his face, "Old man Xiao will organize an event on the eve of the new year." Thinking of this, Lin Che took a deep breath and tried to stabilize his somewhat fluttering mind as his fingers slowly typed on the screen to reply, "I remember." Almost instantly, the cell phone screen lit up again, and Xiaoming's reply filled with eagerness jumped into his eyes. Hey, I knew Lin remembered. Xiaoming's impatient tone seemed as if it could be truly felt through the cold screen. Since Lin Che had already agreed to participate in the event, he naturally desperately wanted to figure out the specifics of this event. Thus, with some suspicion, Lin Che tapped his finger quickly on the screen. This activity. In fact, what Lin Che had wanted to ask was whether this activity was proper or not. The words came to him, but he hesitated. After all, hearing Xiaoming say that this was an event organized by his grandfather's old man, it seemed a bit out of place to make a rash joke like this. The words were changed in the input box, deleted and subtracted, and what was finally sent out was only these 3 short words. This time, Xiaoming didn't reply in seconds like before. Lin Che, on this end of the phone, tightly gripped the phone, his eyes staring at the screen without blinking, and as time passed, the doubts in his heart became more and more intense. Lin Che leaned his body forward slightly, as if he was afraid of missing any hint of movement on the screen. At the other end of the cell phone, Xiaoming was sitting at the table, his brows locked, his fingers were constantly tapping on the keyboard, but again and again he deleted what he had typed, seemingly racking his brain on how to word things. The room was quiet, with only Xiaoming's slight breathing and the occasional subtle sound of the keyboard. After more than 2 minutes, Lin Che's cell phone finally lit up again. CSTH. Here's another piano-related event. It's a charity piano recital to raise money for music education in underprivileged areas. My grandfather has always been committed to promoting the popularization of music education, and he feels that your unique style of piano playing will definitely add to this recital. Of course, that's just the general idea. My grandfather hasn't talked to me about the specifics. Seeing this long reply, the doubts in Lin Che's heart were gradually replaced by understanding. Lin Che's gaze seemed to penetrate the cell phone screen as his thoughts drifted to those impoverished areas in the distance. In his imagination, the children in the mountains might have an endless desire for music, which might be a kind of blazing gaze like searching for light in the darkness, full of curiosity and yearning for the unknown world. Moreover, charity has always been the softest area in Lin Che's heart that he wants to touch. Thinking back to his previous life, at that time, he was running around for a living, groping hard on the road of music. Every step of the way was exceptionally arduous, and he simply didn't have enough strength to contribute to charitable causes. Every time he saw those in need of help, although Lin Che's heart was full of sympathy and helplessness, he could only bury this kindness deep in his heart. In this life, Lin Che has gradually made a name for himself in the field of music by virtue of his innate talent. What followed, however, was a hectic schedule of tournament after tournament and gig after gig that swamped him like a tidal wave. Lin Che's life though seems to have everything under control, but every day is packed with fixtures and performances, and there are always a few ulterior motives to watch out for. With a life like this, you don't even have time to take a breath, so naturally you don't have time for charity. But at the moment, things are different. The studio was about to be established, which meant that Lin Che was about to take another step forward in his career, and this important race was about to end. After 2.5 months of accumulation and precipitation, Lin Che had not only gained a firm foothold in the entertainment industry, but had also gained a certain foundation financially, just enough to have the ability to help others. With this opportunity for a charity piano recital so tangibly in front of him, the ripples that had arisen within Lin Che's heart gradually spread out, and he realized that he was actually quite happy to take the trouble in this regard. After understanding what happened, Lin Che naturally had no worries in his heart. Lin Che slightly raised the corners of his mouth with determination and anticipation in his eyes, and immediately replied to Xiaoming, agreeing to attend this meaningful charity recital 2 days after the competition. Calculating the time, by the time you finish it is not far from the spring festival. Lin Che exhaled softly and muttered, "It's time to go home." On the sofa, Lin Che mumbled, but his expression was a bit dull, his gaze unconsciously falling on a certain point in front of him, his thoughts having long drifted away. When the word home comes to mind, an indescribable strangeness creeps in. Once upon a time, home was undoubtedly a warm harbor for Lin Che, a peaceful place for the tired soul. In those good old days, there was the laughter of loved ones at home, the familiar aroma of meals. Every corner carries cozy memories, and that's the place Lin Che's heart misses no matter where he goes. However, time passes, and as we continue to grow older, the trajectory of destiny quietly changes. Those familiar figures around him, as if gradually swept away by the torrent of years, left him one after another. The silhouette of home is also getting farther and farther away from Lin Che in this parting of ways. The long period of separation has made this concept, which was familiar to the bone, a little fuzzy. What was once a clear picture is now somewhat difficult to conjure up in my mind. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly, squeezing out a bitter smile. Maybe, it really has been too long since he returned. Having said that, a hint of despondency flashed uncontrollably in his eyes. Chapter 160, Three Clothes. Inside the hotel room, Lin Che sank deep into the sofa, his thoughts flying wildly like a horse out of control. His eyes were somewhat empty, staring blankly ahead, oblivious to everything around him, not even realizing that Su Qingqing had already returned. Su Qingqing lightly walked into the room, carrying 3 large heavy bags of items in her hands. As soon as she entered the door, Su Qingqing's gaze instantly landed on Lin Che, who was staring blankly on the sofa. Seeing this, Su Qingqing didn't make a sound to interrupt. She knew deep down that Lin Che was probably immersed in some kind of complicated emotions at the moment and needed to be alone for a while. With gentle steps, Su Qingqing silently came to the dining table, carefully putting down the 3 large bags in her hands, afraid of making the slightest sound that would disturb Lin Che. Afterwards, Su Qingqing gently pulled open the chair and slowly sat down, her gaze gently and intently gazing at Lin Che, her eyes full of heartache and concern. Su Qingqing couldn't help but recall that in recent times, Lin Che had gone all the way through and solved many tricky troubles. In the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Che acted lightheartedly every time, as if those difficult problems could be easily solved. However, as the person closest to Lin Che, how could Su Qingqing not know how much pressure he was under behind the scenes? In the entertainment industry, Lin Che has experienced the departure of fans, the influence of public opinion, and the pressure of capital. The departure of a fan, in the case of an average artist, is like a sudden storm that can instantly shake the foundation of an artist's career. It's just a shame that Lin Che doesn't play that way, and although he only has a Douyin account, it's more for swiping short videos. The entertainment industry still values Vibe as a platform. If Lin Che owned Vibe, he would have seen, originally having a large number of loyal fans. With the spread of some false rumors, the fans began to waver, and under the hostage of public opinion, the number of fans decreased and the support rate slipped. This kind of stuff has a huge impact on an artist's commercial value and development prospects. Every fan lost is like a cut in the artist's heart, and the loss and helplessness is hard to appreciate. Although this aspect of the fans was the least harmful to Lin Che, the public opinion could not be small. Since Lin Che became the favorite to win the title, targeted remarks have been made every day. Su Qingqing still clearly remembers the impact of public opinion on Lin Che. Public opinion is more of an invisible blade that can stab the artist's mind at any time. Of course, this is how Su Qingqing feels. Su Qingqing thinks Lin Che is all strong. After all, in this age of information explosion, a single piece of negative news can spread all over the internet in a short period of time, triggering the attention and discussion of countless people. Some people with ulterior motives deliberately created negative public opinions about Lin Che, maliciously smearing his image. These public opinions were like a raging tide, drowning Lin Che in them. Whether it's bad reviews on social media or distorted interpretations in news reports, Lin Che has been caught in the crossfire of public opinion. Every time Lin Che appeared in the public eye, he had to face countless questioning gazes, which was a great test of his mental capacity. Though Lin Che still made it through, every time it feels like Lin Che is going to be finished, there's always a reversal. Every time Su Qingqing asked Lin Che how he did it, Lin Che hid it and didn't say anything. Lin Che was mainly afraid that his image as an old six would ruin his girlfriend's favor. And the pressure of capital is an even bigger mountain to climb for the first two. Right now, Lin Che hadn't taken any endorsements, but of course that was the best option at the moment. Newcomers should not try to unite with the big names. And with certain big names, it's not as good as both cost-effective products. Endorsement of this thing, if you take it, then when Lin Che faces negative news, the capital will be their own interests. Choose to withdraw their capital. The originally negotiated cooperation projects have also failed. Of course, this was a personal choice of the capital, and Lin Che wouldn't say anything about that. Hateful are the unreasonable opponents who add fuel to the negative press. Not only did this cause Lin Che to lose many opportunities to showcase himself, it also put his position in the entertainment industry in jeopardy. The profit-seeking nature of capital is such that Lin Che can only bear this alone. Even after solving the big trouble of Dragon Media, there would be countless more Dragon Media appearing. Trouble is never solved. Su Qingqing quietly looked at Lin Che, her heart filled with heartache. She knew that Lin Che had been trying to hold on. Su Qingqing secretly resolved that no matter what she encountered in the future, she would always be by Lin Che's side and face it with him. Su Qingqing's gaze slowly moved away from Lin Che and finally landed on the 3 large bags of items on the table. Su Qingqing's eyes instantly flashed with a flash of imperceptible shyness and anticipation. Thoughts drifted away, as if they had already seen through the layers of packaging to the clothes inside. In 3 big bags, 3 dresses. All of the items inside were carefully selected by Su Qingqing, and all of them were full of her special thoughts. Of course, during the period also asked Qin Lily this good girlfriend. It was as if both of them had a tacit understanding that neither one of them told the news of being together. Lin Che was at a loss as to who to tell. Feeling that all the telling was not as good as an official announcement, Su Qingqing thought the same thing. But in this case, the sentence "the sky is green and waiting for rain, and I'm waiting for you," let Su Qingqing completely fall. Su Qingqing's gaze looked at the 3 large bags, and when she thought about inside, the 3 sets of sensual clothes, her cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. LOL. This sudden sound instantly broke the original silence in the room. When Su Qingqing thought about this, she was already full of shyness, so he subconsciously raised his hand to cover his face. But unexpectedly the movement was a little too big, and even accidentally pulled the chair. The creak sound made by the chair rubbing against the ground was extraordinarily clear in this quiet space, knocking heavily on Su Qingqing's heart. The sound of this cackle was also like an electric current that instantly pulled Lin Che back to reality from his wandering thoughts. On the sofa, Lin Che was first slightly stunned, then slowly turned his head and cast his gaze in the direction of the dining table. Only Su Qingqing sat quietly on the chair, her cheeks flushed lightly. The moment Lin Che's gaze touched Su Qingqing, his heart, for some reason, surged with an uncontrollable urge again. It was as if there was an invisible hand that gently tugged at the heartstrings, giving Lin Che the urge to take a bite. The urge came without warning, yet so strong. Lin Che pursed his lips slightly and tried to suppress the impulse, but his gaze still remained tightly fixed on Su Qingqing's body, no longer able to move halfway. Chapter 161, Where there is a crouching dragon, there is destined to be a phoenix chick. Lin Che was half lying on the sofa of the hotel, half squinting his eyes, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. Suddenly, a slight sound came into the ears, as if someone was deliberately lowering their voice, or as if they were trying desperately to conceal some movement. Lin Che came back to his senses and turned his head to look, only to see Su Qingqing, whose cheeks were slightly reddened, standing not far away, her eyes dodging as if she had been caught doing something wrong. Lin Che couldn't help but frown and asked with a hint of suspicion and snark, "What are you doing sneaking around?" Su Qingqing's body trembled at this sudden inquiry, and her tone became stuttering and stumbling. "No, nothing, let's eat first." After saying that, as if she was eager to change the topic, Su Qingqing quickly walked towards Lin Che, smoothly sat beside him, skillfully took Lin Che's arm, and said in a petulant manner. As Lin Che looked at Su Qingqing's appearance, his heart was filled with helplessness as he secretly thought, "There's really nothing he can do about you." Smiling dotingly, Lin Che allowed Su Qingqing to pull him up. The two of them straightened their clothes and headed downstairs towards a Start restaurant across the street. Along the way, Su Qingqing seemed to deliberately avoid Lin Che's probing gaze, only talking to herself about some unimportant topics, while Lin Che listened silently, the doubts in his heart intensifying. Walking into the restaurant, the lavish decor and soothing music instantly create an elegant atmosphere. The waiter led them to the window seat. Lin Che gentlemanly pulled out the chair for Su Qingqing, and only after Su Qingqing sat down did Lin Che slowly take his seat. Flipping through the menu, Lin Che ordered a few dishes that Su Qingqing loved to eat on a regular basis, while Su Qingqing stole glances at Lin Che from time to time, her eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. In between waiting for the food to be served, Lin Che finally couldn't help but ask again, "Qingqing, what's wrong with you today? It feels like you're weird since just now." The cutlery in Su Qingqing's hand shook slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally shook her head. "It's really nothing, La. It's just that I'm a bit hungry. Hurry up and eat." Seeing that she was unwilling to say more, Lin Che couldn't pursue the matter any further and could only keep his doubts in his heart for the time being. The food was served and the two began to eat. During this time, Su Qingqing struggled to find topics to talk about, trying to lighten up the atmosphere, but Lin Che always felt that she was distracted. The meal slowly ended in this slightly awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the world of the internet, a song called Manhwa Porcelain is creating a wild storm. Since its introduction, the heat has been soaring and shows no signs of abating. Even with the live version, it still shows explosive growth in plays, downloads, and comments on all major music platforms. Surprisingly, the emergence of this song is not only hot on its own, but also has a marvelous impact on another song that was already firmly at the top of the charts, Rush Hour. Instead of dropping in the rankings due to the impact of Cymbeline, Rush Hour has become more solid. As the popularity of Celadon continues to climb, the internet has been flooded with parsings and reviews of the song's lyrics. Many people started posting under a topic called Celadon. A netizen who has listened to the show hundreds of times began to speak more professionally. The song Celadon is, without a doubt, one of the jewels of the music industry. It skillfully blends the Celadon elements of classical Chinese culture with modern music, exuding a unique flavor from the melody to the lyrics. Melodically, a lilting classical tune is used, with just the right amount of traditional instruments such as guzheng and eru. It is as if the listener is transported to a smoky, rainy Jiangnan water town. with the delicate texture and warm luster of Celadon emerging before their eyes. And the skillful interlacing of modern music rhythms keeps the whole song current, touching the heartstrings of classical music lovers while catering to the aesthetics of the younger generation. The lyrics are even better. The sky is green and waiting for the smoky rain, while I'm waiting for you. A simple line that depicts that subtle and deep emotion, set against the backdrop of the firing process of Celadon porcelain. The state of mind of waiting for a lover is echoed in the birth of the porcelain, implying that beautiful things always need to be waited for patiently, full of poetry and philosophy. This thread, when posted, caused many to call out Oxbow 1. Dude, you're wordy, you're awesome, you're right, nay uneducated, walks the talk. The last time I wrote this many words was a high school essay. In the end, much of the reason why Celadon has struck a chord with countless listeners stems from its delicate expression of emotion. The whole song revolves around a light, subtle longing, without outright confidences, but revealing deep feelings everywhere. In just a few hundred words, it creates a distant and lonesome atmosphere, making people feel as if they could see on that river, curling smoke rising, while the person they miss is thousands of miles away. This longing across space is magnified infinitely through the music and lyrics. And when it comes to singing, Lin Che's voice is clear and infectious, portraying the emotions in the song in a silky smooth way. In the soprano section, there is no deliberate soaring of the high notes, but a gentle yet firm way to push the emotion to the climax, just like the introverted yet noble temperament of Celadon. In the world of the internet, where there are crouching dragons, there are destined to be phoenix chicks. Soon a traditional culture enthusiast, who also left a comment at the bottom of the post. From the perspective of cultural heritage, Celadon is undoubtedly a masterpiece. It uses music as a vehicle to bring the traditional Chinese culture of Celadon to a wider stage. In today's age of pop culture, it's rare to have a song that incorporates traditional cultural elements so skillfully. Through the songs, more young people are beginning to understand the production process of Celadon, its historical background and the cultural connotations it contains. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. The lyrics vividly depict the exquisite patterns on the Celadon vase, giving people a more intuitive feel for the artistic value of Celadon. At the same time, the subtle and euphemistic emotions conveyed in the songs are a reflection of traditional Chinese cultural values, in contrast to some of the blunt, fast food expressions of emotion in modern society. It allows people to enjoy the music while feeling the charm and depth of traditional culture. It's not just a song, it's a bridge between modernity and tradition, allowing traditional culture to take on new life and vitality in the new era. Once again, the long-windedness of the classic quote has once again caused many netizens to swipe. The song Celadon was destined for success. There's a subtle synergy between the lyrics, with the melody creating a perfect mood for the lyrics, and the lyrics giving soul to the melody. These are enough to make Celadon stand out from the crowd of national songs. Chapter 162. Are you stupid? As the buzz for Celadon continues to build, many netizens can't help but compare it to other musical works after reading these wonderful reviews of Celadon. When they set their eyes on the new songs released by Splendid Media, there were only 4 words inside: tasteless. The new songs released by Gorgeous Media this time around are bland in both melody and lyrics. The melody lacks innovation, and still follows the common formula of current pop music, with no unique memorable points, which makes it seem like déjà vu after a few listens. The content of the lyrics is also empty, mostly some one-size-fits-all love themes that lack depth and connotation and fail to resonate with the listener's emotions. The difference is even more obvious when compared to Cymbeline. With its unique cultural heritage, delicate emotional expression and innovative musical style, Celadon Porcelain brings listeners an audiovisual feast. The new songs of Splendid Media, although carefully sculpted by masters, are like standardized products produced on an assembly line in front of Celadon Porcelain, lacking personality and soul. Netizens have said that after enjoying such a masterpiece as Manhwa Porcelain and then listening to Gorgeous Media's new song, it's just like being accustomed to eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea and suddenly being faced with a bowl of white congee without any flavor, which is really hard to raise interest. There's no way around it. Showbiz is what it is, and pulling a stump is the norm. But the only constant is that in the highly competitive music market, the only way to stand out from the crowd is to keep innovating and focusing on quality. The success of Manhwa Porcelain is undoubtedly a wake-up call for the entire music industry, and it has also raised people's expectations for Lin Che's future musical creations. Late night, inside the hotel room, the lights are dim and the whole space breathes a different kind of atmosphere. After Lin Che and Su Qingqing settled their dinner, after the two of them got tired of each other on the sofa for some time, they also arrived at the point to take turns to take a bath. Lin Che was currently lying on the sofa in boredom, his thoughts gradually emptying after an exhausting day. Ryoko. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened slowly with a creak. The dense vapor filled out like a dream. Su Qingqing was like a fairy coming out of this water vapor. appearing in a watery manner. Lin Che's gaze subconsciously cast over, and in an instant, his eyes froze. Su Qingqing was wearing one of the 3 pieces of clothing they had jokingly mentioned earlier. Instead of a dress, it was merely a clever way to protect 3 points. Even the fabric is more bikini than bikini. The hidden skin, illuminated by the dim light, glowed like sheep's milky jade. Lin Che only felt that his throat was as dry as if it was being burned by a blazing fire, and subconsciously, he kept swallowing, the knots in his throat rolling up and down. Lin Che's eyes widened as if his gaze was enchanted. Unable to move away from Su Qingqing, Lin Che knew that Su Qingqing had a good figure from the start though. After all, fair skin and plump. However, when witnessing this scene with his own eyes, the visual impact was still far beyond Lin Che's imagination. When Su Qingqing saw Lin Che in this state, she, who was originally still a bit shy, suddenly had a different kind of sentiment welling up in her heart. A bold idea flashed through Su Qingqing's mind. Su Qingqing's heart actually rose, wanting to tease Lin Che this kind of idea. Su Qingqing slightly tilted her head, the corners of her mouth gently rose, revealing a playful and slightly seductive smile, her eyes full of cunning, as she slowly walked towards Lin Che with light steps. With every step closer, Lin Che could clearly feel his heartbeat accelerating as if it was about to burst through his chest. Lin Che's breathing became rapid and disorganized. His face also turned red without him realizing it, and fine beads of sweat even seeped out from his forehead. Su Qingqing walked up to Lin Che, slightly bending down and meeting him at eye level. Su Qingqing's eyes looked unusually alluring at the moment. She gently stretched out her hand, her slender fingers slowly sliding down Lin Che's cheeks as she whispered, "What? Looking stupid?" That voice was different from the previous tenderness. Instead it had a seductive desire in it. Lin Che's heart felt teased a little bit by Su Qingqing. This sudden move caused Lin Che to be somewhat at a loss for words. Lin Che's body instantly became stiff, his hands clenching the sofa tightly. Lin Che unconsciously opened his mouth, but nothing could be said. Su Qingqing's smile intensified when she saw him in this state. She slightly came closer, her warm breath gently brushing against Lin Che's ears, murmuring softly, "You little fool, why are you so easily shy?" After saying this, Su Qingqing did not look up in a hurry, because, when saying this, Su Qingqing's face was even redder than Lin Che's. At this moment, Lin Che only felt an electric current spreading through his body from his ears, and his body trembled slightly without control. The two stayed in this position for a couple minutes before returning to the deep staring phase. In the hotel, the ambiguous atmosphere intensified. Just as the atmosphere seemed to engulf the two, Lin Che's sanity struggled to surface at the last moment. Lin Che knew deep down that if this continued, the situation would be completely out of control. This caused Lin Che to remember Su Qingqing's admonition. Lin Che took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound as smooth as possible. "Qingqing, don't be like this. We can't." Su Qingqing was slightly stunned when she heard this. A hint of loss flashed through Su Qingqing's eyes that were originally filled with laughter. But she quickly regained her senses and realized that she had just acted somewhat impulsively. She bit her lip softly and slowly straightened up, taking a step backward. The two men's eyes met, and a complex emotion filled the air. A mixture of embarrassment after the ambiguity had dissipated, and a tangle of emotions about each other. After a moment of silence, Lin Che slowly stood up, his eyes filled with tenderness and apologies. He gently opened his arms and embraced Su Qingqing into his arms. Su Qingqing trembled slightly and hugged Lin Che tightly, as if in this moment, they needed each other's warmth to calm their inner waves. After a long time, the two of them slowly let go of each other. Lin Che said softly, "Qingqing, I will go back to my room first to calm down." Su Qingqing nodded slightly and responded softly, Good." Lin Che gave Su Qingqing a deep look, then covered his stomach, bowed his body and turned around, leaving the living room with slightly hurried footsteps. In the living room, only Su Qingqing was left alone. She stood still, looking in the direction Lin Che had left, a hint of complexity in her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. And at this moment, in Lin Che's room, as soon as he returned to his room, Lin Che was lying on the bed in a two position. Chapter 163, Want to do it again? Room. Lin Che felt that it wasn't very elegant to lie down like this, so arching his back, he rose again and stood alone at the window, his eyes falling somewhat wandering below. Watching it crane, Lin Che couldn't help but frown, reaching out and gently tapping there, his lips trembling slightly, as he couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Second brother, you're waiting. Weren't you able to get through it all before?" Although Lin Che's voice was light, it was full of anxiety and helplessness. Outside the window, the night was deep and the occasional wind whistled by. After a long time, Lin Che recovered and slowly sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples with both hands in an attempt to calm himself down. Lin Che's eyes gradually became tired. Finally, lying on the bed, His breathing gradually became steady and he fell into a deep sleep. The sound of even breathing echoed softly in the room. However, it was very different from the tranquility of the room. The atmosphere in the living room seemed a little subtle. Su Qingqing was wearing Lin Che's wide shirt, which hung loosely on Su Qingqing, revealing her white shoulders. She was half sprawled on the soft sofa, one hand resting on her cheek, her tiny chin slightly raised, and her two small, slender legs unconsciously cocked up, swaying gently in the air. Su Qingqing's eyes were mixed with a bit of playfulness, recalling Lin Che's defeated appearance just now. The corners of Su Qingqing's mouth unconsciously rose, and a wry smile flashed in her eyes. For some reason, Su Qingqing actually wanted to have that exciting scene again. After all, she had specially bought 3 similar sexy swimsuits, originally planning to give Lin Che a surprise. However, the smile gradually faded from Su Qingqing's face and was replaced by a hint of worry. She bit her lip and thought to herself, if Lin Che really wants, will she actually give it? This thought swirled in Su Qingqing's mind, causing her originally relaxed mood to become somewhat heavy. Su Qingqing sighed softly, her gaze looking out the window at the dark night sky, her thoughts drifting away. The night, still deep, while Lin Che in the room was sleeping soundly. Su Qingqing in the living room was haunted by complex emotions in this quiet night. On a night as dark as ink, the seemingly calm city of Hangzhou has long had dark currents behind its back. In the next room of the hotel, a group of bodyguards were standing by. Since Su Qinghe left, they kept an eye on the movements in the room and conveyed every tiny sound to Su Qinghe truthfully. Admittedly, this means of eavesdropping was not honorable, but in Su Qinghe's mind, how could he easily let go of his heart when a lone man and a widow were sharing a room? At this moment, in that luxurious office of Wasodium Entertainment, Su Qinghe lethargically relied on the soft leather sofa, and the light was dim, pulling Su Qinghe's figure into a bit of a blur. His fingers kept kneading his temples, trying to dispel the jumble of thoughts in his mind. Lin Che, this young man's potential, Su Qinghe naturally saw it in his eyes. Every time Lin Che blossomed on stage, every piece he put out, he showed his distinctive talent. However, at this moment, in Su Qinghe's eyes, Lin Che's body, which carried infinite potential, still appeared to be too young and weak. In his position, Su Qinghe slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, that breath carrying a bit of worry and contemplation. Su Qinghe muttered in a low voice, "You kid," in Big Brother's eyes. Actually, it's pretty close. Indeed, Lin Che was undoubtedly a piece of meat and potatoes in the eyes of the 3 major entertainment giants in the country. Looking at the whole of China, the fact that Lin Che has consecutively suppressed gold medal singers for so many issues is enough to prove the outstanding quality of Lin Che's works. However, if you look at the broader global music scene, Lin Che's position, however, was slightly awkward. One could only say that Lin Che was barely among the second tier. Su Qinghe didn't come to this conclusion out of thin air. Su Lin, Su Qingqing's father, worked overseas for many years and also had numerous businesses overseas. Overseas entertainment industry. Su Lin naturally also occupy a certain share. Not much but enough. Su Lin knows overseas music like the back of his hand. Su Qinghe is also often in close contact with Su Lin, and is also learning about the direction of overseas music, as well as those advanced models that set international trends. In these past 2 years, overseas music has been on a wild ride, long pulling away from the Chinese streams. Take the melodic nature of the overseas melodies, which you can't help but listen to and be mesmerized by. In terms of rhythmic sensation, overseas music even shows a unique charm, strong rhythms that always energize every cell in the body, so that people can't help but sway with them. This perfect combination of melody and rhythm makes overseas music more listenable. Gradually, this advantage of overseas music became a trend in the development of blue star music. On international music platforms, overseas music continues to receive a high number of plays, downloads, and attention. However, in the midst of this craze for overseas music, many people are overlooking a crucial point. That is, each country has a unique cultural heritage, which, like the soul of the music, determines the focus of the music very differently. Chinese music, which is gentle and elegant, emphasizes the balance of lyrics and the neatness of counterpoints. It is not just a simple stack of notes, but also a deep blend of culture and emotion. The lyrics of a good Chinese song often have profound connotations. The feeling is like depicting the magnificent scenery of mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, or telling the sorrows and joys of the earth. Every word in the lyrics seems to have been refined and filled with the creator's heart and soul, and the melody that goes with it delicately evokes the mood created by the lyrics. When words and music are perfectly combined, Chinese music has a unique flavor that requires the listener to be quiet and savor. Just as in a cup of tea, the first taste may be bland, but with the passage of time, the light fragrance will be in the lips and teeth will spread, so that people will be memorable. In contrast, Western music is like a passionate dancer, more melodic. The melodies of Western music are often highly recognizable and memorable, and can even be described as brainwashing. When the familiar melody plays, people's minds can't help but conjure up corresponding images. This melodic strength allows Western music to quickly capture the listener's ear in a short period of time, making it unforgettable upon first listen. It does not require the listener to spend too much energy to interpret. Just indulge in the infectious melody. You can feel the joy and passion that music brings. However, this does not mean that Chinese music is without merit, or that Western music is perfect. Although Chinese music may be slightly inferior to Western music in terms of melodic directness and rhythmicity, it contains a cultural heritage and emotional depth that is difficult to match in Western music. Chinese music conveys the subtlety and introspection of Eastern culture with its unique lyrical counterpoint. Western music, on the other hand, despite its melodic and rhythmic nature, can in some cases focus too much on form at the expense of depth of content. Some Western songs, although they can resonate with the listener for a short period of time, when the heat wears off, it is difficult to leave a lasting impression. Chapter 164, Everyday Good Mood. Thinking about the difference between the music of the two, Su Qinghe leaned back in his leather office chair. The office lights are dim, reflecting Su Qinghe's thoughts like hemp. Thinking about it, Su Qinghe ghostly thought of Lin Che. He repeatedly thought about Lin Che's various things, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that even though Lin Che had already emerged, he was still slightly weak in terms of strength. However, when he calmed down and thought about it, Lin Che was just a newcomer, and in just 4 months' time, he had managed to grow to such a remarkable level, which was truly amazing. Lin Che's works have gained the love and attention of countless listeners. This was enough to prove that Lin Che contained talent and potential beyond the ordinary. In time, they will surely shine even brighter in the music industry. Su Qinghe knew deep down that Lin Che was by no means a pool animal, and that his ambitions went far beyond that. Judging from Lin Che's current plan of methodically advancing, taking the 12 consecutive titles was Lin Che's primary goal. Su Qinghe easily guessed the deeper meaning of Lin Che's move. Lin Che is eager to capitalize on this proud achievement to attract the attention of capital and obtain strong funding to open up a broader horizon for his music career. However, Su Qinghe was not stupid. Ambition? Who doesn't? Lin Che's stubborn and independent character in his bones destined him to not be able to cling to the 3 entertainment giants for a long time. After all, there is a true saying in this world: everyone loathes capital, but deep down, everyone desires to have the power and influence that capital gives them, and to become the controller of capital. Therefore, Su Qinghe was certain that Lin Che would definitely take big steps towards a farther and broader stage. But how easy is that? For the Chinese, it's incredibly difficult to really step onto the world stage. Granted, on the blue planet, Eagle has not become the universal language of the one world, but pop music traces its roots to the West. It's like the roots of the tree are deeply planted in Western soil, which leads to the fact that globally, most of the big hits are still presented in foreign languages. In China, if a singer can catch fire all over the country, it is already a phenomenal achievement, enough to become a topic of conversation in people's mouths. If he could make a name for himself in all 3 places, China, Japan, and the stick country, he would definitely be called a heavenly king-level superstar and be highly respected. However, up to the continental and world levels, no newcomer from China has managed to reach the top in the past 20 years. Nowadays, the facade of Chinese music in the international arena is still struggling to be maintained by the older generation of musicians. This phenomenon has also become a hot topic of concern and discussion for many overseas netizens. The older generation of musicians have fought for a place for Chinese music on the international stage with their profound musical skills, unique compositional styles and persistent love for Chinese music. However, with the rapid development of the times and the constant change of musical trends, the rise and inheritance of newcomers is especially crucial. But newcomers face many obstacles in their journey to the world stage. Language is an insurmountable gap, and the rich cultural connotations and subtle lyrics of Chinese songs often lose their flavor when translated into foreign languages. Moreover, the long-established aesthetic habits and mainstream styles of the Western music market have also made Chinese music encounter difficulties in the integration process. Su Qinghe couldn't help but secretly sweat for Lin Che, as well as for the future of the entire Chinese music scene. After all, there are definitely difficulties in promoting Chinese music. First, Western music has long dominated the global music market. There's no way around it. Their powerful communication system and business operation model is deeply ingrained. Major international music awards, too, tend to favor Western music, which leaves Chinese music with relatively little exposure on the international stage. Secondly, the language barrier is also a huge challenge. The lyrics of Chinese songs contain rich cultural connotations, but due to the language barrier, it is difficult for foreign listeners to really understand the deep meaning. which limits the spread of Chinese music to a certain extent. Furthermore, cultural differences have also affected the acceptance of Chinese music overseas. Western culture emphasizes individuality and direct expression, while Chinese music conveys subtle emotions and Oriental philosophies that may be too obscure for Western listeners. Su Qingha realized that he was thinking a bit too much. How can you put a big deal on a new guy all of a sudden? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Che had long since subconsciously changed the crowd's view of his strength. The night fades in a time and space where silence and noise intertwine. The sky was also gradually turning fish-belly white in the midst of several people's thoughts. The faint bright color in the sky, little by little, disperses the depths of the night, announcing the quiet descent of a new day. Early the next morning, the city had not yet fully awakened from its slumber, and a thin layer of silence filled the streets. Driven by his biological clock, Lin Che skillfully began his morning series of actions as usual. He stepped gingerly into the washroom, the fresh water from the faucet sliding over his face, taking away the last vestiges of sleep. Lin Che in the mirror had a clarity in his eyes that belonged uniquely to early mornings. After washing up, Lin Che hurriedly went out to buy breakfast for Su Qingqing as always. This has become a habit in Lin Che's daily life. Creating surprises is not an easy task for Lin Che, who is in love for the first time. Lin Che didn't have those fancy romantic skills and could only rely on these seemingly insignificant little details to express his deepest love. In the world of adults, time passes silently. In a fast-paced life, people's nerves are often strained. Everyone is fighting their way through this busy torrent, some for their dreams, some for their lives. Yet, magically, when two souls in tune meet, it's as if they are two precise gears that always fit skillfully into the rhythm of each other's lives. Lin Che and Su Qingqing may seem a bit dull to outsiders. Lin Che is not good at expressing emotions with flashy words. Su Qingqing and will not deliberately create that idolatrous romantic scene. However, they can really feel the heavy weight of their own in each other's heart from every subtle move. For example, Lin Che will show how much he values this relationship with the help of a song, and Su Qingqing would silently make a cup of hot tea for Lin Che when he was tired. No words needed. A single look could convey endless care. Their lives. There is no thrilling romantic plot. There is no oath of grandeur. There are just these ordinary days in the drop of warmth. Life doesn't always need to be punctuated by colorful romance. True happiness is often hidden in those seemingly mundane daily chores. When people find people who are in tune with their souls, even if the pace of life is fast, even if the days are not overly windy, they can still have a good mood every day in each other's company. Chapter 165. But I like it. The hands of time turned quietly, and 2 days passed by. Lin Che spent these 2 days in Hangzhou with Su Qingqing. You still relaxed. In these 2 days, Lin Che also feasted his eyes every night, for no other reason. Even though Su Qingqing had been rejected by Lin Che, ever since that night, Su Qingqing had also realized that Lin Che had an empty heart for thieves, but not the guts to do so. So, Su Qingqing grew bolder and bolder. Every day after dinner and bath, Su Qingqing would communicate with Lin Che. Some people seem high-strung, but they are just hiding their true selves. Right now, Su Qingqing was this kind of person in Lin Che's impression, although it did come as a shock at first, but Lin Che still spat out the truth after watching it for 3 days and 3 nights, inwardly marveling. It's very that, but I like it. And at the same time, the arrangement of the song 10 Years was logically on the agenda, but since Cymbeline came out of nowhere, this song is like a bright star that illuminates national music. Lin Che's position in the field of national wind has become rock solid, and no one can question his outstanding talent in this area anymore. After all, the delicate lyrics in Qinghua Porcelain are like a slowly unfolding ink painting of Jiangnan. The melodious melody is as if it can take the listener through time and space to appreciate the ancient splendor. However, as the final installment of the highly anticipated music show Love Songs in Bloom is about to kick off, and this crucial final installment removes the theme restriction. For a while, the internet naturally flooded with voices. Numerous netizens have taken to major social media platforms to voice their opinions. Many of them showed a tendency to support Yi Ling. It wasn't a case of underestimating Lin Che's strength, but rather, many people felt that Lin Che had already brought out all his songs from the bottom of his box in order to be able to successfully enter the finals. Lin Che's Blue Flower Porcelain is indeed a masterpiece. That lyric and music pairing is simply superb, but I still think Lin Che is too impetuous now. I completely agree with what the upstairs said. Lin Che debuted through the competition in the beginning, and for a high-intensity competitive environment like the program, he naturally has a certain anti-pressure advantage. But he put his big move out so early. What can he do in the finals? Alas, it's really too bad. If Blue Flower Porcelain was placed in the finals, with Lin Che's stage presence, he could definitely secure the title. But now it's fine. It feels like he has a bit of power behind him. The finals are not even themed restrictions. I see the trophy directly to Yi Ling. Now I'm directly 666. Salt is not even salt. Are not hiding. This situation is too favorable to Yiling. These statements spread rapidly like a virus on the internet. Various voices supporting Yiling and downgrading Lin Che rose and fell. And in Yiling's studio, Agent Zhao Hong was reporting to Yiling with a serious look on her face about the direction of public opinion on the internet. Zhao Hong had thought that as these public opinions in favor of Yiling continued to ferment, Yiling's nerves, which had been taut all along, would be able to relax a little. After all, in this traffic-oriented entertainment industry, the winds of public opinion can sometimes even determine the winner of a game. However, when Zhao Hong raised her head, what met her eyes was a different sight. Yiling sat in front of her desk, her fingers rhythmically tapping the desktop gently. The sound made by his fingertips was loud and clear in the quiet office. The rhythmic tapping sound was as if it was a catharsis of Yiling's inner tension. She tried to soothe her nervous heart in this way. However, the tight and unable to relax brow mercilessly betrayed Yiling's true mood at this moment. Yiling's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to 2 months ago. At that time, in order to steer the heat and boost her attention on the program, she openly provoked Lin Che with her words on an impulse. She had thought that with the popularity and status she had accumulated over the years in the entertainment industry, Lin Che wouldn't be able to create much of a stir even if he responded. But she never expected that Lin Che's response would be a song called Diva. That song Diva took the music world by storm. Lin Che delivers the kind of helplessness and struggle for love in the song. Yiling, on the other hand, instantly felt an unprecedented pressure under the light of Diva. The appearance of this song made Yiling realize that Lin Che's strength was far from what she had imagined, and she no longer dared to easily approach Lin Che to deal with him. What's more, Lin Che followed up with a series of excellent works, and his current hotness has long been different from what it used to be. In Yiling's eyes, Lin Che was like a rising superstar, shining brightly and causing countless people to look up to him. Yiling deeply knew that if he rashly stepped in to guide public opinion at this time, he would likely trigger Lin Che's resentment and even bring about even more trouble for himself. So, she could only watch the netizens' rampant suspicion on the internet while she could do nothing about it. But in the end, Yiling wasn't without a base. Being a gold medal in the entertainment industry, she does have a crushing song. There is a little-known story behind this song. Years ago, Yiling was a fledgling singer, crawling her way through the bottom rungs of the entertainment industry. She falls in love with a boy who also loves music, and the two of them write and sing together in a humble rented room, sharing a vision of a future where they will shine on the musical road. However, the reality is incredibly harsh. As Yiling's career gradually takes off, various announcements and performances keep her busier and busier, while the boy remains where he is, with no progress in his career. The two are increasingly at odds with each other. Eventually, on a night when it was raining heavily, the boy silently left Yiling's world. In those days, Yiling was in deep pain. She locks herself in her room, doesn't eat or drink, and spends her days immersed in memories. It was in this extremely painful state of mind that she created this love song. Each lyric is a reminiscence of her memories and disenchantment with that lost love. This is a song that Yiling has always treasured and never shown to anyone, because it's not just a song for Yiling, it's a testament to her youth and love. Now, on the eve of this final, facing the seemingly favorable public opinion towards himself on the internet, as well as the enormous pressure brought about by Lin Che, Yiling secretly thought in his heart that perhaps it was time to take out this song from the bottom of his box. With this song, she wants to fight back in the finals, prove her strength to everyone, and put a perfect ending to her so many years of struggle in the entertainment industry. Chapter 166, You're This. In the office, Yiling is naturally confident about her new song. The field of love songs is kind of Yiling's forte. There are indeed a couple of singles comparable to aces in the Yiling-produced singles. However, Yiling's limited vocal range could not fully vent the emotions in the song. That's why the back end is up being behind the scenes and giving 3 years as a producer. Times are different now. Yiling's understanding of her new song will certainly be much better than in previous installments. However, Yiling was also well aware that the last match was filled with too much uncertainty. After all, Lin Che's strength could not be underestimated. Even if the internet opinion is biased against you now, you have an ace single. But the final outcome is anyone's guess. On the office chair, Yiling prayed silently in her heart. Hopefully, her song will be able to impress the judges, conquer the audience and stand out in this fierce music battle, as she had hoped. On the other side of the net, the voices in support of Lin Che were relatively weak, but they had not completely disappeared. Some of Lin Che's loyal fans are speaking out for Lin Che on various platforms. Lin Che's creative talent, he definitely won't let us down. That's right, don't get too complacent, Velvet fans. Lin Che definitely still has big moves left, and those showbiz masters of pulling the pedal, naturally, will not let go of this opportunity for hilarity. Although Yiling is a veteran singer, the quality of her works has declined significantly over the years, and compared to a creative newcomer like Lin Che, she's still a bit less innovative. This backwards and anti-Tengan yet reasonable statement instantly led to a heated debate between fans on both sides of the issue. What do you know? Yiling's heritage can't be compared to Lin Che's? Lin Che is indeed very talented and stumbled upon a few good songs. Unless the final Lin Che can come back with a high-quality national style. As much as I'd like to agree with you, it's disgusting for the owner to step on one. The quality of your work is slipping? That's also a height you won't be able to reach in your lifetime. Yiling is this, thumbs up. Lin Che is this, thumbs down. And owner, you are this, no thumbs up. As the date of the finale draws nearer and nearer, the entire entertainment world is captivated by this musical extravaganza. Whether it was those who supported Yiling or those who were strongly in favor of Lin Che, they were all eagerly awaiting the day of the finals. The crowd wanted to see who would have the last laugh in this unsmoked music war and hold up the championship trophy that symbolizes supreme glory. Time flies like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by. The entire entertainment world is focused on the finale of the show Love Song Bloom, which is about to kick off. Various network live platforms seem to enter the carnival in advance. Pop-ups like a tidal wave. The netizens' enthusiasm was completely ignited. The peak of the showdown of the expectations of the explosion. On the internet, netizens are hotly debating the topic of who will win the championship. Ordinary netizens have long been engaged in a heated war of words in the message section of the live broadcast. You guys, who do you think will get the last laugh this time between Lin Che and Yiling? Lin Che's previous Porcelain and Diva are both divine songs. He's played the national style with the popular style, and his creative talent is simply unbelievable. I'll vote for Lin Che. He can surprise people every time. It feels like his brain is full of ideas. Maybe he can come up with another great song for the final. But these people who supported Lin Che were ultimately a minority. Yiling is a veteran vocalist, with deep strength, and after so many years in the music industry, it won't be that easy for Lin Che to win. That's right. Yiling is particularly delicate in her emotional expression of love songs, and for such an important final, she must have prepared for it flawlessly. With her big trick in the bottom of the box yet to come out, both sides were at odds with each other, making the entire message board buzz with activity. In addition to speculation about the outcome of the match, the two men's clothing and styling have also become a topic of discussion among netizens. Lin Che usually dresses to fit the theme. I wonder if the finale will be a bit of a show-stopping look? I bet he still wears ancient clothes. Last time he wore that ancient clothes, the whole person was like walking out from ancient times. Handsome and elegant. So charming. As for Yiling, the netizens are speculating. Yiling is on the cutting edge of fashion. She'll definitely dress up for this final. Maybe she'll wear one of those big floor-length gowns and wow the audience. I think she'll pick a long, slim dress that accentuates her curves, showing off her great figure and emphasizing her temperament at the same time. Behind this lively internet buzz, there is an unknown business game. The executives of the three major entertainment companies were currently sitting in their respective offices, staring intently at the live broadcast screen, their eyes revealing their concern for the outcome of this match. They had privately reached an agreement long ago that as long as Lin Che was able to win this final, they would sign a promotion agreement with him in advance. Speaking of this agreement, the previous agreement merely guaranteed that the three major entertainments would not slander and rumor-monger against Lin Che during the period when Lin Che challenged for the 12 consecutive titles. However, for insurance purposes, Suching had deliberately added the clause does not restrict Lin Che from discrediting and spreading rumors to the terms and conditions. The split in the upgrade agreement has changed even more significantly. Instead of a 50-50 split, it has become a 30-70 split. The reason why the three great entertainment dared to give Lin Che 70% was because they were confident in Lin Che's strength. They knew that if Lin Che won the championship, it would surely bring huge commercial value and influence, and such a split ratio would be a highly promising investment for both parties. Just as the netizens were discussing passionately and the top brass were secretly planning, the stage of the program was suddenly illuminated with brilliant lights, and the finals were officially kicked off. Lin Che simply fixed his hair today, and Chi Yiran evenly applied hair wax to Lin Che's head, making the originally sharp short hair appear even more fluffy and shapely, adding a bit of spontaneity and uninhibitedness. Lin Che picked out a black suit today. The fabric of this suit is of superior texture and has a soft sheen under the light. The slim cut fit his body perfectly, outlining his upright posture. At the collar, a delicate silver tie clip embellishes it, understated and luxurious. Getting this done, Lin Che walked towards the program site with a subdued pace. Arriving at the guest room, Lin Che saw Yiling at a glance. Only Yiling was wearing a long pale yellow dress this evening, exuding a refreshing aura. The design of this dress allows Yiling to walk with the hemline swaying slightly, as if carrying the caress of a breeze. Waisted style just right to outline the Yiling slender waist. Surplus a grip. More show the body posture. The lace at the neckline is subtle and delicate, like a delicate spider web, adding a touch of sweetness and playfulness. Yiling's makeup also matched the overall look, with fresh and light eye makeup, pink blush, and a hydrating light lipstick. This set of dress, let as if faded from the past high and charming, a kind of refreshingly pure sense, from her temperament naturally exudes. Lin Che was really a bit surprised at first, not expecting Yiling to show herself in such an image. In his impression, Yiling had always been synonymous with fashion and sexiness. However, Lin Che quickly regained his composure and returned to his seat with a calm demeanor, quietly waiting for the match to start. Lin Che understood that Yiling's unusual outfit must have a different purpose, and the real fight has just begun. Chapter 167 10 Years. Program site. Below the stage, the three judges were sitting upright, the three of them revealing anticipation in their gazes, and 100 music critics have taken their seats. At this point, Chen Shang walked onto the stage with a speech in hand and a microphone. Chen Shang's voice carried through the stereo and announced the official start of the program. First up was the matchup between Chen Mingfeng as well as Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, as a rapper, certainly made a smart move by choosing to enter with a rap again in the finale. Jiang Yan is well aware of his niche, and rap is his unique identity on his musical journey. He cleverly used two rap songs to suggest, through the metaphor of the lyrics, that his inability to win was not due to a lack of strength, but to the show's thematic constraints. 20 minutes later, as the two finished singing, the three judges delivered their comments in turn. The trio analyzed Chen Mingfeng and Jiang Yan's performances from a professional point of view, putting a stage on the showdown. The stage then gave way to Lin Che and Yiling. These two highly regarded singers are about to battle it out on this stage. The two walked onto the stage side by side. Only Yiling's expression was slightly grave. I don't know if it was because she was worried about the upcoming competition, or worried that Lin Che's mind would be affected after the song. Yiling offered to take the lead herself. Lin Che didn't care about this, and just silently took a few steps back, leaving the stage unreservedly for Yiling. Yiling was wearing a long, pale yellow dress today, rustic and fresh. The goddess who has always been shown in the public's field of vision with the image of voluptuous and enchanting, but at this moment is like a lotus flower in bloom, revealing a breath of innocence. This transformation caused the entire scene to momentarily fall silent, before erupting into a gasp of awe. In the hearts of the crowd, a touch of anticipation arose, and they were eager to see what kind of unique musical performance Yiling would bring to the table in such a costume. On stage, Yiling began her 4-minute set. Yiling's singing voice was like a clear spring, flowing between every note. Lin Che listened quietly from the side and couldn't help but nod frequently at Yiling's song. The whole song is of extremely high quality and the attitude expressed has similarities to the song Gentleman. However, Yiling's unique vocal technique and delicate expression of emotion made the song's theme even more deeply felt. Yiling takes the listener into the emotional world of the story. 4 minutes later, the song ended, and the 100 music critics turned their gazes to Lin Che, who slowly walked onto the stage, their faces showing regret, for no other reason than that Yiling's entire song was just as expected. The lyrics and music were of very high quality and were considered to be of superior quality. Although Lin Che's strength was very strong, many people secretly speculated in their hearts that if Lin Che wrote works such as East Windbreak, Flower Field Error, Hair Like Snow, and Blue Flower Porcelain, which were at the level of the national style ceiling, only then would he have the possibility to compare Yiling. Looking back at past installments, these nodes of Lin Che's song releases were almost always more than 2 weeks apart. What's more, the song Manhwa Porcelain was already 2.5 months ago from the last time Lin Che wrote a national style song. That was why the crowd's regretful glances were so numerous. They felt that if Lin Che wanted to surpass Yiling this time, the difficulty factor would be hellish. Lin Che didn't care too much about these gazes, and calmly came to the piano at the center of the stage. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd, became a small cleverness of Lin Che trying to use the piano to get extra points. The eyes of the people present instantly focused on the center of the stage. The atmosphere of the scene also became more and more tense as Lin Che took his seat. Only Lin Che lightly raised his hands and placed them on the keys of the piano. Immediately after that, a low piano intro came slowly from the center of the stage. The sound of the piano is lush and soothing, while at the same time, the sound of the electric guitar creeps into the mix. The two blend together perfectly, giving the illusion that emotions are about to explode. At the end of the intro, the strings make just the right embellishments to add a touch of panache to the overall melody. Just then, Lin Che turned to the microphone in front of him, slowly opened his mouth, and began to sing. If those two words didn't tremble, I won't find it hard. How do you say it? It's also just a breakup. Lin Che's vocals with electric guitar as well as piano tones slowly present the story in the song. Starting with the first line of the lyrics, the opening two words that many people don't know what they mean at first listen. Even the producer of the lyrics doesn't really explain what those two words mean. But those two words are like a hook that clings to the listener's heart, keeping them guessing and listening at the same time. The crowd could feel the mood created by those two words in the lyrics. It was the state of lovers on the verge of disintegration, a subtle and heart-wrenching atmosphere. Those two words are self-explanatory: break up. Of course, different people have different interpretations of those two words, and that's what makes the song so appealing. In a few simple sentences in the opening chapter, the heartache of being caught off guard is unapologetically presented. The word trembling shows the inner struggle of the speaker. The lyrics portray the sensitivity and torment of the breakup moment. The straightforward lyrics speak to the heartache that we only realize after a breakup. The emotional response of this afterthought is extremely empathetic to the listener. Even if you haven't lived through the long years of the decade, the memories of it resonate strongly. This further strengthens the emotion of helplessness. As described in the lyrics, no matter how it is expressed or how it is said, the result is a cruel breakup. The song describes a simple and pure vision of love. If we want nothing more for the future than to walk hand in hand and travel comfortably, but the harsh reality does not allow us to do so. The lyrics graphically compare life's intersections to doorways, suggesting that separation is unavoidable in an emotional journey. Some people are destined to leave first, and even after traveling together through countless forks in the road, they end up disagreeing. After listening to the first verse of the main song, there were already a number of people in the audience who were in deep thought. From the opening track, the quality of this song 10 years can be very high. The lyrics use a few simple keywords that speak to life in a straightforward way, but are also easy to understand, so that the listener is deeply touched without even realizing it. This caught a lot of people a little off guard, looking in dismay at the teenager playing the piano on the stage. Only the teenager's song could be heard continuing. Since the embrace cannot linger, why don't you just leave? Enjoy it while tears flow. Chapter 168, those two words, why do they make you tremble so? In the large performance venue, Lin Che's magnetic singing voice echoed in every corner. The melody of the second verse of the main song slowly builds, taking up the emotional pulse of the previous verse and getting deeper and deeper. There is a helpless openness conveyed in this section of the main song. Since love is like quicksand that can't be held, it can't be retained, so it's better to let it go. This is not just a forced acceptance of this harsh reality by us, it's more of a self-relief, an attempt to find a shred of solace in broken emotions, enjoying it while tears flow. Such complex emotions portray that ambivalence when love fades. Both sides seem to be in a whirlwind of memories and reality. The two are both deeply attached to what was once good, and tearful with pain at the impending loss. Lin Che's low voice wrapped the audience tightly in this strong emotional atmosphere. There's nothing like being in the moment to resonate with people underneath the stage. The emotional rendering of the second verse of the main song gradually climbs to a crescendo as the melody advances. Lin Che's fingertips move gently and slightly, skillfully switching the chords, erupting that long-suppressed emotion in a smooth manner. I didn't know you 10 years ago. You don't belong to me. We're still the same. Stay with a stranger. Walking through streets that are becoming familiar, the melody of the chorus suddenly rings out. As if opening a tunnel of time, the song goes right back 10 years. This decade-long span punctuates the fact that the two men once had no interactions, each separate and alien. 10 years ago, we were living in the company of strangers, each living an ordinary and uninvolved life. However, the threads of fate are quietly intertwined inadvertently. Our destiny, gradually closer and closer, just as two originally parallel trajectories begin to subtly intersect. On the stage, Lin Che slightly brought on a crying tone. His voice seemed to have traveled through time and space. He was like the protagonist in the song, savoring the wonderfulness of that fate 10 years ago. Lin Che maintained his voice and proceeded to sing. 10 years from now we'll be friends. You can still say hello just kind of tenderly. I can't find a reason to hug anymore. Lovers inevitably end up as friends. The second chorus pulls the crowd back from memories to reality. 10 years later, the relationship shifted to that of a friend. On the surface, they were still able to greet each other and maintain a seemingly peaceful state. However, underneath this placid surface, there is a dark current that is extremely complex. The lyrics take a clever turn with the word just. Although the two could still greet each other, the tenderness and intimacy they once felt had long since slipped away with the passage of time. The two of them could no longer find an excuse to hug each other. The delicate lyrics dissect the unspeakable rustiness and deep regret between lovers after love has faded. And this next line, lovers inevitably end up as friends, is the emotional centerpiece of the entire song. The lyrics, like a sharp sword, speak directly to the impermanence of love. It's a hopelessly self-deprecating way for once intimate lovers to end up spending time together as friends. We are just strangers after all. This seeming familiarity has a distance that is hard to cross. The interlude also plays appropriately at the end of the first part of the rendition. The crispness of the piano, the mellow notes of the guitar, the lilting melody of the violin, and the deep, soothing rhythms of the viola and cello intertwine. The blend of instruments brings out that atmosphere of longing and hopelessness once again. The addition of strings further enriches the emotional level and strengthens the delicate expression of emotions in the interlude, allowing the listener to feel as if they are in the whirlwind of emotions, and be able to more profoundly appreciate the complex emotions of regret, reluctance and helplessness embedded in the song. On the stage, Lin Che also picked up the microphone steadily and slowly turned around, facing the enthusiastic audience under the stage, his eyes revealing a kind of deep love with. He slowly raised his right hand and waved it gently in the air, as if he were having a heart-to-heart conversation with his audience. As if pulled by some invisible force, the crowd followed the rhythm and gently swayed their bodies in response to Lin Che on the stage. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene was so enthusiastic that those who didn't know it really thought that the heavenly star was having a grand concert. The interlude just eased through the crowd's interactions. Lin Che spoke again, repeating the second verse of the main song, as well as the chorus. Since the embrace cannot linger, why don't you just leave? Enjoying it while shedding tears. I didn't know you 10 years ago. You don't belong to me. We're still the same. Stay with a stranger. Only when Lin Che sang the chorus, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly ignited, triggering a shocking chorus. Even Yi Ling, who was at the back of the stage, sang along with the melody. This song also reminds her of the hymn she once had. At this moment, Yi Ling was completely convinced. Instead of convincing, the song touched that soft spot inside her. The song 10 Years speaks to her more than her songs. Yi Ling looked at Lin Che in the center of the stage, and the jealousy in her eyes had long since disappeared. The song also drifts to a close. Lin Che adds a little bit of chi at the end, singing with a touch of spontaneity. Until I'd been friends with you for years, I realized my tears. It's not for you, and for others too. The end of the song conveys that, over time, we have gained a new appreciation for our past relationships. With hindsight, we realized that the tears we once shed were not just for the one we once loved. The tone of the song suggests that we are moving on from our past relationship and moving on to a new phase in our lives. We also understand that emotions in life are diverse and rich. The pain and tears are not singularly due to a particular relationship, but rather a combination of feelings about all of life's experiences. At the end of the song, these lyrics, like a light to illuminate the darkness, realize the sublimity of emotions. These lines also allow every listener to find their own share of resonance and release in this song. With the last note of the curtain call, end of song, the spotlight on the stage faded out as well. The skepticism on the internet has long since disappeared. Halftime, the lights came on. Applause. The enthusiastic applause lasted for over 5 minutes, which was enough to show how much the crowd loved the song 10 Years. Lin Che and Yi Ling both came to the center of the stage side by side, waiting for the 3 judges to comment. Ahem. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat silent, Zhou Chuanxiong coughed lightly and asked in a joking tone, Lin Che, I'm curious, what were those 2 words you started with? Exactly? Those 2 words, why do they make you tremble so? Chapter 169. These 2 words are not a breakup? I asked this question casually, at the raucous show, through Zhou Chuanxiong throws out this seemingly hilarious and easygoing question. For just a moment, there was a wave of thunderous laughter in the room. On the other side of the network, those who had just recovered from the afterglow of the song, also seemed to be ignited by the enthusiasm of the discussion, and expressed their opinions in a variety of ways. Those 2 words at the beginning must be a breakup. Otherwise how could there be also just a breakup? A netizen expressed his opinion with certainty in his words. No, it's not as simple as it seems. At first I thought it was break up, but halfway through the song, I thought it was goodbye. And only when the song ended did I finally realize that those 2 words were hello. Another netizen recounted his opinion. Another netizen narrated his own insights, over-interpreting. Then I'll do the same. Those 2 words are clearly bride price. Out of nowhere, a strange viewpoint appeared, instantly breaking the original seemingly organized discussion. God, Tom's bride price. The entire song's timeline is 10 years long, and the singer, Lin Che, is interpreting it from the perspective of someone who's been there? So, those 2 words are, if, because, if those 2 words. Another netizen tried to bring the discussion back on track. Fine, messing up right. 5 people commenting and only 2 normal ones. Someone helplessly spat out the chaotic discussion situation. However, this pattern of bull ***** on the internet didn't last long. It was as if the crowd was pulled by an invisible force, and they focused their eyes on Lin Che on the stage. Its eyes were filled with anticipation, waiting for Lin Che to give a definitive answer. On top of the stage, Lin Che's body faced Zhou Chuanxiong's question, slightly bowing his head, his hand unconsciously rubbing the microphone. After thinking for a long time, Lin Che didn't rush to open his mouth to explain. but with a fascinating look. He prepared to narrate with a story first. This song, 10 years, is not really part of my story? Let me be clear. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly with a half-joking tone. On the judge's table, Zhou Chuanxiang saw that the atmosphere was a bit off and thought to himself, these two words aren't breakups? I asked this question casually. After thinking about this, Zhou Chuanxiang looked at Zhao Qingya in dismay. Zhao Qingya just shook her shoulders and didn't understand what Lin Che was up to. The song, in fact, is about a couple's regrets. Lin Che paused slightly, his tone becoming soothing and grave, bringing the crowd into a time and space filled with stories. This story, about a pair of lovers, is torn apart by the strong opposition of the woman's parents. Lin Che's voice carried a hint of regret, and his brows furrowed gently. And the girl went abroad because of it. And the boy went on to become a cab driver. Speaking of this, Lin Che's eyes revealed a sense of the vicissitudes of age. It also made the crowd realize how hard it is for boys to make it through life. In the 10th year after leaving the country, the girl returns. Lin Che's speed of speech gradually increased, and the pace of the story began to tighten. Girl stumbles into boy's car at airport pickup. Lin Che is on stage, sketching out scenes. The boy drove the car. The girl got into the car without looking. The gears of fate began to turn quietly. 10 years apart, the girl is also like the original appearance, while the boy has long been the ravages of life to make a face full of vicissitudes. When the story came to this point, the crowd on the stage first stared blankly, and then as if they came to a sudden realization, they all revealed expressions that showed that this was the case. Of course, the mouth breathers on the internet have long been attracted to the words strongly oppose. Ha 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 ha. I told you it was a bride price, you see. The parents are strongly opposed to it. Men and women don't have door-to-door relationships. God, Tom coloring. You Tom are here to pick a fight, aren't you? But jokes aside, many people are starting to grow to understand the backstory of the song 10 years. So that's where the song came from, not from Lin Che's own experience. However, many people realized on second thought that Lin Che was only in his 20s. 10 years ago, his body hasn't even grown all the way. Without giving the crowd more time to brainstorm, Lin Che cleared his throat and continued. In the car, the man naturally recognized the girl, but the man looks in the rearview mirror, his face full of himself, in stark contrast to the gorgeously made-up girl. Man, he hesitates. He has low self-esteem. So the man just started the car silently, not daring to say hello to the girl. But the man wasn't sure if the girl sitting in the back recognized him. Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly, and his voice gradually slowed down. Through the rearview mirror, the man saw the girl dial a phone number. This sudden turn of events by Lin Che caused the crowd at the scene to suck in a breath of cool air. Many people understand in advance that the man and the girl both meet and fail to renew their relationship, and then the guy or girl, rejected by the other, those two words. But on stage, Lin Che's turn of phrase made the story start to get interesting. On the phone, the man could sense that it was the girl's best friend. All along the way, the girl had been on the phone recounting the decade abroad, and the man just listened in silence, just listened all the way to his destination. The girl also hung up the phone and turned to the man and said, saying this, Lin Che's tone paused slightly, both in the field and on the internet. The meal was exceptionally heartfelt and tickling. This pause also piqued the curiosity of the crowd. It also creates a tense atmosphere. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Lin Che mimicked the girl's tone, and with a hint of relief and anticipation, he blandly opened his mouth. I've told you everything I've experienced during these 10 years. Don't you even say hello? Immediately after that, Lin Che's voice took on the softness of the front, like unveiling a secret that had been hidden for a long time, but which everyone knew clearly. In fact, the girl recognized the man from the moment she got in the car. There wasn't really anyone on the other side of that call. The girl recounts everything that has happened in the last 10 years to the man in the car to listen. Lin Che's voice was filled with emotion, and his words were all about marveling at this deep and introspective emotion. At that point, Lin Che's voice suddenly became slightly trembling, and the man who had learned all this was choking at this point. He shakily uttered the words, hello. Boom! The word hello instantly set the internet abuzz. The netizen, who had just been rebutted for over-interpreting, instantly jumped out like a chicken blood, excitedly mocking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm right. Who else? Blind cats meet dead rats. Open or not, you know yourself. What do you mean it's on or not? If it's not off, you're saying I'm on? Wait. The story isn't over yet. Bro, you don't seem to be right? Someone noticed that there seemed to be more to the story and hastened to warn. The crowd was also popped by this line, and their eyes once again turned to the center of the stage. Chapter 170, going back is fine, but you have to add money. In the perception of the crowd, the story seems to have drawn to a close. After all, The mystery seems to have been revealed. And the word hello seems to be the key to the story and the answer to the mysterious two words at the beginning of the song. The atmosphere of the scene, from the party immersed in the moving story, gradually tends to calm down. Everyone assumed that this was the final answer and were ready to look back on the song 10 years with this realization. However, Lin Che had no intention of stopping his narration. Only on the stage, Lin Che's mouth quirked slightly, as if he couldn't help but smile at the thought of what he was going to say next. Looking at the audience under the stage, Lin Che gently adjusted the position of the microphone and proceeded to open his mouth to state into the microphone. In the car, the girl gazed fondly at the boy. The girl's eyes were filled with complex emotions, both the joy of being reunited and the longing for the past, and she asked softly, "Can we ever go back?" Lin Che's voice was soft and soothing, as if it was pulling the crowd back to that car scene filled with stories. The man frowned slightly, a serious look on his face, and after a moment of silence replied, "Go back? Sure, going back is fine. But it's going to cost extra." Lin Che couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly as he spoke, and that look of stifled laughter had already betrayed him. This sudden comical ending is like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the touching atmosphere of the party. The people present were first stunned, and then they all cursed. "Mud, old thief Lin, why did you have to add those two lines? It really spoils the atmosphere." One cranky netizen couldn't help but complain loudly, with emojis to match, full of tears and laughter. "Really, you're Lin Che? This reminds me of The Voice of China." The final about the song, Lin Che said the sentence, "Have to add money. Can't get past this terrier, can you?" But it seems like those two words really do seem to be. Hello? Did the dude really guess right? Ahem. I'm just slightly out of my league for this comment section. On the internet, the netizen who guessed hello correctly began to speak proudly again. Not only the netizens cannot hold back. The judge's seat. The three judges originally the corners of the eyes still contain a touch of tears because of the story touched by the tears. At this moment also by the sentence have to increase the money almost burst out laughing. Only to see the three of them trying to hold it in at first, and then they couldn't help themselves and burst out laughing. Zhou Chuanxiong managed to settle his mind slightly as he automatically ignored those two sentences following Lin Che's, shook his head helplessly, and spoke. "I originally asked this question just casually." Zhou Chuanxiong's voice was tinged with a hint of laughter, as if he was a bit puzzled by Lin Che's sudden surprise. "I didn't expect you, kid, to give me such a big surprise." Zhou Chuanxiong paused and then asked curiously, "Did you do it on purpose or by accident?" Zhou Chuanxiong's words came with a light and witty tone, making Lin Che feel exceptionally comfortable. On the stage, Lin Che nodded his head slightly, a gentle smile on his face as he opened his mouth to explain. In fact, these two words are understood differently by everyone. Lin Che's eyes scanned the audience on stage as if he was communicating with each and every one of them. Some people think it's a breakup, perhaps because breakups are painful partings that most people experience. People hear their own stories in the songs. Others think it's hello, and maybe they're more yearning for that release and lightness of being reunited. Of course there are those who think it's a bride price, which is probably something they associate with some of the hopelessness of real life. There will even be people who think it's what if and maybe they're going through life with all kinds of assumptions and regrets. This statement once again made waves. Holy, Lin Che the prophet. Ha, you can even guess this? This is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Could it be that Lin Che even watched the live broadcast when he recorded the program? You guys don't understand this, do you? You guys thought Lin Che was at the 5th level, but in reality, he had already thought of the atmosphere. In fact, Lin Che had long since had an earful of these explanations in his previous life. In a previous life, the song 10 Years was widely circulated, and the discussion about those two words at the beginning of the song never stopped. For these two words in the opening of the lyrics, Lin Che actually didn't have a clear direction in his mind. He knows that everyone's life experience, emotional experience is different, bring a different perspective, that listening to 10 years, the understanding of these two words will also change. Just as there are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people, each understanding carries a unique life lesson for the listener. At this point in the conversation, many people couldn't help but nod their heads frequently in agreement with this statement. Even Yi Ling, who was an opponent, admired him. The reason for this is that the song 10 Years touched Yi Ling so much. It wasn't until the end of the competition that Yi Ling gradually recovered from the shock of the song. Afterwards, the duo of Zhao Qingya and Liang Jin analyzed the song 10 Years meticulously from the levels of arrangement and emotion respectively. Once the analysis is complete, the final voting officially kicks off. The rules of this voting are clear. Each of the three judges holds one vote in each hand, and each vote is equal to the votes of 100 music critics in a ratio of 100:1. The first to open was the voting channel for Chen Mingfeng and Jiang Yan. With his unique rap love song, Jiang Yan collected 55 votes, plus the 2 votes cast by Liang Jin and Zhao Qingya. and eventually won. Immediately after that, it was Lin Che and Yi Ling's turn to face off. The three judges first looked at Yi Ling with apologetic faces, and then, almost simultaneously, cast their votes in their hands for Lin Che. The 100 music critics also have roughly the same voting tendencies. The final vote was revealed with a ratio of 77-22. There was one abstention, but the ratio was still very wide. The internet instantly exploded with such a result. Many of Yi Ling's fans had a hard time accepting this and took to major social media platforms to air their grievances. Lin Che must have been behind it. Otherwise, how could he have won? This program's shady is also too obvious. Right. Yi Ling sang which point is worse than Lin Che. Surely received benefits from Lin Che. Lin Che is a villain who relies on connections to get to the top. There's not much strength at all. And this match is an unfair treatment of Yi Ling. Tirades like this one are all over the place, filling all corners of the internet. However, Yi Ling at the program site was not too surprised at the result. She knew in her heart that the internet was bound to go into a frenzy once such a result was announced. Therefore, Yi Ling intended to open her mouth to explain for Lin Che. She didn't want to be subjected to Lin Che's connotations again because of this situation. Chapter 171, Why is it so long? On the scene of the program, only to see Yi Ling calmly pick up the microphone, look frankly said, "For this result, I lost heartily." After saying that, Yi Ling turned her head to look at Lin Che, a relieved smile blossoming on her face as she sincerely congratulated. "Congratulations, Grand Champion Lin, King of Love Songs." Lin Che didn't show too much surprise at Yi Ling's approach, because after Lin Che won the championship later, Lin Che would still have a song to show off. It's a single that only the winner is eligible to sing. Nominally a single promotion. It's actually for the length of the program. Only. From time to time this song can be a little long. One song incorporates 33 market-tested love songs, with the title of King of Love Songs and the internet full of shady comments. It must have been very interesting to see this song come out. The internet was just as Lin Che predicted. The tirades didn't calm down because of Yi Ling's explanation. In the opinion of many avid fans, this is the capitalist putting pressure on Yi Ling. Lin Che is the king of love songs that the capital wants to support. Capital used Yi Ling to use Lin Che as a peddle. The award ceremony was officially launched with the closing of the polls. Amidst a sea of internet abuse, Lin Che calmly walked onto the stage and held up the championship trophy. In that moment, the cheers came like a tidal wave, layer after layer, as if they were going to overturn the entire arena. Lin Che raised the trophy with one hand, his face beaming with pride. At this point, the stage lights went out at just the right time, and the warm and romantic musical accompaniment suddenly started. Many people were attracted by the romantic, cozy intro and couldn't help but close their eyes and soak in the wonderful atmosphere. It's not just your beauty that makes me love you. I love you more and more. Every look touches my heart. I love you the most. Otherwise you'd be making me. How else could I have gone to the fire? Do whatever you say. At first, many people didn't notice the unusual melody and thought it was just a normal love song that lasted for more than 3 minutes. They had cozy smiles on their faces and swayed their bodies gently. I'm going to become a fairy tale. The angel you love. Spread your arms into wings and embrace you. It wasn't until more than 3 minutes later that the song showed no signs of stopping and the audience began to look puzzled. The song isn't over yet? This question gradually rose in the hearts of the crowd, just as everyone was speculating. On stage, the tempo of Lin Che's singing picked up. Baby 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 oh baby 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 oh baby baby. A burst of baby machine gun instantly lit up the atmosphere of the scene. This caused the crowd to heat up as if the song was just getting to the chorus. But what followed was a burst of shifting and blending, without being abrupt, in the combination of the choruses. For a while, the gorgeous melodies mesmerized the crowd, as if they were in the middle of a musical feast, with the song going on until just over 6 minutes into the next climax. I kissed you goodbye on a deserted street. Let the wind laugh at me, I can't say no. I kissed you goodbye on a wild night. My heart waits to meet the hurt and sorrow. The unfamiliar melody played again, like a grand orgy that brought the scene to its peak. When the classic melody of Kiss Me Goodbye played at the 6-minute mark, the scene instantly boiled over, and the entire audience stood up involuntarily. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and surprise, as if they were seeing the birth of a musical miracle. If it weren't for the venue restrictions, the 100 music critics would have wanted to kowtow to Lin Che on the spot to show their extreme admiration for his talent. Lin Che stood in the center of the stage, holding the microphone, and performed with deep emotion. And that slightly vicissitude timbre interpreted the emotion of Kiss Goodbye to the fullest. Lin Che tilted his head slightly, gently swinging his body in time with the rhythm, as if he was really in a deserted street kissing his lover goodbye. The song progresses to 6 minutes and originally everyone thought it was just a normal length song. But as time went on, the song didn't end as expected. At this point, the audience began to notice something unusual about the length of the song, and were mingling with a puzzled look on their faces. Why isn't this song over yet? Is something wrong? How can a song take so long? What's taking so long for a song? Various speculations spread through the crowd. As for Lin Che on the stage, he was still immersed in his singing. Lin Che's voice was steady and conveyed some kind of mysterious signal to the audience. After another 2 minutes, the song came to 8 minutes. It finally dawned on the crowd that this was a skewered song. Moreover, the melodies of these love songs have never been seen on the blue planet. In an instant, a strong sense of afterthought rose in the hearts of the crowd. Previously, it had been rumored that Lin Che was a master of melody as well as improvisation, but many people only listened to it as a joke. But at this moment, the audience who witnessed this with their own eyes had to believe that this was not a rumor, but an ironclad fact. At the 8-minute mark, the melody of comprehension played, and the crowd just felt a strong emotional impact hit them. Many felt their knees get a little out of control and almost fell to their knees on the spot. The faces of the crowd were written with intoxication and emotion. Their mouths slightly opened as if they wanted to say something, but their throats were blocked by this wonderful melody. Lin Che's singing style at this point steeply changed, with more pain and realization in his voice. On the stage, Lin Che he frowned tightly, his hands gripped the microphone tightly, and his song was like a catharsis, letting out all of his inner emotions through his song. At the 9-minute mark, the melody of You're Getting Me Drunk was played and the mood of the venue grew higher and higher. The audience's bodies swayed involuntarily to the rhythm, their faces beaming with excitement. This is too good. One song after another, each one so classic. Lin Che is simply a god, truly worthy of being a master of melody. The king of love songs, Farron Chul, doesn't belong to him. The internet was filled with praises that had long since drowned out the voices of Yi Ling's rabid fans. The crowd listened to Lin Che's singing voice and watched as Lin Che sang while swaying his body slightly. Lin Che's eyes scanned the audience on stage. 10 minutes into the song. I'm only too afraid I'll fall in love with you myself to let myself get too close. The audience was captivated by the soft melody and couldn't help but raise their hands in the air and cheer. At this moment, Lin Che's singing voice also became soft and delicate, as he slightly closed his eyes and gently leaned his body forward. 11 minutes in, the melody of Too Soft at Heart plays. You're always too soft-hearted. Too soft-hearted to carry all your problems on your own. The audience clapped along with the rhythm, and Lin Che was also infected by the atmosphere of the scene, and a smile appeared on his face as his body danced joyfully along with the rhythm, forming a good interaction with the audience. 12 minutes in, the song fades to the end. Chapter 172, Not a Buddy? At the show, the accompaniment faded to a flat. On stage, Lin Che also tightened the microphone in his hand for the finale. Forever love, forever love. I just want to love you for the rest of my life. From now on you'll be all reasons for happiness. Forever love, forever love. Forever love. The atmosphere of the scene became warm and romantic. The audience closed their eyes and soaked in the beautiful melody. Lin Che's voice became gentle and deep. He slowly lowered the microphone and opened his arms. More than 12 minutes later, the whole song just officially ended and the audience seemed to wake up from a beautiful dream. It was a long time before thunderous applause broke out. On the contrary, the internet has been full of pop-ups for a long time. The reviews were directly turned around by a nearly 13-minute song. On the stage, Lin Che put the microphone down, and Shen Shang also walked onto the stage at this moment, announcing the successful conclusion of the program. Love Song Bloom won the title of King of Love Songs. Lin Che Curry was also appraised and evaluated by the Blue Star Music Association, and the results may still be available after a few more days. After the program ended, Lin Che took a taxi directly to the airport. Su Qingqing sent all the luggage of the two back to Magic City yesterday morning. As for Lin Che's choice to return to Magic City first, it was mainly because he had previously promised Xiaoming a piano charity event 2 days afterward. Airport lobby. Lin Che found an empty seat in the corner and swiped up his cell phone. Picking up his cell phone and unlocking it instantly, a bunch of congratulatory messages instantly slammed in. Pang Jiayue, Shaolin Ah. Again to our school face. After the winter vacation remember to often go back to school to sing a few songs and my office piano. Free time or not also come back to play. Guide, Lin student. Congratulations. I've already applied with my superiors in helping you take a semester-long leave due to your special circumstances. Lin Yao, I say you kid. What is not good to sing in the final? Have to sing 10 years. You do not know that now your dad's side business is out of the drop driver? Tonight you have to coax your mom again. Xiao Ming, brother Lin. Just watching you play the piano is simply handsome. If I had half of brother Lin's skill, I would walk directly across the piano pipe. Of course, there are also 3 good sons in the dormitory, but the 3 righteous sons, in addition to the jealousy, naturally, the rest is not buddies? The 3 righteous sons, in addition to outspoken jealousy, naturally the rest is not buddy? Lin Che's fingertips moved slightly and slid downward. Just 4 more messages at the bottom. Zhou Huajun, Xiao Lin Ah. My slot is vacant in the back. The company has been handed over. The money is ready. And it's time to arrange the schedule for the song appointment. Qin Wei, Lin Boy. Now that you've won the title, do you know how much the heat of the song diva has affected me? A lot of people are saying that I'm an old cow eating young grass. Lu Huan, congratulations Lin Che. Yu Jinzhou, can I say that the final piano performance was expected? By the way, I was kind of hoping for your presence at the teachers' event in 2 days. Lin Che was still a bit surprised by the news about the 2 people, Lu Huan and Yu Jinzhou. After all, they had pitched them a hand earlier, but for these veteran song kings whose status had long been secure, they naturally didn't care about such minor details. Mentors Zhou Huajun and Qin Wei, both of whom, the events of the single, Lin Che didn't mean to procrastinate. Moreover, the studio had not yet been established, so Lin Che definitely could not negotiate with other companies on his own on the issue of division. Now Lin Che's pace is a bit fast. A flash of debut also 3 months. The domestic music market Lin Che also occupied a place in the field of national style and the field of love songs. Lin Che rubbed his brow, thinking that it wouldn't be too late to establish a studio after returning to Yangqing for the new year. Thinking that the race had just ended and there was no rush for the last few days. 10 o'clock in the evening. Landing in the Magic City, Lin Che took a taxi back to his rental house, and after a simple dinner, he washed up and rested. 2 days also passed in a flurry of fervent internet fermentation. Lin Che received the news that Xiao Ming had come to pick up and drop off early in the morning. Once downstairs, Lin Che scanned around and did not find Xiao Ming's familiar Maibei, and could not help but frown slightly. I was just about to pick up my cell phone to ask about it when a Maserati pulled up in front of me. The car window slowly rolled down and Xiao Ming's slightly agitated face came into view. Lin Che was just about to open his mouth to inquire about something, only to see Xiao Ming waving his hand, signaling to get in the car and talk about it. Inside the car, Xiao Ming directly did not hit himself. Ringo, I'm telling you, that Maibach crane didn't last more than a few days before it leaked. After sales is also speechless to death. Always called me to change things. Really convinced. Just bought not to 6 months. A back and forth loss of more than 100,000. After hearing this Lin Che just shook his head helplessly. Lin Che's family naturally had some spare money. Only for the car. Lin Che does not care about these. The family's generation of Dazhong bought 10 years ago, until now is still in the garage to collect dust, because of my parents' work, and the fact that I can now transfer money from my cell phone. The rent collection aspect can all just lie flat. All but a handful of users need to pay in cash, but it's only a matter of a small donkey ride, and that's only once a month. So although Lin Che had had a love for these aspects, after the baptism of time, he had long since looked down on them. After a brief conversation in the car, the two soon arrived at their destination. After getting out of the car, Lin Che found a small square. Only in the center of the square, there was a valuable piano. There were also rows of sound around the perimeter, as well as about 500 to 700 seats with the names of the admitted guests printed on the backs of the seats. Lin Che and Xiao Ming were seated together, both of them positioned in the second row. The two smiled at each other and walked side by side to their seats and sat down, waiting for the event to begin. The plaza. The event is about to kick off. By 9 o'clock the staff was busy. They carefully decorated the square, laying out a cover for the piano, which was placed in the center of the square. The whole piano, with its body radiating an antique and charming luster, seems to speak of a moving melody about to be played under the sunlight. Around the square, flowers were staggered. Red is passionate, pink is delicate, white is pure. Sound equipment has also been repeatedly debugged. The technicians listened intently to every note of the playback effect, to ensure that the sound is clear, pure sound quality. Do not miss any subtle flaws. Lighting crews were busy shuttling above the plaza, adjusting the angle and brightness of the lights. As the day wore on, major music celebrities arrived on the scene, dressed in exquisitely tailored gowns. The men were graceful, the women elegant and noble, guided by the staff to their respective seats in an orderly manner. Every celebrity's face wore a look of anticipation, as if they had a premonition that this concert would bring unparalleled shock. The seats on the plaza have already been neatly arranged and are now filled with music lovers from all walks of life as well as industry insiders. They talk softly about their anticipation for the upcoming show. Chapter 173. Lin Che sat quietly in his seat. He was also dressed in a simple but stylish black suit today. The white shirt on his collar was slightly open. He looked casual and at ease. His eyes were focused on the piano in the center of the plaza, which gave off an antique sheen. He leaned forward slightly, his body almost off the back of the chair, and subconsciously interlocked his hands gently, as if so he could touch the music that was about to play in advance. Lin Che's eyes shone with anticipation, and his lips pursed slightly. For some reason, Lin Che's breathing became slightly rapid, and his chest rose and fell rhythmically with his breathing. Xiao Ming, who was on the side, saw Lin Che in this state and muttered inwardly, "It's over. It's over. Lin Che can't wait already?" But, oops, never mind. Trust Ringo. After a long time, Lin Che turned his head to look at Xiao Ming, still unable to resist inquiring, "Brother Xiao, this event site is comparable to a music conference. Would it be too grand?" The reason Lin Che asked this was because he saw the names of those upper-class celebrities on the first row of chairs. For this event, it seems that the only one who was really mixed up in the entertainment industry is Lin Che. In this campaign, the lowest position, and the capitalist, Xiao Ming, on the other hand, shook his head and spoke calmly, "Brother Lin, just go ahead and do it boldly. None of these people's status can compare to yours." Lin Che almost jumped out of his skin when he heard the words of cudgeling. One dragon media was enough for Lin Che. Not to mention the fact that every single person in the first row here was 100 times the size of dragon media. Lin Che couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly as he raised his hand to signal Xiao Ming to keep quiet for now. Thinking to be alone first, half an hour slipped by. The atmosphere in the square, for some reason, became more and more gloomy and enthusiastic, only to see Elder Xiao slowly enter with a steady pace, surrounded by the crowd. Old Man Xiao was wearing a well-tailored Chinese tunic today, his silver-white hair neatly combed back, showing his elegance and solemnity. They were followed by major music industry celebrities, all of whom are well known in the industry. At this moment, these elites, who usually called the shots in their respective fields, were walking to their seats in an orderly manner. The whole process was quiet and orderly, yet vaguely revealing a sense of unspeakable tension. Once the crowd was seated, the event officially kicked off. Elder Xiao slowly got up, his gaze calmly sweeping across the room before he cleared his throat and began to introduce the rules of this charity event. I won't repeat the superfluous words. As usual, his voice was not high-pitched, but it clearly traveled to every corner of the square. If someone can make up that song of mine and meet my standards, this event will provide all-around funding for the mountainous region in his or her personal name. Of course, it doesn't matter if it fails to fill in the blanks, or if it's not completed to a satisfactory degree. Even so, a batch of necessities will be sent to the children in the mountains in the name of the participants. Elder Xiao paused and encouragement flowed from his gaze. I hope that all the geniuses present will be brave enough to try. As Old Man Xiao spoke, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally looked in Lin Che's direction. Lin Che keenly captured the imperceptible hint of anticipation in Elder Zhao's eyes, and a trace of doubt couldn't help but spread in his heart. As soon as the words fell, a cacophony of remarks instantly resounded from the scene. A group of young people sitting in the fourth and fifth rows were talking to each other. This activity has been held for 5 years with all the wind and rain, but until now, no one has been able to make Elder Xiao truly satisfied. The difficulty of this $10 million title is simply beyond imagination. A young man wearing black-framed glasses frowned slightly, his tone filled with emotion. A fashionably dressed youth next to him chimed in. More than 10 million. Do you remember? The previous year when Master Yu made his move. That level was there for all to see, but it was only enough to make Xiao Lao's satisfaction level reach 60%, and even then, the funds that ended up being funded in Master Yu's name were as high as 25 million. From this, we can see how high Xiao Lao's requirements for that piece of music had to be. There's nothing to lose by trying it out. Last time I went up and played it, although it didn't reach Xiao Lao's standard, but at least it directly contributed a batch of musical instruments to the mountainous region, which is also considered to be doing something practical for the children. Another girl with a ponytail said with a smile, optimism in her eyes. These words clearly reached Lin Che's ears. Through their conversation, Lin Che had a clearer understanding of the general details of this event. However, Lin Che couldn't figure out why Elder Xiao had to organize such an event with so much gusto. In Lin Che's opinion, if it was simply to subsidize the mountainous region, he could have used a more direct and simple way, and with Xiao Lao's prestige and influence in the industry, it would not be difficult to raise funds. But nowadays, such a seemingly unattainable bar has been set that many musicians are left scratching their heads. Could it be that the reason behind this is simply to find someone who can make up the tune? Or is it that the tune itself has a more special meaning? Special enough to warrant such a great deal of trouble from Elder Xiao? A great event as an opportunity to challenge the entire music industry? Lin Che fell into deep thought, his brows locked and his gaze filled with confusion. While still pondering, Yu Jinzhou slowly walked to the center of the square. Finally, in the eager anticipation of the crowd, Yu Jinzhou, dressed in a black tuxedo with a posture as straight as a pine, walked to the center of the square with a confident and elegant stride. His appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere of the scene, and a mountain of cheers erupted from the crowd on stage. Whistles and shouts mingled and resounded throughout the square. The crowd stood up and waved their hands, expressing their anticipation for Yu Jinzhou in the most enthusiastic way. Lin Che was also infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere and couldn't help but stand up as well, applauding hard with both hands and a bright smile on his face. His eyes followed Yu Jinzhou's figure closely. Yu Jinzhou faced with just the right amount of self-confidence and calm. In the moment of gently seated, slender fingers as if with spirituality, gently hitched down on the keys, as if with the piano in front of you to start a deep conversation without words. A brief silence spread through the air, as if the entire world was holding its breath at that moment. Immediately afterward, the melodious and gentle sound of the zither was like a babbling stream in the mountains, slowly flowing out from his agile fingertips. In the bustling square, Lin Che sat quietly in the audience, his gaze locked onto Yu Jinzhou in the center of the square. From the moment the first note curled up, Lin Che could keenly hear that this was a tune originating from Chopin. Chapter 174, A Dead Taoist Friend Doesn't Die a Poor Man. That's right, the piece Yu Jinzhou played was the same piece that was similar to Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, Op. 9 No. 2, in his previous life. Only the difference is that there is a 60% similarity. At the beginning of the piece, the listener's look was more or less one of curiosity and scrutiny. Yu Jinzhou opens with a soothing and gentle melody. It's not unlike the progression of emotions in that Chopin piece from a previous life. Also in moments, it creates an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. As Lin Che listened to the familiar melody, he couldn't help but slowly close his eyes, as if his thoughts were being pulled. He was instantly placed in a quiet night where everything was silent. This sense of quietness seems to lay the cornerstone of contemplation for the whole piece, leading people to open up their deepest thoughts and explore the subtleties of emotions in the midst of this serenity. The familiar melodic style opened the door to Lin Che's memory, making him recall the romance and depth unique to Chopin's music. Lin Che's body unconsciously leaned forward, and without realizing it, he was immersed in the flowing music, his thoughts rising and falling with the melody. Yu Jinzhou gives the tune a new lease of life, though a continuation of the song. Yu Jinzhou also incorporates some clever variations on the original classic melody, sometimes speeding up the tempo and sometimes making harmonic adjustments. Lin Che listened while secretly analyzing in his mind. He marveled at Yu Jinzhou's understanding and innovation of the classics, while pondering the significance of such adaptations in musical expression. Each note was like a stone that was thrown into the lake of his heart, sending ripples through the layers, making him more and more mesmerized by this rendition by Yu Jinzhou. However, some of the piano enthusiasts in the audience, frowned slightly in concentration, as if they were doing their best to discern the distinctive and unique aspects of the piece. Many people couldn't help but whisper at the opening melody. Why does the beginning of this tune sound so familiar? It seems to be a bit similar to the one played by Master Yu the year before last. I really don't know how it will develop later. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said softly. A lady beside me nodded slightly and picked up. Well, I sincerely hope there's a bit of new creativity behind it. But don't simply carry the classics and change a few notes to fool everyone. At this point, another listener couldn't help but interject. But then again, even if it's really like what you guys said, just by looking at Master Yu's melody and choreography alone, it can only be described with the word wonderful. In his seat, Lin Che suddenly closed his eyes tightly. It was as if the sounds of those discussions did not seem to have disturbed him in the slightest. At this moment, Lin Che's thoughts only wanted to float away with the flowing zither sound. He was more than familiar with the previous version of the tune. Now listening to Yu Jinzhou's rendition, his heart was full of mixed feelings, with various complex emotions intertwined. As the melody gradually advances, the piano's voice reveals a hint of sadness, if any, beneath the seemingly calm surface. Lin Che slowly opened his eyes revealing a hint of wandering. That subtle change in rhythm just now immediately reminded him of the change in rhythm in that Chopin classic. It is this subtle shift that subtly gives the notes a faintly mournful quality. This sadness is not strong and straightforward, just like the thin clouds floating leisurely in the night sky, gently enveloping, and just like those slightly bitter memories, without realizing it, it quietly touches the softest corners of people's hearts, so that people can't help but feel a kind of unspeakable despondency. Lin Che settled his mind a little, focusing his gaze to the center of the square, staring closely at Yu Jinzhou's finger. Listening to those dynamic jumping notes seemed to take Lin Che through time and space, back to the world full of musical treasures in his previous life. In Lin Che's mind, bits and pieces kept intertwining. On the one hand, Lin Che was surprised that the song could appear in such a form in Blue Star. On the other hand, Lin Che couldn't help but think that if it was just a matter of timeline, then would all those classic pop songs from his previous life be presented to the world again in a similar way at some point in the future? If that's really the case, Lin Che pondered in his heart, then wouldn't there be many people living in my shadow? The moment this thought appeared, it enveloped Lin Che's heart like a haze, but very quickly, Lin Che gently shook his head again, dispelling this worry. Dead Taoist friends don't die poor, Lin Che mumbled in his heart. After all, He had the memories of his previous life, which was a unique advantage. With a good grasp, you will not be bothered by these possible scenarios. Yu Jinzhou has improved the tune quite a bit in the course of his performance. He adjusts the tempo of some notes to make what was a slightly monotonous passage more layered. Yu Jinzhou is bold and innovative in his approach to chords, although the latter chords span slightly more. With this design, it makes the whole sound but with a different kind of tension. Only, there are still a few tones that sound slightly jarring to someone like Lin Che, who is familiar with the previous version. Otherwise, Yu Jinzhou's completion could be up to 80%. In the main seat of the square, Old Man Xiao quietly listened. He is a titan of the Chinese piano industry, with a naturally sharp eye and a high demand for music. At this moment, Old Man Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. The expression on his face appeared calm, but a hint of satisfaction was hidden in his eyes. Although Yu Jinzhou's playing is not perfect and not up to the top level he has in mind, but compared to those cats and dogs blindly groping their way through the musical path, Yu Jinzhou has managed to cross the passing line in his heart. Old Man Xiao nodded his head slightly, secretly thinking in his heart, this child, he does have some ideas. In time, top 3 in the world might be possible. Finally, Yu Jinzhou's playing came to an end. The last note fell and the room was first briefly silent. Immediately afterward, thunderous applause rang out. The audience stood up with appreciative smiles on their faces. Fantastic! That playing was fantastic. I didn't expect to hear such a distinctive tune. It feels a lot more subtle than last year's, and I think it's as good as it gets. All sorts of praises were heard. Yu Jinzhou stood up and bowed deeply to the audience. At the moment, his face wore a humble smile, but his eyes could not hide the joy of success. Lin Che also applauded along with the crowd, but his thoughts were still immersed in what he had just been thinking. He realized that although Blue Star's music world had its own trajectory, the memories of his previous life were like a key that could open the door to countless possibilities for him. Lin Che looked at the piano in the center of the square, and for some reason, he was suddenly stupidly excited. Chapter 175. This was supposed to be an impossible task. Wait until Yu Jinzhou finishes playing. The aftermath seemed to linger in the air, as if unwilling to dissipate. That kind of reminiscence gripped the hearts of everyone present. For some reason, Lin Che's excited heart was beating even harder. His eyes were fixed on the piano, his eyes full of fervor and desire. Although Lin Che didn't know inwardly why Old Man Xiao had gone to great lengths to complete this song, but to be honest, Lin Che kinda wanted to go up and perform a wave. Lin Che secretly pondered in his heart. Just now Yu Jinzhou's playing, although the tune continued in general, but Yu Jinzhou's fingering, rhythm, and grasp of emotion just now was simply the pinnacle of excellence. If playing the original version of the track, it is no exaggeration to say that Yu Jinzhou's piano level, in the previous life is also the existence of the world top 10. Although Lin Che practiced the piano hard on his own weekdays, after just now, Lin Che realized that there might still be a gap between himself and Yu Jinzhou. After all, there is a certain degree of gulf between the playing level and the master level. However, at this moment, Lin Che couldn't suppress the impulse within his heart to try his hand. There is no other reason. Although the skill of the instrument may not be as good as that of the masters, but if you add the charm of originality, then it may not be so. People are emotional creatures. After thinking about this, Lin Che's gaze focused on the piano in the center of the square. Only Yu Jinzhou got up and bowed slightly, the gesture elegant and humble. The crowd's applause at the moment still resonated in the square for a long time. Many were still whistling hard to express their inner awe and appreciation. An old man with white hair sitting beside Old Man Xiao had tears of excitement glistening in his eyes as he murmured, "How many years have passed since I've heard such a wonderful and brilliant performance? This is simply a baptism for the soul." A young lady sitting next to Lin Che in the second row had long been flushed with excitement at this moment. She kept applauding and mumbling, "This is too powerful. This is the true master's demeanor." Although there is no perfect interpretation, but Xiao Lao, this is supposed to be an impossible task. An old man in a Zhongshan suit to the left of Old Man Xiao continued. After Yu Jinzhou received the applause from the crowd, he silently returned to Old Man Xiao. Old Man Xiao, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction, then turned his head and whispered to Yu Jinzhou, "Not bad." The words were short, but the affirmation and appreciation in that tone was like a heavy hammer hitting Yu Jinzhou's heart. Such a simple comment and a dream beyond the reach of many musicians. When Yu Jinzhou heard this kind of evaluation, not only did he not have the slightest dissatisfaction on his face, but on the contrary, his whole body revealed a kind of pride from the inside out. Yu Jinzhou slightly straightened his back, and his eyes, for some reason, shone with confidence. He knew well that he had been tuned up by Chopin for so many years, and it took years of hard practice and countless days and nights of polishing in front of the piano to get to where he was today. And to receive such recognition from Old Man Xiao was a supreme affirmation of his own zither skills. After a hot scene from Yu Jinzhou, the crowd knew how much they weighed. but a number of them still went up to try to make up the difference. After all, those who came to participate in this event carried a bare heart within them. Even if they know they can't, they think of the children in the mountains, and many of them have the courage to try with the attitude of giving it a try. First on stage were several graduate students in the piano program. They are also highly acclaimed leaders in their schools on weekdays and have complete confidence in their piano skills. However, Eugene-jo's performance just now was too shocking, and that perfect rendition was like a high-hanging benchmark that pressed them a bit breathless. The audience under the stage, although they had expected it in their hearts, still couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. The trio rendition ends, the applause from the stage was sparse, and the second challenger themselves knew deep down that the gap between them and Eugene-jo was not a single star. But of course they did not regret ascending to this position. The audience on stage, while marveling at their skills, always felt that something was missing, and Eugene-jo listened quietly off stage and couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in his heart. He watched these juniors play and realized in his heart that his years of hard work had not been in vain. His understanding of the tune, his grasp of the emotion, has long been incorporated into every note. These challengers, while having solid fundamentals, have a long way to go in interpreting the depth of the tunes. Many of them were a little nervous inside, and with the fact that their zither skills weren't too high, they let out a wail. In the midst of a rising and falling wail, Lin Che slowly got up and walked towards the piano in the center of the square. The gazes of the crowd turned to this faceless young man, their hearts filled with doubt. After all, this event has been successfully held for 5 years, and all those who have participated in it over the years are rich and powerful celebrities from all walks of life. The sudden appearance of a fresh face like Lin Che naturally drew sideways glances from the crowd. However, the crowd was merely curious and did not expect much from him. After all, Eugene-jo has just given a magnificent and nearly perfect rendition, as well as the 3 challengers who have been unsatisfactory one after the other. Lin Che's ability to have such courage under such immense pressure was truly admirable. In the midst of the curious, questioning sidelong glances and puzzled gazes that mingled with those of the surrounding crowd, Lin Che, as if he were a warrior about to embark on a sacred journey, walked slowly towards the piano in the center of the square with a steady pace and a hint of imperceptible tension. Each step seemed to step on top of the expectations and suspicions of the crowd. Finally, Lin Che came to the piano and slowly took his seat. He straightened his spine, as if he were making some kind of solemn connection with the piano. After taking his seat, Lin Che slightly tilted his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath in an attempt to gradually calm down those fingertips that were trembling from nervousness and excitement. At this moment, Lin Che's mind couldn't help but conjure up the piece he was about to play, Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, Op. 9 No. 2. In the long history of music, this great work has always been shining, like a bright star, carrying the admiration of countless musicians. When he thought that he was about to give it a brand new life with his own hands, Lin Che's heart was like a churning sea wave, and his excitement was hard to contain. Under the blazing gaze of the crowd, focused like a searchlight, Lin Che's fingers moved gently and slightly. Chapter 176, seems to me I'm overestimating this child? Under the focus of the crowd's gazes, Lin Che's fingers slightly moved. Premise STH. Lin Che's right hand opens with a soothing arpeggio. In accordance with the subtle arrangement of fingering, the fingers fall in sequence from the bass to the treble, the smooth sliding of the 3, 2, 1 fingers. This kind of move didn't cause much of a stir, because that's how Old Man Xiao and Eugene-jo's original song was. Only Lin Che's level seemed slightly lower, and because of that, with this little interlude, the music seemed to be like a peaceful painting slowly unfolding in the middle of the night. Lin Che's left hand then presses down, using fingers 1 and 5 for the bass, and fingers 2, 3 and 4 for the inner notes of the chord. The fingering is steady and slow-paced, providing a steady harmonic foundation for the right-hand melody. In the center of the square, Lin Che was immersed. Only then, only by placing himself squarely in the quiet night, to feel the peace and tranquility, could Lin Che deliver the song's connotations. In the center of the square, Lin Che was also trying to transmit this inner peace to everyone present through the sound of the zither. He wanted to let everyone find a moment of peace in this noisy world as he did. As the melody progresses and the theme of the song is presented, Lin Che's fingering changes significantly. Increased span between right-hand melody notes. Lin Che uses finger extension and contraction flexibly, especially in the climaxes, where the 4th and 5th fingers span long distances with precision, while ensuring an even and coherent tone. The left-hand chord rhythms are no longer monotonous, and the occasional syncopated rhythms make it necessary to control the chord transitions more precisely in his fingering. At this time, Lin Che's heart was flooded with faint sadness and contemplation, and he remembered those moments in his life that touched his heart, and incorporated this delicate emotion into the melody. It's like telling the listener a little insight into life, letting everyone get lost in the melancholy, if any, Entering the middle unfolding section, the difficulty of fingering increases steeply, and for Lin Che, it is a double test of skill and emotion. The right hand ornamental sounds, such as waves and trills, he gives the melody magnificent colors through the rapid fluttering and precise control of his fingertips. Running fast scales, his fingers traveled across the keys with great independence and evenness, keeping the tone clear and grainy. The complex harmonic changes in his left hand allow him to work with both hands to a high degree of understanding. Listening to the melody that Lin Che played out, Old Man Xiao sat on the main seat and listened carefully to the changes in Lin Che's fingering. Since the beginning, Lin Che has been playing original pieces. Old Man Xiao also knows that originality comes with a filter, and many people will compete to imitate that standard answer given by the questioner. From Lin Che's fingering, Old Man Xiao also shared this feeling. He could feel the passion surging within Lin Che at this moment. Lin Che wanted to pour the frustration, perseverance and defiance of life into his playing. Even in the reproduction part of the tune, Lin Che's right-hand melody returns to the fingering used in the presentation of the theme, with more finesse in the intensity and detailing. Still, these reproduction arts made the anticipation in Old Man Xiao's eyes diminish more and more. Old Man Xiao frowned slightly and thought in his heart, "It's just a parody, hardly anything new. It seems I overestimated the boy. He's a good teacher, but not necessarily a master." Yu Jianzhou sat on the side, and from the moment Lin Che started playing, he keenly noticed that he was deliberately imitating Old Man Xiao's style of music. That feeling was very obvious. From the fingering technique to the expression of emotions, it all had the shadow of Old Man Xiao. This made Yu Jianzhou wonder in his heart. In Yu Jianzhou's opinion, Lin Che has not fully developed his piano style. In addition to Lin Che's original work, if Lin Che had never been able to cross this hurdle, he would not be able to rank as a master. At this moment, Yu Jianzhou was also muttering inwardly, "It shouldn't be. This level doesn't look like it." This feeling within Yu Jianzhou lasted until almost the end, when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Just then, a delicate, steady melody came lazily. Only Lin Che's fingers touched the keys gently, carefully sculpting each note. His left hand's chordal rhythm was widened, and his fingering was switched in a calm manner. Such an expression conveys the calmness that comes with the experience of agitation, and looks back on the previous emotional storms with a mature and relieved mind. This growth and release is incorporated into the performance, allowing the listener to feel the emotional shift from struggle to peace. Not only that, but at the closing continuation, Lin Che's right hand gradually diminishes in volume with gentle arpeggios, his fingers touching the keys for a slow release, and his left hand's chords are sparse, ending the whole piece with a simple bass note and a long chord tone. This unexpected operation is like reaching an inner peace of transcendence, a feeling of gratitude and reverence for life, with the sound of the piano flowing slowly past to the listener, so that everyone in the afterglow of music feel the purification and sublimation of the soul. Yu Jianzhou's eyes widened. How could he not expect that Lin Che would be able to achieve such a wonderful reversal at the end? Originally, Yu Jianzhou thought Lin Che was deliberately imitating. Now Yu Jianzhou thought that it was all Lin Che, deliberately careless, because he had been punked once. Yu Jianzhou was also a little afraid of this young man Lin Che. The crowd listened to what was expected to be a tune that blossomed into something unique at the last minute. That continuation at the end is far from a simple parody. It's a reflection of having a deep understanding and appreciation for music. When the song ended, the aftermath seemed to linger in the air. The entire room instantly fell into a silence, and everyone's breathing seemed to subconsciously slow down by half a beat. Old Man Xiao was originally squinting his eyes slightly, immersed in the reminiscence of the music. When he heard the last note fall, he was first violently stunned, and the whole person seemed to have been instantly struck by an electric current, and his body, which was originally somewhat flaccid, instantly tightened up. Immediately afterward, a flash of extremely bright surprise and undisguised admiration flashed through his eyes like a meteor streaking past, only to see him miso a moment, like a spring violently stood up, the movement of the rapid, so that people almost did not have time to react. Immediately afterward, he raised his hands high and clapped hard. The applause was clear and loud, like popping beans, and was particularly abrupt in the silent venue. His face, at the moment, was filled with unstinting admiration and heartfelt relief. The smile seemed to fill his entire face, and this was a world of difference from the look of questioning he had on his face when he played at Lin Che before. Old Man Xiao couldn't contain his inner excitement and said loudly at the top of his voice, "Good." Immediately afterward, he continued to exclaim loudly, "What a Lin Che! At first, I was filled with the thought that you were merely following a gourd and simply imitating it, but I never thought that at the end of the day, it could be so great." The continuation of this ending is nothing short of divine and punctuated. Old Man Zhao's hands clapped hard, making a pop sound. Just a handful of notes, but it instantly gives this otherwise classic tune a new and distinctive life. It's a sublimation of the classic. A marvelous innovation. Boom! This unreservedly high praise evaluation from Old Man Shao clearly fell into the ears of the crowd, as if it was a heavy bomb exploding in their ears, and as if they had heard something that was sufficiently earth-shattering. Chapter 177, Lin Che. He's only in his 20s. He'll float. Above the square. The crowd was bustling. A cacophony of people's voices intertwined with all sorts of fine conversations. A much-anticipated musical renewal is taking place here. The crowd, at first, though, said they all waited with anticipation for the emergence of a melody that would rock the soul. But many people know that even Master Yu could not get into the eyes of Elder Shao, so it can be seen that this renewal, how difficult it is. But at one point, the field suddenly took an unexpected turn. The crowd that was still talking casually, but through Old Man Zhao's high praise for Lin Che, the crowd instantly froze in place as if they had been cast under a stasis spell. Their faces were filled with dismay and surprise, their eyes staring round and their mouths slightly open, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Immediately afterward, the pent-up emotions suddenly erupted. The scene erupted into a deafening chorus of gasps and mingled chatter. An old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but whisper, "This showbiz brat can make Old Man Shao praise him so much? Honestly, showbiz, know it all." I feel that Elder Zhao's words are a bit overstated. Lin Che, he's only in his 20s. He'll float. The crowd nodded their heads and couldn't help but look at Old Man Shao, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. People spoke one word to another, their voices converging together like a raging tide, instantly flooding the entire square, boiling out of control. Lin Che, standing upright in the center of the square, appeared particularly composed amidst the hustle and bustle. For Old Man Zhao's heartfelt admiration, the same trace of surprise flooded his heart. Mind you, he knows the tune like the back of his hand. In the performance he had just given his all. He thought he had brought out the flavor of the tune and displayed a very high standard. However, reason told Lin Che that this song was not his original. In this world, in fact, the original prototype of this tune had already existed, and Lin Che had merely skillfully filled in the missing parts of the tune with the clear memories in his mind. Listening to the voices of the surrounding crowd that were full of admiration and praise, Lin Che did not show too much ecstasy. He looked calm, his deep eyes revealing a hint of bashfulness, just a slight nod of thanks to the crowd, a simple and elegant movement, before striding calmly back to his original position. His back, illuminated by the sunlight, looked extraordinarily sprightly, but this image, when it fell into the eyes of the crowd, became another manifestation. What the hell? Being praised like this and still not being arrogant? Not bad for someone who can renew such a melody. It seems that people in the entertainment industry aren't all that. Ahem. Rumor has it that Lin Che is the genius of improvisation, and I didn't expect it to actually be finished for him. Say, is Lin Che really listening to this song for the first time? How come I don't feel like it? In the midst of the crowd's murmuring, the event continued to move forward in an orderly fashion according to the established process. The several challengers who appeared after Lin Che were all full of confidence and rubbing their fists. They walked on stage, sat down at the piano, took a deep breath, and tried to renew the legend of the piece with their own talents. Although they all went all out, with fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads and determination and persistence in their eyes, what they continued to write was no longer a highlight that could make the crowd in the room light up and marvel. Every note they dropped was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, which could cause a few ripples, but ultimately could not make waves. On the faces of the audience, a hint of disappointment gradually surfaced, and the originally enthusiastic discussion gradually dropped. Just as the event was gradually approaching its end and the atmosphere was slightly flat, Old Man Shao, who had been sitting on the VIP seat, suddenly stood up slowly. His stance was no longer upright, but his aura was still powerful. His gaze was like a torch as he scanned the entire room, his expression grave, as if he was contemplating something important. Afterward, Old Man Shao took a step forward, picked up the microphone, and said in a loud voice to everyone in the room, "This activity, I don't think it's necessary to carry on anymore." The moment these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in the crowd. The crowd, which was already somewhat tired, was instantly awakened by these sudden words. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, confusion and disbelief written all over their faces. Some stared wide-eyed and deadpan at Old Man Shao as if they wanted to find an answer on his face, while others exchanged words and whispered, and still others were at a loss and did not know what to do. Lin Che sat quietly in his seat as he keenly captured the deep meaning lurking between Old Man Zhao's words. Every look and every word from Old Man Shao was sending him some kind of special signal. Lin Che knew very well in his heart that Old Man Shao had a different expectation of his performance. Lin Che had a clear perception of his own abilities. He understands that on a purely technical level, he may not yet be among the world's best. Those masters who have made a name for themselves on the international stage, who have honed their skills professionally over many years, are truly unparalleled in their mastery of technique. However, when it comes to melodic compositions, it's a different story. Lin Che's thoughts couldn't help but drift to the previous world. In contrast to a world where musical culture was highly prosperous and a variety of styles and genres blossomed, the world we live in today seems to be lagging behind in the field of music. In Lin Che's memories, the music of his previous life was like a sparkling treasure trove that held countless amazing melodic gems, while the music of this world was still exploring forward on a relatively basic level. Lin Che often wondered if it wasn't for the fact that as a newcomer, he needed to follow the principle of biding his time and not showing off too much in this circle. He actually has a strong urge deep down to create at a very high frequency, and can't wait to release an album in a day. After pondering all of this, Lin Che raised his head slightly, his gaze traveling through the crowd and looking towards the direction where Old Man Xiao was. Some of the young people in the crowd frowned, full of confusion. How come the event doesn't continue? Could it be that the tune is so difficult that there's really no point in continuing it later? The two scratched their heads as they spoke, their eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Amidst the crowd's suspicions, Old Man Xiao gently waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. His gaze once again swept across the room, and then slowly opened his mouth to reveal the purpose of this event. This event is meant to be a public service activity. Old Man Xiao's voice was low and powerful, echoing in the square. It's a tune that I also worked half my life to write. Speaking of this, Old Man Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of emotion, as if recalling his half-life of music creation. But the end of the tune was never quite right for me. It always felt like it was missing that little bit of flavor, that little bit of something that could touch the soul. That's why I enlisted the help of the nation's geniuses to renew it 5 years ago. Saying this, Old Man Xiao paused, his gaze turning towards Lin Che, his eyes filled with appreciation and praise. Nowadays, this song can be described as a perfect 10. There was a hint of relief in his voice, and he raised his volume slightly. It was still completed by Lin Che, who had only heard it once in a sequel. Chapter 178, New Song in February. Long time ago. Boom! In the square, the atmosphere was a bit weird. Powerful men in fancy dress. They began to talk in low voices, although the hands and feet show elegance and reserve. But every eye contact seemed to contain endless deep meaning. Lin Che, a newcomer to the entertainment industry, quietly showed up at this event. Although he is now at best a second-tier singer and a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry, he still seems out of place in this occasion full of powerful. The gazes of the crowd also focused on Lin Che at this moment. Lin Che didn't care about these gazes, because in the eyes of the powerful and wealthy, the entertainment industry is a mixed bag, full of all kinds of hype and false. They are used to labeling people with their inherent vision. A newcomer to the entertainment industry like Lin Che, in their opinion, had only risen to prominence with a few moments of luck and face value. The crowd did think so at first, but they don't make snide remarks because rich people are smart. Plus those who make it into this event must have a skill. Without giving the crowd much time to think, Old Man Xiao cleared his throat, his steady voice echoing in the hall. I know that everyone has a resistance to the stars in the entertainment industry at first. When these words came out, the crowd's expression changed slightly. The scene of originally exchanging words instantly quieted down. Everyone was slightly stunned, and a hint of panic flashed in their eyes. After all, this inner thought, while common to all, has never been put so bluntly on the table. Old Man Xiao paused, his gaze slowly swept over the crowd, and then said, although you guys didn't show it at first. The expressions of the crowd grew more and more unnatural. Some people's eyes dodged, while others forced themselves to stay calm and took a sip from their wine glasses in an attempt to hide their inner embarrassment. But the inner superiority, I'm sure anyone has it because, Old Man Xiao sneered slightly, to tell a joke. In the beginning when I saw Lin Che, I thought the same thing inside. Boom! The words exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Their gazes were directed towards Lin Che, and their eyes were filled with a complicated light. There was surprise at not expecting Old Man Xiao to be so honest. Those who had doubts began to re-examine Lin Che. There was even a hint of embarrassment, that little bit of his own inner thoughts being broken by Old Man Xiao. Lin Che didn't think these were anything, because that's how showbiz is supposed to be. Though it may seem glamorous, it has long been riddled with holes. Lin Che also stood up at this time, tilting his head slightly. Lin Che took a deep breath and took a few steps forward to Old Man Xiao's side. Afterwards, Lin Che bowed deeply to Old Man Xiao and the entire audience. This bow was full of his gratitude for Old Man Xiao's understanding, and also carried his composure in the face of the crowd's skepticism. Old Man Xiao looked at Lin Che, his eyes full of praise, and continued, but Lin Che once again used his strength to break my prejudice. At this moment, an old man stroked his beard and said, Lin Che, a genius indeed. The song seems to have been perfectly renewed, and there's no point in continuing it. After the old man finished speaking, He squinted his eyes and looked up at the stage, seemingly reminiscing about the melody he had just heard. Elder Zhao's admiration for Lin Che is beyond extraordinary. Lin Che's continuation has long since reached the standard of perfection in Elder Zhao's heart. Honestly, the sequel part of Lin Che's ending really takes me back for a long time. After Old Man Xiao announced the final destination of this tune that had gathered countless efforts, the event came to a successful end. The event is over, but the crowd is still basking in the afterglow. Lin Che was even more thoughtful as he finally understood why Old Man Xiao was so obsessed with seeking a perfect continuation for this song. As it turns out, all subsequent proceeds from this track will be automatically remitted to a specific foundation. And the purpose of this fund is to bring help and support to children in the mountains who are eager for knowledge and hope. In today's music market, the royalties from a hit tune can be staggering. Typically, a song with a little bit of popularity will have a royalty share of as little as tens of millions of dollars a year. If it can be played frequently on all major platforms and become a popular household name, it's not difficult to score a number of small goals or even multiple small goals a year. This covers copyright purchase fees for music broadcasting platforms, offline performance licensing fees, royalties for the use of commercial advertisements in film and television episodes, and so on. The various revenue streams are intertwined to form a sizable chain of wealth. And this song by Old Man Xiao is even more extraordinary. Its quality was unrivaled. Its melody was beautiful and moving. And the emotions it contained were sincere and profound. Coupled with Old Man Xiao's pivotal position in the upper circles, the song seemed to have become a huge magnet. It was coveted by many powerful people who couldn't wait to drop some money on the track and tried to get involved in any way they could. This is undoubtedly an act of patronizing in the eyes of many. After all, establishing a good relationship with Old Man Xiao would not only lead to many potential opportunities in business, but would also elevate one's status in that intricate social network of the upper echelons. However, such opportunities are not available to everyone. Many people, even though they were harboring huge sums of money and were eager to curry favor with Old Man Xiao by investing in this song, didn't even have the opportunity to hand in a letter of intent to cooperate. Old Man Xiao sticks to his principles and is not swayed by money and power, and is dedicated to finding the most suitable path for the development of this song that carries the hopes of the children in the mountainous areas. Such a move by Old Man Xiao truly illustrates the noble state of treating money like dirt. In this materialistic era, this selflessness and kindness of Old Man Xiao also added a few more points to Lin Che's admiration for him. A few days later, Lin Che has set up a studio in his hometown of Goat City after finishing his last, for no other reason than the fact that you get to go home more often. Moreover, after 2 competitions, Lin Che did not intend to show his face in the public eye for a short period of time. After all, Zhou Huajun and Qin Wei were promised to write songs for both of them, and the two of them were perfectly capable of separating for 2 months to stabilize the charts. Then there's the upcoming February. After that event, Old Man Xiao's piece had long been pushed into music society by the powerful. In the previous situation, Old Man Xiao would definitely be unwilling. But Lin Che is in the entertainment industry, and Chopard directly made an exception to turn a blind eye. And at the end of January, there was a direct succession of hot searches about Lin Che and Chopard. For a while, Nocturne in E-flat major, Up, 9 No. 2, has been making a classical wave all over the internet. Lin Che naturally will not let go of the topic of classical. New song for February. Long overdue. Chapter 179. In Lin Che's studio, just after the new year. The lingering warmth of the festive and lively New Year still lingers in the air. Lin Che stretched comfortably and put his work aside for the time being. The joy of the New Year still seems to linger in your heart, making you want to enjoy a few more moments of this rare and relaxing time. Released in January, Rush Hour, unsurprisingly, remains firmly at number 1 on the new songs chart. Lin Che sat in his office chair, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the eye-catching list ranking on the computer screen. Song title, Rush Hour. Downloads, 10 million. Collection, 8 million. Ranking, number 1 on the new songs chart. Number 1 on the Hot 100 chart. After reading this, the corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly, revealing a pleased smile. Lin Che knew in his heart that the fact that the song had achieved such a proud result certainly had the factor of being set off by his peers. But more than that, it's the over-the-top quality of the songs themselves. In order for Xiao Qingqing to polish the song, Lin Che didn't know how many all-nighters he had stayed up just to make Su Qingqing better understand the meaning of the song. As it turns out, Su Qingqing sings the kind of song that presents the regrets and beauty of youth to the listener in the most perfect way. Lin Che lazily leaned back in his office chair, his eyes slightly relaxed. As the studio has just been established, many matters are still in the transition phase of handover. This also gave Lin Che plenty of time to think about his future plans. He understands that you can't rush into music. You need to slow down your pace and look at the long term in order to stand firm in this competitive music scene. Lin Che tilted his head slightly, his gaze cast towards the ceiling as his mind began to sort out the arrangements for the next few months. February, March, and April. These 3 months Lin Che didn't need to worry too much. After all, in this current period of a rising classical wave, no one would turn down a piece as classic as Nocturne. Lin Che closed his eyes and the melodious melody of Nocturne appeared in his mind, as if he could already see the listeners immersed in that dreamlike musical atmosphere. With this song, even with all those ace producers trying to release songs in the rap realm, the quality of Nocturne doesn't fall short in the slightest. Not to mention March and April, writing songs for the heavenly kings and queens, which in itself carries a huge amount of traffic. When Lin Che remembered the agreement he had set with those two heavenly kings and queens last year, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a few more points. Predicting the future through the present, it was as if Lin Che had already foreseen that when those two songs tailor-made for the divas were released, they would surely create a storm in the music industry. At that point, one's hotness will only rocket and only increase. Thinking of this, Lin Che's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation and excitement, and his body unconsciously sat up a few points straighter. As for May, Lin Che frowned slightly and fell into a brief moment of thought. He intends to take advantage of the special occasion of May 4th Youth Day, plus the super high heat accumulated from previous installments, to release a song that fits the theme. He was silently calculating in his mind, thinking that with proper planning, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, he has a solid background in music composition, and with the support of his fans, he is sure to achieve good results. Then came the graduation season in June, and for Lin Che, song selection was not a difficult task. Graduation, a theme of parting and hope, always inspires endless creativity. One thought, the students were all over the campus, listening to the songs written by Lin Che for the graduation season. The kind of people who are either moved to tears or embark on a new journey with a dream. Lin Che nodded lightly, feeling quite satisfied with June's plan. On the contrary, the 3 months of July, August and September, the song category Lin Che has not thought of for the time being. Lin Che's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and contemplation. These 3 months are in the middle of the year, with neither a clear theme like graduation season or the holiday season, and the market's music preferences are relatively fragmented. Lin Che knew that the songs released at this stage had to be uniquely creative and powerfully appealing in order to stand out from the crowd. This caused Lin Che to fall into deep contemplation, with various musical styles and themes flashing through his mind, but none of them seemed quite satisfactory. As for October, this is the closing stage of the 12 consecutive titles, and Lin Che naturally chose the national wins to stabilize the charts. After all, being in the realm of kokeshi music has long been Lin Che's comfort zone. Lin Che's current impression on the crowd was, with a deep love and unique understanding of Chinese-style music. Every time Lin Che creates a Chinese-style song, it is like having a conversation across time and space with. After thinking about this, Lin Che rubbed his sore eyes and sighed softly. He knew that 3-month gap, while nagging him a bit, didn't have to be rushed. Slowly getting up, Lin Che moved his somewhat stiff body for a moment, then took a steady pace to the basement. In the basement, a small electric donkey was parked quietly in the corner. Lin Che looked at it, and a trace of affection passed through his eyes. Lin Che straddled the small electric donkey, skillfully inserted the key and started the car. With a brisk sound of the motor, the car breezes toward that heartfelt harbor. Home. Along the way, the city's neon lights flashed and the streets continued to be filled with the buzz of the new year. Lin Che's thoughts gradually pulled away from his work, and his heart was filled with anticipation for his home. After all, no matter how hard he fights in the outside world, his home will always be the warmest harbor for him, the resting place for his tired soul. On the flip side, gorgeous media, Jiang Yan, who had just won the 3rd runner-up in the music competition Love Song Bloom, was not shrouded in a haze of depression at the moment, as the onlookers had guessed. Thinking back to the period after his return to China, the company set up a development plan for him. It's really nothing more than a hope that he'll show his face on the show and mix it up in front of the public in preparation for the new songs that will kick off in February. Jiang Yan understood in his heart that this rap theme has always had a unique cycle of audience preferences. Just like every year just after the new year, most listeners are still immersed in the festive atmosphere of the new year, and they are more inclined to lyrical songs that are full of joyful vibes than upbeat raps. That's why a lot of ace producers don't choose to release raps at this point in February. This becomes the advantage of Speaking Rock. He intends to release his first rap song since returning home in February, a month that doesn't seem too conducive for rap releases. It's not just a song release. More than anything, Jiang Yan was declaring to everyone, even if he returns to China, he, Jiang Yan, is still in the field of rap that one looks up to. Insurmountable lofty peak. Chapter 180, Classical Rap. Inside the spacious and bright office in Splendid Media, after Jiang Yan established the direction of February's hair song, His entire body leaned forward slightly. For the upcoming February battle, Jiang Yan's heart did not produce a trace of tension, but more is expected. His fingers tapped skillfully on the keyboard with a data sound. The sound was like a dense drumbeat, resounding one after another in the quiet office, as if it was an external manifestation of Jiang Yan's inner rhythm. Jiang Yan was focused, his eyes glued to the computer screen. His eyes seemed to see through the screen as he quickly switched pages, eagerly checking up on the internet's hot list. His gaze revealed a hint of helplessness, and his brows furrowed slightly, forming a shallow Chuan character. It seems to be in anticipation of being able to take the information that is useful to you and find a way to break out of the current dilemma from this mass of information. At this point in time, the internet hot list had already exploded like a lake that had been thrown into a boulder because of the incident of Lin Che completing his piano song. All major platforms were screened by related topics, and countless industry insiders came down to analyze Lin Che's work in detail and depth with their own expertise. After all, classical music is like a deep treasure, and only those who are in the inner circle, who have a deep understanding and sense of it, can truly discover the great energy contained in the tunes. Jiang Yan slid the mouse wheel, and a piece of professional analysis came into his eyes. One of the posts reads, Lin Che's supplement to the piano piece this time is a masterpiece in terms of harmonic use. In classical music, harmony is a key element in building musical color and emotional depth. Lin Che gives the tunes a whole new lease of life. In the climax of the piece, for example, he boldly employs off-key chords to create strong color contrasts. This treatment, Jiang Yan nodded slightly as he read, secretly admiring Lin Che's mastery in the use of harmony. From this, Jiang Yan also inexplicably developed an idea. What if classical and rap were combined? What would happen? With a question, Jiang Yan unconsciously flipped his fingers downward again. Another post came along that directly analyzed what he had in mind. At this stage of the game, the classical music that emerged. I would venture to guess that later on there will be a classical combination of pop music. Here's why. In terms of compositional structure, the rigor of classical music provides a solid framework for popular music. The tonic through Lim Chi follows the sonata form typical of classical music, with a clear hierarchy of presenting, unfolding and recapitulating sections. This structure, when utilized in pop music composition, allows for a clearer narrative and a more logical rise and fall of the song. Taking the main song chorus structure common in pop music as an example, if we can draw on the layout of a classical piece, we can achieve richer emotional expression and musical development within a limited space. Just like in the main song section, the presentation section can be used to smoothly introduce the theme and melody, creating a sense of familiarity for the listener. And in the chorus, which is like an unfolding section, the emotions are brought to a climax through melodic and rhythmic changes, before finally returning to the theme in the recapitulation section, reinforcing the listener's memory of the song. Seeing this, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up slightly, and an impulse surged in his heart, suddenly wanting to try the combination of classical and rap. Jiang Yan, as a super tier 1 star, had already lost face in front of Lin Che once in the field of love songs, which made him very resistant inside. He has always had a high status in the music industry, but now he is being suppressed musically by a newcomer, which is definitely a blow to his ego. So, in February, he planned to dig down a drop of heat from Lin Che on the hot topic of combining classical and pop music, as a way of proving his strength in music creation and regaining his dominant position in the music industry. Jiang Yan's eyes gradually became firm. He was well aware that Lin Che had achieved great attention in classical music. Having been in the music industry for many years, rap is the trump card in his hand if he wants to emerge and consolidate his position again in this competitive environment. Jiang Yan believes that as long as he can skillfully incorporate classical elements, he will be able to create eye-catching works that will attract the attention of listeners and reclaim the glory that belongs to him. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and let his excitement gradually calm down. He sat up straight again, placed his hands on the keyboard, and began searching the internet for more information on the combination of classical and rap music to better prepare himself for the creation he was about to embark on. Settling his mind, Jiang Yan's fingers flipped down again, only to see that there are professionals who emphasize in their posts that the rhythmic rhythms of classical music have always been part of its appeal. Lin Che makes skillful use of complex and varied rhythmic patterns, such as syncopated rhythms and appoggiaturas, in his complementary piano pieces. These rhythmic elements not only add to the groove of the music, but also provide ideas for innovation in pop music rhythms. In the current pop music rhythm tends to homogenization of the status quo. Return to classical music to draw rhythmic nourishment is not a breakthrough road. Syncopated rhythms, for example, can break the regular pattern of beat accents and create unexpected rhythmic effects that keep the listener's attention more focused on the music itself. Attachment rhythms, on the other hand, lengthen the duration of the notes, making the melody more tense and expressive. Jiang Yan thought seriously about the possibility of combining these rhythmic elements with rap music, and some preliminary melodic and rhythmic ideas had begun to emerge in his mind. Gradually, a clear outline gradually appeared in Jiang Yan's mind, and on the internet, after a large number of professionals analyzed it from all angles, Lin Che's name had already soared in heat on the internet, becoming the #1 hotness in February that could not be ignored. All the major media platforms were reporting on Lin Che's complimentary piano piece, and the number of discussions, likes and retweets on related topics on social media were climbing. Jiang Yan looked at these overwhelming analyses and praises and had mixed feelings in his heart. He was biting his lower lip, which was a little white, and his fingers unconsciously tapped on the desktop, making a rhythmic duck-duck sound. As long as Jiang Yan thought about it, just after returning to China, he was suppressed by Lin Che. That's more than a loss of face. Lin Che, a newcomer, climbed up the ladder too quickly. Jiang Yan of course wanted Lin Che to know the gold content of the saying that there are specialties in the arts. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. Jiang Yan couldn't help but think in his heart, secretly, it's true that I can't beat you in love songs, but what about rapping? I don't just sing rap, I sing classical rap. Chapter 181, The Time is Ripe. On the internet, the wave of classical music is coming in with a vengeance. Everywhere they went, there was a buzz and a fervor. In the midst of this wave, Jiang Yan, a musician who has already made a name for himself in the rap scene, is fully immersed in his creative world. The winter sunlight, through the window, gently poured down on Jiang Yan's cluttered recording studio. The studio table is littered with music books, some with yellowed pages that show they've been thumbed through over and over again. Jiang Yan sat in front of the computer, his eyebrows locked, his eyes staring at the song arrangement software on the screen. Focused eyes, Jiang Yan as if he wanted to see through the screen. His fingers flew across the keyboard like a blizzard. Jiang Yan knew very well in his heart that this raging classical wave was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime excellent opportunity for himself. If you can hold on to it steadily, it's like holding a key to a higher peak of the music industry, and you will be able to move up in this highly competitive music industry. Meanwhile, on the big, dark stage of the entertainment industry, Splendid Media is flexing its muscles, intentionally or not, on the invisible battlefield of the internet. In the entertainment industry, things like rubbing off on people are really normal. The major companies have been doing all sorts of things for the exposure and popularity of their artists. Splendid Media is like the manipulators hiding behind the curtain, and they know the power of public opinion and heat. They spread news about Jiang Yan through various channels, both brightly and darkly. On popular social media platforms such as Vibe and Do Sound, Gorgeous Media carefully selects and publishes photos of Jiang Yan's serious creation in the studio. In the photo, Jiang Yan's focused look is captivating in the light, surrounded by piles of musical equipment and papers filled with inspirations, and the accompanying text is even more clever, alluding to the fact that he's on a bold, unprecedented musical endeavor. This carefully curated content is like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up layers of ripples. For a while, the discussion about Jiang Yan on the internet gradually heated up. From the initial sporadic attention to the later heated discussion, the heat was like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. Jiang Yan was naturally keenly aware of this heat, and he directly followed the trend, skillfully utilizing this wave of classical fever to make his name appear frequently in the public's view. He began to interact with his fans on various social media platforms, sharing bits and pieces of his creative process, further pushing up the buzz. The crowd, however, held a very different opinion of this bold attempt of his. On the music forums, a variety of voices were heard. A netizen named Music Explorer was the first to post, "Rap can be fused with classical? Is this reasonable? The strong rhythm of rap and the elegance of classical music are two extremes. I really don't know how Jiang Yan is going to do it." The thread seemed like a spark thrown into a powder keg and quickly drew many followers. Brother Jiang Yan's bold attempt must be supported in a wave, regardless of whether it will succeed or not. This spirit of daring to make a breakthrough is worth praising. The classical heat has been high lately, coupled with being pressed by Lin Che after returning home. Jiang Shin of course wanted to use this wave of heat to respond to Lin Che. As the discussion continued, more and more people got involved, with a mix of supportive and skeptical voices. This has made this conversation about Jiang Yan's musical experimentation hotter and hotter, and has made the public curious about his upcoming works. And this wave of news about Jiang Yan on the internet quickly spread out, and soon reached Lin Che's eyes. At this moment, Lin Che was sitting leisurely in the studio. Since the studio site was chosen in Yangchang, Lin Che has started a different rhythm of life. During the day, Lin Che was fully engaged in music creation and various matters. At night, when you return to your cozy home, you can taste your mother's hand-cooked meal. The familiar flavor satisfied Lin Che's taste buds and comforted his tired heart. Such a life, cozy and beautiful, full of happiness, mesmerized Lin Che. At the moment, in the late afternoon, the sunlight poured through the blinds and spilled into the studio, creating a golden light. In the midst of this light, Lin Che's figure was reflected in a way that made it more and more slender. He sat comfortably in his swivel chair, his body leaning back slightly in a relaxed yet focused posture. Fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the desktop, making a series of soft, rhythmic D-Day sounds. At the same time, Lin Che's eyes narrowed slightly, his deep eyes empty, flickering with a thoughtful light, locked tightly on the news about Jiang Yan on the computer screen. Lin Che's focused eyes, as if he wanted to see through the screen and see through all the hidden intentions and trends behind this, rapidly analyzing and weighing the responses in his mind. He's trying to make a play on the classical rap? Lin Che muttered, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile, smiling as if he were a seasoned chess player who was enjoying every move his opponent made on the board. In Lin Che's opinion, Jiang Yan was undoubtedly rubbing it in this time by capitalizing on the classical music craze and trumpeting his musical attempts. He knows the laws of survival in the entertainment industry all too well. In this competitive arena, everyone is looking for ways to attract attention. Although Jiang Yan's move is slightly utilitarian, it is not a means to an end. It was just that Lin Che knew in his heart that simply rubbing it in might be able to bring momentary attention, but without really solid work to back it up, it's ultimately just a flash in the pan. Su Qinghe stood quietly, his expression calm. He looked at Lin Che's focused appearance and spoke. Jiang Yan seems to be making a lot of noise this time by taking advantage of the classical fever. Should we do something about it? After he finished speaking, Su Qinghe quietly gazed at Lin Che's expression, his eyes revealing a hint of probing. Since working with Lin Che for so long and experiencing so many times in difficult situations, Su Qinghe had long known Lin Che's style of behavior like the back of his hand. He could think with his feet that with Lin Che's character, he definitely wouldn't let go of this wave of heat, only to see Lin Che gently waving his hand, his tone calm and confident, as if everything was under his control. There's no need to rush, let's follow the original plan. Lin Che's voice was steady and strong, echoing in the slightly quiet studio. He knew in his heart that he held an ace in the hole, and that was the nocturne, which had already been carefully arranged. This song is a fusion of classical and rap elements, and in the past life, there was a rumor that when nocturne was played, you went up to the stage to receive the award. Lin Che had also been waiting for a suitable time to launch it these past few days, and at this moment, it seemed that the time was ripe. Chapter 182 New Song Type, Classical Rap. On the network, for Jiang Yan's courageous attempt, most of the netizens are attracted by this wave of operation. Have a warm discussion on the major social platforms. The relevant topics quickly on the hot search list. The heat remains high. It's not just the average internet user who's buzzing under this craze. At the same time, Jiang Yan's approach to this has caused a small ripple in the circle of musicians. In the hearts of many musicians, Jiang Yan's courage is appreciated. Because of Lin Che's previous success with Hua Guofeng, many musicians feel that in this highly competitive music industry, daring to break away from tradition and try to combine the seemingly unrelated classical and rap is an admirable behavior in itself. They expect Jiang Yan to be as successful as Lin Che in opening up a new music world and injecting new vitality into the music scene. However, veteran musicians who have been in the music industry for many years and have a lot of experience hold a more cautious attitude. They know that musical fusion is no easy task. The perfect combination of two very different genres of music requires great skill and deep musical expertise, and a little carelessness can lead to a botched performance. The ace producer, Zhao Qingye, was sitting quietly in front of her desk at the moment. The afternoon sunlight through the clean floor-to-ceiling windows gently sprinkled on her desk, adding a bit of quiet and softness to the whole space. However, at the moment, Zhao Qingye's mind was completely absent from the pleasant atmosphere. Her gaze locked onto the computer screen, tracking the real-time direction of the internet heat. With her above-average keen musical inspiration over the years, Qingye Zhao has always been able to dig out the most promising melodies and rhythms in a sea of musical material. Coupled with her excellent and extraordinary production skills, she has successfully promoted a number of singers and released popular works that have been sung in the streets and become part of the music industry classics. At this moment, looking at the heat on the internet surging towards Jiang Yan like a tidal wave, Zhao Qingye instantly gained insight into Jiang Yan's main purpose. She knew the twists and turns of the circle all too well. Jiang Yan was nothing more than trying to capitalize on this wave of heat to try to regain the face he lost by being crushed by Lin Che on the program Love Song Bloom. In the program, Lin Che, with his unique musical style, plays around with various themes to create a refreshing oral feast. Coupled with Lin Che's outstanding to amazing singing, Jiang Yan, who was competing on the same stage, was instantly eclipsed and reduced to a background that set off Lin Che's radiance. Although Zhao Qingye appreciated Lin Che's talent, the talent and innovative spirit that Lin Che had shown in creating music. However, in the field of rap, Zhao Qingyan knew in her heart that the rhythm and rhyme, also known as flow, was the essence of it, and was the core of the soul of rap music. She remembers seeing too many singers trying to rap without really understanding and mastering the subtleties of flow, thus, leading to an awkwardly raw final presentation of the rap. What started out as a passionate and energetic rap has inexplicably turned into a ludicrous ratatouille that has no rhyme scheme whatsoever. Although from the bottom of her heart, Zhao Qingya very much hoped that Lin Che would be able to prove himself in the field of rap, break through the expectations of the crowd, and bring new surprises and changes to the music scene. But whenever she thought about the difficulty of it, she couldn't help but silently sigh inwardly. Rap is not a simple rhythm and lyrics pile up. It requires the singer to have a very keen sense of rhythm. The emotion has the right control. The rhyme has a natural use. Even for musicians as talented as those in the music industry, it's never easy to achieve true success in the rap realm. For the complex and unique art of rapping, Zhao Qingya herself really didn't have any immediate good solutions. Under such circumstances, she could only choose to observe silently from the sidelines. On the contrary, Lin Che's side, since the studio was established in Sheepshead, during the day, Lin Che devotes himself to music creation and affairs, and at night, he returns home to enjoy the delicious meals cooked by his mother and feel the warmth and tranquility of home. Such a pace of life made Lin Che feel cozy and satisfied. The moment Lin Che sat on the swivel chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desktop, making a slight sound. With his eyes slightly narrowed and a thoughtful glint in his eyes, Lin Che stared intently at the news about Zhang Yan on the computer screen. Lin Che naturally believed in the strength of the song Nocturne. In his previous life, Lin Che had known the song Nocturne in depth. The song was written with more than just the essence of classical music. There is also a deeper fusion of rap music. What's great about Nocturne is that it's not just a simple addition of classical and rap, it's a skillful blend of the two. Such an arrangement of the songs is like the perfect blending of two different colors to create a new and unique artistic effect. Chow showed extraordinary talent and creativity in writing this song. He doesn't just retain the elegance and depth of classical music. At the same time, it gives rap music a richer emotional level and cultural connotation. The rap section is no longer a simple stack of beats and empty lyrics. Rather, it carries deep emotions and stories that complement the classical melodies. Lin Che knows that such a fusion requires great skill and a deep understanding of music. For Jiang Yan this time, he took advantage of the classical craze and trumpeted his classical rap attempts. While this can attract a lot of attention in the short term, the ultimate recognition depends on the quality of the work itself. Nocturne, on the other hand, has been meticulously prepared and has more than enough to compete with it, both in terms of the beauty of its melodies, the depth of its lyrics, and the ingenuity with which it blends classical and rap. After all, a truly great piece of music will not be overshadowed by the heat of the moment. Lin Che sat in the studio, already determined to release the song as originally planned. Though such a move was bound to create a furor among Zhang Yan's fanbase and spark their discontent. After all, in the entertainment industry, any artist's new action, especially with the competitor Shedon behavior, will inevitably touch the sensitive nerves of the fans. However, Lin Che showed a bland indifference to this. Ever since he had made Dragon Media's unseemly collusion public, he had personally sent this industry tumor into the abyss of due sanction. Lin Che was then already mentally prepared in all aspects. This action of his own is undoubtedly a complete disruption of the balance that some people are trying to maintain. From that moment on, Lin Che had stood against many interest groups and had long been an enemy of the entire entertainment industry. After thinking about this, Lin Che took a deep breath. His fingers gently tapped on the keyboard, and along with the crisp sound of the keys, a message was quietly released in the online world. New song to be released in 2 days. New genre, classical rap. Chapter 183, I definitely won't lose this time. Boom! The news released by Lin Che's studio to the public instantly stirred up 1,000 waves on the online platform. The curtain rises on a heart-wrenching and compelling drama. At the moment, in that spacious and bright studio, Lin Che seemed to be outside the hustle and bustle. His eyes didn't linger much on the propaganda that was all over the major platforms. The constantly bouncing heat data, the flurry of discussion messages, none of them seemed to be able to attract his attention. After all this time of settling down and struggling, Lin Che has accumulated quite a high level of popularity. With his current hotness and the quality of his songs, he already has the strength to compete with first-tier singers. This confidence is not blind arrogance, but stems from a combination of both. Lin Che slowly got up and shut the computer down. He then paced to the window and gazed out in silence. The breeze was light, the streets were filled with traffic, pedestrians were in a hurry, and the hustle and bustle of the city was faintly heard. However, Lin Che's thoughts drifted into the distance, contemplating the studio's future operational plans. The studio is just starting out, and every decision is about the future direction. First of all, the studio definitely can't have only one artist, Lin Che. Then there's the creation of the work, promotion, and marketing operations. Every part of it requires careful planning and careful layout. In the meantime, all major social media platforms instantly boiled. The topic heat all the way to the wild. Lin Che had gone through the harsh baptism of the first two original matches, and the internet was presenting a very dramatic scene at this point. The realm of rap, though, has long been Jiang Yan's absolute home turf. This time, however, the trajectory of destiny was treacherously skewed. The wind direction of the network public opinion did not naturally tilt toward Jiang Yan as he had expected. In the heart of the bustling city, Splendid Media stands proudly. At this moment, Jiang Yan was sitting motionless in the spacious and bright office, his eyes staring at the computer screen with dead eyes. His eyes revealed a hint of tension and anxiety, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. His fingers kept sliding on the mouse. His movements hurried and flustered. Just now, a piece of news hit him hard like a hammer. Lin Che was also planning to release a new song in February. Lin Che releasing songs is something that is commonplace in the music industry. In this highly competitive entertainment industry, it has long been the norm for singers to release new works frequently in order to keep the heat on and show their creative energy. However, the moment Jiang Yan saw the theme of the new song, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, a chill going straight from his feet to his head. Theme collision. This was a situation that Jiang Yan hadn't anticipated in any way. Jiang Yan had always been absolutely confident in his strength in rapping, and in the new song, there's a perfect blend of pop elements and classical flavor, with some rap elements thrown in at just the right time to make the whole song more modern and impactful. Jiang Yan firmly believed that even without Lin Che's heat, this song was enough to create a new wave in the music industry and become the center of attention. However, Jiang Yan, who had competed with Lin Che on the same stage, those past memories of being dominated by Lin Che's formidable strength flooded his mind at the moment. Jiang Yan's body trembled slightly, his lips unconsciously pursed into a line, and his face became increasingly pale. It was as if he had returned to that stage and felt the powerful aura emanating from Lin Che, an aura that made it difficult for him to breathe, as if he was being tightly choked by a large invisible hand. Jiang Yan's brows were tightly furrowed together, beads of sweat slightly seeping from his forehead. His fingers mechanically continued to flip through the comments on the internet. A look of despair gradually appeared in his eyes, and his eyes were as empty as deep black holes. Ha 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 ha, bumping the theme again? As an old Lin Che fan, I don't know why, but I'm not worried at all. Right? Oh, according to the usual, I'm all for supporting Jiangshan, but when I see the text released by Lin Che's studio, why do I have an inexplicable peace of mind? These two comments were like two sharp blades, stabbing straight at Jiang Yan. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly uncontrollably, and the muscles on his face trembled. His hands clenched tightly into fists, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, and his mouth kept muttering darkly. Humph! What blind confidence! What? Blind confidence! What? Blind! 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 Still, so sure before you've even heard the song. The more Jiang Yan muttered, the more bottomless his heart became. Because, he saw the analysis he had the hardest time accepting. Classical wave as Lin Che once again set off. Pop music Huagua style opening is also Lin Che. In addition, in the field of love songs is also quite good. So, Jiangshan, although rap is very hanging, but all tendency to advantage in Lin Che. A hint of resignation flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. He slammed the table with a loud thump and bounced out of his chair like a spring, growling, "Don't I have any advantages of my own? I really didn't? No, really? Really? No? My attainment in rapping is not something Lin Che can easily surpass." Jiang Yan gradually turned from anger to self-questioning inside. The body, which had just been straightened by anger, now slowly slumped into the chair like a deflated ball. He's not happy about it. Thus, he proceeded to look through the comments on the internet, his eyes revealing a hint of paranoia, his teeth clenching, bound to find one that questioned Lin Che. Combination? Didn't Lin Che mess with it before? But rapping is about flow. I don't know if Lin Che can do it. Jiang Yan looked at the comment, and his originally tense body suddenly relaxed. Jiang Yan's eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. He took a deep breath and muttered, "Yes, flow, that's the key." Jiang Yan knew that in the field of rap, flow was indeed a crucial core element that determined the success or failure of a song. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan calmed down a little and sat back in his chair again, taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself down to think. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. In the specialized field of rap, the importance of flow cannot be overstated. And naturally, many musicians have noticed the intense wave of beats on the internet. Most of them, they were still more optimistic about Jiang Yan. After all, cross-disciplinary development, in itself, is not an easy task. Although Lin Che has made his mark in a number of musical fields, rap is, after all, an area that Jiang Yan has been deeply involved in for many years, and his experience, skill, and unique style have led industry insiders to have higher expectations for him. Jiang Yan slowly raised his head, a hint of fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, the muscles on his arms bulging as he gritted his teeth and secretly swore, "Lin Che, I will never lose this time." Chapter 184, Really Crazy. As the rhythm of the internet continues to ferment, this storm caused by the release of Lin Che's new song continues to spread in the virtual online world. Surprisingly, netizens didn't manipulate the sharp edge of their words to lash out at Lin Che this time as usual. On the face of it, this was undoubtedly a good thing, meaning that Lin Che had not been subjected to unwarranted slander and malicious attacks. However, things don't seem to be that simple, and there seems to be some unspoken concerns hidden behind this. So in a way, it's not all good, because, as the king of the entertainment industry, Zhou Huajun naturally noticed the growing strife. When this image on the internet caught his eyes, he only felt that Lin Che was simply crazy. On the internet, the wind was now blowing towards Lin Che, and Lin Che's heat was pushed to the top. If Lin Che couldn't produce a decent work after 2 days, and public opinion backfired at that time, the heat accumulated on the eve would directly pay for it. Lin Che was Zhou Huajun's most satisfied student, and he, himself, had always referred to himself as Lin Che's guide in the entertainment industry. Seeing that Lin Che seemed to be caught in a storm with an uncertain future, Zhou Huajun finally couldn't help himself and took out his cell phone to send Lin Che a text message. Drip. The crisp ring of a text message echoed extraordinarily clearly in the quiet studio. Lin Che, who was immersed in thoughts about the studio's great blueprint for the future, was pulled back to reality by this sudden voice. He slightly rubbed his eyes, which were a little sore from the long hours of concentration, and reached for his cell phone, consulting the alert sent by Zhou Huajun. "Ah, old brother Lin, give me some insight." Lin Che stared at the message and revealed a bitter smile, as if he was feeling somewhat helpless at Zhou Huajun's eagerness. Afterwards, Lin Che quickly tapped his fingers on the screen and typed a reply. "Big brother Huajun, let's just say that with the appearance of this song, this year's Golden Melody Awards will surely be able to glean an award down." In fact, Lin Che didn't fully understand the criteria for winning this world's Golden Melody Awards, so to be on the safe side, Lin Che chose a relatively conservative statement. But the words still reveal total confidence in the song. Soon, news of Zhou Huajun came again. "Ah, old brother Lin, don't whet my brother's appetite." Lin Che looked at the reply. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, his eyeballs rolled, and after a little thought, he decided to send Zhou Huajun the demo of Difficult Sutra. Although the two sides had yet to sign the relevant contract, Lin Che was still very assured of Zhou Huajun's character. Even if the worst happens, the copyright is still firmly in your hands. The demo sent out was quickly received by Zhou Huajun. As a native of Guangdong province, Lin Che naturally had no problem recording the demo of this Cantonese song. Whether it was the precision of pronunciation or the emotion, it was just right. Halfway through the day, Lin Che's cell phone screen flickered continuously, only to see Zhou Huajun's shocked messages popping up one after another. "Hoo, you kids can be so fast with your mouth? Nope. What's the difference between that and classical? You kid? Really crazy. Even though the song is high quality, it doesn't seem to be different from rap, does it?" At this moment, Zhou Huajun on the other end of the cell phone could be said to be somewhat broken inside. He listened to the demo over and over again. From the melody to the rhythm, from the lyrics to the vocals, how it sounded was very different from the traditional rap style. Even, Zhou Huajun directly thought that if Lin Che didn't know how to rap at all, because from the song Difficult Sutra, the song's rhythm is fast, and at first glance it sounds a bit like rap's fast talker, but he knows deep down that the two are fundamentally different. Before Zhou Huajun could think much, he saw Lin Che's reply. "Brother Huajun, this song is for you, and you don't think of me as one of those people who can't tell flow, do you?" Zhou Huajun's gaze quickly scanned Lin Che's message, and when he saw the second half of the sentence, he couldn't help but silently sigh in relief. Inwardly, he unconsciously murmured, Okay, I'm glad I didn't get confused. But, what the hell just flashed by? Zhou Huajun rubbed his eyes and fixed his eyes once again, focusing his sight on Lin Che's first message, his mouth opening wide in a split second. When he finally read the message sent by Lin Che, Zhou Huajun had long since lost sight of other doubts and worries within his heart. Because of the difficulty of the song in front of us, he had to run to the recording studio without saying a word, pulling his legs up and running, sputtering under his breath as he did so. "For me? This song for me? Good boy. Forbidding elder abuse. That's crazy." Zhou Huajun's eager figure, enough to see his satisfaction and love of the song. "Can't wait to go to the studio and practice." In the entertainment industry, there weren't many musicians like Zhao Qingya and Zhou Huajun who were full of worries about Lin Che. Many musicians had the attitude of watching Lin Che's jokes and watched the rhythm on the internet. They know the cruelty of competition in the entertainment industry. But more than that, I'd like to see Lin Che get backlash from public opinion. After all, Lin Che had moved the cake of some people in this circle. Now that the prosecutor's office has stepped up its scrutiny of the entertainment industry, a lot of underhanded maneuvers can't be exercised. In the meantime, this rhythm on the internet that was set off by the release of Lin Che's new song has long been captured by Splendid Media without fail. Splendid Media has been closely following Lin Che's every move. But rap this field. Its artists Jiang Yan give Gorgeous Media inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Everyone in the company had no doubt about Jiang Yan's strength. They coincide with the thoughts of many musicians. In their view, the network of those outsiders' comments, although the heat continues to rise, seems to be lively and extraordinary, but most lack of professional perspective and depth of understanding. They feel that these reviews are nothing more than superficial clamor that doesn't really get to the heart of the music. In the face of this situation, they couldn't wait for the moment 2 days later when both Lin Che and Jiang Yan's songs were released at the same time. It was as if they had foreseen that the heat would then recoil like a raging tide. In their imagination, when the public truly appreciated the charm of Jiang Yan's new song, those voices blindly chasing after Lin Che would come to a screeching halt and be replaced by marveling and recognizing Jiang Yan's strength. For this reason, within Splendid Media, various departments have been preparing around the event. The publicity department carefully planned the promotion program, striving to present Jiang Yan's new song to the public in the most perfect manner. The marketing team, on the other hand, has been carefully laying out behind the scenes, trying to steer the course of public opinion and build momentum for Jiang Yan's new song. The entire Splendid Media was immersed in an atmosphere of tension and excitement. 2 days were also spent in this intensive preparation. Chapter 185, Prelude to a Kill. Over the past 2 days, many musicians have been keeping a constant eye on the direction of public opinion on the internet. The rap scene has always been a relatively niche track in the entertainment industry. In this field, Jiang Yan is undoubtedly not the hottest singer. Many musicians have heard of Jiang Yan for a long time. When Lin Che announced that the theme of his new song was rap and that his opponent was Jiang Yan, who was in the field of rap, many musicians shook their heads. In their eyes, although Lin Che had shown extraordinary talent in other music styles, the field of rap was very different from what he used to specialize in. Not to mention that his rival Jiang Yan had already accumulated a certain amount of experience and a fan base in the field of rap. However, the internet presented a one-sided situation in favor of Lin Che. Behind this, in fact, is the entertainment industry, traffic supremacy, the reality of the portrayal. As it is often said in society, when a person has power and money, it seems to be surrounded by good people. Lin Che has accumulated a large number of fans and extreme popularity thanks to his previous spectacular performances on the program, allowing him to gain the upper hand in public opinion in this musical battle that has yet to begin. However, many musicians didn't immediately make their position clear. The reason was actually very simple. Lin Che's previous series of moves, especially the revelation of Dragon Media, had touched a portion of the capital's cake. These capitals have a wide range of influence in the music scene and are more or less inextricably linked to many musicians. In the eyes of these capital-influenced musicians, Lin Che is undoubtedly a saboteur, and they naturally prefer Jiang Yan, believing that he is the one who meets their interests. Moreover, Lin Che was now tightly surrounded by heat, and in the environment of the entertainment industry, which was full of jealousy and competition, many people harbored a complicated mindset, looking forward to seeing the image of Lin Che being turned against by the heat. It's like watching someone high up fall from the clouds as a way to satisfy some subtle psychology within yourself. Against this complicated backdrop, Lin Che's new song Nocturne slowly went online amidst all the attention. The song's intro opens with a lilting piano melody. The notes in the intro seem to float down from a quiet night sky, each carrying a unique rhythm. Not only that, but the intro of the song is performed with typical classical music harmonies. The opening chapter creates a quiet, elegant and slightly melancholic atmosphere. The intro is not confined to the traditional framework of classical music, but is based on a classical piano melody, skillfully incorporating the rhythms of modern pop music, rhythmically supported by understated but powerful drums. The rhythm is not the regimented beat of traditional classical music, but a more contemporary syncopated rhythm. The use of syncopated rhythms breaks the original calmness, adds a kind of spirituality and vitality to the whole melody, and makes the classical and modern blend perfectly at this moment. Meanwhile, in Gorgeous Media's office, Jiang Yan was sitting in front of the computer, his eyes glued to the screen and his hands constantly pounding on the keyboard. The moment 0 hour crossed, Jiang Yan frantically refreshed the interface of the music platform. His purpose was self-evident. desperately wanting to know just how strong Lin Che's new song was. Jiang Yan's heart was filled with tension at the moment. He refreshed the interface while secretly praying in his heart. Let me win for once. Since returning to the country for this period of time, he had been overshadowed by Lin Che's light. In particular, the loss on the show Love Songs in Bloom has made Jiang Yan eager to get back in this musical contest. But soon, only the intro was heard, and Jiang Yan instantly froze in his seat. The unique piano melody paired with the novel rhythm was like a pair of invisible hands that immediately grabbed Jiang Yan's ears. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise and disbelief, and his originally tense body became stiff at this moment. Prelude kill. Jiang Yan marveled in his heart. He understands the importance of a good intro to a song, and Lin Che's song Nocturne, just the prelude, showed extraordinary strength and creativity, making him feel unprecedented pressure. As the song continued to play, Jiang Yan's expression became more and more grave. Then, Lin Che's singing reached Jiang Yan's ears. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants attracted to carrion. I look at the lonely landscape without a face. Losing you. Love and hate are starting to come together. Lose what else you have to care about. If anything, the prelude left Jiang Yan in a state of shock. Then, the moment Lin Che opened his mouth, Jiang Yan knew that he was completely defeated. Although Lin Che's bite was a bit blurry, however, Jiang Yan still detected that Lin Che had incorporated a subtle melody to each word as he sang the lyrics. It gives the original bland rap a little more spunk. When the dove no longer symbolizes peace, I was finally reminded. That's a bald eagle feeding in the square. I use nice rhymes. Describes a love that has been plundered away. Hearing this, Jiang Yan had to admit that Lin Che had shown a deep understanding of music and superior creative skills in this song. The fusion of classical and rap is not simply a patchwork, but reaches a state of blending. The rhythmic rhymes of the rap parts are captured just right, and the lyrics are full of storytelling and emotional depth, complementing the classical atmosphere created earlier. And on the other side of the internet, countless listeners have been captivated by Nocturne. Lin Che's song continues on the internet. The somewhat indifferent singing voice, however, seemed to have a kind of magic that attracted listeners to listen. The dark clouds begin to cover the night unclean. The echoes of a funeral in the park are flying through the air. White roses for you, dying in pure blackness. The crows were eerily quiet in the branches. As the song progressed to this point, many people naturally understood that Lin Che's control of the tempo was just right. Those fans who had originally only supported Lin Che because of his hotness were now overcome by the charm of the song itself. They have been leaving messages on all major social media platforms expressing their love and amazement for the song. Lin Che is simply too good. This Nocturne has completely broken my perception of him. The combination of classical and rap is amazing. This is truly innovative music. Similar comments are all over the place. For those musicians who were previously not optimistic about Lin Che, the success of Nocturne was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face. They had expected Lin Che to fail. However, they didn't expect Lin Che to use his strength to ruthlessly strike back at their skepticism. However, even so, those musicians who are influenced by capital are still unwilling to easily recognize Lin Che's achievements. They're still trying to wait in the wings to see what the song will do in the follow-up, trying to find places to nitpick in order to defend the capitalized position in their own minds. But what responded to them was Lin Che's slightly icy as well as indifferent voice. Be still and listen to my black coat. I want to warm up your cold memories. Walking through life. There's a fog all around. I'm in an empty cemetery. Love you when you're old. Chapter 186, Nocturne. The main song ended, and Jiang Yan was still immersed in that afterglow, and it was only after a long time that he came back to his senses from the aftermath of the shock. But soon, Jiang Yan was deeply attracted by the lyrics again. From the opening lines, the entire song subtly creates a dark, depressing atmosphere. It felt like being in a mysterious forest at midnight, surrounded by the fear of the unknown. Lin Che also utilizes a low, slightly aloof tone when singing. The words bloodthirsty and carrion in the lyrics. Lin Che's tone was appropriately aggravated, and his voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting Jiang Yan's heart one by one. This rendition does a good job of emphasizing the brutality of the picture. On the follow-up, expressionless and lonely, Lin Che sings with a touch of despondency. Jiang Yan, as a musician who has been immersed in the entertainment industry for many years, can detect that the articulation of the entire main song flow is silky smooth. Lin Che's breath was also steady. During this time, the guitars and piano sound just the right amount of constant embellishment, making the song carry a touch of vintage style. However, the electronic synthesizer sound effects appear at the right time, and subtly neutralize the wisp of cliched atmosphere, giving the song a modern effect, a collision and fusion of old and new elements without any sense of contradiction. Jiang Yan's heart was mixed, his mind was unusually chaotic, and various thoughts were intertwined like a mess. Jiang Yan gave birth to a frightening thought that the song Nocturne could second his new song just by its prelude. His self-confidence began to falter at this moment, and a sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He slumped helplessly in his chair. Time and space seemed to stand still at this moment, with only Lin Che's unique singing voice coming from his ears. To play you Chopin's Nocturne, in memory of my dead love. It's the same sound as the night wind. Heartbreaker's very nice. Hands are light on the keyboard. I'm careful with the thoughts I give. The place where you are buried is called the underworld. The chorus comes on and the lyrics of the song have the internet buzzing with listeners who are speaking out. Holy, Lin Che is paying tribute? A netizen was the first to let out an exclamation in the comment section. Soon, various replies poured in like snowflakes. Well, how can it not count? You don't hear the Chopin Nocturne in this melody, but the new melody, the new adaptation is simply superb. No, it's only been a few days? Lin Che just wrote a rap. This guy's hung up, isn't he? The lyrics are so deep. In honor of my dead love. In just a few words, that gut-wrenching feeling comes over me, and heartbreaking in a good way. Such a paradoxical and marvelous expression. It's brilliant. And this arrangement, the piano, guitar and electronic synthesizer work together seamlessly, retaining the classical elegance while incorporating modern dynamics. How on earth did Lin Che do that? Not only that, but Lin Che's vocals are amazing, and the progression of emotions in the chorus, from light sadness to intense longing, is simply empathetic. Jiang Yan listened to the comments of the netizens, and the waves within his heart became more and more turbulent. His hands clenched involuntarily, his heart beating dramatically faster at the moment. Jiang Yan had always thought that he had a unique talent and deep skills in rap creation, but now Lin Che's song Nocturne was like a sharp blade that mercilessly tore apart his inner confidence. He had earlier tried to rub Lin Che's nose in the rap field. He even gave his new song Ace producer to touch up the lyrics, song, and arrangement on all three levels. But now, in the presence of Nocturne, it seems that all of that pales in comparison. Jiang Yan's breathing became rapid, contrasting with Lin Che's calm singing voice. To play you Chopin's Nocturne, in memory of my dead love, and I've been anonymous for you, playing the piano in the moonlight, sensing your heartbeat, it's still so warm and close, missing your bright red lipstick. Lin Che's song continued to come, and Jiang Yan felt like every word was like a stab in his heart. He has, by now, begun to question his musical direction. He used to think that he stood at the pinnacle of the Chinese rap scene, looking down on many musicians, but now Lin Che's appearance made Jiang Yan realize that he might just be sitting on the fence. Images of himself in the studio, confidently composing, kept coming back to him, in contrast to the feeling of falling into an abyss when he heard Nocturne now. As the interlude of Nocturne continues to flow, at the beginning of the interlude, the tune is more soothing in tempo, leading the listener at a steady pace into the transitional space of this music. As the melody progresses, the tempo gradually increases in tempo and intensity. The piano, guitar and electronic synthesizers each have their own role to play in the rhythmic control, yet work in concert. The piano tweaks the sparseness of the rhythm by changing the sparseness of the notes. The guitar adds variety to the rhythm with syncopation and sweeping techniques, and the electronic synthesizer utilizes its rich rhythmic patterns to infuse the entire interlude with a modern element. Jiang Yan's mood grew more and more complicated as he listened to these details being choreographed. He knew that from this moment on, his musical world would no longer be peaceful. Lin Che's Nocturne is like a bomb that completely breaks his original musical pattern. With Jiang Yan harboring the same complex feelings, there was also a group of musicians who usually had their own side of the music field and were originally waiting to see Lin Che's jokes. Before this, when Jiang Yan released a new song, they had gathered together and had tasted it in a professional manner. After listening to it, it was as if they had reached some kind of unspoken tacit agreement, and gave it a 9 out of 10 in unison. Much of this is due to the innovativeness shown in Jiang Yan's new songs. In the unique music world of Blue Star, the combination of classical and pop is a bold and unprecedented attempt. Not to mention that Jiang Yan has skillfully incorporated rap elements, making the whole song form a distinctive impact on the ears. While appreciating Jiang Yan's work, they secretly speculated that such an innovative work was enough to create a considerable wave in the music industry. And what tricks could Lin Che, a fledgling newcomer, turn up? However, upon hearing Nocturne, they were completely unbalanced. At this moment, they were listening to Nocturne, and the original confident smiles on their faces gradually solidified and eventually disappeared without a trace in the flow of the melody. Only the song still echoed in space. The dragonflies with broken wings are scattered in this forest, and my eyes have no sympathy. Losing you makes your tears cloudy. Losing you shadows even my smile. Lin Che's slightly cold voice drilled straight into their ears through the sound equipment. The voice seemed to have a kind of magic power, causing a sense of uneasiness to grow vaguely within them. It felt like suddenly foreseeing a day in the future when one's carefully cultivated musical territory would be mercilessly eroded because of the song's intro. It was as if they could see that the glittering awards that originally belonged to them were fading away with the unique melody of Nocturne. The wind in the mossy roofs, laughing at my sadness, like a dry well without water. I used a poignant font, portraying regret for that love. Chapter 187. The melody of the second verse of the main song plays. Every note, every lyric is like a sharp steel needle, piercing the sensitive and proud hearts of many musicians with unerring precision. It was only at this moment that they woke up as if from a dream, and began to clearly realize that this Lin Che, who had been treated as a junior by them all along, actually contained a powerful strength that was beyond their imagination. Their thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the beginning. At that time, they spoke highly of Jiang Yan's new song and their words were full of praise. And now, a wave of mixed emotions welled up in his heart. The high score of 9 that had been given seems to have been transformed into a merciless irony at the moment, mercilessly mocking their misjudgment of the music market. They had been incredibly certain that Jiang Yan's innovative move would enable him to steadily occupy a high position in the music industry. But who would have expected that Lin Che's Nocturne would come out of nowhere in an even more shocking way, instantly attracting everyone's attention. They sat in a circle and the atmosphere was oppressive and breathless. Some had their brows locked together with worry written all over their faces. Some had stony expressions, their eyes revealing deep helplessness. The pens in some people's hands are scratching on the paper unconsciously, leaving a messy trail, just like their chaotic hearts at this moment. Some are staring blankly out of the window, their eyes empty. Their thoughts have long been stirred by Nocturne, plunging them into deep contemplation of the future landscape of the music industry. In their hearts, they know better than anyone else that competition in the entertainment industry is inherently like a brutal battlefield, and one outstanding piece of work is enough to completely change the entire landscape. And Lin Che's Nocturne could very well be that decisive and crucial piece, enough to take the music world by storm. That worry in their hearts swam wildly in their minds, even thinking about the moment when thoughts just drifted. Will he or she be able to take his or her place in the long musical road ahead as easily as in the past? This sense of uneasiness, like a haze, sank into their hearts and lingered. To play you Chopin's Nocturne in honor of my dead love. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants attracted to carrion. I watch the lonely landscape with a blank face. I use pretty rhymes for love that's been plundered away. As the song ended, the melody of Nocturne still hovered and echoed in the air. Many people seemed as if their souls were still deep in the world created by the music of the party, so mesmerized that they were unable to come back to their senses for a moment. In the curling aftermath of this music, the atmosphere quietly divided. As the saying goes, some people are happy, some people are sad. Jiang Yan's face was slightly gloomy. Those musicians who were originally full of anticipation to see Lin Che's jokes also looked different at this moment, more or less with some loss and unwillingness, hanging their heads in shame. However, in stark contrast to them, Yu Jinzhou was as if he had found an absolute treasure in a vast desert, with an excited gleam in his eyes, and couldn't wait to loop the song again. He squeezed his eyes shut and leaned forward slightly. While immersing himself in the music, he also made a darkly professional comment under his breath. The song starts off with a canon in G major, and this opening sets an elegant tone. This is followed by a skillful conversion to an E minor chord, which is perfectly articulated and unobtrusive. The transition is natural and smooth, showing Lin Che's deep knowledge of music composition. Yu Jinzhou nodded slightly, a trace of undisguised appreciation flashing in his eyes as he continued. Starting from the main level, the bass falls steadily on the root note E. This is followed by the ingenious use of the third of the fifth chord, D, as the bass, thus building min/D, followed by the smooth use of the first inversion of the G chord, with the third of G, B, as the bass, to form G/B. The entire harmonic progression is subtle and intertwined, displaying great musicianship. As the melody advances, Yu Jinzhou's expression becomes more and more focused, and there's a bit more excitement in his tone. This is followed by a delicate harmonic arrangement using a transposition of the main level Emin, using the third G as a bass note to form M/G. It not only enriches the layering of the music and makes the song more three-dimensional and full, but also makes the emotional expression of the whole song deeper and deeper, as if it can penetrate the soul and hit the heart. As the song nears its end, Yu Jinzhou is even more thrilled, trembling slightly, with uncontrollable excitement in his voice, the use of harmonic minor complete termination at the end, and the use of the genitive seventh chord on the last beat in just the right place, for the subsequent cycle of advancement of the main level M, a perfect pad. Such a subtle design. Simply let a person clap. Yu Jinzhou spoke a string of these specialized terms, though the onlookers might have heard them in a cloudy manner. However, the undisguised admiration and fondness on Yu Jinzhou's face was more than obvious. Meanwhile, in the slightly cramped recording studio, the soundproof glass cut off the outside noise, and the only sound in the room was Zhou Huojun's focused practicing. Zhou Huojun has been fighting continuously for 2 days and 2 nights. He practiced the difficult sutra with full concentration, over and over again, refining it to perfection. However, despite all of Zhou Huajun's desperate efforts, with his mouth worn out and his voice becoming hoarse, there were still a few lines that were not stable enough in terms of breath control. Those lyrics were like stubborn thorns that pricked his confidence again and again. In the past 2 days, the company in Lin Che's studio had successfully signed the contract, and Lin Che had also long ago sent the full version of the tracks of Hard to Read to Zhou Huajun's email. But I don't know whether it's because Zhou Huajun is getting older. His physical function is not as good as before, and it's difficult for his physical strength and energy to support such a high-intensity practice, or whether the song itself is too difficult, with its complex melody and changeable rhythms that require a very high level of singing skill. 2 days of recording never reached the effect that Zhou Huajun was satisfied with in his mind. Every time he recorded, those few breathless lines were like an insurmountable gulf across his face. Zhou Huajun rubbed his sore eyes. The long hours of practicing had left his spirit highly tense. At the moment he felt physically and mentally exhausted, as if the last ounce of strength had been drained from his body. He slowly slumped in his chair, his eyes staring somewhat vacantly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting away, as if into a fog. In a trance, he remembered that Lin Che was posting songs today, holding a hint of curiosity, and also wanting to use this to relax his tense nerves. He picked up his cell phone and slid his finger gently on the screen, tapping on the music platform and searching for Lin Che's Nocturne. When he checked the synopsis of the song, his heart instantly went cold. Seeing that the style of the song was rap, he couldn't help but think of his bitter words to Lin Che that day. At that time, he also advised Lin Che not to try rap easily. After all, in his opinion, rap requires an extremely high grasp of rhythm and rhyme, and a little carelessness will make things worse and backfire. At this moment, Zhou Huajun frowned, his heart filled with worry. Hesitating for a moment, his finger lingered on the screen for a moment before he still clicked play. Chapter 188 Optimal Choice. Inside the recording room, Zhou Huajun put on his listening headphones. The prelude to Nocturne plays. The melodious piano melody, a little bit popular and a little bit classical, flows into Zhou Huajun's heart. Zhou Huajun was slightly stunned, and his originally tightly frowning brows slightly loosened a bit. Immediately after, typical classical music harmonies take place. A quiet, elegant and slightly sad atmosphere, which made Zhou Huajun couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. He hadn't expected Lin Che to be able to combine elements of classical music with pop in the intro and so skillfully. However, Zhou Huajun was more worried. Lin Che's fusion music was indeed strong, as he had made clear during the competition. But if he combines rapping, Zhou Huajun is still a bit unconvinced. As the tempo progresses, the syncopated rhythms of modern pop music are added, with a low-pitched drum beat serving as rhythmic support. Zhou Huajun's eyes gradually lit up as he was deeply attracted by the novel arrangement. When the main part of the song, Lin Che's rap sounded, the smooth flow, the precise rhythmic grasp, and the storytelling lyrics made Zhou Huajun completely let go of his worries. As he listened, he unconsciously nodded his head softly. This kid, he's really something. Zhou Huajun couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had not expected Lin Che to be able to do rap so well at all, not only retaining the elegance and depth of classical music, but also giving rap a richer emotional level and cultural connotation. After listening to the song, Zhou Huajun was not satisfied and replayed it again. This time, he listened more closely, trying to dissect every aspect of the arrangement, lyrics, and vocals of the piece. He found that Lin Che's handling of rap skillfully utilized changes in light and heavy tones, as well as the combination of pauses and coherence, giving the entire song a sense of rhythm and rhythmic movement. Meanwhile, Zhou Huajun also drew some inspiration from Lin Che's song. It also made him realize that no matter how difficult a style of music is, if you put your mind to it and find the essence of it, it is possible to create something amazing. When he thought of this, it was as if his originally tired body had been recharged with a surge of strength. He stood up, moved his somewhat stiff body, and walked over to the recording equipment again. This time, there was determination in his eyes. He's decided to re-challenge the hard way, although the song remains somewhat difficult. As time creeps by, Zhou Huajun finally finished recording Difficult Sutra at 3 o'clock in the quiet middle of the night. Inside the recording studio, the soft light was like a warm veil, gently sprinkled down, and at the same moment, Lin Che was in his office at the studio, having just finished a day of tedious but vital work. At this moment, the desk was piled with documents, and the computer screen was still emitting a faint light, reflecting Lin Che's slightly tired face. In the past few days, Lin Che's eyes were not only tightly focused on the rapidly changing heat direction on the internet, but also traveled through the wide world of short videos. Lin Che hunts through the videos of one vegetarian creator after another. Lin Che did this all for the long-term development of the studio. Lin Che set his studio in Yangchang, which has his deep consideration behind it. In his previous life, he struggled alone in a foreign land, groping his way through loneliness and confusion. In this life, he shines brightly on the stage, enjoying the applause and cheers and becoming the center of attention. But as the years go by, the desire that was once hidden by the light of the stage gradually becomes clearer in the bottom of the heart. Lin Che's heart gradually desires to return to his family, and longs for more time to be with his loved ones. He knows that in the showbiz industry, which is a battlefield without smoke and mirrors, once standing in front of the stage, he will be at the tip of the wind and waves, with countless pairs of eyes watching closely, and his time is filled with various notices and activities. Such a life is like a high-speed machine, which has no time to take care of the expectant eyes of the family. Therefore, Lin Che resolutely chose to retire to the background and rooted the studio in Yangchang, hoping to open a new chapter of his life in this city where prosperity and tranquility coexist. However, the reality was not as simple as Lin Che had initially envisioned. Although Lin Che's reputation had spread far and wide in the past few months, his name was spreading like a loud signboard in the entertainment industry. But the speed of renewal in the entertainment industry is like lightning. One moment you are hot, the next you may be drowned by a new wave. He can't be like some ace producers and diva singers who only release one song a year and sit on his past glory. He had to find new life and energy to make his career shine even behind the scenes. So a way to get the best of both worlds was taking shape in his mind to promote the newcomers. Lin Che had a much deeper reason for making this decision. He has previously participated in 2 original music variety shows, and with his exceptional talent and unique musical style, Sharpshooter was crowned the winner. The pre-existing heat attracts countless listeners and media attention. But heat is like the tide. There is always a time when it tends to calm down. Nowadays, although that fever has not yet subsided, the keen Lin Che has already sensed that it won't be long before the fever will become saturated. If Lin Che continued to participate in the competition, with his status as a champion, it was likely to trigger many negative voices on the internet. Imagine that the overwhelming comments might be, "Champion comes to fry fish?" Such words would not only damage the good image Lin Che had worked so hard to accumulate over the past few months, but might also trigger aesthetic fatigue among the public. Showbiz is cruel. The public's eyes are always chasing fresh and exciting. Once the wind changes, how easy it is to salvage the situation. And holding up a newcomer is undoubtedly the optimal choice for Lin Che at the moment. On the one hand, Lin Che can utilize his strengths to build a bridge to success for newcomers. And Lin Che also knew the rules and doorways of the entertainment industry, which Lin Che knew like the back of his hand. From songwriting to publicity and promotion, Lin Che can give professional guidance to newcomers in every step of the way. What's more, with the resource support of a big brother like Su Chingha by his side, Lin Che naturally had a few more points of certainty within his heart and didn't panic. Since the moment Su Chingha's identity was revealed after the Love Song Bloom competition, Lin Che made a seemingly unexpected decision. He directly fired Su Chingha in place. Of course, this is not unwarranted. Su Chingha also conducts meticulous work handovers with new brokers to ensure a smooth transition of all matters. Lin Che also knew that Su Chingha had long been tired of the hustle and bustle of the entertainment industry, and that the seemingly glamorous but exhausting life had made him withdraw. Therefore, it was natural for Lin Che to let Su Chingha go and relax for a while first, so that he could find inner peace in the tranquility of being away from the entertainment industry. Back on topic. On the other hand, the rise of newcomers can bring new energy and heat to the studio, creating more talking points. These vegans that Lin Che has identified in the short video field each have their own flair. Some have unique voices, some are talented songwriters, and others have great stage presence. Lin Che sent interview notices one by one and quietly waited for their responses. Chapter 189, Just wait for the good news. After doing so, Lin Che gently stretched his waist, stretching his slightly stiff body after sitting for a long time. Lin Che slowly got up and walked in the direction of the basement. In the basement, the familiar electric donkey was parked quietly. It wasn't luxurious, but Lin Che exceptionally enjoyed riding to and from it. Lin Che straddled the small electric stove and activated the power, slowly driving away from the studio with a slight humming sound. At this moment, the street lamps on the streets were emitting a soft glow, and this night, Lin Che also slept exceptionally well. Next day, the early morning sunlight poured through the windows of the studio and spilled onto Lin Che's desk. As soon as Lin Che arrived at the studio, he went straight to his desk and opened his computer. Soon, Lin Che received 3 responses from the files. After skillfully consolidating these replies uniformly into an electronic mailbox, Lin Che looked focused as he began to check up on the personal data in the 3 files. The first profile shows a female college student who is currently a sophomore. Coincidentally, she was in the same grade as Lin Che, but attended the Kyoto Art Academy. Lin Che's reason for choosing her was actually quite simple. In the highly competitive arena of the entertainment industry, it is especially important for singers to have a unique personal style, And this girl named Chucky, that slightly nasal voice, the unique musical logo, full of other characteristics. Lin Che knows that such a unique tone, if it can be carefully sculpted and cultivated, will be able to blossom in the music industry in its own glory. Lin Che gently slid his mouse and scrolled down, clicking on the second vegetarian's profile. His eyes quickly swept through a few glances, and immediately afterward, Lin Che was deeply attracted by a small line of words on his personal resume. Only it clearly says, voice can be male or female. A hint of surprise and satisfaction flashed through Lin Che's eyes regarding this personal resume named Zhou Shallow. The male or female vocal range is a rarity in the music industry. Lin Che understood in his heart that if he was given a long period of scientific vocal training, in the future in the music industry, Zhou Shallow would definitely leave a deep impression on the audience with this unique vocal line, becoming a dazzling new star. After checking the information of the first two vegetarians, Lin Che clicked on the last file with anticipation. The last information indicates that this is a four-piece rock band. Lin Che remembers that he also happened to brush up on the video of their residency at the bar, and that passionate and energetic performance instantly touched him. The video shows the band members immersing themselves in the music and igniting the atmosphere of the entire bar with their blazing emotion and virtuosity. It was also at that moment that Lin Che moved to sign them. The reason for this is actually quite simple. Rock, a powerful style of music, can easily stir the deepest resonance of people's hearts, no matter whether it is on a large stage or at a small party or other various occasions. Coupled with the rich song library in Lin Che's mind, he firmly believed that this band named Transcendence would definitely inject a fresh and strong force into the Chinese music scene, bringing a new look and vitality to the music scene. Lin Che sat at his desk in the studio, neatly integrating the three files together. Afterwards, pressed the computer's on button. In order for these newcomers to grow quickly and stand firm in the competitive world of the entertainment industry, Lin Che knew that he had to formulate a detailed and thorough cultivation plan. After all, two newcomers and a new band are like uncut diamonds that need to be carefully polished in order to shine. In the big stage of showbiz, if you want to make a name for yourself, you naturally have to go on a program to get some experience first. Simply put, it's the same as Lin Che. Go ahead and mix it up so the audience remembers what they look like and listens to their voice. For the first two newcomers, Lin Che carefully selected two influential programs for them after much deliberation. One is The Singer and the other is King of Masked Singer. By scrutinizing the two men's profiles, Lin Che had long since learned of the extremely wide range of sound they side. Closing his eyes, Lin Che's thoughts drifted far into the future. It was as if he had already seen the wonderful picture on the stage in the future, as long as Chu Chi had gone through the hard work of practicing the low frequencies in the bass area, and blended that slight nasal sound with the mellow bass perfectly. Joe Asahi trains through the delicate connection of male and female vocal lines, making the transition flawless. These two programs, then, are bound to be full of surprises due to their participation and will be the center of the audience's buzz. Speaking of the program singer, Lin Che found an old acquaintance in the column of judges, Lu Huan. This old man is the famous king of soprano singers and has great prestige in the music industry. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly, and he already had a plan in his mind. He only needed to pick a few moderately difficult yet fully characterized tunes for Chucky in the early stages. Lin Che imagined Chuchi performing deeply on stage. Through her unique voice and solid singing skills, I believe it won't be long before Lu Huan will once again question the newcomer's inability to soar high notes as she did before. Following which, Liu Huan is blown away by Chucky's brilliant performance and repeats. And the show King of Masked Singer is full of endless possibilities. As long as Zhou Shallow can connect the male and female voices in a silky smooth manner, through his unique performance style, he will surely make the audience go crazy and it will be hard not to be famous. Just imagining the contrasting looks of surprise and admiration from the audience after the show aired, plus the gender speculation. As long as the program King of Masked Singer was still going on, then Zhou Shallow's hotness would only be higher, not lower. Thinking of this, Lin Che's eyes filled with anticipation. The planning of the first two newcomers was already quite different, and Lin Che felt slightly relieved in his heart. However, when it came to the band Beyond, he couldn't help but be confused for a moment. Bands, unlike solo artists, don't seem to find the right niche as easily, whether it's competing or participating in a musical variety show, and none of it feels quite right. But this was naturally difficult to defeat Lin Che. Lin Che knew deep down that as long as the first two programs were able to run smoothly, with the program's own heat and topicality, it would always create a wave in the entertainment circle. The only thing we need to do is to accurately match the Beyond band with the right songs according to the heat, so that the band can shine at the right time, and then we can capitalize on the heat and move up. After getting this done, Lin Che let out a long breath and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Discreetly, he sent 3 invitations, detailed a time to sign, and then, getting up, went to the recording studio. In the studio, Lin Che fiddled with his instrument for a while. Then, Lin Che sat down in front of the recording equipment and skillfully operated it, sending the Demon of Conquest to Qin Lei. At this point, Lin Che's path for the next 6 months had been paved, and he only needed to wait for the good news. Chapter 190, The Point of Having to Get Rid of. Outside. February 2, rushed by on a classical wave. Due to the reason of Lin Che's hotness and the groundbreaking nature of the song Nocturne, many people in the industry are not targeting Lin Che in this heat. In February, Lin Che also took the No. 1 spot on the new songs chart with the song Nocturne as a matter of course. Since last October to date, Lin Che has taken 5 straight titles. This meant that Lin Che had gotten closer and closer to the 7 consecutive championships that were once insurmountable for the Heavenly Pride. Although in January and February, Lin Che bypassed the Ace producer's track of releasing a new song, and there were many media reports that Lin Che was being clever. But the quality of the new songs in the past 2 months has been nothing less than ace. So naturally the heat of such reports won't last long. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Che's winning 5 consecutive championships wasn't the so-called luck of the draw. In Blue Star China's entertainment circle, the current Lin Che was undoubtedly the most dazzling and unique existence. After all, after winning an impressive 5 consecutive championships in the field of music, although not as good as Yi Ling's 7 consecutive championships from the year before, Yi Ling was also considered Lin Che's underdog in the competition. In contrast to the media whose keys go off the beaten path, many established entertainment companies are focusing their attention on this musical genius who has come out of nowhere. Since his debut, Lin Che has always maintained a Me Too style, and a studio has been set up, using a collaborative approach and not being parasitic. This attitude of not following the crowd has made him unique in the entertainment industry, while also attracting the scorn of many of his peers. In this circle where interests were paramount, Lin Che's existence was like a variable that broke the original balance. Those veteran entertainment companies that have been in the entertainment industry for years have always followed a set of established rules of the game. They specialize in packaging artists, manipulating public opinion, and dividing up the market through various means in order to gain the maximum benefit. However, Lin Che's appearance disrupted their rhythm. Lin Che neither relies on the traditional entertainment company operation model nor cares to participate in those subterfuge rules of the entertainment industry that are explicitly fought over. This has made the entertainment companies, who are used to being in control, feel threatened like never before. The Big Three Entertainment have also felt threatened recently. If not for the constraints of the previous contract, they would have almost all pressed on with the desire to go back to the drawing board and readjust their strategies in order to maintain their absolute voice in the entertainment industry. Of course, in this case, Su Qinghai guaranteed from it, and also avoided Lin Che from being forcibly suppressed by the capital. But there are numerous other entertainment companies that don't have this kind of guarantor treatment. They were head over heels for Lin Che as the heat crew. They even tried to snipe Lin Che with their trump cards. After all, in the entertainment industry, ace producers often have a huge fan base and extremely high commercial value, and their every move can attract widespread attention. However, those ace producers are no cuties. They were well aware that since Lin Che's debut, every song was a masterpiece, and his musical talent was rare in the entire entertainment industry. In the eyes of these ace producers, Lin Che was like a musical genius. And deep down they actually loved and cherished talents like Lin Che. They were even more excited to see Lin Che make history and become the next legendary warrior to take the 12 consecutive titles. Thus, even if the entertainment company offered even more enticing conditions, these aces were unwilling to easily make an enemy of Lin Che. This has put numerous entertainment companies in a difficult position. They watched as Lin Che's heat rolled higher and higher, as if they could imagine the future. With Lin Che's influence in the entertainment industry growing and his market share constantly being eaten up by Lin Che, this anxiety has forced an undercurrent of conspiracy to quietly unfold in virtual cyberspace. In mid-February, a dozen or so top executives from sizable entertainment companies all gathered together. They sat in front of a video conference screen. The lights in each man's room were dim, and a shadow hung over each man's face, as if foreshadowing the unusual nature of the meeting. Everyone is clear about Lin Che. He's now a serious threat to our interests. The one who spoke was Starlight Entertainment's boss, Wang Ban. His face was grave, his fingers gently tapping on the table, making a rhythmic sound, as if he was sounding a prelude for this crusade against Lin Che. That's right, he has a unique style of music that appeals to a large number of young listeners, and the newcomers we're trying to promote under our banner simply can't make it. Li Linwei of Huai Entertainment followed suit and chimed in, his eyes revealing a hint. Moreover, he's not under our control and doesn't follow the rules, which is a big trouble in the entertainment industry. Zhang Zhong of Shangshi Media frowned and added. The people spoke one by one, telling each other about the trouble Lin Che had caused them. As the discussion progressed, The atmosphere in the conference room became more and more oppressive. So what are we going to do? We can't just stand by and watch him continue on like this, can we? Someone asked anxiously. For a moment, the video conference fell into a brief silence. Everyone is thinking of ways to respond. Right at this moment, Chen Schumann of Sky Entertainment, who had been silent all this time, slowly opened her mouth. Since it's difficult for domestic forces to make a substantial impact, we might as well bring in forces from outside the country. When these words came out, the crowd's faces were grave. Bringing in offshore forces? Is that feasible? Will it cause more trouble? Someone questioned. Chen Schumann sneered and explained. There are quite a few powerful entertainment companies outside the country now, and they have been eyeing the domestic market. We can cooperate with them and have them send their ace artists to suppress Lin Che. In this way, we can achieve our purpose and open up the international market with their power. Why not? The crowd listened with varying expressions on their faces. Some of them looked hesitant, fearing that this would trigger a series of unpredictable consequences. Some had a twinkle in their eyes and seemed intrigued by the bold idea. But by cooperating with forces outside the country, how can we guarantee that they won't take advantage of the situation to turn against us and take control of our market? Another person raised concerns. Chen Schumann said confidently, we can sign a detailed cooperation agreement with them to clarify the rights and obligations of both parties. Besides, with so many of our entertainment companies joining forces, are we still afraid of them pulling any tricks? Under Chen Schumann's strong persuasion, more and more people began to waver. They were gradually attracted to this risky scheme by the profit motive. After all, in their eyes, Lin Che's threat was about to reach the point where he had to be removed. Chapter 191, Classic Quotations. The video link shows a dozen entertainment companies after some heated discussions. Eventually, most entertainment companies came to a consensus. They decided to try to bring in forces from outside the country to work together against Lin Che. Thus, a conspiracy against Lin Che officially kicked off. Meanwhile, Lin Che was oblivious to this coming storm. Lin Che was devoting himself to training Chu Chi, Zhou Shallow and the band beyond. Chu Chi has encountered many difficulties in stabilizing the bass region. Her vocal condition was originally better in the middle and high registers, while the lower registers have always been her shortcoming. Whenever she tried to lower her voice, her breath became disorganized and her voice fluttered. In order to help Chu Chi overcome this problem, Lin Che had gone to great lengths. Lin Che first had Chu Chi do a lot of breath training. In the practice room, Chu Chi followed Lin Che's instructions, lying flat on her back, placing a book on her abdomen, and by controlling the rise and fall of her abdomen, she allowed the book to move smoothly up and down with her breathing. This seemingly simple exercise, Chu Chi every day to adhere to a few hours, practicing abdominal muscles sore. Lin Che, on the other hand, patiently guided her from the side, constantly correcting her posture and breathing rhythm. In addition to breath training, Lin Che also customized a series of vocal exercises for Chu Chi. According to the characteristics of Chu Chi's voice, Lin Che selects some bass tracks suitable for her, starting with simple scale exercises and gradually increasing the difficulty. During the practice, Lin Che listened carefully to each of Chu Chi's pronunciation, and once he found a problem, he would stop immediately and explain to her in detail the correct way of vocalization. Chu Chi, when you pronounce this sound, pay attention to the closure of your vocal cords, don't push too hard, and try to use your breath to drive the sound, Lin Che said as he demonstrated. For her part, Chu Chi listened attentively, struggling to adjust her vocalizations. After countless attempts and failures, she finally gradually found the feeling. Over time, Chu Chi's lower register became more consistent, and she added more layers and charisma to her singing as a result. And Zhou Xiao faced the same great challenge in switching between male and female voices. The vocal mechanisms of male and female voices are very different, and the instantaneous transition from male to female voice requires precise control of breath, resonance, and vocal folds. A little carelessness can lead to problems such as sound breaks and unnatural tones. Lin Che was well aware of this, so he also developed a systematic training method for Zhou Shallow. First, Lin Che had Zhou Xiao perform a lot of vocal stretching exercises. Through some special vocal techniques, it helps Zhou Asahi to widen his range and enhance the flexibility of his vocal cords. These exercises required Zhou Xiao to persist for a long time and the process was very boring, but Zhou Xiao never gave up. After solving the sound range problem, Lin Che began to focus on training Zhou Shallow's breath transition. Lin Che first let Zhou Shallow feel the breath control by blowing out candles, blowing up pieces of paper and other small games. In the practice room, Zhou Xiao often pointed at a lit candle and tried to blow the flame with different breath strengths and speeds, both to make the flame wobble and not to blow it out. In this way, Zhou Xiao gradually grasped the subtle changes in breath when switching between male and female voices. At the same time, Lin Che also taught Zhou Xiao how to use resonance to adjust his tone. Lin Che also often told Zhou Xiao that male voices relied mainly on chest resonance, while female voices utilized more head resonance. Zhou Asahi needs to switch resonant chambers in an instant to achieve a natural and smooth sound transition. In order for Zhou Xiao to better understand, Lin Che personally demonstrated, allowing Zhou Xiao to feel the difference in sound under different resonance methods. Although Lin Che couldn't pronounce the pseudo-sound, the thought process was just that. Zhou Xiao was also under Lin Che's guidance, and after training day after day, she finally realized the silky smooth transition between male and female voices. Zhou Asahi's singing skills have now taken a qualitative leap, and he is able to perform both deep male and gentle female voices with great aplomb. For the band Beyond, Lin Che faces the same challenge. The style of the new songs Lin Che gave them blended elements of rock, electronic and folk. The rhythms are complex and varied, and require a great deal of cooperation between band members. In the rehearsal room, Lin Che often looked at the band members and said seriously, "The tempo of this song changes very frequently, so everyone must be highly concentrated and grasp every beat transition, especially the drummer and bassist. You are the rhythmic cornerstones of the whole band and must work well together." The band members nodded their heads, their eyes revealing a firm determination. However, problems still ensued during the actual rehearsals. The drummer's rhythmic transitions often don't connect closely enough with the guitarist's melody, resulting in an overall rhythmic lull. Keyboardists can also deviate from the bass player when playing some complex harmonic passages, making the music less harmonious. In the face of these problems, Lin Che patiently accompanied the band members as they rehearsed over and over again. Lin Che first had the band members practice on separate tracks first, each practicing the part they were responsible for to the bone. Then, the ensemble will be practiced gradually, starting at a slow tempo and picking up the pace little by little. Every time there is a problem with the fit, everyone stops to work together to explore solutions. In the process, Lin Che also focuses on developing a rapport between the band members. He organized a series of team-building activities to promote mutual understanding and trust in daily life. After a period of hard work, the Beyond band became more and more compatible, and the performance of the new songs gradually met Lin Che's requirements. However, just as Lin Che was devoting himself to his training, a huge crisis was quietly approaching him. The cooperation between those entertainment companies and offshore forces is in full swing. Through various channels, they contacted a number of well-known entertainment companies outside of China and introduced Lin Che's situation and the huge potential of the domestic market to each other in detail. Entertainment companies outside the country have shown great interest in this partnership opportunity. They have long been salivating over the huge music market in China. Now that there was such an opportunity, it was natural that it would not be easily let go. After some bargaining, the two sides finally reached a cooperation agreement. The offshore entertainment company will send out its most powerful ace artists to enter the market in the name of participating in a domestic music competition, and also metaphorically called out Lin Che to take it. These domestic entertainment companies, on the other hand, were responsible for public opinion manipulation and resource deployment behind the scenes, providing support for the development of foreign artists and ensuring that they could successfully suppress Lin Che. As for the public opinion on the internet, Lin Che shook his head slightly. For this reason a classic quote still popped into Lin Che's head from time to time. Hallyu is the most. Chapter 192, Becoming a Music Legend. With the combination of offshore forces, plus multiple domestic entertainment companies, the country's music scene will see more diversity in the future. And now that Lin Che has become the center of this diversification, multiple pressures will ensue. Lin Che relied on the office chair in the studio and looked at the reform of the two programs just smiling knowingly. The two programs, Singer as well as King of Masked Singer. Lin Che had long ago paved the way for Chu Chi and Zhou Qian. Invasions from outside the country are left to the Beyond bands under his command. Nowadays, two programs are also about to air. 1 year later, the landscape of the entertainment world has been turned upside down. With the Singer and King of Masked Singer, two influential variety shows have been transformed into international programs. The two variety shows are like two huge ships riding the wind and waves, carrying the dream of China's music to the global stage. Chu Chi and Zhou Qian are the lucky ones who have taken these two giant ships, and both of them have become famous on the international stage, and have become the bright business card of China's music to the world. The show The Singer has steadily propelled Chuki from the interior of China to the center of the global stage. Chuki has a unique voice. In the first installment of Singer, she made a stunning debut with Peach Blossom Promise, which was carefully composed for her by Lin Che, just like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly setting off a wave of Chinese ancient style on the international stage. The song Peach Blossom Promise, a slowly unfolding ancient scroll under Chu Chi's wonderful interpretation, penetrates the global audience's heart with its ancient flavor and mood. The lyrics: an inch of earth, a year of wood, a flower, a tree, agreed. Love is a kind of love bloomed in the misty path. like a string of crystal-clear pearls, linking up a dreamlike ancient love story. The melodious melody, like a gentle breeze, brings the listener slowly into the ancient world of China, which is full of poetry and romance. It was as if the listeners could see the peach blossoms falling down in the ancient courtyard, and the hero and heroine gazing fondly under the rain of flowers, telling of their endless love for each other. In the next few episodes, everything is just as Lin Che has carefully planned, and the tenor becomes another winning asset in Chu Chi's hands. Prior to this, Chuki had been studying the bass for a long time, constantly polishing his vocals in order to hit it out of the park at the crucial moment, and that classic song, Bubbles, was carefully saved for her finale. When the stage lights of the final were focused on her like starlight, she was like a dazzling pearl, radiating a fascinating light. With that penetrating soprano voice, Chuchi brings out the illusion and fragility of love in bubbles. It's all a bubble, just a flash of light. All your promises, all too fragile. Each note seemed to be a heavy hammer that struck the audience's heartstrings, immersing them in the sad atmosphere created by the song and making them empathize with the pain and helplessness of fading love. In the end, Chuki managed to win the title with this song. For a while, Chu-Chi became the center of global attention. Countless flowers and applause came to her, and her name was extolled in the mouths of music lovers all over the world. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao has been equally dazzling on the stage of King of Masked Singer. For the first installment, Zhou Xiao opened the show with a song called Big Fish. The ethereal color of the female voice, as if it were a mysterious call from the deep, deep sea, instantly gripped the audience's ears. In subsequent installments, Zhou Xiao has continued this amazing female vocal color. Zhou Asahi, he is like a mysterious spirit of the sea, dancing on the stage and telling a moving story with his songs. Until the semifinals, a male-female duet of Cool was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves in the hearts of the audience. Zhou Asahi's distinctive voice transformation makes the audience begin to have strong curiosity and suspicion about his gender. There was much speculation as to what kind of person this mysterious singer hidden behind a mask was. How is it possible to manage two very different tones so perfectly? And the stage of the final became a magic temple for Zhou Xiao to show her talent to the fullest. Like a skilled wizard, he switched several timbres at will with a single Dala Pemba. The varied tones instantly pushed the atmosphere to a climax, and the audience was mesmerized by this wonderful musical journey. The moment Zhou Xiao slowly unveiled his face, the number of people in the live broadcast instantly exceeded 2 billion. The shocked and excited faces in front of the screen witnessed the birth of a superstar. Thus, with their outstanding performance in these two programs, the duo of Chu Chi and Zhou Xiao became famous in one fell swoop, and succeeded in joining the top ranks of the international music scene, winning a place for China's music on the international stage. However, while the Chinese music scene is booming, the invasion of music from outside the country has posed a huge challenge to the Chinese music scene. In the face of this serious situation, Lin Che resolutely handed over the heavy responsibility to the band Beyond. Transcendence, a band full of passion and blood, is like a fearless vanguard, bravely facing the impact of music outside the country. They used the song No More Hesitation as the horn to declare war. The stirring melody and firm lyrics seem to proclaim to the world, Lin Che is not afraid to meet the battle. Every drum beat in the song is like a rousing heartbeat, full of power and determination. Each guitar rumble is like an angry roar, manifesting an indomitable spirit. Ask how high the sky is, aim higher than the sky in your heart, and live to a ripe old age with the confidence that you can't die. The band members used their passion and strength to show the world the resilience and courage of the Chinese music scene. Their music, like a blazing fire, ignites a deep love and support for local music. And then the song Sea and Sky came along like a ray of light cutting through the gloom. It's a song that sings of a unique state of mind, that yearning for freedom, that obsession with dreams. With the classic melody and the new interpretation of the band Beyond, it has resonated with audiences around the world. Whether in the streets of a busy city or in a tavern in a remote village, one can hear people humming, "Forgive me for my life of unruly indulgence and love of freedom, but also for fear of falling down someday." This song, more than a simple piece of music, is a symbol of the spirit that has inspired countless people to bravely pursue their dreams, defy the odds and go forward. It is like an invisible force that binds listeners across the globe, allowing them to find empathy and solace in the world of music. Dedicating a song to Amani as this war of music draws to a close. It is a hymn of peace, calling for world peace. Amani nakupenda wiwi, tuna taka wiwi. The warm melody and sincere lyrics are like a gentle rain that nourishes everyone's soul. To the tune of this song, this farce, caused by the invasion of music from outside the country, is finally brought to a full conclusion. Lin Che uses his music to convey the belief of love and peace, making people feel the beauty and warmth of humanity in the midst of fierce competition. And in March and April of last year, the two singles that Lin Che had crafted for Zhou Huojun as well as Qin Wei had traced a splendid trajectory in the music world. smoothly taking the #1 spot on the new songs chart. The 6 consecutive champions, Lin Che, have also become a great story in the music industry. Chapter 193, Finding the Target. Last March, Lin Che created a classic for Jo Hwajun, A Difficult Thing to Read. A Difficult Sutra was the theme song of a classic martial arts drama that was all the rage in a previous life. The melody of the whole song is like a goat path winding through the mountains, complex and changeable, full of unpredictable challenges and surprises. The melody is as if it were zigzagging through the jungle trails of the martial arts world. As with the rhythm of the song, there are peaks and valleys at times. This song places a high demand on the singer's sense of rhythm and pitch control. The lyrics of the song contain a profound philosophy of life and a strong martial arts sentiment, just like a treasure buried in the years, waiting for the person who has the destiny to dig, to show its bright light. Between the lines, it depicts the grudges, feuds, sorrows and joys in the world of martial arts. There are both the heroes and heroines of the chivalrous and tender feelings, but also on the impermanence of life's feelings and thoughts, for the singer to provide an extremely rich emotional interpretation of space. Because of this, singing this song is undoubtedly a severe and extreme test for the singer's ability to sing and grasp emotions. Nevertheless, Jo Hwajun managed to master the difficult song. The moment the new song was released, Jo Hwajun's Difficult Sutra instantly shook the entire music scene. Jo Hwajun skillfully blends the majestic momentum and delicate emotions of the song, using his voice to draw a magnificent and delicate martial arts scroll for the listeners. Laughing at you and me in vain. Love to spend light heart plan. Love to compete in the mirror flower that beautiful. Afraid of luck will be far away in the twinkling of an eye. For the greed, anger, joy, evil and anger obsessed. As these lyrics are sung from Jo Hwajun's mouth, the listener seems to be pulled by an invisible force and put into the martial arts Jianghu full of chivalry and tenderness. With Jo Hwajun's brilliant interpretation, the complex melody, instead of being a hindrance, became the perfect stage for him to show off his singing skills. Jo Hwajun used his heartfelt voice to vividly interpret the vicissitudes and helplessness in the world of martial arts, allowing listeners to witness the heroes and heroines in the Jianghu struggling relentlessly in the torrent of destiny. Once the song was released, it quickly stirred up 1,000 waves on all major music platforms, generating a lot of attention. With this song, Chao Hua-chun gained the nickname of King Killer, and his reputation spread far and wide. Time quietly flowed by. Coming to the April day on Earth, Qinwei got the comprehension customized by Lin Che for her. Qinwei's voice was born with a kind of rustling sound. This vocal delicacy and depth of feeling is tailor-made for the song comprehension. This innate quality coincides with the profound emotional depth that Collateral needs to convey. Lin Che knew deep down that if Qinwei sang comprehension, it would surely blossom into a dazzling light. In order to be able to interpret comprehension in the best possible way, Qinwei has dug deep into her own inner emotional experience, and has unreservedly incorporated those feelings, wounds and growth experienced in love into her understanding and interpretation of the song. When Qinwei's heartfelt realization was presented to the audience, it was like a sobbing song that instantly hit the softest corner of countless people's hearts. Ah, what a painful realization. You were all I had. Only I look back at every step of the way I came, and it was so lonely. With her infectious singing voice, Qinwei sobbed like a sob about the bitterness and helplessness of love. She sings songs in which the listener can clearly see the struggles and realizations she once had in love. After the release of the song, it quickly triggered a strong resonance in the listener group, as if everyone had found an emotional support and catharsis in Qinwei's song. With this song, Qinwei also gained a large number of fans' love and praise again, and steadily sat on the throne of the first sister of the Chinese music industry's diva. Under the joint efforts of Jo Hwajun and Qinwei, their two songs have achieved remarkable results in their respective music fields, and both of them have successfully topped the No.1 new songs chart. Lin Che won 7 consecutive championships, and also became a splendid splendor in the Chinese music scene. And later in May, Lin Che himself delivers a powerful rendition of Young China Speaks. As with Lin Che's earlier plan, the song, once released, was like a rousing clarion call that instantly galvanized the nation's self-confidence. If a young man is wise, the country is wise. If a young man is rich, the country is rich. If a young man is strong, the country is strong. Powerful lyrics with uplifting melodies, sung by Lin Che, inspire a sense of national pride in the hearts of Chinese people around the world. This song, long beyond the scope of ordinary songs, it is a national spirit of inheritance and promotion. No matter where Chinese people around the world are, as long as they hear the song, a deep sense of national belonging and pride will emerge. The song seems to have a kind of magic power, which can make Chinese friends instantly return to the warm embrace of the motherland, and a strong determination to strive for the prosperity of the motherland wells up in their hearts. In the next few months, Lin Che released The Wind is Gathering in June during the high school parting season, and the release of the song caught fire all over the internet. The song sings of a sense of the experiences of life. It runs the gamut from the pursuit of dreams, to the realization of the past, and the anticipation of the future. The lyrics begin with the words, "I've been walking and stopping along the way, following the traces of a young man's drift, expressing the ups and downs of life's journey and the traces of growth." The chorus, "I had a hard time extricating myself from the world's greatness, but also indulged in its dreams, not true or false, not struggling, not afraid of jokes," sings of youthful exuberance, resonating throughout the network. Lin Che once again took the #1 spot on the new songs chart, which made it difficult for multiple entertainment to accept. The two shows turn international, but Chucky and Joe Shallow of Lin Che's studio are swimming in it. The offshore forces are joined by the band Beyond. The people's hearts were also leaning towards Lin Che. A number of entertainment companies looked at Lin Che's dazzling achievements and didn't know what to do. While the crowd was clueless about this, Chen Schumann exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said faintly, "The people's will?" Then to the outside, "Isn't Lin Che out of the question?" This statement is a wake-up call. Nowadays, they have long been brainwashed by interests, not caring about right and wrong, and have directly joined hands with a number of media outlets to publicize the superiority of overseas music. This maneuver did cause many netizens to fall back, but it also finds purpose for the July songs that Lin Che fretted about. Chapter 194, Extremely Arrogant. July. Under the operation of a number of entertainment companies foreign pandering, Lin Che's song Materia Medica directly woke up the crowd who were blindly following the trend. The sentence if Hua Tuo were alive, all foreigners would be cured, and foreign countries would come to learn Chinese characters, which would give us a sense of national identity once again corrected the position of the crowd. The release of Materia Medica also deeply punched several entertainment companies in the mouth, and rode straight to #1 on the July New Songs chart. Of course, although the Materia Medica had temporarily turned the situation around a bit, Lin Che felt that it still wasn't quite enough. It's in August a song called Fired Up that's the heavyweight. Whether it's the confident lyrics of the opening track or the middle section explaining the people of the passage, it gives the heart the urge to dance along with it. The song is arranged in such a way that it constantly incorporates the Huagua style in the song. Firestarter takes this genre to the extreme. The arrangement incorporates elements of traditional taiko music, hip-hop elements, through rap, explain to the world the current suffering of the people of Pass Island. The songs and dances also incorporate various musical elements such as funk, blues, R&B, jazz, rock and electrophonic. The fusion and collision of multiple elements, coupled with the uplifting lyrics and melody, brought the advantage all the way back to Lin Che's side. Lin Che's move caused several entertainment companies to snap their faces. Not only did the addition of the offshore forces not suppress Lin Che, it instead made Lin Che desperate. Seeing that Lin Che had already won 10 consecutive titles, such a dazzling achievement, whether it was placed in the past or present, was extremely brilliant. With 2 months left, Lin Che will become the second music propeller in the Chinese music industry. This groundbreaking title is one that many musicians can only dream of. It's the ability to ignore all the heat and set the country on fire with just a name. Multiple entertainment companies are naturally sitting on their hands a bit, but there is nothing that can be done at the moment. September was also spent in a tangle of multiple entertainment companies. Lin Che doesn't care about Entertainment United silence. In September, originally Lin Che also wanted to rub it in before deciding to release a song, but the three major entertainments found Lin Che, and directly let Lin Che find his way. Due to the dazzling 10 consecutive titles, the three major entertainment had long since faded away from their previous skepticism, and had a lot more respect for Lin Che, a newcomer who had been traveling for almost a year. The three major entertainments searched for Lin Che, in order to was the matter of the contract. It shifted from a 55 split of the original partnership that took 12 straight titles to a 91 split. Lin Che's sole share of 90% is the result of a combination of the three major entertainments. As long as Lin Che takes the 12 consecutive championships, at that time, relying on the 10% share, he will still be able to make a lot of money. Of course, Skylight and Star Ocean were afraid that Lin Che would break the contract. After all, by that time, Lin Che would have long since realized his freedom of wealth and become the most commercially valuable artist in the music industry. As long as Lin Che wanted to, he could write a random song and it would be a fire out of the sky. And the three major entertainments were aware of this, which was why they lowered themselves to the ground. Lin Che, on the other hand, readily agreed, as long as the song rights were on our side. After signing the contract, Lin Che waved his hand and united the artists of the three major entertainment companies, and in September, released a chorus song, Tomorrow Will Be Better. A Better Tomorrow unites more than 60 Chinese singers from three major entertainment companies. At Blue Star, this kind of chorus song is simply not available. Lin Che's move, on the other hand, was of extraordinary significance. Add the meaning of the song to convey hope and encouragement. the song mapping community faces many challenges and dilemmas. And with warm, inspirational lyrics and a soothing, moving melody, the song conveys a strong sense of confidence and good hope for the future, as long as we believe that tomorrow will be better. As the lyrics of the song, gently wake up the sleeping soul, slowly open your eyes, to wake up people's inner strength, and cheer up to meet the life. The many singers who joined forces in September also symbolize the unity of the music industry and the community as a whole. The song calls on people to put aside their differences, to love and support each other in the face of difficulties, and to gather strength to overcome them together. We rejoice together. We endure together. We look forward to the same things also illustrates the concept of solidarity. At the same time, the song promotes public service and charity. While writing the song, Lin Che also informed 3 Great Entertainment that it was a song that carried a public service mission and the proceeds went to charity. With the influence of music, it arouses the public's attention to social issues and contributes to the development of public welfare. And as a classic public service song, Tomorrow Will Be Better has become a cultural symbol of a specific era, inspiring generations to work for a better future. With Tomorrow Will Be Better, Lin Che directly and smoothly took 11 consecutive titles, becoming a well-deserved legend in the music industry. Lin Che's name, for a time, symbolized the glorious achievements of Chinese music and inspired countless musicians to strive for it. Time rushes by and quietly flows into October. A much-anticipated musical extravaganza is about to kick off with the final battle. This battle is not only a comprehensive test of Lin Che's musical achievements over the past year, but also a bold exploration of the future direction of music. The entire music world is eagerly awaiting and waiting for Lin Che to create more outstanding musical works in this battle and inject new vitality into the development of music. Of course, at this critical moment, a number of entertainment companies, which have been silent for a month, can no longer hold their breath. They've seen the shock of September's A Better Tomorrow, but they're still trying to make a last stand. But now, the advantage was all on Lin Che's side, and even the offshore forces had been beaten back. But October is a special month, and several entertainment companies are looking at exactly that. As long as Ace Producer could snipe Lin Che away, then Lin Che's previous efforts would be in vain. A number of entertainment companies have straight away got the aces in each field firing on all cylinders. Several entertainment companies are still confident in the work that these Ace producers have been honing for a year. So Entertainment United has gone to great lengths to promote it. Through public opinion, the works that highlight Ace continue to represent the highest level. This led to some sensible big smarts on the internet starting to analyze Lin Che's chances of winning. As for Lin Che's studio, it just fatally sent out a publicity, October theme, Hua Guo style. Lin Che's meaning was clear. Since you guys want to snipe, it's up to you to take advantage of this opportunity. In this publicity, Lin Che is like saying who else? Extremely arrogant. Chapter 195, Unrealistic Dreams. On the Blue Star Entertainment map, Lin Che Studios' seemingly sudden publicity instantly stirred up layers of rough ripples in the circle of multiple entertainment unions. At first, none of the entertainment executives who have been turning over the clouds in the entertainment industry had dismay and confusion written on their faces. In the video link, the expressions on their faces were as if they were witnessing an intruder who was all out of the box, breaking the rhythm they were used to. Their eyes revealed a sense of disbelief as they all questioned this sudden turn of events. They were curious about Lin Che's confidence, where it came from, and where it would go. However, the brief moment of consternation was as fleeting as a shooting star, and was replaced by unbridled, undisguised derision. The laughter was sharp and piercing, as if it could penetrate every crevice in the air, and reverberated wildly throughout the industry. Lin Che, as a brave pioneer of Blue Star China's national style music, did brighten up the crowd when the final stop was resolutely locked into a national style theme. Undeniably, Lin Che's decision shows unique vision and extraordinary creativity. After all, in this current era of blossoming, diverse and almost brutally competitive pop music styles, although Chinese style music has deep roots, it is not easy to stand firm in this complicated music world, and it needs to face many challenges and difficulties. However, in the eyes of those Entertainment United executives, Lin Che wasn't really an ace after all. Although Lin Che previously released several national style songs, both in terms of the beautiful melody of the music and the profound creation of the mood of the lyrics, they all reached the top level. But the executives are stubbornly convinced that popularity is the key factor that determines whether a singer can reach the top of the music industry. And popularity, for a newcomer, is undoubtedly a huge chasm that is difficult to overcome. How was Lin Che not aware of the difficult situation he was facing? Earlier, Lin Che took an impressive 11 straight titles. This achievement is dazzling enough in the eyes of many. However, each of the true aces in the highly competitive and masterful music world of Blue Star has a staggering and breathtakingly brilliant resume. They are not only superb in their own right, they are the linchpin of the music industry. Aces by virtue of the hand of powerful resources and extensive and far-reaching influence, hand in hand to promote a number of song king and queen, in the long history of the music industry to leave a colorful one. In comparison, Lin Che's popularity was slightly higher compared to these song kings and queens, but in the eyes of the giants who control the lifeblood of the entertainment industry, this minuscule difference is simply not enough to place him among the aces. It was precisely for this reason that a group of entertainment executives scoffed at Lin Che's elaborate layout this time. In their eyes, Lin Che was nothing more than an absurd and unrealistic dream. However, most people tend to focus only on the surface of things, but often ignore the quietly surging, hidden mysteries behind the undercurrent. Ever since music from outside the country has invaded the Blue Star music scene like a raging tide, Lin Che has sensed the opportunity lurking behind the crisis. As early as a few months ago, Lin Che had already begun to lay out his plans. The core key to the layout is to arouse the most sincere and strong resonance in the listener's heart. Both the singles released by the band Beyond and Lin Che's own new songs, which hit the charts on time every month, are centered on this central point. Lin Che knows that in this ever-changing and unpredictable entertainment industry, the only music that can truly touch the strings of the listener's heart is the music that can stand firm in the fierce competition and become an eternal classic. And in October, a special month of hope and challenge, opportunity and risk, after much deliberation, Lin Che resolutely chose Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, a domineering and imposing single. The song Dragon Scale of Heaven and Earth is more like a magnificent epic poem that unites the essence of 1,000 years of Chinese culture and the spiritual soul of the nation. With its dominating melody as the cornerstone, the song skillfully and brilliantly blends traditional ethnic instruments with modern musical elements. In the lyrics, the imagery of dragon scales not only represents the spiritual symbol of the nation's perseverance and indomitable will, it also symbolizes the deep pride and perseverance of every Chinese child in the heart for the national culture. Where the dragon scales shine, it is the inheritance and continuation of the national spirit, like an invisible link that connects the children of China tightly. Lin Che's choice of this song was by no means a whim or impulsive move. Under the stormy onslaught of foreign music, Blue Star's listeners are longing for a sound that can evoke a sense of national pride and cultural belonging. Although Lin Che has previously brought quite a few such singles that can touch the heart, compared to Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, it is still slightly inferior in terms of magnificence of atmosphere. The Dragon Scale of Heaven and Earth not only has a powerful momentum that shakes the hearts of the people, like thunderbolts, it can instantly shock the listener's mind and make them immersed in the impassioned emotions. It has a deep and unique cultural connotation, as if it were a key that can trigger the listener's in-depth thinking and exploration of national culture. Lin Che hopes that through this song, more people will reacquaint themselves with, deeply understand and deeply love Shanghuanese style music, so that the national culture will blossom on the broad stage of the music world with a more brilliant, dazzling and brilliant luster. Under Lin Che's preparations, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale was only waiting for the right moment to arrive, and it would detonate the entire music scene. And those Entertainment United executives who were immersed in ridicule and blind confidence were blissfully unaware that a storm led by Lin Che and using music as a weapon was about to come raging in. They still scrutinized Lin Che with traditional, stereotypical eyes. They stubbornly believed he was nothing more than a hurried visitor to the music scene. Without realizing it, the seemingly young singer has been quietly building up her strength in the shadows for a long time. The songs are like sleeping dragons, ready to break the long-established pattern of the music industry in a way that has never been seen before, opening up a whole new era of music. As time slips by, whether it is music lovers who are full of love for music and pursuing the ultimate, or industry insiders who are in the core of the music industry and know the dynamics of the industry, they all have a vague feeling that Lin Che's move this time may bring unexpected surprises and shocks. Everyone who was following the changes in the music scene was eagerly waiting, their eyes tightly focused on the upcoming moment, their hearts filled with anticipation and curiosity. Finally, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes filled with anticipation, the release of the new song is getting closer and closer. Chapter 196, A Change of Face. On the day of the new song's release, the entire Blue Star network was like a heavy bomb being thrown into the air, with a message that instantly triggered an uproar. Hashtag new songs from China's 9 ace producers have actually flooded the national style circuit in unison in October, an already competitive time of year. Hashtag China's 9 aces. In October, the theme of the new song all choose national style. The spectacle was unprecedented, a grand and chaotic musical storm that instantly swept across the online world. Major social media platforms and music forums were instantly filled with related topics. Netizens have gathered in various discussion forums to enthusiastically voice their opinions. Among them, there were voices that felt pity for Lin Che. Although Lin Che's 11 consecutive titles were truly dazzling, they were still just short of the proverbial kick in the pants after all. Lin Che has kicked the bucket. He still thinks he can make big waves in the national style field, and he was so arrogant in the early publicity. But now, with the 9 ace producers working at the same time, he'll be thankful if he can stay in 10th place. That's true. I had a glimmer of hope for him before. And then he just recklessly ran into a gun. 9 ace producers. Which one is not in the music industry for many years? Connections, resources, strength of all the top. He Lin Che with what to compare with others. Lin Che doesn't even think about it. Just because he's a newcomer. Even if he has some talent, he shouldn't be so self-important. The last battle? I'm afraid he'll be devastated this time. The executives of those entertainment unions were even more joyful when they learned of the news. They had already scoffed at Lin Che's previous actions, but now that they saw this situation, imperceptible smiles appeared on their faces. For that reason, they popped champagne right halfway through the game. At a lavish industry party, Chen Schumann was holding her wineglass and said with a contemptuous smile on the corner of her mouth, "See, I told you that he, Lin Che, is too tender and doesn't understand the rules of this music world. He thinks he can make a name for himself by doing some Chinese style? In front of us veteran producers, he's just a milquetoast kid. If he can stand in the top 10 this time, I'll write my name backwards." Wang Barbarian followed suit. Yes, his pre-publicity was a joke, and he tried to challenge our position. Now well, reality will teach him a good lesson. Humph, when he fails miserably this time, let's see how he can still hang around in the music scene. Zhang Zhong said viciously. Amidst the lopsided mockery of online opinion, the new songs chart was revealed to the crowd's anticipation. As most people expected, Lin Che's Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales temporarily ranked 10th on the first day of its release. This result was undoubtedly like a shot in the arm to the mockers, whose taunts grew louder and louder. See, what did I say? 10th place is already Lin Che's limit. Lin Che, Lin Che, now you know the heights of heaven. Do you still dare to be so arrogant? The internet was in an uproar, and everyone seemed to have decided that Lin Che's defeat was a foregone conclusion. However, what few people know is that October has an extremely special significance for China. October is also the founding month of the country of Blue Star China. This special month, which carries the great course of China's rise from hardship to prosperity, is the month with the strongest sense of national pride and patriotism. At this particular time, a song that can evoke the national spirit and show the cultural heritage of China is far more significant than an ordinary musical work. And Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is just such an iconic masterpiece. Just on the eve of the end of the first day of the finalized list, the situation suddenly took a dramatic turn. Officials are keenly aware of the unique charm and profound connotation of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale and realize the important value of such a song in this special month of October. Out of this, officials have resolutely issued an article to promote Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. The Dragon Scale of Heaven and Earth was praised as a masterpiece that demonstrates the spirit of China and passes on the culture of the nation. This official move instantly created a new wave of buzz on the internet. The netizens who were originally certain that Lin Che had failed were surprised and curious. Originally, many netizens looped the songs of the 9 aces and didn't care about Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, which was ranked 10th. But by this official release, they began to revisit this song that they had previously ignored. The official actually pushed Lin Che's song. Did we all look away? It seems like there must be a sparkle to the song that we didn't realize, or the officials wouldn't have done it. In that case, I'll reluctantly audition it. Netizens began to listen to Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth in droves. As you get deeper into the song, more and more people are blown away by the intro. With the official push and the renewed interest of the netizens, the song Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is starting to have a shakeup in the rankings. Like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, it broke free of its initial bonds and began to make steady progress toward the front. As for those Entertainment United executives who had originally mocked Lin Che, when they saw this official maneuver at the banquet, the smiles on their faces instantly froze, and were replaced by a look of shock and disbelief. How could they not have expected that Lin Che, who they had originally regarded as a sure loser, would take a turn for the worse because of the officials' push? How is this possible? Why are the officials helping him? Li Linwei said with a face full of doubts. Humph. So what if the official force pushes for it? Could he still go against the grain? Although Wang Barbarian's mouth was strong, his eyes revealed a hint of uneasiness. In between the confusion of the crowd, Tanya Chan played the song. The intro is shocking, atmospheric and powerful. The drums beat a strong and steady rhythm, and the pulse of history seems to come alive, hitting the listener's heart one by one, and chimes as an important percussion instrument in ancient times. The sound of chimes is crisp and bright, melodious and pleasant, and has rich overtones, carrying the heavy memory of the ancient Chinese civilization. The unique tone, adding a strong historical flavor and solemnity to the prelude. Its inclusion instantly creates a solemn atmosphere, reminiscent of ancient grand rituals, celebrations and other solemn occasions, highlighting the depth of history and cultural heritage. And Lin Che's harmonies, plus the subtle use of these traditional Chinese instruments in the intro. Through the interplay of rhythm, timbre and emotional expression, together they create a shocking and atmospheric oral effect. This makes the listener feel as if they are in the vast river of history, feeling the greatness and resilience of the Chinese nation. Prelude walk through. Lin Che's penetrating voice rang out. I am the author of this river and this mountain, and the blood of my people is thousands of miles long. For centuries and centuries, the dragon's heir has weathered the storm. This is the center of the capital, just like a gentleman. 9 dragon wall glazed on tiles. History falls and rises from this. The main part of the song caused the faces of the executives in the room to change, especially for Xu Minchen, who played the song. Her knees weakened slightly, and if not for her hand supporting the stereo, she almost fell to her knees. Chapter 197 Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. The lyrics open with the slightly arrogant, I'll start this river and mountain with my pen. But this grand gesture is a writing and depiction of the country, and such an opening has the immediacy of an overarching vision. The following phrase, the bloodline of the nation is tens of thousands of miles away, indicates the continuity of the Chinese nation's bloodline and the vastness of its territory. The historical time covered by centuries and 600 years. The heir of the dragon through thick and thin summarizes that during these long years, the Chinese nation has experienced countless difficulties and dangers. The term Jiangyi Central Axis refers to the central axis of the capital. This is an important embodiment of ancient capital city planning, symbolizing the core and dignity of the entire nation, which was later compared to a gentleman, emphasizing the nation's steadfastness in temperament. This is followed by specific imagery using the glazing on the 9 dragon wall. The glaze is still colorful through the years, implying that history has declined, but it will also rise again and show the resilience of the nation. The Entertainment United executives at the party had long since been dazzled by the overbearing main song. They settled their minds a little and held on to their surface calm. But in the audio, Lin Che's slightly elevated aura directly shattered their last illusions. This dragon's scales, however, used to clang like ice. I can't bear to hear the story of a scale and a heart. People observe etiquette and quietness in their hearts. The melodious guqin plays the heart of a gentleman. I'm sober and waiting for the echo disc of the great Chinese civilization. In the chorus, the dragon scales are compared to broken ice, writing about the suffering and trauma that the nation once suffered. The clanging sound of the dragon scales falling to the ground also hints at the heaviness of history's past sufferings. Each dragon scale symbolizes a heart of Chinese children. The chorus also promotes the observance of etiquette and the maintenance of inner peace, which are traditional virtues of our nation. Then, the melodious sound of the guqin is used to further render the gentlemanlike state of mind and character. Near the end of the chorus, another appropriate explanation is given to himself, soberly waiting for some kind of response, which comes from the long-standing and profound Chinese civilization. Gorgeous words and grand melodies made for a dull entertainment gala. At the end of the chorus singing, the party, a group of executives were breathing a little hard. The people in the room slowly came back to their senses in a brief interlude, staring wide-eyed at each other. However, without giving them too much of a chance to catch their breath, there was another boom from the stereo. To the past when I put pen to paper. The vast yellow land of the east. Splash of ink in the landscape to erase. I can only see the jagged spirit of China. The forbidden city Xinwu Gate. The outer gate of the imperial palace in Beijing. How many vicissitudes of life have forged the soul of China? I inherited a culture of deep plowing, breaking through the change to turn things around. The song still floated over the party. The second verse, to the past I put pen to paper, expresses respect for the past. It is remembered in writing and echoes the opening phrase, I start to write. The vast yellow land of the east depicts the vastness of the country. Splash ink and wipe away in the landscape uses the imagery of splashing ink on a mountain landscape to display a sense of atmospheric art. Only see the jagged Chinese bones means that in this landscape, what can be seen is the unyielding bones of this nation. Forbidden city Xinwu Gate specific location. It witnessed countless historical vicissitudes. These vicissitudes of the years cast the soul of the Chinese nation. Subsequently, expressing the need for individuals to inherit the deep national culture, striving for a breakthrough in the changing times. Change. As entertainment executives in the music industry, they naturally heard the general meaning of what Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale was trying to convey. This was what caused the constant shock within the crowd at this moment. The chorus that follows elevates the pattern even further. They also felt the re-emergence of a nation in that cry in the interlude of the song. At this moment, the previous foreign pandering in foreign invasion, as if they have all become a joke. It was as if every step Lin Che had taken earlier was for this moment. They were the ones who had personally consecrated the altar of the gods, and this was even worse than killing them. This thought lingered in the minds of a group of senior officers. Over time, the song comes to a final repeat of the chorus. The uplifting song still hovered in the silent night sky. This dragon's scales, however, used to clang like ice. I believe that a small scale can make a big heart, raising the destiny of the nation on a massive heads to revive it again. Traveling the world in search of dragon scales, the dragon's bloodline has become a forest. Once again, the lyrics compare dragon scales to broken ice. And the last chorus, writing about the history of those suffering stories makes it impossible to listen to, but the destiny of the nation, all of them will raise their heads again, revival again. It is also a direct indication of the firm determination to bring the nation to rejuvenation once again. Raise your head reflects a sense of confidence and boldness. Searching for dragon scales between heaven and earth signifies searching for the spirit and strength of the nation, keeping the dragon's bloodline alive and forming a lush forest. It also symbolizes the prosperity and life of the country. As the last note at the end of the song falls away, the atmosphere of this banquet remains silent. In stark contrast, the internet after listening to the single. I have to say, there's a reason why this song is being pushed by the officials, and a sense of pride fills the air after listening to it. This song has a really big pattern. It's all about cultural confidence. Lin Che is still using his strength to tell the 9 aces that the theme of Huagua Feng is useless even if the King of Heaven comes. On the other side of the buzz, 9 aces gathered in a quadrangle in Kyoto. It is 3 o'clock at night, but the 9 people still didn't have any sleepiness. This roundtable, originally the 9 people just wanted to savor Lin Che's new single. After all, the fact that the 9, being aces, coincidentally released a national style theme in October wasn't because of Lin Che's posting. Back in November of last year, the release of Eastbound and Down allowed several people to open up a new direction. That's why this year has been so dramatic. However, just now, after the 9 people heard the Heaven and Earth Dragon scale, they first sighed, and then turned into relieved smiles. Although Entertainment United suggested that they snipe Lin Che, but whether this one succeeds or not is really up in the air. Although the quality of 9's Huagua Feng is online, it's not even close to this song. In all 3 areas of lyricism and arrangement, Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth is at the top of its game. Also, the kind of confidence that makes your blood boil when you listen to it is not found in any of the 9 songs. October's No. 1 new song on the charts is, unsurprisingly, going to be Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Zhao Qingya looked at the release of the remaining 8 people, slightly angled her head, and spoke. I'm sure everyone must have guessed the result pretty much. The remaining 8 nodded. Then their gazes gathered on an empty seat beside Zhao Qingya. It didn't take much thought to realize that this position was reserved for Lin Che after setting the rankings this month. Chapter 198 Publicity. The 9 people around the round table were all incredibly aware in their hearts that the last time this spot, which was unconsciously focused on by the eyes of the crowd, was occupied by none other than the legend created in the music industry. The first big shot to challenge for 12 consecutive championships and succeeded in topping the charts. The glory of that great man shines in the history of the music industry, becoming a benchmark that those who came after him could hardly reach but aspire to. Time passes quietly. October came to a close with a musical romp and transformation. After this month full of significance, it is as if the baton of destiny has been handed over, and it seems like the opening of a grand inheritance. Lin Che was also half pushed, half pressed by Zhao Qingya to the chair that carried a special significance when he was unprepared. Lin Che was slightly stunned, and before he could regain his senses from this sudden move, he bumped into the gazes of the other 9 people focusing in unison. There was scrutiny, anticipation, and more than a hint of unspeakable probing in that gaze. Lin Che only felt his heart beating faster uncontrollably, and an inexplicable nervousness clung to him, causing his breathing to unconsciously become rapid. Finally, on the last day of October, after a long and torturous wait, the moment of finalizing the list came. When the dust of the final results settled and they saw the proud results achieved by Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, the nerves of the 9 aces as well as Lin Che, which were as tight as strings, slowly loosened. The bodies of the 10 people present relaxed slightly and took a long breath, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were slowly released. The song Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, with its shocking melody, profoundly moving lyrics and Lin Che's passionate interpretation, has successfully conquered countless listeners, and has even been highly recognized by the officials. It was not only officially appointed as the theme song of the Forbidden City, but also became the music card of this ancient palace, telling the world about the vicissitudes and heaviness of history. It is also in the collection of the National Museum, which is undoubtedly a great tribute to the song's artistic value and cultural significance, making it a classic in the music and cultural fields. Lin Che took the 12 consecutive titles and logically became a legend in the Blue Star Chinese music scene. However, in the past half year, Lin Che has devoted himself to his music career, living in Yangcheng for a long time, and rushing between his studio and home every day. Lin Che inadvertently ignores that most important person beside him, Su Qingqing. Lin Che's negligence, like a quietly growing crack, gradually spread between the two, triggering more than one heated argument. During the day, The two are at odds with each other in a storm of emotions. Heated words clashed in the air, sputtering with anger and aggression. And whenever night falls, Lin Che returns home, expecting to find a trace of solace in the familiar warmth. He is shocked to find himself as if he is in a strange world, isolated by his whole family. This sudden turn of events left Lin Che somewhat at a loss for words. Only later did he realize that it was Su Qingqing who had long been fighting with his own parents. Her parents naturally adored Su Qingqing and treated her as their own family. Being a mother-child single for more than 20 years, Lin Che's parents had always hoped that their child would be able to have a sensational relationship and enjoy the beauty of love. Su Qingqing's appearance is like a warm sunshine, illuminating the family and making the old couple smile. They were naturally on Su Qingqing's side, hoping that Lin Che would spend more time with his girlfriend. After all, now Lin Che has long been successful and famous. The old couple naturally have to think about the family in the future. For this reason, in the early morning of November, Lin Che was even coaxed by his parents to kick him out of the house, ordering him to accompany Su Qingqing to go on a trip, to make up for this period of time owed to her. Of course, Lin Che also in November, will be the official announcement of the album for Chu Chi, Zhou Shallow, Beyond the Band produced in advance. The three self-titled albums cover not only the tracks performed by the duo as well as a band ahead of them, but also a couple of big new hits. In early November, the three-year self-titled album was a straight-up smash. Thanks to the glory of a 12-game winning streak, Lin Che was also experiencing the influence of being a top ace popularity. Holding back, just one day's worth of heat was enough for Lin Che to rack his brain and lay it out for quite a while. After Lin Che had finished with this, he also put down his work and devoted himself to the journey. During the journey, the two of them strolled between the mountains, lakes and seas, enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way, while reminiscing about those wonderful pasts. From the thumping of their hearts when they first met, the two sat shoulder to shoulder in the schoolyard watching the shooting stars in the sky and discussing the future. To later carefully approach, Su Qingqing still clearly remember. One night playground singing, Lin Che played Ordinary Friends. At that time she also thought, Lin Che each other to test the heart. But in the end, Su Qingqing gives a painting to Lin Che, bravely poking through the window paper, and henceforth determining each other's feelings. Each moment ties together the love story of the two. During this journey, the two rediscover that initial heartfelt and sweetness, and their relationship grows deeper in the process. During the romance and warmth of the trip, Lin Che, after much deliberation, plans to go public with his relationship. This decision will surely create a furor in the entertainment industry. At first, Su Qingqing was firmly opposed to this. In the era of traffic is king of Blue Star, the rules of the entertainment industry are like invisible shackles, firmly binding the lives of artists. Artists falling in love is certainly touching a major taboo in the industry. Once the romance is revealed, it is likely to trigger a wave of fan disenchantment, leading to a decline in popularity and a serious hit to their careers. Su Qingqing knew the stakes, and she was unwilling to affect Lin Che's hard-won career because of herself. However, how could Lin Che not understand Su Qingqing's worries? He knew deep down that in the past year, Su Qingqing had been quietly accompanying himself, enduring a life of silence, and what she lacked the most was a sense of security. Lin Che felt that he couldn't let Su Qingqing continue to hide in the shadows like this. He wanted to give her a bright and honorable identity so that she could feel his unwavering love. Furthermore, Lin Che has now long since been successfully promoted to top ace by virtue of his exceptional talent and tireless efforts. Lin Che's position in the music industry is pivotal, and nowadays, even if he just creates a seemingly simple mouthful of a song, it will be overinterpreted by the media and music fans, and the commercial value and influence it contains is self-evident. Lin Che naturally knew that with his current position, he had long since dispensed with all of this flimsy heat. The two are also getting closer in this intense November. December is cold and windy. The two travel through half of China, with their last stop set for Kyoto. The reason, namely, is that the much-anticipated musical celebration is coming, a celebration of music, an annual event in the Blue Star music scene, which brings together top musicians from all over China, is an extravaganza of revelry and glory for the music industry. As the defending champion of the 12 consecutive titles, Lin Che is undoubtedly one of the brightest stars in the music industry at the moment, and was naturally among the invitees. However, for this kind of musical celebration, Lin Che's heart was vaguely worried and afraid. Behind the seemingly glamorous stage of the entertainment industry, there are many unknown dark corners hidden. Shady incidents occur from time to time, and the selection of some awards is not entirely based on strength and works, behind which there may be various interests in the game and manipulation. Lin Che had long heard about this, and was well aware of the complexity and sinister nature of it. What's more, Lin Che had previously been boycotted by a number of entertainment companies due to some conflicting philosophies and interests. Those entertainment giants, with the resources and influence in their hands, tried to suppress Lin Che's development. Participating in the music celebration against such a backdrop, Lin Che had to worry that he would become a thorn in the side of certain forces and encounter unfair treatment. However, Lin Che also comforted himself in his heart. After all, he had already established a very high prestige in the music industry by virtue of his proud achievement of 12 consecutive titles. In order to maintain its authority and impartiality, the Golden Melody Awards officials should not do anything too blatant, and will at least maintain a fair and impartial image on the surface. But even so, the trace of worry in Lin Che's heart was always following him, causing him to be a little more cautious and vigilant while looking forward to the music celebration. As the day of the music celebration drew nearer and nearer, Lin Che began to prepare his performance repertoire and styling. Chapter 199, Musical Celebration. As the day of the music celebration approaches, the entire music scene is filled with a tense and enthusiastic atmosphere. Lin Che had also plunged headlong into the preparations for the eve of the celebration in the last 2 days. The first big thing in front of Lin Che was the selection of the show's repertoire. The main thing Lin Che thought was that the winning side sang songs that were bound to have some summarizing significance. At first, Lin Che pondered in his mind to continue the national style route. After all, Guofeng was a sharp sword for Lin Che to stab into the entertainment industry. But without waiting for this idea to warm up in his mind, Lin Che decisively shook his head to reject it. This year, Lin Che's career that was soaring like a rocket, Chu Chi, Zhou Shallow, and the beyond have long been making inroads toward overseas markets, a variety of musical styles, and Lin Che plays along with all the tricks. After rounds and rounds of weighing the pros and cons over and over again, Lin Che finally finalizes a lyrical track. The reason for this? There's a little bit of guilt in saying that. This year, Lin Che did take some poor care of Su Qingqing. Although he had expressed his feelings to the audience in a veiled way on the show Love Songs in Bloom, he always felt that it would be good enough if he could do it again and express his love in a more perfect way. In addition to the music, the styling had to keep pace. Lin Che crafted a look based on the style and theme of the show's repertoire. Music celebration this day. The scene is brightly lit. Lin Che was wearing a low-key yet classy suit, sitting steadily in the center of the second row, quietly waiting for the celebration to kick off the curtain. Boom! With the sound of a shocking sound effect, the host Su Wei whooshed on the stage. Su Wei raised his hands high and pressed down gently, signaling the scene to be quiet. But the cacophony of voices at the scene couldn't be stopped for a while. Su Wei cleared his throat after reading the opening statement out loud. Step immediately to the point. On the music writing side of things, we're recognizing creators who give their music soul with their words. And next up is the award for Best Lyricist, with a short list of East Wind Break, Celadon Porcelain, Dragon Scale of Heaven and Earth, Nocturne. The winning track was The Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth. Lin Che slowly got up and walked onto the stage, humbly accepting the trophy before giving his thanks. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to all my fans and friends. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am now. After saying that, Lin Che bowed deeply and stepped back to his seat. Immediately afterward, Su Wei didn't intend to sell out and directly said, for the Best Composition Award, the winner is the one who created a moving melody, Nocturne. In his seat, Lin Che's insides jolted when he heard that Nocturne won the award. It shouldn't be. To go on stage 5 times, right? Lin Che muttered inwardly in a small voice. However, soon after, Lin Che got up and came to the stage, received the trophy, and gave his thanks. Thank you all for your love for classical fusion pop music, and I will work even harder later on to create even better quality works. After Lin Che finished speaking, he still took a step back to his seat, but before Lin Che could sit down, Su Domain's voice sounded once again. For Best Arrangement, the winner is Celadon. This piece is a masterpiece in terms of musical arrangement. When Lin Che heard that he had won again, he was still a little bit happy inside, still going on stage, giving thanks and returning to his seat. But then, and the Best Male Vocalist award in the vocal category. The arena was abuzz as Lin Che won 4 awards. Of course, this coming and going of Lin Che to receive the award has made the media report it as #the newest ace. Actually brushing his steps at the awards ceremony. Lin Che sat back in his seat, and his body was a little hot, so it was good that he reached the Best New Singer award, which was a stage for the newest forces in the music industry. However, Lin Che had taken it in the previous term, so he was naturally not qualified to compete again this year. However, when they took a look at the vote results, Chu Chi and Zhou Shallow's votes were unusually strange, and it was obvious that they had been controlled by the netizens. This blatant blackout has the festival officials in tears, but there was no way around it. The award had to be given out, and the two became Best Newcomer together. The award for Best Group Vocal Performance went to the band Beyond. These important awards all went into Lin Che's studio's pocket. At this point, Su Wei began to read again. The Best Music Producer Award. This award is given to those who quietly coordinate behind the scenes to ensure the quality of their work. The finalists are Lin Che, Zhao Qingwan, Liang Jin, Su Jiajun, Chen Hong. The winner is Lin Che. The corners of Lin Che's mouth rose slightly as he casually threw the few trophies he had just gotten in front of him onto the seat and stomped onto the stage. When Lin Che was walking back with the new trophy beautifully, Su Wei's voice sounded again. Best Recording Award. This is to recognize the professional who has superb skills in the recording session and can make the music sound the best. The finalists are winner, Lin Che. Lin Che was walking, his footsteps froze for a moment. The smile on his face couldn't even hang on a bit, and in his heart, he was probably thinking, no way, really swiping his steps? He really can't do anything about you. Lin Che had no choice but to throw the trophy towards his seat again, and with a helpless face, he went on stage again to give thanks. Before Lin Che could sit down and get warmed up, Su Wei shouted again. The Best Remix Award for those remixers who can skillfully blend various sound elements to create superb music. The winner is Lin Che. Lin Che's heart at this moment. 10,000 alpacas rushed by, forcibly resisting the MMP impulse. Once again walked on the stage. Just as Lin Che turned around to leave, he suddenly paused and slowly turned his head to look at Su Domain as if he had been cast under a stasis spell. Su Domain's face was as red as a ripe tomato, and he was so embarrassed that he could pick his toes out of 3 rooms on the floor. His lips shivered and moved as he stammered. Lin Che, why don't you go back first? This is an award that you will never get in your lifetime. Once Lin Che heard this, his curiosity was instantly aroused, and with a slight sideways glance, he took a look at the speech in Su Domain's hand, then rolled his eyes, so angry that he almost smoked, and forced himself to hold back his anger as he took a step 3 times back towards his seat. Just the moment Lin Che turned to leave, Su Wei hurriedly announced loudly, Best Female Singer of the Year. Winner, Chu Chi. In addition to these, there are a bunch of comprehensive awards, like the Album of the Year award. One has to consider the musicality, innovation and market impact of the album. Single of the Year award, to select the most iconic and viral single of the past year. Most Popular Singer award, where fan votes say it all, reflecting the singer's popularity. Best Stage Performance award to the singer with a superbly infectious stage presence and unique performance style. The Contribution to Music award honors musicians who have made outstanding contributions to the development of the music industry, just based on Lin Che's outstanding musical performance and unrivaled influence over the past year. These awards have all fallen into Lin Che's lap. After all, those musical works in the previous life. The quality, innovation, market response, that is all the bar. Lin Che, without a doubt, became the super center of attention of this musical celebration. After Lin Che took the last award, it was time for the winner's solo, because the ones who won the awards were all artists in Lin Che's studio. Zhou Shallow, Chu Chi, and the Beyond Band tacitly arranged for Lin Che to be the finale. The trio first sang their respective hit songs, causing the audience on stage to be on fire with enthusiasm. When Lin Che came on stage, the atmosphere increased rather than decreased. Lin Che slowly put on his sunglasses, deliberately playing it cool by slightly adjusting the angle of the microphone, and then dashingly drawing an OK gesture towards the musicians behind him. As the musical accompaniment plays, the soft string sound of the prelude seems to be whispering love in people's ears, which immediately made the atmosphere romantic and cozy. Lin Che's body swung gently, and with a deep smile on his face, he opened his mouth to sing. I wrote this song. It's a simple one, not complicated or hard to sing that kind of song. Chapter 200 Happy Birthday, Music Celebration Stage. Lin Che stood confidently at the center of the stage in a simple yet elegant suit, with the lilting music playing slowly. The song opens with a rustic and natural style. There are no intentionally complex melodies or ornate arrangements, as if they were whispering the purest of emotions to the listener. This simple, easy-to-sing style instantly closes the distance with the listener and gives the whole song an air of relaxation and joy. At this moment, the images of the live musical celebration are being relayed and watched closely by hundreds of millions of listeners. Lin Che on the stage, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Lin Che cleared his throat, and with that magnetic and highly infectious voice, he then sang. It's not that kind of, only that piano song remains. It's not like that. Can't just be friend song. Deeply felt vocals that flowed through every listener's ears. This verse of the title track seems to have a magical appeal that gives the audience listening to the song an inexplicable feeling. The listener, more or less, is keenly aware that the lyrics are contrasted by a clever. It shows that this song is not one of those songs with just a piano accompaniment that creates a sad atmosphere. And at this moment, The image of Lin Che playing and singing the song quiet by himself after winning the original music competition had inexplicably surfaced in the crowd's minds. When I think of that time, Lin Che's fingertips jumping on the black and white keys, his deeply focused eyes, it seems as if it is still vivid in my mind. Of course, the thought just flashed by like a meteor. However, the second half of the rendition, through the broadcast screen, caused Su Qingqing in front of the television to inexplicably blush for a moment. Her cheeks flushed red, which made Su Qingqing couldn't help but think of Lin Che playing and singing Ordinary Friends in the playground. The misunderstanding is still fresh in her mind. And to the ears of other listeners, naturally, the lyrics are interpreted as a song that expresses complex emotions that transcend the boundaries of friendship. With a hint of curiosity and anticipation, the audience's gaze is tightly focused on Lin Che. And Lin Che's next performance is to unveil for all listeners that this song has an inexplicably familiar mystery. It's not that kind of A Tale of Two, written in a novel. Who in that novel would make a mistake in a field of flowers? Lin Che's singing voice carried a firmness and confidence, as if he was declaring his love to the world. The song depicts a romantic literary situation. By denying the fictional love story with dramatic plot, it implies that the love I want to express in this song is more real, simple and straightforward. There weren't as many twists and turns in drama between the two as in previous novels. The lyrics "made a mistake in a field of flowers" are a bright idea that makes the listener instantly realize that Lin Che's song is clearly written from his previous works. The people who suddenly realized this, when they saw the slightly rising corners of Lin Che's mouth, they couldn't help but feel an inner activity of MD. I let you get away with it again in their hearts. However, cursing aside, a hint of a smile spread across everyone's faces. The crowd still suppressed their inner excitement and listened quietly as the song entered the pre-chorus. This is a song written for you, a love song. I've always wanted to write a love song. You gave me a love song. When he sang, the corners of Lin Che's upturned mouth never let go, and the tenderness and deep love in his eyes was about to overflow. As the lyrics indicate, this is a love song dedicated to a specific person. Although Lin Che had also written love songs before, that kind of sneaky feeling really wasn't very sensational. But Su Qingqing gave Lin Che the inspiration to come up with this song. That's why at the celebration, Lin Che chose this song to declare his love for Su Qingqing to the world. Lin Che held the microphone tightly with both hands, as if it was a bridge for him to convey his love. Lin Che continued that unique singing voice and proceeded to interpret. Then the DJ will play this and it might make the charts. But I just wanted to write a love song. I've always wanted to write one love song. You gave me a song. In this verse, Lin Che sings with a hint of spontaneity and ease, mentioning that the song may be played by a DJ and may be on the charts. But all of that doesn't matter for now, because after Lin Che's success, the original intention of the song, too, was not to pursue commercial success, but simply to express love. That deep, strong love. You're like that cool summer breeze, blowing across my face. Love soars in my heart. You're my number one. Want to say I love you. The song uses the metaphor of a cool summer breeze to portray the comfort and coziness that the other person brings. This emotion wells up inside and follows up with a straightforward expression of how important the other person is in his or her heart. The last four words, I want to say I love you, are a direct expression of the heart's true love. On the web, after the first half of the song, keyboardists also have a chance to catch their breath and complain about Lin Che's behavior. Not buddies? Showing love and spreading dog food shouldn't be so obvious, right? How can this embarrass us single dogs? There was Big City Little Love before and now there's Love Song. I can't even imagine how Lin Che will actually be loved tonight. It's full of sweetness. Ahem. This isn't even something we should be thinking about. But Lin Che's maneuver is really too good. This song is really too good. Love, love, love. And at the musical celebration, some in the audience closed their eyes and soaked in the beautiful song. Some swayed gently to the rhythm, while others stared intently at Lin Che on the stage. On the stage, Lin Che then swung his body slightly, beating the beat to the rhythm of the drums, along with the two drums falling. Lin Che also tightened the microphone slightly and opened his mouth to sing. I wrote this song. It's a simple song. The kind of song that isn't complicated or hard to sing. On stage, Lin Che has great vocal control. Though again, this is a simple and easy song to sing, but Lin Che turns every word half a tone. And on a technical level, it doesn't look very simple at first glance. The harmonies cut in, and Lin Che begins to change his vocals and starts to get spontaneous. It's not that kind. Songs you'd meet in a fairy tale. Not that kind either. Truly love my song. It's not one of those two-person stories, written in a novel. Who in that novel accompanied her to watch a shooting star land again? I don't know how many turns it took, but the listener who was listening to the song was a little numb. No? You're telling me the song is simple? One word Mountain Road? That's pretty embarrassing to me. I'm not a professional. First of all, it's a really simple song. It just requires extreme control of the vocal cords and a very demanding rhythmic control. Because it's supposed to be simple, don't bar it, because like I said, I'm not a professional. Upstairs, you're wasting my time, but Lin Che's song I can only say is truly romantic. And once again, by contrasting it to negate the kind of love songs that are unrealistic like a fairy tale, or the kind of songs that just superficially expresses love, it makes me realize that love is different and more genuine and profound. As the lyrics of this verse echo the previous one, which is also a dismissal of fictional romantic plots, it certainly ignited the netizens' discussion. During Lin Che's singing, many netizens had spoken freely in the comment section, expressing their own opinions, and the entire online platform was flooded with discussions about the song, presenting a hot scene. However, in contrast to the heated discussion among netizens, Su Qingqing's memory floodgates were instantly opened when she heard the lyrics. Watching the shooting star land again, Su Qingqing's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the old days. At that time, Lin Che sang The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and the two of them stood together on top of the playground, looking up at the deep night sky. At that time, the future for them is like the unreachable stars, full of unknown and confusion. And in that moment, a quiet change occurred within the two men. A subtle emotion takes root in each other's hearts. The song creates that romantic yet slightly unrealistic mood. It was exactly like the state of the two men at the time, full of longing and uncertainty. But now, time has changed. Su Qingqing understands in her heart that the love between herself and Lin Che is no longer illusory and ethereal, but rather a warm companionship that is real and close to life. Su Qingqing quietly looked at the boy on the stage who had already achieved success, a ripple unconsciously rising in her eyes. Lin Che on the stage also seemed to feel something in his heart as he turned his head to face the camera and sang with a smile. Here it is, a one written for you one. Love song. In my heart, you're my number one. Trying to say I love you. With a great rendition of the big chorus, the song moves smoothly into the bridge section. At this point, the song's rhythmic momentum builds, with a rousing drumbeat that strikes a chord. Lin Che also put his heart and soul into the singing, and his bite became stronger and stronger. If you were a painting, you'll be the most precious painting of all. If that painter was Van Gogh, who's coming to spend the money? They're all begging you for a price. Van Gogh, he said you should all go home. To an onlooker, these lyrics are comparing the beloved of the heart to a precious painting. The introduction of Van Gogh, a famous painter, also adds a strong artistic flavor to the song. Even if a nobleman offered a high price for the painting, Van Gogh would not hesitate to refuse, because the value of this painting cannot be measured in money. But for Lin Che, when singing these lyrics, what came to his mind was the joker that Su Qingqing had given him. That painting was not just a gift, it was Su Qingqing's unique love for him, a proof that she cherished him. As the tempo of the song continues to pick up, Lin Che's voice still advanced calmly and evenly. Or maybe your melody. It's the most beautiful. All of them will be singing along with you. Even if your star is too bright in the night, let me forget that the moon represents my. The lyrics compare the other person to a melody, highlighting the beauty and mesmerizing aspects of the other person. Like a beautiful melody, it always attracts the crowd to sing along. The contrast between the stars and the moon in the lyrics is a subtle indication that the other person's light is so bright that one ignores other ways of expressing love, and only the other person is left in one's eyes and in one's heart. The moment the bridge ends, Lin Che tilts his head slightly and sings a high-quality E5 with ease. Love song. You gave me a love song. Then the DJ will play. This might make the list, but I just wanna write a song. Immediately afterward, Lin Che's voice shifted back to a high-throat mix, followed by a plethora of clever transitions surfacing one after the other. At the same time, the rhythmic drum beats also sounded at the right time, perfectly matching with Lin Che's singing voice, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. Listeners on the floor, and those who are listening on the internet, can't help but sway to the music and soak in the beautiful music. Just then, Lin Che's voice suddenly withdrew as he passed the microphone to the audience. The entire audience, as if by heart, consciously chorused in unison. Love song. I've always wanted to write one. Love song. You gave me a song. You're like the cool summer breeze, blowing through my love and flying in my heart. You're my number one. The neat and stirring vocals of the scene were a response to Lin Che and a compliment to the song. As the last note of the song slowly falls, the aftermath curls through the air. Lin Che gave a slight beat, and then added a deep "want to say I love you." The voice was gentle, as if it was a genuine emotion flowing from the deepest part of his heart. To this point, this much anticipated musical celebration came to a perfect close with the lilting melody of the heartfelt love song. At this music celebration, all the members of Lin Che Studio were in the limelight. Lin Che got the award and became the center of attention. The team members around him have also won numerous accolades for their outstanding performance and professionalism. Today's Lin Che, after uniting with the three major entertainment, His position in the entertainment industry was already significant, with Lin Che's current strength and influence. Wanting to step into the ranks of capitalists and become a figure that controlled the direction of the industry was just a matter of thought. However, Lin Che was not overwhelmed by the fame and fortune in front of him, and he had something more cherished in his heart. For now, such a seemingly ambitious goal as becoming a capitalist was not in his plans. Perhaps at some point in the future he will have new pursuits and ambitions, but at least in this life, Lin Che only wanted to pour more time and energy into his loved ones, giving them warmth and companionship. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Che hofted back to Yangcheng the night the music celebration ended. The moment Lin Che pushed open the door of his home, the house was dark and silent, as if time had stood still at that moment. Lin Che carefully felt his way towards the switch in the dark, and just at the moment his finger was about to press the button, a soft light source slowly rose from the direction of the kitchen. Fixing his eyes, he saw Su Qingqing pushing an exquisite 12-inch cake with a gentle smile on his face. The cake is adorned with delicate buttercream flowers and flickering candles that give off a tantalizing aroma. Behind Su Qingqing, Su Qinghe and Shen Manfang were also smiling, and beside Shen Manfang stood a middle-aged man with excellent temperament, elegant demeanor, and his eyes revealed a kind of calmness and wisdom. Further back, Lin Che's parents also appeared in sight, their faces filled with love and relief. As Lin Che looked at the cozy and unexpected scene in front of him, a warm current surged in his heart and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "You guys." Lin Che had just opened his mouth before he could finish his sentence. Several people then shouted their congratulations in unison. "Happy birthday," concluded